In the dim light, swirling dust danced within the pervasive mist, resembling a solitary dancer. The black fog, an exclusive product of the reverse realm, is the harbinger of gloom. It absorbs vast amounts of light and heat, rendering the world behind the croft door eternally dark and eerie. Beside a rusted filing cabinet stacked with cardboard boxes and documents, a man clad in a red protective suit and a helmet was rummaging through the cabinet's contents. Those items, aged beyond reckoning, crumbled to ash with the slightest touch. This reverse realm number 127 truly disgusts me. Look at its bygone civilization bears such a resemblance to ours. Should I encounter another version of myself here, I would not be surprised. He turned, his tone tinged with impatience. What's the status, Tianyang? Have you been unable to contact our team? The suit's faint glow emanated from the miniature searchlight on his shoulder. The effective range of the light was already limited, and the absorption by the black fog rendered it even dimmer. With the meager illumination, it became apparent that they were in what seemed to be an archive room. Scattered papers lay on the floor, marred by chaotic footprints. Someone was crouching over a thick stack of documents, fiddling with a standard communication device. This instrument, resembling a radio, was designed for communication within the reverse realm, capable of sending and receiving data. Its built-in security measures prevented unauthorized eavesdropping. Comprised of a receiving antenna, a frequency modulation module, a reinforcement module, and a backup matrix. Circuit, the individual known as Tianyang, was currently installing components onto the communicator to enhance signal transmission. Despite his efforts, the electronic noise emanating from the device foreshadowed the challenging prospects for this small team. This is the collection team, Squad 4. I am Tianyang, Soldier Code 1507. If this message is received, please respond. After several fruitless attempts, Tianyang lifted his head. In the light, one could discern a youthful face, still bearing traces of innocence. No response, Captain. We may have ventured too deep, exceeding the communication terminal's maximum transmission range. Nearby, someone kicked a shelf forcefully, accusingly pointing at the captain in red armor. This is your fault, Qinwu. If it weren't for your reckless enthusiasm, we wouldn't be cut off by those damned wanderers. Captain Qinwu pointed at the fourth team member stationed at the door. Can you blame me? If it weren't for Donjian's baseless claims of detecting the Star Core signal, would I have rushed you all here? The team member at the door defended himself. My digital model is accurate. According to the latest activity data of the Wanderers, there must be a Star Core nearby. Qinwu rushed forward, grabbing his protective suit. Then tell me, where's the Star Core now? Silence. Tianyang raised his hand, forming a fist as a signal of caution. All members of the collection team, including the captain, anxiously turned their gaze toward the door. The corridor outside was marked by peeling walls, overgrown with mold. Strange sounds echoed from a nearby corner, resembling the labored breaths of a critically ill patient or the low growl of an injured beast. Tianyang retrieved a glow stick from his tool bag. Qinwu tensed. What are you doing? We need illumination. Don't worry. Captain Wanderers have no reaction to light sources. Tianyang bent the glow stick and tossed it around the corner. The chemical contents began to react, emitting a cool, bright light, in the cold bluish-gray glow. They could clearly see several distorted shadows appearing on the corner's wall. The figures swayed erratically, lingering in the adjacent corridor. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the corner, its skin rotting and oozing a dark green pus that dripped onto the floor with a sizzling sound, akin to water splashing on hot stones. The hearts of the collection team members raced, but fortunately, the hand quickly retreated. It's the Wanderers. They're here, Dongyan exclaimed, stumbling backward. Captain, let's get out of here. I don't want to be caught by those things. But how do we escape? Another team member shouted. Even if we rush through this corridor, there are more Wanderers bellow on the streets. In every building, they are everywhere. Shut up. Qinwu tightened his grip on his assault rifle, his eyes flickering. It seems we have no choice. He turned to Tianyang, extending his hand. New recruit, hand me your gun. Within his helmet, Tianyang's face reflected uncertainty. He instinctively tightened his grip on the rifle. The assault rifle was standard issue for the collection team. Although its firing power was limited, it could still disrupt the will of the Wanderers if used at the right distance, the only means to halt these dark denizens. Thus, relinquishing his weapon felt akin to surrendering his own life. At that moment, The glow stick's light began to fade. As the dimming light waned, a foot stepped forward, extinguishing the cold glow at the corner completely. The twisted figures advanced, and within the murky corridor, the pale light emanating from the Wanderers' prisons resembled will-o'-the-wisps dancing over a graveyard. "Quick, I'll hold them off, you all escape," Qin Wu urged. "I need sufficient firepower." "Damn it. Do you think I would harm you?" Tianyang bit his lip. "Fine." The young man surrendered his rifle and a magazine. Qin Wu took it, waving his hand. "You all exit through the window, climb up, and find another escape route." "Tianyang, you go first." Tianyang nodded and sprinted toward the window. Just as he took a step, bang! The boy's body jolted, blood gushing from his right thigh, splattering across the visor of his helmet like a blooming flower. He stumbled and fell to the ground. The abrupt turn of events left the other two team members in shock. Qin Wu shouted, "What are you waiting for? Come with me. There are too many Wanderers in the building now. His suit is compromised. The released beta pheromones will attract those dark bastards. This is our only chance." So that was it. Whether due to his injury or betrayal, Tianyang felt a chilling numbness in his limbs. Rage ignited within his chest, coursing through his veins, culminating in a deafening roar. "Qin Wu, why?" Within his helmet, Qin Wu sneered. "What's there to explain? I am of noble birth in the fortress. You, a lowly creature from the lower tiers, should feel honor for the chance to die for me." "You bastard!" Tianyang attempted to rise and confront Qin Wu. The dark muzzle of the assault rifle halted him in his tracks. Simultaneously, it brought him to a state of calm. Tianyang realized that anger would not alter his fate. Only a composed mind could offer a chance at survival. Qin Wu aimed the gun at the young man, then turned to the other two. "Are you leaving or staying here with him?" With that, Qin Wu headed towards the window. The two team members exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to follow their captain's lead. "Wait!" Tianyang drew a dagger, its blade turned toward his heart. "You can leave, but give me a first aid kit and 2 units of survival supplies." Qin Wu's temper flared. "Where did you get that knife?" The dagger was not part of the collection team's standard issue. Tianyang smirked. This dagger had been a gift from his mother for protection before their departure. She had spent her entire savings to purchase it. He had concealed it carefully, reluctant to use it, and Qin Wu was oblivious to its existence. "Qin Wu, I trust one need not remind you that the deceased do not emit beta pheromones. If you fail to provide me with what I seek, I might as well take matters into my own hands," Tianyang declared, his gaze resolute. Inside his helmet, Qin Wu was drenched in sweat, his eyes betraying a deep indecision. Tianyang turned to the other two team members. "Perhaps you should persuade Captain Qin Wu otherwise. Should I perish, one of you may very well be the next to be forsaken. After all, you two are merely expendable civilians, are you not?" Dong Yin and the other team members swallowed hard, gripping their rifles tightly. Though they dared not aim their weapons directly at Qin Wu, their fingers hovered perilously close to the triggers. Qin Wu noted this detail with a quiet curse in his mind. He was acutely aware that the rookie was applying pressure. Frankly, he had not anticipated such a scenario earlier. Had he known Tianyang would prove so obstinate, he would have chosen a different target than AS for the present. "I shall provide him with a first aid kit. Each of you must contribute 1 unit of survival supplies. Hurry, we are out of time." Qin Wu swiftly unbuckled his backpack, revealing a first aid kit within. The other two exchanged glances and retrieved their survival supplies, anxiously watching Tianyang. Only then did the youth slightly lower his dagger. Qin Wu exhaled in relief, snorted, and climbed through the window. Soon, the three of them utilized the external pipes to ascend, evading the prowlers within the building. As he watched them depart, Tianyang refrained from uttering any threats, instead etching this grievance into his heart, akin to a seed awaiting its time to sprout. Next, he reached for the first aid kit, but an unsettling noise emanated from the corridor outside. The sound, reminiscent of an air leak from a bellows, compelled Tianyang to turn his gaze. The pale, ghostly flames drifting in the dim corridor drew nearer, and Tianyang discerned a foot, oozing with thick pus and bearing only 3 toes, striking the ground with a heavy thud. Fluid splattered. The prowler had arrived at the door. Chapter 002. The hope of becoming stronger, damn it. Tianyang grasped a nearby rack to hoist himself off the ground, then hopped towards the door. With determination, he slammed the heavy metal door shut, just as it was about to sever the darkness of the passage and the pale ghostly flames beyond. Suddenly, a hand reached out, wedging itself between the door and the frame, preventing it from closing completely. Curse it! Tianyang brandished his dagger, swift and resolute. The sharp alloy blade sliced through the decaying hand with ease, akin to cutting through tofu, severing more than half of the palm. Finally, the door closed, and he quickly secured it, locking it tight as the incessant thuds and the oppressive gasps of the wanderers echoed from outside. The youth then pushed an iron cabinet against the door to barricade it, carefully maneuvering around the severed hand on the ground. He wiped the dagger, now tainted with the wanderer's corrosive bodily fluid, clean. However, the yellowed surface of the blade indicated it had lost much of its former sharpness. The wanderer's fluid, while limited in potency, was sufficient to dull the blade. Regardless, Tianyang stowed it away. It was a gift from his mother, the first present he had ever received, making it especially precious to him. Leaning against a rack, he settled on the floor littered with documents. The recent exertion had exacerbated his injuries. His thigh was stained with blood, prompting him to hastily retrieve a first aid kit. He opened it and took out a bottle of disinfectant spray, applying it to his wound, which cleansed the surrounding blood as well. Next, he used a scalpel and tweezers to extract a bullet lodged in his thigh. With a suturing device, he closed the wound, administered a painkiller, and applied a bandage. Having completed the task, he let the tools fall to the ground, sweat beading on his forehead beneath the helmet. After a moment, he took a supply of liquid nourishment and inserted it into the extractor of his protective suit. Upon activation, a straw emerged from the helmet, allowing him to sip the nutrient-rich liquid food that would sustain him for a day. The reverse realm was shrouded in omnipresent black fog, which was not merely a source of heat and light absorption. Ordinary individuals, unprotected, would perish if exposed to the fog for more than 15 minutes. Death was often the most favorable outcome. Others could become tainted by the fog, transforming into creatures akin to those outside the door. Thus, it was imperative to carry liquid nourishment in this realm, using the extractor to replenish sustenance in a sealed environment. After consuming the liquid nourishment, warmth finally returned to Tianyang's limbs. He moved his body, then took the remaining bandages and sealed the gaps in his protective suit, layering them thickly in hopes of preventing pheromones from leaking further. Whether it would be effective, he left to fate's discretion. Fortunately, it seemed that fate had not yet abandoned him. After a while, the pounding from outside gradually ceased. However, the danger was far from over. Their small team found themselves trapped here because the captain had recklessly ventured too deep, severing their return route from the multitude of wanderers. Unless a new path was discovered, Tianyang would be left to wait for death once their supplies ran out. Clenching his fists, he refused to succumb here. When he joined the collection team, he had vowed to ensure his mother, who had toiled for most of her life, would live comfortably. Moreover, he owed a debt of gratitude to Qin Wu, though he still did not know how to bridge the vast chasm of class that separated them in order to repay the scoundrel who had used him as bait. From outside, the muffled sound of gunfire reached his ears, the roar of an attacker's rifle. Tianyang propped himself up and moved to the window. Through the thin mist, he caught sight of lights flickering at the base of a building to the southeast, followed by a vehicle bursting forth from a dim alley. It was the standard transport for collection teams, a Coyote light off-road vehicle, equipped with a high chassis and omnidirectional wheels, capable of maneuvering with ease. Armed with a rapid-fire cannon and a forward-mounted light machine gun, it provided a measure of firepower. It appeared that Qin Wu and the others had successfully evacuated the building. But whether they could return to their team remained uncertain. Tianyang gazed at the sky. It was not entirely black. Though shrouded in gloom, it was not pitch dark. The atmosphere resembled that of a summer storm brewing, with heavy clouds obscuring the light. In this oppressive dimness, he could see the remnants of buildings across the street, their frames standing as mere skeletons. They, along with the outlines of more distant structures, formed a grim semblance of a city. Qin Wu was right. This reverse realm, numbered 127, bore a striking resemblance to the world in which Tianyang had lived. Yet he could not bear the thought of the world, once nourished by sunlight and rain, transforming into this ghastly visage. Perhaps, in a time long past, this world too basked in sunlight, alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. But now, it resembled a terminally ill patient, gasping for breath on the brink of death. A hollow wail echoed from the street below, and Tianyang observed several wanderers meandering near the building. Their distorted forms resembled those of lepers, grotesque manifestations of a world afflicted by a plague of living death. They were everywhere, aimlessly drifting, leaving a trail of filth in their wake. These abominable products of darkness resided at the bottom of the biological pyramid in the reverse realm. Clumsy and devoid of senses, they could, when gathered in sufficient numbers, overwhelm anything in their path. On his journey here, Tianyang had witnessed a throng of wanderers congregating, pushing against one another, resembling a writhing mass of serpents, twisting, rolling, and surging forth. The grotesque amalgamation spread along the street like a contagion, then scattered outwards, polluting the entire world. Presently, the number of wanderers below was still manageable, but Tianyang knew it would not be long before evil descended upon this place. They had to leave. But where to go? As he pondered this question, he noticed that the wanderers had moved to the intersection ahead. For some inexplicable reason, they suddenly halted, turning back in unison. Although wanderers often exhibited erratic behavior, their recent actions defied logic, as if they had encountered something that instilled fear, prompting them to retreat. What lay at that intersection? Determined to investigate, Tianyang slid down a pipe outside the wall, moving cautiously along the side. As one wanderer shuffled past him, he held his breath. Fortunately, the repulsive creature, oozing with pus, sensed nothing of his presence and continued on its sluggish path. Tianyang exhaled in relief, gripping his dagger tightly as he reached the intersection. It was a T-junction, the street eerily empty of wanderers. Vehicles lay overturned, remnants of what could barely be called transport, pitiful contraptions with only 4 feeble wheels and thin armor. These iron shells were now mere carcasses, helplessly invaded by grotesque, pallid fungi that thrived upon them. Through the faint light from his protective suit, Tianyang saw the ground littered with patches of varying sizes of fungi. A careless step would feel like sinking into muck, the sensation of decay and rot revolting to the stomach. He carefully chose his path, avoiding the fungal patches as he turned a corner, where a glimmer of light caught his eye. Stopping, he glanced back to see a passage leading underground not far from the corner. A conspicuous sign hung at the entrance, adorned with symbols and characters resembling some form of writing. The arcane script of the reverse realm eluded Tianyang's comprehension. However, the imagery was discernible, a train traversing through a tunnel. It appeared that the beings once dwelling in this realm had a peculiar penchant for excavating tunnels beneath their city, an unsettling curiosity indeed. At the entrance of the passage leading to the underground tunnel, a remarkable plant thrived. It bore a resemblance to the moonlight grass familiar to Tianyang. Yet this luminescent flora was, in fact, a crystalline entity known as starch crystal grass. In an instant, the boy's heart ignited with fervor, for the radiance emitted by the starch crystal grass was something that the denizens of darkness profoundly abhorred. Even the wanderers, indifferent to sources of illumination, would instinctively recoil from the vicinity of this extraordinary plant. More significantly, the starch crystal grass only flourished near the celestial marrow pillar. In other words, the underground tunnel might very well harbor the celestial marrow pillar itself. This exclusive treasure of the reverse realm served as a crucial conduit for ordinary individuals to ascend to a higher state, as well as the essential energy source for the operation of every fortress. Merely discovering the celestial marrow pillar would yield a considerable amount of contribution points. This was precisely why Qin Wu dared to venture into the depths. It turned out that the numerical model from Dongyan was indeed accurate. The celestial marrow pillar was present here. Had they chosen to explore further at that time, the narrative would have unfolded quite differently. Tianyang inhaled deeply within his hood and plunged into the passage. The deeper he descended, the brighter the light became. Upon reaching the ground, he was momentarily awestruck by the spectacle before him. A towering tree emerged within the tunnel, majestic and resplendent, with a straight trunk and a lush canopy. From its roots to its leaves, it radiated a silvery glow. The light was so sacred that it dispelled the darkness, akin to a brilliant lighthouse illuminating the night sea. rekindling hope within despairing hearts. This light symbolized his aspiration for strength. Tianyang extended his hand, his lips quivering, heart racing, as he excitedly approached the magnificent tree. Suddenly, a sharp, eerie sound echoed from above the passage, a jarring noise that set his nerves on edge, snapping the boy back to reality. He swiftly turned, raising his dagger, knees slightly bent, assuming a combat stance. Something was approaching. Chapter 003, Mastering the Galaxy. The star marrow pillar, resembling a tree, radiated a silvery luminescence that the denizens of darkness loathed. Logically, one would presume that no inhabitants from the reverse realm would venture near this place. However, the reverse realm itself is a world rife with unpredictability. The so-called common knowledge is merely a theoretical framework established by scholars within the fortress after decades of exploration. Yet, the history of the reverse realm extends far beyond these fleeting decades. Hence, deviations, even errors in common knowledge, are hardly surprising. Tianyang faced the passage but retreated toward the star marrow pillar, drawing courage from its sanctified silver glow to withstand the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, she appeared. Her long black hair flowed like seaweed adrift in water, buoyed by an unseen force, exuding an intangible malevolence. Beneath the dark tresses lay the visage of a young and beautiful woman, her skin as delicate as snow, her features flowing like water's grace. Her neck was long and straight, yet the area beneath her collarbone was concealed within a deep gray cloak enveloping her entire form. Her pitch-black fingers gently scraped against the walls of the passage, producing the very sound that Tianyang had just heard. It was so close, he nearly believed he had collided with a human. But as she emerged beneath the silver luminescence of the star pillar, a sinister hiss resonated as smoke began to rise from her exquisitely smooth face. A patch of her skin peeled away, falling to the ground and writhing like a white maggot. A wave of nausea washed over Tianyang. If this woman was composed of similar grotesque elements, the sight of her disintegration would surely transcend mere disgust. The woman, or rather, it, cautiously retreated a step, and from the charred visage, a milky white liquid streamed forth, filling the wound until she swiftly restored her former appearance. It gazed at the star marrow pillar with a glint of hatred, then extended a hand from the cloak. An exceptionally slender and graceful hand, yet in the next moment, it twisted into something grotesque. The arm swelled, muscles undulating beneath the skin, which shifted from white to crimson. Ultimately, the skin ruptured, transforming that delicate hand into a blooming mass of flesh and sinew. Tendrils plunged into the wall, tearing away its surface, ripping down a piece of concrete roughly the size of a meter. It fell toward the star pillar. The stone whistled like a cannonball, and Tianyang instinctively dropped to the ground, hearing the muffled thud of impact and the cacophony of shattered debris raining down. He glanced anxiously at the star pillar, noting that a small piece of its bark had been scraped away. Observing the insignificance of the damage, the woman emitted a maddening shriek, her voice brimming with loathing. As if she were an eternal foe of the star pillar, she suddenly flung aside her cloak, revealing a body that stood in stark contrast to her beautiful face. It was a horrific entity that could only exist in nightmares. Terms such as ugly or repulsive fell woefully short in its presence. Tianyang quickly averted his gaze, unable to endure even a second more. Fear coiled around his heart like a cold serpent. Even as he desperately tried to recall, he could barely remember that beneath the cloak, her body bore hundreds of orifices. In his peripheral vision, he caught a glimpse of venomous mists emanating from those orifices, black vapors contesting the silver radiance of the pillar for dominion over the passageway. When the two forces collided, the silver light danced within the black fog, akin to lightning flickering amidst summer thunderclouds. Then, the black mist dissipated, and the silver light receded, both forces clashing against one another. Tianyang gasped within his helmet. He now understood what he had encountered, a hundred-mouthed maiden. Alternatively, she could be dubbed the harbinger of black mist. The Reverse Realm's safety manual had mentioned that these dark denizens were regarded as a moving plague, nightmares in human form, enemies of light. They spread a highly concentrated black mist, being among the few dark beings unafraid of the star pillar's radiance. Indeed, upon encountering the star marrow pillar, they would strive to destroy it with fervor. Her danger level was rated as 3, with the assessment based on the rank of sublimators. In other words, only sublimators of rank 3 and above could contend with the Harbinger. As for ordinary individuals, the manual advised flight, if one could escape. Thus, upon regaining his senses, Tianyang turned to flee, but the nightmare had no intention of releasing him. Before he could circle the star pillar, a sudden force yanked him down, and he fell to the ground. Looking back, he saw the Harbinger extending a mass of tendrils from her cloak, those grotesque appendages, glistening with nerves and blood vessels, ensnaring his left leg. No, no, no. Tianyang sat up, attempting to slice through them with his dagger, but the alloy blade, corroded by the Harbinger's fluids, had lost its edge. Moreover, the tendrils appeared soft yet possessed an unyielding exterior. The blade scraped against them, emitting a sound that sent chills through him. The tendrils suddenly constricted, dragging Tianyang closer, and the repugnant form loomed larger in his vision. Despite his utmost effort, he could not prevent being pulled into the clutches of this nightmare. Suspended in midair, he found himself eye to eye with the Harbinger's alluring visage. She parted her delicate lips. Yet what emerged was not a seductive tongue, but a grotesquely enlarged mosquito proboscis. This black needle-like appendage lightly touched the visor of his helmet, which was designed to withstand immense pressure, yet it cracked like ice under strain. Tianyang's pupils dilated with terror, and with a faint sound, that lethal needle pierced through the visor. There was no barrier remaining between them. Darkness swiftly engulfed his left eye, and a sharp pain followed as the cold, viscous needle breached his soft eyeball. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Tianyang's lips, the excruciating pain igniting a fury within him. Clenching his dagger tightly, he drove it into one of the Harbinger's eyes, an eye for an eye. Surprisingly, her eye was equally soft, and the blade penetrated deeply. The woman's proboscis recoiled sharply, revealing that black mist was escaping from its tip, dispersing into the air. At that moment, Tianyang's heart sank. What had she injected into him when the needle pierced his eye? Before he could ascertain the answer, his body was flung through the air as the Harbinger, in pain, cast him aside with a violent flick of her tendrils. He crashed against the star pillar, rolling to the base of the colossal tree, collapsing atop its gnarled roots. Pain. Excruciating pain. It felt as if molten lava coursed through his brain, spreading between the grooves and lobes, scorching his very essence. The face within the helmet flushed crimson, and from the eye the Harbinger had pierced, black viscous liquid flowed forth. Desperately, Tianyang yanked off his helmet, exposing himself to the air of the reverse realm. He pressed his hands against his temples, curling into a ball on the ground, howling in agony. Dark veins began to swell upon his face, resembling some sinister pattern, radiating an aura of malevolence as they spread across his features. The remaining eye, once pristine, was now tainted by encroaching darkness, shrouding his perception in an impenetrable veil of black. Tianyang felt himself sinking, his 17 brief years of life flashing past like a fleeting panorama in the wilderness of his consciousness. As consciousness teetered on the brink of darkness, the sorrowful gaze of his mother and the sinister smile of Qin flickered incessantly in Tianyang's mind. On one side lay the unbreakable bond of familial love, while on the other festered a deep-seated loathing. These two emotions intertwined, weighing heavily upon him, one final provocative jolt to his nerves. Then, a thought surfaced in the depths of his heart. I do not wish to perish. I do not wish to perish. I do not wish to perish. I seek vengeance. A second thought emerged, overpowering the first with its fervent intensity. A resolute obsession cleaved through the encroaching darkness, revealing a radiant light, silver, pure, and brimming with hope. He reached out, grasping it with all his might. As the Harbinger extracted the dagger from its own eye with a tendril, blood streaming from the gaping socket, it directed its remaining sight towards the star pillar. The assault continued. It would not relent until this crystalline tree was obliterated. Unbeknownst to it, beneath the star pillar lay the boy, one hand tightly clutching the tree root. From that root emanated a silvery luminescence, a faint glimmer seeping through the protective glove, resting upon Tianyang's fingers. Then, it melded into him. The boy's fingertips gradually illuminated, as if within that flesh and blood, the entirety of the galaxy was contained. Chapter 004. A mere insect, how dare you be so audacious? Tianyang beheld the light. Initially, it shimmered in silver, then transitioned to orange, followed by red, and subsequently to blue, black, and purple. A kaleidoscope of hues, vibrant and surreal, reminiscent of an impressionist masterpiece. Before long, all the colors merged, swirling into a golden glow tinged with a hint of crimson, akin to the twilight sky at dusk. Within that dusky radiance, a magnificent river of stars began to emerge, formed from countless celestial bodies that spanned the horizon. Tianyang strained his vision, yet he could not discern the beginning or the end of this stellar river. Behind this celestial expanse, concealed within the gossamer-like glow of twilight, lurked a profound shadow. Its outline was indistinct, yet it was evident that the shadow bore a humanoid shape, albeit one of colossal proportions. In the presence of such a shadow, the stars seemed no larger than grains of sand. Tianyang could not shake the feeling that the shadow was stirring, its arm rising. Soon, he realized it was not a mere illusion. The shadow's arm had traversed the river of stars, causing countless celestial bodies to vanish within its depths. A brilliant void appeared within the radiant river of stars. That hand reached out towards Tianyang, moving with an uncanny swiftness, the vast distance between them seemingly diminishing to nothing. As it neared him, a single finger extended. The shadow's finger consumed all of Tianyang's vision, obliterating the sight of the river in the twilight glow. All that remained was the deepest blackness. Strangely, rather than feeling fear, Tianyang experienced a sense of anticipation at the prospect of contact. As the colossal finger, too immense for any planet to support, drew closer, he began to perceive flickering stars within the shadow. It appeared that the shadow itself was an alternate universe, one that was rushing towards him. Then, gently, it converged with the young boy. In that moment of collision, Tianyang felt his mind expanding, an overwhelming torrent of information flooding in, nearly shattering him. Ethereal whispers echoed in his ears, as if voices from another universe were speaking. He could not comprehend their meanings. Yet the mere act of listening produced a profound impact on his senses. At that instant, the entity attacking the star essence pillar in the tunnel abruptly halted. This grotesque being, akin to a startled beast, retreated in haste, the powerful gusts it generated creating piercing howls in the tunnel. Just moments ago, it sensed an immense will descending upon it, so vast that even the slightest brush of its edge incited a primal urge for self-dissolution. In human terms, self-dissolution equates to suicide. The entity would rather cease to exist than confront that will, fortunate enough that the focus of that immense presence was not on it, but rather on the human boy below. As the creature realized this, it noticed Tianyang grasping one of the roots of the star essence pillar. At that moment, the silver glow transmitted from the pillar surged through Tianyang's veins, nerves, and every cell within him. Soon, it encountered the black mist injected into him by the entity, a substance capable of corrupting life forms, transforming them into terrifying beings ensnared by darkness. Yet now, as the black mist clashed with the silver glow, a fierce battle erupted within the young body. The two opposing forces, governed by nearly contradictory principles, wreaked havoc upon Tianyang's fragile human form. The innate silver glow would have instinctively annihilated the encroaching black forces without regard for Tianyang's survival. However, the consciousness that watched over Tianyang subtly detached a minuscule signal, merging it into the silver glow that engulfed the boy's body. Like a masterful conductor, it maintained a high-pressure stance against the black mist while simultaneously directing some of the silver glow to repair the damaged cells, tissues, organs, and bones. The silver luminescence silently liquefied, enveloping the injured areas like a layer of mercury, forming a biological matrix to mend and enhance them. Tianyang's dark hair began to transform from the roots, gradually becoming a silvery white. In the blink of an eye, the boy sported a head of silver hair, each strand radiating a faint, misty brilliance. Within that inner battlefield, the black mist gradually faltered, the silver glow surging forth, dispersing, dividing, and consuming it. Consequently, the dark veins on the boy's face began to subside, and even his skin appeared smoother and more refined than before. Just as victory seemed imminent for the silver glow, the last, densest remnants of dark mist coalesced into a symbol resembling a black goat's skull, shrinking to a nanoscopic size and vanishing in a flash. This symbol was too diminutive, and since the immense will had only detached the faintest signal into Tianyang's body, it went unnoticed. Once the silver glow fully enveloped Tianyang, data began transmitting within his mind. These signals, inscrutable to humanity, conveyed the following information in human terms. Will data download complete. Commencing fusion with the host's deep consciousness. Comprehensive assessment complete. Host damage at 57. Repair initiated. Progress at 46. Threat signal detected. Threat level 3. Recommend elimination. Given that the host has temporarily lost function, puppet system activated. Mental fusion commencing. 10, 20, 30, 100. Suddenly, Tianyang raised his head. The remaining eye of the boy opened wide, the once deep brown iris now tinged with starlight. He gradually lifted his body, akin to a newborn, swaying unsteadily. Yet the entity continued to retreat. This dark creature sensed a threat, although Tianyang appeared human. An instinctual warning blared within it, alerting it to the extraordinary power concealed beneath that human facade. In a moment of panic, the entity let out a piercing scream, and from beneath its cloak erupted a barrage of tentacles, their impact akin to bullets fired from a heavy machine gun. A mere insect, how dare you be so audacious? Tianyang murmured, swaying as he raised his hand, silver luminescence streaming forth from his protective suit. The energy surging within him ignited his right eye, bursting forth with dazzling starlight. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a barrier as thin as paper materialized between him and the entity. This expansive barrier, composed of a diamond-patterned grid, divided the tunnel in two. The entity's tentacles collided violently with the barrier, which repelled them, causing them to explode upon impact. The only remnants left were the sparks of energy that scattered during the clash. For the first time, this dark creature experienced helplessness and powerlessness. Chapter 005, Awakening. The Avenger. With a failed strike, the tendrils of the Harbinger recoiled. Tianyang arched his body, lowering his center of gravity, adopting a running stance. The moment he leaned forward, the scenery before him began to blur. A kaleidoscope of colors enveloped his vision, transforming tunnels, walls, and star pillars into a vibrant haze. When he halted, the back of the Harbinger came into view, and the expression on the face of the dark denizen, a woman, was vacant. Just moments prior, the boy opposite her had vanished. As she sought to locate Tianyang's form, her body quivered suddenly. A jet of blood erupted from beneath her cloak, congealing into a blade-like shape, seemingly dictated by some unseen force. After a brief pause, the binding power over the blood dissipated, allowing the viscous, oil-like crimson liquid to cascade to the ground. A hand emerged in a slicing motion from the Harbinger's chest, Tianyang's hand. The boy, now positioned behind the dark denizen, had cleaved through the Harbinger's form with a single strike. Yet, this grievous wound inflicted upon the entity was of little consequence. It extended two tendrils, embedding them into the tunnel walls. With a sudden jolt, it extricated itself from Tianyang's grasp. The tendrils, elastic as rubber, stretched infinitely, propelling the Harbinger to the tunnel's apex. The enigmatic creature's form contracted sharply, flesh and tissue folding inward, its density escalating. In the blink of an eye, the Harbinger assumed a spherical shape. The cloak slipped away, and using the tendrils as support, it propelled itself forward like a bullet. The sphere erupted with thick black mist, enveloping its surface and swirling like flames. The dark fireball plummeted at high velocity, but Tianyang had already evaded it with a swift shift, causing the inferno to crash into the ground. The tunnel trembled violently as if struck by artillery, the earth fracturing in great swathes, and the ejected debris, swept by a circle of black energy, fell like dark crystals. The boy reappeared beside the star essence pillar, extending his hand to caress the trunk, fingers effortlessly sinking into the solid crystal. Raising his hand, he extracted large shards of star essence. Under some governing force, these crystals swiftly fused, forming a gleaming longsword that connected with Tianyang's palm. With a gentle press of his hand, he brushed across the blade. Within the crystal, Fine threads of light ignited successively, as the dark fireball extended its tendrils once more, propelling itself upward. The longsword, now radiant, was ready. From a distance, the boy resembled a conduit of the cosmos. The dark flames roared, gathering momentum, ready to launch forth. Tianyang lifted his sword, the river of stars sweeping through the tunnel, igniting a silver beam that cleaved the darkness in twain. This beam traversed the dark mist sphere, cutting through its very core with precision to the millimeter. In that moment, time seemed suspended. The black mist enveloping the sphere parted at the touch of the silver light, revealing the core beneath its shroud. The silvery thread slid over the sphere, penetrating the opposite wall of the tunnel. The surface, harder than alloy, along with an organ deep within resembling a human heart, split apart as if cut by iron wire. Yielding without a sound, blood gushed forth from the surface of the sphere. The central organ, originally glowing with an orange luminescence, now flickered like a candle in a tempest, quickly extinguishing. This organ was the Harbinger's will prison. With its shattering, the life of the dark denizen was brought to a close. The fragmented spheres skidded across the ground, leaving a trail of dark blood that resembled thick ink. Meanwhile, a dull rumbling persisted from the wall where the silver thread had penetrated. Peering into the fissures of the wall, one could see the silver light continuing to advance through the darkness, vanishing after traversing an unknown distance. If anyone were to excavate the city's foundation later, they would discover a fault extending for miles near the tunnel. The flesh of the Harbinger was decomposing swiftly, and mere seconds later, only a puddle of mold-like black residue remained. Crackling sounds echoed as fragments of crystal broke away, cascading to the ground like powder. In Tianyang's eyes, the starlight dimmed. The torrent of energy within him ebbed like a retreating river. Along with it, an external signal gently stirred his nerves before returning to its source. He uttered a phrase in human tongue, releasing the message carried by the signal: transcend, evolve, grow, my apostle. As the final syllable escaped his lips, the boy collapsed to the ground, akin to a puppet after its performance. Time passed, and Tianyang groaned softly, awakening slowly. He sat up, shaking his head to clear his thoughts, surveying the remnants of destruction surrounding him. Bewildered, he had no inkling of what had transpired. Yet, a stroke of fortune lingered. The Harbinger was no more. Surviving an encounter with a level 3 threat was indeed a stroke of luck. Suddenly, a chilling recollection surfaced. Before his consciousness faded, it seemed the Harbinger had injected something into him. Hastily, he shed his protective gear and examined himself closely. Discovering no abnormalities, except for a peculiar mark on the back of his right hand. An indistinct hand, formed of black mist, clasped a crescent-shaped scythe. At the edge of the scythe's blade was a symbol. What could this signify? As this thought surfaced in his mind, a cold, emotionless voice resonated in his ear. This is the emblem of the Avenger's class. Startled, Tianyang glanced around frantically. Who is speaking? No response came. Avenger? Class. As he pondered these terms, information materialized in his mind. Avenger Class Level 1. Assassin Ability. Weakness Detection. Instant Kill. Transcendence Progress. 14 Next Class. Eradicator. Silence enveloped the tunnel. Tianyang stood like a statue beside the star pillar, motionless. A tempest of emotions surged within him. Had he become a transcendent? An Avenger class? It seemed there was no such classification within the fortress's known ranks. Could it be a new class? Transcendent. Transcendent. A laugh escaped his lips, but he quickly stifled it, wary of attracting any mysterious entities with his mirth. Yet, he could not contain his elation. The identity of Transcendent represented so much. Among other things, it would grant Tianyang a new life, one in which he could provide a better existence for his mother and seek justice from Qin Wu for the injustices endured. All the dilemmas that had plagued him fell away before the promise of being a Transcendent. Chapter 006. I have returned. The Lighthouse Outpost. This is one of the few outposts situated within the 127th Reverse Realm, constructed to facilitate the exploration of 3 cities and numerous small towns within a 500-kilometer radius. It serves as a haven for personnel to rest, receive medical attention, and replenish supplies. The outpost is built beneath a dam, with a structure towering 50 meters above it. housing a large-scale water purification system that provides daily water supplies for the base. Additionally, in the event of a large-scale attack, the dam's floodgates can be detonated to create an artificial flood. Fortunately, in the decades since the establishment of the Lighthouse outpost, this drastic defensive measure has yet to be employed. At the entrance of the outpost, heavy blast doors are flanked by defense towers, where powerful searchlights sweep continuously over the trenches ahead. With the assistance of an intelligent electronic system, only one soldier is required to man each tower. At this moment, a warrior clad in black full-body armor in the left tower stifled a yawn, thanks to the filtration and purification systems within the tower, which prevent the permeation of the black mist. The soldier was not obliged to wear a helmet. This was one of the few advantages of working in the defense tower. The communicator embedded in the armor blinked, signaling a message in the private channel. "So, Weibo, you haven't dozed off, have you?" The soldier, named Weibo, chuckled and replied, "I just nodded off 10 minutes ago. Goodness, the monotony of duty in the defense tower is driving me mad. I should have applied to join the Nightstalker Expeditionary Corps. Save it. You're a civilian. Your father wouldn't want you to take such risks. Who in their right mind would voluntarily join the Nightstalkers, except for the lower class and madmen?" Just as Weibo was about to retort, an alert signal flashed across the computer screen, indicating an approaching presence of dark denizens near the base. "Damn!" Weibo sprang to his feet, his fingers dancing rapidly over the virtual keyboard as a holographic window opened ahead. The window revealed the open area in front of the base entrance where several staggering figures appeared. Despite the inadequate lighting, the soldier could not discern their exact features. But from their distorted forms and the grayish-white flames flickering before them, it was evident that they were a few wraiths. Weibo breathed a sigh of relief. A few wraiths hardly posed a threat, although this area had seldom been frequented by dark denizens since the base became operational. There were always a few blind creatures that wandered in. However, Weibo's relief was short-lived as he noticed something trailing behind the wraiths, an automobile. With its flimsy exterior and devoid of any weaponry, the vehicle bore only 4 tires, which appeared deflated. This was unmistakably one of the common vehicles from the Reverse Realm cities, rumored to have been inspired by the scrap metal found therein. Weibo rubbed his eyes, convinced he was seeing things, for surely those vehicles lacked sufficient power to be in motion. Soon, the reason became clear. It was the wraiths. Someone had shackled these grotesque beings with iron chains as thick as an arm, the other ends of which were tied to the car's bumper, forcing the wraiths to act as beasts of burden, dragging the vehicle forward. Wraiths were not livestock. They could not be driven with a whip. Thus, on either side of the automobile hung a lantern, its transparent casing containing a sprig of star crystal grass. The glow emitted by the grass instinctively repelled the wraiths, resulting in the peculiar scene displayed in the holographic window. Unable to contain his admiration for this ingenious concept, Weibo let out an exclamation of genuine astonishment. Just then, the defense tower received a communication. "Defense tower, do you read me? This is Tianyang from the 4th Squad of the collection team. Soldier code 1507. Requesting entry to the base, and please inform the experimental department that I have several live wraith specimens for them to retrieve." Tianyang poked his head out of the car window, repeating his previous statement as the communicator crackled with a slightly panicked voice. "Defense tower acknowledges. Initiating identity verification. Please hold." A moment later, the blast doors of the base opened, and several specialized vehicles rolled in, including 2 specimen transport vehicles from the base's experimental department. The wraiths were handed over, and Tianyang also submitted the star crystal grass he had collected. Although he could not bring back the star essence pillar from the tunnel, he had marked its location on the map, which would also be a significant contribution. Wraiths, star crystal grass, and the star pillar map. These 3 items would earn Tianyang 4,000 contribution points. Within the fortress, 1,000 contribution points could sustain a family of 3 for an entire year. Thus, after registering Tianyang's achievements, the officer responsible for documentation looked at the young man with a hint of envy. "Your left eye is injured. I recommend a visit to the medical center. Moreover, since you have just returned, protocol requires a full-body examination. It would be best to report to a superior officer afterward." After uploading Tianyang's information to the base system, the officer in charge of the base's defense made this suggestion. Tianyang voiced his request. Sir, I wish to meet the Night Stalker commander. The base officer hesitated. I fear the commander would not make a special trip for a mere collection team member, even if you've brought back a substantial haul. Pointing to his own nose, Tianyang asserted, perhaps you've noticed that I am not wearing a helmet. Indeed, I am now an ascendant. Moreover, my awakened class has not been disclosed in the Fortress's public records. Perhaps the commander would find that intriguing. You mean, a brand new class? Wow. Cough, I apologize. The officer finally relented. Very well. I will arrange for a soldier to escort you to the hospital. As for your request, I will report it to the Night Stalker headquarters. Whether the commander will see you is beyond my control. That will suffice. Thank you. A base vehicle took Tianyang through the blast doors. As he gazed out the window, he saw supply transport vehicles heading toward the storage area. 2 Falcon high-speed assault vehicles sped past, preparing to leave the base. Standard vehicles for the Night Stalkers, though which squad was embarking on a new exploration mission, remained uncertain. In the distance, on the base's training grounds, several three-dimensional combat units were engaged in combat drills, developed to compensate for the numerical disadvantage of ascendants. The base remained as vibrant as ever, its personnel resembling a tireless ant colony, diligently and efficiently exploring the world. Retracting his gaze, Tianyang murmured softly, I have returned. Chapter 007, Prelude to Revenge at the Forward Base. In the diagnostic center, Tianyang reclined upon an automated examination bed. A pristine white medical diagnostic device, under the control of mechanical arms, conducted a comprehensive examination of the young boy. The assessment lasted 15 minutes, after which the diagnostic apparatus retracted into the ceiling, transmitting the data to the personal control panel of the attending physician. The control panel resembled a sheet of silver foil, displaying information regarding Tianyang's physical condition. After perusing the data, the physician folded the panel into a card-sized format and casually pocketed it. A gentle smile graced the face of a female doctor with smooth black hair. All your metrics are normal, with no signs of black mist contamination. However, the vitreous of your left eye is completely damaged, and I will need to perform an extraction surgery shortly. Tianyang covered his left cheek. Is there no way to repair it? The physician replied apologetically, the damage exceeds 70%, and many nerves are compromised. This is irreversible harm. Of course, you could acquire a brand new eyeball through a medical 3D printer, but that can only be done at the Fortress's medical center and is quite expensive. Alternatively, you could apply for work-related injury recognition from your department, which would provide some compensation. At the very least, obtaining a functional electronic prosthetic eye should not be an issue. An electronic eye? Tianyang pondered. That is certainly better than being blind. Once my contribution points arrive, exchanging for a fully functional tactical electronic eye should be feasible. With a soft whoosh, the automatic door of the diagnostic center opened, and someone entered. A young man with tousled flaxen hair, shimmering under the light, bore a youthful yet rugged face, marked by a subtle weariness. He wore simple, clear glasses perched upon a straight nose, behind which his eyes gleamed with a sharp, blade-like intensity. Clad in a dark military uniform adorned with a silver insignia depicting a crescent moon and a traveler, the emblem of the Nightwalker Exploration Corps. Ah, General Lang, what brings you here? The female doctor exclaimed, her face illuminating with surprise and unmasked admiration. The young man inclined his head slightly. Apologies, doctor. May I have a moment alone with him? The doctor, naturally unwilling to refuse, stole a few lingering glances before exiting the diagnostic center. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ling Feng, chief strategist of the Nightwalkers. Tianyang hastily leaped from the bed, clenched his fist against his chest, and proclaimed, Soldier Tianyang of the collection team. Reporting to the general. Ling Feng's gaze fell upon the insignia on the back of the boy's hand, and he remarked nonchalantly, The commander is not present at the Lighthouse Base, so I am here to meet you. You say you have awakened a new rank? Indeed, General. The rank I have awakened is called Avenger. Tianyang replied loudly. Ling Feng extended his hand, adjusting his glasses slightly. Avenger rank? I must admit, I have not heard of it before. Does it harness the star essence? Star essence is an energy within sublimators, essential for utilizing their abilities. I'm not very proficient yet. It may take some time. The boy admitted, somewhat shyly. Ling Feng took 2 steps back. Show me. Tianyang nodded, closing his eyes to attune himself to the power within. Moments later, a faint glimmer escaped from his hair, resembling stardust. The insignia on the back of his hand, depicting a scythe-wielding hand of dark flame, began to waft like a living entity. A peculiar aura enveloped the boy, one that Ling Feng had never sensed in other sublimators. Moreover, the insignia was unlike anything he had encountered before. Its activation by the star essence indicated that it was, indeed, genuine. The chief strategist spoke softly, "That will suffice. I now believe you have awakened a completely new rank. So, tell me, what is your purpose in seeking an audience with the commander?" Tianyang opened his eyes. Seriousness etched on his face. "I wish to join the Nightwalkers." Ling Feng replied succinctly, "No problem. We Nightwalkers welcome every sublimator. I will have my aide assist you with the onboarding process, and within 48 hours, you will receive your notification." "No, General. I wish to become a member of the Nightwalkers immediately and gain all the rights of a sublimator, such as civilian status." Ling Feng's expression chilled. "What you seek can indeed be granted, but the processing will require time." Tianyang stood his ground. Perhaps the new Avenger rank could expedite the process. If the Nightwalkers cannot accommodate, then the Storm Brigade, Iron Wall Guard, or the Church of War Masters might be able to assist. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint emanating from his pupils. "Soldier, are you threatening me?" Tianyang gritted his teeth, enduring the palpable aura of menace radiating from the young man before him. "I am merely stating a fact, General. A new rank, complete rank information, and ability diagrams. Possessing these, the Nightwalkers could apply for additional financial support. Compared to that, my modest request is trivial." Ling Feng remained unresponsive. Tianyang stood resolutely. The atmosphere in the diagnostic center was tense. After several breaths, Ling Feng finally spoke. Why the urgency for these matters?" Tianyang clenched his fists, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes. "I have my reasons, General. This is a prelude to revenge. But such matters need not be reported. The fewer who know, the better." Ling Feng did not contest this. "Very well, you are now a member of the Nightwalkers, with civilian status and all associated rights. I am the guarantee of this." Tianyang saluted. "Thank you, General." Ling Feng nodded. "I will provide you with specific arrangements shortly. For now, rest. Regarding your new rank, do not mention it to anyone. It would be wise to conceal that insignia." As he exited the diagnostic center, Ling Feng cast one last glance back at the boy. The emergence of a new rank could ignite upheaval in the Golden Council and the 4 great churches. You underestimate your own value. You could have made more demands. From the advent of the first sublimator to the present, a millennium has elapsed. Within this span, 9 ranks have emerged. Countless battles have demonstrated the existence of a relationship of mutual restraint among the ranks. Each fortress city, constrained by resources, tends to cultivate different ranks. Thus, the diplomatic focus and strategic layout of a fortress are often adjusted according to the sublimator's ranks within. The emergence of a new rank signifies a potential upheaval in the established order. Historically, there have been instances where the introduction of a new rank reshuffled the global landscape. Now, the 10th rank has manifested. Through research and observation, grasping its rank information and ability diagrams will reveal which ranks it counters. If applied correctly, sublimators awakening this new rank could become a formidable force, serving as a vital bargaining chip in the fortress's diplomacy. However, Tianyang has only recently awakened. This fledgling must be protected and nurtured to grow into a towering giant. Upon returning to his office, Ling Feng sent an encrypted message to his superior. He then convened with those who had interacted with Tianyang, issuing a confidentiality order. The fewer who knew about the new rank, the better, especially the Church of War Masters, as Ling Feng wished to keep the boy distanced from them. After all, that church harbored immense interest in sublimators and the various mysteries of the reverse realm. Chapter 008. Infinite Possibilities. The Black Bullet Bar stands as one of the few entertainment venues within the forward base, albeit exclusively catering to officers, specifically those of higher civilian status. Thus, when Tianyang approached, It came as no surprise that he was intercepted. Situated in the residential area of the base, there was no need for protective gear. After leaving the diagnostic center, the young man changed into civilian attire, with the attending physician thoughtfully providing him with a blackout mask. In addition, Tianyang donned a pair of fingerless gloves to conceal his rank insignia. Upon being stopped, he produced a silver card bearing the emblem of the Night Stalker and the character Ling. This card symbolized Ling Feng's will and had been delivered to him by Ling Feng's adjutant after Tianyang underwent an eye removal surgery. Possession of this card ensured the young man's rights. With it, he sought the information he desired. Upon seeing the card, the bartender, who was working part-time, promptly saluted Tianyang and ushered him inside. The bar was bustling with activity, with groups of higher-ranking officers laughing boisterously, given that it was a base bar. Music and dancers were absent. When the bartender inquired what Tianyang wished to drink, he declined, stating that he was not there to imbibe but rather to find someone. Upon entering, he quickly spotted his target, Qin Wu. That unscrupulous captain was seated at the bar with two companions, boasting loudly. At that moment, the situation was perilous, with perhaps 20 to 30 wanderers approaching unsteadily from the corridor. I had no choice but to stay back and cover for my men, allowing them to escape first. Regrettably, we lost one in the process. Qin Wu sighed. He was a rookie, only 17. Such a pity. Despite his lament, a smile crept across his face as he raised his glass for a hearty sip of malt liquor. Is that truly the case? For I have heard that Captain Qin deliberately shot the rookie in the leg to draw the wanderer's attention, allowing himself to flee. An unexpected voice interjected, already somewhat inebriated. Qin Wu erupted in anger. Which scoundrel dares spout nonsense here? His gaze then fell upon Tianyang, and he was taken aback. You're alive. Tianyang smiled. Thanks to your benevolence, Captain, I have returned. The two accompanying officers exchanged glances and discreetly moved aside, eliminating the barrier between the young man and Qin Wu. With a grim expression, Qin Wu remarked, How did you manage to enter? Now that you've returned, take a couple of days to rest and refrain from wandering about. Especially, mind your tongue. Tianyang reached into his pocket, retrieving a small chip, which he placed on the bar. Surely the captain knows that our helmets are equipped with recorders. How fortuitous that it captured your actions. I wonder if presenting it to the base council might procure me some justice? Qin Wu's expression shifted dramatically as he snatched the chip, crushing it in his hand. Now get out, he barked, pointing towards the exit. Unfazed, Tianyang remained resolute and even requested a glass of water, which the bartender dared not provide. It was clear to all that the young man was deliberately provoking the higher-ranking officer. You refused to drink. Do you wish to face punishment instead? Qin Wu gestured, and soon the bar's doors and windows were sealed, isolating the interior from the outside world. Qin Wu sneered, Kid, don't attempt to play games with me. You have two choices. Either leave quietly and pretend this never happened, or I'll leave you a lasting memento, one that might require a hospital stay of several months. And I will see to it that you are thrown into prison. Don't doubt my capabilities. Oh, and let us not forget your mother, who came to see you off when you enlisted. She is still quite young and beautiful, perhaps out of pity for her unfortunate son. She might be willing to engage in some unsavory dealings. At this, Qin Wu chuckled, exchanging knowing glances with his companions. Tianyang's eyes blazed with fury as he retorted, Qin Wu, you have violated battlefield ethics by shooting your own soldier and leaving me there to perish. Now, not only do you refuse to admit your guilt, but you also dare to threaten me. Do you not regard the fortress code? Qin Wu regarded him with mockery. It seems you do not understand. The fortress code exists to protect those of higher status. You, a mere inhabitant of the lower city, are akin to a rat in a gutter or a cockroach in a trash bin. When have you heard of laws protecting vermin? You lowly scum, unworthy of even a surname, dare to lecture me on the law? It is absurd. Let me tell you, your tireless efforts and struggles are merely to ensure our lives are better. The value you create only serves to elevate our status. Feel free to be angry, to vent. But sadly, nothing you do will alter this reality. Your fate was sealed the moment you were born. Do you still wish to discuss the law with me now? The bar fell silent. Some officers wore expressions that were far from friendly, clearly disapproving of Qin Wu's elitist rhetoric. Yet, no one would dare to stand up for a lower-class soldier. Such was the game's rule. As Tianyang gazed at Qin Wu's smug face, he suddenly found even the wanderers more endearing than the captain. The young man descended from the high stool, hands in his pockets. I initially thought that if you would acknowledge your mistakes and accept the law's retribution, it would benefit us both. Clearly, I was overly naive. The weak have no right to voice their opinions. Thank you for enlightening me. I shall not make the same mistake again. Tianyang strode toward the door, his gaze lifting toward a recorder nestled in the bar's corner. Stop. As anticipated, Qin Wu's voice boomed from behind him. Drawing a live handgun, Qin Wu advanced, forcing Tianyang to turn, aiming the weapon at his forehead. Did I say you could leave? Oh, am I not allowed to leave? The young man showed no fear, which unsettled Qin Wu. How dare a mere lower-class citizen oppose him? You may leave, Qin Wu's expression twisted, if you kneel and lick my shoes clean. Only then will I consider allowing you to depart. Tianyang's lips curled into a slight smile. You are insulting my dignity. Qin Wu laughed heartily. If I wished, I could throw you into a dark cell where the perverts would teach you what true hell is. The young man nodded. I am pleased to hear you say that. What? Qin Wu paused, bewildered. A glimmer emanated from Tianyang's silvery hair. Have you heard of the 3 fundamental laws of the fortress? They supersede the fortress code. One such law states, the sublime must not be infringed upon. Whether individual or collective, regardless of status, no one may attack the sublime in any form, including provocation, harm, or words. Furthermore, when their life is threatened, the sublime possesses the right of exemption and may retaliate without limit. As Tianyang concluded his statement, a glint of cold steel swept across Qin Wu's wrist. The latter's pupils dilated in disbelief as he beheld his gun hand severed from his body. In Tianyang's grasp now lay a dagger. It was only then that Qin Wu noticed the ethereal glow emanating from the young man, a sign of the star essence within him manifesting. With another swift motion, the dagger flashed again. Qin Wu felt a chill at his throat, instinctively reaching to touch it, only to gaze in horror at his palm, now stained crimson. He retreated step by step, a gurgling sound emanating from his throat, yet not a word escaped his lips. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend that Tianyang had dared to take his life. The youth then remarked, Let me clarify. Life is replete with infinite possibilities. No one's destiny is predetermined. At this moment, Qin Wu found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden impulse surged within Tianyang. An unexpected datum regarding hierarchy flashed in his mind, revealing subtle changes. Chapter 009. The game of capital at the outpost of the Nightwalker's command. As the automatic door slid open, Ling Feng looked up from a report to see his aide. Lin Yang, a middle-aged man in his 40s, entered with a rueful smile. Ling Feng adjusted his glasses, intrigued. Let me guess, that young man has caused some trouble? Lin Yang couldn't help but admire his superior's insight. Not exactly trouble, but rather quite astonishing. Oh, Ling Feng's interest was piqued. If it has surprised you, it must be quite remarkable. He hasn't gone after his former captain, has he? To be precise, he has killed his former captain, Lin Yang replied, activating an interface on the wall that transformed it into a projection screen. The scene displayed a bar, revealing 2 pivotal figures, Tianyang and Qin Wu. As Ling Feng observed the unfolding events, a rare smile graced his lips. While it may not be flawless, it is certainly meticulous. He sought the identities of the Nightwalkers and the upper class as a pretext for revenge. Lin Yang raked his fingers through his hair. His thoughts are rather intricate, but his ambitions are too limited. Now that he is an ascendant, why quibble with a mere squad leader? If he wishes for retribution, he could simply follow the proper channels without resorting to such theatrics. Ling Feng interlaced his fingers, resting his chin upon them. I beg to differ. It is precisely because he is an ascendant that he should act this way. Lin Yang looked on in surprise. Why is that, General Ling? Ascendants must not err. Ling Feng's gaze turned cold, embodying the ironclad rules of the fortress. If that young man were merely an ordinary person, the disparity in status would render his quest for vengeance foolish. Even if he succeeded, he would still be a fool in my eyes, for he would soon face a greater storm. But he is an ascendant now, and was schemed against by Qin Wu. If he were to follow the normal procedures, how would others perceive him? If manipulated, It could jeopardize the status of ascendants within the fortress. Over the years, there have been numerous voices questioning whether we should continue to invest so many resources in ascendants. Tianyang scoffed. Those fools who only sit in their offices could never fathom that only ascendants can suppress high-level dark denizens. Ling Feng's gaze shifted to the young man on the screen, who had just slit a throat. Precisely for this reason, the dignity of ascendants must be upheld. Today's incident serves as a warning to certain individuals. Even if you belong to the upper class, as long as you are not an ascendant, you must not provoke them. Lin Yang felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that this young chief of staff likely intended to leverage this incident. The young man had no idea that his actions would become a currency in the upper echelons of power. Meanwhile, Tianyang was oblivious. Upon leaving the bar, he felt his hands tremble slightly. Despite appearing calm and collected while discussing murder, he was in fact quite anxious. The rigid class structure of the fortress had long impressed upon him one undeniable truth. The status of the upper class was unassailable, at least for those of lower standing. Yet just moments ago, he had killed a member of the upper class. The scenario had unfolded precisely as he had envisioned. And now Tianyang experienced a thrilling sense of breaking the rules and transcending boundaries. He also felt the superiority of being an ascendant. In the bar, despite the presence of numerous upper-class officers, none dared to confront him, a notion that had been unfathomable in the past. Those arrogant upper-class individuals lowered their heads in his presence, granting him an extraordinary sense of power over the world. His nerves buzzed with a mix of tension and exhilaration, and he lost track of how he returned to the dormitory of the collection team. He sat on his single bed for 5 minutes before finally calming down, recalling that before he left the bar, his rank information had seemingly changed. As this thought surfaced, certain details became clear. Vigilante rank, level 1. Assassin ability, weakness sensation. Instant kill ascension progress, 25 next rank. Eradicator Tianyang quickly grasped the significance. The ascension progress had suddenly increased by 11. What could have caused this? As far as he knew, ascendants typically advanced by increasing the concentration of star essence. Now that he had become an ascendant, he understood the concept even better. The concentration of star essence correlated to the progress of ascension, and to elevate this concentration, the conventional method was through combat. During battles, star essence would be activated and consumed, subsequently regenerating through cellular renewal, thereby gradually increasing its concentration. Additionally, one could absorb energy from the pillars of star essence. But those pillars themselves were vital resources. Even though ascendants were invaluable to every fortress city, it was not common to lavishly supply them with star essence. From the aforementioned information, it was clear that the concentration of star essence should gradually increase, and it was utterly implausible for it to jump by 11 in a single instance. Tianyang narrowed his eyes. Could it be related to my quest for vengeance? This seemed the only plausible explanation. Considering his rank, the possibility grew stronger. If this were true, then each rank would likely possess its own method for significantly enhancing the concentration of star essence. Ascendants harbored countless secrets, even in this age of super-information. Some mysteries remained undisclosed. At least yesterday, Tianyang, as an ordinary denizen, had not been privy to such knowledge. Suddenly, the door to the dormitory burst open, and a wave of pungent alcohol flooded in, assaulting Tianyang's senses. The overpowering stench of cheap liquor mixed with sweat was far from pleasant. You didn't die," came the voice of his teammate Dong Yin, who, along with another comrade, carried a bottle of liquor each. They had just returned from the soldiers-only bar. "Holiday time," Tianyang shrugged. Surprised? The two soldiers exchanged glances, and Dong Yin kicked the door shut. "Does the captain know you're back?" The other soldier appeared visibly anxious. Tianyang replied nonchalantly, "You can ask him yourself." The soldier frowned, displeasure flickering across his face. Dong Yin forced a smile. "Tianyang, we're all glad you're back. Leaving you behind was not our intention. You wouldn't report us, would you?" Tianyang smiled back. "What do you think?" Dong Yin's smile vanished instantly. "Tianyang, you must know your place. Since you're alive, let us just forget about this." "Alive, so we can overlook it?" Tianyang shook his head. "If I were to leave you gasping for breath, would you also consider that negligible? So, you will report us then?" Dong Yin's tone turned hostile. Tianyang corrected him. To be precise, this matter should already be known to the higher-ups. The incident of me taking down Qin Wu in the bar has likely spread, and the upper echelon has no reason to remain uninformed. However, the Nightwalkers will certainly handle this, which is why I wish to join them upon my return. I need to find a strong ally. Dong Yin and his companions' expressions changed, realizing that although Qin Wu was the mastermind, they had not intervened. According to the fortress's laws, they were complicit. They could face expulsion from the military or even imprisonment, effectively ending their lives as they knew them. With this thought, a fierce glint appeared in their eyes. They exchanged a glance and nodded in unison, advancing towards the young man seated on the edge of the bed. New recruits. This is of your own making. Dong Yan's face twisted with rage. Regardless, I do not mind adding another charge to my name, another individual remarked. Tianyang was well aware of their intentions. I advise you to retreat now while there is still time. Trust me, this is for your own good. Oh, is it? Unfortunately, they paid no heed to Tianyang's warning. Just as a violent incident was about to unfold, the dormitory door was suddenly thrust open, and a cry rang out from outside. What do you intend to do? Chapter 010. The skyward fortress outside stood two individuals. One of them, Dong Yin, recognized as the deputy commander of their collection team, was Officer Luo Hao. This man, whose thinning hair was becoming increasingly sparse with each passing year, was known for his amiable disposition. With merely 7 or 8 years left until his retirement, Luo Hao often embodied a congenial demeanor. However, at this moment, his face was a mask of astonishment and fury. Struggling to fit his portly frame into the cramped dormitory, he lunged forward with an unexpected swiftness, forcibly separating Dong Yin and his companion, delivering a resounding slap to each. What do you think you are doing? How dare you treat Mr. Tianyang in such a manner? Apologize immediately. The deputy commander's roar echoed throughout the empty dormitory. Dong Yin and his companion were momentarily taken aback. Mr. Tianyang? Apologize? They could hardly believe their ears. Tianyang turned to the other man outside, a middle-aged figure with graying temples and a resolute countenance. Luo Feng, S.A.D.K.A. Tianyang recalled him introducing himself as Lin Yang during a previous delivery. The deputy commander's current demeanor was evidently influenced by Lin Yang's presence. Indeed, had it not been for Lin Yang, Luo Hao would not have been so incensed. Neither the Sublimers nor the Nightwalkers were foes that the collection team could afford to provoke. Relieved that he had arrived in time, Luo Hao thought of the potential repercussions had Dong Yin and his companion taken matters into their own hands. Seeing that the two soldiers remained rooted in place, Luo Hao's ire intensified. I will not say it again. Apologize. Apologies, Mr. Tianyang. Speak louder. Apologies. After several repetitions, Luo Hao finally donned a smile. Mr. Tianyang, is this satisfactory? Tianyang, aware that Lin Yang had pressing matters to discuss, chose not to pursue the issue further with Dong Yin and his companion. Simply nodding in affirmation, Luo Hao immediately summoned several soldiers to detain them. Clearly, the relevant authorities were already addressing the incident concerning Tianyang. Once the collection team departed, Lin Yang entered, presenting Tianyang with a box. Inside is your new identity card. The application for an apartment in the upper district has been submitted, and arrangements should be finalized within a week or two. Additionally, General Ling has scheduled your installation surgery for the electronic eye at the Fortress Medical Center. Should you wish to upgrade to a more advanced model, that expense will be your own. A high-speed train is set to return to the fortress shortly. I have secured a seat for you. Pack your belongings and make your way to the station. Rest at the fortress for a few days, and should any new assignments arise, I will have someone notify you. Tianyang saluted. Understood, Commander. Lin Yang nodded and exited the dormitory. After Lin Yang departed, Tianyang let out a cheer, quickly gathering his belongings before heading to the base station. Upon arriving at the rear base of the craft gate via high-speed train, he utilized the Sublimer exclusive passageway, undergoing a brief inspection before reaching the vicinity of the craft gate. The imposing black steel archway stood wide open, facilitating the passage of vehicles and pedestrians between the reverse realm and the fortress. The light beyond was bright, in stark contrast to the dimness of the reverse realm. Taking a deep breath, Tianyang approached the gate, quickening his pace until he finally stepped into the radiance. Crossing between two worlds always evoked a peculiar sensation, akin to emerging from behind a curtain of water. After adjusting to the brightness outside, Tianyang beheld the transfer platform of the fortress. This vast platform, prior to the construction of the fortress, had merely been an expanse of barren land. One day, the 127th craft gate appeared quietly, and upon its discovery, a fortress city was erected around it. In truth, most fortress cities came into being in a similar fashion. The Skyward Fortress, where Tianyang was born, was relatively young compared to other cities, boasting just over a century of history. Thus, it was evident that the various buildings and facilities within the fortress still gleamed with vitality. Tianyang carefully navigated the throngs of vehicles, particularly avoiding the heavy transport trucks laden with construction materials, resembling colossal steel beasts relentlessly delivering copious resources into the reverse realm to support the establishment of the third outpost base. He also took care to steer clear of individuals dressed in eccentric attire. These individuals lacked a unified uniform. Their equipment varied widely, yet they all exuded an unmistakable aura of danger. They were prospectors. Each reverse realm was vast, far too expansive for any fortress city to fully explore. Thus, the profession of the prospector emerged, as these fearless souls ventured forth in groups into the reverse realm, risking their lives in pursuit of treasures that may not even exist. The fortress relied on their endeavors to enhance the mapping of information within the reverse realm. Simultaneously, any profits garnered from the reverse realm were subject to a 20% tribute to the fortress. Nevertheless, prospectors continued to flood into the realm, with fortunate individuals inspiring many more to join this perilous vocation. Tianyang's residence was in the lower district, so after departing the transfer platform, he boarded the city loop train. This vital mode of transportation connected various districts, as not everyone could afford their own vehicle, nor were all permitted to drive within the fortress. Consequently, the loop train, departing every 15 minutes, became the preferred choice for city dwellers. Of course, the train could not reach every corner of the city. In the lower district, it only had 3 stops. After disembarking, one had no choice but to rely on their own legs to traverse the district. As the train traversed the outer loop of the upper district, Tianyang gazed out the window, captivated by the sight of an almost boundless sea. The Skyward Fortress was situated near a bay in a region characterized by frequent rainfall, making sunny days a rarity. Observing the sunlit surface of the sea, sparkling like a blanket of jewels, brought him immense joy. This was his favorite scene. Every time he beheld the ocean under a clear sky, it felt as if all his troubles evaporated. Suddenly, the light outside dimmed. Tianyang realized the train had entered the fortress's canopy corridor. Due to the rainy climate, immense circular canopies enveloped the upper skies of the Skyward Fortress. When the weather was fair, they would retract their coverings, allowing sunlight to flood the district. During storms, the streamlined design of the canopies could channel rainwater away, minimizing wind load and protecting the structures within the district from the ravages of tempestuous weather. The circular canopies were equipped with numerous rainwater collection pipes, directing the harvested rainwater to storage tanks at the desalination plants. There, it underwent distillation and desalination processes before being distributed to various districts for residents' use. As the train exited the canopy corridor, a blinding beam of light nearly rendered Tianyang unable to open his eyes. This luminescence emanated from the windows of the watchtowers atop the canopies. Beneath the watchtowers, rows of turbine artillery towers symbolizing military might stood in formation, their multifunctional tracks ensuring they could be maneuvered in any direction within the fortress. As the watchtowers and artillery arrays gradually receded from view, the train plunged into a tunnel, signifying the departure from the upper district as it journeyed toward the middle and lower echelons of the fortress. Chapter 011, she said, let go in the lower city district. As the train approached the Shadow Street station, a soft announcement echoed through the carriage. Passengers alighting, please exit in an orderly fashion once the doors open. Tianyang stood at the yellow line before the doors, stepping out only when they slid open. Upon reaching the platform, a cold wind swept over him, reminiscent of being deep within a cavern. An aluminum can rolled across the ground, finally coming to rest beside an overturned trash bin. A few homeless individuals, wrapped in tattered blankets, rummaged through the bin in search of food that did not exist. Tianyang walked briskly into the bustling yet chaotic street. Shadow Street. It would take him a good 40 minutes to walk home from here. It was said that the central and upper districts were serviced by public trams, but alas, the lower district had none. Situated at the city's lowest point, even on sunny days, the streets remained shrouded in gloom, giving Tianyang the unsettling sensation of having returned to the underworld. The lower district was synonymous with chaos and filth, housing a multitude of factories, various industrial plants, unprotected machinery, and extensive pipelines were jumbled together with the makeshift shanties and tin houses of the local populace. The residents lived like parasites within the city, humble and resigned. The streets were teeming with hurried pedestrians, most of whom were laborers toiling in the factories. Each day, they exerted themselves to the utmost, earning just enough contribution points to sustain 1 or 2 days of living. Their eyes lacked any spark, mechanically repeating the monotonous tasks dictated by instinct. As Tianyang passed a narrow alley, he noticed it was packed with homeless individuals, some lying down, others seated, all pleading for a chance at work whenever someone passed by. More often than not, such pleas went unanswered. Occasionally, children would chase one another past him, perhaps the most vibrant group in the lower district. However, a moment's inattention might result in them pilfering wallets or food. Outside the bars, one could see several scantily clad women standing around. Unable to engage in strenuous labor and lacking the education for even the most mundane office jobs, they resorted to selling their bodies to survive, catering to those gold seekers who could afford such lavish services. At the Volcano Bar, renowned for its spirit named Volcano, Tianyang did not come for a drink. Instead, he sought his mother, Nanfei, who worked as a cleaner there. It was one of the few respectable jobs available to women in the lower district, and she cherished it dearly. Tianyang understood that her employment was partly due to the affection the bar owner, Kaidi, held for her. A burly man with a thick mane of chest hair, Kaidi had once been a member of a gathering team, but retired after losing a leg in the underworld. With his pension, he opened the bar in the lower district, faring better than many others, though his business could hardly be described as thriving. To Tianyang's surprise, despite Kaidi's fondness for his mother, he had never openly expressed it. Yet, whenever Nanfei encountered trouble, he was always willing to assist her. In fact, it was Kaidi who had helped Tianyang join the gathering team, which made him hold a certain fondness for the rough man. Pushing open the bar door, Tianyang found the afternoon clientele sparse, scattered in dim corners. The air was heavy with the stench of cheap alcohol. Scanning the room, he did not see his mother, but he did spot Kaidi, who was polishing glasses behind the bar, a pipe clamped between his teeth. "Kaidi, where's my mom?" Tianyang inquired directly at the bar. Kaidi's bushy brows twitched. "You little rascal, how many times must I tell you to call me Uncle Kaidi? Mind your manners, or your mother will give you a beating. By the way, why has your hair turned white? What else with the eye patch? Don't tell me you lost an eye during your trip to the underworld." Tianyang dismissed the concern. "It's nothing. They've scheduled me for an electronic eye surgery soon, and I won't need this patch anymore." Kaidi sighed. "That may be so, but seeing you like this has left Nanfei gloomy for days." Tianyang chuckled. "She won't be sad for long. I've prepared a surprise for her, and she'll be delighted. Let us hope so." Kaidi glanced toward the kitchen. Just as the door swung open, revealing Nanfei, her hair tied up, a sheen of sweat on her fair face, dressed modestly and carrying a garbage bag. Apparently just finishing cleaning the kitchen. As Tianyang moved toward her, a large, hairy hand suddenly reached out and seized Nanfei. A muscular man clad only in a tactical vest grinned. "Miss, how about sharing a drink?" Nanfei's expression darkened, and she replied coldly, "Please show some respect. I don't entertain. Let go of me." The man chuckled. "Then how about a night together?" Before his laughter could fade, a glimmer of silver flashed at the corner of his eye, followed by a knife plunging into the hand he had placed on the table, pinning it down. A faint light shimmered from Tianyang's silver hair, illuminating the dim bar with a faint glow. Fire surged in Tianyang's lone eye, and his voice, cold as ice, pierced through the air. She said, "Let go." Behind the bar, a glass shattered on the floor, splintering into pieces. The incident unfolded too swiftly for Kaidi to comprehend. He hadn't even seen how Tianyang had moved, for the distance between the bar and the table was at least 10 meters. "Damn it, my hand!" the man shrieked, releasing Nanfei and reaching for the holster at his side. "Stop, Tai Shan!" A slender man stood up cautiously, addressing Tianyang with utmost respect. "Esteemed sublimator, please forgive my companion's rudeness. I offer my sincere apologies for his recklessness and would like to compensate this lady appropriately." The man named Tai Shan shuddered, finally recognizing the faint light emanating from Tianyang. A sublimator. Even the weakest sublimator was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary man like him, especially without heavy weaponry at hand. Had his companion not intervened, that knife might have found its way to his heart. Tianyang scoffed, withdrew the knife, and pointed toward the exit. "Apologies and compensation are unnecessary. Now get out. You are no longer welcome here." Being Kaidi Esbar, Tianyang wished to avoid escalating the situation, not wanting to disrupt his business. The slender man nodded repeatedly, helping his companion as they departed, looking rather disheveled. "Tianyang, you've become a sublimator? Wait, why has your hair turned white? And what else with the eye patch?" Nanfei exclaimed, echoing Kaidi's earlier inquiries. Yet this time, for reasons unknown, Tianyang felt a twinge of guilt. Observing his mother's anxious expression, he murmured, "Mom, let me explain." Behind the bar, Kaidi chuckled heartily. Even as a sublimator, this little rascal still fears his mother. Chapter 012. Mother and son. On this very day, the lifeless body of Qin Wu was returned to his residence in the upper district. Upon receiving this news, Qin Jie, the head of the 3rd security station in the upper district, hastily abandoned his duties and rushed home, initially hoping it was merely a misunderstanding. He was met with the sound of weeping resonating from the hall upon opening the door, causing his heart to plummet. With heavy footsteps, he entered the hall. At the center stood a refrigerated coffin, beside which his wife, a woman adorned in finery, was weeping uncontrollably, supported by 2 maids to prevent her from collapsing. On the other side, Qin Jie noticed several officers from the collection team, alongside a stern-looking stranger. He immediately lunged at one of the officers, gripping his collar and demanding loudly, "What happened? Why is my son dead?" The officer, drenched in sweat, tried to pacify him. "Mr. Qin, please calm down and let me explain." "I will not listen," Qin Jie bellowed. "I only wish to know how my son met his end." "Your son confronted a transcendent and threatened him, resulting in a justified fatal response," one of the bystanders interjected. "Mr. Qin, please accept my condolences," the resolute man continued. Qin Jie, his eyes bloodshot, retorted, "Who are you?" The officer hastily introduced, "This is Chief Lin Yang, the assistant to the chief strategist of the Nightwalkers." After a brief nod from Lin Yang, Qin Jie was informed, "Your son collided with a member of the Nightwalkers. Hence, Chief Lin has come to extend condolences." "How dare you?" Qin Jie roared. "Even if my son confronted a transcendent, does that warrant his death? This matter will not be settled like this. I shall report this to the city lord's office." Lin Yang calmly responded, "Mr. Qin, I previously mentioned that it was not merely a confrontation. Your son aimed a gun at the man's head. The fortress's regulations permit a transcendent to retaliate without limitation in such a scenario. Additionally, prior to this incident, your son committed several offenses during a collection mission, including abandoning his team, injuring a teammate with his weapon, and exploiting others to create an opportunity for escape. To put it bluntly, your son had a checkered past. His death is not to be mourned. However, in light of his demise, the fortress military will not pursue his previous transgressions. Should you harbor any grievances, you may file a complaint with the Fortress Military Justice Department." With that, Lin Yang slightly bowed, expressing his sympathy once more before departing. As he reached the door, he paused and added, "Oh, Mr. Qin, besides representing the Nightwalkers and offering condolences, I wish to advise you, let bygones be bygones." After the officers took their leave, Qin Jie unleashed his fury, smashing the furniture and decor in the hall. Once his rage subsided, he panted heavily, "Let it go? Is this a warning against seeking vengeance? The Nightwalkers, how formidable they are." His wife raised her gaze. "Qin Jie, this is our only son. If you do not avenge him, you are unworthy of being called a man." Qin Jie remained silent, his expression as dark as a stormy sea. in the lower district. At the shanty located at 1837 Yushui Road, Tianyang glanced at his mother with a hint of guilt. Ninfei stood with her back to him, gazing out of the window at the tranquil flowing waterway. After a moment, she spoke. So, you not only became a transcendent but also joined the Nightwalkers? The young man nodded vigorously. Yes, 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 Mom. The Nightwalkers are already applying for an apartment for me. Once it's approved, we can move. I've thought it through. I'll rent a place nearby for you so that I can visit when I'm off. Also, I'll see if I can help Cuddy set up a bar in the upper district. By then, I'll be a shareholder. If you have nowhere to go, you can earn some money there to pass the time. Nanfei responded. You seem to have thought this through. Tianyang ruffled his hair. It's all right? You don't oppose it, do you? I do oppose it, Nanfei said calmly as she turned to face him. Tianyang, I hope you can withdraw from the Nightwalkers. Tianyang was taken aback. Why? Nanfei bit her lip gently. Just trust me on this. I don't want to move. I'm quite content here. I only wish for your safety. Tianyang forced a smile. Mom, I am already a transcendent. I can provide a better life for our family. The Nightwalkers, the Storm, and the Iron Wall. Among the three military factions, the Nightwalkers offer the best conditions. Suddenly, Ninfei erupted. I said to withdraw. If you must serve, then join the Iron Wall. But not the Nightwalkers or the Storm. I will not allow it. She rarely exhibited such volatility, a sight Tianyang seldom witnessed. He tried to soothe her. Mom, listen to me. No, you listen to me. Nanfei grasped her son's shoulders, her eyes filled with emotion. If you still recognize me as your mother, then go and withdraw from the Nightwalkers. Finally unable to contain himself, Tianyang shrugged off her grip. Why should I? Mom, I'm not a child anymore. Why do you never believe in me? You reacted the same way when I wanted to join the collection team. I simply cannot understand what is wrong with wanting our family to have a better life. He took 2 steps back and shouted, and every time I ask you who my father is, you say I'm too young and that it's not the right time. Is it because you are too domineering? Nothing is allowed. So my dad couldn't take it and left. Slap. Nanfei struck her son across the face. Her eyes reddened, trembling all over. How can you say that? Tianyang covered his face, huffing in frustration as he stormed into his room. Bang! The door slammed shut. Nanfei wanted to follow, but hesitated. Finally, she sighed and stepped out of the shanty, crouching at the entrance while lighting a cigarette. Tianyang's bedroom was small, containing only a bed with neatly stacked books at the foot. Titles such as Summary of Fortress Regulations, Overview of the 9 Major Ranks, Survival Rules in the Reverse World, and Transcendent Wars, Analysis of Classic Battles adorned the covers, all worn and yellowed with age. These books had been Tianyang's companions since childhood. They had always been present. Yet whenever he inquired about their origin, his mother would remain silent. Tianyang privately speculated that they must have belonged to his father, given the annotations found within, unmistakably in a man's handwriting. Looking at them, Tianyang sighed, regretting his earlier impulsiveness. Raising a child in the lower district was a formidable challenge, and he understood the hardships his mother had endured over the years. Although he still felt that Nanfei's insistence on his withdrawal from the Nightwalkers was unreasonable, he regretted speaking so harshly to her. Tomorrow, he would apologize. As Tianyang lay on his bed, he thought to himself. Chapter 13. Civil Rights. The following day, Tianyang emerged from his bedroom, intent on offering an apology. However, he soon discovered that his mother had already left. On the table lay a modest breakfast, a thermos containing nutritious oatmeal and a fresh egg. While the fortress housed a farm, eggs remained a luxury in the lower city. This single egg might represent an entire day's wages for his mother. Gazing at it, Tianyang felt increasingly like a scoundrel. After consuming the oatmeal, he couldn't bring himself to eat the egg. Instead, he carefully cracked the egg white, extracting the yolk, intending to steam it lightly for his mother's return. After devouring the egg white, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed a layer of dust accumulating on the floor, suggesting that his mother had been too busy to clean lately. Thus, he procured a broom and began tidying up the room. Upon entering his mother's quarters, he found Nanfei's bedroom to be quite orderly. A small potted plant adorned the windowsill, and a picture frame rested on the shelf against the wall beside the bed. Inside was a photograph of her and Tianyang. though he was merely an infant cradled in Nanfeng's arms. The photograph had evidently been cropped. It appeared that another figure had once stood beside Nanfeng. Was it their father? Why had he been removed? Tianyang picked up the frame, lost in thought. Suddenly, a knock at the door jolted him back to reality, and he assumed it was his mother returning. Hastily, he placed the frame back, but in his fluster, it slipped from his grasp and shattered. "Is Mr. Tianyang residing here?" came a voice from outside, somewhat grating. Tianyang glanced at the broken frame with relief that it was not his mother at the door, and quickly exited the bedroom. Opening the door, he was greeted by a tall, slender man with slightly graying hair neatly combed. His uniform appeared somewhat ill-fitting, and although he endeavored to present a serious demeanor, he appeared rather comical. "Who are you?" Tianyang asked, not recognizing the man. With a broad smile, the man replied, "I am from the Upper City Registration Office. Congratulations, Mr. Tianyang. Your registration in the Upper City has been successfully processed. According to Fortress regulations, you may add 2 more individuals to your registration, limited to direct relatives. Therefore, I have been dispatched to assist you with the registration. Additionally, I will outline the rights and obligations of the upper citizens, although you may already be aware." Reluctantly, Tianyang invited him inside. After surveying the room, the man cleared his throat and began to recite. According to Fortress regulations, upper citizens, particularly those who are transcenders, possess the following rights. Firstly, the right to reside in the upper city, where you will enjoy all the conveniences provided by the fortress. Secondly, the right to choose a spouse, which must not be confused with the universal right to marriage. The right to choose a spouse is exclusive to transcenders, allowing you to select a woman of your liking for marriage, and she cannot refuse unless she wishes to leave the Tianyang fortress. Even upper citizen families cannot refuse this right. However, I doubt anyone would turn down such an opportunity, Of course, you may only select one spouse, as fortress marriage laws stipulate that each man may have only one wife. Tianyang chuckled awkwardly. I currently have no plans to marry. Furthermore, each transcender possesses the right to have partners, and there is no limit to the number. Even if one is already married, this right remains intact, owing to considerations of genetic optimization. After all, you are aware that the offspring of transcenders have a high probability of becoming transcenders themselves. Should your contributions to the fortress exceed 100,000 points, you will gain the right to establish a lineage. You may choose a surname for yourself, which will be passed down to your descendants. The first 3 generations of this family may inherit your surname, along with the status of upper citizens, property, and rights. The man continued reading for nearly 10 minutes, nearly lulling Tianyang to sleep. Just as he contemplated ushering him out, the man finally concluded his lengthy declaration, placing an electronic key on the table. What is this? Tianyang inquired, eyeing the key. This is your designated transport from the fortress, an electromagnetic unicycle. It is located outside, and its access permissions have unlocked most areas for your travel. I hope you find it satisfactory. Once the registration officer departed, Tianyang stepped outside to discover the unicycle parked nearby, prompting a soft cheer of delight from him. This unicycle, powered by an electromagnetic engine, could recharge at electromagnetic charging stations scattered throughout the city. Its gyroscopic balance system ensured that even novices could navigate it with ease. Although its top speed was limited to 60 kilometers per hour, it sufficed within the fortress. After the biological module was registered, Tianyang's information was inscribed in the owner's section of the vehicle. Despite his eagerness to take it for a spin, he returned to Nanfeng's bedroom. The broken frame still lay unaddressed. It was precious to his mother. If she returned to find it damaged, it would likely incite a storm of discontent. Tianyang gathered the pieces, intending to find some glue to mend the frame. Suddenly, he noticed a slip of paper tucked behind the photograph. Had the frame not broken, he might never have discovered it. Opening it, he found a receipt from the Upper City Tianyang Fortress Storage Service. The receipt indicated that someone had anonymously stored an item there for a duration of 50 years, with the storage fees already prepaid. Upon inspecting the date of issuance, Tianyang was astonished to realize it was dated 17 years ago. 17 years ago, wasn't that the year of my birth? Who could have stored something at the storage service? Could it have been Mom? What could she have stored, and why had it remained unclaimed for so long? As Tianyang pondered the receipt, a bold thought surged within him. Could the stored item be something related to his father? Once this notion arose, it refused to leave his mind. Hastily, he repaired the frame, returning it to its rightful place before taking the receipt and heading out. The unicycle system featured a built-in navigation device, and despite having never visited the upper city, he successfully navigated to the storage service by midday. Upon entering, he was greeted by a professionally smiling woman dressed simply. Her eyes filled with surprise and disdain as she regarded Tianyang. Her astonishment stemmed from his attire, which did not resemble that of an upper city resident, but rather that of a lower citizen. The presence of a lower citizen in such a place was indeed remarkable. Her disdain was rooted in his status, for this storage service primarily catered to upper citizens. After all, could a lower citizen, who struggled for daily sustenance, afford storage fees? Though she was merely a commoner, she felt infinitely superior to these lower citizens. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you?" Despite her superiority complex, the woman was evidently professional enough not to dismiss him outright. Tianyang produced the receipt. "I am here to retrieve an item." The woman accepted the receipt, glancing at it before responding nonchalantly. "May I see your personal identification card?" Tianyang nodded and handed her the new identity card issued by Lin Yang. She took it and placed it on an electronic scanner on her wrist. The chip in the identity card would reveal most individuals' information within the city. When the words Transcender appeared beneath his name on the device's screen, the woman nearly dropped the card in shock. For ordinary citizens, Transcenders were figures of unattainable status. Not only commoners, but even upper citizens treated them with utmost reverence. The woman could not fathom why someone of such stature would personally come to retrieve an item, rather than simply sending an assistant. Moreover, this esteemed sublimator appeared rather youthful and was dressed in an exceedingly, rather plain manner. Fortunately, I did not misspeak earlier, otherwise I would have been in dire straits. The woman's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. As she warmly linked her arm with the young man's, "Mr. Tianyang, please follow me. The item you wish to retrieve requires some time for verification and inspection. Allow me to escort you to the lounge where you can wait. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask." The mature woman's ample presence weighed upon his arm, leaving Tianyang with an indescribable discomfort. He was not yet accustomed to such proximity with the opposite sex and hastily withdrew his hand, finally feeling a sense of relief. 15 minutes later, a locked briefcase was placed before him. Upon opening it, he discovered only one item within, a diary. Chapter 014. Sulai. This is a bound notebook. Its deep brown leather cover embossed with silver wings. The corners feature vintage bronze book corners, intricately engraved with flowing patterns. Tianyang gently opened the cover, revealing the left bottom corner of the title page, inscribed with the name Sulai. It was evident that this belonged to the diary's owner. Although he was eager to peruse the contents, Tianyang chose to tuck it away into the tote bag provided by the storage shop. After he departed, a manager, sporting a handlebar mustache, hurried back to his office. From his drawer, he retrieved a slender communication board. The manager typed a message. "Dear sir, I regret to inform you that the item you were interested in has just been collected. The individual who retrieved it is named Tianyang, a transcendent. Unfortunately, I am not permitted to disclose any further information." Having completed his message, he sent it. Upon leaving the storage shop, Tianyang did not return immediately to the lower city. Instead, he sought out a park. Yes, a park, in this lower city, devoid of such luxurious amenities. The youth settled into an outdoor chair beneath the shade of a tree and began to leaf through the notebook. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, casting its rays upon the elegant yet powerful script of the diary, and Tianyang meticulously absorbed each word. October 7th. This marks the 100th day since I met Nanfei. O Lord of War, though I am not your disciple, I must express my gratitude for allowing me to meet this girl within your congregation. I feel it imperative to document these beautiful days so that in our old age, we may reminisce over them. Perhaps by then, Nanfei will tease me, for I do not appear to be the type to keep a diary. Well, who cares, haha. After finishing the first entry, Tianyang noticed his hands trembling slightly. It was astonishing that Sulai knew his mother, Nanfei, and it appeared they were romantically involved. Could it be that Sulai was? The youth eagerly continued reading. October 23rd, just returned from a mission, utterly exhausted. Were it not for the need to uphold the family's honor, I would never have ventured into the abyss. It is perpetually dark there, filled with countless grotesque creatures. Nothing compares to the sunny bastion, and most importantly, it is where my beloved resides. Nanfei, I am back. October 24th. Just had a heated argument with the old man. It's been years since we last clashed like this. He is so stubborn, insisting I be matched with a young lady from the Rin family. What a joke. She is merely a pretty face, devoid of substance, and quite average in appearance. I cannot fathom what the old man sees in her. Ah, I understand now. It must be the annual contribution of 10,000 points promised by the Rin family. November 7th. Poor Nanfei fell ill today. Yet, there is a certain charm to her when she is unwell. But I cannot tell her this. Or she might think I am a lecher. Am I? Certainly not. Essentially, these entries chronicle the trivialities of Su Lai's relationship with his mother, including his father's opposition. An arranged marriage, Su Lai's departure from home, and ultimately, his father's reluctant compromise. From the information gleaned from the diary, it was clear that Su Lai was an esteemed citizen of the Bastion. However, as an eminent contributor, he was prohibited from bearing a surname. Regrettably, Su Lai divulged little about his family, leaving Tianyang unaware of his father's occupation within the Bastion. However, given the frequent references to missions, it was likely that Su Lai served in one of the units, Nightwalkers, Storm, or Harvesters. Continuing further, in mid-May of the following year, Su Lai's father passed away. By early August, Su Lai's mother was already pregnant, and Su Lai's excitement and joy were palpable in his writings, as he secretly planned to marry her. August 27th, another mission awaits. This one seems to require quite some time. Alas, I had hoped to wed Nanfei by early next month. It seems I must ask Jingnan to prepare everything in secret. Upon my return from this mission, I shall marry Nanfei. She will surely be overjoyed. August 28th, it is decided. The child in Nanfei's womb shall be named Tianyang. I hope he possesses a heart as vast as the sky and a future as radiant as the sun. I still have some literary flair as a father, even if it is slightly less than Jingnan's. I should mention this to Jingnan and seek his opinion on the name. This was the final entry in the diary. It was not that there were no subsequent records. Rather, the following pages had been torn out. Staring at the jagged edges, Tianyang's heart brimmed with questions. Why had the diary ended here? What transpired afterwards that led his mother to live alone in the lower city with him? The last entry confirmed that Su Lai was indeed his father, yet why had he not appeared over the years? Had Su Lai grown weary of his mother and abandoned them, or was there another reason? Tianyang closed the diary and shut his eyes. At least two individuals were privy to the truth: his mother, Nanfei, and the Jingnan mentioned in the diary. His mother had always been reluctant to speak of his father, and should he inquire, she would likely refuse to divulge anything. What if she began to question him, especially if she discovered he had secretly taken the storage shop's receipt? The youth shook his head vigorously. Indeed, he could only seek answers from the individual named Jing'an. However, with the Bastion's population exceeding 100,000, how could he possibly locate this Jing'an? Was he even still alive? Suddenly recalling the staff member from the household registration office that morning, Tianyang smacked his thigh. Right? He could ask for assistance there. The household registration office should have access to resident information. The youth sprang to his feet, dashed out of the park, and hopped onto his electromagnetic bike. He activated the navigation system, heading straight for the household registration office. By 3 in the afternoon, Tianyang was riding back to the lower city. The household registration office had agreed to assist him, but even with Tianyang's status as a transcendent, they were unable to casually disclose resident information. Thus, Tianyang filled out an application form, which the office would submit to the Bastion's Information Management Department for approval. Only upon their consent could they access the relevant data. At the earliest, it would take a week to receive any news. Tianyang could only return home with the diary, hoping to conceal it before his mother returned from work. As he arrived at the shack and set his bike down, he noticed a figure in front of the dwelling. He jumped, initially thinking it was his mother returning early. Instead, it was a man clad in the dark uniform of a Nightwalker. Tianyang felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that he had received a mission? Chapter 15. The recovery mission, the figure before Tianyang donned a black uniform adorned with a crescent moon and a traveler-s emblem, unmistakably marking him as a night walker. Upon noticing Tianyang, the man promptly stepped forward to salute, declaring, "It is an honor to meet you, Commander. I am Private Yambing of the Nightwalkers, reporting to you." Yambing appeared to be somewhat older than Tianyang, yet he seemed merely an ordinary individual rather than an ascendant. It was the first time Tianyang had been addressed as a commander, leaving him feeling slightly awkward yet exhilarated. At ease. "Is there a mission assigned from above?" With thick brows and bright eyes, Yambing exuded warmth. He placed a silver-gray mechanical armor case at Tianyang's feet. "This is the equipment allocated for you. Additionally, Commander Lin Yang has tasked me with delivering this to you personally. He mentioned he will reach out to you later. As for the existence of a mission, I am not privy to that information." He then produced a communication device, presenting it solemnly to Tianyang. Accepting it, Tianyang nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for making this trip." Yambing stood at attention once more, saluting. "It is my honor to serve you." With a smile, he departed. Tianyang carried the armor case and the communicator into his room. As he placed the items on his bed, the communicator buzzed to life, receiving a communication request. Upon connection, Lin Yang's image materialized on the screen. "Have you received everything?" Lin Yang, holding a dispatch board, appeared to be at work. Tianyang responded loudly, "Received, Commander." Lin Yang set down the dispatch board, his tone unembellished. "At present, I am unaware of your abilities and specialties, so I have only provided you with standard equipment for the time being. After a while, we will make adjustments based on your performance during the mission. Alternatively, you may customize your equipment through the fortress's weapon merchant, with expenses split between yourself and the military. Oh, and one more thing I must inform you of. Tomorrow's ocular implant surgery will include a recorder to gather data on your rank. Correspondingly, a special allowance will be added to your monthly salary. I am uncertain of the exact amount, but it should be substantial." Tianyang beamed. "Thank you, Commander." Lin Yang shook his head. "There is no need for gratitude. This is what you are entitled to. Lastly, you have a mission coming up. I will send the specific details to your communicator shortly. That is all." Tianyang saluted, and the communication ended. Setting down the communicator, he opened the armor case to reveal several foldable compartments, each housing a combat knife, a firearm, a set of armor, and a Nightwalker uniform. The standard equipment for ascendants was evident. The electronic screen on the case provided detailed specifications. First was the combat knife, known as the high-vibration particle combat knife, capable of severing objects at the molecular level, crafted from a special metal sourced from the 78th reverse realm. It boasted durability and resistance to wear. The knife, encased in a black sheath, featured a discreet design with dark yellow anti-slip patterns on the handle, subtle yet exceptionally sharp, instantly captivating Tianyang. Next was the firearm. Smaller than the assault rifle used by collection teams, this weapon, termed the Assault Star Essence Rifle, possessed far greater power. Star Essence refers to one of the fortress's utilizations of the Star Essence pillar. Through decomposition and processing, a high-purity energy body resembling crystal is obtained, known as star crystal. When diluted, it produces a luminescent gas, referred to as star essence. Inhaling star essence temporarily enhances the abilities of ascendants, serving as a stimulant. It can also be stored in gas magazines to be used as ammunition for star essence firearms. For instance, a single magazine of star essence can sustain over 500 shots from the rifle, and a specialized cooling system prevents misfires or magazine overload explosions during rapid fire. Additionally, the rifle is equipped with a long-range scope and a folding tripod, allowing it to function as a sniper rifle, albeit with limitations compared to professional sniper equipment. The assault defense armor, crafted from special composite materials, stands out due to the incorporation of star crystal fragments, remnants from the star essence pillar. This armor effectively defends against certain attacks from the dark denizens, particularly those with contaminating and invasive traits. It comes with a multifunctional belt housing a portable toolkit, energy packs, and high-energy rations, enabling ascendants to survive independently in the reverse realm for a while. From this equipment, it is evident that the fortress holds ascendants in high regard. Ordinary soldiers, even those from armies like the Storm that also operate in the reverse realm, do not possess gear derived from the star essence pillar. Finally, the uniform, a high-collared black long coat with a double-breasted button design, featured a silver military emblem on the chest, with silver stripes against a black background on the shoulders, embellished with a star insignia, marking the rank of second lieutenant. This is the minimum military rank for every ascendant within the fortress. Excited, Tianyang donned the uniform, finding it surprisingly well-fitted. Some special designs allowed for freedom of movement, while the specialized fabric rendered it resistant to wear. Naturally, should it get damaged, he could apply for a replacement. The Nightwalkers had a budget for such expenses. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside, signaling his mother's return. Hastily, Tianyang removed the uniform to avoid upsetting Nanfei and concealed the mechanical armor case beneath his bed. Carefully, he opened the door to find his mother, who was holding a bag and extracting bundles of dried vegetables, evidently just back from the market in Shadow Street. Taking a deep breath, Tianyang stepped out of his room. "Mom, you're back?" Without looking up, Nanfei replied, "Yes. Wait a moment. I will prepare dinner for you now." Tianyang called out, "Mom, I have something to discuss with you." He contemplated apologizing, but Nanfei seemed evasive, saying, "Let us talk later. It's getting late, and I'm hungry." She tidied up and headed towards the kitchen. After dinner, Nanfei excused herself, citing work at the bar, and left once more. Reluctantly, Tianyang returned to his room. A document arrived on his communicator, which he opened to find a mission briefing. The Nightwalkers were to retrieve the star essence pillar that Tianyang had discovered, and Ling Feng ordered him to report to the transfer platform the day after tomorrow. He would temporarily join the Corvid team as a guide. The base remuneration for this mission was set at 200 contribution points, with additional rewards contingent on his performance during the task. The briefing also contained information about the Corvid team's captain. Tianyang gazed at the image of a man with deep-set eyes, a stubbled face, and a weathered expression. He hoped that Captain Honshu would be an amiable individual. Chapter 16. Hostility. Another day had passed, and Tianyang had undergone surgery. After personally investing 2,000 contribution points, he now possessed a tactical electronic eye implanted in his left socket. Beyond standard visual capabilities, it boasted features such as thermal imaging, infrared vision, and ultra-long-range sight. In the realm of chaos, discovering an adversary even a second sooner could significantly enhance one's chances of survival. Thus, Tianyang did not hesitate to expend half of his contribution points. After all, points could be earned again, but one's life was singular and irreplaceable. The external appearance of the tactical eye was indistinguishable from that of a regular eye, save for the occasional electric surge that would illuminate a faint blue glow deep within the pupil, which did not draw unwanted attention. At last, Tianyang could remove the eye patch. That evening, he intended to discuss the mission with Nanfei, yet his mother seemed to sense something amiss. She avoided the topic and busied herself with tidying the house, even though their humble dwelling had little to be organized. The young man felt helpless. Not only did he miss the opportunity to share details about the mission, but he could not even utter an apology. Upon waking the following day, Tianyang found that Nanfei had already left. With no other option, he left her a note stating that he had gone on a mission and would discuss it with her upon his return. After breakfast, he donned his gear, slipped into his uniform, and set off on his electromagnetic motorcycle towards the transfer platform. The assembly point was located in the 3rd district of the platform, at Deck 7. When Tianyang arrived, the area was deserted. It appeared he had arrived too early. He parked his motorcycle in a corner and was about to secure it when a cold voice interrupted him. "This is the gathering point for the Raven Squad. Which squad are you from? Do not park your vehicle haphazardly." Turning around, Tianyang saw a young man standing behind him. He appeared slightly older, perhaps in his 20s. With raven black hair tied back in a ponytail and an excessively handsome visage that could easily be mistaken for that of a woman. Clad in the black uniform of a Night Stalker, the armor beneath shimmered with a unique silver luster, clearly designed for ascenders. The style differed slightly from Tianyang's, bearing numerous scratches that suggested the owner was no novice to the battlefield. The young man bore a sword, its slender scabbard featuring a special design at both ends, allowing him to draw the disproportionately long blade swiftly for combat. To be candid, even with Tianyang's limited knowledge of weaponry, He understood that neither swords nor knives should be excessively long. Unless there was a specific need, such length could hinder effectiveness. Hey you, why are you dazing off? Is this the quality of newcomers nowadays? It's practically inviting death for the civilians, the young man remarked, clearly dissatisfied with Tianyang's demeanor. Noticing that they both held the rank of second lieutenant, Tianyang swallowed the words sir that were about to escape his lips. I am Tianyang, assigned to report to the Raven Squad by General Ling. The young man's expression shifted to one of disdain. So it's you. I've heard that as soon as you became an ascender, you eliminated your former superior. Sensing the faint hostility emanating from him, Tianyang was perplexed by the man's animosity. However, he had no intention of offering an explanation. As the conversation grew unfruitful, he turned to seek a quieter corner. A hand landed on his shoulder. Tianyang spun around to find the handsome young man's expression as cold as ice. You, a mere civilian, should not overestimate your worth. Tianyang shrugged off the hand. Have I offended you in any way? Not specifically. I simply find your actions repugnant. The young man clenched his fist, gently pressing it against his mouth. His well-defined brows knitting together as if he were about to retch. You, a mere civilian, have ascended and become arrogant, seeking vengeance against those who wronged you. Perhaps you have made mistakes, but as a civilian, no matter how grave your errors, you should not face execution, at least not at your hands. You people who dwell at the bottom never understand gratitude. All you do is complain. Have you ever considered that without the sacrifices of us upper-class citizens, you parasites would not be able to live safely within the fortress? Tianyang smirked. And do you know that the so-called noble upper class you speak of shot at my leg during a mission, intending for me to draw the lurkers away? So, is it that upper-class individuals are exempt from death, while the lower class are destined to be bait? The young man paused, taken aback. Although he had heard of Tianyang's exploits, he was unaware of such details. Tianyang continued. Moreover, I am now also among the upper class, so kindly temper your sense of superiority and refrain from seeking unnecessary conflict. The young man scoffed haughtily. With someone like you, do you even deserve to call yourself upper class? True upper class consists of those with surnames from esteemed families. Do you possess a surname? Tianyang replied nonchalantly, I will have one in due time. That is precisely what disgusts me. The thought that those without upbringing, born of harlots, could one day possess a surname makes me feel ill. The young man covered his mouth, his expression one of torment, as though he were physically unwell. Tianyang's hand instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. Dare to say that again. The young man, unfazed, reached back to lightly touch the sword hilt. What? Am I wrong? You can say whatever you like, but you will not insult my mother. Tianyang growled, drawing his blade slightly from its sheath. Oh, I didn't realize you were so. Before he could finish, a fist connected with the young man's face, sending him spinning and crashing several meters away onto the ground. Tianyang stood momentarily stunned, only to notice a man had appeared beside him. Burly and robust, with thick eyebrows and a cigarette clenched between his teeth. He was none other than Han Shu, the captain of the Raven Squad. This lad speaks the truth. Every mother deserves respect. Songdu, you need to reflect on your actions. Han Shu's gaze shifted towards Tianyang, clicking his tongue. But you, too, have drawn your weapon. The gear issued to you is not meant to be aimed at your comrades. Now, run 50 laps around Deck 7. Sir, 60 laps. I'm on it, sir. Tianyang dared not protest further and quickly began running, hoping to avoid any additional laps. Han Shu crossed his arms, observing the young man struggling to rise from the ground and the one darting around the deck. With a shake of his head, he sighed. Ah, the youth of today, so full of vigor. Wouldn't that energy be better directed against those dark creatures instead of causing me trouble? The captain ruffled his spiky brown hair. Ling Feng must have done this on purpose. Didn't we already have a map? Why send a guide? I know that every time the general calls upon us, it never leads to anything good. Chapter 017. Temporary orders. As they approached the 55th lap, Tianyang was summoned back by the captain. The young man realized that since becoming a sublimator, his physical capabilities had significantly improved. Previously, such exertion would have left him breathless, yet now he merely experienced a slight panting. Scholars have suggested that sublimators are a distinct form of life, transcending humanity, and that the culmination of sublimation must lead to an even higher life form. Upon arriving at the assembly point, the crowd had swelled considerably, including himself. There were now over a dozen individuals gathered. It appeared that the Corvidi squad had assembled in full. However, not all among them were sublimators. According to the configuration of the Nightstalker squad, it typically comprised 3 to 5 sublimators as the main force, supplemented by 6 to 8 ordinary soldiers to provide support and logistics. At that moment, Han Shugon cleared his throat and pointed to a man of similar age beside him, introducing him. This is Old Su, a seasoned veteran with extensive knowledge about those dark bastards. He and Songdu are both sublimators of the War God class, the former being a level 3 warrior and the latter a level 2 swordsman. Tianyang scrutinized Old Su, who had thinning hair and a less imposing stature than Han Shugon, resembling a wily veteran. With a smile, Old Su inquired, "Youngster, do you know how to utterly eliminate the dark denizens?" Tianyang promptly replied, "Yes, by destroying their will cages. We can completely annihilate them. Research indicates that the will cage functions akin to the human brain, sending operational commands to the dark populace. However, the higher the rank of the dark denizen, the deeper the will cage is concealed, making it increasingly challenging to dismantle." Old Su's expression was one of surprise. "Impressive. I thought you might be unaware." He continued, "Well then, do you know the behavioral characteristics of the Mad Dogs?" "Stop, stop, stop," Han Shugon interjected, pushing him aside. He then gestured towards a woman manipulating a silver longbow, her black hair of medium length, fair skin, and strikingly rare dark red pupils. She stood a few meters away from the crowd, exuding an air of cold detachment. "This is Jiyu, a level 2 hunter of the hunter class, and our squad's reconnaissance expert." The woman named Jiyu did not even blink, as if Han Shugon were introducing someone else. Han Shugon appeared unfazed, shrugging his shoulders. "As for me, I am a level 4 guardian of the Bastion class. Now, it's your turn. Due to Ling Feng's instructions to keep the new class a secret, and the task briefing indicating that Tianyang's public classification was the War God class, he lied without a flicker of his heartbeat or a blush. "All right, that concludes my introduction," Han Shugon announced loudly. "Listen up. Our mission is to retrieve the Star Pillar, and our squad alone cannot accomplish this. Therefore, this will be a joint operation. In addition to us, 4 other squads will participate, along with a medical team and a recovery team. I am the overall commander of this joint operation, so you all better stay sharp and not embarrass me. Now, let us move out." As they proceeded towards the craft gate, Tianyang noticed that among the soldiers of the Corvidi squad was Yanbing, who had delivered equipment to him a couple of days prior. Tianyang gave him a slight nod, and the latter, appearing somewhat excited, returned a military salute, which prompted Songdu in front to grunt in discontent. After submitting the application, they quickly received the approval notification. Just as the Corvidi squad was about to enter the craft gate, several vehicles rushed in with great urgency. The lead vehicle made a sharp turn in front of the squad and came to a halt. Dust kicked up by the tires swept across Han Shugon's face, causing his expression to darken as he glared at the occupants of the car. The vehicle door swung open, and a man clad in a senior officer's uniform leaped out, announcing loudly, "I am Chen Lu, a senior officer from the Bastion Strategic Department. I have just received orders from the military command, and I will be accompanying the Storm Squad on this mission." Han Shugon retorted, "I did not receive any notifications, sir." Chen Lu pointed to the communicator on his person. "Perhaps you could confirm with your superiors now, Captain." Han Shugon shook his head, telling the others to wait a moment before stepping away to contact the Nightstalker headquarters via the communicator. After a brief moment, he returned, nodding, "I have confirmed it, and we are set to depart. Would you like to join us, sir?" The man named Chen Lu replied, "Of course." He then returned to the vehicle, which proceeded to lead the Corvidi squad through the craft gate. Old Su could not contain himself. "Captain, are they really allowed to accompany us?" Han Shugon responded. It was stated that the military issued a temporary order. Old Su muttered, "Aren't the people from the strategic department supposed to be in their offices formulating strategies? What are they doing at the front lines? Let us hope they don't cause us any trouble." Han Shugon ran his fingers through his hair. "Who knows? Let us move. If we dawdle, we'll miss the high-speed train to the lighthouse, and that would be disastrous." Ultimately, the Corvidi squad passed through the craft gate. After a disorienting sensation, Tianyang looked up and found himself back in the dimly lit reverse realm. Half an hour later, they boarded the high-speed train bound for the Lighthouse Base. If all went according to plan, they would arrive at the lighthouse by this time tomorrow. In the spacious carriage, there were 5 sublimators seated, including Tianyang. Han Shugon and Old Su sat together, engaged in conversation that elicited intermittent bursts of knowing laughter. Jiyu and Songdu occupied opposite corners, evidently lacking any interaction between them. The squad soldiers were in a separate carriage. Tianyang caught a glimpse of movement in his peripheral vision and looked up to see Han Shugon approaching. The captain gestured for him to follow. Confused, Tianyang complied. As they passed through a carriage, they encountered the high-ranking official from the strategic station. He had donned a full protective suit, but the carriage was equipped with a purification device, so he did not wear a helmet. Shin Lu was holding a communicator, seemingly engaged in a conversation. Upon noticing Tianyang and Han Shugon, he set down the communicator and gazed out the window. The dim light of the reverse realm ensured that there was little to see outside, suggesting that Mr. Chun was merely avoiding the two, specifically Han Shugon's gaze. However, the captain paid him no mind, while Tianyang scrutinized him closely. After Tianyang and Han Shugon departed, Chen Lu glanced back at the rear carriage door before picking up the communicator once more. On the screen of the communicator was a white-haired elder clad in the black-green uniform of the strategic department. The insignia on his shoulder bore the crossed swords and a star, signifying a general. "Are you on the train?" the general inquired through the screen. Chen Lu nodded yes. "Sir, I am on the high-speed train. Rest assured, I have brought along the elite of the Storm Legion. With them, I am entirely confident in demonstrating to the populace of the Bastion that even ordinary individuals possess the strength to confront the dark denizens." "Excellent. Success may not come at once or twice, but if such occurrences transpire 10 or 20 times, we can begin to shift the status of sublimators within the Bastion. At the very least, we can reduce the financial budget of the Night Stalkers." The general snorted. "Those bastards have been riding high on our backs for far too long. It is time to bring them down." Chapter 018. Guidance from Han Shu. Tianyang followed Han Shu into an eerily vacant carriage, devoid of seats and resembling a cage gliding along the tracks. The journey from the lighthouse to the rear base took a full day, and at times, the train was filled with overly energetic individuals in need of an outlet. Han Shu's hand rested against the carriage wall, where several rough scratches marred the surface, evidently made by a sharp object. Meanwhile, Tianyang detected a few dark, discolored patches that appeared to be dried blood. Was this a fighting arena? He glanced at his captain, seeking clarity. Han Shu shrugged nonchalantly, replying evasively, "In any case, we can stretch our limbs here." Tianyang was taken aback. "Captain, is this a punishment for the transit platform?" Han Shu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "Damn it, do I look like one who relishes punishing subordinates? Rest assured, this is not punishment. It's just Ling Feng asking me to guide you in combat techniques." A cold-faced man with glasses flashed through the boy's mind. What could he possibly be thinking? A novice like you should be sent to a training camp. What a waste of my time. If it weren't for the massive debt I owe him, I wouldn't even bother. The captain began to mess with his hair, which resembled a hedgehog's spines. Tianyang longed to inquire about the extent of his debt to Ling Feng, but ultimately refrained. Han Shu beckoned him forward. "Come on. Let me see what you're made of. That SA blade at your back. Isn't it? Draw it." Tianyang unsheathed his particle sword, the blade's cold gleam seemingly lowering the temperature within the carriage. Han Shu stroked his chin and whistled. "A particle sword, huh? Ling Feng seems to be quite considerate of you. Old Su and the others only received standard weapons made of composite steel. Go on, give me a strike," he challenged. Tianyang's mouth twitched slightly. "Captain, are you certain you want to proceed with this?" Han Shu loosened his uniform collar, exposing his thick neck, where a tattoo depicted a shield emblazoned with a fortress and the number 4 below it. "See this? I'm ranked as a fortress class with explosive defense. A rookie like you, even with a particle sword, wouldn't be able to kill me if I stood here and let you strike. Aim here and show me your resolve to kill me." "All right, Captain, be careful." Tianyang steadied his breath, cautious not to draw upon his star energy, then charged forward. Locking onto Han Shu's chest, he raised his hand and struck with the blade. The particle sword sliced through the air towards Han Shu. The latter merely turned slightly, sweeping his foot to trip Tianyang, who immediately lost his balance. Just before hitting the ground, the boy adeptly rolled, regaining his posture, but before he could rise, he felt a forceful kick to his backside, landing him flat on the ground. A heavy pressure descended upon his back, and in his mind, he envisioned Han Shu's foot pressing down. Tianyang struggled in vain, but it was futile. Han Shu chuckled, bending down to flick Tianyang's head. "General, you're dead." He then removed his foot, allowing the boy to rise. Leaning against the window, the captain lazily asked, "What did you learn?" Reflecting on the recent encounter, Tianyang replied, "Captain, you specifically wanted me to strike your chest, so you calculated my angle of attack. While I was striking, you could evade in advance, disrupt my balance, and ultimately exploit the characteristics of the human body to easily kill me." Han Shu nodded slightly. "Not bad. At least you're not entirely foolish. If you were a complete idiot, I'd be in trouble. Why don't you tell me what your relationship with Ling Feng is, and I'll share everything I know with you?" Tianyang lightly replied, "There's no special relationship. It's just that General Ling discovered me, perhaps believing I have potential." Han Shu looked disappointed. "Is that all? I thought you might be his illegitimate child." Tianyang nearly choked on his own blood. The captain's imagination was rather vivid. Han Shu adopted a serious expression. "What you just said is correct, but there's something you haven't considered." "I'm all ears." Han Shu chuckled. "Have you ever thought about why I wanted you to attack specific areas?" Tianyang was taken aback. "Wasn't it to calculate my attack angle for evasion?" "That's one reason, but more importantly, it leverages your trust in me. It transforms an unpredictable attack into something predictable." Tianyang paused, beginning to grasp Han Shu's intent. The captain continued solemnly. "Listen well, I want to impart specific techniques to you. No matter how brilliant a technique may be, it pales in comparison to what you discover for yourself. I will share with you experiences in combat, which can be summarized as utilizing every advantageous condition to dismantle your opponent's defense and then eliminating them with the least effort possible. In the realm of the reverse dimension, combat is neither a competition nor a duel. At times, you may face more than one adversary. Therefore, you should never exhaust all your strength, always retain some reserve. The foundation of all this is that you must understand your enemy as thoroughly as possible, including their habits, abilities, and physical structure." The vague notions in Tianyang's mind suddenly crystallized. He finally understood. Han Shu was teaching him strategies that would benefit him for a lifetime. After 3 minutes of seriousness, the captain's demeanor lightened again. "Nonetheless, I'll teach you some real skills to avoid Ling Feng accusing me of slacking off. What I'm about to teach you is how to dismantle an opponent's defense. But heed this, if your enemy is weaker than you, there's no need for such complexity. Overwhelming force will suffice. If your opponent is stronger, attempting to dismantle their defenses would be a mere joke. When faced with an unbeatable foe, the best course of action is to flee. Thus, my dismantling technique is only applicable against opponents of comparable strength or those not too far apart in ability. You better remember this and don't foolishly try it against a stronger opponent. Don't blame me if you end up dead." Tianyang nodded vigorously. "Understood. All right then. Now attack my chest with all your might." "Captain again? Of course, hurry up." For hours later, Tianyang lay on the ground, utterly drained of strength, barely able to focus, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. His body bore numerous bruises and strains, with several wounds inflicted by his own blade. Han Shu's dismantling technique even included counterattacks with the opponent's weapon, which Tianyang had not anticipated. This rugged man possessed surprisingly intricate skills. "How much do you remember?" Han Shu's face loomed closer, lifting Tianyang onto his shoulder while also retrieving the sword. "I've managed to remember about 80%. But some moves were too intricate and quick to retain." Tianyang hesitated before speaking. "Captain, could you let me rest here for a bit? I'll return to the carriage on my own." "Nonsense," Han Shu rebuffed gruffly. "I'm taking you to the medical team to have your wounds treated. This is the reverse dimension. Even the smallest injury could lead to fatal consequences." Tianyang ceased to resist. Chapter 019. The leader of the medical team is a lady from the Western lands. Her hair, eyebrows, and even her eyelashes are a pure golden hue. Her blue eyes evoke the image of the vast ocean, and her beauty is as breathtaking as the sea itself. As an ascendant, she does not need to wear the somewhat cumbersome protective gear, but instead dons a white long-sleeved uniform typical of medical teams, complemented by a black blouse and a form-fitting skirt. Upon entering, Han Shu's gaze fixated on her long legs encased in black stockings, and he exclaimed like an infatuated tomcat, "Roshan, it's been a few days, and you look even more beautiful. Especially in this dreadful place, it accentuates your stunning beauty." The woman named Roshan set aside the book she had been reading, her sensual red lips curling into a slight smile as she rose to respond, "Captain Han, it seems your tongue has become quite silver-tongued, but even so, I shall not agree to a date." Unfazed, Han Shu approached her, his furry hand reaching toward her shapely backside. Strangely, Roshan did not evade his touch, allowing his hand to rest where it should not. Tianyang quickly shut his eyes, as if witnessing something he ought not to see. Then he heard Roshan's voice. "Did you come here specifically to touch my backside? And you even brought a child along. Captain Han, your behavior is quite perplexing." Tianyang felt himself unceremoniously seated, and then heard Han Shu chuckle, "To be precise, I came to touch your backside while bringing this kid for a bandaging. My dear Roshan, could you find a lovely young lady to tend to his wounds?" Tianyang opened his eyes just in time to see Roshan dismissively push Han Shu's hand aside, crossing her arms with a playful smile. "What do you take this place for? Should I personally tend to him instead?" Han Shu attempted to place his hand on her fragrant shoulder. "He is not fortunate enough for that, but if I were injured, you might want to consider." Roshan lightly pushed him away from her chest and called out, "Son, could you assist me with something?" A graceful figure rose from a nearby seat, approaching quietly. "What do you need me to do?" Her voice was melodious, imbued with an ethereal quality. Tianyang turned to see a girl standing beside Roshan, around his age, roughly 5 feet 5 inches tall. She was dressed in protective gear, clearly an ordinary person. Her hair was as dark as lacquer, and her skin as smooth as jade. Her eyes sparkled with a clarity reminiscent of a cloudless sky. Noticing Tianyang's gaze, the girl named Sun met his eyes, her expression serene like a still lake, unruffled by the world. Tianyang felt a bit awkward and nodded slightly before averting his gaze. A barely perceptible smile graced Roshan's lips as she nudged the girl. "Please bandage him." "All right," Sun replied, returning shortly with a medical kit. As she opened the box, she instructed, "Please remove your uniform." Tianyang complied. The girl worked in silence, meticulously tending to his wounds, while Han Shu and Roshan engaged in flirtatious banter nearby. After a moment, Sun had finished bandaging several of Tianyang's injuries. As she tidied her tools, the boy shyly murmured, "Thank you." Sun looked up, her clear eyes reflecting Tianyang's figure. After a moment's contemplation, she shifted her gaze away, finishing her task before rising to return to her seat. Just then, the train suddenly braked sharply, causing the carriage to jolt violently, and Sun lost her balance. Tianyang quickly wrapped his arms around her, and she landed on his lap, her back pressed closely against his chest. His breath brushed against her ear, causing a faint blush to rise on her fair skin. Instinctively, she attempted to rise, but the inertia of the sudden stop kept her pinned against him. Only after a few seconds, when the train came to a safe halt, did Sun hurriedly scramble back to her seat, clutching the medical kit. Meanwhile, Han Shu had already grabbed the communicator within the carriage, demanding, "What is happening? Why did we stop?" The voice of the train conductor crackled through, "We cannot proceed. Captain Han, there are wanderers ahead. They are blocking the tracks." "Damn it." Han Shu slammed the communicator down and said to Tianyang, "You stay here. I'm going to see what's going on." Tianyang donned his uniform. "I can help." Han Shu did not dissuade him. "Suit yourself." The two departed their carriage, and as they passed through Chun Lu's compartment, a high-ranking officer from the strategic station stopped Han Shu. "Captain Han, what is going on? Why have we halted? Wanderers are obstructing our path. We need to deal with it immediately." Han Shu briefly explained the situation, pushing past Chun Lu as he and Tianyang hurried on. "Wanderers?" A smile crept onto Chun Lu's face. The opportunity for action had arrived. 2 minutes later, Tianyang and Han Shu regrouped with the other members of the Crow team outside the train. They found themselves in a valley, shrouded in dim light. where black vegetation thrived uncontrollably. As the wind blew, indistinct stone sculptures emerged from the grass, emanating a foreboding and malevolent aura. Twisted trees, covered in growths, loomed nearby, their gnarled branches resembling the contorted fingers of lepers, provoking a sense of nausea. In the distance, a great bridge spanned the valley, though it was broken in the middle, resembling a giant's severed arm. The hunter-class Gu approached at a brisk pace, her voice deep yet devoid of rasp, reporting, "A small group of wanderers has appeared ahead, numbering between 70 and 100. They are crossing the tracks, and proceeding could result in derailment." This was the first time Tianyang heard her speak. It was a revelation that she could articulate words. Honshu nodded and waved, "Let us clear them out and aim to depart soon." Upon reaching the front of the train, they indeed found strange and sinister figures loitering on the tracks. In the dimness untouched by light, these abominations, which should only exist in nightmares, bore cages of will that emitted a pallid glow, resembling ghostly flames wafting from graves. They occasionally emitted a series of meaningless sounds, like lamenting spirits sharing their misfortunes with the living. Honshu lit a cigarette, surveying the ascendants, including Tianyang, and the helmeted night soldiers. Free attack commenced the cleansing. Songdu was the first to charge in, his body igniting with a hazy light as he ran. The star essence manifested, and his sword was drawn, transforming into a cold flash that swept across the chest of 3 or 4 wanderers, shattering their cages and scattering gray light, causing the distorted figures to collapse. Finally at peace. Chapter 20. The debut of the 5th-generation armed forces. The fortress has assigned explicit values to all known dark denizens, with the Wanderers, for instance, earning 1 contribution point for their elimination. Although a contribution point holds little allure for the sublimators, Commander Honshu has issued his orders. Consequently, even in the absence of tangible rewards, Songdu and others will engage. As fellow warriors of the God of War class, both Songdu and Old Su wield swords to confront their adversaries. Their speed may not be remarkable, yet the force behind their strikes is substantial. A single downward slash not only shatters the cage but can also cleave a wanderer, whose physique is not particularly robust, in 2. As for Gu, this woman showcases the characteristics of a hunter. She draws her longbow, its string aglow with a deep blue light, and even the arrows manifest as forms of energy. Tianyang understands that her bow is a star essence weapon, utilizing star essence energy to inflict additional harm upon the dark denizens. Furthermore, these weapons can augment the abilities of sublimators, whether in the form of arrows, bullets, or melee weapons such as swords and battle axes. This unique resonance between star essence energy and the inner star essence of sublimators distinguishes star essence weapons from other armaments. Such weapons can only be obtained through contribution points exchanged at the military or custom-ordered from weapon merchants within the fortress. Alternatively, they may also be awarded by the military for exceptional contributions. The means by which Gu acquired her star essence longbow remains a mystery. Tianyang set aside his thoughts, assessing the situation on both sides. Rather than drawing his combat knife, he opted for the assault rifle. Observing him from the sidelines, Honshu chuckled upon noticing Tianyang's choice of firearm over a blade, a hint of approval evident in his smile. Assuming a shooting stance, Tianyang distanced himself from the wanderers and aimed at the willpower cage of the dark denizens, pulling the trigger. Compared to conventional firearms, the energy rifle produced virtually no recoil. A flash erupted from the muzzle, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl in the chest of a nearby wanderer. Surrounding the breach, blue speckles flickered like stars. As the cage shattered and the gray light dissipated, a viscous, corrosive liquid surged forth, causing the distorted figure to collapse. Nearby, Songdu glanced back, his gaze landing on Tianyang's rifle, his eyes glimmering with disdain. He turned, attacking with renewed vigor, cleaving another wanderer cleanly in half from head to leg. Unfazed, Tianyang continued to fire, methodically dispatching the twisted shadows. His choice of firearm over blade was a strategic application of Honshu's teachings, leveraging the advantages and disadvantages of both sides to fulfill orders with minimal cost. In this battle, Tianyang did not reveal the advantages of a sublimator. The only distinction between him and the other soldiers was his lack of protective gear. 10 minutes later, the wanderers had been eradicated, and the soldiers were clearing the remains from the tracks. Just as Han Shu was about to signal for the train's departure, Jiu suddenly exclaimed, at 10 o'clock. We've spotted something. Tianyang swiftly turned, his tactical electronic eye zooming in to reveal a group of figures staggering toward them. Old Su, in a tone of exasperation, remarked, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Although the wanderers lack sensory perception, they possess a collective awareness. If one of their kind is attacked, the others can sense it. Now they're coming for revenge. Han Shu retrieved his communicator to contact the train's conductor. Can we initiate departure now? The conductor replied. The emergency brakes triggered a cooling protocol. To prevent the engine from overheating and exploding, we need to restart it, which will take about 5 to 8 minutes. Restart it now, and let us buy some time, Han Shu commanded, placing the communicator down. Everyone, get to it. We cannot allow them to approach the tracks, or we'll be in for endless trouble. At that moment, the sound of rapidly spinning wheels echoed from behind. Tianyang turned to see lights flickering in the distance. And in the next instant, a sharply defined figure burst forth from the darkness. It was a steel giant, standing nearly 3 meters tall, its armor predominantly black. The machine lowered its center of gravity, gliding past the Raven squad with the speed of the wind, charging toward the nearby cluster of wanderers. Then, its rail rifle unleashed brilliant flames, with the barrel configured in 2 tracks, employing high-voltage currents to ensure the bullets faced no friction, propelling them at a staggering speed of 600 meters per second. The power of a single bullet could penetrate the armor of an ordinary vehicle. The result of its assault on the wanderers was catastrophic. Their bodies, along with the cages, were shredded into pieces amid the metallic storm. Wanderers fell continuously under the bright tongues of fire, the efficiency of this assault far surpassing that of the Raven squad's earlier efforts. It was Tianyang's first encounter with the performance of 3-dimensional armaments on the battlefield. These humanoid weapons, designed to empower ordinary individuals against dark denizens, displayed their might with a breathtaking visual spectacle. The 5th-generation universal shooting type armament. Old Su once again showcased his vast knowledge, exclaiming, "This is an extraordinary piece." In addition to the standard rail rifle, it is equipped with sniper gear designed to combat high-tier dark denizens, utilizing Star Essence energy bullets, each one worth 500 contribution points. Who would have thought there were those among the sublimators so well-versed in 3-dimensional weaponry? Amidst the laughter, Chen Lu, clad in protective gear and a helmet, approached. Behind him trailed another cumbersome but imposing 3-dimensional machine wielding a heavy armored shield. This is the 5th-generation universal heavy armament. Old Su gasped in astonishment. This thing boasts incredible defensive capabilities and is armed with heavy weaponry, including a heavy rocket launcher. Truly a humanoid artillery piece. Aside from its concerning mobility, it possesses almost no other evident weaknesses. But last year, the 5th-generation armaments had not yet been mass-produced. How is it that there are already operational models this year? Chen Lu's voice emanated from his helmet. We are participating in this operation to validate the combat capabilities of the 5th-generation models. Captain Han, if you have no objections, allow us to take on this battle. Han Shu grinned. Objections? How could I possibly object? With Commander Chen handling this for us, I couldn't be happier. Very well. Let us showcase our prowess. Chen Lu switched communication channels, relaying to the mech's pilot, eliminate them without leaving a single one standing. Understood, Commander. Chen Lu cast a sidelong glance at Han Shu. Smile while you can. There will come a time when you weep. It would be best if the upcoming battle occurred without your interference, thus emphasizing that you sublimators are not irreplaceable. Unknown to anyone, Chen Lu had activated the real-time transmission feature. The recent battle of the Raven squad, along with the current display of the 5th-generation armaments, was being faithfully broadcasted on the large screen at the command center of the Fortress Military. Chapter 021. Reducing investment at the Sky Fortress within the Military Command Center. The term military serves merely as a general designation. Its official title is the Unified Management Department of the Joint Legion. As a recorder for the military, Cheng Xin felt that his heart was undergoing a significant trial today. Initially, his superior informed him of an important meeting scheduled to take place in the command center, and the recorder assumed it would be a routine gathering. However, as he observed his colleagues, including his superior, gradually exiting the command hall. He realized that this meeting was anything but ordinary. Soon, the venerable Minister of Strategy, Wade, entered the chamber. Despite being an ordinary human, this elderly gentleman, bearing a quarter of his lineage from the West Continent, commanded considerable respect. His mere presence instilled a sense of trepidation among those present. As the elderly general, with his snow-white beard, entered the command hall, Cheng Xin suddenly questioned whether the central air conditioning was malfunctioning, for the atmosphere was suffused with an intense heat. Fortunately, the elder did not cast a glance in his direction. Instead, he strode directly to the center of the hall, approaching a multifunctional electronic table with 5 available seats, from which he selected one. Cheng Xin barely had time to catch his breath when a refreshing floral fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Closing his eyes, he could almost envision a scene of snow-covered landscapes and blooming winter plums. The rhythmic sound of footsteps compelled the recorder to glance towards the entrance. A tall woman entered, her long, black hair flowing gracefully in the air, and her strikingly cold yet radiant visage rendered the recorder momentarily breathless. However, the dark purple uniform adorned with golden insignia on her shoulders sent Cheng Xion's heart racing uncontrollably. For she was General Fei Mei of the Storm Legion, a woman of noble standing who intriguingly refrained from selecting a surname. With a touch of subtle makeup, the female general surveyed the hall, and when her gaze inadvertently brushed past Cheng Xin, he felt a chill envelop him, as if he had been cast into an ice cellar. Although he had never experienced true icy realms, the sensation was palpable. Fei Mei took her seat across from the old Wade, who merely nodded in acknowledgement before busily inputting data into a communicator. "What is this about, old man? You called us here for a reason, didn't you? Surely you know I am quite occupied." A booming voice echoed from the entrance, followed by the entrance of another figure. Indeed, the individual squeezed through the door. Despite his advancing years, his robust physique still prompted younger individuals to feel a sense of inadequacy. Clad in the black uniform of the Nightwalker, which he casually draped over himself like a dark cloak, the elderly figure with an eye patch over his right eye and a mechanical arm was none other than Commander Chu Yin of the Nightwalkers. He plopped down beside Fei Mei, clicking his tongue. "You've grown increasingly exquisite, little girl. Why not consider that fellow Ling Feng? I think you two would make a fine pair." A rare expression of exasperation flickered across Fei Mei's face. "Commander Chu, spare your efforts. Marriage has never crossed my mind." Chu Yin sighed. "You are far too remarkable, too exceptional for any man to be worthy of you. However, Fei Mei, every girl eventually needs a place to call home. Otherwise, solitude will be your only companion." Across the table, the old Wade raised his head, scoffing. "You, Chu Yin, are meddling in affairs that do not concern you." Chu Yin snorted dismissively. "Better than your incessant scheming, you old coot." The recorder, seated not far away, shrank back slightly, anxious that the two might escalate into an argument. "Apologies for my tardiness," announced the fourth entrant, a middle-aged man in his late 40s, wearing the meticulously arranged dark green uniform of the Iron Wall City Guard, complete with gloves, military boots, and a holster. Cheng Xin felt faint. This was Commander Chao Gang of the Iron Wall. With this addition, the significant figures of the second tier of the power pyramid within the fortress had gathered. Chao Gang took his seat and addressed old Wade. "The city lord is unable to attend. Minister Wade, we may commence." Wade acknowledged with a nod. "Before we begin, I would like everyone to view a few excerpts." He activated a control interface on the smooth surface of the table, and with a touch, a series of holographic images materialized above the table. Within these images, a squad from the Nightwalkers was depicted engaged in combat. "Isn't that our Raven squad?" Chu Yin exclaimed. "Weren't they dispatched to retrieve the Star Essence Pillar? Why are they engaged with a group of wanderers?" Wade replied slowly, "On their way to the Lighthouse Base. They encountered a small contingent of wanderers and are currently engaged in a cleanup operation." Chu Yin questioned, "Why are you showing us this, old man? And who is filming?" Wade clarified, "One of my subordinates. I instructed him to participate in this operation. He brought along a squad from the Storm Legion, which General Fei Mei should be aware of." Fei Mei nodded. "I have reviewed the report. It stated that they are testing the operational capabilities of the 5th-generation weaponry." "Indeed." The holographic display showcased a fifth-generation shooting-type weaponry passing nearby. As the image zoomed in, it became evident that the weapon was firing upon another group of wanderers. The strategic minister glanced at the communicator. Unfortunately, there are still wanderers in the vicinity. However, based on the performance of this fifth-generation weaponry, exterminating those dark denizens should pose no challenge. As anticipated, the fifth-generation weapon efficiently eliminated approximately 300 wanderers within a mere 3 minutes. The playback ceased. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Chu Yan's tone grew colder. "What are you implying, old man?" "Nothing much. I merely wished for everyone to appreciate the power of technology," Wade replied, spreading his hands with a smile. As you all observed, the Raven Squad dispatched around 100 wanderers in roughly 5 minutes, while the Storm Squad, with only one piece of weaponry, not only eliminated a greater number of dark denizens, but did so in a shorter time frame. Now, let us compare the costs. It is widely known that ascenders, even the most basic of them, are significant drains on resources. According to incomplete statistics, the resources we invest in these ascenders annually would suffice to produce 300 units of fifth-generation weaponry. 300 units, and they can be maintained, have parts replaced, and can serve for at least 8 to 10 years. Now consider the annual awakening of ascenders. Is it even 20? Fei shook her head. No, on average. Around 10. 5 new ascenders awaken each year. Wade slammed his palm on the table. Exactly. Fewer than 11. Moreover, their resource consumption is excessive, and their casualty rates are high. Most critically, the investment in them is not a one-time expenditure but a continual drain. Imagine, with the same resources, if we were to mass-produce the weaponry. 10 years from now, the Storm Legion could boast over 3,000 units of weaponry. What kind of military force would that represent? Chu Yan grunted. Wade, just say what you mean directly. Wade cleared his throat and stood. What I wish to convey is that the resources allocated to the Ascenders do not correlate with their contributions. Of course, I am not suggesting they're entirely without merit. However, might we consider the possibility of slightly reducing our investment in the Ascenders and redirecting those resources to more appropriate avenues? An abrupt stillness enveloped the command hall. The recorder's hand hovered over the electronic board, for he dared not transcribe those words. Chapter 022 Dispute. Have you lost your mind? Chu Yan's voice thundered, resonating with unmistakable anger and astonishment. In the distance, the recorder wished to hide beneath the seat but could not, so he clutched his electronic board tightly, trembling in fear. Fei Mei stood up and glanced at the recorder. You may leave. I will call for you if needed. Heaven knows how grateful Cheng Xin was. Those words from the strikingly beautiful woman were akin to saving her life. If permitted by this dark-haired enchantress, she would have even considered kissing her shoes. Once the recorder departed, Chu Yan panted heavily. If the electronic table weren't so vast, the old commander would have gladly seized the collar of the man opposite him. How could you engage in such treachery? Have you forgotten who bravely ventured into that realm when no human had set foot in it, gradually opening the way for the fortress? Old Wade replied nonchalantly, I haven't forgotten. It was the Sublimers. However, Commander Chu, I must remind you of one thing. The world is ever-evolving, and we now possess the capability to develop war machines that can replace the Sublimers. Moreover, their cost-effectiveness is significantly higher. With all due respect, the role of the Sublimers is indeed substantial, but only for the mid to high-tier Sublimers. The lower-tier Sublimers are not much stronger than our soldiers. Yet, the wealth they can command far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. I trust you recall the parade held within the fortress 3 months ago, where people protested against the Sublimers monopolizing resources, deeming it unfair. Chu Yan shouted, Nonsense. Without us, could those ordinary folk contend with the high-ranking Darklings? Let us not even mention the Black King. Your esteemed new armed forces would falter against even the mid-tier Darklings. Old Wade coolly replied, Thus, I suggest a slight reduction, not a complete elimination. For instance, should we not consider having the benefits of the lower-tier Sublimers? As for the mid to high tier, they would remain as is. Chu Yan declared vehemently, Absolutely not. If that occurs, they will resign and either flow to other fortress cities or join the Prospectors, resulting in a significant loss of Sublimers for us. This would severely diminish the deterrent power of Qingtian Fortress. Do not forget that Black Star Fortress is merely 500 kilometers away, and they have been eyeing our craft gate for quite some time. The strategic minister smiled confidently. I have indeed considered this. If our deterrent power wanes, we can always recruit 2 or 3 high-ranking individuals through employment. Their combined costs would likely be less than having the current benefits. Commander Chu, I empathize with your sentiments, yet we are investing far too much in the lower-tier sublimers. Chu Yin slammed his hand on the table. Regardless of your arguments, I vehemently oppose this matter. Old Wade scoffed. Chu Yin, spare me the pretense. 17 years ago, you were not the one, Minister Wei. Chao Gang, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected, please be cautious with your words. Old Wade's expression shifted slightly as he nodded. I admit I was out of line, but I still believe there is no need to continue pouring resources into the lower-tier sublimers. Chu Yin rose, stating, no matter the outcome, even if it reaches the city lord, I will oppose this to the end. With that, he swept his sleeve and departed. Old Wade turned to the young storm commander. Fei Mei, what is your perspective? Fei Mei gently closed her eyes, her long, curled lashes fluttering. I reserve my opinion. Chao Gang directly stated, to assess the value of the sublimers based on a single battle seems unfair to them. Moreover, the adversaries were the lowest-tier wanderers among the Darklings, which does not signify much. Furthermore, the realm is not static. 1,000 years ago, when the craft gate was discovered, people could explore the realm without protective gear. Yet now, ordinary individuals struggle to move even an inch without it. Each realm is vast, and we have only explored a small fraction of it. We are unaware of what lies deeper within. However, I know that to combat the Darklings, especially the high-ranking ones, the power of the sublimers is indispensable. Therefore, I find the notion of budget cuts to be misguided, particularly at this stage. It is clearly an irrational decision. Chao Gang rose, his voice calm. I believe we should conclude today's meeting. Apologies, but I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Fei Mei added, I need to visit the arms factory to check on the progress of the 5th-generation mass production. Minister Wei, I must excuse myself. The two departed together. Old Wei did not appear particularly disheartened or enraged. Rather, he smiled slightly. We shall see. Even if you all oppose, if the public remains steadfast, I believe the city lord will take it seriously. As for the populace, they are easily swayed. If there are more incidents like the recent battle, they will organize further protests. With that thought, the old man took out a pocket watch. Opening it, he revealed a photograph of a young man, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Old Wade. With a snap, the old man closed the watch, his stride more resolute as he left the command hall. At the Lighthouse outpost, passengers were instructed to disembark and queue outside the yellow line at the cabin door. The cabin's announcement suddenly jolted Tianyang from his slumber. After being outshone by the 5th-generation armed forces the day before, the sublimer of the Crow team felt a tinge of discontent, while Han Shu remained unfazed. He even asked Chen Lu to ensure that if a similar situation arose again, his 5th-generation equipment would perform multiple demonstrations. After regrouping, they headed directly to the Lighthouse Base. This time, there were no unexpected occurrences, and they arrived at the base smoothly. Upon disembarking, Han Shu declared loudly, we will disperse now and regroup near the main gate in 3 hours. Anyone who dares to be late will face my wrath. With that order, everyone scattered. Han Shu and Old Su discussed which drinks to order at the bar, while Tsang Du and Jiyu departed separately. The soldiers, however, diligently proceeded to the warehouse to tally the logistical resources needed for their operations. Tianyang checked his assault rifle, noting that the gas magazine was only half full. He decided to visit the base's armory to procure 2 additional magazines as backups. Is that you, Tianyang? The quartermaster at the armory was a greasy, middle-aged man who had known Tianyang since his time in the collection team. Being a newcomer, many errands had been assigned to him by Qin Wu. He had made several trips to the armory, developing a rapport with the quartermaster, who recognized him immediately upon sight. Oh, you've already switched jobs. Look at that uniform. It's quite impressive. Wait, are you a second lieutenant now? What? Did you awaken your powers? Tianyang smiled shyly. I was fortunate enough to discover the Star Essence Pillar during a mission, so... Well, you truly struck gold. The quartermaster appeared even more delighted than Tianyang himself. Chapter 023, deliberate provocation after collecting ammunition from the armory and agreeing to return to the Tianyang fortress after the next rotation. Tianyang bid farewell to the military supply officer and walked through the corridors of the base. Suddenly, he halted. There, he spotted Sun, the girl standing by the window, gazing out at the dimly lit base. A vehicle passed nearby, its headlights illuminating the girl's face. In that fleeting moment, her beauty resembled a night blooming cereus. Tianyang recalled the incident from the previous day when they had collided while braking, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps he should go and apologize, he thought. However, just then, another figure appeared beside Sun, a tall young man, who Tianyang estimated to be a full head taller than himself. His broad shoulders and robust physique resembled that of a bull, exuding an aura of strength. His chiseled nose gave him a somewhat aloof appearance, despite smiling. His eyes held a trace of arrogance. Remarkably, he was also clad in the black uniform of a nightwalker, with the same lieutenant insignia, indicating he was likely a transcendent as well. At that moment, the young man placed one hand against the polycarbonate window beside Sun and appeared to be speaking to her, suggesting they were acquaintances. Tianyang dismissed the idea of apologizing. Just as he turned to leave, he heard Sun gasp. He looked back to see that she was attempting to leave, but the young man had caught her. Unbeknownst to Tianyang, the young man's words provoked Sun, who suddenly slapped him across the face. Clearly taken aback, the young man's smile vanished, and he raised his hand in response. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianyang's silver hair fluttered slightly, and a glimmer of light danced among the strands. Deep within his eyes, brilliance flickered. The world before him blurred momentarily. And when it came into focus again, the young man's face, a mixture of arrogance and fury, was mere inches away. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. Yet his hand still came down, only to be seized by Tianyang, halting just 5 centimeters away from Sun. The personnel passing by the base halted to observe. The young man shifted his gaze towards Tianyang and coldly inquired, "What are you doing?" "Nothing much, merely preventing you from being violent towards a girl," Tianyang replied calmly. "Are you blind? Did you not see that she struck first? Just a mere commoner, and I considered her lucky to be desired by me. She should be grateful. Yet she dared to refuse, and even hit me." Tianyang remained resolute. "If that is the case, I believe she was justified in striking you. Sometimes, individuals like you, who are so full of themselves, need to learn a lesson." Both the young man and Sun stared at Tianyang in astonishment, the former's eyes igniting with fury, while the latter's expression grew complex. "Have you lost your mind? You dare speak in defense of a commoner? Have you forgotten that we possess the right of companionship, as permitted by the fortress? Are you intending to defy the fortress's laws?" Tianyang chuckled and released the young man. The latter sneered, "I doubt you would dare." He then reached for Sun. Slap. Tianyang swatted his hand away. The young man was momentarily stunned. Then a faint glow began to emanate from his body, revealing a sigil resembling a magic circle at his brow, with symbols flickering within it. This was the emblem of the Heart of Elements, with the number 2 at its center, indicating he was a level 2 transcendent. "You are doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Tianyang raised his hand to block the young man from approaching Sun. "You just mentioned our right of companionship. Unfortunately for you, I find her appealing as well. What do you propose we do about that?" Sun was initially taken aback, but then seemed to understand, her expression shifting to one of clarity. The young man, however, was momentarily stunned before raising his hand in a threatening manner. "You are seeking death." A pale glow emanated from his hand, coalescing into the shape of a gun. Clang. Before he could unleash the pale energy projectile, a pitch-black energy blade was already resting against the young man's throat. His pupils dilated in recognition of the high-frequency particle blade. Not even the armor of a battle vehicle could withstand its cutting edge. Tianyang's grip on the blade was unwavering. "The Heart of Elements possesses immense power. But you have a weakness. Simply put, you are fragile." Cold sweat beaded on the young man's forehead. "What do you intend to do?" Tianyang's gaze fell upon the long gun in his hand. "Withdraw your power. I have no desire to escalate this situation. As for this girl, she is now mine. I trust you have no objections?" With the particle blade still cold against his carotid artery, the young man could hardly voice any dissent. Gradually retracting the starlight, The energy gun vanished into his palm. The young man let out a huff. Is that satisfactory now? With the energy blade sheathed, Tianyang took Sun's hand and promptly departed. In front of the base's cafeteria, Tianyang finally released Sun, feeling somewhat awkward. I said that on purpose earlier. Otherwise, I had no excuse to intervene. Please don't take it to heart. To his surprise, Sun replied, I understand. Thank you for coming to my rescue. Not at all. I truly apologize for what happened yesterday in the vehicle, he said. Sun smiled brightly. It's all right. Sun, where are you? Come back and help. The voice of Ms. Roshan echoed from the communicator at the girl's waist. She stuck out her tongue and responded, I'll be right there. Then, she bowed to Tianyang, adding, Thank you once more. With that, she moved gracefully like a deer, quickly disappearing from sight. 3 hours passed swiftly, and according to orders, Tianyang assembled at the base entrance. In the distance, he spotted members of the Raven squad alongside other teams. Honshu had mentioned this was a joint operation, so Tianyang was not surprised. However, as he drew nearer, his heart sank. The young man who had attempted to approach Sun was among them. Upon noticing Tianyang, the young man flashed a significant smile. After inquiring with Old Su, Tianyang learned that the young man was named Zhou Wang, a firepower specialist from the Grey Duff squad. After personnel were counted and equipment checked, everything was in order. Honshu issued a loud command. Let us move out. Seated in the Falcon high-speed reconnaissance vehicle, Tianyang watched as the base gates gradually opened, his heart racing with excitement. He was finally about to embark on his first mission as a transcendent. Though this was still a light combat vehicle, the Falcon utilized by the Nightwalkers boasted superior performance compared to the standard vehicles used by collection teams. Its composite material armor offered remarkable precision, employing a propulsion system to accelerate, while its solid fuel storage resolved endurance issues. Equipped with a star element energy cannon, it had the capability to intercept numerous dark denizens. Thus, sitting within this vehicle, Tianyang felt assured, even hoping for some excitement along the way to witness the power of the energy cannon. Unfortunately, the journey was uneventful. 3 days later, having previously explored the reverse city known as Metropolis as part of a collection team, it now appeared before the recovery squad. Chapter 024. Differences in opinion. The convoy traversed a highway leading to the city, where the road was fractured. However, the rugged terrain posed no challenge to the high chassis, robust vehicles of the fortress. The pace of the procession was not swift, even though 1/3 of the city had been explored thus far. The situation within the city, particularly the distribution of the dark denizens, was ever-changing. Thus, no commander dared to venture deep into the city. Seated in the Falcon light armored vehicle, Old Su gazed through the window at the distant, crumbling structures resembling colossal tombstones under the dim twilight. He remarked, The civilization of the 127th reverse realm bears a striking resemblance to ours. Observe the form and structure of these buildings. What distinguishes them from our fortress? This metropolis is indeed far larger than our Tianyang fortress, interjected Honshu, reclining back in his seat with legs outstretched. Moreover, the outer perimeter of the reverse realm city lacks defenses and there are no visible artillery installations, suggesting that it was once in a relatively peaceful and secure state before descending into its current disarray. Songdu muttered, Is there truly a world devoid of the threat of divine aberrations? How enviable. The driver, Jiyu, scoffed. What is there to envy? Do you truly admire its current state? Old Su chuckled awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension. At least it must have been an enviable world before it transformed into what it is now. Based on our gathered intelligence, this metropolis is approximately the size of 2 Tianyang fortresses. A significant fault line divides the city, and we are not well acquainted with the situation on the other side. However, in our area, the roads are extensive and entirely unguarded, indicating that the city's inhabitants once moved freely. There may have been social strata, but they likely were not pronounced. As for the architecture, some towers reach heights of 80 stories, an unimaginable elevation. Just one such building could accommodate how many lives? If there were no unforeseen calamities, the metropolis could sustain at least 1 million inhabitants. On our side, only a few super fortresses like Radiant Fortress can achieve such a scale. Honshu added, Let us not forget they possessed automobiles. We also discovered vehicles resembling trains beneath the city. It appears their transportation was quite advanced, even featuring peculiar contraptions akin to steel behemoths. Scholars have speculated that these may be some form of flying apparatus. Can you fathom it? Such cumbersome objects soaring through the sky. What of it? The lunatics from Cheongsong Fortress even aspire to reach the moon. However, this jest has circulated for a century. And to this day, I have yet to hear of their success, Old Su responded, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Tianyang, gazing out the window of the armored vehicle, casually remarked, if the metropolis once housed residents, then where have they gone after its transformation? The atmosphere within the vehicle suddenly grew tense. Tianyang hesitated, pondering whether he had broached an inappropriate subject. Old Su smiled faintly, his expression strained. Tianyang, such matters. Dark denizens, Han Shu interjected abruptly. Old Su cleared his throat. Captain, it matters not. He will encounter it eventually. Han Shu shook his head. Tianyang was left perplexed. He then heard Han Shu continue. Tell me, what do you believe the origin of the dark denizens to be? Tianyang was taken aback. He had read numerous texts, yet none had addressed the origins of the dark denizens. Everyone seemed to tacitly agree on one point. Regardless of the numbered reverse realm, there existed a multitude of wicked and grotesque entities, the dark denizens. Each reverse realm's dark denizens varied in form, yet they shared one commonality, the will prison. However, since the emergence of the craftsman, no scholar had uncovered the origins of the dark denizens. Could it be a horrifying thought suddenly struck Tianyang, causing his fingers to tremble lightly? Han Shu glanced at him, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. Lighting it, he held it between his lips. It appears you have deduced it correctly. Indeed, the original inhabitants of the reverse realm likely transformed into dark denizens. This could explain why such a vast reverse realm is devoid of any living souls, replaced instead by those repugnant hybrids. Old Su sighed bitterly. Cheongsong Fortress once submitted a report to the Golden Council. I am unaware of the specifics, but it is rumored that those madmen believe dark denizens possess reproductive capabilities. Thus, they can persist indefinitely, an unending cycle of destruction. Furthermore, based on the commonality of the will prison, they speculate that all reverse realms may originate from a singular location. Tianyang was astonished. How vast must that place be to spawn hundreds of reverse realms? Old Su shrugged. I cannot say for certain. In any case, the reverse realms harbor too many secrets, enough to keep one awake at night with mere contemplation. Han Shu exhaled a smoke ring. Coward. Old Su laughed heartily, offering no rebuttal. Fearing the reverse realms was not a source of shame. Rather, to be fearless was the height of folly. Beep, beep, beep. The vehicle's control panel emitted a series of alerts. Jiyu glanced over. Captain, we have received a distress signal. Play it, Han Shu commanded, his expression grave. After a moment, a hoarse, distorted voice echoed from the speaker. Is anyone there trapped requesting assistance? Coordinates as follows. The voice was interspersed with faint, inhuman growls, unmistakably not of human origin. Han Shu seized the intercom. This is Han Shu, captain of the Raven Squad. Which squad are you from? Please respond. Unfortunately, it seemed the other party could not hear Han Shu's voice, as they continued to repeat the previous broadcast. After 3 or 4 repetitions, the signal abruptly cut off. Once the distress signal faded, the public communication channel in the vehicle crackled to life with the voices of other squad leaders. Captain Han, did you receive the distress signal? The coordinates they provided are nearby. Should we investigate? Han Shu hesitated momentarily before replying. Relay the broadcast content back to the Lighthouse Base. Instructing the command center to dispatch personnel for rescue. Our mission is to recover the Star Pillar. We must not be distracted by other matters. Very well. You are the operational commander. Your word is final. As the others expressed no further dissent, at that moment, Chun Lu's voice rang out. I object. Chin Lu declared with conviction. If we wait for the base to redeploy personnel, the trapped individuals may already be dead. The Star Pillar will not relocate on its own. Whether we act sooner or later makes little difference. Conversely, the trapped individuals cannot afford to wait. From every conceivable angle, I believe we should prioritize rescue. Chapter 025. Rescue. Han Shu displayed a pained expression, reluctantly grasping the intercom. Commander, you are indeed correct. The star pillar cannot simply sprout legs and flee. However, you may not be aware that there exist certain denizens of darkness. For instance, the level 3 spreaders, who harbor no fear of the radiance emitted by the star pillar. On the contrary, upon discovering its presence, they will exert every effort to obliterate it. Moreover, there are numerous exploration teams within the metropolis. The base can certainly make the most appropriate arrangements based on the circumstances and locations of these teams. I firmly believe that we will not be much slower than if we were to run ourselves. Chen Lu replied in a tone laden with disappointment. Captain Han, has the coldness and darkness of the reverse realm seeped into your very bones? I never anticipated you would utter such words. If your colleagues were to hear this, what do you suppose their thoughts would be? Never mind. If you refuse to go, I shall. As an officer of the fortress, I shall not abandon anyone. Han Shu covered the intercom, muttering under his breath. Are those office-bound individuals merely thinking with their backsides? A few light chuckles echoed within the vehicle. Han Shu picked up the intercom once more. Commander, we cannot ascertain the identity of the other party. This may very well be a trap. Chen Lu scoffed. Captain Han, not only do you lack the spirit of volunteerism, but you have also lost your capacity for sound judgment. A trap? Whose trap? Are you suggesting that those denizens of darkness can utilize our language? Absurd. Han Shu habitually ran his fingers through his hair. Commander, we can never truly know how many secrets lie within the reverse realm, even if we are aware of quite a few. Who can guarantee that those dark abominations are incapable of speech and cannot learn our language? Chen Lu retorted angrily. Enough. I truly question what the higher-ups of the Nightwalkers are thinking, allowing someone like you to command operations. Captain Han, you may continue with your mission. After I rescue the individuals, I shall naturally catch up with you. Over and out. Commander? Commander? Han Shu called out several times, but Chen Lu did not respond. He shook his head, muttering under his breath, Idiot. He then addressed the intercom. The convoy will change direction. We are heading to the rescue. Received. Understood. After putting down the intercom, Han Shu sat back down, his face a mask of resignation. The young man with a ponytail behind him couldn't help but exclaim, Captain, why do you care about that idiot? If he wants to show off, just let him. Han Shu shook his head. The strategic department has always harbored grievances against us. If anything were to happen to their officer under my command, it would implicate Commander Chu. You think I want to accompany him in his madness? I have no choice. He spread his hands in exasperation. Thus, the convoy turned at the next intersection, proceeding towards the coordinates of the distress signal. A vast complex loomed ahead of the convoy. They halted on the roadway, and to their left lay a circular plaza. The ground of the plaza was adorned with interwoven curvilinear patterns, seemingly some form of decoration. Columns flanked either side, behind which appeared to be a green belt, though at present it was only a patch of brown gravel, devoid of any trace of vegetation. In the distance, two spherical structures, one large and one small, stood, their purposes unknown. Han Shu disembarked and gazed at the plaza not far from the roadway, reflecting, the inhabitants of the reverse realm are indeed fortunate. Look at how vast this empty space is. It isn't even a park. At that moment, the sounds of the fifth-generation armed units echoed. The previously dispatched shooting-type armaments, having eliminated a group of stragglers, advanced with low power, their wheels propelling the 3-meter-tall machines slowly towards a passage leading to the rear spherical structure. Chen Lu and several soldiers followed behind the fifth-generation units. And at the tail end was a team of Nightwalkers codenamed Highland Eagle. Han Shu leaned against the vehicle, activating a holographic projection. The image displayed the advance of the team, transmitted in real time by one of the soldiers in the Highland Eagle team through his helmet's recording device, allowing those remaining behind to witness the entire rescue operation. After circumventing the plaza, the team arrived at a parking lot. The reverse realm's vehicles, with their flimsy armor, were parked haphazardly. Most vehicles were little more than empty shells, and many bore visible signs of destruction. The uneven ground was teeming with the bizarre fungi unique to the reverse realm, forming irregular patches along the road, some even engulfing the remnants of vehicles. 12 minutes later, the rescue team reached the source of the distress signal, a spherical building. They entered through a large door and traversed a dilapidated hall. Upon emerging from another door along the corridor, they found themselves on a viewing platform. It is worth mentioning that the corridor behind the hall seemingly did not account for the passage of armored units. The 2.5-meter height forced the shooting-type armament to retrace its steps in search of an entry point into the building. In the holographic projection, Tianyang gazed at the tiered viewing platform, unable to contain himself. This can accommodate thousands. No, perhaps even more. Look across. There is another identical platform. My goodness. Is this an arena? I have heard that the War God Fortress has a grand coliseum that can host 300 spectators simultaneously. Look below. Old Sue pointed towards the area beneath the platform. Below, there was a vast expanse of open ground, comparable in size to a training field at the Lighthouse Base. Surrounding this open area was a distinctly marked region, paved with some material, forming a ring, with a raised edge along its inner perimeter. This area was subdivided into several sections, within which appeared symbols from the reverse realm for some form of identification. Old Sue's gaze deepened. I dare say, the lives of the inhabitants of the reverse realm must be quite leisurely. Otherwise, they would not have constructed such a place for amusement. Clearly, this is where they pass the time. Tianyang nodded in agreement, a hint of envy flickering in his youthful gaze. Before the reverse realm had transformed into its current wretched state, perhaps the residents of this city lived better than those within the fortress. A voice resonated from the holographic projection. Captain Han, we have received another distress signal and have locked onto its location. We are now proceeding to rescue. It was Liang's son, the leader of the Highland Eagle team. Be cautious, Captain Liang. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately, Han Shu advised. Liang's son acknowledged with a nod. And in the projection, the rescue team began to move. They turned into a passageway from the viewing platform, proceeding with caution until they arrived at a large door. Beside the door was a sign. The image depicted a small figure seated in a chair, appearing to be resting. Liang's son, clad in a black long coat with a receding hairline, raised his hand to signal for caution. He gently pushed open the door, and a series of creaks and groans echoed from the projection. After a struggle, the door swung open, revealing a room furnished with several rows of seats. As the rescue team's lighting equipment illuminated the space, Tianyang noted that on the left side of the room stood a row of iron cabinets, each adorned with numerous small compartments, resembling rudimentary storage lockers. On the opposite wall hung a screen, long since shattered, exposing the inner electronic circuits. Below the screen was a cabinet, and beside it squatted a person, facing away from the rescue team, mechanically and hoarsely uttering, "Can anyone hear me? I am trapped. Requesting assistance." Coordinates as follows. Chapter 26. The Mad Hound in the Dim Light. The figure facing away from the rescue team had buried his head deeply, revealing only the curvature of his hunched back. He was devoid of clothing, and it was immediately apparent that he was emaciated, his vertebrae threatening to pierce through his pallid skin. His complexion, an unhealthy shade of ashen gray, accentuated his frail appearance. Something felt amiss. Han Shu called out, "Liang's son, disregard him and move quickly. I sense something is very wrong." At that moment, the holographic projection flickered, as if the signal was being disrupted, and the captain of the Highland Eagles seemed oblivious to Han Shu's warning. In the footage, Liang's son shouted towards the figure beside the cabinet, "Which team are you from? Where are your comrades? Are you the only one trapped?" The repeated inquiries ceased, and the figure seemed to respond, shifting slightly before attempting to rise. Several rifles were promptly aimed at him. As the soldiers of the Highland Eagles adopted a necessary state of alert, the figure slowly stood, revealing an unnaturally tall stature. His head had not yet been raised, but he was already nearing the ceiling. "My God!" Chen Lu exclaimed in horror. "What is that? What on earth is it?" This was clearly not human. No normal being could reach a height of 2.5 meters, nor possess limbs and joints that could contort in such unnatural ways. And then it turned, oh no, the grotesque entity revealed its head, if one could even call that trumpet-like appendage a head. Suddenly, its chest split open along a seam that extended to its abdomen, violently flaring open from the chest to the lower belly. Beneath the torn flesh, white bones served as grotesque supports. Deep within its body, various indescribable organs writhed. And on the surface of one such organ, a human face protruded. The gaping cavity resembled a demonic maw. "Can anyone hear me? I am trapped. Requesting assistance coordinates as follows. The same words echoed forth, amplified 100-fold from the human face on the demon's mouth. In an instant, the holographic projection suffered severe interference, with a 5-second delay in transmission. When the signal finally stabilized, the footage revealed that the dark creature, previously unseen, was being forced back by several rifles, bursts of blood erupting from its body. In the end, Liang's son stepped forward, his warrior's prowess allowing him to cleave the creature in two with a single stroke of his sword. From the split form rolled out an organ resembling a heart, emanating a pale yellow glow, evidently the creature's will imprisoned within. As Liang's son struck down, the cage shattered, and the once severed body continued to convulse. Yet, upon the shattering of the cage, it ceased all movement and rapidly disintegrated into a heap of putrid matter. Han Shu shook his head. Liang's son, come back. This time, Liang's son heeded the call, and at Han Shu's command, the team retreated. But as the image shifted, Han Shu suddenly leaped up, for at the end of the building's corridor, shadows were swaying. The stalkers, those accursed beings, emerged unsteadily from either side of the T-shaped passage. In the footage, their grotesque silhouettes began to expand. As if the troubles caused by Liang's son and the others were insufficient, a vent ahead suddenly dropped its barrier, and a stalker slid down, crashing to the ground. Before it could rise, more stalkers followed suit, tumbling down from the vent, and they began to rise, staggering forward, emitting meaningless cries as they extended their twisted limbs toward the camera. Youngson shouted, "Retreat," quickly into the room. Though the number of stalkers was considerable, it was not enough to pose a significant threat to a Nightwalker team. However, considering Chun Lu's safety, Liang's son dared not take any chances. Reluctantly, they retreated into the room to hold their ground, awaiting rescue. Damn it, I knew this would happen. Han Shu bellowed, Night Raiders team, move out. Tianyang intended to follow, but Han Shu pointed at him, saying, stay back. Then he turned to the captain of the Grey Dove team, a woman with a shaved head. Lida, I leave this to you to command. With that, he hurriedly led his team toward the spherical structure. Tianyang faintly heard Han Shu instructing someone to contact the 5th-generation armed forces. With their firepower, it would not be difficult to carve out an escape route for the Highland Eagles. Once the Raven team departed, the temporarily designated commander, the bald woman, commanded in a voice that belied her stature, all units, fall back to the plaza. Recovery team and medical team to the center. Other teams, assume defensive formations, move immediately. The convoy promptly mobilized, adhering to Captain Lida's orders. Recovery and medical vehicles positioned themselves in the center of the plaza, while several Nightwalker team vehicles formed a defensive perimeter to protect non-combat personnel. They established defensive lines and set up makeshift cover. Even the 5th-generation heavy-duty armed vehicle brought by Chun Lu took its place in the formation, all heavy firepower on standby, ready for combat. Such precaution was not without reason. Who would have imagined that among the dark denizens lurked such monstrosities, biological entities capable of emitting distress signals detectable by electronic instruments, thereby laying this trap? As for the human language, it was evidently linked to that human face. Based on past experiences, this trap would likely not be straightforward. Furthermore, being in the reverse realm, it was wise to be vigilant. It was better to be overly cautious than to be caught off guard. Lida's concerns proved justified. Shortly after the Raven team departed, a red flare suddenly shot up into the dimly lit expanse of the road ahead. It was the alert signal from the guards, indicating the presence of an enemy. The Madhounds, a pack, at least 100 strong. Simultaneously, the communication channels erupted with the frantic shouts of the alert personnel. The bald lady immediately commanded heavy artillery to stand by, the War God class to form the vanguard, other classes and soldiers to provide long-range support. Tianyang dashed to the forefront of the formation, joining 7 or 8 warriors of the War God class to establish a vanguard line. The boy's left eye glowed with a crimson light, indicating the activation of tactical vision for infrared sight. He gazed toward the direction of the red flare, narrowing his focus. Suddenly, a figure that seemed to belong solely to a nightmare materialized before Tianyang's eyes. The sight of that demonic figure caused his stomach to churn, the wave of nausea nearly forcing him to expel his last meal. The Mad Hound, a grotesque amalgamation of human and canine characteristics. Its upright, pointed ears and blood-red eyes glinted with ferocity, a visage resembling a human yet with a protruding snout. Just a glance was enough to instill terror and provoke screams. Its hairless, almost slick body moved with the agility of a dog, sprinting across the ground. The Mad Hound was gaunt, with male dogs possessing hooked claws, while female dogs bore ribs that protruded from their bellies, supporting a mass resembling a tumor. According to records, when a female dog charged into a crowd, the tumor would expand and explode, releasing toxic substances under high pressure in all directions. This served as a weapon of indiscriminate mass destruction, a fitting origin for the name Mad Hound. As Tianyang observed the advancing pack of hounds through his electronic eye, he recalled old Sue's earlier words. If the dark denizens were the transformed remnants of the reverse realm's original inhabitants, what evolution or regression had these life forms undergone? What events transpired in the reverse realm that could have turned once living beings into these abominations? Chapter 27. The leader. The battle commenced with the launch of a heavy rocket by the 5th-generation multipurpose heavy armored unit, targeting the densest cluster of the hounds, resulting in a brilliant orange fireball. The searing heat permeated the air, and even at a distance exceeding 300 meters, Tianyang felt as though his hair might ignite. A jubilant cheer erupted from the vehicle defense line, a testament to the exhilarating power of the artillery. The hound pack suffered a staggering loss of 2/3 of its numbers, and the remaining frenzied beasts stumbled under the shockwave of the explosion. After a brief pause, they resumed their charge, only to be met by the heavy machine cannons. From behind the armored unit, 2 heavy machine guns were raised by mechanical arms, their barrels aimed at the Mad Hounds before roaring to life. Shell casings, the size of a child's fist, rained down onto the ground with a clattering din, echoing in the ears of all present. Any hound struck by the barrage was obliterated, its body exploding, and even if its will remained unbroken, the mangled remains could only twitch futilely on the ground, posing no threat to the defense line. Within 2 minutes, the pack was entirely eradicated under the firepower of the 5th-generation unit. Impressive, remarked a girl with a round face and gentle features, her youthful innocence still evident. She was a newcomer to Team Grey Dove, having participated in merely 2 missions thus far. Beside her, the bald woman named Lita observed calmly, glancing at the 5th-generation unit. In 2 minutes, approximately 2,000 contribution points worth of ammunition was expended. If we cannot subdue even a single pack of hounds, the entire research lab should collectively resign in shame. The newcomer gasped, unable to fathom that such a fleeting moment had consumed 2,000 contribution points. After 2 missions, she had only earned 800 contribution points. The cannon's roar subsided, yet the tension remained palpable as shadows loomed ahead. Hounds appeared on both the left and right flanks, with roughly 4 or 5 packs charging from various directions, each numbering around 100. This time, the hounds had learned. They spread out, advancing in a staggered formation, resembling a gray tide surging towards the defense line. Lita's voice crackled through the communication devices. The 5th-generation unit will engage directly. The rest of you handle the hounds on the sides. Gunners, prepare to direct the stellar cannon shells towards the densest clusters. We still have a long way to go before mission completion. Do not waste ammunition here. The stellar energy artillery on several Falcon tanks, under the gunner's command, aimed in different directions, striving to maximize their fire coverage. As the heavy machine guns of the 5th-generation unit roared once more, the energy artillery followed suit, emitting a low hum as they charged. Then, a blue orb of light streaked across the battlefield like a meteor, landing amidst the hounds. The orb detonated, sending ripples of energy radiating outward, momentarily halting the frenzied beasts in their tracks. Their bodies disintegrated alongside their will into neat, centimeter-sized particles. Soon after, soldiers armed with rifles and other long-range enhancers joined the fray. Consequently, the area before the defense line transformed into a dense and magnificent web of firepower, effectively halting the majority of the hounds. Any that slipped through were dealt with by enhancers, including Tianyang. Clutching a particle blade, he lowered his center of gravity, focusing intently ahead. Suddenly, a dark figure surged through the fire net. It was a male hound, lunging directly at Tianyang. The young man glimpsed the creature's human-like head, its blood-red eyes brimming with madness. The mad hound leaped, aiming to pounce upon him. In a moment of instinctual reflex, Tianyang rolled beneath the creature. His particle blade sliced through the air, severing the hound's limbs, yet the mangled beast continued to gnash its teeth on the ground. In a swift motion, a gleaming long sword pierced downward, embedding itself into the hound's skull and emerging from its jaw. After a twist, the light in the hound's eyes began to fade. With a foot resting upon the hound's corpse, the sword's wielder withdrew the weapon and pointed toward her own head, saying, "The cage of such creatures lies beneath the skull. Either decapitate them or pierce the cage directly. Understand?" Tianyang nodded, acknowledging the lesson. The battle was fierce yet brief. Within 5 minutes, it approached its conclusion. Just as humanity was poised to reap the fruits of victory, a sudden scream erupted from the rear square. Having just beheaded one mad hound, Tianyang turned to see chaos in the square behind the defense line, where more hounds had appeared. One female hound had detonated a tumor bomb beneath its ribcage, spraying corrosive venom upon several recovery team members. The venom proved highly corrosive, swiftly eating through the team members' protective suits. Several male hounds charged into the crowd, biting indiscriminately, throwing the recovery and medical teams into disarray. A familiar figure emerged in Tianyang's sight, Sun, running toward the defense line. However, she was knocked down by a panicked man. And alarmingly, a male hound, salivating grotesquely, charged toward her. A faint light cascaded from her hair as Tianyang's vision morphed into a swirling tapestry of light and shadow, the figures of Sun and the mad hound growing larger in his field of view. Ultimately, he caught a glimpse of his own silhouette, aglow with a hazy silver light, reflected in Sun's visor as he swung down the particle blade like a black waterfall upon the male hound. The hound's hardened skull offered no resistance against the blade's cutting edge. Its head and the front half of its body were cleaved apart, cascading like a blooming red flower to the ground, with blood flowing quietly past Tianyang's feet. Turning to Sun, he grasped her arm. "Are you all right?" She shook her head. Tianyang pointed toward the defense line. "Let us hurry." He then sprinted toward the next target. This scene was observed by Lita, who was overseeing the battle. Does the war god class possess such speed? Surprise flickered in Lita's eyes as she exclaimed, "Their assault is organized. There must be a leader among the hounds. Someone find it." No sooner had she spoken than a hunter-class enhancer shouted, "Commander, 1 o'clock position, 800 meters away." Lita seized a pair of binoculars and gazed in the direction indicated by the hunter. A monstrous figure came into view, a larger, mutated hound, appearing as though a male and female hound had been stitched together. Its head was split, one half male, the other half female, with 2 forelimbs and 4 hind limbs. Its dark red skin revealed protruding gray-white ribs, forming a grotesque armor. 3 clusters of short, black spines adorned its arched back. Lita would wager they were not mere decorations. Through the binoculars, she observed the creature's mouth opening and closing, seemingly roaring, as several male hounds scampered away, executing its commands. Lowering the binoculars, Lita gritted her teeth. 5th-generation unit, fire a round in that direction. Understood. Chapter 28, Special Mission within the fully enclosed armored cockpit. The driver, aided by the program, focused intently on capturing the image of the rabid dog leader. When that devilish figure appeared on the screen, the driver could not help but draw a sharp breath. Though merely a visual representation, an aura of malevolence emanated from it, chilling to the core. What horrors had transpired in the reverse realm to conjure such nightmarish entities, seemingly clawing their way out of the abyss? Locking onto the canine demon, the driver pressed the launch button. In the distance, the dog demon, issuing a new command in uneven syllables, suddenly perked up its pointed ears. It then turned its grotesque face toward the human defense line, where a flicker of fire ignited in the dimness, followed by a deep howl that reverberated across the battlefield. Almost instantly upon seeing the fire, the dog demon sprang away from its position, charging forward while bellowing in fury. A pack of mad dogs surged, racing in the opposite direction of the dog demon, leaping toward the fire that crossed the battlefield. The explosion of artillery erupted, The orange flames quickly engulfed the mad dogs, and the shockwaves swept through the area, sending the dog demon hurtling through the air. A lighter, yet still searing flame enveloped it. However, the dog demon soon burst forth from the flames, rolling on the ground to extinguish the remaining fire. Although wisps of smoke rose from its body and several parts were singed, the injury was hardly significant to it. "Damn it!" the bald woman exclaimed, nearly shattering her binoculars upon witnessing the outcome. The artillery shell had been intercepted and detonated prematurely by the mad dogs before reaching its intended target, allowing the dog demon to escape the most potent blast zone. The surrounding shockwave and flames inflicted negligible harm upon it. That creature was astonishingly astute and cunning. Leda contacted the driver again. "What weaponry do you have left?" The driver responded with a wry smile. "Commander, the heavy assault model is not adept at precision strikes. Such matters should be entrusted to the sharpshooter." Casting a glance toward the spherical structure, Leda muttered, "If the sharpshooter were here, would I still be in such distress?" "Never mind," she shouted. "Do we not have a level 3 hunter among us?" The hunter class, level 3, is a master sniper, possessing the very capabilities the commander requires. Alas, the hunters present here were predominantly level 1 and level 2. "Joan, what is the maximum range of your elemental throwing spear?" With no response, the bald woman turned to her squad's firepower specialist. The arrogant youth, who had designs on Sun back at the base, could not muster any pride now. "Captain, even if my elemental throwing spear could be cast further, it cannot hit anything 800 meters away. Moreover, you require precision strikes." Leda cradled her bald head. "Are we merely to languish in passivity? I refuse to accept this." "Wait, perhaps we need an assassin." Leda seized the communicator. Switching to a designated private channel. "Tianyang, you are Tianyang, correct? I am the commander, and I need you to undertake a task." A prompt response came from Tianyang. "Understood." "What is the task?" Tianyang lay on the hard, rocky ground, finding it uncomfortable. However, for an explorer in the reverse realm, comfort was a luxury reserved for the dead. He did not wish to meet his end just yet, thus he bore the discomfort of the stones pressing against his chest without aversion. After confirming that no mad dogs lurked ahead, he advanced stealthily like a specter, utilizing trees, car wreckage, and lampposts as cover. As a level 1 assassin of the Avenger class, this new class lacked detailed information even in major strongholds like Tianyang Fortress or the several super fortress cities such as Radiant Fort. Therefore, Tianyang had to discover and grasp the characteristics and inclinations of each class and level for himself. At this moment, Tianyang sensed that the assassin class possessed abilities related to speed and stealth. Otherwise, he would not have been able to navigate through much of the main battlefield. Quietly approaching his target under the watchful eyes of scattered mad dogs at the periphery of the battlefield, Leda assigned him an almost reckless task: to assassinate the rabid dog leader. The commander promised that if he succeeded, he would receive 500 contribution points. Tianyang was inclined to accept, driven by the nature of a soldier and a desire to assess his class abilities. When operating alone, one could be more unrestrained and precise. Furthermore, although Leda's mission was audacious, she had adequately prepared for it. Among these preparations, she had sprayed him with a refining mist extracted from the bodily fluids of various dark denizens. The scent was so overwhelming that a single breath nearly suffocated him. Nevertheless, the mist proved effective, deceiving the keen sense of smell possessed by the mad dogs. Several times, those monsters passed by Tianyang without recognizing him as anything other than one of their own or another dark denizen. Thus, Tianyang advanced silently, instinctively blending his form with the surrounding environment during his movements. Moments later, he spotted the dog demon. Despite having received a description from the commander, the sight of this malevolent creature still stirred a wave of nausea within him. The reverse realm was indeed a dreadfully terrifying place, Tianyang reaffirmed silently. The youth did not rush into action. At present, a dozen mad dogs roamed around the dog demon. To act recklessly could result in failure, not to mention jeopardizing his life. Moreover, the other mad dogs were ensnared beneath their skulls. Yet, Tianyang could not ascertain whether the dog demon was similarly ensnared. Fixating on that sinister silhouette, Tianyang observed it, hoping to uncover its weaknesses. As his gaze fell upon the dog demon's abdomen, shielded by its ribcage, an epiphany struck him. The ribs and belly seemed to fade before his eyes, revealing an organ resembling a placenta that radiated a faint yellow light. The wool cage. Tianyang snapped back to reality, and his vision returned to the ribs and belly. However, he was certain that the wool cage resided within its abdomen. The youth strained to recall the earlier image, calculating the position of the cage and mentally rehearsing the sequence of his attack. Time passed slowly. At that moment, the dog demon directed its gaze toward the defense line, letting out a long, piercing howl. The surrounding mad dogs, upon hearing the call, bolted forward. This was the signal for a full assault. And under the relentless waves of canine attackers, the convoy's defenses were nearing their limit. Naturally, the dog demon would seize this opportunity, sending forth all the mad dogs it could muster into the fray, while it cunningly lingered in the rear. Yet, it did not anticipate that the rear might not be secure. Once the guards departed, Tianyang recognized his chance. He unleashed his full potential, the vitality of his star essence surging to its zenith in an instant. A soft glow radiated, his silver hair gently lifted, and in a blink, Tianyang vanished from his position. Sensing a disturbance, the dog demon refrained from wasting time looking back. It suddenly curled its body. The ribs on either side of its abdomen spread wide, as if to shield itself from the imminent attack. However, no sooner had this tactic crossed its mind than a pitch-black dagger materialized from the void, piercing precisely between the ribs and penetrating its tough belly. It delved deep within, breaching the organ resembling a placenta. The dog demon's belly erupted with a bright yellow light, which swiftly faded away, and as it curled back up, it became utterly still. Flesh began to decay rapidly, leaving only the ribs and 2 eyeballs intact. Everything else, including the wool cage, dissolved into a pool of black muck. At that moment, Tianyang's figure materialized from the shadows, transitioning from illusion to reality in the air. The display of donation information has become rather inconvenient. I extend my gratitude to the generous brother who contributed yesterday, and I sincerely appreciate everyone's support. Chapter 29. A slippery hand sublimation progress. 28 Tianyang collapsed near the corpse of the canine demon, utterly exhausted after the kill. The release of tension, combined with the depletion of his stamina due to the star essence, left him feeling weak and drained. Through this battle, he had begun to grasp the nature of the assassin profession, and he even contemplated a summary of his insights, though the moment was not opportune. However, after slaying the canine demon, his sublimation progress had incremented by a mere 4 percentage points, leaving him perplexed. It was noteworthy that when he had defeated Qinwu, he had gained a full 10 percentage points. Why then did killing a canine demon yield only 4? Surely, Qinwu could not be more formidable than a canine demon. This discrepancy likely stemmed from the sublimation mechanism of the Avenger class. Tianyang had harbored a vague suspicion prior, and the encounter with the canine demon had only solidified his theory. The sublimation mechanism associated with his awakened class should pertain to revenge, which would elucidate the matter. After conveying the news of his successful mission to the commander, Tianyang rose and retrieved a set of material recovery tools from his portable pack, carefully collecting the demon's 2 eyeballs. Upon death, the dark denizens' bodies would rapidly decompose, yet certain parts or organs would remain intact, possessing unique properties. According to the fortress's regulations, slayers of the dark beings held ownership over these remnants, which could be utilized personally or exchanged for contribution points at the fortress. Having secured the eyeballs, the communicator crackled with the commander's voice. Tianyang, withdraw immediately along the established route. The pack is without a leader, and we have repelled them. Be cautious not to encounter any stragglers. I have arranged personnel to assist you on the retreat. Hurry back. Understood, Commander. I will return at once. Ending the communication, Tianyang departed the area, following the path delineated by Lida. Soon, the distant glow of the defensive line came into view. Just then, a pack of frenzied hounds erupted from the underbrush, a dozen or so grotesque creatures encircling him. Tianyang grimaced inwardly, drawing his particle combat knife and bracing for confrontation. At that moment, arrows composed of star essence whistled through the air, striking several of the frenzied hounds with lightning speed. The formation of the hounds faltered. and Tianyang seized the opportunity to break free. As he escaped the encirclement, the cacophony of mad howls resounded behind him. With the exception of two creatures now immobilized by arrows, the remaining hounds continued their relentless pursuit. The youth brandished his assault rifle, firing several rounds backward to deter the closest hounds. Suddenly, he heard a cry of alarm, followed by a brilliant flash at the corner of his eye. Turning, he was met by a grayish-white elemental spear hurtling directly towards him. Without time for contemplation, Tianyang sidestepped, the spear barely grazing his nose before crashing to the ground and creating a small, elemental tempest. The gale buffeted him, pulling at his form until he staggered back a few meters to regain his footing. Then, a Falcon combat vehicle approached, the energy cannon on board illuminating as a star essence projectile annihilated the remaining frenzied hounds. "Apologies," came a voice from atop the vehicle as a figure leaped down. Under the vehicle's headlights, Zhou Wang wore a disingenuous smile. "I had a slip of the hand just now. Thankfully, you weren't hurt, right?" A slip of the hand? Tianyang was not naive enough to believe such a pretext. Gazing at Zhou Wang's grinning visage, he felt an overwhelming urge to drive his particle knife into him. It was evident that the man had acted with intention. Even if an elemental spear might not have claimed his life, the pursuing hounds posed a significant threat. "Please, don't look at me like that. I've apologized. Besides, I wouldn't intentionally harm my comrade. That would be a grave offense." Zhou Wang's tone was feigned innocence, yet mischief flickered in his eyes. From within the vehicle, another member of the Grey Dove squad emerged. Yes, Tianyang. Zhou Wang would never do such a thing. "I assure you, this is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding, indeed." Zhou Wang approached, patting Tianyang's shoulder affectionately. "When we return, I'll treat you to drinks as an apology." "What is going on?" At that moment, Lita arrived, concerned for Tianyang's safety, as he was part of the Crow squad. She feared repercussions from Han Shu if anything had happened to him. However, upon her arrival, she sensed the atmosphere was amiss. Tianyang remained silent, casting a long, contemplative glance at Zhou Wang, before gently brushing off his hand from his shoulder. His expression was as cold as ice as he walked past Lita towards the square. Zhou Wang recounted the events to Lita, emphasizing that it was merely a misunderstanding. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Captain, these youngsters have such big tempers. I've apologized. Yet he still gives me the cold shoulder. Truly ungrateful." Lita regarded him with a dispassionate gaze. "Being unexpectedly shot at would irk anyone, Zhou Wang. You truly did not intend it?" Zhou Wang chuckled. "Would I intentionally harm him, Captain? We have no grievances between us, so why would I attack him?" Lita nodded. "Very well. I shall take your word for it this time, but do avoid such incidents in the future." Zhou Wang tensed momentarily before relaxing. Upon returning to the square, Tianyang found Han Shu and the others already back. The rough man waved him over as soon as he spotted him. As Tianyang approached, Han Shu smacked him on the head. "Damn it, where have you been? I told you to stay put, not to wander off." Cough. Thankfully, Lita intervened just in time. "Captain Han, I instructed Tianyang to carry out the mission. If you must blame someone, blame me." To his surprise, Han Shu delivered another smack. "Are you foolish? You just follow orders without question? If anything happened to you, how would I explain it to your superiors?" Lita then understood why Han Shu had not taken Tianyang along for the rescue. It seemed this boy had someone looking after him. Though Han Shu had delivered a couple of smacks, Tianyang could sense the man's concern for him. With a smile, he replied, "I can take care of myself, and besides, I just killed a frenzied hound leader." "Oh, quite impressive, are we?" Han Shu seemed about to deliver another slap, but ultimately refrained, pushing the youth instead. "Hurry to the medical team for a checkup. Although I only gave you a lesson, you are still half my student. Don't embarrass me by dying unexpectedly." Tianyang initially intended to protest that he needed no examination, but the fierce look in Han Shu's eyes made it clear that refusal would lead to a beating. Reluctantly, he forced a smile and departed the scene. Lita sidled up to Han Shu and whispered, "What is this boy's background? He can't be from the War God class. Can he?" Han Shu glanced at her. "His matters are not your concern, nor should they be publicized." Lita furrowed her brows. "Why not?" The rugged man silently pointed upward. Lita understood. "I see." Han Shu scoffed. "You know nothing." With a swift kick, Lita sent him sprawling to the ground. Chapter 030 The Final Stubbornness at the headquarters of the Nightwalkers. Within the confines of the office, a screen displayed the haughty visage of Zhou Wang, captured through the electronic eye of Tianyang. Over the course of the past half hour, the boy's entire involvement in the defense of the line was faithfully presented on this screen. Ling Feng sat in his chair, twirling an electronic pen in his hand. His aide, Lin Yang, knew that this was a sign of Ling Feng deep in thought. Finally, the pen came to rest as Ling Feng switched off the screen. Lin Yang then suggested, should we notify Han Shu to remove Zhou Wang? It seems he harbors resentment towards Tianyang and may act against him in future endeavors. That is of little consequence, Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. One cannot achieve greatness without undergoing trials. This is precisely why I allowed him to engage directly in the task rather than relegating him to a training camp. He must continuously prove through his actions that he is worthy of investment. If he cannot even handle a fool like Zhou Wang, then his potential is indeed limited. Lin Yang chuckled softly. Ling Feng glanced at him curiously. What is amusing you? It has been a long time since I've seen you hold such high expectations for a young individual, Lin Yang responded. Ling Feng removed his glasses. Do I appear so obvious? Lin Yang laughed, but added, however, by placing him in Han Shu's team, it won't be long before others start to harbor suspicions. Judging by how Tianyang dispatched that demon hound earlier, his abilities are markedly distinct from those of a war god rank. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite different. He has already demonstrated a speed that rivals that of a hunter rank, and he can deliver lethal strikes to the weak points of demon hounds. I do not believe he possesses similar experience. This may be an inherent ability of the Avenger rank. After a few more battles, even a blind person can see he is far from being a war god rank. But does it truly matter? Lin Yang seemed to grasp a crucial point. If that is your perspective, it appears the City Lord is already aware of this matter. You are correct. Since the City Lord is informed, it will be much simpler for us to seal off the news. In fact, there is no need to conceal the emergence of new ranks for too long. With time, as Tianyang establishes a deep connection with the Nightwalkers, we can announce it later without fear of other legions poaching him. Ling Feng smiled, then became serious. More than this, I am concerned about the incident during yesterday's military meeting when the commander clashed with Minister Wade. Lin Yang could not help but rub his face. I wondered why the strategic department suddenly sent a high-ranking official to the reverse realm. It seems it was to reduce resources allocated to the elevators. Minister Wade still harbors grievances about his son's incident from years ago. Ling Feng leaned back. In recent years, the public's envy towards the resources and privileges held by the elevators has reached an unbearable level. Minister Wade's actions at this juncture have a significant chance of success. However, with the emergence of Tianyang, he may become a substantial obstacle to Wade's reforms. As long as Tianyang can demonstrate that the Avenger rank poses a deterrent to a certain hostile fortress, Wade's plans will be difficult to realize. Lin Yang sighed. If our battlefield were solely in the reverse realm, life would be much simpler. Ling Feng readjusted his glasses, the reflection obscuring his eyes. Yet, at the same time, it would be far less interesting, would it not? Lin Yang muttered softly, at my age, the mundane can be far more blissful than the intriguing. Inside the battlefield medical vehicle, Tianyang sat quietly in a corner, awaiting examination. This vehicle, akin to a compact mobile medical clinic, was equipped with an independent generator, ensuring that power supply would not falter during the treatment of the injured. It housed an operating room, an intensive care unit, and a temporary ward, significantly enhancing the survival rate of explorers in the reverse realm. However, small-scale explorations could not afford a medical team. Such lavish configurations were reserved for significant operations like the recovery of the Star Pillar. Before long, it was Tianyang's turn. As he approached the examination room, he encountered a high-ranking official from the strategic department, his head bandaged in antiseptic cloth. The rescue operation led by Chun Lu aimed to further tarnish the elevator's reputation. Yet it had resulted in a resounding slap to the dark denizens. Gone was the arrogance displayed during their first encounter. The official's countenance was now somber. Tianyang nodded in acknowledgement, but Chun Lu paid him no heed. Upon entering the examination room, Tianyang was momentarily taken aback to find that the examiner was Sun. With her delicate features still youthful, upon seeing Tianyang, Her beautifully curved lips curled into a gentle smile. "You don't appear to be injured," she remarked, gesturing for him to lie on the pristine examination bed. Tianyang removed his uniform, donning only his armor as he lay down, expressing his reluctance. "I feel the same. But the captain insisted I come." "Captain Han is quite concerned for you," Sun replied, pulling down a medical diagnostic instrument. As she drew nearer, her cute nose wrinkled slightly. "What have you stepped in?" Tianyang recalled the dark essence of the black denizens that had sprayed on him and awkwardly suggested, "Perhaps I should return later." Sun gently pressed her slender yet supple hand against him. "Since you're here, let us not waste time." Activating the device, she began her examination. Lying on the bed, Tianyang scrutinized Sun's sweet and charming face, even noting the fine hairs illuminated beneath her earlobe. "Why did you choose to become a nurse and join the reverse realm medical system?" Sun hesitated briefly but did not respond, continuing her work. Tianyang thought perhaps he had asked a foolish question. "You are fine. There are only minor strains in some areas that do not require medication," the girl stated softly after reviewing the diagnostic results. Tianyang rose from the bed, retrieving his uniform. "Thank you for your help." As he was about to exit the examination room, Sun's voice called out from behind him. "The compensation in the reverse realm medical system is high. My father is ill and requires some contributions for treatment. While there are easier paths, I do not wish to be bound. You must understand, in the fortress, the price of freedom is steep." When Tianyang glanced back, Sun had already begun organizing her instruments. He cast a silent glance at her retreating figure before stepping out of the room. The easier path likely involved becoming the wife or mistress of some affluent individual. Given Sun's attributes, this should not be a challenging endeavor. Yet she had chosen a far more arduous route. Tianyang recalled a book he had read, which stated, "Life is a journey of continual compromise, yet sometimes we must retain a fragment of stubbornness for ourselves. Otherwise, what meaning does life hold?" Perhaps Sun's choice was indeed the last vestige of stubbornness she preserved for herself. Chapter 031. Provocation after the convoy set off again. It was evident to all that Han Shu was in a rather foul mood. His discontent was not without justification. In the endeavor to rescue Chenlu, the two teams, the Crows and the Highland Eagles, suffered the loss of 3 soldiers. The personnel left guarding the square also incurred casualties. Ammunition, stellar energy, and medical resources experienced varying degrees of depletion. Moreover, within the medical vehicle, a transcender lay in critical condition, having just undergone surgery. All of this could have been avoided. Consequently, silence reigned among the members throughout the journey. Even old Su, typically the most talkative, silently smoked his cigarette. Tianyang sat in the rear of the war vehicle, reflecting on his previous battle. Through experience, he discovered that the stellar essence within him could reach its peak activation in a remarkably short time, granting him tremendous explosive power and exceptional mobility. However, his most significant revelation pertained to the reconnaissance of the weaknesses of the dark denizens. While observing the aberrant creature within the frenzied dog, he noted the creature's flesh becoming translucent, allowing him to perceive the cage of wool within. The subsequent swift strike that felled it confirmed that this was no mere illusion. In retrospect, this was likely the practical application of his occupational ability, weakness perception. Pondering this, Tianyang discreetly glanced at Han Shu ahead, but the phenomenon of translucency did not manifest. Could it be that this ability is ineffective against humans? The young man mused, wishing for an instruction manual. It was rather peculiar. Old Su, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Han Shu, in a brusque tone, replied, "What is so strange about it?" Old Su lightly tapped the window with his finger. "Captain, look outside. It's too quiet. I remember the mission report stating that there would be a large number of wanderers here. Yet, we haven't encountered a single one." As the convoy turned a corner, the light revealed not even a shadow of a ghost. Tianyang, following old Su's gaze, confirmed that the streets were indeed devoid of any wanderers. However, he recalled that when he departed, the lower-class denizens could be described as a sea of people. Where had they all gone? Han Shu shrugged dismissively. Perhaps they've gone elsewhere. Wanderers tend to roam aimlessly. Do you expect them to settle in the metropolis permanently? Old Su murmured, "Let us hope so." Ultimately, until they reached their destination, they did not encounter a single wanderer, an ease that felt almost surreal. For Han Shu, if the return journey could be equally smooth, then this mission could be deemed a qualified success. Upon seeing the entrance to the tunnel adorned with stellar pillars once more, Tianyang experienced a wave of emotions. It was within that tunnel that his life had transformed. The tunnel below could be regarded as the crossroads of his destiny. Returning now, he wondered what might transpire. He silently wished for nothing to occur. The convoy halted at the tunnel entrance, where two teams of Night Stalkers had set up a perimeter. The crows descended into the tunnel for reconnaissance, confirming it was safe before allowing the recovery team to proceed with their equipment. As Tianyang followed Qin Lu and the others into the tunnel, the recovery team was already preparing to extract resources. Given the size of the stellar pillar, complete recovery was impossible. Only the smaller ones could be entirely salvaged, akin to the one in the Skyward Fortress Memorial Park. However, even if a complete recovery were feasible, once removed from the reverse realm, the stellar pillar would cease to grow, and its stellar essence would gradually dissipate, a phenomenon that still lacks a clear explanation. All right, everyone. Listen up. Han Shu cleared his throat, drawing the group's attention. According to our tradition, those involved in the recovery of the stellar pillar will have the opportunity to touch it, excluding transcenders. Old Su, go summon the medical team. Old Su complied but was halted by Qin Lu. What tradition is this? I've never heard of it. Captain Han, what are you playing at? Han Shu retorted. I'm not playing at anything. This is our Night Stalker tradition. What is wrong with that? Recovering the stellar pillar is a perilous and laborious task. They certainly deserve a chance to change their fate. Nonsense, Qin Lu exclaimed. The adult ceremony held annually in the fortress's memorial park allows residents who turn 18 to touch the stellar pillar. Everyone in this team who is of age has already had their chance, and those who haven't will have an opportunity in the future. There is no need for any unnecessary actions. Commander, everyone deserves a chance, including you. It won't take much time, and besides, it has been years since a transcender emerged from the memorial park's pillar. I say it's about time for a change. Han Shu's playful demeanor made Qin Lu want to punch him. With a stern expression, Qin Lu declared, I still disagree. Han Shu scratched his head. How about a public vote? Those in favor, raise your hands. The minority shall defer to the majority. What do you think, Commander? Qin Lu responded, of course. The majority will agree. What significance does that hold? Han Shu chuckled softly, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Lu. Commander, since you also understand that everyone hopes for a chance to change their lives, why do you insist on obstructing them? Public opinion is hard to defy, Commander. Qin Lu surveyed the surroundings. Although no one spoke up, he could discern from their expressions that they were not in favor of him. Suit yourselves. But I will report this so-called tradition of yours to the higher-ups. Han Shu laughed heartily, unconcerned, even saluting Qin Lu. Thank you, Commander. Qin Lu seethed with frustration, feeling utterly powerless, and chose to sulk in silence. Old Su went to summon others, and Tianyang, seeing that he had no further role to play, wandered deeper into the tunnel. Moments later, he stumbled upon a platform. Before it lay a dimly lit track, yet there were no visible vehicles resembling trains. Perhaps those had been parked in some dark section of the tunnel. It then dawned on Tianyang that the inhabitants of the reverse realm had excavated tunnels underground to facilitate train travel. They must despise sunlight to conceal their trains beneath the surface. As his thoughts meandered, Tianyang suddenly heard footsteps and swiftly directed his light towards the sound's origin. Oh, what a coincidence! It was Zhou Wang's voice. Tianyang lowered the light, and indeed, the arrogant young man approached with empty hands. Not wishing to waste words on such a person, Tianyang silently moved past him. But Zhou Wang's arm obstructed his path. What do you want? Tianyang asked, raising his gaze. Zhou Wang grinned. Come on, are you still angry with me? I told you, that shot was just a slip of the hand. You wouldn't be so petty, would you? My affairs are none of your concern. Tianyang brushed Zhou Wang's hand aside and continued walking. Yet, as he distanced himself, Zhou Wang's voice echoed behind him. That girl, her name is Sun, right? How fortunate. She is part of the medical team. I've played with many women, but I've yet to encounter a little nurse. When I return, I'll make sure to have some fun with her. I hope she remains untainted. That would make it even more interesting. Chapter 32. The fortunate one Tianyang ceased his advance, recollecting what Sun had said. You possess a remarkably short memory. Tianyang did not turn, remaining with his back to Zhou Wang. If my recollection serves me correctly, I explicitly stated that she is mine. Zhou Wang chuckled derisively. I haven't forgotten. How about this? After I've had my amusement, I'll relinquish her to you. You can indulge in whatever manner you desire. Wouldn't that be agreeable? My apologies. Perhaps my initial statement lacked sufficient clarity. Allow me to reiterate. Sun is mine. Should you contemplate laying a hand on her, you will first have to contend with my blade. A subtle luminescence began to emanate from Tianyang's eyes. The dignity that the girl was striving to uphold should not be so carelessly trampled upon by such a person. Zhou Wang offered a silent smile, the emblem of the elemental core on his forehead faintly illuminating a symbol. Is it truly necessary to resort to such measures? Is a mere commoner worth such ardent defense? Furthermore, do you even possess the capability? While it is true that you are also an ascendant, you are yet to bear a surname, are you not? The life of an ascendant without the aegis of a family is often tragically ephemeral. Tianyang fixed his gaze on the darkness that lay ahead in the tunnel. No family endures in perpetuity. Moreover, even with familial protection, a prolonged existence is not invariably assured. Besides, among the esteemed families of Skymark Fortress, I do not recall hearing of a lineage. Insolence. Zhou Wang whirled around abruptly, and almost simultaneously, Tianyang faced him, his particle blade already materialized in his hand. Grayish-white elemental energy surged in Zhou Wang's hand as he said with a sullen expression, "For that statement alone, I have ample justification to extinguish your life." Tianyang responded with an apathetic "oh," and then inquired, "Would you care to test your hypothesis?" "Zhou Wang, is that you?" The sudden voice shattered the tense atmosphere on the platform. A newcomer from the Grey Doves, with a slightly rounded face and gentle features, was closer and noticed Tianyang's sheathed blade and the elemental energy gradually dissipating from Zhou Wang's palm. The girl anxiously inquired, "Did you encounter any monsters?" Evidently, the girl did not realize that she had just averted a confrontation. Tianyang departed without a word, and shortly thereafter, the newcomer girl and Zhou Wang also returned to the scene. The star marrow pillar remained in its original position. Ahead, a dozen or so individuals were queuing to touch the pillar, Sun among them. Not far away, Chun Lu sneered, "It's simply a waste of time. With that effort, we could already be on our way back." Han Shu, standing beside him, exhaled a smoke ring without uttering a word. It was Sun's turn. The girl, clad in protective gear, stepped forward and, like the others, gently placed her hand on the star pillar. The instant Sun made contact, the peculiar substance, resembling a massive tree, abruptly illuminated, its entirety radiating a dazzling silver radiance. Han Shu involuntarily dropped his cigarette to the ground. Chun Lu's mouth gaped open in astonishment. Zhou Wang's eyes were filled with dismay, followed by a hint of vexation, as if his calculations had gone awry. As for Tianyang, he was initially surprised, then pleased for Sun. The pillar's reaction indicated that it was stimulating Sun's cells and genes, guiding them toward a higher form of life. Indeed, a glow began to emanate from the girl's protective suit, as if it contained an entire galaxy. The star pillar's crown swayed silently, scattering starlight from its crystal-like leaves. The silver radiance illuminated the space, growing brighter until it became unbearable to look at directly. After 3 to 5 seconds, the silver light gradually subsided, and several strands of starlight swirled around Sun. Through the helmet's transparent visor, the girl still seemed unable to believe that she had been favored by the god of fortune. It was not until the medical team's captain, a woman with golden hair and blue eyes named Roshan, approached and tapped on the helmet that Sun snapped out of her reverie. "Remove your helmet," Roshan said with a smile. Sun hesitated, then slowly removed her helmet. As she came into contact with the reverse world's atmosphere, wisps of silver light flowed through the blood vessels on her face, then returned to normal. She took a deep breath, feeling no different. Roshan embraced her. "Well done, Sun. Tell me, what class did you awaken?" Sun closed her eyes, and after a moment, said in disbelief, "It's a radiant class." "What? It's actually a radiant class." Han Shu cheered. "This is truly a stroke of luck. The girl actually awakened a radiant class. Haha, we've struck gold." He looked at Chun Lu and said with a grin, "What do you think, sir? Our tradition is quite effective, isn't it? Chen Lu snorted, trying to maintain his composure, but from his slightly trembling fingers, it was clear that Sun's awakening of the Radiant class had excited him as well. Among the known classes, two were the rarest, Abyss and Radiant. The former was the most dangerous and uncontrollable of all known classes. Ascendants who awakened the Abyss class were often extremely desperate individuals who tended to take dangerous actions. Their abilities were also terrifying, suppressing most other classes. The latter, Radiant, was essentially the opposite of Abyss. Radiant class ascendants could use healing and purification abilities, and in the reverse world, whether or not a team had a Radiant class member made all the difference. Unfortunately, both Abyss and Radiant class ascendants were exceedingly rare, akin to phoenix feathers and dragon scales. Of course, that was before Tianyang awakened the Avenger class. Now, they were no longer the rarest. Even so, it was still a cause for celebration, especially since Tianyang's new class remained confidential. The happiest of all was Roshan, who immediately announced that Sun was now her student. Upon their return, she would give Sun individual lessons. As one of the top battlefield doctors in the fortress, many medical students yearned for Roshan's favor. However, she had never intended to take on a disciple. Now, she had decided that Sun would inherit her mantle. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wang's expression darkened even further. There were not many experienced battlefield doctors in the fortress, and Roshan was not only a highly respected battlefield doctor, but also an ascendant herself. Her status in the fortress was no lower than that of the Zhou family. Now that Sun, a Radiant class ascendant, had become her student, the girl was beyond Zhou Wang's reach. In fact, from the moment Roshan announced her acceptance of Sun as a disciple, the number of people in the fortress who dared to harbor designs on the girl could be counted on one hand, and those few would never stoop to such base behavior. As a result, Zhou Wang harbored even more resentment toward Tianyang. If Tianyang hadn't intervened at the outpost base, Zhou Wang might have already obtained Sun. Then, the Zhou family could have possessed a Radiant class ascendant, and Zhou Wang could have used this to rise through the ranks. But all of this had been ruined by the white-haired boy in front of him. The more Zhou Wang thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could blast Tianyang with an elemental spear. But he never considered that even if he had succeeded at the base, would the girl have necessarily married him? Chapter 033. The Phantom Vehicle. After receiving the congratulations from the crowd, Sun remained surprisingly composed, unaffected by the jubilation around her. Instead, she inquired about any financial assistance for her studies with Roshan, as she had a family to support and a father in need of medical treatment. Roshan seemed to have anticipated Sun's plight. Not only did she promise to apply for a subsidy from the fortress, but she also vowed to help Sun take her father to the hospital after the mission concluded. At that moment, a smile broke across the girl's face, her expression one of palpable relief. Ultimately, she followed Roshan out of the tunnel. Next, as the remaining individuals awaited the emergence of any fortunate souls, Han Shu announced the commencement of the recovery operation. 2 hours later, the Star Essence Pillar was successfully retrieved, meticulously cut apart and stored. As the last recovery team member exited the tunnel, Tianyang, along with Han Shu and others, prepared to leave. Suddenly, a deep rumbling resonated from the depths of the tunnel. Tianyang felt the silver strands of hair on his forehead flutter slightly. There was a breeze. The young man turned to look at Han Shu, who furrowed his brows and picked up the communicator, instructing, "All vehicles start up, prepare to leave." Before he could finish his sentence, the tunnel began to tremble violently, the shaking almost causing Tianyang and his companions to lose their footing. Cracks spread across the tunnel's ceiling, with dust cascading down through the gaps. The ground heaved as if a wave was surging forth. "Hurry, this place is collapsing," Han Shu shouted, grabbing Tianyang and sprinting toward the exit. As they raced forward, a thunderous roar echoed from the tunnel behind them, and sections of it began to cave in. Upon exiting the tunnel, Tianyang glanced back to see clouds of dust swirling in the depths. In that dimness, 2 faint lights flickered, reminiscent of train headlights. Just then, the entire tunnel collapsed, a torrent of debris burying everything in its wake, leaving Tianyang unaware of what he had just witnessed. After escaping the tunnel, they found the ground still fracturing, the area of collapse expanding nearly 100 square meters before finally ceasing. Standing at the edge of the road's collapse, Tianyang breathed heavily, gazing ahead to see an entire block of pavement swallowed into the earth. The buildings in that area leaned precariously, resembling a stack of blocks toppled by mischievous children, dust swirling and further obscuring an already hazy world. Han Shu finally exhaled in relief. That scared the life out of me. I thought I was going to be buried alive. Old Su patted his shoulder, chuckling. It seems the Lord of War is not yet ready to accept you. Han Shu retorted, I am not his disciple. He sighed again. With the road collapsed like this, we can no longer follow the original route. We'll have to detour. And then, the ground trembled once more. A small mound of stone suddenly erupted in the collapsed area 300 meters ahead. In the next instant, the mound exploded, sending rocks flying in all directions. At that moment, a colossal shadow burst forth from the earth, soaring through the air and crashing into a large building ahead of the convoy. In that fleeting instant, Tianyang caught a glimpse of dim headlights, grime-covered carriages, and elongated arms. He was left in fear and panic, a primal instinct in the face of a formidable entity. The young man fared better than the recovery team members and some soldiers, who collapsed in terror, clearly having witnessed the scene. The creature crashed into the building, producing a series of deafening booms, causing several structures to tilt as if they had been struck down by the beast. Han Shu shouted, Don't just stand there. Get in the vehicles. Prepare the energy cannons and armored transport. All enhancers on alert. We may have guests. The convoy finally reacted, with several soldiers scrambling into the hunter battle vehicles, activating the Star Essence cannons and entering a state of readiness. 2 fifth-generation armed units from the Storm Team disembarked from the transport vehicle, their operators busily checking systems, preparing for battle. Various squads of enhancers joined the remaining soldiers, forming a defensive formation, anxiously watching the building that had been struck. The sound of metal scraping against rubble echoed from within the building. Suddenly, an indescribably terrifying hand emerged from behind a structure, pressing down onto the ground. The palm was covered in what appeared to be a writhing mass of either liquid or muscle, resembling a cluster of grotesque maggots squirming together. Turn on all the lights. We need to see our opponent. Han Shu bellowed. The battle vehicles, recovery team transports, armored transports, and field medical vehicles all illuminated their lights, brightening the area where the monstrous hand lay. Then it finally appeared. Tianyang struggled to articulate what he beheld. It resembled a massive, soft-bodied creature, its surface covered in a multitude of fleshy tumors that emanated a yellowish glow. The creature's tail end seemed to curl into several metal carriages. Indeed, they were train carriages. Peering through the carriage windows, one could glimpse its dark green body, still bearing remnants of human corpses. These bodies had not even decomposed to bones. They were merely encased in a thin membrane. This fleshy membrane fused with the creature's body, making it appear as though the train's passengers had become part of it. The creature's form tapered from wide to narrow, with dozens of elongated arms sprouting from its sides, their structure eerily similar to that of a human, complete with fingernails. It was impossible to discern its head or any ocular features. However, beneath the creature's body lay a terrifying maw. When that mouth fully opened, onlookers could see layers of sharp teeth within, both inner and outer. What on earth is this? I've been on several missions, but I've never encountered such a monster. The young man with the ponytail exclaimed. Old Su's expression turned grim. It's a phantom vehicle. These dark denizens dwell underground, particularly favoring tunnels. They tend to merge part of their bodies with trains, and over time, the train becomes inseparable from them. Han Shu cursed under his breath and continued. The last report of encountering a phantom vehicle was 8 years ago, when 4 Nightwalker squads were sent out, and only 3 survivors returned. 2 of them suffered from madness, and the last could only describe the entire ordeal, yet he couldn't clarify where the creature's will was contained. Chun Lu's voice crackled over the communication channel. If we don't know, then let's bombard it with everything we've got. Upon hearing the exchange between Han Shu and Chun Lu, Tianyang recalled his own experience facing the Hound Demon. His ability, weakness detection, could undoubtedly pinpoint the phantom vehicle's will, allowing them to concentrate their firepower to destroy it. But at that moment, a shrill screech pierced the air, and the creature known as the phantom vehicle, its tumors glowing ominously, began to move its arms in an alternating rhythm, charging straight toward their defensive formation. Chapter 34. Engagement. Everyone, take cover, Honshu shouted, swiftly dragging Tianyang to the side of the path taken by the monstrous vehicle. Against such an enormous force, any semblance of a defensive formation was rendered futile, and the ascenders scattered to avoid the impending collision. The armored vehicles and other transports behind them desperately maneuvered to evade the oncoming behemoth. Yet, despite their efforts, as the monstrous vehicle roared past, a Falcon battle tank was violently overturned. In front of the massive creature, the tank resembled a mere toy, soaring several meters into the air before crashing into a building. It fell back down, nearly disintegrating, with a tire flying off into the distance. The soldiers inside had no chance of survival. The blood that trickled from the wreckage was the most damning evidence of their fate. After careening for over 1,000 meters, the monstrous vehicle finally came to a halt, slowly pivoting. The grotesque growths on its body emitted an erratic yellow glow, and a chilling howl emanated from its maw as it began to crawl toward the squad. Honshu released Tianyang and bellowed, "Fire! Do not conserve ammunition. Unleash everything you have." At his command, the heavy artillery of the Falcon battle tank roared to life, charging up with a menacing hum. Waves of blue energy projectiles screamed forth, while 2 armored units responded in kind. One, a heavily armored variant, anchored itself to the ground, its heavy rocket launcher targeting the monstrous vehicle. A fiery explosion erupted as the rocket propelled itself, trailing an orange flame. The immense recoil caused the unit to sink slightly. Yet it persisted. All ammunition compartments, shoulders, chest, arms, and legs, opened wide, activating an array of missiles and energy beam weapons. In an instant, the bombardment from the heavy unit eclipsed that of the Falcon battle tank. Meanwhile, the attack unit deployed a series of rollers beneath it, propelling itself forward at high speed while unleashing a barrage of high-velocity rounds from its electromagnetic railgun at the monstrous vehicle. The Ascenders, armed with star essence arrows and gray spears from the elemental heart, wove a subtle yet potent web of firepower. Tianyang gazed up at the dim skies above, nearly illuminated by the concentrated firepower of the assembled vehicles. Soon, the onslaught struck the monstrous vehicle, beginning with a massive fireball from the heavy rocket launcher. Explosions of various hues danced in the air, interspersed with the heavy impacts of physical projectiles. The relentless barrage shook the entire street, and the smoke and wind generated by the explosions hit Tianyang like a wall, nearly robbing him of breath. This wave of assault persisted for nearly 10 seconds before Honshu signaled a halt. As they paused, thick smoke billowed ahead, obscuring the fate of the monstrous vehicle. Mere seconds had passed, yet it felt like an eternity to the onlookers. Moments later, as the haze began to dissipate, a flicker of yellow light emerged from the smoke. Suddenly, a piercing howl erupted, and the street was engulfed in a fierce wind that scattered the remaining dust. Once the smoke cleared, the monstrous vehicle revealed its gaping maw, the source of the earlier gale. Despite the marks of bombardment upon its body, it appeared far from crippled. Furthermore, a massive rhomboid energy shield flickered around it, causing the dust to twist and scatter in other directions upon nearing the barrier. Damn it, it's a deflection field. This beast can generate a force field. How are we supposed to survive this? Honshu cursed. Old Sue, with a grim expression, suggested, should we retreat? No way, Honshu replied, shaking his head. We have too many personnel, we're too conspicuous. Besides, you've seen its speed. Retreating now would only allow it to catch up with us. Wait. What else? That before the rugged man could finish, a car broke away from the convoy, careening down a side street. Inside, Chun-Lu brandished a gun at the driver. His face twisted in desperation. Hurry, faster. That monster is unbeatable. Honshu and the others are doomed. The scenery blurred past as they approached an intersection. Suddenly, a burst of yellow light erupted from a nearby shopping center. All doors and windows shattered simultaneously, sending shards raining down like a torrential downpour upon the car. The monstrous vehicle crashed through the building, its arms propelling it forward. The ground buckled beneath it as the creature leaped, its maw wide open, descending upon the speeding car. Chun-Lu, watching in horror, muttered, "Good grief," as both the vehicle and its occupants were swallowed whole. By the time Han Shu reached the intersection, the monstrous vehicle had already turned, its maw snapping shut as if savoring a meal. Moments later, a tire fell from its gaping maw. Captain, Song-du, who had been close behind, turned pale. Han Shu, with a stoic expression, responded, "We must thank General Chen Lu for his brave sacrifice in luring the monster away. Now, those of the War God class, follow me. Our objective is to disable the creature's arms and impair its mobility. The rest of you, along with the armored units, provide covering fire. Move out." With that, Han Shu's chest glowed with the emblem of his rank, a shield emblazoned with a castle. At that moment, the shield shimmered with brilliance. Han Shu extended his hand, summoning a surging spear of star essence that flickered between existence. The rugged man glowed with earthy hues, his form shifting to resemble armor, enveloping Han Shu in a protective layer. Tianyang recognized that the golden armor was the ability of the fortress class, known as indomitable armor, significantly enhancing the Ascender's physical strength and resilience against physical impacts. As for the Star Essence Spear, its capabilities remained a mystery to Tianyang, who was not yet well-versed in other classes. Leading the charge, Han Shu brandished the Star Essence Spear and surged forward. Song-du, Old Su, and the other War God class Ascenders followed closely. Tianyang drew his particle combat knife and joined them, while the remaining Ascenders and armored units commenced their bombardment to provide cover for Han Shu and his team. However, their firepower paled in comparison to the initial wave, particularly the heavy unit, which had expended a significant portion of its ammunition. Now, it relied solely on 2 heavy machine guns and the dual shoulder-mounted energy beam weapons for support. Nevertheless, the monstrous vehicle was still disoriented by the onslaught, if it indeed possessed the faculty of sight. Before long, Han Shu and the monstrous vehicle were within 100 meters of each other. The rugged man let out a fierce roar, lowering his body and extending his spear as he accelerated forward. Spiraling waves of energy rippled before him. Old Su, recognizing the phenomenon, immediately understood that their captain had unleashed one of the few offensive capabilities of the Fortress class. Vortex Force Field. Chapter 035. Mutation. The Vortex Force Field ignited, and Han Shu surged forward, the Star Essence Spear entwined with spiral ripples crashing fiercely against one of the ghost car's arms. The flesh and blood of the arm were instantly torn, shredded, and obliterated by the spiraling waves, finally erupting into a cloud of pulverized matter. The spiral wave acted like a colossal drill, swiftly penetrating into the creature's arm. Even the hardened bones within could not halt the advance of the drill, as the mixture of flesh and bone fragments began to spew forth. In no more than 2 seconds, Han Shu had effectively drilled through the ghost car's arm. The other Transcendents could not help but erupted cheers. This was the first time since the onset of the battle that they had inflicted substantial damage on the ghost car, rather than merely stripping away its outer layers. Just as the cheers began to fade, an oppressive aura enveloped the surroundings. Tianyang noticed a fellow Transcendent's wrist glowing brightly, crimson light igniting in their eyes, leaving intermittent red trails in the air as they raced forward. This was a squad captain, wielding a sword that tapered at the front and flared at the back, emanating an intense battle intent as they accelerated. The silver glow on their wrist indicated the ability known as Silver Arm of Valor, augmenting the power and efficacy of the Transcendents. The crimson light in their eyes was a hallmark of the 4th-tier Shura ability, Battle Intent, which ignited the warrior's fighting spirit, incrementally enhancing their lethality with each strike while significantly diminishing the sensation of pain, allowing them to focus more intently on combat. Tier 4 represented a pivotal threshold for every rank. The Night Walkers had strict regulations stating that only those of Tier 4 could assume the role of captain. This was a testament to the responsibility towards each team member and an acknowledgement of the captain's combat prowess. At that moment, the captain had surpassed Han Shu, their sword radiating brilliance as it swept across the ghost car's second arm. The arm was cleanly severed in 2, and with the loss of 2 limbs, the ghost car lost its balance and collapsed heavily towards the direction of its severed arm. The other Transcendents wasted no time, each wrist gleamed with silver light. Wielding swords or knives, they launched into a furious assault on the remaining arms of the ghost car. Tianyang, however, did not rashly join the fray, to be honest. His low-tier combat strength was not urgently needed at this moment. He slowed his pace, focusing intently on the ghost car, noticing that the creature began to fade in his sight. This indicated that weakness detection had been activated, but despite straining his eyes, he could only discern the writhing muscles and veins beneath the creature's skin, unable to see the internal organs as he had previously. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the location of the creature's confinement. Why was this happening? The youth rubbed his eyes and looked again, yet he still only perceived a thin veil of skin, unable to sense the internal conditions of the monster. Could it be that the level disparity was too great? Or perhaps he was experiencing some form of interference? Tianyang observed that the ghost car had opened a directional force field around its body. Perhaps this entity was capable of not only disrupting attacks but also interfering with abilities? Suddenly, a harsh metallic scraping sound echoed against the ground. Honshu, having just drilled through another arm of the ghost car, noticed signs of movement at the creature's tail. His expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Everyone, get down." Simultaneously, he pressed down on the head of the closest companion, Songdu, urging him to the ground. Tianyang did not dare delay, following suit and dropping down like the others. Just as his chest made contact with the ground, a fierce wind howled above him. The youth glanced up to see the metallic structure beneath the train. The ghost car was violently swinging its tail, sweeping over the heads of the group. Two nearby buildings were struck by the train car entangled in the creature's tail, sending debris flying. One transcendent, unable to react in time, was flung away by the ghost car, crashing against a building wall, their body a gruesome mess, akin to a mosquito splattered against a wall. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Honshu sighed. As the ghost car retracted its long tail, it prepared for another assault. Thus, the creature, hindered by long-range firepower, soon found its arms reduced to mere remnants. The ghost car could no longer sustain itself, completely losing its balance and toppling towards the direction of its severed limbs. The Transcendent seized the opportunity to launch a fierce onslaught against its body, but alas, the creature's massive size rendered even the most terrifying wounds, from a human perspective, akin to a minor cut from a knife. However, due to the loss of too many arms, the ghost car struggled to rise again. Observing its condition, Honshu contemplated retreating. The creature seemed incapable of pursuing them any longer. Unexpectedly, a crimson glow flared up before him. Honshu turned to see that the tumors on the ghost car's body were emitting a yellow aura, which had, at some point, transformed into a vivid scarlet. Not good. Retreat now. The red luminescence seared Honshu's eyes as he shouted for everyone to fall back. In the next moment, the tumors on the ghost car's body burst open, releasing clusters of crystals radiating red light. The temperature surrounding the creature suddenly soared, conjuring a wall of fire, with two transcendents caught ablaze. They screamed as they rolled on the ground, and by the time the flames were extinguished, their bodies were severely burned. One was dead, while the other lay gasping for breath. Looking back at the ghost car, it curled into a ball, its body rhythmically swelling and contracting. Uncertain of its intentions, Honshu ordered the injured to be carried away while urging everyone to withdraw. Indeed, attacking was not an option at that moment. The intense heat surrounding the creature was prohibitive. Only high-tier transcendents could engage, while those below Tier 4 could scarcely approach. Once the group had distanced themselves several hundred meters from the creature, the remaining arms of the ghost car spontaneously combusted, releasing a foul odor. The fiery, stick-like limbs quickly charred and snapped, and from the sides of the ghost car's body, insect-like appendages began to emerge. Particularly, the two foremost appendages resembled sickles, their shells glowing red from the surrounding heat. From a distance, they appeared as two blazing scythes. Utilizing these newly sprouted limbs, the ghost car propped itself up. Yet these slender appendages were insufficient to support its entire mass, leaving its rear half still sprawled on the ground, immobile. Just as the group was at a loss regarding the creature's purpose, the ghost car's maw opened, revealing 3 layers of sharp teeth. After a violent convulsion, it expelled a torrent of black liquid. Fortunately, they were far enough away to avoid being splashed. As the ghost car released this dark torrent, its body began to contract, particularly its tail, which shrank and allowed the train car entangled in it to slide off. Ultimately, the ghost car's tail emerged from the heavy carriage, its size reduced significantly, finally able to support itself with those slender appendages. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Wanderer! It's a wanderer!" The individual pointed at a pool of black sludge. The product of the ghost cars expelled black liquid. From within that muck, a wanderer began to crawl forth, its chest housing a wool confinement radiating a gray glow. The gray light gradually intensified, as one by one, wanderers emerged from the black sludge, forming a procession akin to an army rallying behind a king, effectively separating the transcendence from the ghost car. Upon witnessing this scene, Tianyang finally understood where the previous wanderers had vanished to. Chapter 036. A desperate struggle. Regrettably, I lament having indulged too much earlier. Had I foreseen this predicament, I would have abstained from dining altogether. As I gazed at the swaying figures emerging from the black mire, Honshu clutched his stomach, his expression one of discomfort. He was not alone in his distress. Others around him shared the same queasiness, with some even succumbing to dry heaves. Drawn by the scent of humanity and the warmth of their flesh, these wanderers, not yet consumed by the ghostly vehicle, staggered towards the ascenders. However, in the open expanse, the threat posed by the wanderers diminished significantly. As long as they were not ensnared, there was little risk of fatal danger. The true menace lay with the ghostly vehicle, a creature that had successfully shed its bulk. While its surrounding temperature had lowered, its surface still emitted a sinister red glow. Tianyang observed with his electronic eye, collecting a set of data. The surface temperature of the ghostly vehicle fluctuated between 150 and 180 degrees, a range that remained perilously hot to approach. Conversely, the creature's belly registered a more manageable temperature of merely 30 degrees, yet the threat of its formidable mandibles loomed large. Moreover, the creature's red glowing, scythe-like forelimbs appeared to be anything but ornamental. As the wanderers drew closer to the ascenders, the ghostly vehicle descended, its limbs sinking and akin to a grasshopper. It leaped nearly 10 meters, scaling a nearby building. It then scuttled along the wall with a reptilian swiftness, racing over the heads of Tianyang and his companions towards the firepower position at the intersection. "This is bad, this is bad, this is bad," Honshu shouted, retreating as he implored, "Don't just stand there, bring it down." Without needing his urging, the personnel at the firepower position had already adjusted their aim, targeting the ghostly vehicle. Yet this time, the newly slimmed-down monster moved at more than double its previous speed, its size reduced significantly. Consequently, most of the artillery fire missed, landing upon the dilapidated buildings the creature had traversed, reducing them to mere rubble. Apart from creating obstacles for Honshu and the others as they fell back, the artillery had little impact. The heavy armed unit remained anchored to the pavement, utilizing its 360-degree gimbal to pursue the ghostly vehicle relentlessly, firing its twin cannons. Two streams of searing metal lashed out like scalding whips against the structures, ultimately striking the ghostly vehicle. The crushing blow succeeded in forcing the ghostly vehicle into the building. Yet before the driver could revel in victory, the ghostly vehicle burst forth from the opposite side of the structure. The creature hit the ground and swiftly darted back onto the main road, zigzagging in its movement. The driver, now thoroughly alarmed, realized the monster was evidently targeting him. Seeing no way to halt the ghostly vehicle's advance, the driver resolved to abandon the heavy-armed unit and press the escape button. The ghostly vehicle paused momentarily, the creature soaring into the air, descending upon the heavy unit with its mandibles agape. The automated weaponry continued to unleash a barrage of cannon fire into the creature's maw. Simultaneously, the armor on the back of the heavy armament shed, ejecting the driver along with his seat. As the ghostly vehicle landed, it devoured the fifth-generation armament hull. The driver, suspended in midair, exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped at the last moment. Just then, one of the ghostly vehicle's scythe-like forelimbs shot forward with a sudden ferocity. A streak of crimson light sliced through the air, passing through the driver's body before he could even react, cleaving him and his seat in two. The artillery barrage continued unabated. The onlookers had no time to mourn the driver's fate, for any momentary lapse could result in their own demise. The firepower position faced immense challenges as the ghostly vehicle, having dismantled the heavy armament, proceeded to annihilate two Falcon battle vehicles. When it charged towards the medical vehicle, an unexpected blast of frigid mist surged forth, enveloping the ghostly vehicle in a shroud of grayish frost. The temperature surrounding the creature plummeted, the red glowing crystals dimming as the ghostly vehicle quickly succumbed to ice. The creature managed to crawl a mere few meters before being ensnared in a solid layer of ice, its protruding limbs adorned with icicles. On one of the battle vehicles, the leader of the Grey Dove Squad, a bald woman, let out a sigh of relief. As an ascender of the elemental heart, Lita had just unleashed her ability, Withering. This terrifying power transformed stellar essence into frost, instantaneously freezing everything within dozens of square meters. However, this ability had limitations on range, allowing her to freeze the ghostly vehicle only as it drew near. Cheers erupted from the firepower position. Even Han Shu, retreating, slowed his pace to glance towards the bald woman, a rugged man chuckling. "You truly are remarkable, Lita." Unexpectedly, the already iced, ghostly vehicle began to tremble. Lita looked on, realizing the monster beneath the ice was glowing with brilliant red crystals. The ice began to melt, wisps of steam rising. Moments later, the ice layer exploded. The ghostly vehicle emitted a piercing shriek, pivoting to face Lita and charging forward with renewed vigor. "What the hell?" Lita hastily leapt from the battle vehicle, landing and rolling. Just as she regained her footing, the sound of metal being cleaved reached her ears. Turning, she beheld the ghostly vehicle had bisected the battle vehicle, its body arching backward as it opened its mandibles wide, emitting a triumphant cry. It was over. Such a creature was beyond defeat. Han Shu gripped his stellar essence spear. A bitter smile etched across his face. Others shared his dismay. Even Lita's withering could not deter the ghostly entity, and any attempts by others would be in vain, leading only to needless sacrifice. The only one undeterred was Tianyang, who was pressing his palm against his left eye. Through the remaining eye, he observed the ghostly vehicle fading from view. Although the creature had become more formidable after shedding its mass, it was evident that it could no longer maintain its deflection field. Thus, even the heavy cannons of the three-dimensional armament, if they struck true, could easily send it crashing into the buildings. In this moment, Tianyang found his weakness sensing ability coming into play once more. Although he could not directly observe the ghostly vehicle's confinement as he had before, he discerned a flickering red glow situated above the mandibles within the creature's body. He approached Han Shu and whispered, "Captain, I believe I have located the creature's confinement." Han Shu looked at the youth, astonishment evident in his eyes. Moments later, the driver of the shooting-type armament received Han Shu's communication. "Does your apparatus come equipped with sniper gear?" The driver promptly replied, "Yes. The 5th-generation model is fitted with the falling star sniper cannon, but I need to know where the confinement is. Otherwise, hey, your chance has arrived." Han Shu, holding the communicator, pointed towards the ghostly vehicle, saying, "Listen well, the confinement is likely situated just above its mandibles, approximately 1/3 of the way up its body cavity. Ideally, we fire from beneath the mandibles, but that's impractical. Therefore, can you eliminate it from the outside?" The driver began tapping the screen, activating the sniper cannon. "No problem. If one shot won't do, I'll fire 10. Han Shu replied with enthusiasm. "Go all out." Chapter 037. Crossing Death. The shooting apparatus unfurled, revealing two mechanical arms that emerged to grasp a segment of a sniper cannon. The mechanical arms seamlessly assembled the cannon, while the 5th-generation weapon discarded its railgun onto the ground and reached back to retrieve the towering sniper cannon, which was almost taller than the unit itself. Crouching down, it aimed, locking onto 1/3 of the height of the monstrous vehicle. The operator squeezed the trigger, and the cannon erupted with a long tongue of flame. Boom, boom, boom. 3 rounds were fired in quick succession. The energy projectiles, compressed from stellar essence, flew across the battlefield in the blink of an eye, heading straight for the monstrous vehicle. The creature seemed to sense the impending danger. Upon the firing of the first round, the crimson crystals on its surface ignited with a sanguine glow, enveloping its entirety in a high thermal field. The first bullet whistled towards its target, but before it could make contact with the thermal field, The bullet's shape began to distort under the intense heat. Its molecular structure transformed, stretching and twisting, and upon encountering the field, the already unstable energy was completely released, erupting into a swirling mass of silver flames. The subsequent second and third projectiles merely ignited 2 additional fireballs, failing to breach the creature's formidable thermal barrier. Cursed be fate! As the flames dissipated, Honshu beheld the monster, now shrouded in a high thermal field, pivoting in his direction. Fortunately, the apparatus had not anchored itself to the ground and maintained decent maneuverability. As the creature lunged, the weapon deftly evaded its strike, narrowly escaping disaster. The three-dimensional unit toppled to the ground, leveraging inertia to slide backward, its rear armor scraping against the surface, generating a cacophony of sharp sounds while spewing forth a shower of sparks. The sniper cannon fired once more, but this time it missed entirely. As the monstrous vehicle descended from its leap, a glowing, scythe-like appendage swept across the sniper cannon, severing a segment of the barrel with a flash of crimson light. As if it had been sliced by a high-energy laser, the creature raised its scythe, poised to plunge it into the cockpit of the apparatus, but at that moment, incoming artillery fire and the assault from the ascenders dislodged the beast from the three-dimensional unit. A new round of pursuit commenced. Honshu's expression turned grim. They were truly at a loss. Even the sniper cannon proved ineffective against this enigma. No, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. The captain of the Huanglong team, who had previously severed one of the creature's limbs, approached with his sword in hand. I have observed that the thermal field does not cover its entire body. It only envelopes 2/3 of it. This implies that we can launch a close-range attack beneath the field. Honshu's spirits lifted instantly. Then leave it to me. You fierce warriors of the God of War class may endure the heat, but you cannot withstand it for long. As a fortress class, I face no such issues. I shall penetrate its maw and create an opening for it to breathe. A voice crackled through the communicator, belonging to the bald woman. Do not boast, Han. You may resist high temperatures, but you are not immune. With the levels of heat emitted by that creature, you would not last 3 seconds. Moreover, when I froze it with my withering ability, I sensed that its thermal field could extend into its interior, effectively dissipating any cold that entered. The entire process lasted no more than 10 seconds. Thus, even if you successfully infiltrated its oral cavity and timely dismantled its mental prison, could you escape before the interior heat cooked you alive, given your snail's pace? Surprisingly, Honshu chuckled. I never intended to retreat unscathed. As long as I can eliminate this beast, it will be worth it. Lita paused momentarily before continuing. Perhaps Tianyang. No way. Honshu interjected decisively. If anything were to go awry, how would I explain it to Ling? Besides, we Nightwalkers have no tradition of sending rookies to their deaths. Tianyang. Lita's words reached the young boy, who stepped forward with determination. I have confidence in my speed. Please, let me attempt it. Silence. Honshu barked without hesitation. As long as I am alive, you must stay put. Tianyang gripped his battle blade tightly, declaring loudly, Captain, allow me to try. He had an additional concern. If the creature's interior concealed other organs masquerading as a mental prison, Honshu's intrusion would be a futile sacrifice. It was better for him to take the risk. If he could enter the creature's body, he believed he would sense its weaknesses more acutely. As Honshu contemplated whether to knock the boy unconscious, the communicator buzzed with Ling Feng's voice. Honshu, let him give it a shot. Honshu was taken aback and grabbed the communicator. Are you certain? Ling Feng did not respond directly, but rather asked Tianyang. Have you made up your mind? I can persuade Han to let you try, but if you fail, there will be no returning. Tianyang pondered for a moment before nodding vigorously. I am resolved, General Ling. The Nightwalkers have never known comfort, even if I escape today, as long as I continue this line of work. I will face similar dangers in the future, perhaps even worse than today. Since failure means death, I shall transcend it. The essence of ascension lies in continually surpassing oneself and challenging one's limits. A silence enveloped the communicator for a brief moment before Ling Feng spoke again. Honshu, do you have any objections? Honshu sighed. Very well, but even if I consent, Tianyang is not a fortress class, and we lack equipment to withstand high temperatures. How will he approach that creature? Lita interjected. That is not an issue. I can use my withering ability once more and carefully control the concentration of stellar essence to ensure the oral cavity does not freeze. This will allow Tianyang to enter the interior, but the creature will recover much faster than before, and the thermal field could extend into its body within 5 seconds. Tianyang gritted his teeth. Let us proceed with this plan. I entrust it to you, Captain Lita. Lita chuckled. Brave lad, I am rather fond of you now. If you survive, would you consider becoming my boyfriend? Before Tianyang could respond, she added, I will need time to prepare, approximately 1 minute. You all must do your utmost to delay the creature. Tianyang, open the private channel on your communicator. I will notify you when I activate my ability. Understood. The youth replied, adjusting the communicator to a private channel to avoid interference from the public frequency. Next, under Han Shu's coordination, the Ascenders and the war vehicle utilized their firepower to divert the monster's attention, drawing it away from the non-combat personnel of the recovery and medical teams to prevent them from being caught in the crossfire. Due to the creature's ability to generate a high thermal field, Han Shu and the other male-oriented Ascenders found themselves unable to intervene in the battle. As Han Shu monitored the battlefield's dynamics, he spoke into the communicator. Lingfeng, what are you truly thinking? That boy is important to you. Isn't? Why send him into danger? Lingfeng's voice responded after a brief pause. He is indeed important, but today, when faced with peril, he can choose to retreat. What about next time? Should I shield him every time danger arises? Trust me, that boy is no fool. He knows what he is doing. Remember what you said. If he dies, don't say I didn't warn you. Han Shu chuckled darkly before disconnecting the communicator. At that moment, another war vehicle was destroyed, and a swirling mist of ice began to envelop the monstrous creature. Lita's withering ability was unleashed. Chapter 038. Instant annihilation. Suddenly, a chilling mist enveloped the ghostly vehicle, rapidly encasing it in frost. As before, the creature was unable to activate its intense thermal field in time, and its body began to freeze inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, a layer of frigid ice enveloped the monster once again. At that very moment, Tianyang, having received an advance warning from Lita, leaped out from his hiding place. The boy's silver hair danced in the air, shimmering with glints of light, as the cosmic energy within him reached its peak activation. Leaning forward, he planted one foot firmly on the ground, and in an instant, the world transformed into a dazzling blur of colors before him. When he came to a halt, he found himself beneath the ghostly vehicle. Just as Lita had foretold, the ice had spread to the vicinity of the creature's orifice, leaving a passage for Tianyang to enter. Suddenly, Lita's voice cried out through the communicator, "Oh no, its body cavity is beginning to heat up. Tianyang, hurry." The boy crouched down, gently touching the ground with his palm before propelling himself upwards like a cannonball towards the creature's interior. As he navigated past the 3 layers of sharp teeth, he looked up to find the cavity filled with thick blood vessels and nerves, alongside cocoons the size of human heads. These cocoons radiated a red light, resembling prisons of will. The temperature within the cavity surged at an alarming rate, causing Tianyang's black uniform to ignite spontaneously at the hem. Unfazed, the boy's gaze deepened with intensity. In his line of sight, the objects within the cavity began to fade, except for one cocoon that remained strikingly clear. As if sensing Tianyang's focus, that cocoon suddenly split open, revealing an eye within. This eye glimmered with a haunting crimson light. The prison of will. Flames engulfed Tianyang's coat, swiftly spreading to his chest. His expression shifted from distant to fierce as the cosmic energy within him surged, coursing down his arm and into his battle blade. With one foot planted on a nearby thick blood vessel, he darted towards the eye, which emanated a frantic glow. The temperature within the cavity escalated further. Tianyang's hair began to burn. In an instant, he hovered above the eye, and with all his might, he brought his particle sword down vertically. A jet-black blade of light sliced through the eye's center, and moments later, several dark rays erupted from within. The eye abruptly shut, only to shatter into countless tiny fragments. Instant annihilation. Simultaneously, a surge of red light flooded from deep within the cavity, incinerating the creature's internal structure into charred remnants. Tianyang plummeted towards the orifice, having shed his burning coat, and as he stepped on a passing blood vessel, he accelerated his descent. The red light surged like a tide, relentlessly pursuing him. Flames erupted from his hands, back, and feet. Thus, when the boy fell from the orifice, he had transformed into a blazing fireball. Upon hitting the ground, he rolled desperately until Lita arrived just in time. Adjusting her cosmic energy, she unleashed a mist of ice upon the boy, extinguishing the flames that engulfed him. As the fire was quelled, Tianyang immediately discarded his armor. The assault armor had turned red-hot, not only scorching his clothing into tatters, but also leaving his skin a painful shade of crimson. Looking back at the ghostly vehicle, the ice that had covered the creature was beginning to melt away, yet the red light within its cavity and on its surface began to wane. The insect-like limbs of the vehicle slowly retracted. Finally, the red crystalline shards on its exterior shattered, and its body began to decay and dissolve. Is it dead? Has this monster finally perished? Witnessing this scene, Tianyang could hardly believe his eyes. It was only when a searing pain shot through his palm that he realized he still clutched the glowing battle blade. With a clang, the sword fell to the ground. Feeling his spirit wane, he collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness just as he heard Han Shu's voice calling out, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Time passed, though he could not tell how long it had been. Eventually, Tianyang regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes to find himself lying on a hospital bed. The rhythmic beeping of life monitors filled the air, accompanied by the scent of antiseptic. After some time, he realized he was in the intensive care unit of a battlefield medical vehicle. The automatic doors slid open, and then he heard Sun's cheerful voice, "You're awake." Instinctively, Tianyang attempted to rise, but the moment he moved, pain coursed through his body. "Don't get up. You have extensive burns. Although you're no longer in critical condition, it's best not to move around too much," Sun advised, approaching him with a diagnostic board to scan his condition. "Is he awake?" Rosen entered the room, her alluring figure displaying signs of fatigue, yet she managed to smile for Tianyang. "You should thank Sun. Although she is currently only a level 1 sage, her ability, Light of Compassion, possesses remarkable healing powers. During the 2 days you were unconscious, she used her ability on you at least 3 times a day. That is quite a burden for a novice." Tianyang turned to the girl. "Thank you." Sun smiled modestly, shaking her head. Footsteps echoed in the room. "How's that kid doing?" It was Han Shu's voice, and soon his imposing figure entered the ICU. Upon seeing Tianyang awake, he immediately slapped the boy on the shoulder, exclaiming, "I knew you were tough. You wouldn't die so easily." However, the force of the slap nearly caused Tianyang to faint again. Sun interjected, "Captain Han Shu, his body is still very weak. Are you trying to kill him?" Han Shu immediately felt embarrassed. "I didn't mean to." Rosen rubbed her forehead in exasperation. "Not everyone is like you, robust as an ox. Enough, stop causing trouble and leave." Han Shu ruffled his spiky hair. All right. Take care of yourself, kid. Get back on your feet soon." In the following 2 days, Sun continued to invoke Light of Compassion 3 times daily for Tianyang. Bathed in the radiance akin to the morning sun, he sensed his injuries healing rapidly. During this time, many came to visit him. Surprisingly, even Song accompanied Lao Su, though he remained silent throughout, as if dragged there against his will. By the 3rd day, Tianyang was able to get out of bed. As Sun unwrapped the bandages from his body, he observed the charred skin peeling away, revealing tender pink flesh beneath. After more than an hour of care, during which Sun removed all the dead skin and applied ointment, she declared, "You can leave the ICU now." This was the best news Tianyang had heard in days. After donning a new outfit and re-equipping his armor, he put on a fresh uniform that Han Shu had personally brought him the day before and stepped out of the ICU. Outside, Song, with his hair tied in a ponytail, leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Upon seeing Tianyang emerge, he remarked coldly, "Follow me. The funeral is about to begin." "We were just waiting for you." Tianyang was taken aback. "A funeral? Whose funeral?" "P.S. Tomorrow is Monday, and the rankings will be recalculated. This week, we reached the top of the new book list. I truly appreciate your support. Please continue to assist me next week with clicks, recommendations, and monthly votes to boost our popularity. Monday Extra Updates. Chapter 39. the funeral as Tianyang descended from the medical vehicle. He realized that the group had not yet embarked on their journey. They remained stagnant at their original location. The ghostly vehicle, a formidable denizen of darkness in the vicinity, had met its demise. However, its massive carcass had not fully decayed even after 5 days. The foul odor it emitted deterred lesser dark creatures from approaching. Oh! But the wanderers seemed to be an exception, for these mindless beings knew not the concept of fear. Days prior, the ghostly vehicle had expelled numerous wanderers. Yet it appeared that Han Shu and his companions had managed to eradicate them. In the distance, the ghostly vehicle's remains loomed like a small mountain, still occupying its original spot. Clad in protective gear, the recovery team scoured its body, scavenging valuable materials, a task they had been engaged in for 5 days. It seemed they would need another day or two to complete their recovery efforts. "Stop dawdling over there," came a curt call from Tsang. Tianyang withdrew his gaze from the remains of the ghostly vehicle and followed the ponytailed youth to a barren area, evidently cleared of debris, where small heaps of stones lay scattered across the ground. Each stone pile bore a plaque. At last, Tianyang comprehended whose funeral this was. The encounter with the ghostly vehicle had inflicted heavy losses on the convoy, claiming the lives of over half the soldiers, including 7 transcenders. The bodies that remained intact now rested within the cold storage of the medical vehicle, destined to be returned to their families. As for those whose remains were disfigured, they were to be cremated and buried on site, in accordance with the traditions of the Nightwalkers. Though Tianyang had heard of this tradition, it was his first experience attending a Nightwalker funeral. A multitude gathered for the ceremony. Apart from those occupied with tasks, nearly everyone was present. The men stood in the center, with the women flanking them, all donned in somber black attire, the ladies veiled in dark hoods. The atmosphere was solemn, heavy, dignified, and mournful. Han Shu stood at the forefront, bowing before each stone pile. Without knowing who initiated the eulogies, a voice intoned, "The long night stretches on. I walk alone in darkness. Death is my homecoming, the battlefield my grave." Another voice continued, "The long night stretches on. I do not walk alone. Comrades stand by my side. I am not lonely on this journey." Then, all joined in a resounding chant, "The long night stretches on. We watch over one another. The sharp blades aid me against the darkness. I shall forever seek the dawn's light. The path ahead is uncertain. Malevolence looms. We tread through the night, exploring the beyond." The voices paused. Han Shu straightened his back and, with a profoundly resonant voice, recited alone, "The long night stretches on. I have been buried in foreign lands. Do not weep for me. I shall await the morning light in the dawn's embrace." Silence enveloped the gathering. Tianyang clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face. Having been moved by the Nightwalker's eulogy, he envisioned generations of explorers stumbling through the boundless darkness, falling, suffering, bleeding, and dying. Yet it was precisely these selfless and sacrificial Nightwalkers who had forged the brilliance of the world beyond the gates. Even though that radiant world was far from perfect and many still struggled at the brink of survival, at least the fortress had raised its walls, sparing the people from displacement. The threats of the endless wilderness gradually faded into legend, no longer the nightmares that haunted their waking hours. After a moment, the women on either side lit small lamps, made to burn solid fuel, illuminating the dark realm for an extended period. They placed these lights before each stone pile, the flames casting a glow upon the metal plaques, praying that the deceased would not feel lonely or cold in the darkness. Once the women retreated, Han Shu raised his hand. The men ahead raised their guns. 3 shots rang out, signaling the conclusion of the funeral. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. But Tianyang had no intention of leaving. Instead, he approached one of the stone piles, where a plaque bore the name Shattered Star. He recalled her as a huntress from the Huanglong team, short-haired and cheerful. During breaks, her bright laughter would often resonate. Now, she lay in eternal slumber, her laughter forever silenced on the return journey. A heavy heart weighed upon him. "Why haven't you left?" Han Shu's voice broke the silence, accompanied by the acrid scent of smoke. Tianyang looked up to see the captain of the Crow team smoking. The embers glow stark against the dim sky of the reverse realm. "And you?" Tianyang retorted, not answering directly. Han Shu exhaled a plume of smoke. "Just taking a last look at them. Who knows if I will see them again?" Tianyang glanced at the stone piles. I don't know most of these people. Perhaps I've only exchanged a word or two. Yet, it still pains me. Captain, it must hurt you even more. Honshu gazed into the darkness above. I've grown accustomed to it. People like us often bid farewell to friends and loved ones. Perhaps one day, it will be our turn. My only wish is to die gracefully. If someone could collect my remains, that would be even better. Tianyang fell silent. The two remained quiet until Honshu finished his cigarette. The man turned and beckoned. Let us go. Tianyang followed him. Honshu, with his hands in his pockets, remarked, Thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the casualties would have been even greater. I will report this. There will surely be rewards from above. Also, your particle blade is beyond repair. However, we found some decent materials on the ghostly vehicle. I'll see if I can acquire some to forge you a material weapon. Material weapons, crafted from parts of dark creatures, often retain certain characteristics of their original forms. Given the ghostly vehicle's dangerous nature, any weapon forged from its materials would undoubtedly surpass the particle blade. The youth nodded with eager anticipation. Not far off, someone emerged from behind a war vehicle. It was Zhou Wang. He had overheard Han Shu's words, and now he regarded Tianyang with an envious glare. Why do you get all the good fortune? I fought hard too. Why am I not receiving special rewards or a material weapon? With a huff, he turned and left. 2 days later, the convoy set forth, leaving the metropolis and heading straight for the lighthouse outpost. After completing the handover, this mission would be considered accomplished. Honshu initially intended to take a break, but then Ling Feng presented him with a new task. Though the rugged man grumbled, he accepted the assignment. As for Tianyang, Ling Feng had no new directives for him, so after lingering at the base for 4 hours, he boarded the high-speed train back to the fortress. To his surprise, Roshan was also taking Sun back with her, coincidentally sharing the same carriage as Tianyang. He had hoped for companionship on the return journey, but his good mood evaporated within 5 minutes upon witnessing Zhou Wang's arrogant face. Whether intentional or not, Zhou Wang plopped down between Sun and Tianyang, prompting Tianyang to shift his gaze to the window. Even the oppressive, distorted scenery of the reverse realm was 100 times more pleasant than Zhou Wang's visage. Chapter 040. Enraged by humiliation in a state of contemplation, Tianyang assessed his condition. As this thought arose, a series of data vividly materialized in his mind. Avenger Class Level 1. Assassin Abilities, Weakness Detection, Instant Kill Transcendence Progress. 40 Next Level, Eradicator The Transcendence Progress has remarkably increased by 12. It seems the ghost vehicle is indeed a perilous dark denizen. Through his explorations during this period, Tianyang has gradually come to understand that aside from the last time he eliminated Qin Wu, which inexplicably boosted his progress by 10, the advancement in transcendence only occurs upon slaying dangerous dark beings. The first instance was the defeat of the Hellhound, yielding a 4 increase. This time, the accomplishment against the ghost vehicle was threefold compared to the Hellhound. However, this does not imply that 3 Hellhounds equate to a single ghost vehicle. After all, he hunted the Hellhound alone, while the ghost vehicle was vanquished through the collaboration of many. In other words, if he could independently slay a ghost vehicle, the progression might be astonishingly significant. Of course, that is merely a thought. Casting a glance back, the annoying Zhou Wang was still present, compelling Tianyang to close his eyes and take a brief respite. Out of sight, out of mind. The youth was awakened by hunger, calculating the time. It should now be evening outside the Croft Gate. It was time for dinner. Upon standing, Tianyang noticed that few passengers remained. Luo Shan and Sun were absent from their seats, and even Zhou Wang was nowhere to be found. He must have gone to the dining hall. With this thought, Tianyang's stomach growled, prompting him to hastily exit the carriage. At that moment, Sun emerged from the dining hall. Her teacher was lingering over a drink, so she left early. Not rushing back to the carriage, the girl, having just finished her meal, stood by a window in the corridor. Gazing out at the tranquil scenery of the reverse realm, Sun found herself lost in thought. On her journey to the Lighthouse Base, she had been an inconspicuous nurse. Yet now, upon her return to the fortress, she had become a transcendent. Moreover, Luo Shan had explicitly informed her that upon her return, she would acquire the status of an upper citizen. The status of an upper citizen entailed numerous privileges. Coupled with her role as a transcendent, particularly in the illustrious class. She would gain access to abundant resources. Although the girl did not ponder the long-term implications, the mere thought of her father being able to receive treatment and her younger brother enjoying a better life brought a satisfied smile to her face. Suddenly, a light cough broke the silence behind her. Startled, she turned to see Zhou Wang. Naturally, the girl harbored no fondness for this man and promptly attempted to leave. Zhou Wang quickly stepped forward, blocking her path with what he presumed to be a charming smile. "Miss Sun, may I have a moment of your time? I have something I wish to discuss with you." Sun maintained a stern expression. "I do not wish to listen. Please move aside. Thank you." Zhou Wang adopted a tone of feigned remorse. "I realize I alarmed you at the base last time, but please believe me, it was your beauty that captivated me, leading to my indiscretion. Today, I have come to apologize, hoping you might forgive my abruptness." "Fine, I acknowledge your apology. May I pass now?" Sun's impatience was evident. She saw no sign of sincerity in Zhou Wang's eyes. Zhou Wang persisted with his smile. "In addition to my apology, I have a proposal I hope you will consider." Regardless of her willingness, he continued, "I believe we would make a fine match, Miss Sun. Have you considered marriage? Trust me, I would be more than willing to care for a woman as beautiful and gentle as you." Sun shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I have not considered marriage at this time." Zhou Wang pressed on, undeterred. "You could certainly contemplate it. Firstly, I am a level 2 elementalist, and within the elemental heart class, I possess the potential to ascend to level 5 as a storm wielder. This is undeniable. Many in my family have reached such heights, and I can certainly achieve it. Secondly, my Zhou clan has existed for over 60 years, and I am a 4th-generation descendant, still retaining our surname. You may have heard that according to clan regulations, descendants of the 4th generation must earn 1,000 contribution points annually to maintain their surname. Thus, this implicitly illustrates the strength of my clan. Therefore, if you were to marry me, you would receive the unwavering support of the Zhou clan, becoming one of the most radiant stars of the fortress. Honestly, such an opportunity is not often presented. What say you, Miss Sun? If you are willing, I can formally propose to you now." Without a moment's contemplation, Sun replied, "I do not wish to." Zhou Wang was taken aback. This was not what he had envisioned. A lower-class woman, even if she had fortuitously become a transcendent, was still among the scarce ranks of the illustrious class. Yet even so, she would at most attain the status and privileges of an upper citizen. If someone from a family like his valued her and provided resources for her development, she would undoubtedly have a bright future. Zhou Wang could not fathom why Sun would refuse him. What grounds did she have to decline? The girl, having grown weary of his presence, did not bother asking him to move aside and simply attempted to pass. However, Zhou Wang seized her hand. "What are you doing? Let go." Sun and Apos. S complexion shifted slightly upon seeing Zhou Wang and Apos. S expression turned somewhat menacing. Zhou Wang maintained his smile, though it appeared somewhat sinister. "You are refusing my hospitality. I will not be denied. Sun, if I recall correctly, your status remains that of a lower citizen, which means I still possess the rights of an upper citizen." Sun's pupils constricted slightly, and she opened her mouth to scream. A hand swiftly covered her mouth. Zhou Wang scoffed. "Let me see if I can turn this raw rice into cooked rice. I wonder if you will still refuse to marry." At that moment, the door to the corridor swung open, and someone entered. Zhou Wang and the newcomer locked eyes, both exclaiming simultaneously, "It's you." The entrant was Tianyang. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the youth's expression darkened immediately. "What are you doing? Let her go." Zhou Wang felt a surge of indignation. He could not comprehend why this white-haired boy always appeared at the most critical moments to thwart his schemes. He had meticulously planned for this moment. Zhou Wang had anticipated that once Sun returned to the fortress, the announcement of her illustrious class would draw the attention of many families eager to extend an olive branch. Families whose strength far surpassed that of the Zhou clan. Thus, he intended to secure her before she arrived at the fortress, even contemplating employing unscrupulous means. Yet, unexpectedly, Tianyang had appeared at this crucial juncture. "It's none of your business. I warn you, stay out of this," Zhou Wang began. But before he could finish his warning, a blur crossed his vision, followed by a fist rapidly approaching. The world faded to black as Tianyang's punch landed squarely, forcing Zhou Wang to stagger backward with a cry of pain. Sun finally exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at Tianyang, only to gasp in alarm, "Be careful." In his rage, Zhou Wang activated his star essence, elemental light coursing through his hand as a gray-white elemental spear began to take shape. Tianyang scoffed, his figure flickering with silver luminescence as he swiftly closed the distance to Zhou Wang's side, delivering a powerful blow to his ribs. Zhou Wang cried out in agony, the spear-esque glow dissipating as the pain rendered him unable to concentrate. With another swift kick, Tianyang brought him down, then delivered a decisive strike to the back of Zhou Wang's head. The violent impact sent him into unconsciousness. Just then, Luo Shan emerged from the dining hall, momentarily stunned at the sight. What is happening? Are they fighting for you soon? P.S. Gratitude to the stargazer in the night sky and young Master Jiang for your generous contributions. As we embark on a new week, I hope for your continued support. Expect 5 updates today. PS2. Haha. I finally discovered where to view the donation records. Chapter 41. Unease when Zhou Wang awoke. He was acutely aware of the excruciating pain in his lower back and the back of his head. As he attempted to rise, he discovered himself bound to a chair. Upon scrutinizing his surroundings, he realized he was in the interrogation room of a train. Release me. Who did this? Do you have any idea who I am? Zhou Wang exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury coursing through him. The door to the interrogation room swung open, and Luo Shan along with the train conductor entered. Upon seeing them, Zhou Wang shouted in anger, "What are you doing? Hurry up and set me free." He attempted to channel his star essence, but found it utterly unresponsive. Only then noticing a collar around his neck. A star essence interference device. He deduced. Such devices could disrupt the star essence within sublimators, effective primarily against lower-tier sublimators, but more than sufficient to subdue him. What terrified Zhou Wang further was the realization that such devices were typically employed on criminals. So what was happening? Had they mistaken him for a felon? Luo Shan regarded him coldly. "What we are doing, you already know in your heart." Zhou Wang. "You have quite the nerve to attempt to violate Sun." A jolt of fear struck Zhou Wang as he recalled the images of Sin and Tianyang in his mind, remembering the actions he had taken before losing consciousness. "So what if I did?" Zhou Wang retorted, like a wounded beast, his eyes bloodshot. "That woman is not even a commoner. What I did was perfectly legal. It is you who are unlawfully detaining a commoner, especially one from a family. Aren't you afraid of the Zhou family's retribution?" Luo Shan scoffed. "The moment Sun became a sublimator, she became a commoner. It's just that she hasn't yet received the proof from the fortress. Even if we were to entertain the notion that she remains a commoner, she is still my student. That means no one can infringe upon her rights. At the very least, you or your family have no such privilege." Zhou Wang shouted. "Shut your mouth. You, a woman from the Western continent, think you're so impressive just because you possess some medical skills. I advise you to release me quickly, otherwise, once I become a high-tier sublimator, I will take you down with me." Smack. The train conductor delivered a resounding slap across Zhou Wang's face. "Be quiet. Even the city lord treats Dr. Luo with respect. What do you think you are to speak such vile words to a doctor?" Luo Shan shook her head and addressed the conductor. "I leave him in your hands." The conductor saluted. "Rest assured, I will hand him over to the Iron Wall Corps." Zhou Wang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why are you handing me over to Iron Wall? I am a member of the Nightwalker team. What does Iron Wall have to do with me?" Luo Shan departed without a word, and the conductor sneered, "Young Master Zhou, your misdeeds have already been reported to the Nightwalkers. Commander Ling has personally ordered your expulsion from the Nightwalkers. As for your crimes, they will be dealt with by Iron Wall, as they are more adept at handling fortress internal affairs. Oh, and by the way, your family has been informed." Can you guess how the Zhou family responded? Zhou Wang swallowed hard. What was their response? To leave your fate in their hands and express their deepest apologies to Miss Sun, the conductor revealed, delivering a message that plunged Zhou Wang into despair. In an instant, he felt drained of all strength, his body turning cold. The family's response signified their abandonment of him. Such an action was likely meant to curry favor with Sun and Luo Shan. Perhaps one of them alone, or even the radiant rank, would not have compelled the family to make such a concession. But together, it was another matter entirely. Zhou Wang realized he had been too hasty, underestimating the influence of the radiant rank and Luo Shan. If it weren't for that white-haired boy, perhaps Sun would have already been his woman, and the outcome would have been entirely different. He had been so close, merely a step away from reaching the heavens. Yet now, he had been cast into the depths of hell. I refuse to accept this. I will not accept it. Zhou Wang gritted his teeth and spat out, Tianyang. You bastard, I will not let this go. The following afternoon, Tianyang returned to the fortress. At 3 o'clock, the sun shone brightly. He had taken an electromagnetic locomotive at the transfer station, heading towards the lower districts. The wind whipped against him, filling the young man's heart with delight. After Zhou Wang had been subdued, Dr. Luo Shan had reported the misdeeds of that scoundrel. The Nightwalkers were about to expel him and hand him over to Iron Wall for investigation. Whether it was due to Zhou Wang's influence or not, Tianyang noticed his sublimation progress had increased by 2 percentage points, now standing at 42. Additionally, Sun had invited him to her home in 3 days, promising to cook for him to express her gratitude for his assistance. In his entire life, Tianyang had never tasted food prepared by any woman other than his mother. As he rode the locomotive along the road, he suddenly chuckled to himself, eagerly anticipating the meal 3 days hence. The journey was uneventful. Upon arriving in the lower districts, Tianyang did not rush home. He first stopped by a shop and spent 15 contribution points on bread, eggs, ham, and even a fresh fish. He began to imagine how his mother would smile with joy upon seeing these ingredients. The last time they had eaten fish together was a decade ago. Noticing that there was still time, Tianyang chose not to return home directly. Instead, he drove to the volcano bar. At this hour, his mother should still be cleaning there. To his surprise, upon arriving at the bar, he found the doors firmly shut. He dismounted and knocked on the door, calling out, "Katie, are you in there?" After several unanswered calls, a sense of unease crept over him. He approached a window, only to see it covered in a layer of dust, indicating it hadn't been cleaned in days. This was inconceivable, ever since his mother had started working as a cleaner at the bar. She had ensured every window was spotless. Tianyang firmly believed that laziness was simply not in her nature. He knocked on the window again, and a nearby homeless man called out, "Stop knocking. Katie hasn't opened the door in days." Tianyang turned to him. "What happened?" The homeless man muttered, "How would I know? Even if I did, I wouldn't say. It's none of my business." After pondering for a moment, Tianyang took out a piece of bread and placed it in front of him. "Now it is your business, isn't it?" The homeless man chuckled. A piece of ham would make it even better. A moment later, the homeless man, having carefully hidden the food, whispered, "I heard that a few days ago, Katie got beaten up. She nearly lost her life, but that limping guy from East Street saved her. If nothing has changed, she should still be there. You might want to check." Tianyang immediately jumped back onto his locomotive, a dreadful premonition washing over him. Katie was somewhat of a local authority in the lower districts. It was unusual for anyone to provoke her, let alone beat her to near death. Moreover, he was increasingly concerned about his mother. If something happened at the volcano bar, would she be caught in the crossfire? The young man raced home, his anxiety intensifying upon seeing a layer of dust on the doorstep. Chapter 042. The Black Mine Mother Nanfei was a diligent individual. In Tianyang's memories from childhood, whenever he awoke in the middle of the night, he would find her laboring under the light, creating various handicrafts. These items served as the source of income for their family in the days to come. When not engaged in work or during breaks, she would meticulously organize their humble dwelling. Her standards for cleanliness were almost stringent, and she had instilled this awareness in Tianyang from a young age. This was also the reason why Kaidi had initially hired her for cleaning at the bar, though the more significant factor was the affection the retired veteran held for Nanfei. If Mother had been home these past few days, dust would not have settled on the door. Tianyang produced his key and opened the door, stepping into a dimly lit room where the air felt stifling, as if it had not been ventilated for several days. Upon switching on the light, he was greeted by the sight of overturned furniture and both bedroom doors ajar. His own room appeared normal, yet Nanfei's room looked as if it had been ransacked, clutter strewn across the floor. A blanket hung over the edge of the bed, and Tianyang could almost envision the scene of his mother being pulled from her slumber. What could have happened? The youth found no clues within the room, leaving him in the dark about his mother's whereabouts. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he dashed out of the shack, neglecting to lock the door behind him. He leaped onto his electromagnetic motorcycle and sped toward East Street. The Eastgate Street in the lower district was a chaotic melee of characters, far more disordered than his home or the street where the Volcano Bar was situated. As Tianyang rode into East Street, glances from behind windows, shadowy alleys, and various corners fell upon his motorcycle. It was a fine machine, and the eyes brimming with greed quickly retreated upon noticing the black attire of a nightwalker and the assault rifle hanging at his side. Those residing in the lower district, particularly in East Street, were no innocents. Yet, they were not foolish enough to provoke the nightwalkers who frequented the underbelly of society. Knowing well that those clad in black long coats were the true harbingers of danger, the motorcycle came to a halt in front of an inconspicuous shop, which ostensibly served as a grocery store. In truth, a medical room lay hidden behind it. The owner, whose true name had long been forgotten, was simply referred to as the Lame One due to his limp. It was said that he had once been a respected surgeon at the fortress's medical center, but had fallen from grace after offending a powerful figure. Not only had he lost his status, but he had also been injured, ending up in the lower district. The Lame One operated the grocery store and salvaged various medical instruments from the junkyard to establish a makeshift clinic. His medical skills were commendable, a vital asset that allowed him to thrive in East Street. A vagabond had mentioned that Kaidi was receiving treatment from the Lame One, prompting Tianyang to seek him out. Rap, rap, rap. Tianyang knocked on the grocery store door, and a warm yellow light flickered to life inside. A figure limped toward him, grumbling, coming, stop knocking. Damn it. If you break my door, I want to treat you if you fall ill. With a thud, the door swung open to reveal a short, middle-aged man. Balding, bespectacled, with an impressively large nose. He wore a yellowed shirt that reeked of disinfectant. Upon recognizing Tianyang, he exclaimed, "A nightwalker, what brings you to my humble shop? Boy, you didn't steal that outfit, did you?" Irritated, Tianyang seized his collar, demanding, "Where is Kaidi? Is he here? What are you doing? Let go of me. I don't know any Kaidi." The Lame One protested. "If you don't release me, I'll call for help." As a physician in the lower district, many owed their lives to him, and numerous others awaited his assistance. Thus, his influence in East Street was significant. A mere shout could summon a host of desperate individuals to his aid. Just then, Kaidi's voice echoed from deep within the store. "Tianyang? Is that you? Kaidi, you're really here." Tianyang pushed past the Lame One and rushed inside, finding Kaidi in a room cluttered with instruments, lying on a medical bed, receiving intravenous fluids, his body wrapped in bandages. A blood-soaked dressing covered his chest, presenting a grim sight. Tianyang was taken aback by the severity of Kaidi's injuries, gasping, "Kaidi, what happened to you?" Kaidi struggled to sit up, even as blood seeped from his wounds. "Don't worry about me, Tianyang. You must hurry to the Black Mine. Nefe has been captured." "What?" Tianyang exclaimed in shock. How could this happen? The Black Mine lay 30 kilometers from the fortress, outside its walls, where black metal was extracted for forging into black steel. This material was essential for the train tracks in the underbelly, leading to an ever-increasing demand for workers over the decades. Initially, the laborers were primarily residents of the lower district, with decent wages offered for their work outside the fortress. However, in a bid to cut costs and increase output, the fortress began dispatching prisoners to the mine, where they were stripped of their rights. The overseers treated them with disdain, providing only the bare minimum for survival. As a result, many prisoners either perished from exhaustion or were beaten to death by the guards. Given the situation at home, if his mother had been taken to the Black Mine, it was certainly not as a worker, but as a prisoner. This was the thought that troubled Tianyang. After receiving the news from Kaidi, he dashed out of the grocery store, racing toward the fortress exit on his motorcycle. His mother had been taken to the mine for several days. In such a place, women were not safe, and even a robust man like Kaidi would struggle to survive for long. With this realization, the youth longed for wings to soar directly to the mine. All he could do now was hope he could arrive in time. Normally, exiting the city required proof, but clad in the Nightwalker uniform, his identity card confirmed his status as an ascendant. Thus, the two Iron Wall soldiers at the checkpoint saluted him and opened the gate. Under the vast night sky, with stars hanging low, Tianyang pushed his motorcycle to its limits, racing toward the black mine. Half an hour later, a mining site appeared below the roadway. Despite the late hour, the mine was ablaze with lights, and heavy machinery could be seen moving about. Soon, Tianyang arrived at the mine's entrance. 2 searchlights beamed toward him as a guard's voice rang out. "Who goes there? What business do you have at the mine this late?" Chapter 43, Conspiracy. Tianyang halted his vehicle by the roadside, lifting his gaze to the guard stationed at the 10-meter gate. "I am Lieutenant Nightwalker, Tianyang. I command you to open the gate." The guard, momentarily stunned, erupted into laughter. "Don't make me laugh, kid. A Lieutenant Nightwalker coming to the black mine at this hour? Do you take me for a fool? Just because you wear a black coat doesn't mean you can impersonate a Nightwalker. Now, get lost." With that, the guard let out a belch. The management at the mine was rather lax. After consuming 2 bottles of cheap liquor, his foggy mind failed to notice Tianyang's electromagnetic motorcycle. Otherwise, he would have realized that not just anyone could ride such a machine to the outskirts. Bathed in the light of the searchlight, the guard was satisfied to see Tianyang turn and leave. "That's more like it, kid," he thought. However, after taking a few steps, Tianyang abruptly turned back, raising his hand, which now grasped a uniquely designed rifle. The weapon unleashed a barrage of blue energy beams that penetrated the hefty bolt of the steel gate, melting the internal components. Moments later, the bolt fell to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The gate, which should have been opened by machinery, now slid open, revealing the mine behind it. Tianyang raised his head, fixing his gaze on the guard. "I am not requesting you. I am commanding you. Now, I have another order for you. Take me to your mine supervisor." "Why, yes, sir. I will come down immediately." The guard scrambled down from the gate, suddenly sober, scurrying to lead Tianyang into the mine. At that moment, the mine supervisor was just exiting his office, intending to return to the fortress. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him, "Mr. Ingchi, Mr. Ingchi." Turning around, the man named Ingchi frowned. "What is it?" Before the guard could respond, he was impatiently shoved aside by the irate Tianyang. Ingchi jumped in surprise, for Tianyang was brandishing a gun, exclaiming in shock, "Who are you? What do you want?" "Lieutenant Nightwalker, you are the supervisor of the mine, correct?" "Excellent. You will immediately assist me in checking whether a female worker named Nan Fei was sent over from the fortress a few days ago." Ingchi took a couple of steps back. "There are so many workers at the mine. How would I know?" The muzzle of the assault rifle was aimed at the supervisor, and Tianyang's voice was laced with suppressed fury. "That is precisely why I am instructing you to check." Ingchi shivered. "Even if you're a Lieutenant Nightwalker, what you are doing is illegal. To inquire about the identity of mine workers, you must present an internal document issued by the Iron Wall Legion." Tianyang abruptly lowered his gun and fired at Ingchi's feet. "If you utter another word, next time I will shoot you in the head." Seeing the floor beneath him scorched by the energy beam, the supervisor dared not speak further. He swiftly opened the office door, retrieving an information board. With swift fingers, he began to search for details regarding the mine workers. After a moment, found it. Nan Fei. She was brought over from the fortress 4 days ago. Let me see. She is in work area number 3. Tianyang shook the rifle's muzzle. "Lead the way." Ingchi swallowed hard, not daring to resist. Upon arriving at work area number 3, Tianyang kicked open the door to the foreman's lounge, where several middle-aged women were engaged in conversation, laughing uproariously. Their laughter ceased abruptly as they beheld the menacing Tianyang and the reluctant supervisor. Tianyang glanced at Ingchi, who, with a resigned expression, stepped forward. 4 days ago, you received a female worker named Nan Fei. Where is she now? Nan Fei? Is she the one who keeps claiming she is wronged? A plump female foreman inquired. Tianyang pressed urgently. Yes, that's her. Where is she now? The foreman exchanged a guilty glance with Ingchi. She was injured yesterday. She should be in her own room now. A chill ran through Tianyang. Take me there, immediately. The foreman looked at Ingchi, who snapped, Do as he says. They trudged through the workers' living quarters, which were in a dismal state. The hallways were littered with sewage, and the air was heavy with a nauseating stench. Refuse and food scraps were carelessly discarded in the corners, attracting swarms of flies. Tianyang's expression darkened. Compared to this place, the lower city seemed like paradise. The worker's room is right ahead, The plump woman indicated towards an ajar door. Just then, a figure emerged from within, a burly man, his face marred by a scar, dragging something behind him, cursing, "You damn convict. What are you pretending to be so noble for? Just a worthless mutt from the lower city, thinking you're some delicate upper-class lady? Stop playing dead. You've been lying here all day. Get back to work, or I'll give you a few lashes." He dragged a slender arm out, its owner being unceremoniously tossed into a pile of garbage in the corner. The woman's right shoulder sagged unnaturally, likely fractured, yet no bandage adorned her injury, indicating the mind's lack of medical care. Her tattered clothing was stained with blood, some dried, some freshly smeared. The woman lay motionless, resembling a lifeless form, her shoulder occasionally rising, hinting at the faintest sign of life. Still pretending to be dead, the man scoffed, approaching her with intent to kick her. A beam of energy pierced through his knee. The man froze, and then agony surged through the wound, the intense heat charring the edges, leaving a finger-width cavity without blood, only pain. A scream erupted as he collapsed, darkness enveloping him, followed by the sound of a nose crunching. Tianyang retracted his foot from the man's face, ignoring the bloodied figure, and rushed to the woman, carefully turning her over. Brushing the hair from her face, he beheld the pallid visage of his mother. "Mom, Mom, it's me, Tianyang." The boy's words struck like a thunderclap in Ingqi's ears, tightening the supervisor's heart in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that the woman, sent to the mine as a convict, was indeed Lieutenant Nightwalker's mother. The supervisor understood well that anyone holding the rank of lieutenant within the Nightwalker ranks must be an ascendant. How could the mother of an ascendant be a convict? In that instant, the supervisor sensed the presence of a conspiracy. A plot entwined with ascendants could very well seal his fate in this desolate place. Chapter 044. Can I trust you? "Mom, it's me, Tianyang." Nanfei's eyelids twitched, heavy as lead, requiring immense effort even for the slightest movement. Nonetheless, they reluctantly parted, just enough to reveal her eyes, which lacked vitality. Her vision was blurred, and she vaguely perceived someone before her. She strained to discern their features, but it felt as though a veil of mourning mist shrouded the scene. This reminded her of a distant morning, enveloped in similar fog, when she had seen him. He had walked towards her from the garden, cradling freshly picked flowers, dew still glistening on the petals. He had offered them to her. "For you, Nanfei, you are as beautiful as a flower." Oh, that smooth-talking fellow. Her sight sharpened slightly, and she recognized a familiar face, etched with anxiety. It resembled his, yet bore the innocence of youth, unmarred by time. But did it truly matter? Nanfei summoned the strength to lift her hand, gently cupping the young face before her. "You're here, Lai. I've waited so long for you. I thought you had forgotten." He opened his mouth, seemingly uttering something, but Nanfei could not hear him. Her cracked lips curled into a serene smile. "What are you saying? I can't hear you. Let me sleep a little longer. I'm so tired." She closed her eyes once more, their weight too much to bear. As she surrendered to the darkness, an overwhelming sense of peace enveloped her. It felt as if all pain had receded, indeed. She no longer felt her body as torment. Then, she thought she saw Tianyang, her dearest child. His face was marked by worry and fear, desperately shouting something. Tears streaming down his cheeks. "Tianyang, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Don't be sad. Mama is here. I will protect you." She longed to embrace the boy, when suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Nanfei." Turning, she was met by a radiant light. Within its glow stood a man, chewing on a blade of grass, grinning. "What are you doing? Let us go together. I know a delightful place. We will surely find happiness there." "Lie." She glanced back at the sorrowful boy, but Tianyang appeared so distressed. The man approached, wrapping his arms around her. "Do not worry. He will pull through. Surely, you don't doubt our child?" After a moment's consideration, she nodded, smiling. "Yes, I believe in him." The man took her hand, just as he had done 17 years ago on that golden beach, and began to walk forward. "Let us go. From now on, we shall never be apart." She cast one last glance behind her. "I must go now, my child. Do not cry, Mama is very happy." The warm, golden light gently enveloped her, and the boy's figure gradually faded from sight. In the workers' dormitory of mine number 3, Tianyang stared blankly at his mother's lifeless form, unable to comprehend that she was truly gone. Scalding tears fell one by one onto her dirt-stained face, her eyes closed in serene repose, even bearing a faint smile. She looked as if she were merely asleep. Yet, the gradually cooling body whispered an unrelenting truth. She would never awaken again. Tianyang clutched his chest, as if 1,000 knives were carving into his flesh. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from him, his reddened eyes fixed on the male overseer nearby. Grabbing the assault rifle at hand, he aimed the cold barrel at the man's head. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! His trembling hand sought an outlet for his fury. If only he could pull the trigger, the flames of rage within could be released. But through his tear-stained vision, Nanfei's stern face flashed before him. Thus, his weapon lowered gradually. Gently placing his mother down, Tianyang stood, facing the quaking man. You should be grateful to the woman you just insulted. It was she who implored me to never let hatred consume me. Do not unleash your anger upon those uninvolved. Clearly, she will remain here, unrelated to you. Therefore, you have been granted your life. The man finally exhaled, his expression a mix of relief and confusion as he glanced at Nanfei's corpse. However, Tianyang's voice was devoid of emotion. The wounds on her back were inflicted by you, were they not? The overseer trembled but dared not deny it. I am sorry, sir. It was not intentional. I was merely. Which hand did you use to strike her? The overseer, trembling with fear, raised his right hand. The assault rifle fired, a beam piercing through his shoulder, causing him to howl in agony. As the echoes of his screams reverberated through the hallway, Tianyang turned to confront the supervisor. You are in charge of this mine. You must know who it was that cast her into this place. Ingchi, drenched in sweat, stammered. Please, listen to me, Lieutenant. I only manage the mine. As for who brought her here, A beam shot through his shoulder. Tianyang leveled the gun at Ingchi's heart. I require answers. Next time, think carefully before you speak. Ingchi clutched his shoulder, wishing to defend himself. But the rifle's muzzle extinguished his last remnants of courage. Suddenly, Tianyang's communicator buzzed to life, and a voice emerged. This is Lingfeng. Listen to me, Tianyang. Put down your weapon. Meanwhile, in the office at the Lighthouse outpost, Lingfeng held the communicator, watching the holographic screen before him, displaying Ingchi's pale face. Tianyang's voice came through, resolute. This is my affair, Chief of Staff. Lingfeng retorted sternly. As long as you are a Nightwalker, this is not solely your affair. Tianyang's tone sharpened. They killed my mother. Lingfeng nodded. I am already aware. In your presence, he is but a minor character. Even if you kill him, he will not know who sent your mother to the mine. Now, put down your weapon. If you have no objections, allow me to take your mother's body. I will ensure a medical examination is conducted to ascertain her cause of death and clarify responsibility. Furthermore, I will initiate an investigation. Within 3 days, I will reveal to you who is responsible for this. I assure you, whoever it may be, the Nightwalkers will hold them accountable. A silence fell over the communicator. Moments later, the rifle in the holographic projection finally lowered, aimed at Ingchi. Can I trust you, Chief Ling? Lingfeng grasped the communicator. You can trust me. Very well. Setting the communicator down, Lingfeng removed his glasses and slammed his fist onto the desk, shattering it to pieces. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, directed at Lin Yang. Investigate and find out which scoundrel is responsible for this. His aide naturally had no objections and reminded him. Chief Ling, should we notify the commander? Lingfeng adjusted his breathing. I will contact the commander immediately, if all goes as expected. Such despicable deeds are likely perpetrated only by those sitting in their offices. Moreover, I have a strong suspicion of who is behind this, but I need concrete evidence. Lin Yang stood at attention, saluting. Understood. Recommended reading, Apocalypse NPC Synopsis. In 2045, billions of zombies ravage the world, forcing humanity into a final, desperate battle. As the apocalypse looms, Lu Xing utilizes a time machine to return to the moment before the outbreak. In this new life, can he alter the future? The darkness of human nature. Can one glimpse the light within the depths of hell? Commentary. Having perused several chapters, the author's mastery of pacing and portrayal of humanity is commendable. The initial impression evokes memories of the film X-Men, Days of Future Past. Overall, it is a commendable work within the zombie genre, and those intrigued by such themes may find it worth exploring. Chapter 045, Regret Recently. Chuyin has been feeling rather despondent. For this elder, ever since he ascended to the position of commander of the Night Wanderers 2 decades ago, his mood has seldom been truly bright. The multitude of challenges he faces is overwhelming, exploring the reverse realm, managing the fortress's affairs, and engaging with a myriad of individuals to ensure that the Night Wanderers receive their rightful resources and budget. If given the choice, he would prefer to lead his team into the reverse realm rather than contend with those who harbor their own agendas. Confronting the dark denizens is at least a more straightforward affair. It is either you or me. However, occupying the commander's seat, while survival is not the foremost concern, the endless cycle of gains and losses is gradually eroding his patience, a virtue he has never possessed in abundance. Chuyin finds solace in the night. During these hours, he is free from the burdens of thought, able to sit alone on his terrace, feeling the gentle breeze, or tending to his plants. Thus, when his wife informed him that someone was seeking his presence, he merely grunted, "I will not meet." His wife, Song Qiao, who has shared over 40 years with him, knows his temperament all too well. "Oh, then I shall inform Ling Feng," she said playfully, casting a glance at her husband. As anticipated, Chuyin turned back. "What? It's Ling Feng. You should have mentioned that earlier. My dear, do not let such matters delay important business. I hold you accountable." Song Qiao covered her mouth, chuckling. Yes, you are the commander, and you can compel anyone to confess, myself included." Chuyin entered his study, where a holographic screen displayed Ling Feng pacing back and forth. "What brings you here at this late hour? Cannot this matter be resolved without me?" Chuyin, having only a daughter and no son, regarded Ling Feng as a surrogate. He understood the young man's capabilities. Ling Feng would not seek him out at this hour without significant cause. "Commander, do you recall the young man I mentioned previously? The one who awakened a new class?" Ling Feng leaned forward, hands on the table. "Indeed, I remember. I have already informed the city lord. Is your concern regarding the budget? Worry not. The city lord has approved it. We will receive the additional funds within a fortnight at most." Ling Feng's demeanor shifted as he pressed on. "No, Commander. It concerns that boy, Tianyang. His mother has just met with a tragic fate. She died in the black mine." Chuyin paused, reflecting on Ling Feng's tone, before rising like an enraged lion. "What? Was she killed?" Ling Feng managed a rueful smile. "It is highly likely, though we lack concrete evidence. It appears she was caught in a sudden incident at the black mine. Unfortunately, she did not survive. This has severely impacted Tianyang. I have dispatched Lin Yang to investigate and ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. My only fear is that if my suspicions prove correct, given Tianyang's temperament, this matter will not end well. Should a conflict arise, we Night Wanderers." Chuyin seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Returning to his seat and lighting his pipe, "Are there not enough individuals with grievances against us Night Wanderers? Yet here we remain, steadfast through the years. Ling Feng, remember what I have said. The strength of the Night Wanderers lies in our familial regard for each member." "Understood, Commander. I too wish to seek justice for the lady named Nan Fei." Ling Feng bowed. "I shall not intrude further." "Wait," Chuyin interjected, halting Ling Feng's departure. "What did you say that boy's mother's name was?" Ling Feng's eyes widened in surprise, yet he answered, "Nan Fei. Is there an issue?" "No." Chuyin waved his hand dismissively. "Let it be. I am weary. You handle it. In any case, unearth the mastermind behind this. Inform me of any difficulties encountered." "Understood, Commander." With a final bow, Ling Feng's image vanished. Chuyin exhaled a plume of smoke. Nan Fei? Could it be that Nan Fei? If so, this boy Tianyang is surely his. With this thought in mind, Chuyin opened a drawer and retrieved a personal communicator. Composing a message, investigate how many women named Nan Fei reside within the fortress. 10 minutes later, the communicator buzzed with a response. "As you command." The elder then rummaged through drawers, finally exclaiming in exasperation, "Wife, where did you put the documents Ling Feng sent last time?" "Oh, searching for things has never been the commander's forte." Upon returning home, it was already late at night. Tianyang descended from the electromagnetic vehicle like a soulless shell, mechanically opening the door without closing it and collapsing into a chair. He stared vacantly at the ceiling. 30 minutes after concluding the communication with Ling Feng, a vehicle from the Fortress Hospital hurriedly arrived at the Black Mine. His mother's body had already been transported away, with assurances that the test results would be available in 2 days. Once the hospital vehicle departed, Tianyang felt disoriented, barely recalling how he returned home. Even now, a sense of unreality lingered, as if upon waking the following day, his mother would walk through that door, chiding him about completing his resignation paperwork with the Night Wanderers. Yet he knew that such a scenario was now impossible. His mother truly had departed. The despondent youth entered Nanfei's bedroom, gently folding the blanket that hung by the bed and placing it atop the pillow. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he noticed a photograph, one of Nanfei alone. The image was a decade old. Tianyang remembered borrowing it from Kadi, eager to capture a picture of his mother. Initially reluctant, Nanfei had eventually relented after his persistent requests. In the photo, his mother, in her 30s, wore a stern expression, with faint scars gracing her brow and arm. The scar on her arm was from an incident when Tianyang, at the age of 7, had knocked over a cup and fallen from a chair. Nanfei had rushed to hold him, but a shard had left its mark on her. The one on her brow was from an altercation when he was 9, during which a group of local children had thrown stones at him. Nanfei had chased them away, only to be struck on the head by one of the stones. As he gazed at the photograph, Tianyang was suddenly struck by the realization of all his mother had done for him, the countless injuries she had endured. Yet the last time they spoke, he had failed to apologize after arguing with her. Now, that opportunity was lost forever. Some things, once missed, can never be remedied. They become a lingering regret. In the dimly lit shed, there was no light, only the sound of muffled sobs. Chapter 46. The mastermind Tianyang awoke to a cacophony of noise, realizing that he had spent the night in his mother's bedroom. Rising from the floor, he felt a heaviness in his head, his temples throbbing, his condition far from ideal. Tianyang, Tianyang. The voice of Kaidi echoed from outside the living room. Tianyang stepped out to find him indeed there. The owner of the volcano bar was draped in a coat, his chest wrapped in bandages and gauze, supported by a youth of similar age to Tianyang. Seeing Tianyang, Kaidi exclaimed, "Xiaoxi told me your door was open and I saw a unicycle parked outside. I knew you had returned. So, did you find Nanfei at the Black Mine last night?" Tianyang's expression darkened as he nodded gently. Kaidi scanned the surroundings. "So where is she? You joined the Night Walkers. It shouldn't have been difficult to find her at the mine." "Oh." Kaidi slapped his forehead. "How foolish of me. Nanfei must be struggling at the mine. Even without injuries, she could fall ill. You took her to the hospital, right? Is it the one in the upper city? I'll go see her." "Tianyang," he called, but Tianyang's gaze remained on the ground. She's already gone." Kaidi's body trembled slightly as he turned slowly, his back to Tianyang. "Where did she go? Does she dislike working at the bar?" "It's all right. Just tell her to do what she loves. I can change my line of work if need be." "Kaidi, if she thinks I'm clumsy, that is fine too. I've earned some money over the years. I could invest in a business for her. She's so frail. Where could she have gone?" "Right. Tianyang." The young man shook his head vigorously. "Kaidi, my mother has." "Don't say it." Kaidi shouted, his shoulders slumping. "Don't say it. It can't be true." Tianyang closed his eyes and spoke solemnly. "She's gone. When I arrived, she was gravely injured. She took her last breath in my arms. It's hard to accept, even more so for me than for you. But Kaidi, she's gone." "Gone? I told you not to say it." Kaidi suddenly lunged forward, striking the boy in the face. Tianyang staggered back, colliding with the iron sheet of the shed, causing the roof to vibrate ominously. Half of his face began to swell, and Tianyang hung his head, silver hair falling over his eyes, obscuring his lifeless gaze. Kaidi seized his shoulders. "Who did this? Which bastard did it? Tell me, what do you plan to do?" "Of course, I'll avenge her." Kaidi roared like a furious beast, spitting as he spoke. Tianyang looked at him. "You cannot do this." Kaidi's eyes were bloodshot. "Why can't I? I've cared for her more than anyone else. Though she never showed it, in my heart, she is mine. Whoever dares to touch what is mine will pay with their life." He pushed Tianyang aside. "If you want to tell me, I'll find out myself. I refuse to believe I can uncover a single clue. A hand grasped Kaidi's shoulder. What are you doing? Let go. Tianyang shook his head. I cannot allow you to walk into danger. Kaidi spun around like a whirlwind. Do you expect me to sit idly by like you? The young man erupted. How do you know I've done nothing? If I could, I would shatter that bastard into pieces right now. You may merely like her, but she is my mother. Kaidi froze for a moment, suddenly at a loss for words. Tianyang panted, leaning against the wall. Someone is already investigating. We should have news in a couple of days. But Kaidi, the person who could dispose of her in the black mine is beyond your means to confront. She is gone, and I don't want you to face danger too. Her matters are mine to handle. I am her son. Her vengeance is mine to exact. The boy lifted his head, flames of determination burning in his eyes. After assuring that he would not take any reckless actions, Kaidi departed. Tianyang remained in the shed, spending the next 2 days fixated on his communicator, awaiting news that never came. Until the evening of the third day, the communicator finally chimed, and Lingfeng's voice came through. Tianyang, are you there? Tianyang swiftly grabbed the communicator. Yes. Any news? Lingfeng paused before speaking. Do you remember Qinwu? A thunderclap resounded in Tianyang's mind, his breath quickening as he struggled to maintain a calm demeanor. It was Qinwu's family who did this. Yes, his father, Qin Jie, is the chief of the 3rd security station in the upper city. Lin Yang discovered that while you were on a mission, he framed you by placing controlled substances in your home, then accused your mother of illegal activities. He bribed an inspector to bypass the review process, sending your mother to the black mine in half a day. Tianyang felt a heavy weight in his chest, veins bulging in his hand gripping the communicator, threatening to crush the device. Listen to me, Tianyang. We will handle this matter. Qin Jie is not only a civilian but holds an official position. You must not act impulsively. I assure you, he will receive the punishment he deserves. Do you understand? Tianyang. Tianyang exhaled a heated breath and gently turned off the communicator. He stood up, retrieved the eye mask he had used previously, and donned it once more, concealing his tactical eye. Entering the kitchen, he gathered all the ingredients he could find and cooked them. Regardless of how they tasted, the young man silently consumed his meal. This was his first sustenance in 3 days. He ate slowly, savoring each bite, ensuring every morsel transformed into energy. After finishing, Tianyang donned his protective armor and armed himself with a rifle. He bypassed the night walker's uniform hanging on the wall and exited, driving to the volcano bar. Although the bar was closed, lights illuminated the interior. Tianyang knocked on the door, which Kaidi opened. May I have a knife? The sharper, the better, Tianyang requested flatly. Come in. Kaidi pulled him inside and ventured into the back storage. Sounds of heavy objects being moved echoed before he returned, holding a knife. I got this from East Street. High quality. I maintain it often. Give it a try. Tianyang swung it a few times. The feel of it inferior to the particle combat knife he had previously wielded, its quality lacking. But it was sufficient for inflicting harm. He sheathed the knife and turned to leave. As he watched Tianyang depart, Kaidi poured himself a bottle of strong liquor and took a hearty swig. Then broke into a grin. He knew what Tianyang intended to do. Chuckling to himself, no wonder I liked her. Even her son is so daring. Chapter 47. Discouragement. The aroma wafted from the large pot on the stove, where tender potatoes and chicken simmered enticingly. A boy, approximately 11 or 12 years of age, swallowed hard as he gazed longingly at the pot. He turned to the girl in the apron beside him. Sister, when can we eat? Sun was extinguishing the flames and preparing to serve the food. I've already told you, we have important guests arriving tonight. We'll eat once they arrive. The boy, furrowing his brow, looked at the table nearby laden with delectable dishes, steamed meats and fish, sautéed vegetables with strips of meat, cold dishes drizzled with sesame oil. And of course, the potato and chicken. This was the most sumptuous dinner he had ever encountered in his young life. Since returning from the abyss, Sun, now a transcendent, had garnered significant attention from the stronghold. Her father, who had been bedridden, was whisked away to the medical center in the upper city the very next day, and Roshan even arranged for a caregiver for him. Even if Sun did not visit the hospital, her father would receive impeccable care. Moreover, Roshan had gifted her 2,000 contribution points, a substantial amount for Sun. Additionally, As a benefit of being a transcendent, her identification in the upper city had been processed. An apartment application was underway. Soon, Sun could designate 2 spots for her to move to the upper city alongside her. Everything was progressing positively. The more this unfolded, the more grateful Sun felt towards Tianyang. Had it not been for him, she might have been subjected to humiliation at the hands of Zhou Wang, which could have spun a very different narrative. Thus, Sun had invited Tianyang over for dinner that evening. She had taken a day off from Roshan and had been busy preparing since morning. As she set the potato and chicken on the table, Sun glanced at the clock. It was getting late, and she wondered if he had arrived yet. The boy, unable to resist the tantalizing spread before him but unable to eat, finally laid his head on the table and said, "Sister, why hasn't your boyfriend come yet?" Sun's face flushed with embarrassment. "Xiao Jia, if you keep talking nonsense, I might just withhold your dinner." The boy named Xiao Jia immediately covered his mouth, fearful of saying something amiss that would jeopardize his chance at the feast. Sun removed her apron and stepped outside, surveying the street. She noticed 2 men nearby, although they pretended to be drunks or homeless. Sun recognized them as guards arranged by Roshan. Each transcendent of a radiant rank was considered worth the stronghold's utmost cultivation, having learned from the misfortune of Zhou Wang. Roshan was not one to take chances. However, aside from those 2 guards, the streets were eerily quiet. Sun gazed toward the intersection, as if expecting that familiar figure to appear at any moment. Unbeknownst to her, Tianyang was currently driving toward the upper city. Thus, the promise of their meeting was destined to be unfulfilled. In the upper city, at the Qin residence, Qin Jie stood on the balcony, observing the neat and pristine streets below. The verdant landscaping was a sight unseen in the lower city, a symbol of serene luxury. As a family that had stood for over 50 years, they were now in their 4th generation. Aside from the founding patriarch, no transcendents had emerged in the subsequent generations, including Qin Jie. With Qin Wu's generation, Qin Jie no longer harbored aspirations, merely hoping that his son could secure a modest position. The 2 of them strove to accumulate 10,000 contribution points annually to maintain their family status and associated rights. However, just as he had sent his son to the gathering team, misfortune struck within 6 months. His son did not perish at the hands of the dark denizens, but fell to a mere fledgling who had just awakened. Qin Jie found it intolerable. Not only was he grieving his son's death, but the Qin family's legacy was on the brink of extinction under his watch. Thus, despite Lin Yang's warnings against retaliation, Qin Jie acted. The thought of sending that boy's mother to the black mines brought a cruel smile to Qin Jie's lips. He knew that no woman could survive in such a place, especially since he had instructed the management there. As he anticipated, just 3 days prior, that woman had perished. He heard that the boy named Tianyang had ventured into the black mines at night, which surprised him somewhat, though he had foreseen this turn of events. The truth could not remain hidden forever. Eventually, it would come to light. Qin Jie was not concerned about Tianyang seeking revenge. Rather, he awaited the boy's demise. Yes, demise. Within the seemingly tranquil confines of the Qin residence lay 8 cunning and ruthless prospectors. These were the men who had traversed the abyss and lived to tell the tale, true desperados willing to do anything for the right price. Most importantly, they were ready to risk everything. In addition, Qin Jie had hired a level 3 transcendent, whose notoriety was questionable, though his reputation took a hit after hiring him. Qin Jie was beyond caring about such trivialities. However, his true trump card was not the prospectors or the transcendent, but rather his power as the head of the 3rd Security Bureau. Indeed, he was not a transcendent, but as an official, he commanded a violent institution. Thus, when the occasion arose, Qin Jie could mobilize his personnel. Should Tianyang exhibit any inclination toward aggression, Qin Jie could justify executing him on the spot. The thought made Qin Jie's smile widen. "Come on, boy. I will make you realize that a newly awakened transcendent is nothing of consequence. You shall pay dearly for your impulsiveness." Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him, and an elderly man, seemingly in charge, whispered, "Master, we've just received word from the city checkpoint. The young man is driving alone and has entered the upper city." Qin Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. "Son, did you hear that? The boy is coming. Just wait." I shall send him to apologize to you. Upon entering the upper city, the number of streetlights increased significantly, illuminating every corner. Switching to autopilot, Tianyang activated the navigation and entered Qinjia's name. Soon, the location of the Qin residence appeared clearly on the display. Directing the vehicle toward the Qin home, Tianyang turned at the next intersection. Then he saw them: Lingfeng, Honshu, Oldsu, Songdu, Jiyu. Tianyang was forced to halt the car as they blocked the roadway with their vehicles. Soon, 2 more cars arrived, completing the blockade. Tianyang's gaze settled on Lingfeng. He had not expected that Ling, stationed so far away at Lighthouse Base, would return specifically for this encounter. "Commander Ling, please step aside." The boy's tone was calm, yet it conveyed the simmering intensity of a volcano on the verge of eruption. Lingfeng adjusted his glasses and took a couple of steps forward. "Tianyang, it's not too late to back down. Compared to you, Qinjie is merely a minor player. There is no need to risk yourself for someone like him. I reiterate, let the Nightwalkers handle this. We can follow the proper procedures and bring him to justice." Chapter 048. No compromise. Upon hearing Lingfeng's words, Tianyang's expression remained unchanged. "I must go." General Lingfeng seemed to have anticipated such a response, showing no reaction. However, Songdu, with his ponytail, visibly changed his demeanor, leaning slightly forward as if intent on reprimanding Tianyang for his perceived folly. Honshu raised his hand, shaking his head to halt the impending words from the ponytailed youth, leaving Songdu to swallow his frustration. Lingfeng adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. "You are aware of my role. Allow me to delineate the potential developments. Should I permit you to proceed, you would confront an ambush set by 8 seasoned prospectors, known for their ruthlessness in both murder and theft. Even if you were to overcome this obstacle, you would then face a Tier 3 enhancer. While a Tier 3 might not be overwhelmingly powerful, it is certainly not insurmountable. Nevertheless, the prospectors would deplete your stamina and inflict harm, coupled with the disadvantage of facing an opponent 2 tiers above you. Although their advantage may not be absolute, it poses a significant threat to your well-being. Yet, the peril does not end there. Qinjie is the head of the 3rd Security Office. Were I in his position, I could easily leverage my authority to summon reinforcements. While the Security Office lacks enhancers, they are well-equipped, boasting a team of over 30. When you are at your most fatigued, they could readily eliminate you." Lingfeng paused, observing the youth's expression, noting his unwavering resolve, and sighed inwardly. He continued, "Even if, against all odds, you manage to eliminate Qinjie, what then? You would publicly assassinate a fortress official in the upper district, despite Qinjie having provoked you first. According to fortress laws, you would still face accountability. Of course, the Nightwalkers would protect you, but do you comprehend the price we would have to pay? Especially now, when dissent against us within the fortress is growing louder." Lingfeng hesitated before asking, "Even so, do you still intend to proceed?" Tianyang lowered his gaze, deep in thought. After a moment, he removed his assault rifle and began to shed his protective armor. "I must go, but tonight, I am not a member of the Nightwalkers. I am merely an ordinary citizen of the lower district." Absurd. Lingfeng understood that Tianyang's actions were an attempt to shoulder the consequences alone, not wishing to drag the Nightwalkers into his turmoil. Yet, despite all his counsel, he could not fathom why Tianyang felt compelled to take such a stance. "Tianyang, why must you go to such lengths? If only you could grant us another week. No, 3 days. Just 3 days, and I assure you, Qinjie would find himself imprisoned, condemned to languish in the black mines for the rest of his life. For him, that fate would be more torturous than death. So you see, he is not worth such sacrifice." Tianyang halted, meeting Lingfeng's gaze. "But for me, I simply desire his death. Moreover, General Ling, this is not a matter of worth. It is imperative that I undertake this task. My mother is an ordinary woman. You understand how challenging life can be for an ordinary woman in the lower district, especially one with principles. Yet, it is this very woman who raised me for 17 years. 17 years. Can you fathom the hardship she endured? She bestowed upon me her best, her youth, her time, all that she possessed. Yet I have failed to even provide her a decent meal. Now, this is the only act I can perform for her. Therefore, I must do this, no matter the cost." Lingfeng suddenly felt a surge of agitation. He had always believed in the logic of his deductions, convinced that every action bore an equivalent value. Yet here stood this youth, appending all he held to be true, leaving him devoid of a solution. Han Shu and the others were lost in thought, deeply moved by Tianyang's words. The youth did not dwell on grand philosophies, nor did he, like Ling Feng, weigh the gains and losses. He was simply engaged in a profoundly sincere endeavor, a sincerity that had nearly been forgotten in this era. This was a time of transactions, where nothing was beyond evaluation or compromise. As long as the rewards were substantial enough, even the deepest vendettas could be overlooked. Yet this youth, knowing full well that his quest could exact a heavy toll, remained resolute, unyielding in his conviction. Perhaps to many, such a course of action appeared reckless, even foolish. But when did we become so calculative in every endeavor? The others were ensnared in this quandary, seeking answers that eluded them. At that moment, Ling Feng's communicator buzzed, followed by a weathered voice declaring, "Let him go." With that singular statement, the connection was severed. Ling Feng's mind blanked for several seconds before he shook his head. "Take your protective gear and your star rifle. Otherwise, you are not seeking revenge, but courting death." Tianyang was taken aback, looking toward Ling Feng. Ling Feng stepped back, shifting to the side. The enhancer hired by Qin Jie is named Chu Gao, a Tier 3 sniper master of the hunter class. Do not expect him to engage you in a fair duel. He is notorious for his underhanded tactics. He will strike from the shadows, either as you approach the Qin residence or during your confrontation with the prospectors. If you wish to exact revenge, do not allow him to eliminate you. Having donned his protective gear once more and removed his visor, Tianyang mounted his motorcycle, nodding solemnly at Ling Feng. "Thank you for the warning, General Ling." As he revved the engine and prepared to depart, Han Shu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment." The rugged man then removed the excessively large sword from Tsang Du's back and tossed it to Tianyang. "Take this. With that piece of scrap metal you carry, you won't be able to kill anyone." Clearly, he had noticed the blade on Tianyang's back. "Captain, what are you doing?" "That is my spring water," Tsang Du exclaimed, lunging toward Tianyang, only to be restrained by Han Shu's grip on his ponytail. Tianyang caught the sword named Spring Water, glancing between Han Shu and Tsang Du. Han Shu held tightly to the youth's ponytail, gesturing insistently, "Hurry and go, stop dawdling." Tsang Du, resigned to the inevitable, called out, "White-haired kid, don't damage my sword. Return it to me in one piece." Tianyang removed the knife given to him by Kaidi and tossed it back to Tsang Du. "I'll leave this with you until I return." With spring water strapped to his back, Tianyang revved the motorcycle and passed by them, switching to autopilot as the electromagnetic bike took him toward the Qin residence. Tsang Du, holding Tianyang's discarded knife, wore a look of disdain. "Who cares for your worthless scrap? P.S. My heartfelt gratitude to Haizi Xiaotian, Xiang Lingyun, Apostolate 31203, Book Friend 587555718. You might consider changing your nickname, Yinchi Shandian." Qin Yang's father, the charming excuse of the evening breeze, Mr. Shi, and all the brothers for their generous donations yesterday. I am immensely grateful. It was indeed a thrilling experience, oscillating between first and second place on the new book list. Thanks to you all, we have finally widened the data gap. Chapter 049. Formulating a plan. As Tianyang traveled along the road leading to the Qin residence, he observed his surroundings, noting the surprisingly sparse presence of vehicles and pedestrians. The closer he drew to the Qin estate, the more pronounced this scarcity became. Although it was customary for fewer individuals to be out and about at night, the current desolation was beyond expectation. This situation was likely a result of the nocturnal operatives' intervention. Perhaps unseen, they had already begun to impose road restrictions. His thoughts began to wander, only to be interrupted by the sudden chime of his communicator. Upon checking, he found two images awaiting him. The first depicted the renowned sniper known as Chu Gao, who, contrary to his imposing reputation, appeared rather diminutive in stature. This conclusion was easily drawn from the reference points within the photograph. In the image, Chu Gao clutched a rifle with an excessively long barrel, suggesting it was not the sleek and portable model typically favored by the elite. It seemed likely that the weapon was not even a complete product, but rather a modification crafted from various components by Chu Gao himself. Tianyang scrutinized the sniper's features, his bald head, thin lips, and small eyes, all distinctive traits that would be easy to remember. The 6 fingers on his left hand further ensured he would be easily recognizable. The second image showcased Qin Jie, a middle-aged man nearing 50, clad in a pristine dark uniform, with facial contours bearing a striking resemblance to Qin Wu. With a mere glance, Tianyang recognized him as his target for the evening, without needing to refer to the annotations below the photograph. At that moment, another message arrived: view and delete. Memorizing the appearances of Chu Gao and Qin Jie, he promptly erased the images and the message from his device. The motorcycle's navigation system soon indicated that he was approaching the area of the Qin residence. Before entering the intersection, Tianyang halted and parked his motorcycle in a nearby small square, surveying his surroundings. This place was no longer the bustling heart of the upper city. Instead, it sprawled out wide, devoid of towering buildings, save for the distant circular dome of the fortress, which loomed like a celestial body against the night sky. It was clear to Tianyang that this area was reserved for the families privileged enough to reside within the fortress. Each family was allocated living space commensurate with their influence and power, with even the smallest residence boasting a garden and garage sufficient space to accommodate 10 or more families from the lower city. Despite the ample living space, the tallest structures here rose only 3 stories at most, with the majority being modest 2-story buildings, underscoring the lavishness enjoyed by the upper echelons, particularly those with familial ties. Through his tactical electronic eye, Tianyang surveyed the distribution of buildings in the vicinity. In this open, unobstructed area, both the sniper and his prey faced significant peril. As prey, one would almost certainly be detected upon entering the sniper's range. For the sniper, the absence of cover meant that once his position was discovered, he would likely have only one shot before being compromised. Nonetheless, even in such circumstances, the sniper maintained a substantial advantage. After all, for the prey to threaten the sniper, they would need to survive the first shot and possess sufficient speed to pose a danger. Ultimately, as a rank 3 sniper, Tianyang did not underestimate Chu Gao's capability in close combat. With 8 prospectors and a potential security team at play, Tianyang calculated the disparity in combat strength between the 2 sides. He found himself deeply immersed in recalling the knowledge he had gleaned from his readings, endeavoring to extract applicable strategies as he began to devise a combat plan. Objective: eliminate Qin Jie enemy forces. 1 rank, 3 sniper, 8 prospectors, and likely a security team's strategic direction. It was nearly impossible to eliminate all obstacles before targeting the primary objective, given the overwhelming enemy numbers. Thus, after neutralizing the most significant hindrance, his focus should shift entirely to the main target, avoiding unnecessary expenditure of energy on lesser foes. Conclusions: 1. Prioritize the elimination of the opposing enhancer to clear the greatest obstacle. 2. Fully commit to the assassination of the main target. 3. Establish a clear escape route to ensure he could disengage before the security team arrived. Quickly, a rudimentary plan began to take shape in his mind, though simple. It was coherent. Tianyang lifted his gaze towards the street beyond the square, where might Chu Gao be hiding. He turned, scanning the area until his eyes settled on the tallest object in the square, a fountain adorned with a striking sculpture, designed to be visually imposing. The sculpture stood nearly 6 meters tall, rivaling the height of a 2-story building. Tianyang effortlessly climbed the sculpture, concealing himself within a shadowy, intricate structure. Though he had not undergone professional counter-sniper training, he was fortunate to recall from his readings that snipers often possessed exceptional eyesight. To minimize the chance of revealing himself, he carefully concealed his silhouette. Utilizing a miniature chip implanted in his brain, Tianyang adjusted the visual range of his tactical eye and activated thermal imaging. The Qin estate came into sharper focus, revealing several red humanoid shapes. From this height, he could discern that the residence comprised a main building, lawns, a parking area, gardens, and a perimeter wall adorned with ancient ceramic tiles. The entire estate was expansive enough to accommodate the needs of at least 13 families from the lower city, not including the surrounding public land. Typically, a sniper would position themselves at a distance from the battlefield, ideally between 800 and 1,000 meters, depending on the firearm's capabilities and the sniper's skill. Beyond this range, the variables become too numerous. If he were in Chu Gao's position, the most advantageous would be to establish a vantage point outside the Qin estate. However, considering visibility and mobility concerns, he had already identified several potential sniper positions. Yet, this was the upper city, and more importantly, a family stronghold. If Qin Jie possessed any foresight, he would not allow such a confrontation to spill over into the territories of other families. Otherwise, even if Tianyang failed to eliminate him, the repercussions from other families would be dire. Thus, Tianyang's gaze returned to the Qin estate. Chu Gao must be concealed within its confines. Only there could he ensure the conflict would not extend to other family residences. Continuing his observation of the estate's environment, he noted the cars parked in front of the main building, the guards walking their dogs, and the meticulous landscaping, yet Chu Gao remained elusive. Despite employing thermal imaging, there were no identifiable figures resembling a sniper among the red outlines. This indicated that Chu Gao likely possessed a disruption device or was clad in heat-insulating gear. However, Tianyang did spot a solitary red figure seated motionless in a small parlor on the second floor of the main building. Unfortunately, thermal imaging did not provide a clear view of the individual, leaving him unable to ascertain whether it was Qin Jie. Retracting his gaze, Tianyang closed his eyes, mentally rehearsing the next stages of his plan. 10 minutes later, he slipped down from the shadowed sculpture. Chapter 050. Master Sniper Chu Gao sat on the cold, hard terrace floor, leaning against a lamppost. His camouflage outfit allowed him to blend seamlessly with the surrounding flora. Moreover, this attire effectively insulated his body heat, rendering him invisible even to thermal imaging devices. This sniper position was meticulously chosen by Chu Gao, who believed that snipers should conceal themselves as much as possible. However, he had his own insights into sniping, such as opting for a location illuminated by light, which people tend to overlook subconsciously. Most individuals blindly assume that an ambusher would never expose themselves in an obvious spot. Chu Gao capitalized on this psychological blind spot to select his position, a strategy that had enabled him to accomplish numerous seemingly impossible tasks. At this moment, Chu Gao cradled his modified sniper rifle, breathing steadily. Even after sitting there for nearly 2 hours, he exhibited no sign of impatience. Patience is a fundamental quality for every sniper, and Chu Gao excelled in this regard. Now at the age of 49, he was considered somewhat advanced in years among the enhancers. He awakened his hunter class at 18, becoming a level 1 hunter, brimming with youthful vigor and the belief that the world lay within his grasp. It took him 3 years to accumulate enough experience to advance to level 2 hunter. Meanwhile, some of his contemporaries achieved promotions within a year, while others reached level 3 by their 3rd year. Chu Gao eventually realized that although he was fortunate to awaken, his innate talent was woefully inadequate. Transitioning from hunter to hunter took him 3 years, while advancing to level 3 sniper master required a staggering 12 years. Even now, he remained a sniper master. Despite having filled his enhancement progress, ascending beyond level 4 necessitated the acquisition of enhancement media. Each class and level demanded different types of media, with the materials required varying from a handful to over a dozen. In his quest to elevate his rank, Chu Gao began to abandon his principles, descending into moral ambiguity, which rapidly tarnished his reputation. Of course, a level 3 enhancer typically held little prestige. In any case, despite his relentless efforts, he still lacked 2 types of media materials. One of them was star crystals, a strategic resource coveted by every fortress. To obtain star crystals, there were a few avenues. 1. Join the fortress system and serve to earn contribution points for exchange. 2. Make outstanding contributions within the fortress system to receive rewards. 3. Purchase from the black market without prerequisites, provided one could offer a price that enticed the seller. Regrettably, Chu Gao did not meet the criteria for any of these options. With his reputation in tatters, he had lost all recognition from fortresses and could not join their systems. As for the black market, he had several opportunities to acquire star crystals, but he could never produce what the sellers required. When he arrived at the Bay Fortress in the southern region of the East Continent as a prospector, He received this task from Qin through an intermediary. Knowing that Qin was targeting an enhancer among the Night Stalkers, few were willing to take on such a job. The Night Stalker Exploration Corps was the official enhancer group of the Tianyang fortress, and opposing them meant that even if one could leave the fortress afterward, they would never be allowed to set foot there again. For prospectors seeking long-term development, antagonizing a fortress over a single job was simply not worth it. However, upon hearing that Qin was offering a star crystal as payment, Chu Gao immediately accepted the job. Now, he found himself waiting in the terrace garden of the Qin residence for a warrior who was supposedly of the God of War class, but merely a level 1. For Chu Gao, this was a trivial matter. The God of War class excelled in direct confrontation, and high-level enhancers were indeed formidable, however, being only level 1. Chu Gao was confident that a single standard solid bullet would suffice to take down such an opponent, even without augmenting his abilities. This was a surefire transaction, and Chu Gao cared little about the implications of being barred from the Tianyang fortress afterward. With over 30 fortress cities in the East Continent, the absence of the Tianyang fortress would hardly hinder his explorations of the remaining 20 or so. Reflecting on this, Chu Gao couldn't help but scoff at the short-sightedness of others. Yet, he wondered why that lad Tianyang had not yet arrived. Though he was not anxious, Chu Gao wished to conclude the matter swiftly, for reclining on a soft bed was undeniably preferable to sitting here. Suddenly, without warning, a beam of light shot in from the street outside the Qin residence. The beam pierced through the virtually defenseless wall, striking a vehicle parked in front of the main building. The vehicle's fuel tank exploded upon impact, erupting into a vivid orange fireball. Fragments of the car flew violently, and the shockwave shattered the windows of the main building. The sudden explosion made Chu Gao's heart skip a beat. He had not anticipated such an opening move. Then, to his further astonishment, another assault commenced. Beams of light surged into the Qin residence with alarming frequency, targeting the second floor of the main building. From the shooting rate of the energy beams, a particular type of weapon materialized in Chu Gao's mind, the assault rifle. This weapon, capable of rapid fire with a notably high rate of fire, was a potent tool against low-tier civilians. Using it to attack a building, especially one that lacked defenses and had never considered being targeted by such weaponry, was exceedingly simple. The Qin residence's beautifully tiled exterior walls succumbed within 3 seconds to the barrage of energy beams, exposing the second floor to imminent threat. Chu Gao, situated on the terrace, felt the main building tremble beneath him. It was as if he were perched atop a volcano. Although he knew that Qin had prepared a decoy on the second floor to lure the assailants deeper into the residence, it was impossible to guarantee that the main building would not collapse under concentrated fire. If Qin were buried as a result, Chu Gao would forfeit his reward. With this thought in mind, Chu Gao swiftly dropped to the ground, extending his sniper rifle through the foliage. The electronic scope made it easy for him to spot someone crouched behind a lamp post on the opposite side of the street, firing wildly with an assault rifle. Unfortunately, due to the angle, Chu Gao could not see the individual, nor could he even discern the entire rifle. However, behind that lamp post, he caught a glimpse of a piece of clothing. He chuckled to himself. A mere lamp post would not deter him. To ensure absolute certainty, he loaded an armor-piercing round into his sniper rifle, adjusted the barrel, and locked onto the target's head position behind the lamp post before pulling the trigger. In the dark of night, a faint red line traced the bullet's trajectory, and the armor-piercing round effortlessly penetrated the lamp post, instantly silencing the assault rifle. Chu Gao let out a sigh of relief, but just then, he suddenly caught the ominous sound of an object slicing through the air at high speed. Chapter 051. Miscalculation. The God of War class, even among the most exalted of transcenders, possesses formidable combat prowess, capable of single-handedly contending with an entire army. However, the God of War class has never been renowned for its speed. Moreover, the suddenness of that shrill sound indicated an instantaneous acceleration from a state of rest. A transition so swift it was almost unfathomable. Among the known classes, the hunter's agility far surpasses that of others. Yet, even then, achieving such incredible speed in the blink of an eye was unattainable. Chu Gao's heart raced as he rose with his rifle, internally berating Qin. Damn it! This is not the god of war class at all. That bastard Qin Jie provided erroneous intelligence. A flash of steel glimmered at the corner of his eye, and the hairs on Chu Gao's neck stood on end. He rolled away, grasping his sniper rifle, feeling a chilling rush at the back of his head. He didn't even catch a glimpse of his opponent before he aimed to shoot, only to find himself smiling wryly. The barrel of his beloved sniper rifle had been severed. The weapon he had meticulously modified was now rendered useless. As silver light danced before him, Chu Gao finally discerned a youth with disheveled silver hair, wielding an unusually shaped sword. The boy emanated a silvery glow, and before his toes touched the ground, his figure became indistinct. Chu Gao instinctively reached for the tactical dagger at his waist, thrusting forward with the intent to strike. The tip of the dagger first encountered something solid, then slid, ultimately piercing a softer area. Did it hit? Chu Gao felt a flicker of surprise, only to suddenly sense a chill at his neck, his eyes widening in shock. The boy's hazy silhouette sharpened, and Chu Gao realized their noses were nearly touching, their faces mere inches apart. As Chu Gao's gaze gradually ascended, he saw above the boy's head, then the shadows cast by the light above, and finally, the garden behind them. It was then that Chu Gao beheld a headless corpse. His mind reeled in disbelief before he comprehended. That was his own body. This was the final vestige of his consciousness. At that moment, Tianyang let out a breath, stepping back while clutching the spot where Chu Gao had stabbed him. Fortunately, the dagger did not seem to be poisoned. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Chu Gao would never know that the assault rifle hidden behind the street lamp was entirely unmonitored. Tianyang had merely employed a clever trick to fix the trigger in a continuous firing state, to create the illusion that he was behind the lamppost. He had intentionally removed a piece of clothing, allowing a corner to peek out, thus misleading Chu Gao regarding his position. The purpose of this ruse was to ascertain Chu Gao's location. As the rifle continued to fire at the main building, aimed at where Qin Jie might be, Chu Gao would undoubtedly retaliate with a sniper shot. Once the sniper master revealed his position, Tianyang, having already relocated, could launch a full frontal assault on Chu Gao. As anticipated, Chu Gao, the sniper master, had his own skills in close combat. To avoid prolonging the conflict, Tianyang exchanged a wound for a chance at victory, enduring Chu Gao's strike in exchange for an opportunity to sever his head with a single blow. Chu Gao had met his downfall, restricted by his family's residence, which limited his mobility. He had misjudged Tianyang's speed, allowing the boy to close the distance, and ultimately underestimated Tianyang's resolve, leading to his demise. In another time or place, it could have been Tianyang who lay dead. Alas, the world offers no room for hypotheticals. After tending to his wound, Tianyang grasped the sword named Chunshui and made his way towards the terrace entrance. Through his tactical vision, he detected a furtive figure concealed behind the door. The youth raised Chunshui, using it like a javelin, and hurled it with force. The remarkably long sword soared through the air, effortlessly piercing through the door and striking the ambusher squarely in the chest. The gold seeker, also employed by Qin Jie, fell dead on the spot. At that moment, Qin Jie was in his study, where the long table was dust-laden, remnants from the earlier gunfire that had rattled the main building. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached as the butler burst into the room, panting, "Master, it's bad. Chu Gao. Chu Gao is dead, beheaded by someone. Useless," Qin Jie bellowed. "That fool assured me of his invincibility, and he dies the quickest." He yanked open a drawer and retrieved a communicator, sending a message to his deputy at the security office. "Act immediately." Gunfire echoed relentlessly outside the study, drawing nearer by the second. Qin Jie, frantic, could not wait for a reply from his deputy. He seized the communicator and called directly. This time, his deputy answered promptly. "Bring your men here at once." "Do you hear me?" Qin Jie nearly shouted. However, a calm, unfamiliar voice responded. "He heard you, but regrettably, the security team will not mobilize." Qin Jie paused, then erupted in anger. "Who are you? How dare you commandeer a fortress official's communicator?" The voice chuckled softly. "I am Ling Feng. If Mr. Qin cannot recall, I can remind you that I am the chief strategist of the Nightwalkers. Regrettably, due to your abuse of power and falsely accusing a Transcender's relative, leading to her death in the Black Mines, The upper echelons of the fortress have decided to dismiss you from your position as the head of the third security office. Qin Jie gasped in shock. He had relied on his status as a fortress official to ensnare Nan Fei and lure Tianyang. Now, with Ling Feng's announcement of his dismissal, he was stripped of his advantage as the security chief. You have no authority to do this, Qin Jie shouted. The security office is part of the Iron Wall City's military system, and the Nightwalkers have no jurisdiction here. Moreover, even if I am no longer the security chief, my residence is under attack. I have the right to protection. Ling Feng replied, You are correct. The Nightwalkers indeed have no authority over the internal affairs of the military. However, as I mentioned, this is a decision made by the upper echelons of the fortress. I am merely facilitating its immediate implementation. Furthermore, you do have the right to protection. Therefore, I have ordered the security team to mobilize. Mr. Qin, please hold on until they arrive. With that, the communication was severed. Qin Jie slumped into his chair, feeling as if his soul had departed. He understood that Ling Feng's last statement was merely a formality. The security team might have been dispatched, but by the time they arrived, his residence would undoubtedly be in ruins. Qin Jie pounded the table in frustration. Why? Why? Who exactly is that boy that he can compel the Nightwalkers to act in this manner? This makes no sense. It defies logic. P.S. Thanks to brothers Xiang Lingyun and Sui Wei Ruyan for their generous support. Also, I humbly request votes of all kinds. Chapter 052. Human sentiment. The gunfire outside the study grew increasingly intense, prompting the anxious housekeeper to glance at his master. Sir, should we take refuge for a while? Qin Jie, regaining his composure, nodded gravely. He then groped beneath the table for a button and pressed it. The bookshelf shifted to the left, revealing a hidden passageway behind it. Qin Jie and the housekeeper stepped into the dark corridor as the bookshelf returned to its original position, sealing the exit. Each step Qin Jie took felt particularly burdensome, as this outcome was entirely unforeseen. The hard Tier 3 enhancer had been eliminated before the battle even commenced, and his strongest card had been rendered useless due to the Nightwalker's intervention. Fortunately, he had dispatched his wife and other dependents in advance. Otherwise, the losses tonight would have been even more catastrophic. The hidden passage led to a garage on the first floor. When Qin Jie pressed the button, the guards had already started the vehicle. Once inside, as the garage door began to open, two figures suddenly appeared just before it was fully ajar. Inside the vehicle, Qin Jie's pupils narrowed. One of the figures was a silver-haired youth exuding an aura of menace, while the other was a middle-aged man whom Qin Jie recognized as one of the 8 gold miners. The man, with his shoulder hanging unnaturally, was bloodied and kneeling on the ground, being forced to look towards the garage by the youth. His fearful gaze met that of the boy. I wasn't he lying, was I? This Qin has a secret garage on the first floor. Can I go now? Qin Jie scoffed, utterly shameless. It seems gold miners are not to be trusted. They lack even the most basic professional ethics. He then commanded in a low voice, Drive, ram through. The driver nodded and slammed the accelerator, sending the armored vehicle barreling towards the door. The headlights illuminated the boy's face as he released the miner. The long sword known as spring water was raised high, swung in a circle by his hands. As the sword rotated, the youth pivoted, narrowly evading the vehicle's impact as it collided with the entrance. He knelt, sweeping the sword horizontally. The blade sliced through the headlights and penetrated the armored shell, wreaking havoc on the vehicle's internal components before finally emerging from the taillight, sending a shower of metal fragments flying. Inside the vehicle, the housekeeper screamed in agony as his legs were severed, blood gushing forth. Qin Jie's complexion paled. Had their positions been reversed, it would have been him suffering such a fate. Nonetheless, the damage inflicted by spring water rendered the vehicle uncontrollable, and despite the driver's skill, they could not avert a violent collision with a lamppost. The rear of the vehicle lifted off the ground before crashing back down, the violent jolt nearly throwing Qin Jie from his seat. When he regained his senses, he found both the guard and housekeeper unconscious. Dazed, he climbed up, only to catch a glimpse of the silver-haired youth approaching the vehicle. Tianyang advanced slowly, his sword scraping the ground, creating sparks. After dispatching Chu Gao, he had stormed into the building, killing numerous gold miners and Qin's guards. The price he paid was 2 gunshot wounds and several lacerations from sharp objects. It became evident that, in confined spaces, as long as one had sufficient manpower and was willing to fight fiercely, one could indeed take down lower-tier enhancers. Unfortunately, while the guards at Qin's estate fought valiantly, the gold miners had no intention of sacrificing themselves for Qinjie. After all, no matter how tempting the reward, one must have life to enjoy it. Upon learning of Chu Gao's demise and witnessing several companions fall to Tianyang's sword, the remaining gold miners scattered in disarray. One, captured by Tianyang, promptly divulged Qinjie's whereabouts. With his escape vehicle now wrecked, nothing stood in the way of the youth. In the front of the car, the door swung open, and Qinjie tumbled out. In his life, he had likely never felt so wretched. He propped himself against the vehicle, suddenly raising his hand to reveal a finely crafted handgun. Though this firearm lacked the range and power of the collection team's rifles, it could still prove lethal if aimed at a vital spot. Unfortunately, Tianyang afforded him no opportunity to fire. With a swift dash, the youth reached Qinjie's side. Spring water pierced Qinjie's abdomen, forcing him against the vehicle with a violent impact. Qinjie screamed as the handgun slipped from his grasp. The sword penetrated the vehicle's body, pinning him in place like a nail. Only then did Tianyang step back, retrieve the fallen handgun, and regard the panting man before him. You should not have involved her. This matter has nothing to do with her. With great difficulty, Qinjie raised his head and sneered, naive. From the moment you laid a hand on my son, everyone connected to you became entangled in this affair. Go on, kill me, but do not think you will emerge unscathed. Even if I am no longer the head of security, your brazen attack on a family stronghold in the upper district will demand an explanation from the fortress. Tianyang raised the gun, nodding slightly. Perhaps, but that no longer concerns you. Even if the fortress seeks to punish me, you will not be around to witness it. A stunned Qinjie felt the weight of those words, a stark reminder of mortality and his longing for life. He opened his mouth. Wait. Let us make a deal. Bang. The delicate handgun fired. Its sound almost dainty, yet when the bullet struck Qinjie's forehead, it carried the weight of death. The impact sent his head back against the vehicle, and then it slowly drooped. In that moment, he recalled the day his son's corpse was delivered, when the Nightwalker officer had warned him against seeking revenge. Initially, he had thought it a mere threat, but now it seemed a caution to cease his pursuits. Regrettably, he had failed to grasp that warning. As consciousness faded into darkness, he thought, a transaction? I would never bargain with my kin. Tianyang tossed the handgun aside and approached, pressing his hand against Qinjie's carotid artery to confirm his death before withdrawing the longsword. Without its support, Qinjie's body gradually slumped, leaving a deep crimson streak on the vehicle. Tianyang glanced back at the Qin residence. The house would still stand tomorrow, but its master would no longer be of the Qin family. With the sword returned to its sheath, Tianyang scaled the wall to retrieve the rifle Chu Gao had destroyed and made his way to the square. Along the silent streets, he couldn't help but reflect on the commotion they had created. The neighboring families seemed oblivious, neither intervening nor even bothering to glance toward the Qin estate. This suggested either that the Qin family had many enemies, with no one willing to offer aid, or that the Nightwalker's interference had rendered the other families blind and deaf. Tianyang leaned towards the latter explanation, but if that were the case, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It seems I owe a significant debt of gratitude. Chapter 053. Discontent. After retrieving the electromagnetic motorcycle from the small square, Tianyang drove away. Not long after, he spotted an ambulance parked alongside the road ahead. By the vehicle, Honshu leaned against it, smoking, while Tsang-Du paced nearby. Upon hearing the sound of the motorcycle, both turned their gazes towards Tianyang. The youth slowed his speed and eventually parked the motorcycle nearby. Honshu glanced at him and silently opened the car door, barking, "Get in." Tianyang offered no resistance. Obediently dismounting and presenting the sword Chunshui back to Tsang-Du, "This is a fine blade," he remarked. Tsang-Du snorted lightly. Of course. He took Chunshui and tossed Tianyang a knife belonging to Kaidi. With a flick of his ponytail, he turned to leave. Holding the knife, Tianyang suddenly felt that Tsang-Du was not as disagreeable as he once thought. "Hurry up and get in. Damn it, Because of your mess, I and Apos am exhausted tonight. Otherwise, I would have already been in bed with a beautiful lady, Han Shu impatiently urged. Tianyang quickly climbed into the ambulance, fearing that if he delayed, Han Shu would take matters into his own hands. The following day, in the command hall of the fortress military headquarters, Recorder Chung Xian trembled in his seat. Upon hearing about an emergency meeting, an ominous premonition washed over him. Indeed, aside from the Storm General, there were also Minister Wade from the Strategic Department, Commander Chu Yin of the Nightwalkers, and Commander Chao Gang of the Iron Wall. These powerful figures, wielding significant authority within the fortress, had convened once more. Just days prior, these bigwigs had met, and now they were back. Chung Xian cast a glance toward the door, yearning to escape through it. Bang! A fist slammed onto the table. The old minister from the Strategic Department rose, angrily pointing at Commander Chu Yin of the Nightwalkers. Chu Yin, do you not intend to explain yourself? Last night, a lieutenant from the Nightwalkers brazenly attacked a family residence in the upper city. This is a blatant disregard for the fortress's laws. The old commander, equipped with a mechanical arm, dug at his ear and blew on his fingers before leisurely responding. Old Wade, have you been idle lately? It's merely a personal grudge. Do you really need to call an emergency meeting for this? A personal grudge? Old Wade roared like an enraged lion. This is an outright provocation against the fortress's laws. Chu Yin, if the fortress cannot safeguard the rights of families, will they continue to serve it loyally? Chu Yin shot him a glance. But the fortress's laws also stipulate that ascendants and their families are entitled to protection. Yet what has transpired? That Sheen fellow disregarded our warnings and, through his despicable means, cast my lieutenant's mother into the black mines, resulting in her death. I do not believe the lieutenant is at fault for seeking justice. Old Wade fumed, his beard bristling, as he turned to Commander Chao Gang of the Iron Wall. Chao Gang, look at this old fool. He is becoming increasingly unreasonable. Even if that Sheen fellow caused a death, it should follow proper procedures. If everyone acted as you Nightwalkers do, resolving personal grievances in their own way, how could the fortress's laws be upheld? Chu Yin shrugged. Well, it has already happened. So what do you propose? Old Wade leaned forward. Hand over that lieutenant. He must face severe punishment. Chu Yin replied bluntly, that is impossible. The old minister jumped up. Chu Yin, do not push your luck. You Nightwalkers are becoming too arrogant. The Sky Fortress will not tolerate your recklessness. Chu Yin stood, confronting Old Wade. Old man, I must correct you. This is not recklessness. Before you lay blame, I suggest you investigate what the Qin family has done. Ask yourself, in our explorations of the reverse realm, when have we not been at the forefront? We risk our lives on the front lines, only to have our families schemed against in the rear. Are you content with that? You are right. We could pursue formal procedures, but we choose not to. Certain individuals have crossed our bottom line, and some have grown too comfortable in their rear positions, forgetting the sacrifices that allow them to enjoy their lives and plot against others. This life was not granted to them without cost. The fruits of our blood and life should not be used to scheme against us. If they have forgotten this, I believe it is necessary to remind them. Old Wade locked eyes with Chu Yin. Are you implying that I am one of those individuals? Chu Yin held his gaze. Whoever should understand will understand. The tension between the two elderly men crackled in the air when footsteps approached. The Storm General entered the hall, glancing at the two elders. The Lord of the City has reached a decision on this matter. It ends here, and the Nightwalkers will not be held accountable. However, for the next year, their budget will be reduced by 15 as a form of reprimand. The official announcement will follow shortly. That is all. With that, the general exited the hall. Chu Yin smiled and donned his coat. I have matters to attend to. I will take my leave. Once the old man had departed the command hall, Old Wade pointed at the recorder. You out. The recorder fled swiftly, closing the door behind him, leaving only Old Wade and Commander Chao Gang. Old Wade exclaimed, Chao Gang. See, even the Lord of the City protects them. If this continues, the Nightwalkers will surely become uncontrollable. Commander Chao Gang replied coolly, Minister Wade, please mind your words. I believe the Lord of the City's decision was made with careful consideration. Old Wade nodded. I admit I spoke out of turn. But do you not think the power of the Nightwalkers is excessive? Today, they can attack family residences in the upper city. What happens next? Who knows what they might do? Chao Gang adjusted his white gloves, saying calmly, ultimately, Minister Wade seeks to use this incident to suppress the Nightwalkers in order to implement your plan to diminish the rights of ascendants, correct? Old Wade straightened up. Ascendants consume too many resources. Does Commander Chao not believe they take too much? Chao Gang responded with a neutral expression as a fellow ascendant. I must disagree with your proposal. Each fortress city must maintain a considerable number of ascendants to possess a degree of deterrence. I trust Minister Wade understands this basic principle. Old Wade replied, I do, but I also recognize that within that deterrence, most of it is provided by high-ranking ascendants. My proposal is to enhance the rights of those ranked 4 or above, while only reducing those of the lower ranks. Since Commander Chao is also an ascendant, you should understand that ascendants below rank 4 are not irreplaceable. However, the resources they consume and the power afforded to them by the fortress exceed their intrinsic value. This is precisely why ordinary people harbor discontent towards ascendants. Chapter 054. The Sublimation Node. To be candid, as long as there exist craftsmen in the reverse realm in this world, the dissatisfaction of ordinary people towards sublimators is relatively inconsequential. Human beings are often prone to blind conformity, particularly those lacking independent thought. Regrettably, this demographic constitutes the overwhelming majority. Chao Gang recounted calmly. Thus, reversing their mindset is not particularly challenging. One merely needs to showcase the irreplaceable aspects of sublimators and make them aware that only sublimators can ensure the continuity of their current way of life. Even if they harbor grievances, they will likely endure or redirect their frustrations elsewhere. Old Wade's gaze darkened. So, Commander Chao is also a staunch proponent of sublimator supremacy? Chao Gang's lips curled into a faint smile. I am merely stating a fact. I neither endorse nor dismiss your opinion, Minister. However, the audacity of the Nightwalkers certainly requires curtailing. They have encroached upon our city defense system's internal affairs, which is rather unacceptable. Old Wade's eyes suddenly sparkled. Are you implying, Commander Chao? Chao Gang rose, adjusting his attire. Shortly, I shall visit the minister at his residence, and we can discuss this matter further. Old Wade stood. You are most welcome. I shall take my leave. The commander of the Iron Wall Legion gave a slight nod and exited the command hall. After his departure, Old Wade scoffed. Chao, being a confidant of the city lord, if he too wishes to suppress the Nightwalkers, does that imply Chu Yen? It seems your days of delight are numbered. Outside the command hall, as Chao Gang stepped out, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached him. Clad in the dark green uniform of the Iron Wall, his chest bore a golden shield emblem. Though not aged, strands of white peppered his dark hair, and a prominent X-shaped scar adorned his left cheek. Have we obtained the information regarding the Nightwalker Lieutenant? Chao Gang inquired nonchalantly. All is here, however, last night. The footage concerning the Qin residence, Chao Gang paused. What? Has someone intervened? This morning, when I attempted to retrieve the materials, I was informed that the confidentiality level of the related footage has been escalated to the highest tier. Chao Gang momentarily faltered, his brows knitting together, then shifted the topic. Dong Fong, you were transferred from the Nightwalkers. What is your impression of Commander Chu Yen? The man named Dong Fong answered without hesitation. Commander Chu Yen is exceedingly strict with his subordinates, yet he is also fiercely protective of them. This, Commander Chao, you should be well aware of. 17 years ago, during the incident involving the Su family, Commander Chu Yen fell out with several generals over this very issue. Indeed, it wasn't long after that incident that you were reassigned to my command, Chao Gang mused, hands clasped behind his back. Chu Yen is indeed protective. He dared to clash with us back then. Today, over a mere lieutenant, he nearly resorted to violence against Old Wade, which is hardly surprising, wouldn't you agree? Dong Fong chuckled but refrained from replying. Upon awakening, Tianyang found himself staring at a pristine white ceiling, gathering his thoughts and recalling his presence in the medical center. After being hastily dispatched to the medical center by Han Shu, he had undergone examination by Dr. Roshan, who treated his wounds in an intelligent surgical pod before transferring him to a standard ward in the dead of night. Currently, his injuries had stabilized, the most troublesome one being the cut inflicted on his waist by Chu Gao. This wound required at least a week of rest, but Dr. Roshan assured him that once Sun arrived in the morning to provide treatment, he could be discharged within 3 days at most. Recalling Sun, Tianyang was reminded of his failure to meet her the previous evening, deciding that he must apologize when he saw her later. At that moment, he sensed a subtle shift in his class information. As thoughts surfaced, certain details materialized in his mind. Class Level 1, Assassin Ability, Weakness Perception, Instant Annihilation Sublimation Progress, 61 Sublimation Nodes, 1 Next Class Level. Eradicator. The youth gasped, attempting to sit up on the hospital bed. But the sudden movement aggravated his waist injury, prompting him to lie back down. His sublimation progress had increased once more, this time by a remarkable 21. This data confirmed a suspicion of Tianyang's. It appeared that each act of vengeance significantly boosted the sublimation progress of the Avenger class. Moreover, there was now an additional sublimation node listed in his class information. What could this entail? Sublimation nodes are the ethereal essence of life randomly generated during the sublimation process, capable of being allocated to the realms of spirit, physicality, and intellect, thereby providing substantial enhancements to one particular domain. This information flowed through Tianyang's mind like a gentle stream, causing him to pause. The distinction between sublimators and ordinary individuals is significantly tied to the essence of stars. This energy, awakened by contact with the pillar of star essence, fills the bodies of sublimators, granting them various class abilities while continually transforming their physical forms. From organs to hair, genes to cells, both internally and externally, it allows for the perpetual sublimation of life forms. Yet, Tianyang had not anticipated that during the sublimation process, star essence would randomly manifest, and he could allocate it across 3 distinct realms. Due to the randomness of sublimation nodes, it follows that even among sublimators of the same class, those possessing more nodes and a greater allocation would undoubtedly hold an advantage. However, what enhancements could these 3 realms provide? Contemplating this question, no corresponding information arose in his mind. After some consideration, Tianyang resolved to retain this sublimation node for the time being. He would first ascertain the benefits of enhancing spirit, physicality, and intellect before deliberating on allocation. Suddenly, the door to the ward swung open, and Han Shu burst in. Upon seeing Tianyang seated on the bed, he exclaimed, "You're awake, damn it. I must say, you've struck it lucky." Tianyang looked perplexed. Han Shu pulled up a chair and plopped down beside the bed. "I just received news that the fortress will not pursue the events of last night. However, the entire Nightwalkers will have to forego 15 of their financial budget for the coming year. Prepare yourself. Many will likely vent their frustrations on you." Tianyang sighed. "That's unavoidable, considering I've put everyone in a difficult position." Han Shu scoffed. "At least you understand. Because of you, I'll have to drink fewer fine wines this year. Also, we've reviewed the footage from your attack on the Qin residence. To think you could trick Chu Gao into exposing the sniper position, what a clever move. A level 3 sniper master is no ordinary foe, thankfully. You didn't give him a chance to showcase his skills, or I'd be visiting the morgue to see you right now. Captain, are you praising me or mocking me? P.S. Thanks to the brother, Xianglingyun, for the donation. Even though it's Friday, I must continue to seek votes. All kinds of votes, shower them upon me." Chapter 055. Examination. Han Shu habitually pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, glanced at the no smoking sign on the wall, and helplessly returned the cigarettes. In any case, the matter concerning the Qin family had come to an end. However, this incident served as a lesson for some short-sighted individuals, preventing them from believing that their minor official status granted them the liberty to act recklessly. The Nightwalker is not someone to be trifled with. Oh, right, this is for you. Han Shu retrieved a set of keys from his pocket and tossed them into Tianyang's hand. Your apartment application has been approved. Here are the keys. The address should have been sent to your communicator. Once you are discharged, you may move in at your convenience. Furthermore, regarding your mother, her medical examination has been completed. According to the report, she sustained injuries in the black mine and did not receive treatment afterward. And there were instances of abuse by the overseers. Tianyang's breath immediately grew heavy. Han Shu glanced at him and continued, This matter is already being addressed. As I was coming over, the mine's supervisor and several high-ranking officials were apprehended by the Iron Wall. I have also received word that there will be an overhaul of the Black Mine and the factories in the lower district. In the future, both workers and inmates must receive timely medical care after injuries. Moreover, the fortress will increase its oversight to ensure that such incidents do not recur. Additionally, your mother's remains are currently preserved in the medical center's morgue. Once you are able to get out of bed, you can pay her a visit. The commander has already applied for a burial plot for her in the fortress cemetery. When the time comes, you can lay her to rest there. Tianyang nodded. Thank you. Han Shu solemnly patted his shoulder. Are you all right? Saying you are fine would be a lie. Tianyang lifted his head, yet said, I can endure this. Han Shu chuckled. Tianyang recalled the matter of the sublimation node. By the way, Captain Han, I have a question I would like to consult you about. Han Shu laughed heartily. What is it? Have you set your sights on a particular girl? For emotional matters. You have come to the right person. I am quite experienced in this domain. Tianyang twitched the corners of his mouth. About to inquire when the door to the ward opened. Someone outside asked, Excuse me, is the Nightwalker's lieutenant? Oh, it's Captain Han. I see I don't need to ask further. I am indeed in the right place. A middle-aged man in his 50s entered, standing tall and straight like a javelin. Dressed in a dark blue uniform adorned with intricate golden patterns on the epaulets and a dark golden shield emblem on his chest, the man exuded an air of authority, revealing that he was a person of significant standing, despite the gentle smile on his face. Upon recognizing him, Han Shu's expression changed, and he rose to his feet. He opened his mouth to speak, but the man waved his hand, prompting Han Shu to swallow the words he had intended to say. It was the first time Tianyang had seen Han Shu so compliant, and he couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man a few more times. The man regarded Tianyang. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I did not expect you to be so young. It is commendable that you dared to single-handedly storm the Qin residence. You possess great courage. Come, Dongfang, a man in his 40s, scarred and rugged, approached and placed a gift box beside the bedside cabinet. I happened to visit an old friend and heard you were here, so I came to see you. The middle-aged man, wearing white gloves, smiled and patted Tianyang's shoulder. Take good care of your injuries. In the future, you must strive to perform well. We are growing old. The future of the fortress requires your generation to support it. He nodded gently at Han Shu before departing the ward with his subordinate. Once they had left, Tianyang turned to Han Shu. Captain, who is he? Chao Gang. Han Shu replied softly, the commander of the Iron Wall City Guard system. Why would he come here? No, I must find someone surnamed Ling. Chao Gang would not visit a lieutenant without reason. He dropped this remark and dashed out of the ward, only to collide with someone outside, prompting a startled exclamation from within the ward. Then, they heard Luo Shan's voice. Han, how old are you? Can't you watch where you're going? Han Shu laughed heartily. I didn't bump into you. Why are you so anxious? Is everything all right, young lady? Come to visit your boyfriend? Han Captain, what are you talking about? This was Sin's voice. Han Shu chuckled. You youngsters are so thin-skinned. Once you reach my age, you will understand that one must seize the pleasures of life. When you encounter someone appealing, why complicate matters? A little drink in the evening, and you might end up sharing a bed. Han Shu, you need to leave now. Don't lead Sin astray. All right, I'm leaving. Luo Shan, would you like to come to my dormitory this evening? I'll treat you to a drink. If you don't leave, I'll give you a shot that will leave you incapable for the rest of your life. Do you want to try? No, I'm leaving. Goodbye. After a bout of commotion, Luo Shan and Sun entered, the latter's face tinged with a slight blush, likely due to Han Shu's antics. Luo Shan glanced at Tianyang and smiled. Sun, why don't you give him some treatment? Today, Sun, dressed in a pink nurse's uniform, obediently approached Tianyang, placing her hands gently over his wounded waist. At the collarbone area, a hexagram-shaped emblem began to glow, with the number 1 at its center. Surrounded by a golden radiance that dispersed outward, Sun's palms radiated warmth, and a bright light, reminiscent of the dawn, emerged from her hands, with shimmering particles cascading down into Tianyang's wound. Tianyang immediately felt a tingling sensation at the wound, which began to heal rapidly. I'm sorry I didn't come last night. Tianyang glanced at Luo Shan. who was preoccupied with checking his physiological data and did not pay attention to their conversation. Sun gently shook her head. It's all right. I'm aware of your circumstances. I'm very sorry about your mother. Please, don't be too sad. Tianyang smiled and nodded. Thank you. Sun pondered for a moment and said, once you are discharged, I will cook a delicious meal to celebrate. But this time, you must not break your promise. All right. The youth readily agreed. Once the treatment concluded, Luo Shan held a data pad and told Sun, you may go ahead and attend to your duties. I'll check on him further. After Sun left, Luo Shan closed the ward door and locked it. Tianyang looked at her in confusion, uncertain of what the physician intended. Luo Shan removed her glasses, letting her golden hair cascade down, and in that moment, Tianyang felt as though he were gazing upon a shimmering golden curtain. Then, the physician shed her white coat, revealing a black lace-trimmed blouse, which was accentuated by her figure, snugly fitted against her abdomen due to her skirt. The long, straight legs extending from her skirt showcased alluring lines in the sunlight, leaving Tianyang parched with desire. Unlike Han Shu, the youth hastily diverted his gaze to the cold, sterile instruments beside the bed. Yet, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him, and Luo Shan, with her slender fingers, turned his face back towards her. Thus, her captivating visage appeared before him, their noses nearly touching. Dr. Luo Shan, what are you? Luo Shan's lips slightly parted, a teasing smile gracing her face. It's time for a physical examination, young man. Chapter 056. Serendipity. Tianyang instinctively shifted back, for the intensity of her visage was overwhelming. He muttered, didn't we just conduct an examination last night? How should I assist you, doctor? Luo Shan chuckled, her smile bearing a mischievous quality, and then uttered a shocking remark. It's simple, just remove your trousers. What? Tianyang nearly leapt off the bed, startled. Luo Shan burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble, her eyes glistening with amusement. I was just teasing you. I haven't encountered someone so bashful in ages. I couldn't resist having a bit of fun with you. After a few more giggles, she composed herself and stated earnestly, there's no need for a physical examination. But we must have a discussion. Curious, Tianyang inquired about what? Are you going to provide me with psychological counseling? Shaking her head, Luo Shan replied, no. What I wish to discuss is the Avenger class. Tianyang was taken aback. How could she possibly know about that? Then he watched as Luo Shan produced a document and handed it to him. This is an authorization letter, jointly issued by the upper echelons of the Fortress and the Night Stalker Command. Starting today, I am your personal physician. In addition to overseeing your health, I need to collect data and communicate with you to understand the characteristics of this new class, including its abilities and potential. As Tianyang reviewed the document, its contents confirmed Luo Shan's claims. The presence of the Fortress Military and Night Stalker Command seals assured him of its authenticity, after all. Only a select few were privy to information about new classes. Moreover, as a physician, Luo Shan would have no means of acquiring such intelligence without official notification. Returning the document, Tianyang nodded. How should I assist you? He instinctively adjusted his trousers. Luo Shan noticed and chuckled again. Rest assured, there's no need to remove your trousers. To return to the matter at hand, she continued, last night, the Night Stalker team forwarded all your recent physiological data to me, particularly the information gathered during your last retrieval mission. As she examined the data tablet, she remarked, from these figures, it appears that the current level 1 assassin exhibits exceptional agility, with your movement patterns surpassing those of the Hunter class, which is renowned for its speed. Additionally, your star essence can reach peak activation in a remarkably short time, indicating that your attacks possess tremendous explosive force. Overall, this class demonstrates characteristics of high agility and explosive power. Gently biting her thumb, she gazed at the young man on the bed. However, the drawbacks are quite evident. Your stamina and the consumption rate of your star essence are nearly on par with the elemental heart at full output. Due to this, you lack sustained combat capability. Furthermore, your physical constitution shows no significant enhancement, and in fact, your physical resilience is somewhat inferior to that of the same level War God class, let alone compared to the Fortress class. You must be mindful of these two aspects during combat, avoid prolonged engagements, and steer clear of severe injuries. Tianyang committed her words to memory. I understand, Dr. Luoshan. She acknowledged him with a nod, setting down the data tablet and leaning slightly forward. Now, could you tell me what abilities you currently possess? There are 2 in total, weakness perception and instant annihilation. Tianyang explained without reservation. Weakness perception allows me to sense the flaws and weaknesses of my target. Specifically, when I focus on a target, its image blurs, and its vulnerabilities are highlighted in my vision. However, this ability can be disrupted. For instance, I initially could not perceive the weaknesses of the ghost car until it deactivated its deflection field, after which I could vaguely sense it, with the clarity peaking as I entered its chamber. As for the second ability, it resembles the War God class's Silver Armament, which enhances my attacks. The distinction lies in its pronounced destructive capacity. When struck by this ability, the target is internally shattered into granules. It feels as though the star essence is transformed into a particular type of energy, executing high-frequency cuts in a brief interval. Luoshan activated the recording function on her data tablet, capturing every word he spoke. I comprehend. Your description is precise, which saves me considerable effort. These 2 abilities, combined with your agility and explosive power, would render you nearly invincible against similarly ranked ascenders, which explains how you dispatched that sniper master last night. Rising from her seat, the physician concluded, that will be all for today. You should rest while wait. Tianyang interrupted her. I have one more question. Luoshan smiled. If it pertains to Sun, I'm afraid I cannot answer. Coughing slightly, Tianyang clarified. No, it's not about Sun. Dr. Luoshan, I have actually obtained an ascension node, which seems applicable across the realms of mind, body, and intellect, but I am uncertain which area to enhance. I would like to hear your thoughts. Dr. Luoshan's demeanor shifted abruptly, as if she had encountered something utterly astonishing. She rushed towards him, gripping his shoulders with fervor, and exclaimed, What did you say? You have acquired an ascension node. This what incredible luck you possess. Tianyang's lips twitched. He had heard that phrase twice today. Apologies for my outburst. Luoshan released her grip, stepping back slightly, and managed a wry smile. You fortunate lad. I trust you understand what an ascension node entails. Any information related to ascenders is usually imprinted in our minds, as if some entity has forcefully injected relevant data into our brains during our transformation into ascenders. Regrettably, this phenomenon remains without a rational explanation. To return to the main point, the emergence of ascension nodes is random. Current statistics indicate that most ascenders obtain their first node around level 3, and some may never acquire one throughout their lives. For someone like you to receive a node at level 1 is simply enviable. Tianyang shrugged. Let us hope my luck doesn't run out all at once. Luoshan snorted in frustration, clearly feeling a pang of jealousy, yet she continued to elaborate before deciding which area to enhance. We must first comprehend the benefits of each: mind, body, and intellect. Strengthening the mind will manifest in a more resilient psyche. Your mental endurance will far surpass that of others. But is that all? Chapter 57. It's not what you think. Tianyang gazed expectantly at the beautiful physician. Roshan nodded solemnly, affirming, yes, indeed. Investing in the realm of the mind will yield you a resilient heart. Tianyang was suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to retch. Is this it? Strengthening the mind only offers such meager rewards? A subtle smile blossomed on Roshan's otherwise serious face. Little Tianyang, I find myself increasingly amused by teasing you. Haha, well? In fact, within the information released by other fortresses, there was an ascendant who invested 3 nodes in the mental realm and subsequently acquired a unique talent. He developed a remarkable form of telepathy, sensing the innermost thoughts of those around him. This is deemed a talent rather than a skill because it cannot be controlled at will. Its randomness is considerable. Nevertheless, this talent has proven invaluable on the battlefield, saving his life on several occasions. Some scholars maintain that the mental realm is the most unpredictable. If one invests a significant number of nodes in this domain, they may acquire various mysterious talents, some of which could render them akin to deities. Tianyang listened in astonishment, realizing that enhancing the mental realm could lead to such extraordinary rewards. However, I do not advise you to strengthen this area. Its unpredictability is too great. You might invest 10 nodes and gain not a single talent. From a lower-level perspective, it would be more prudent to enhance physical prowess or wisdom. Tianyang couldn't help but inquire, Dr. Roshan, what benefits do these two fields offer? Roshan casually took a seat. In the realm of physical prowess, each node invested significantly enhances your physical attributes, including strength, resilience, and reaction speed. Every 3 points invested triggers a qualitative transformation, endowing you with a unique physique, which varies from person to person. Generally, roles such as warrior, hunter, and fortress tend to enhance this domain. As for the realm of wisdom, it sharpens your intellect and quickens your thoughts. Its most significant function, however, lies in heightened energy perception and precise manipulation. Thus, roles like Elemental Heart, Harmonizer, and Radiant often choose to invest in this area. Similarly, every 4 nodes invested results in a qualitative transformation, granting the Ascendant a unique supermagic trait, which adds special effects to their abilities. Naturally, these supermagic traits can differ widely. What has been stated above represents the conclusions drawn from long-term observation and study of these 3 domains by various fortresses. Upon hearing this, Tianyang understood which realm he should enhance. Clearly, the benefits of strengthening physical prowess are the most substantial. Roshan had previously noted that physicality was a marked shortcoming for him. Roshan stretched lazily and stood, declaring, "Well, if there are no further questions, I shall take my leave. However, I must remind you, even if you wish to enhance, you must wait until you have healed. Otherwise, during the enhancement process, unforeseen circumstances may arise, as the first enhancement can be quite painful. Please do not increase my workload." When she uttered this last sentence, Roshan exuded an undeniable authority, rendering Tianyang too intimidated to object. In the following 3 days, every day, Sun, a nurse and Roshan's student, visited Tianyang's ward to administer Light of Compassion. After 3 days, Tianyang received the notice for his discharge. The first thing the young man did was to retrieve his mother's remains, and with Han Shu's assistance, he completed the cremation. That same day, he laid her to rest in the fortress cemetery. At this simple funeral, Han Shu and old Su were present, as well as Roshan and Sun. They offered flowers, wishing the departed eternal peace. The next day, Tianyang was alone, tidying up in the makeshift shelter of the lower city. The apartment in the upper city had been allocated, and Han Shu had notified the household registration office, which would send someone to assist Tianyang in packing and moving to his new home. After carefully packing a few photographs from his mother's room, Tianyang heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Sun and Songdu waiting outside. The girl smiled and said, "I heard you're moving today, so I took half a day off with my teacher to lend you a hand." Thank you, Tianyang replied, glancing at Songdu. The young man with a ponytail turned away, saying, "Don't look at me. I'm not here to help. I just happened to run into Miss Sun on the way." "Then you are. The captain asked me to inform you that Ling Zhong-san has transferred you to our squad. Remember to report to the dormitory tomorrow." "That is all, I'm leaving." Songdu turned on his heel, muttering as he walked away, "What on earth is the captain thinking? He could have just sent someone else to notify him, or even sent a message through the communicator. Why did I have to come all the way here? As if this kid were of such importance." After watching Songdu leave, Tianyang invited the girl inside and poured her a glass of water. After taking a sip, she stood up and said, "So, what do you need to pack?" Tianyang chuckled. "Actually, there's not much to organize." This was the truth. The apartment was furnished, and all essential household items were provided. Tianyang only needed to bring a few sets of clothes he often wore and some sentimental items for the move. Generally speaking, residents of the lower city didn't possess many valuables. Despite Tianyang's reassurances, Sun quickly began gathering his clothes, revealing her adeptness in household chores. In no time, she had tidied up his room. "By the way, how's Uncle doing?" Tianyang asked casually. Sun nodded vigorously, her face lighting up with genuine joy. The teacher took him to the medical center, and in about a year, he should be cured. "Unfortunately, my current abilities can only heal injuries, leaving me powerless against my father's illness. Otherwise, the treatment period could be shorter. Also, in a few days, we will be moving to the upper city as well. The fortress has allocated an apartment for me, and I can bring my father and younger brother to live with me. Moreover, Xiao Jie can start school now. He has always dreamed of studying mechanics to develop new types of three-dimensional armaments in the future. Now, he finally has the opportunity to realize that dream. At this point, Sun paused, about to say something to Tianyang when another knock echoed from the door. Seems like we have quite a few guests today. Tianyang chuckled as he opened the door. The moment it swung open, a figure squeezed into the room. You little rascal. You didn't even bother to tell me you were moving. Were you planning to leave without a word? It was Kaidi, the bar owner, who entered with a bottle of wine in hand, slamming it onto the table. Here's a gift to celebrate your new home. Come on, let us finish it today. Tianyang smiled wryly. Can I drink something else instead? Nonsense. A man who doesn't drink is no different from a woman. At that moment, Sun stepped out, asking Tianyang, Are you planning to take those books with you? Kaidi blinked, momentarily stunned, rubbed his eyes vigorously, then smacked Tianyang on the shoulder. Wow, look at you, kid. You've got a girlfriend now. Damn it. If Nan Fei knew, she'd be over the moon. The room fell silent. Both youth and maiden's faces flushed with embarrassment, and they exclaimed in unison, It's not what you think. P.S. Thanks to Xiang Lingyun and book friend 315-7300 for their generous support. The weekend is upon us. I hope everyone continues to support next week. Thank you. Chapter 058. Farewell. Sun returned home, observing the meticulously organized and categorized items packed into boxes, each labeled with care. Katie couldn't help but admire the girl's diligence, frequently suggesting that Tianyang should seize the opportunity and not let a worthy partner slip away. The boy felt a headache coming on. If he could, he would gladly send Katie away. After the personnel from the household registration office came to collect the packed items, Tianyang finally had a moment to rest. However, Katie began to incessantly remind him of various matters, such as maintaining good relations with neighbors, mingling with superiors, and fostering harmony with colleagues, resembling an overly concerned mother. Moreover, that girl is truly remarkable. You must put in more effort, Katie added. Katie, Tianyang finally interrupted. Could you say a little less? It's as if we'll never see each other again, the way you go on. Katie paused, casting a glance at him before taking a sip of his drink. In the future, we might indeed not see each other again. Tianyang was taken aback. Are you ill? Get lost. Katie retorted, I'm perfectly healthy, unlike you. Just I'm leaving, Tianyang. The boy couldn't believe his ears. Leaving? Where to? Katie gestured with his hand. I'm departing this place, heading to another city. I might continue running a bar there. Who knows? Tianyang opened his mouth, but the question of why remained unspoken. He understood the reason. The wilderness is perilous. You can't go alone. Katie slapped the back of the boy's head. What are you thinking? I'm not planning to die. How could I go alone? In a few days, a caravan is heading to Gaoshan Fortress, and I'll be going with them. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm quite the cook. A few days ago, I showcased my skills to the caravan leader, and they hired me as a temporary chef. Tianyang rubbed his head. Can you even cook? You're not just buying ready-made meals and fooling them, are you? Get lost. Tianyang laughed, but as he chuckled, a silence enveloped him again. Kitty, forget it. The man took a swig from his drink. Can you forget her? That's different. She was my mother. She was a woman I loved, Katie replied, pointing to his chest. It's etched here. I can never forget. How sentimental. You know nothing. Katie set down the bottle, swaying slightly as he stood. I must go. There's much left to pack. Not everyone has a diligent friend like you. Well, I want to see you off then, to spare you from tears. Katie chuckled. Who's crying is hard to say, but two grown men crying is indeed a sight to behold. It's best you don't come. As he stepped out, Katie turned his back to Tianyang and said, Tianyang, don't die. Otherwise, your mother will be heartbroken. The last time you went on a mission, I saw her hiding in the kitchen, crying. A son who makes his own mother cry is nothing but a coward. Rest assured, I won't make her cry again. Tianyang picked up the bottle, took a sip, and coughed. This tastes terrible, like horse piss. Katie burst into laughter. In the future, you'll come to appreciate it. With a pat on his backside, the bar owner left. The boy raised his head, watching a spider weave its web in the corner of the room. Finally, he was left alone. Tianyang Fortress, Inner Ring District. This area is generally closed to residents. Only individuals with special permissions may enter. The Inner Ring District serves as the heart of Tianyang Fortress, housing the Military Command Hall, various Corps headquarters, weapon research centers, and advanced armament assembly plants, all of significant importance. Upon his first visit, Tianyang expected the atmosphere to be stern, with guards every few steps. However, as he rode his electromagnetic motorcycle along the main road encircling the city, he found it more comfortable and serene than the upper city. Almost every building featured a large public activity area, with well-maintained greenery, and even the air felt remarkably fresh. Passing by an outdoor training ground, he noticed soldiers from a certain corps undergoing training. The training ground was equipped with retractable canopies, allowing for continued practice during the rainy season. Eventually, Tianyang arrived at the headquarters of the Night Stalkers. The building's exterior was painted a deep black, its straight, angular structure resembling a black blade thrusting toward the sky. Atop the building, the emblem of the Crescent Travelers hung, its silver design gleaming against the dark walls. Tianyang parked his vehicle in the underground garage behind the building and took the elevator up to the lobby. As he stepped out, he was dazzled by the various holographic projection screens above him. Just as he felt a bit lost, a gentle female voice broke through. "Hello, do you need assistance?" Turning around, he noticed a tall woman in a black Night Stalker uniform, though the insignia on her shoulder indicated she was merely a soldier. He retrieved his ID card. "I'm a member of the Raven Squad, here to report to the squad's quarters. I'm not sure how to get there." Taking his card, the woman inserted it into a reader on her wrist, and the screen displayed Tianyang's information. She saluted. "So, you're Second Lieutenant Tianyang. If you don't mind, I can take you there." Tianyang readily accepted. As they ascended in the elevator, she briefly introduced him to the various squad quarters of the Night Stalkers. The quarters were primarily located between the 2nd and 5th floors, but they were not fixed due to a ranking system. Each year, the contributions of all squad members were tallied, and based on total contributions, ranks were established. The highest-ranking squad was granted access to the best rooms on the 5th floor, while those on the 2nd floor were lower-ranked squads. Resource allocation within the Night Stalkers also depended on these rankings, compelling every squad to strive to elevate their status to the 5th floor. Ding! The elevator arrived, and Tianyang stepped onto the 4th floor, indicating that the Raven Squad held a respectable rank, at least above average. You may move freely between the first 5 floors, however. Access to the 6th floor is restricted without permission. Upon saying this, they reached a large door. The black double doors bore the emblem of a raven. The soldiers saluted once more. "This is the Raven Squad's quarters. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Tianyang nodded. "Thank you. You're welcome." After she left, Tianyang raised his hand to knock on the door when suddenly, he heard a brief, sharp vibration. Instinctively, he slid back and raised his arm to shield himself, only to feel a heavy impact resonate through his arm, forcing him to stagger backward. He pressed his hand against the wall to steady himself. "What the hell? I thought those who dared to attack a family stronghold would have some skill. Yet they couldn't even withstand a punch from me. Kid, haven't you eaten breakfast?" A brash voice echoed. Chapter 059, Crimson Moon. As Tianyang gradually raised his head, his arms slowly descended, and his fingers moved rhythmically, swiftly dispelling the soreness caused by the impact. His gaze fell upon the instigator before him. The individual appeared slightly older, with an extravagant hairstyle, a tuft dyed a striking blue. His eyes were sharp and predatory, roving over Tianyang's form, lingering on his more vulnerable areas. He resembled a wolf, cold-blooded, brutal, exuding an aura of danger. Tianyang's gaze lingered for a moment on the insignia of a second lieutenant on the other's shoulder before shifting to the 2 companions behind him. They were mere ordinary soldiers, their faces adorned with forced smiles, as if striving to appease the blue-haired youth. "If ambush is your forte, then you possess some skill," Tianyang remarked, shaking his hand with a calm demeanor. The blue-haired youth's smile faltered, his expression darkening. "Dare to say that again. I have no desire to repeat myself. Furthermore, you need not prove anything to me. If you insist on proving yourself, the family residence in the upper district is not going anywhere. You could simply go there to validate your capabilities." A smirk played at the corners of Tianyang's mouth, presenting a dilemma to his opponent. The 2 soldiers behind them suddenly ceased their forced laughter. Tianyang's intent was unmistakable. If you wish to prove your superiority over me, then by all means. Take a stroll around the family residence. The blue-haired youth understood this all too well, which only fueled his rage further. He certainly could not do such a thing. Regardless of whether he could conquer a family estate alone, he doubted that the fortress would easily overlook an intruder, subconsciously lowering his center of gravity. His feet in the boots slightly bent, he resembled a wolf poised to pounce on its prey. The two soldiers silently cursed their luck. They were all too familiar with their lieutenant's signs of impending action. Fortunately, at that moment, a cold voice interrupted. Kunlun, why are you causing a ruckus on our turf instead of staying in your three-headed dog barracks? With a long ponytail swaying behind him, Songdu, bearing a spring-water-long sword, approached with an overt display of pride and indifference. The youth named Kunlun huffed, relaxing his stance as he passed Tianyang, deliberately shouldering him. You've caused everyone to lose a year's worth of income, and I'm sure I'm not the only one seeking revenge. Just wait and see. Your troubles are far from over. Tianyang chuckled, shaking his shoulder, causing Kunlun to stagger slightly. I have always been unafraid of trouble. Their gazes met in the air. Thick with tension, Kunlun grinned maliciously, leading his two soldiers away. Only then did Songdu approach. You arrived too late. Tianyang shrugged. It's my first time in the inner district. Without navigation, I doubt I could locate the building. A feeble excuse, Songdu retorted. Pushing open the door to the barracks, come inside. Upon entering, they encountered a partition, and beyond it lay a spacious hall. In the center stood a round table surrounded by 5 high-backed chairs, with potted plants scattered around. It was a meeting place, albeit rarely used throughout the year. Songdu strode directly toward the exit on the opposite side of the hall. Tianyang followed, emerging from the hall into a corridor. To the right were windows showcasing the scenery outside, while the left side featured rooms marked with the names of their occupants every 4 meters. They were labeled in order: Old Su, Jiu, Songdu, and finally, Tianyang's name. Songdu opened Tianyang's room. This is for you. It has only basic amenities. If you wish to add anything, you'll need to procure it yourself. Also, visit the captain's room. He has something for you. The ponytailed youth pointed to a room at the end of the corridor before turning back. Tianyang peered into his room, which was indeed quite clean, though sparsely furnished. Besides a set of metallic tables and chairs, there was nothing else, truly basic accommodations. Closing the door, he proceeded to the captain's room. Knocking lightly before hearing Han Shu's voice from within, come in. Pushing the door open, Tianyang found Han Shu seated behind a massive desk. Reclining in his chair with legs crossed atop the table, he was smoking and gazing at an electronic board, a dreamy smile adorning his face. Looking around, Tianyang noticed images of beaches and scantily clad women projected on the walls, the poses of the women provoking a blush. The captain's tastes were quite simple. Han Shu set down the electronic board and waved him over. What are you standing there for? Come here. Tianyang approached. Captain, you summoned me? Han Shu reached below the desk, retrieving 2 supply boxes. Starting today, you are a formal member of our Raven squad. Inside are some equipment and supplies. You'll need them for the upcoming mission. By the way, have you checked your room? Tianyang nodded. I did. What is that room for? Han Shu chuckled. I can't speak for other squads, but in ours, you may do as you please. Even if you wish to hide a woman in there. As long as it doesn't disturb anyone, no one will care. Captain, I am not the kind of person you imply. What should I do next? Han Shu nonchalantly raised the electronic board again, his attention drifting. You don't need to do anything. You could even choose to go home right now. Just make sure to appear at the rendezvous point on the transfer platform when it's time for the mission. Captain, isn't our discipline a bit too lax? Noticing Han Shu engrossed in the virtual world of the electronic board, Tianyang resignedly picked up the 2 supply boxes and returned to his room. Once inside, he placed the boxes on the table and opened them. One box contained merely a knife, with the blade and sheath stored separately, immediately capturing Tianyang's attention. It was simply too striking. The blade was straight, a deep crimson hue, adorned with a row of geometric patterns along the spine. The grip measured a full 30 centimeters, allowing for dual wielding. Moreover, the hilt featured a crescent moon design, the blade elegantly protruding from 2 crescent shapes. Tianyang extended a finger, gently grazing the blade. Surprised to find it not cold, but rather imbued with a slight warmth, the youth leaned over to the panel beside the box, activating an electronic interface that displayed information regarding the weapon. The Crimson Moon Blade, crafted from the Dark Denizen's ghost car, the second stage side-like forelimbs, and thermoconductive crystals, combined with other materials, formed this composite weapon. Its sharpness surpassed that of a particle blade, while being significantly lighter. Additionally, the thermoconductive crystals, when stimulated by stellar essence, could heat the blade. Theoretically, the peak temperature could reach 500 degrees, but in practice, the average temperature hovered around 400 degrees. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the blade's high thermal and incendiary properties. The information concluded with a warning. It is quite expensive, so do not damage it easily. Otherwise, do not lament when you receive the repair bill. Gu-Min Chapter 060. The first enhancement. This Gu-Min is likely a weapons developer, and it is possible that this Crimson Moon battle blade was designed by him. Tianyang can almost envision the fierce expression on his face when he delivered that warning. Upon opening another box, he discovered a repaired assault rifle, accompanied by an invoice. The repair and replacement parts amounted to a total of 85 contribution points. Due to personal grievances from that battle, Tianyang must cover the expenses himself, as reimbursement is not an option. The cost will be deducted from his monthly salary. In addition to the rifle, there are 3-star essence gas magazines. Moreover, in the lower left corner, for test tubes containing a peculiar blue liquid are arranged side by side. These liquids intermittently emit a faint glow, appearing quite marvelous. The accompanying description indicates that this is Star Essence Supplement Liquid Type 1. It is orally consumable and can replenish consumed Star Essence. But Type 1 can only restore 10% of the total Star Essence capacity. Below are the precautions. Excessive consumption of the supplement is prohibited, with a maximum of 2 bottles permissible per day, as overindulgence may cause severe damage to internal organs. Additionally, it is fruit-flavored. The last precaution can essentially be disregarded. On the other side of the supplement, there are 2 red grenades adorned with flame patterns. High-temperature explosive grenade, infused with thermal conductive crystal materials. It creates a high-temperature force field while generating an explosion, effective within a range of approximately 15 square meters. Within the force field, the peak temperature can reach 800 degrees. As it is a one-time consumable, please use it cautiously and avoid waste. Gu-Min Tianyang closed the box and noticed a communicator beside him, which had received a text message. You have received a notice for task reward distribution. Reward items, Star Essence Pillar Recovery Task. Reward contents, Contribution Point Reward, Material Reward. Contribution points. Base reward 200 points. Independently defeating the Mad Dog Mutant 500 points. Participating in the Ghost Car Subjugation and destroying the Cage 2,500 points. Miscellaneous 78 points. Total contribution points 3,278 points. Material reward 1 Crimson Moon Battle Blade, 2 high-temperature explosive grenades. All rewards have been distributed. Please check. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound echoed, and Tianyang put away the communicator, opening the door to find Old Sue. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but Old Sue, whose hair had always been sparse, seemed to have lost even more today. At this rate, a balding head is inevitable. The youth's thoughts began to wander. Old Sue held a potted plant. Grinning as he said, I noticed your place is quite empty, so I brought you a potted plant. This is a sea green vine. It can be grown in water or soil, and is easy to care for. Just water it every few days, and it will thrive. He placed the potted plant by the window and shook his head. Tianyang, you don't even have a table. Look, there's no place to put this potted plant. You should take some time to decorate your room. Tianyang nodded. I'll buy some furniture later. I was planning to get a bookshelf or something. What are you buying for? Old Sue chuckled. I'll take you to the warehouse later. There's plenty of idle furniture there. Tables, chairs, bookshelves, there should be quite a few. Just pick whatever you like, and when you're done, fill out a form. Each team dorm has a free quota for office supplies, and our captain is too lazy to use it, so we still have plenty left. He glanced around and whispered, if you need, you can even take some home. The captain won't mind these trivial matters. Is that really allowed? Tianyang's lips twitched slightly. By the way, have you moved into the apartment yet? I just moved in yesterday. That's great. You can come visit me when you're free. Old Sue took out his communicator, opened a private file, and revealed a family photo. It depicted Old Sue holding a cute girl of about 5 or 6 years old, with a graceful woman with soft features nestled beside him. Old Sue beamed with pride. Look, this is my daughter and wife. Isn't my daughter adorable? And let me tell you, my sister-in-law cooks wonderfully. You must come over to taste her cooking sometime. Tianyang smiled and promised, absolutely. Old Sue rubbed the communicator's screen against his face. Lost in bliss, a man should have a family. Look how happy I am. Unlike our captain, who is not young anymore and doesn't plan to marry, just wandering aimlessly, carefree and oblivious. Those who are unburdened do not live long. As he spoke, Old Sue paused, then grasped Tianyang's hand. Thank you, Tianyang. If it weren't for you taking down the ghost car in the metropolis, I might not have returned. I'm no longer young. I probably won't have the hope of being promoted to level 4 in this lifetime. I'll just drift along like this. In a year or two, I can apply for retirement and take on another position, become a training camp instructor, or move into logistics. The income will be less, but it's safer. He then picked up the photo again, rubbing it against his face. I just want to watch my daughter grow up, see her get married, and then live a quiet life with my wife. As for those ambitious matters, I'll leave them to you young people to tackle. Tianyang suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Although he lacked grand aspirations, living like this seemed quite pleasant. Isn't my daughter adorable? Out of nowhere, Old Sue waved the communicator in front of Tianyang again. The youth was somewhat speechless. This guy really loves to show off. After sending Old Sue away, a new message arrived on the communicator. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., gather at the transfer platform. We have a mission. Detailed information will be discussed on the way. Anyone who dares to be late should be prepared for consequences. Hanshu, upon reading this message, Tianyang felt a surge of excitement. A mission was finally on the horizon. After having lunch in the building's cafeteria, he returned to his apartment, and tomorrow's task solidified his resolve to utilize that enhancement node. In the reverse realm, every bit of power increases the chance of survival. As for survival rates, no one can ever have too much. Tianyang is no exception. He directed the enhancement node towards physical ability. The youth issued this command in his mind, uncertain whether it would succeed. After a brief moment, when nothing seemed to happen, Tianyang stood up, intending to contact Luo Shan. Suddenly, his body jolted violently, and he collapsed onto the floor. A muffled groan escaped Tianyang's nostrils. Just then, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. He curled up, his body temperature rising swiftly, his skin taking on a faint flush. The agony persisted within him, akin to every muscle in his body being torn apart. Tianyang's teeth chattered, and he could no longer suppress a low, throaty cry. The sound grew louder, yet the apartment's excellent soundproofing shielded the neighbors from disturbance. Tianyang's body trembled uncontrollably, every nerve feeling as if it were burning in flames. He clawed at the floor, fighting against the torment. Now he understood. Luo Shan had indeed not deceived him. The first enhancement is, without a doubt, excruciatingly painful. P.S. Thanks to, I am pretending to forget, for the reward, and thank you all for a week's support. Keeping me at the top position is truly appreciated. Chapter 061. Supply line. Should one employ medical instruments to observe Tianyang as physiological data at this moment? They would discover that his cellular activity index far surpasses normal levels. At this instant, the cells within Tianyang are engaged in a relentless cycle of division, replication, death, and rebirth, then continuing to divide once more. This process facilitates a rapid transformation of his bones, muscles, organs, blood vessels, and even nerves. Throughout this metamorphosis, Tianyang endures unimaginable agony. His thoughts become fragmented, akin to a shattered mirror, and the mere fact that he remains conscious is nothing short of miraculous. Time loses meaning as the pain signals transmitted from his body to his brain gradually ebb away, much like the retreating tide. Only then does Tianyang succumb to slumber. Upon awakening, he finds himself enveloped in darkness. Glancing out the window, he realizes that night has long since fallen. He tentatively moves his fingers, detecting no abnormalities, and rises from the floor. intending merely to execute a small jump that would elevate him a few centimeters off the ground while adjusting his posture. He inadvertently propels himself nearly 2 meters into the air, almost brushing the ceiling. Stunned, his body instinctively adjusts, allowing him to land upright on the floor. By slightly bending his knees, he adeptly channels the impact of his landing into the ground, standing firm and gazing in astonishment at his hands. He can sense a tremendous power coursing through his body, a force that fills him with a yearning to unleash it through his fists and feet. Yet, he refrains from wreaking havoc in his new home, noting that he is covered in grime. A mere swipe of his hand reveals a layer of filth, reminiscent of someone who has not bathed in days. He strides towards the bathroom, where the advancements in technology allow him to activate countless microspray nozzles through voice command, which thoroughly cleanse his body with a deluge of water. After his bath, an intense hunger overwhelms him, prompting him to consume an amount of food equivalent to 3 days' worth, only then alleviating his ravenous appetite. The following morning, he awakens to find that the sensation of expansion within him has dissipated, leaving his body feeling more solid, as if the previously loose strands of steel cable have been tightly twisted together. Standing before a mirror, he examines his reflection. The contours of his physique are more pronounced, each muscle brimming with explosive strength. His skin appears tighter and somewhat translucent, as if it might tear with a mere scratch. Yet, in truth, it has grown even more resilient. To validate his perception, Tianyang lightly drags a kitchen knife across his fingertip, leaving only a faint red mark without breaking the skin. Of course, should he employ a particle knife, it would undoubtedly result in a deeper wound. Nevertheless, this indicates a substantial enhancement in his physical strength. Regrettably, he cannot observe his skeletal structure, otherwise, he would discover that each bone is now adorned with intricate dark patterns. These patterns, composed of nanoscale microparticles, are hollow within, capable of absorbing various impacts, thereby reducing the weight of Tianyang's bones by 7. At that moment, a fly, attracted by the uncollected kitchen waste, buzzes past Tianyang. Instinctively, he flicks his hand, leaving a smudge on the mirror. After a brief pause, he cleans the mark and disposes of the trash into the waste chute. He then dons his uniform, secures his equipment, and departs the apartment. At 7:50 a.m., Tianyang arrives at the assembly point number 7 of the transit platform. Shortly thereafter, Honshu and others arrive, and Tianyang notices several new faces among the soldiers. It appears that reinforcements have been drawn from the preparatory camp. The soldier known as Yin Bing has now been promoted to corporal and commands 3 privates. Once the entire Raven squad is assembled, Honshu submits the pass request, and they proceed towards the craft gate. Watching his companions enter the door, Tianyang glances back at the fortress graveyard before stepping into the realm of darkness. As he enters the reverse realm, a cascade of indistinct whispers fills the air, their syllables elongated and vague. His hair stirs as a chill sweeps through him, reminiscent of a cold, damp tongue brushing against his cheek, and an overwhelming malevolence almost compels him to draw the crimson moon battle blade. Tianyang. Honshu's voice jolts him back to reality. He steadies himself, realizing he stands within the base behind the door. The peculiar whispers and nauseating malice have vanished, as if they were merely figments of his imagination. Honshu studies him with concern, asking, "Are you unwell?" Tianyang shakes his head. "No, I think I just skipped breakfast, and my stomach feels a bit off." "Young man, skipping breakfast is a terrible habit." Old Sue, taking on the role of a health expert, produces a block of compressed food from his bag. "Here, eat this on the vehicle. Consider yourself lucky. It's a gift from my adorable daughter." Tianyang attempts to decline, but Old Sue insistently places it in his pocket. Reluctantly, Tianyang agrees, deciding to visit Old Sue's home after the mission concludes. 15 minutes later, the high-speed train departs from the base, heading straight for the Lighthouse outpost. Inside the carriage, Honshu distributes several folded electronic cards to the team members. This is an exploration mission. The Lighthouse Base intends to establish a supply line to the metropolis. A small town conveniently lies along this route, and the command expects us to scout it out. The primary requirement is to submit a detailed map of the town, marking potential locations of black market operatives. Should we manage to eliminate them, it will count towards additional merit. What's the basic reward for this mission? Asked Song-du, raising an eyebrow. Lieutenant rank, 500 contribution points per person. Corporal, 200. Private, 100. Eliminating black market operatives will be compensated separately, roughly along those lines. Naturally, if you uncover any intriguing items or even a star essence pillar within a fortress, substantial contribution points will be awarded. As he speaks, Honshu casts a glance at Tianyang and chuckles. This lucky lad is a living example. Captain, please don't draw attention to me, Tianyang inwardly sighs. Though he possesses several thousand contribution points, they have been earned at the cost of his life. There is nothing lucky about it upon arriving at the Lighthouse Base. The team takes an hour to rest before calling for 2 Falcon Light armored vehicles and relevant supplies, departing the base shortly thereafter. By midday the following day, the Raven squad reaches their destination, a small town codenamed Desolate Valley. It remains unclear whether the town was originally established within a valley or if the terrain of the reverse realm underwent transformation, elevating the ground around it and forming the valley. In any case, the town stands resolutely amidst the fog-laden desolate valley, surrounded by bizarre peaks and stones that serve as its natural barricade. If the supply route can traverse this valley, the journey to the metropolis could be shortened by 1 to 2 days, a crucial time frame that can determine the survival or demise of a unit. Chapter 62, Ambition Now. The convoy found itself on a hillside, with a road stretching down towards the town. Along the road, signs were erected at intervals. These signs, originally intended to be green, were marked with white symbols. Some of these symbols bore a striking resemblance to numbers familiar to Tianyang, leading Lao Su, the self-proclaimed reverse world expert, to speculate that these symbols indicated distance. Such road signs were common on the highways leading to the metropolis. From a distance atop the hill, the town shrouded in black mist revealed only vague outlines of its buildings. However, based on previous explorations of similar towns by the night wanderers, it was evident that the scale of such towns paled in comparison to the metropolis. Although there were several multi-story buildings, they could not compete with the towering skyscrapers of the metropolis, often exceeding dozens of floors. Yet, akin to the metropolis, these towns lacked any protective fortifications, let alone visible weaponry. This led one to reflect that despite the current disarray of the reverse world, its inhabitants once enjoyed a prolonged period of peace and tranquility. After lingering on the hill for a moment, the 2 Falcon battle vehicles began their descent towards the town of Huanggu. 10 minutes down the slope, they were forced to halt due to what appeared to be an abandoned checkpoint obstructing the entrance to the town. The structure had long since crumbled, rendering the road impassable. Similar checkpoints existed in greater numbers and scale within the metropolis, so Tianyang and his companions were not unfamiliar with them. However, the quality of the metropolis's checkpoints was evidently superior, as many of their entrances remained functional. The current one would require considerable clearing before any vehicles could pass. "Captain, shall we blast it?" asked Song-du, the driver, glancing back at Honshu. Honshu shook his head. "No, that would create too much noise. If there are a large number of black folk inside, we would be digging our own graves." He pondered for a moment before continuing. "Tianyang, Lao Su, take a few men and scout the town for a suitable location to establish a temporary camp. We'll clear this area first and then regroup with you." "Understood." Tianyang and Lao Su responded in unison. Subsequently, the two led 3 soldiers through the gaps in the ruins of the checkpoint and entered the town. The fog within the town was thick, likely due to its valley location, causing the omnipresent black mist of the reverse world to accumulate, resulting in very low visibility. Tianyang raised his assault rifle and attached a tactical lighting accessory. Even so, the light barely illuminated 2 or 3 meters ahead. The road they entered was littered with the remnants of automobiles, indicating that the reverse world once boasted a highly developed transportation system. Even a small town like this had an abundance of vehicles. Moreover, the variety of car models suggested that the residents of the reverse world had designed automobiles for various needs. This implied a clear division of labor within their societal structure, achieving a level of sophistication that surpassed that of the fortress cities. After walking for about 10 minutes along the debris-laden and cracked road, a large bridge emerged before the group, arching over a dense fog, its destination unknown. The productivity of the reverse world far surpasses ours. This bridge alone is a testament to that. We could never construct such a vast and lengthy structure, not to mention we have no need for it, Lao Su remarked. Gazing at the bridge that loomed indistinctly in the black mist, Tianyang signaled to lead the way. 3 soldiers followed closely behind, while Lao Su took up the rear. As the small team stepped onto the bridge, they found the surface unexpectedly wide, with metallic barriers dividing it down the middle. Even so, one side of the bridge could accommodate 2 vehicles simultaneously. As Tianyang walked along the edge of the bridge, he suddenly noticed several dark shadows extending upward amidst the fog. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were cables, 2 of which had already snapped, revealing that they were made of some metallic wire. The further he traversed the bridge, the more he could hear the wind howling from below. Though the light could not penetrate the space beneath the bridge, the sound of the wind hinted at a vast chasm leading to the depths below. One soldier suggested tossing a few glow sticks down to see what lay beneath. But Lao Su promptly dismissed the idea. We must exercise caution when encountering such immense spaces in the reverse world, for one can never know what lurks within. Hearing this, the soldier felt a chill run down his spine. In the center of the arch bridge, a section had collapsed, with 1/3 of the surface missing, exposing jagged edges adorned with rusty rebar. The team carefully navigated around the gap and, after 20 minutes, finally descended from the bridge. Upon reaching the ground, they found an open area of uncertain purpose that could serve as a temporary campsite. As Tianyang led the soldiers in establishing a perimeter, Lao Su fiddled with an electronic tablet. The tablet displayed a map of their exploration route, and Lao Su marked important locations, highlighting the bridge's gap and the campsite's position before sending the map to Honshu. With this, Honshu could approach without the need for the team to backtrack and guide him. Having set up the perimeter, Tianyang returned with the 3 soldiers, and Lao Su tossed him a water bottle. The captain will be here shortly. Take a moment to rest. Accepting the water bottle, Tianyang took a few swigs before asking, Lao Su, do you have a family? Why do you still reside in an apartment? With plenty of time until Honshu's arrival, Lao Su didn't mind engaging in conversation. That's all in the past. As you know, once one becomes an upper citizen, accumulating a certain number of contribution points grants the right to establish a family. Tianyang nodded. Accumulate over 100,000 contribution points, and one can form their own family. Subsequent generations inherit related rights. Indeed, but the fortress has its regulations. Inheritance is limited to 3 generations. Starting from the 4th generation, one must earn 10,000 contribution points annually. Otherwise, the right to inherit is revoked. Lao Su shrugged, expressing regret. A few years ago, I was injured on a mission and spent half a year recovering. As a result, I could not accumulate enough contribution points to maintain my inheritance and had to move into an apartment. By the way, Songdu's situation is quite similar to mine. However, I have little ambition left, while that lad is keen on accumulating 100,000 contribution points to reclaim his original surname. Tianyang was surprised to learn that the ponytailed youth harbored such aspirations. Suddenly, a soldier's shout echoed from a distance. Tianyang and Lao Su abandoned their conversation, raised their rifles, and hurried towards the sound. Chapter 63. The eerie building. When Tianyang and Old Su arrived, a soldier stationed there was crouched on the ground, his rifle at the ready. His posture suggested he was preparing to engage an unseen threat. The soldier, a rookie not much younger than Tianyang, had a face pale with fear, and his fingers trembled slightly, raising concerns that he might accidentally discharge his weapon. Tianyang understood his fear. No matter how the instructors described the horrors of the reverse realm in class, or how vividly one could view the dark denizens through video materials, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. The former was akin to a nightmare, while the latter transformed that nightmare into a tangible reality. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the rookie's face, concealed within his closed helmet, to be etched with terror. Old Su waved his hand in front of the soldier's eyes and exclaimed, "Hey, stop daydreaming. What did you see just now?" The rookie finally snapped back to reality. Pointing ahead with a quivering voice, "There was something. I saw something over there." "What was it?" Tianyang pressed on. The soldier shook his head. "I don't know. It was in the darkness, but I could see a light. It must be the glow from the wool prison, and I feel like it's watching me, or observing me." It felt like carrion creatures eyeing a fresh corpse. I don't want to die. I want to go back. He scrambled to rise, attempting to flee. Old Su swiftly tripped him, turning to Tianyang. You go take a look. Tianyang nodded in agreement, lowering his weapon and cautiously advancing. Old Su turned the rookie towards him. Look into my eyes. You'll be fine. Stay calm, even if you want to back out. Wait until this mission is over. For now, it's best to stick with us. Understand? After being yelled at by Old Su, the rookie seemed to regain some composure. Although his complexion remained ghastly, he eventually nodded. At that moment, Tianyang halted, illuminating the ground with his weapon's light. There, he discovered a handprint, slightly smaller than his own, presumably belonging to a woman. He then noticed several sets of tracks, both handprints and footprints. The distribution of these prints conjured an image in Tianyang's mind of a woman crawling on the ground. Old Su approached. What do you see? Tianyang shone his light across the various impressions. It appears to be a mad dog. From the looks of it, there is only one. I'm not sure if it merely passed by or if it discovered our scouting sentry. Old Su shook his head. If it's the latter, we might have a nest nearby. We'll wait for the captain to decide. He smiled, agreed. 20 minutes later, 2 Falcon-armored vehicles emerged from the black mist and halted at the makeshift camp. Han Shu was the first to jump out. Upon hearing about the mad dog sighting, he became cautious. This typically carefree man was unyielding when it truly mattered. After examining the tracks, Han Shu took with him Tsangdu, Jiu, and 2 soldiers for a tracking investigation, leaving the others behind to guard their supplies. A while later, muffled gunfire echoed from the mist, causing Tianyang and Old Su to tense up and look towards the sound. However, the gunfire was short-lived, fading after a few minutes. Then, after another 10 minutes, Han Shu and his group returned, their clothing stained with blood, though it appeared to be that of the mad dog. Han Shu sat down, cursing. Damn it, what bad luck. There was indeed a mad dog nest ahead, but the pack was too large, and there were no mutated types. When we arrived, those things were preoccupied with. Well, you know, it was revolting. Tianyang looked puzzled. Captain, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Han Shu retorted. Don't ask so many questions, kid. Tianyang quickly comprehended. It was likely that when Han Shu's team arrived, the dogs were in the midst of mating. This was one of the terrifying aspects of the reverse realm, where the dark denizens reproduced in various unsettling ways. The mad dogs, for instance, gave birth like placental mammals. The wanderers, as rumored, sprouted from a kind of semi-plant, semi-living entity known as the death tree. Indeed, they grew like fruit. The reproductive methods of these reverse realm inhabitants were often bizarre and, in some instances, terrifying beyond human imagination. After a brief rest, Han Shu began assigning tasks. To expedite our mission, we need to split into teams for exploration. Jiu and I will be one team, Tsangdu and Tianyang will be another, each team accompanied by 2 soldiers. The rest will stay behind to guard the supplies. Any objections? Tsangdu immediately protested. I have one, Captain. Why do I have to team up with this rookie? Because Tianyang is new and needs guidance. Jiu is as mute as a fish. Do you think she can mentor a rookie? Han Shu replied curtly. Tsangdu pointed out. Then you can take him, Captain, or Old Su can. Han Shu snapped. What do you know? Old Su is always slacking off. Letting him lead would be a disaster. One old hand is already enough. Adding a rookie would be unbearable. As for me, don't you see how old I am? There's a generation gap between Tianyang and me. You're about the same age as him and have more experience. You're neither mute nor unenthusiastic. Tell me, if you want to take the rookie, who will? Captain, your ability to shirk responsibility is truly remarkable. Tsangdu was left speechless, glaring at Tianyang. Just don't drag me down. Otherwise, I'd rather go solo. As the newcomer of the team, Tianyang had no objections. Thus, Tsangdu partnered with Tianyang, along with Yambing and another soldier, departing the camp. They proceeded along the road, turning onto a wide street at an intersection. The buildings on either side were numerous but relatively low. Upon entering the street, the structures reached about 6 or 7 stories. However, as they ventured deeper, the buildings grew shorter, mostly around 3 or 4 stories. Compared to a metropolis, these structures appeared much more rudimentary. Lacking in both elegance and style, clearly displaying a significant disparity. Moreover, the town's architecture lacked a unified plan, with buildings of varying heights haphazardly clustered together, creating a disordered atmosphere. When their path was obstructed by several collapsed buildings, Songdu pointed to a narrow alley on the left, and the group changed direction to enter it. The houses within the alley were even more dilapidated and lower in height. The ground was coated with a layer of filthy black mud, making it feel as though they were walking on the belly of a colossal creature. Songdu glanced back and warned, "No matter where we are, don't walk in the center of the passage. Stay close to the walls. That way, the chances of being ambushed are reduced by at least half." Tianyang nodded, mirroring Songdu by sticking to the left wall. Suddenly, Tianyang placed a hand on Songdu's shoulder. The ponytailed youth, visibly annoyed, brushed his hand aside. "What are you doing?" Tianyang raised his weapon, directing the light towards a building ahead. "Look over there." Several beams of light shot out, and Songdu's breath quickened. The two-story building ahead was enveloped in a dark, viscous substance, nearly solidified, yet under the light, liquid slowly dripped down. Chapter 064. Dark Worship. Despite having encountered numerous nameless entities fraught with evil and terror in the reverse realm, Tianyang felt an instinctive repulsion each time he beheld these pathological phenomena, a reaction inherent to his being, untainted by his identity or status. He glanced towards Songdu, whose expression mirrored his own unease. The young man softly inquired, "What is that?" "I wish I knew," the ponytailed youth mused for a moment before gritting his teeth. "We must investigate." Tianyang wholeheartedly supported this notion. The house clearly harbored some peculiarities. Even amidst the metropolis, he had never witnessed a structure enveloped in such bizarre substances. Especially, those entities seemed less like fungi and more akin to the decaying bodies of dark denizens. Songdu signaled for caution, then led the way, with Yambing and another soldier bringing up the rear. The squad swiftly approached the ominous abode, reminiscent of a demonic lair. As they drew nearer, an odd scent began to waft through the air, a foul odor intermingled with a sickly sweet aroma. This scent caused Tianyang to envy Yambing and his companions, whose helmets shielded them from the noxious air, sparing their noses from the assault of this repugnant smell. Songdu had already raised his collar, attempting to shield his nose beneath his clothing to alleviate the pervasive stench. Upon closer inspection, illuminated by the light, they discerned semi-congealed, slimy substances on the house's surface, revealing several grayish-white objects resembling bones. On either side of the entrance, two appendages resembling lizard hind limbs dangled from the roof. The surface of these limbs was adorned with palm-sized scales, many of which had shed, lying in puddles of muck on the ground. The ends of these hind limbs were neither claws nor hooves but human feet, their surfaces still intact, even sprouting coarse, thick black hair. Tianyang felt his stomach churn. What manner of entity was this, possessing traits of humanity, yet conspicuously lacking hands and a head? He could not ascertain whether it lacked these components or if this indescribable being simply did not have such a structure. The only consolation was that it bore no signs of life, appearing to be deceased. At the very least, Tianyang saw no semblance of a willful presence. A beam of light fell upon the open door, revealing a dim interior shrouded in thin black mist, barely allowing glimpses of the surroundings. Overturned tables, shattered lamps, and even paintings hanging on the walls. And in the center of the hall, a shadowy mass. Tianyang took a few steps forward, but Songdu restrained him, struggling to endure the foul air, gesturing towards a twisted black tree near the door. Tianyang then noticed symbols carved into the tree, etched by some sharp instrument. The symbol was a diamond shape, with a solid circle gouged in the center, surrounded by twisted lines that filled the interior space of the diamond. At first glance, it resembled a bloodshot diamond eye. In the swirling black mist, it seemed as if something was watching the team. Suddenly, Yambing exclaimed, "There is something behind the tree." Instantly, Tianyang and Songdu directed their lights towards the dark tree, revealing a figure lurking behind. Strangely, it exhibited no reaction. Songdu cautiously circled to one side, only to discover it was a mad dog. However, it was lifeless, its body in a state of decay, reduced to little more than a skeleton. Yet, this skeleton sent shivers down their spines. Its hind limbs were kneeling on the ground, head bowed towards the withered tree, as if in a posture of worship. Tianyang and Songdu exchanged glances, both recognizing the fleeting panic in each other's eyes. "You wait outside," Songdu instructed Tianyang, gesturing for him to remain behind while they ventured in. The two men left the soldiers behind, treading lightly up the steps to the door, splitting to the left and right, pressing against the walls. Songdu signaled, and Tianyang followed him into the hall. They employed their firearms illumination devices, sweeping the area in search of any threats. Fortunately, they found no signs of dark denizens. Their attention was soon drawn to a mass suspended in midair, resembling a colossal flesh sack. Hanging from the ceiling, it was tethered by thick cords that resembled cables. As they circled the sack, they discovered it had been torn open from within. A copious amount of viscous fluid flowed from it, already semi-congealed, pooling on the floor into a patch of black sludge. Footprints appeared in the muck, seemingly made by whatever had emerged from the sack. Following the trail of prints, they saw it lead away from the black sludge towards the hall's window, which had been shattered, with debris scattered outward like a starburst. These signs indicated that whatever had been there had since departed. Songdu exhaled a sigh of relief and gestured to Tianyang, and they retreated with the soldiers. They remained silent until they exited the alley, where Songdu selected a 5-story building to regroup. Finally, Tianyang spoke. "What do you think that was?" Songdu retrieved a water bottle, took a sip, and wiped his mouth. "I am uncertain. I have never encountered anything like it. It appears to be the birth of some dark denizen. However, based on the footprints, there seems to be only one newborn. From what I know, dark denizens typically give birth to at least 7 or 8 at a time." Tianyang recalled the enormous corpse sprawled outside the house. Moreover, it seems that creature emerged from the body of another type of dark denizen. That sack appears to be some sort of organ from the gigantic corpse of the house. Could it be that it, like the mad dog, belongs to a viviparous species? Songdu stowed away the water bottle. "Regardless of what it is best if we never encounter it. If we do, I shall slay it." Tianyang's mind drifted back to the symbols on the black tree and the mad dog's corpse, which seemed to be worshipping something, sending chills down his spine. Could it be that dark denizens also engaged in idol worship, akin to humanity's reverence for deities? What might it be that dark denizens venerated? "Yambing, did you mark that place earlier?" Songdu casually inquired. Yambing was already tapping on a wrist-mounted recorder, a device capable of autonomously scanning the surrounding environment to create corresponding maps. The exploration team utilized it to chart the towns within the reverse realm, providing references for future deployments and plans. "It has been marked, Lieutenant. Should we collect some samples to take back? It could yield a substantial contribution," Yambing proposed. Songdu nodded. "I am considering that. We will gather samples upon our return." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from above, sounding as if someone was rapping on the door. Chapter 065, The Trap. Though the sound was faint, its rapid rhythm echoed through the quiet building, instantly capturing the attention of Tianyang and his companions. They quickly turned, gazing up at the ceiling. Suddenly, the noise ceased. "Shall we investigate?" Tianyang proposed. Songdu nodded in agreement, and the group made their way to the staircase leading to the upper levels. The staircase was littered with debris, covered in papers inscribed with cryptic symbols and images, alongside tattered bags that resembled communication devices, albeit lacking any buttons, as well as firearms. At the corner of the second-floor staircase lay the skeletal remains of a human, deteriorated to mere white bones, clutching a gun in its bony grasp. The weapon, with its sleek black metal frame, appeared to be a small-caliber firearm designed for conventional ammunition. Songdu picked up the gun and stowed it in his backpack. The fortress has consistently researched the military capabilities of the reverse realm. This gun could fetch at least 100 contribution points. Rest assured, the spoils from our search will be distributed fairly. Suddenly, the knocking sound resumed, now clearly emanating from the third floor. "Let us go," Songdu commanded, gripping his weapon as he led the way. The group ascended to the third level, peering through the large door at the top of the staircase. Inside lay a spacious corridor, wide enough for 2 or 3 individuals to walk side by side. To the left, a row of windows offered glimpses of the street outside, revealing buildings shrouded in ominous black mist across the way. The right side featured several rooms, illuminated by sporadic lights, with doors every few meters apart. Various unidentifiable devices cluttered the corridor, and the ceiling was in disrepair, with tangled wires hanging down from exposed gaps. At that moment, the knocking sound echoed again from deep within the corridor. Sangdu gestured for caution, motioning for the group to stick close to the right wall. As they passed the third window on the left, a beam of light suddenly shattered through the glass. The beam, with a dark edge and a crimson center, narrowly missed Sangdu's nose before embedding itself into the wall ahead, leaving a perfect circular hole. In that instant, Sangdu realized the truth. It was a trap. The knocking sound was clearly a ruse to distract them and lure them into an ambush. "Get down! Get down!" Sangdu shouted, pressing himself against the floor and urging the others to retreat quickly. Meanwhile, a young man with a ponytail drew his sidearm and fired a shot out the window. The muzzle flashed brightly, and the explosion of light illuminated the street, startling a creature that had been protruding halfway out of a nearby window, causing it to emit a sharp, brief cry. While crouching, Tianyang stole a glance outside. In a fleeting moment, he caught sight of the creature, which bore a goat-like face but had a humanoid upper body. Its arms were devoid of claws or blades, instead transforming into some form of weaponry. The grotesque firearm, made of flesh and blood, sported a white, bone-like barrel and even had eyes. The sudden brightness forced the eyes on the weapon to shut, but that did not hinder the creature from firing at the squad's building. Black and red beams erupted from the skeletal barrels, weaving dangerously overhead and creating holes the size of teacups in the walls. Both Tianyang and Sangdu scrambled back into the stairwell, finally exhaling in relief. "Those creatures must be the arcane sharpshooters," Sangdu panted. "I've heard of them, but this is my first encounter." The arcane sharpshooters were common denizens of the reverse realm, classified as level 2 threats, akin to rabid dogs. They possessed humanoid bodies, goat-like faces, and nimble movements. Their true danger stemmed from their mutated biological weaponry, seemingly charging their own energy to fire those black and red beams. Occasionally, a variant known as the arcane gunner would appear among them, functioning as a mobile artillery piece capable of threatening light armored vehicles. Fortunately, the adversaries they faced now were merely sharpshooters. If gunners were present, their situation would be far more perilous. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from the corridor. Tianyang turned to see another soldier scrambling into the stairwell, but the left side of his leg had been struck. The protective armor on his leg failed to stop the beam's penetration, and blood was now pouring from the wound. To make matters worse, pale light began to emanate from deep within the corridor. Revenants, Tianyang realized, instinctively crouching as he prepared to charge into the corridor. Sangdu seized his arm. "What are you thinking? I'm going to save him." Tianyang replied without hesitation. Sangdu's voice turned cold. "Save him? How? Forget him. He's just one soldier." They knew the risks before entering the reverse realm. "We don't have time for this." With that, Sangdu released his grip and descended the stairs with another soldier. Tianyang gazed back into the corridor, where the arcane sharpshooters continued their relentless assault. The black and red beams danced perilously above the injured soldier, narrowly missing his helmet, while he crawled forward, driven by a desperate will to survive, despite the debilitating injury slowing him down. In the next moment, another beam might strike him. Behind him, the revenants were closing in, undeterred even as they were intermittently struck by the sharpshooter's beams. As long as the cage remained intact, those creatures were drawn to the pheromones emanating from the soldier, pushing through the fire of the arcane sharpshooters. Suddenly, Tianyang raised his weapon, aiming at the wall ahead. To his astonishment, the wall began to fade, vanishing from sight. He could see the arcane sharpshooters nearly hanging out of the windows across the street, their forms gradually becoming translucent. Focusing intently on one of the sharpshooters, he found himself staring directly into the eye of its grotesque weapon. "Well, cage," Tianyang realized. He pulled the trigger, unleashing a deep blue beam from his assault rifle. The beam effortlessly pierced through the wall, crossing the street and striking the eye of the arcane sharpshooter. The creature went silent, tumbling out of the window and plummeting down. Tianyang replicated the action, using the weakness sensation to penetrate the outer wall of the building, locking onto the sharpshooter's wool cages and shattering them. After firing 3 to 5 shots, the black and red beams above the soldier diminished significantly, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip on his calf. Turning around, he found a revenant had seized his leg. The corrosive fluid from the creature dripped onto his armor, causing it to emit smoke. At that moment, a deep blue beam shot past him, striking the revenant in the chest and obliterating its will cage. "Quick, come over," Tianyang shouted, firing a few more rounds to eliminate the nearby revenants. With Tianyang's cover, the soldier hastened his pace, finally escaping the corridor and leaving the death zone behind. Chapter 66. Choices. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianyang hoisted Yambing onto his back and swiftly made his way to a corner of the first-floor hall, where he gently set him down. He retrieved a first aid kit from his multifunctional waist pouch and carefully examined Yambing's injury after tearing away the armor from his leg. The beam had stripped away a significant portion of flesh from Yambing's calf, and blood flowed profusely. Tianyang promptly tore a strip from his uniform's sleeve and tightly wrapped it around the soldier's thigh to slow the bleeding. Yet, this alone was insufficient. He took the solid bullet gun from Yambing's hand, removed the magazine, and extracted a bullet. He smeared the gunpowder from the bullet onto the wound's surface, then drew forth the Chiyue battle knife. Looking at Yambing, he instructed, "Endure this." Yambing nodded firmly. Tianyang pressed the blade into the star essence, activating the heat-conducting patterns along its surface until it became excruciatingly hot. He cautiously brought the knife and Appo's tip to Yambing and Appo's wound, igniting the gunpowder and releasing a burst of orange flames. A cry of agony escaped Yambing's helmet as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and gasping for breath. Despite the pain, he held his ground, merely letting out a shout before enduring the ordeal. Tianyang withdrew the battle knife and administered a pain relief injection before using disinfectant spray to cleanse the wound, finally applying a bandage to staunch the bleeding. Hearing Yambing's cry, Songdu rushed over, witnessing Tianyang wrapping the remaining bandage around Yambing's leg, sealing the breach in his protective suit. Uncertain of its effectiveness, Tianyang felt a pang of doubt. After all, Yambing's injury was far more severe than his own. He could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. Seeing that Tianyang had saved Yambing, Songdu grunted and pointed at another soldier. "You carry him. We must leave quickly." The soldier hoisted the injured man onto his back, and Tianyang patted Yambing's shoulder before gingerly stepping out with Songdu, both armed with assault rifles. Outside, the street was eerily quiet. The remaining sinister shooters seemed disinclined to pursue them, though the sound of the lurking creatures echoed ominously from above. Songdu signaled for safety and led the way back along their previous route. Tianyang instructed the two soldiers to follow closely behind while he brought up the rear. As they approached an alley, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if something were watching. Whipping around, he swept his rifles light across the area. But aside from the desolate street shrouded in black mist and malevolent shadows, nothing suspicious emerged. Convinced it was merely an illusion, he turned and rejoined the group. Near the house wrapped in filth, Songdu suddenly raised an arm, pushing Tianyang against the wall. The assault rifle was aimed at Tianyang's forehead as Songdu seethed. "Do you have a penchant for heroics?" Thankfully, those sinister shooters did not pursue us. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences. The other two soldiers flinched, especially Yambing. For this conflict between Songdu and Tianyang stemmed from his predicament. Just as he was about to speak, Tianyang shot him a glance to silence him and calmly addressed Songdu. "I never sought to be a hero. I simply did not wish to abandon my comrades." Songdu retorted, "You need to adjust your perspective on the lower ranks. We are transcendents, the elite. Our worth cannot be measured by a single soldier. 100 soldiers would pale in comparison. The fortress invests vast resources in us. Not for you to play the saint. Furthermore, do you truly believe you can save everyone?" Tianyang replied solemnly, "I never aim to save everyone, nor do I wish to play the saint. If a situation is beyond my capacity, I will choose to let go. But if I can help, why not lend a hand? I have tasted the bitterness of abandonment and know all too well that feeling of despair. If it were you in such a situation, wouldn't you hope for someone to pull you from the depths of hell?" Songdu snorted, releasing Tianyang and adding, "I have not yet fallen so low as to require a child to save me. You'd best not cling to such naivety. It will inevitably cost you your life." I shall take your advice under consideration. Next time, let the captain babysit. I refuse to carry the burden of a child. Sangdu kicked a stone away in frustration before forging ahead. Uncertain whether the sinister denizens would suddenly pursue them, they refrained from collecting samples and hurried back to the camp. Upon their return, Han Shu and Jiyu had already arrived. Seeing Yan being injured caused Han Shu to nearly drop his cigarette. What happened? Did you run into the black denizens? As Han Shu inquired, Jiyu had already arranged for Yanbing to be taken to the vehicle. Lacking a medical officer, Jiyu often assumed the role of the team medic due to his medical knowledge. Sangdu briefly recounted the events before shedding his gear and retreating to rest. It was evident to everyone that he was brooding. Tianyang sat beside Han Shu by the fire, casting a guilty glance at the rugged man. I seem to have angered him. Han Shu chuckled nonchalantly. No worries, Sangdu is just like that. Let him sulk for a bit, and he'll be fine. Tianyang gazed at the armored vehicle, where Jiyu was redressing Yanbing's wound. Captain, do you think I acted wrongly in this matter? Han Shu exhaled a plume of smoke, countering. Do you believe you were in the wrong? Tianyang pondered seriously for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know. I just felt it was the right thing to do. Han Shu released a cloud of smoke. Then that settles it. You are not at fault, nor is Sangdu. There is no absolute right or wrong in this world. There are merely a series of choices. Whatever you choose, if you accept the consequences of your actions, then you have made no mistake. Tianyang scratched his head. Captain, your reasoning is too profound. Could you simplify it? Han Shu glanced at him meaningfully. Act more and think less. You'll have far fewer troubles. I understand. It's akin to you and old Sue. You're both of similar age. Yet old Sue's hair is nearly gone, which I believe is due to overthinking. Am I right, Captain? Absolutely not. I want to throttle you. Han Shu stood up, dusting off his pants. You all must be tired. Eat something and rest. I will take the first watch. After 2 hours, you and old Sue will relieve me. While Sangdu and Jiyu will take the third watch. Tianyang nodded and returned to the vehicle, pulling out a high-energy food pack to eat. 2 hours later, he awoke on time, stepping out to find old Sue sitting by the fire. Old Sue was absorbed in his communicator, perhaps looking at pictures of his wife and daughter. Tianyang cleared his throat before approaching. Only the two of them and 2 soldiers remained in the camp. Tianyang added some dry wood to the fire, and old Sue remarked, I heard you fell into a trap? Yes, we were lured by the sound of the lurkers and subsequently ambushed by the sinister shooters. Under the flickering flames, the sparse-haired man wore a grave expression. Did you notice any particularly unusual black denizens at the scene? Generally, lurkers should not coordinate with sinister shooters unless someone is directing them from behind. Tianyang carefully recalled, unable to identify any distinctive black denizens at the time. Just as he was about to respond, a soldier on guard duty called out, Black denizens. Black denizens. Chapter 067. Shadows behind activating the night vision mode of the tactical electronic eye. Tianyang adjusted the distance, and the distant blurry scene was instantly magnified and rendered clear. The soldier pointed to the wreckage of a car on the road, behind which a figure suddenly leaped down. It was the Mad Dog. This abhorrent creature, bearing a human face, crouched on the vehicle, gazing towards the camp. More Mad Dogs appeared on the road, navigating around the car and obstacles, their scarlet tongues lashing out like barbed whips. Like a creation from the god of nightmares, these crawling beings with human-like features began to scurry. What is happening? Hearing the alarm, Han Shu leaped from the vehicle and sprinted toward the perimeter. Lao Su lowered his binoculars, his expression tense. It's a pack of dogs, around 100, charging towards our camp. Suddenly, a dark red beam shot out from the shadows of the road, striking a soldier in the chest. The soldier, caught unaware, looked down moments later, only to clutch his chest, blood gushing forth. He knelt, reaching out towards Han Shu, perhaps seeking help. But all that emerged from his helmet was a stream of blood. Damn it! Han Shu cursed, all personnel on alert. We have a shooter. A mysterious shooter. Tianyang had already crouched down, propping the assault rifle on the ground. The tactical electronic eye searched for the source of the beam and soon spotted a mysterious shooter. A goat-faced creature standing atop a car, firing at the camp with a skeletal gun barrel, aiming at the eye of the aberrant weapon. Tianyang retaliated with a deep blue beam, shattering the will of the mysterious shooter. More dark red beams were directed at the camp. Songdu, hiding behind an armored vehicle, aimed his gun into the darkness, firing as he shouted, "Heavy artillery, prioritize those shooters, or we'll be in deep trouble." The soldiers inside the armored vehicle maneuvered the mounted star artillery, directing the barrel towards the enemy's firing position. After a resonating hum of charging, blue energy projectiles soared through the air, detonating into blue fireballs upon striking the dark forces' positions. Meanwhile, the pack of dogs had surged forward. Nearly 100 mad dogs, using all fours, rapidly closed the distance to the camp. Just then, a tremendous aura erupted from within the camp, and a rain of arrows shot skyward, reaching its zenith before cascading downwards towards the advancing pack. Instantly, a large portion of the canine front line fell, the blue arrows exploding upon impact, creating massive wounds. Even if the will of the mad dogs was not shattered, their flesh was torn apart, rendering them momentarily immobile. After unleashing the arrow storm, Jiyu set down her star bow and retrieved a test tube from her pouch, uncorking it to drink the glowing blue liquid within. That was the star essence replenishing liquid. Yet even after consuming a vial, the star radiance emanating from her body appeared faint. It seemed that the previous volley of arrows had drained her considerably. At this moment, a layer of star essence barrier enveloped Tianyang. Lao Su whispered, "This is the captain's ability, but don't expect it to be very sturdy. It can only withstand a few beams from the mysterious shooter at most." Lao Su had drawn his sword, his own star essence radiating outward, and together with Songdu, they advanced to eliminate the few dogs that had rushed in. The two ascendants of the warrior tier unleashed a brilliant display from their wrists, their presence rising as they wielded their swords with a resounding whoosh. No mad dog could reach them with a single strike. As for Han Shu, a luminous armor briefly flickered around him, and a long spear formed from star essence materialized in his hand. Positioned between Lao Su and Songdu, he swept and thrust with the spear, slaughtering the incoming mad dogs. Under the heavy artillery suppression from the two armored vehicles, the mysterious shooter was forced to retreat, alleviating the pressure on the camp's defenses. Even so, a few mad dogs still managed to breach the perimeter, necessitating the intervention of Tianyang and Jiyu. Moments later, a rookie, unable to bear the psychological strain, screamed and turned to flee. Just as several mad dogs charged into the camp, Tianyang unsheathed his crimson moon blade and severed the head of one of the beasts. Jiyu swiftly loosed 2 arrows, dismantling their cages. However, another dog pounced on the rookie, clawing and biting at him, his armor sparking under the assault, causing him to scream for help. Ultimately, the mad dog bit through his neck, and the rookie's eyes widened in horror as he bled to death in his helmet. A red light streaked through the mad dogs as Tianyang struck, nearly cleaving the creature in two. Regrettably, he was still a moment too late to save the soldier. He grunted, raising his rifle to unleash a barrage of star essence beams into the pack. A few minutes later, the severely diminished pack began to retreat, dragging away their injured but still living kin, tearing off their skulls along with their will cages. Once no living mad dogs remained on the road, the remaining fiends retreated into the distant darkness. This battle had arrived swiftly and ended just as quickly. At that moment, a soldier knelt on the ground, weeping. He was a rookie who had just joined the Night Walkers, and surviving such a fierce encounter required a stroke of luck. Alas, it seemed his luck had run out. As the rookie regained composure, preparing to rise, he suddenly saw a wisp of black smoke rising from the front of his helmet. He froze momentarily, only to realize that his hand was ablaze. The black flames, cool to the touch, sent shivers down his spine. Terrified, the rookie screamed, "What is this? What is happening?" Han Shu and the others noticed his bizarre condition, and upon seeing the black flames, Han Shu instinctively rushed forward. Suddenly, the black fire surged high, engulfing the rookie in an instant. He became a black fireball, emitting horrifying screams as he staggered towards the crowd. Even Han Shu was at a loss when a deep blue beam pierced through the flames, silencing the rookie's cries. He collapsed to the ground. The black fire continued to burn, but no longer emitted sounds of suffering. He was already dead. Han Shu then realized and looked towards the source of the beam, where Tianyang was lowering his assault rifle. Songdu also witnessed the scene, his expression growing complex. Tianyang sighed softly, suddenly feeling his heart pound heavily as he looked up, only to see a sinister figure behind Jiyu, its presence unknown until now. "Get down," Tianyang shouted, aiming his gun at Jiyu and firing abruptly. Jiyu reacted swiftly, dropping to the ground just as the shadowy figure reached out with a pale, emaciated hand. Had Jiyu not fallen, that hand would have landed on her back. More critically, the hand was engulfed in black flames. Chapter 68. The Sorcerer. As Jiyu lay down, beams of starlight pierced through the spot she had just occupied, directing themselves towards a silently emerging figure. The hand that had been poised against Jiyu's back shifted to meet the starlight, and the black flames encircling it suddenly surged upward, engulfing the beams. The flames resembled a mire, allowing no escape for the light. Soon, more beams shot forth in agony, prompting the hand to retract, forming an inverted triangle gesture with the other hand. The figure swiftly contracted, as though a black hole had appeared behind it, and it vanished into that void, reappearing several meters away. Tianyang's shot missed its target. Han Shu kicked at a nearby campfire, sending several burning branches scattering, igniting a burst of flames. 2 Falcon war chariots activated their headlights, illuminating the campsite and finally revealing the figure's appearance. It resembled a hunchbacked individual, bent and cloaked in layers of ragged garments akin to a poncho. Strips of tattered grayish-white cloth were entwined around its hands and waist. A hood concealed its face, shrouding it in profound shadow, with a triangular pendant hanging from the layered fabric at its chest. This ornament was crafted from metal, adorned with twisted lines and embellished with red and blue crystals. "What is this?" "A sorcerer," Old Su exclaimed, his expression tense, recognizing the danger level as 3, indicating varied abilities among individuals. The only commonality was their capacity for short-range teleportation. Due to a lack of research materials, the appearance and location of the Wool prison remained unknown. Han Shu's lips twitched slightly. "This is indeed good news." Tianyang whispered, "It's just danger level 3. Our captain is at level 4, and with us." Old Su replied with a bitter smile, "The captain is a fortress tier, primarily defensive in capability, and currently possesses only one offensive skill, charge. Even so, I can still take it down." Han Shu raised his starlight long gun, initiating a charge as spiraling waves enveloped the weapon, propelling it straight towards the dark denizen known as the Sorcerer. However, halfway through his charge, the Sorcerer shrank away, reappearing behind Old Su. Fortunately, Old Su was highly alert. As the Sorcerer moved, he rolled on the ground without regard for whether he was the target, causing the Sorcerer to miss. Meanwhile, Han Shu had to halt, exclaiming in frustration. Old Su, with a resigned expression, noted, "This is what I feared most. The Sorcerer's speed is too great. Although our captain is level 4, it's better not to mention his speed." Suddenly, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air echoed across the campsite. Jiyu had taken advantage of the Sorcerer's revealed form, kneeling to shoot an arrow. The Sorcerer raised its hand, flames erupting to silently consume the starlight energy arrow. It lifted another hand, extending a long, thin finger towards Tsangdu. The ponytailed youth barely had time to react before a beam of black light struck the barrier before him. Han Shu's previously established starlight barrier shattered, but it managed to save Tsangdu's life. Tsangdu broke into a cold sweat, realizing that without the barrier, he might have perished. "Everyone, be cautious." Han Shu directed his starlight long gun towards Tsangdu, renewing his protective barrier. At this moment, both Tianyang and Jiyu unleashed their attacks, their weapons, gun and bow, firing relentlessly at the Sorcerer. However, as the Sorcerer teleported behind Old Su, the two had to forego their assault out of caution. Old Su turned, forcing the Sorcerer back with a sword strike. Meanwhile, Tsangdu, having circled behind, seized the opportunity to stab the Sorcerer in the back. The long sword pierced through its chest, yet Tsangdu's face showed no joy in his success. Instead, he looked utterly bewildered. Furthermore, the Sorcerer appeared unharmed. Turning to unleash a palm engulfed in black flames towards Tsangdu, the ponytailed youth's barrier shattered once more, and Tsangdu quickly retracted his sword, dodging left and right to evade the subsequent black fire beams shot from the Sorcerer's fingertips. The Sorcerer, intent on pursuing, suddenly turned, sensing Han Shu charging at it with his long gun. It immediately brought its hands together, forming the inverted triangle gesture. Upon seeing this, Honshu shouted, "Don't run." Damn it! The figure contracted again, reappearing several meters away. From its seemingly frail body erupted a deafening cry, causing everyone present to wince in pain. Moments later, the soldiers on the periphery, unable to join the fray, noticed the return of mad dogs and elusive archers. Hearing the alarm, Song-du exclaimed irritably, "It must have set us up earlier. Given the numbers, it could have eliminated us completely." Old Su wiped the sweat from his brow. "So, your return was intentional. It wanted to use you to locate our camp, didn't it?" Honshu shouted in disbelief. "Are these dark minions really that cunning?" No one answered, for the truth was painfully evident. Song-du scoffed, gathering his strength to charge at the sorcerer. Old Su, fearing for his safety, quickly followed. The two long swords intertwined, creating a dazzling display of sword light. Had it been any other dark denizen, it might have been torn apart by this spectacle. Yet, the sorcerer's teleportation ability allowed it to evade time and again. Song-du grew increasingly agitated. "This thing keeps darting around. How can we hit it?" As he spoke, his long sword made an upward thrust, only to slice through empty air. The sorcerer suddenly appeared behind Old Su, this time not reaching out, but pointing a finger. Even though Old Su had rolled away, he was still struck by a black fire beam. The barrier shattered, and before Old Su could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a new spark of black light ignite between the sorcerer's fingers. Fire again. A crimson beam sliced down with ferocity, and the sorcerer's finger flickered as the black light briefly glimmered before extinguishing. Song-du's eyes widened in shock. Beside the sorcerer, outside the realm of starlight, stood a silver-haired youth wielding blades. Honshu whistled, "You've got it, kid." Tianyang struck true, his crimson moon battle blades sweeping horizontally. At that moment, the sorcerer, preparing to bring its hands together, was forced to leap back, creating distance as the battle blade approached. Old Su remarked in surprise, "Why isn't it using its teleportation ability?" Honshu noted this change as well. The sorcerer's teleportation had been a constant source of annoyance, allowing it to toy with them. Yet now, it had forsaken that convenience for more cumbersome evasive maneuvers. Tianyang pressed forward, unleashing waves of crimson light from his blade, the assault surging like a tide towards the enigmatic dark denizen before him. The sorcerer, once in a position of advantage, now found itself on the defensive, only managing to fire a few black fire beams at Tianyang to fend him off. However, Tianyang's speed was exceptional, particularly after enhancing his physical capabilities. His reactions had dramatically improved. With a flourish, the youth wielding silver light changed his trajectory unexpectedly, causing the sorcerer to miss its attacks while he struck from unforeseen angles. Finally, after another decisive slash, he severed the sorcerer's right hand. Only then did Tianyang pause, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The recent bout had drained much of his stamina and starlight, but it had been worthwhile for now. "You can no longer use your teleportation ability, can you?" Tianyang wiped his brow, a slight smile gracing his lips. Chapter 69. Whispers outside the door. Is it incapable of teleportation? Why? Honshu articulated the collective curiosity of the group. Tianyang fixed his gaze on the wizard, recalibrating the celestial energy within him in preparation for the impending assault. "I've been observing closely and noted that every time it attempts to teleport, it invariably brings its hands together, forming an inverted triangle gesture." Old Su was the first to grasp the implication. "So, your persistent proximity during the fight was to deny it the opportunity to make that gesture." "I suspected as much. Your attacks were aimed at its hands, intending to sever them." Tianyang nodded, though what he did not articulate was his deeper desire to unearth the wizard's vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, this dark entity frequently employed its teleportation ability, rarely lingering in one spot for more than 3 seconds. In such elusive circumstances, Tianyang's vulnerability sensing proved ineffectual. Moreover, the wizard's right hand only utilized dark flames to strike, igniting targets upon contact, while the left hand was more versatile, shooting forth tendrils of black fire from its fingertips. By discerning its patterns of movement, Tianyang had managed to remain close during the skirmish. Now that the wizard had lost an arm, It could no longer activate its abilities through gestures. As long as they could identify its weaknesses, the battle could be swiftly concluded. At that moment, a cacophony of howls erupted from outside the camp. As the defensive line organized by Jiu faced the onslaught of the dark denizens, time was of the essence. Tianyang focused his mind, his gaze growing distant. Before him, the figure of the wizard began to wane. Suddenly, from the severed arms position, a plume of black flame erupted. The dark fire twisted and coalesced into the form of an arm. As the flames receded, a pale, emaciated arm materialized in the air. It can regenerate. Han Shu felt an urge to curse. After considerable effort to sever a limb from this creature to hinder its short-range teleportation, it had regrown an arm in the blink of an eye. The dark denizens of Level 3 danger were indeed formidable adversaries. This sentiment resonated among all present. With hands clasped, the wizard's figure shrank, executing successive teleports until it retreated to the roadway outside the camp. It raised its hands, clapping above its head before spreading them wide. As the palms separated, a black orb manifested above the wizard's head. It resembled a miniature black hole, mercifully devoid of any gravitational pull. Otherwise, Han Shu would have had to order a retreat. The wizard's hands slowly descended, leaving a series of black orbs suspended in midair. Each orb measured approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, their surfaces smooth and devoid of any signs of energy movement. The creature raised its hands once more, palms facing outwards, revealing a narrow fissure at the center. With a sudden thrust, jagged shards encircled the gap, revealing a singular eye within. The two orbs of sight captured Tianyang and his companions within their gaze. Abruptly, from the shadow of the wizard's hood, a series of low, rasping sounds emerged. It seemed to be uttering something, yet the language was utterly incomprehensible to all present. Ritual. Tianyang paused, momentarily taken aback as a word emerged from the hoarse utterances, one that he could comprehend. The pronunciation unmistakably echoed the language from beyond the door. Suspecting he had misheard, he glanced at Han Shu and others, whose expressions mirrored his own surprise. Evidently, he was not alone in recognizing this term. Human, deaf. Two more intelligible words surfaced, shocking the group profoundly. The inhabitants of this reverse realm could indeed articulate the language from outside. Though merely 3 words were spoken, the revelation was staggering. Was it possible that these creatures could learn? The thought sent shivers down Tianyang's spine. Nothing could be more terrifying. The wizard shifted its right hand slightly to the left, the eye within its palm clearly reflecting Han Shu. Above the beast's head, a black orb trembled before launching forth with remarkable speed, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards Han Shu. Han Shu, wary of the impending threat, hefted his star essence spear, clumsily maneuvering as he evaded the oncoming orb just in time. The black sphere crashed to the ground, and the spectators were momentarily dazzled as an enormous explosion of black flames erupted. Though the flames were dark, they emitted a blinding white light upon detonation, and the subsequent shockwave sent the onlookers reeling. Tianyang was knocked to the ground. Upon contact with the earth, he instinctively pressed down, creating an imprint as his augmented strength propelled him back to his feet. He then noticed another black orb descending from above. Had he not fortified his physical prowess, he would have been too slow to react. Now, he had no choice but to brace himself for the impact of this orb. Yet at that moment, he sprang forward, gliding as if on ice, retreating 3 meters. The black sphere struck the ground, resulting in yet another earth-shattering explosion. Although 2 orbs had been lost from the wizard's head, 6 still remained, each possessing power comparable to heavy artillery. If any of them struck directly, it was likely that, aside from Han Shu, none would survive unscathed. Spread out. Everyone scatter. Han Shu's voice rang out amid the swirling dust. In the illumination cast by the Falcon battle vehicle, a figure was discerned rushing towards the roadway. On the far side of the road, the wizard observed Han Shu emerging from the haze. Curiously, it did not employ its teleportation ability. Instead, it directed its hands towards Han Shu, the eyes within its palms locking onto him. 2 black orbs launched forth from above. These spheres comprised of compressed energy from the dark flames. Upon impact, they would explode violently, unleashing the black fire contained within. Any flesh in contact with that fire would ignite instantaneously, proving nearly impossible to extinguish. The new recruits who had transformed into fireballs provided a stark reminder of this grim reality. Though Han Shu was unaware of the precise nature of the black orbs, he understood their destructive potential. Nevertheless, as he beheld the two orbs approaching in succession, he remained resolute, unwilling to retreat. Instead, he summoned the luminous aura of star essence to fortify his defenses, advancing to meet the first black orb head-on. As Tianyang maneuvered through the thick smoke, intent on aiding Han Shu, the camp ahead suddenly erupted in blinding light. From that radiant white glow, a surge of black flames burst forth, expanding rapidly and engulfing the captain's form in an instant. The shockwave surged towards Tianyang like a tsunami, forcing him to lower his center of gravity to withstand the force. Just as the impact began to fade, another violent explosion occurred, propelling the young man backward. When he finally regained his footing and raised his gaze, he beheld a mass of black flames ascending into the air, gradually dissipating. A heavy dread settled in Tianyang's heart as he pondered whether Han Shu had managed to endure the onslaught of those two consecutive explosions. Chapter 070. The kill at the camp's defensive line. Gu radiated a brilliant glow emanating from her starry essence. Suddenly, the woman unleashed a tremendous aura, and her star-forged longbow ignited with a dazzling light. Drawing the bowstring like a full moon, she aimed skyward and released the arrow. The radiant burst instantly fragmented into countless light arrows, streaking across the darkened sky like a meteor shower, and upon reaching their zenith, they cascaded down upon the battlefield like a torrential rain. After the arrow storm swept through, the pack assaulting the defenses diminished, significantly alleviating the soldiers' burden. Only then did Gu take a moment to glance back at the camp, just in time to witness Han Shu charging toward the road, only to be engulfed by an explosion of black flames. Her grip on the star bow tightened with anxiety, turning her hands a shade of pale blue. Moments later, her pupils dilated as she saw a figure burst forth from the black flames. Though his shield was shattered and his armor cracked, Han Shu emerged battered yet alive, a testament to his fortress-level defensive prowess. With a sigh of relief, Gu turned her attention back to the dark denizens before the line. The immense consumption of star essence prevented her from unleashing another volley of arrows, yet her strikes remained swift and powerful. She navigated the front lines, targeting not only the more perilous mother hounds but also the troublesome shadowy archers. On the road, the sorcerer seemed taken aback by Han Shu's ability to escape the explosion. Han Shu roared as he closed in, thrusting his star-forged spear, the outer spiral waves penetrating the sorcerer's hood. Instantly, the sorcerer's hat was shredded into countless fragments. The dark fabric swirling around as Han Shu's incredulous expression revealed that beneath the hat, there was no head to be seen. Peering into the collar of the cloak, it appeared to be filled with nothing but a profound shadow. A chill crept across Han Shu's face as he felt a drop of black liquid in his palm. Just as a vague thought crossed his mind, he noticed the sorcerer's hand moving, the eye in its palm locking onto his gaze. Damn it! Han Shu swiftly leaped back, tightening his form and erecting a layer of starry barrier. Just as the barrier materialized, a black sphere descended. In the next instant, Han Shu was blinded by a blinding white light, followed by a rapidly expanding mass of black flames. The barrier crumbled almost instantaneously upon the explosion's onset. The shockwave, laden with black fire, surged toward Han Shu, when suddenly, a dirt dragon burst forth, interposing itself between them. The earth dragon erupted, sending a torrent of mud and stone skyward, forming a protective wall. The black flames struck this earthy barrier, momentarily slowing their advance before shattering the mud and continuing their relentless spread. Seizing this rare opportunity, Han Shu swiftly leaped beyond the reach of the flames, rolling several times to escape the peril. "Are you all right, Captain?" Song Du rushed over, the mud wall having been his creation, sparing Han Shu from the flames. Without any protection, even Han Shu would have been incinerated. Han Shu nodded, spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm as he rose. That thing likely lacks a physical form. This complicates matters. Song Du had already charged toward the sorcerer, while Lao Su began his assault. Observing the situation, Han Shu pressed a hand against his chest. reinforcing his barrier. Armed with his spear, he prepared to shield his comrades, when suddenly, the communicator crackled to life. "Captain, listen to me." It was Tianyang's voice. Song Du and Lao Su pressed their attack against the sorcerer, determined to prevent it from utilizing its teleportation abilities. Perhaps wary of the close proximity to the explosive black sphere, the sorcerer cautiously dodged their assaults, refraining from unleashing the formidable orb hovering above. Instead, it relied on basic abilities, occasionally shooting black flames or hurling bursts of fire at its adversaries to create space for itself. Song Du and Lao Su demonstrated remarkable synergy, ensuring that the sorcerer was never simultaneously struck. Thus, even if one was forced back, the other would remain engaged, preventing the sorcerer from employing its short-range teleportation. The three figures danced along the road, engaging and retreating. Seemingly vexed by Song Du and Lao Su's persistence, the sorcerer suddenly spread its palms, the eye within locking onto Lao Su. A sense of foreboding washed over Lao Su, and as he glanced up, he saw three remaining black spheres hovering above the sorcerer's head. One of them hurtled toward him, prompting Lao Su to scream and flee without a second thought. Song Du, move. Song Du, already pale, swiftly retreated. Unlike Han Shu, they could not afford to be caught in an explosion at such close quarters. In an instant, they distanced themselves from the sorcerer, witnessing the black sphere plummeting toward the ground, only for it to halt midair. The sorcerer retracted its palms, drawing its skeletal arms together to form an inverted triangle. As its form shrank, it reappeared several meters away. "Damn it, we were tricked." Song Du and Lao Su cursed in unison, realizing the sorcerer had no intention of perishing with them. It merely sought to intimidate them for a chance to teleport. At that moment, the creature raised its hands, the eye in its palms focusing on the two. Before it could lock onto them, a dull sound rang from behind, followed by a blade piercing through its chest. The crimson battle blade shimmered with a vivid bloodlight, radiating an astonishing temperature. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from the sorcerer's chest, ignited by the blade. The red moon blade not only rent the sorcerer's garments but also pierced the triangular ornament adorning its chest. From within this pendant, a shrill cry emerged, distinctly unlike anything produced by a biological vocal apparatus, sounding instead like sharp metal scraping against metal. Three crystalline stones within the pendant shattered simultaneously, the metallic exterior fracturing to release a dark creature that plummeted to the ground. It resembled a lizard, entirely black with purplish ring patterns along its tail. 6 legs supported its form, adorned with variously sized eyes from head to back. It lacked a mouth, but had a gaping maw beneath its abdomen. As the creature hit the ground, the sorcerer's body collapsed as though it had lost its foundation, its fabric cascading to the earth. The cloak and strips of cloth lay in disarray, revealing an absence of any material support. "Captain," Tianyang shouted, as the multi-eyed black lizard frantically scurried deeper into the town. A beam of azure light soared across the road, accurately striking the lizard and leaving a teacup-sized gash on its back. More beams followed, obliterating it into smithereens. Only then did Han Shu lower his rifle, collapsing onto the ground. "Damn it, finally dealt with it." Chapter 071. Voting Captain, hear me out. There is something peculiar about that pendant. It seems to harbor a living entity, potentially the essence of the sorcerer. I will attempt to coax it out, and if it materializes, I will rely on you. Han Shu recalled Tianyang's earlier words over the communicator, and indeed, within the sorcerer's pendant lay a multi-eyed black lizard. Now, that creature had been obliterated by the stellar energy beam, with embers of crimson flickering from the remnants of its carcass. It appeared that this creature served as a prison for the sorcerer's will, leaving Han Shu perplexed. Previously, they encountered a ghostly vehicle, and now a sorcerer. Why was it that Tianyang was always able to discern the vulnerabilities of these denizens of darkness? Moreover, his speed, explosive power, and reflexes exceeded the characteristics typical of a battle god's class. What exactly was this young man? And what secrets did Ling Feng, the four-eyed one, conceal? On the roadside, the sorcerer's remnants began to decay, revealing that the cloak and tattered rags were not mere fabric, but rather biological tissue. Indeed, the phenomena from the reverse realm defy conventional understanding. As Tianyang contemplated, Preparing to depart, he noticed two eyeballs rolling out from the sorcerer's palm. These orbs did not decay along with the tissues. Rather, the internal crystals were undergoing a transformation. Their corneas were dissolving into minuscule black particles. The crystalline and vitreous bodies crystallized, as the corneal-derived black particles resembled a mist or a flame, weaving through some intricate network into the crystalline structure. Thus, those eyes appeared to be imbued with black flames, which Tianyang collected and placed in a recovery container. Delivering these to the fortress should yield equivalent contribution points. And perhaps the next equipment distributed by the development department would include weapons crafted from such materials. After the sorcerer vanished, the denizens of darkness, now leaderless and suffering significant casualties, ultimately chose to retreat. Minutes later, the area was cleared of all black citizens, and two soldiers commenced the task of cleaning the battlefield, recovering materials left behind by the fallen, even if it was merely remnants from the mad dogs and elusive archers. Honshu and his companions refrained from participating. Among the Nightwalkers, there existed an unwritten rule that materials from dark entities below danger level 3 were to be claimed by the soldiers as a form of unofficial compensation for their exploratory efforts. Inside the Falcon War Chariot, Honshu was attempting to contact the Lighthouse outpost. Once communication was established, he requested to speak with Ling Feng. Moments later, the voice of the Chief of Staff resonated through the vehicle's communicator. "This is Ling Feng." Honshu leaned closer to the device, his voice low and serious. "Chief of Staff, I fear we must abandon the town of Arid Valley. You cannot imagine what we have encountered." Ling Feng's tone carried a hint of resignation. "Honshu, I have numerous tasks at hand. I cannot afford to engage in riddles with you. If you have a report, please get to the point." Honshu glanced back at the communicator, thinking to himself how devoid of humor this man was. He cleared his throat and stated, "Very well, let me summarize. We encountered a sorcerer, the type that performs tricks. Naturally, its tricks nearly cost us our lives. Furthermore, that infernal creature speaks our language." "You heard correctly, Ling. I am not jesting." It began to utter. Honshu turned to Old Su for assistance. What did it say again? Old Su, well aware of Honshu's thought process, displayed no surprise. Ritual, humanity, death, or perhaps just the word death? Honshu echoed Old Su's words, then inquired, "What do you think, Chief of Staff?" "In my opinion, these dark entities are becoming increasingly bizarre, though they have always been rather peculiar. The last time we recovered the Star Pillar, we encountered a creature capable of transmitting electronic signals. Now, these black citizens resemble the followers of the War Master Church, seemingly worshipping some entity. During their exploration, Tianyang and Songdu discovered similar phenomena." There was a moment of silence on the other end before Ling Feng's voice resumed. "Given the circumstances, your best option is to withdraw. However, I urge you to consider." "Consider what?" Honshu furrowed his brow, already anticipating Ling Feng's response. Ling Feng's tone remained devoid of emotion. "Consider delving deeper into the town of Arid Valley. If the denizens of darkness are plotting something there, the sooner we uncover it, the better. Remember, Arid Valley is not far from the lighthouse, should something truly occur." He paused, then shifted his tone. "Of course, if you choose to retreat, I will not compel you. Please deliberate and contact me with your decision, so I can make the necessary arrangements." The communication ended, leaving the Falcon War Chariot in silence. Everyone, including Tianyang, gazed at Honshu. He scratched his head, contemplating. "Share your thoughts." Old Su was the first to raise his hand. "I believe we should withdraw. Just one sorcerer nearly brought us to our demise. Who knows what else lurks in the town? Let us not forget the strange house Tianyang and the others encountered on their way, which clearly harbored some dark entity. Therefore, I personally feel that pressing further is too perilous." Songdu shook his head. "I believe we should continue exploring," as Chief of Staff Ling said. "It is better to ascertain what the black citizens are scheming sooner rather than later. Besides, I do not believe a town would contain many creatures of danger level 3. Perhaps we have just eliminated the most dangerous entity present." Old Su frowned. "But you cannot guarantee that there is only one sorcerer in the town, can you? What if there are even more perilous monsters? Our luck cannot hold indefinitely." Songdu gazed out the window. "Old Su, if you are so fearful, Perhaps you should consider retirement. Old Su opened his mouth, as if to retort, but ultimately lowered his head. I need some fresh air. He exited the war chariot. Han Shu smacked Song Du on the head. What nonsense are you spouting, kid? Song Du rubbed his head. I am merely stating the truth. The Night Walkers are inherently the most dangerous battalion. Those who are afraid of death should not delve into such matters. Han Shu sighed softly. You will understand when you reach Old Su's age that being a bit timid is not necessarily a flaw. Humph, Song Du scoffed. Let's put it to a vote, then. While I wish to leave this dreadful place, Song Du makes a valid point, and I am inclined to uncover what those dark entities are plotting here. Han Shu was the first to express his stance. The captain then turned to the others. What about you? Chapter 072. Viviparous creatures. The voting results were ultimately unanimous. With the exception of Old Su. Han Shu leapt down from the battle vehicle and noticed Old Su sitting by the campfire, lost in thought as he smoked. Approaching him, Han Shu clapped a hand on Old Su's shoulder, producing a cigarette of his own. That lad Song Du speaks without thinking. Don't take his words to heart, he remarked. Old Su exhaled a puff of smoke, shaking his head. He is not entirely wrong. I have indeed held you all back. Don't speak such nonsense. Han Shu replied, taking a deep drag as the ember of his cigarette glowed red. For those with families, it's prudent to be cautious. However, we plan to continue our exploration. Here is the deal. When we move, you stay behind with the soldiers to keep an eye on the vehicles. If anything seems amiss, you needn't worry about us, all right? Old Su remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The two men finished their cigarettes before making their way back. Moments later, the vehicle roared to life and departed the camp. Inside, Sergeant Yin Bing piloted the vehicle towards the peculiar building discovered by Song Du and Tianyang. With signs of some ritual having taken place there, Han Shu felt it imperative to investigate. Seated behind the driver, Tianyang gently tapped Yin Bing on the shoulder. How is your injury? Yin Bing gave a thumbs up. Miss Gu's technique is impeccable. She administered first aid, and now the injury is stable. I just can't engage in strenuous activity, so the captain assigned me to drive. Fortunately, I didn't damage any bones. Once we return, I'll head to the medical center for biological material replenishment, and I should be back to normal. Tianyang suggested, you should do that. Yin Bing chuckled, pausing briefly before replying. No, replenishing biological material is too costly. I plan to go to the soldiers' hospital and have synthetic polymer material filled instead. Tianyang frowned. Polymer material lacks biological base. It will affect your leg's mobility. Scratching his head, Yin Bing admitted, somewhat sheepishly, I'm about to get married, so I want to save up some contribution points. The polymer may not be ideal, but I think the impact on my calf won't be significant. Tianyang disagreed. While the joints were not affected, the absence of muscle in the calf would still hinder speed. Even with biological material, recovery would not be complete, let alone with polymer. Once we return to the fortress, get biological material replenishment. I'll cover the contribution points for you. Before Yin Bing could refuse, Tianyang continued, consider it a loan. Once you're financially stable, you can repay me gradually. Don't decline, unless you wish to retire. Otherwise, just do as I say. Yin Bing remained silent for a long moment before finally expressing his gratitude. Thank you. The soldier's grip on the steering wheel tightened. What a soft-hearted fool. Song Du remarked from the side, gazing out the window. Tianyang chuckled. If you need it, I can lend you some as well. Cut it out, Song Du replied, closing his eyes. I don't need it. Tianyang shrugged, closing his eyes for a moment of rest. When the vehicle halted, they had arrived at the alley leading to the eerie building. Han Shu spoke over the vehicle's intercom. Old Su and the soldiers will stay behind to maintain vigilance. The rest follow me. Tianyang patted Yin Bing's shoulder, urging caution before jumping down alongside Song Du in another vehicle. Han Shu and Jiyu poked their heads out before disembarking together. The four regrouped and ventured into the alley. The alley was eerily quiet, devoid of any abnormalities save for the occasional appearance of black mold on the ground and walls. Soon, the building came into view, and the colossal corpse draped over it was gradually revealing its skeletal structure. At this rate, in 36 hours, it would be nothing but bones. Outside the entrance, the black, withered tree inscribed with mysterious symbols remained, and the mad dog corpse worshipping it showed no signs of change. Han Shu gestured, and Jiyu retrieved a small recording device, documenting both the tree and the mad dog for archival purposes. Meanwhile, Tianyang and Tsang do produce collection tools, gathering scales, tissues, and other samples from the giant corpse. Upon their return, these specimens would be handed over to the experimental department, bringing merit and contribution points to the Raven Squad. After about 5 minutes of diligent work, the group entered the building, arriving in a chillingly atmospheric living room. Observing the massive sack suspended in the center, Han Shu fanned his face. The stench here is unbearable. It nearly makes me feel as if I've fallen into a cesspit. Damn, these dark remnants are truly repulsive. What in the world is this thing? Tianyang had already drawn the Chi Web battle blade, pointing its edge towards the sack's opening. Captain, look here, something has emerged from within. And we've discovered what appears to be footprints leading to the window. Han Shu shone his light on the ground, revealing a viscous, black substance with traces extending towards the window. The spacing between the marks was inconsistent, resembling the unsteady steps of a toddler just learning to walk. The term toddler made Han Shu feel somewhat nauseous, and he redirected the light back to the suspended sack. So this thing resembles an incubator? Jiyu crossed her arms, her tone grave. To ascertain that, we would need to dissect it. Unfortunately, I lack the tools. I have them, Tianyang declared, raising the Chi Web battle blade, channeling energy into the blade as its thermal patterns illuminated. As the blade glimmered with a vivid red sheen, the temperature in the room surged. Moments later, the gigantic sack lay split on the floor, divided into 2 halves for Jiyu to examine thoroughly. Look here, Jiyu said, using a dry twig to lift a thin membrane from within the sack. What do you think this resembles? Han Shu retorted, if I knew, I wouldn't need you to investigate it for me. Jiyu, accustomed to his temperament, replied nonchalantly, this is akin to amniotic fluid. Are you familiar with that? Han Shu pinched his nose in response. Should I be? Jiyu glanced at the other 2, Tianyang and Tsangdu, who wore equally perplexed expressions. The woman sighed. You men. Suddenly, she used the twig to extract a piece of flesh membrane, which was coated in black fur. Subsequently, Jiyu discovered some ribbon-like entities within the sack, lingering between the 2 halves for about 10 minutes before emerging. Just as I suspected, this entity is an organ. It resembles a placenta. Inside, I found amniotic membranes, chorionic membranes, and what appears to be umbilical structures. Jiyu glanced back at the organ. It's a pity I don't have the tools. Otherwise, we could explore its potential for synthesis. If it can produce hormones, enzymes, and cytokines, then we'd be on the right track. Han Shu swallowed hard. So you're telling me that whatever emerges from this abomination is a mammal? Jiyu corrected him. I can only affirm that it is a viviparous creature. Clearly, its mother is no longer able to nurse it. She pointed towards the ceiling. Chapter 073. Rapid Evolution. According to the research conducted by the scholars of the fortress, the reproductive methods of the dark denizens can indeed be described as unconventional. Thus, the discovery of viviparous creatures is not particularly surprising. However, should it be associated with a certain ritual, it becomes worthy of significant attention. Observing the massive organ that could potentially be a placenta, Han Shu expressed his distaste. This thing appears to have been birthed for a specific purpose. Jiyu. We must locate it. Perhaps we can glean relevant clues from it. Jiyu sighed. Captain, you are merely increasing my workload. I request that this portion of the task be accounted for in the final assessment. Han Shu readily agreed. No problem. Proceed as you see fit. The woman gazed at the patch of black mud on the ground, her eyes drifting to the windowsill from which the entity had departed. Don't you wish to step outside for some fresh air? Han Shu was the first to stride towards the door, exclaiming, I've long wanted to escape this place. I must remember to include this matter in the mission report, for I should allocate us some extra contribution points for the torment our noses have endured. Jiyu nodded in agreement. Captain, you occasionally come up with some decent ideas. Han Shu burst into laughter. Tianyang and Tsang exchanged glances, yet the latter abruptly turned away, as if fearing that lingering too long in Tianyang's gaze would transmit some malady. With a flick of his ponytail, Tsang marched decisively towards the door. Tianyang shrugged. Being the last to arrive at the window, Beyond the window lay a small courtyard with a collapsed shed, which crushed an assortment of unidentifiable debris. The footprints extending from the house led towards the shed, but the blackened tracks grew faint and fragmented with distance. Han Shu and the others ventured into an alley behind the shed, where the footprints continued for approximately 10 meters before vanishing entirely. Jiyu retrieved tweezers and a small test tube from her multifunctional waist pouch. The tube contained a pale blue liquid, presumably a type of potion. Tianyang observed as she crouched down, carefully extracting solidified black particles from the footprints and placing them into the test tube. After shaking it vigorously, the liquid transformed into a light purple hue. Jiyu then produced a small spray bottle, extracting the liquid with a syringe and injecting it into the sprayer, subsequently spraying it onto the ground. Han Shu softly remarked, "If only we had an enhancer of the harmonizer class with us, it would make things much easier." Those individuals possess tracking abilities, allowing them to effortlessly uncover desired clues. Unfortunately, our Qingtian fortress lacks such a class, none at all. Meanwhile, Jiyu meticulously sprayed the pavement, walls, streetlights, and trash bins. Moments later, several markings began to appear in various corners, purple imprints that formed a new set of clues. Jiyu shook the sprayer. "The materials consumed can be reimbursed, right?" Han Shu rubbed his forehead. "All right, you won't be shortchanged. Now, let us get to work." Jiyu beckoned him, "Follow me." Though not as efficient as a harmonizer, the hunter class also possesses a degree of tracking capability. Soon, following the clues Jiyu had found, the four left the intricate alleyways and emerged onto the main street, arriving at a community square of sorts. Here stood a dilapidated fountain, and the tiled pavement lay in ruins. The flower beds that once served as greenery were now barren, leaving only hardened soil devoid of any grass. Surrounding public facilities were either coated in thick dust or scattered as irregular parts. By a piece of equipment resembling a walking apparatus, a figure suddenly entered their view. Tianyang and Song raised their assault rifles almost simultaneously, but Jiyu boldly approached, shaking her head. "Don't panic, it's already dead." "No, wait, its shed? What on earth? It can shed its shell?" Han Shu strode forward, directing his light onto the creature. Tianyang and Song also approached, the two youngest in the group curiously peering down. This creature was humanoid. At least its upper body bore human characteristics, possessing a humanoid head and hands, albeit with an unusually large head. Particularly, the occipital region extended backward into what resembled a large insect pupa. Its lower body resembled that of a reptile, featuring a short but stout tail and four stubby legs akin to those of an infant. Yet no infant would possess four legs. The creature had undergone hardening, resembling a shell, as Jiyu had stated. A fissure ran from its forehead to the tail, surrounded by transparent mucus. Judging by the distribution of the mucus in the trails left behind, it appeared to have been extracted from its shell by some entity. Jiyu collected the mucus from the shell and stored it in a test tube, placing it back in her pouch. A viviparous creature shedding its shell resembled the work of a demon. Han Shu raised his illumination device, revealing that the residual liquid on the ground extended out of the community square. Its rate of evolution was swift. Jiyu stirred the mucus with a branch, pulling up strands of transparent liquid. The fact that these substances had not yet solidified indicated that it had emerged from its shell not long ago. From birth to this community, even at a slow pace, it would not take more than an hour. An hour to shed its shell clearly indicated that it had entered the second stage of evolution. If we consider human growth stages, it had transitioned from infancy to childhood. It remains uncertain how long it would take to reach adolescence. Yet, I believe it is prudent for us to locate it swiftly, regardless of the perspective. Its speed and range of movement should increase with evolution, and we risk losing it if we delay. Han Shu raised his hands in inquiry. "What are we waiting for? With only 3 hours until dinner, I hope we can at least deduce where this newborn has gone before then." Jiyu nodded. "Follow me." The vicinity of this community featured a clearly planned cluster of buildings. Their design, height, and layout were entirely uniform, resembling the apartment dormitories of the upper levels of the fortress. Tianyang speculated that this was likely the residential area for the town's inhabitants. The buildings were nearly adjacent to one another, unlike the fortress's dormitories, which maintained a distance of several dozen meters between each structure. This suggested that, in the past, the town must have had a considerable permanent population, as evidenced by their high density of habitation. It is plausible that the population of this town was comparable to that of the Qingtian fortress. From another perspective, it is not difficult to envision the prosperity that the reverse realm enjoyed before its descent into darkness. Chapter 074. Behind the door, the long unopened door creaked as Tianyang slowly pushed it open, releasing clouds of thick dust that cascaded down like snowflakes. Once the double doors were ajar, an empty hall revealed itself, illuminated by sweeping beams of light. Within this illumination, a massive painting hung on the wall, shrouded in dust. Only faint outlines of clouds and architectural forms discernible beneath the grime. Tianyang raised his light source, scanning the domed ceiling adorned with grand and opulent chandeliers, now devoid of any glimmer. In several corners, stone pillars supported the dome, marred by cracks and thriving with mold in certain areas. Most striking were the 3 low platforms in the center of the hall, crafted from metal and bordered with intricate floral designs. Tianyang approached in astonishment. What kind of flora could survive in such a desolate realm? Despite being coated in dust, their vigorous vitality caught the boy's attention. However, upon brushing away the dust from one of the flowers, he discovered they were not plants at all, but rather crafted from some synthetic material. He found it baffling that the inhabitants of this world would create such embellishments. Perhaps they had resources in excess, to the point of frivolous waste? Quickly, Tianyang's gaze shifted from these artificial adornments to the platforms, upon which stood a series of architectural models. Though some were toppled or damaged, they resembled miniature versions of the living community itself. Is this a tactical sand table? Honshu mused, wondering why they would engage with such a thing in their residential area, where no signs of fortifications or weaponry were visible outside. Pardon me, but if memory serves, studying the history of this realm isn't our primary task, Jiu remarked, approaching with a hint of exasperation directed at Honshu. So, Captain, are you still intent on seeking that newborn? Honshu flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. Don't be deceived by my demeanor. I am indeed quite intrigued by the history of this realm. Of course, I haven't forgotten our purpose, so I still rely on you, Jiu. As he spoke, a furry hand reached out toward Jiu's backside, but he halted just before contact when he noticed her grasping a dagger, its tip directed at his palm. That hand eventually landed on the back of Honshu's head, leaving him wearing a foolish grin, an act, of course. With a swift motion, she sheathed the dagger and retrieved her starry longbow, proceeding toward a wooden door on the left side of the hall. From the traces, it appears that something entered here and headed toward that door. Honshu looked around, bewildered. Where are these traces? I see none. On the walls, the pillars, the dome, everywhere except the floor. It seems after evolving, it has acquired the ability to climb walls. Thus, most barriers are no longer obstacles for it, Jiu explained, her steps unbroken. Tianyang immediately directed his light to the nearby wall, and indeed, several marks became visible amidst the dust. Honshu and Tsangdu also illuminated the traces with their lights, converging by the side door of the hall. All signs pointed to this location. Just as the 4 beams of light fell upon the door, a sudden noise erupted from within. Bang! It was startlingly abrupt, catching them off guard, especially in the eerie silence of the vast space, amplifying the sound's intensity. Tianyang's heart raced, akin to a hammer striking his chest. He instinctively lifted his assault rifle. Nearly pulling the trigger, Honshu raised his hand, gently pressing down on the boy's rifle, his own starry aura manifesting around them, enveloping all 4 in a protective barrier. At that moment, more sounds emerged from within the door. Thud, thud, thud. The fierce knocking echoed through the dim hall, resonating within the souls of the 4 present. Tianyang's mind snapped to attention, and just then, under the light, the side door was forcefully flung open from the inside. A face emerged, a man's visage, his nose protruding grotesquely, resembling that of a dog. Instantly, Tianyang recognized what it was, a rabid dog, the male variety. The creature seemed intent on escaping, yet was held back by something, its front paws frantically scratching at the ground. However, its sharp claws merely sparked against the smooth surface. And with a final tug from the shadowy entity within, it was yanked back into the darkness. The hall fell into an even deeper silence. The group hardly dared to breathe, fearing to disrupt whatever lurked behind the door. Moments later, a shadow burst forth, revealing a blood-stained bone. Following that was a severed foreleg. And soon after, the dog's half-eaten head rolled out, coming to rest before them. Honshu whispered, "It seems we have encountered a rather finicky creature." Dark denizens rarely feast upon their own kind, though there are occasional exceptions. Just like the ghoul vehicle encountered during the retrieval mission, which had devoured a wanderer quite voraciously. Seeing the creature that fed on rabid dogs did not shock Tianyang. He pondered whether the entity currently indulging in its meal was indeed their target. Suddenly, Jiyu raised a finger, signaling for silence, and then they heard faint gasps emanating from the small side door. In her mind's eye, she envisioned an indescribable being crouched on the ground, staring intently at the door. The panting grew more pronounced, and Jiyu's pupils dilated as she softly exclaimed, "It's coming." No sooner had she spoken than a shadow bolted from the door. Tianyang and Sangdu immediately opened fire, unleashing beams of azure star energy that cut through the air, yet all missed their mark. The shadow, moving with extraordinary agility, leapt toward the left wall and began scaling it like the wind. The group had barely glimpsed its form before it vanished behind a pillar. "Flank it," Honshu shouted. Swiftly moving to the right, circling around the pillar, Tianyang followed closely behind, arriving at the pillar only to find nothing there. Suddenly, the boy had an epiphany, lifting his weapon to cast a light beam toward the dome. From above, a shadow plummeted down, unleashing a chilling roar that echoed through the hall. Chapter 075. The Black Prince. Without a moment's thought, driven by instinct, Tianyang raised the assault rifle, unleashing a torrent of azure beams that converged upon the shadowy mass. Empowered by enhanced strength, the youth propelled himself outward, twisting as he shot, launching himself away from the point where the shadow descended. With his other hand, he reached back, drawing the Chiyue warblade. The star essence surged into the blade, illuminating its edge, resembling a crimson crescent moon emerging from the depths of night. This sequence of actions unfolded in the blink of an eye, before the others even realized the dark figure plummeting from the dome above. Seemingly devoid of means to maneuver midair, the shadow absorbed the entirety of the star beams and was violently propelled away. Eerie howls emanated from within, laced with fury, indicating that the attack had indeed provoked it. It wasn't until the shadow hit the ground that Honshu and the others reacted. Jiyu drew her star-quality longbow, and soon 3 arrows of star essence formed along the string. Releasing her grip, the arrows flew in unison, forcing the shadow to somersault backward to evade their strike. As it halted, an astonishingly long sword swept in from behind. Sangdu's wrist glimmered with silver light as the Chunsui longsword swept through the air, dispelling the black mist lingering in the hall. Just when it seemed the strike would connect, the shadow abruptly crouched low, moving sideways with an insect-like agility before springing toward the wall. Just as it was about to collide with the surface, a star essence spear, spiraling with layered ripples, surged in from the side. A fist erupted from within the shadow, crashing into the wave of Honshu's spear, igniting a burst of dark arcs at the point of impact. The arcs danced like a swarm of serpents, successfully deflecting the spear, though the fist was left bloodied and quickly retracted back into the shadow. Despite having deflected Honshu's spear, the entity was still pushed to the ground, prompting Honshu to shout, "Surround it. Don't let it escape." Without needing further instruction, the shadow realized upon landing that Tianyang and Sangdu had sealed off its flanks. In the center, Jiyu had already drawn her bowstring, aiming an energy arrow directly at it. Behind, Honshu stood vigilant with his spear, ensuring no escape routes remained. At last, beams of light descended upon it, revealing to the night wanderers what they truly faced. Though they had entertained the wildest speculations prior, none could have anticipated that under the illumination stood a man. A man, despite his rather slender build, his long hands, flowing hair, and uniquely featured lips and nose unmistakably conveyed his masculinity. Yet, this man wore a mask obscuring his visage above the nose, complemented by a crown-like helmet. Furthermore, his body was wrapped in black strips of cloth, concealing his torso and legs, leaving only half of his strikingly handsome face and his arms exposed to the air. His skin bore an almost sickly pallor, contrasting sharply with the flowing black hair cascading from the back of his helmet. Tianyang glanced at Han Shu, who merely indicated, "Don't look at me. I have no idea what it is." The man with black hair seemed to react, his expression shifting to one of attentiveness. He parted his lips and, in a peculiar tone, uttered two words. "Black Prince." A collective gasp echoed through the hall. "Good heavens! It speaks our language, just like a sorcerer." Han Shu's eyes widened, his expression betraying a level of fear not seen even in the face of a ghostly vehicle. Tianyang, however, pondered a more pressing concern. "No, it not only speaks. It understands our words." Songdu shouted, "Regardless of what it is, it's best to eliminate it." The young man with the ponytail lifted his longsword high, thrusting forward with a piercing strike that radiated a chilling light towards the figure claiming to be the Black Prince. The Black Prince raised his slender arm, unleashing a series of black arcs that collided with Chun Sui's sword tip. The arcs coursed along the longsword towards Songdu, whose expression shifted in alarm as he hurriedly released his grip, opting instead to raise the assault rifle and fire at his adversary. The Black Prince leapt, dodging Songdu's assault, while simultaneously swiping his hand to deflect the arrows shot by Jiyu. Yet, as he descended, he was met with Tianyang's Chiwei Warblade. At that moment, the mask and helmet of the Black Prince astonishingly opened up. What appeared to be a metal facade revealed an orifice resembling a mouth within. Under the light, traces of biological tissue could be seen within the cavity, even a ring of sharp teeth. From this cavity, a cluster of pink tendrils shot forth, embedding themselves into a nearby pillar, burrowing into its cracks. With a forceful tug, the Black Prince executed a bizarre lateral movement, causing Tianyang's strike to miss. Clinging to the vertical surface like a gecko, the tendrils retracted and the mask closed again. The Black Prince raised his hand, conjuring a swirling mass of black arcs that coalesced into a flickering spear. Assuming a throwing stance, the spear was hurled towards Han Shu, forcing him to halt his advance and lift his Star Essence spear defensively. The flickering black spear shot towards the ceiling, exploding in a burst of electricity that brought down a chandelier. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Prince deftly escaped, moving through the expansive hall with a predatory grace akin to a beast. Even as Tianyang exerted his utmost to intercept, he was a moment too late, allowing this nearly human-like enigma to shatter a window and flee. By the time Han Shu and the others reached the outside, the Black Prince had already ascended a tall building, scampering up the vertical walls, swiftly vanishing into the shadows above. "This prince sure knows how to run. I've traversed the abyss for years and have never encountered anything so elusive," Han Shu remarked with a hint of irritation. Songdu sheathed his Chun Sui longsword, his expression dark. "Well, there you have it. That thing has fled from above. I wager even with Jiyu's tracking skills, she won't be able to locate it now." Tianyang glanced back, noting that Jiyu had not followed. At that moment, her voice resonated from within the hall. "You all should come take a look. What is there to see? Even if a beautiful woman stood before me unclothed, I wouldn't be interested," Han Shu retorted, yet he returned to the hall. Jiyu stood before the side door through which the Black Prince had emerged, gesturing inside. "There's something in here." The group entered. Upon entry, they felt the air was significantly more humid than outside, with a slight drop in temperature. Tianyang raised his rifle, utilizing its illumination feature to survey the surroundings. The room behind the side door held little of interest. Aside from scattered fragments of mad dog corpses on the floor, there were only a few dilapidated tables and chairs. It appeared to be a storage room for miscellaneous items. Just as the youth was about to inquire with Jiyu about what was noteworthy in this room, a pale visage abruptly appeared in his line of sight as the lights swept around the corner. Chapter 76 High wall heaving breaths echoed around Tianyang, indicating that he was not the only one to witness that pale visage. Han Shu and Song were equally entranced. As more light illuminated the space, the bright beams dispelled the indoor darkness, revealing that what appeared to be a face was, in fact, a flower's stamen. The interplay of color and inadequate lighting had created the illusion of a human visage. Yet, even in the bright light, prolonged observation imparted an uncanny sensation, as if one were gazing upon a human countenance. This was a flower, an immense one. its stamen predominantly white, flanked by delicate petals that transition from white to pink at the edges. In the dim realm of the reverse world, this coloration seemed otherworldly, particularly as the petals' thick edges bore vein-like structures, leaving one to ponder whether it was a mere plant or a living organism. Beneath this bizarre flower lay a substantial root system, its ends obscured by the wall. The dark, sinewy roots bore crimson growths resembling tumors that pulsated intermittently, accompanied by the sound of fluid moving within. A raspy, intricate sound, imbued with an ethereal quality, emanated from the stamen. The filaments surrounding it appeared to respond to vibrations in the air, undulating gently. From a distance, it resembled that white face speaking, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. The group exchanged glances. Jiyu crossed her arms, inquiring, "What do you think it is?" Without hesitation, Tianyang exclaimed, "A communicator." Jiyu nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiments. It seems some entity is utilizing this plant to convey messages. Perhaps the Black Prince's presence here is not coincidental. Are you suggesting it has received some form of instruction here?" Han Shu mused, stroking his rugged chin. If something were indeed using this plant for communication, tracing its roots might yield discoveries, perhaps even lead to the prince himself. Jiyu affirmed, "That is precisely what I think." Han Shu promptly decided, "Let us proceed. I'll have old Su bring the vehicle over. The scanning device aboard should be able to locate the roots of this plant and reveal their destination." A few minutes later, 2 Falcon light combat vehicles arrived nearby. Han Shu boarded one and activated a control interface on the panel. He engaged the scanning function, and a segment of armor atop the vehicle opened, revealing a cylindrical 3D light scanner. The device unfurled like a blooming flower, emitting hundreds of beams of light. As it swept the surroundings, a perspective model of the nearby structures materialized on the vehicle's display. Han Shu adjusted the model's precision and quickly pinpointed the peculiar plant hidden within the wall, marking it in red. The screen revealed that the roots extended underground, heading southeast toward the town. "Onward," Han Shu commanded, and the 2 vehicles began to move, following the path of the underground roots. As they ventured deeper into the town, the control panel displayed an increasing number of similar plants. Some had even breached the surface, slithering around the towering edifices like serpents. These eerie flora bore blossoms resembling human faces. Tianyang gazed out the window, feeling the gaze of expressionless, cold faces observing the town with indifference. When the vehicles finally halted, the road ahead was obstructed by thick, twisted black roots emerging from the ground and buildings. They intertwined to form a towering wall, a grotesque barrier adorned with remnants of vehicles, fragments of structures, and various debris like streetlight poles. It appeared as though the plants had erupted chaotically, ensnaring whatever lay in their path, transforming them into grotesque adornments on this high wall. Observing the impediment ahead, Han Shu gestured, "Let us seek another route." The 2 vehicles retraced their path to an intersection, then selected an alternate direction. Unfortunately, the towering wall severed all avenues, seemingly enclosing a portion of the town. The vehicles halted once more, and Han Shu clenched his fist against the door, exhaling in frustration. "It seems we have but one option left." Everyone turned to him. Han Shu squinted at the towering wall outside. "We shall scale it." The wall, woven from plant roots, stood approximately 4 stories high, posing little challenge for Han Shu and his companions. After a brief inspection, Han Shu led the team, a quartet of ascenders, along the street towards the wall. Old Su and the soldiers remained behind to guard the vehicles and provide support should the team need to retreat. Upon reaching the foot of the wall, Tianyang noticed that the thick roots were covered in a dense mat of short black hairs. These appeared to be some sort of plant fibers, unevenly distributed, giving the wall a sickly, mottled appearance. "Disgusting," Han Shu muttered, donning a pair of gloves and brushing against the short hairs, which recoiled and curled up immediately. Song had already begun his ascent, wielding a pickaxe and carrying a coil of rope. In areas lacking handholds, he thrust the pickaxe into the roots to leverage his climb. His skills in climbing were remarkable. Within 10 minutes, he reached the top of the wall. After anchoring the pickaxe securely into the roots, he secured the rope and lowered it down. The others found their ascent easy, utilizing the rope to reach Song within 5 minutes. They paused at the top, peering over the edge. Below, scattered campfires flickered, illuminating the darkness. Tianyang observed that the buildings within the wall had been nearly leveled, leaving only 6 or 7 structures standing in a circular formation, suggesting they had been intentionally preserved for a specific purpose. On a heap of stones lay a 20-meter-long, slick corpse, its grotesquely contorted form defying description. This abominable entity, a cursed being not meant to exist, was in the throes of decay. A viscous fluid oozed from the body, trickling down the stones and pooling on the ground, revealing sinister white bones and remnants resembling hind limbs. Sharing striking similarities with the creature sprawled atop 2 small buildings. This indicated they belonged to the same dark progenitors. If so, did this colossal corpse harbor similar organs to a placenta, giving birth to another Black Prince? Chapter 077. Consumption. These wretched scoundrels, could they possibly intend to spawn offspring here? Honshu muttered, retracting his gaze from the colossal corpse. Tianyang's mood was particularly heavy. It can't be that simple. Black Prince. If there exists a prince, might there not also be a king? Honshu's expression shifted. Four Eyes once let slip that there is indeed a Black King in the reverse realm. Unfortunately, my access is insufficient. Such matters seem to be known only to the upper echelons like Four Eyes. Tianyang furrowed his brow. As the Nightwalkers, an exploratory battalion, shouldn't intelligence regarding the reverse realm be unconditionally accessible to us? Honshu patted his shoulder in a comforting manner. When I first joined the Nightwalkers, I thought the same. However, I now believe that knowing less can be beneficial. At the very least, it significantly alleviates mental pressure. Just look at Four Eyes' frail demeanor. It's evident that the upper ranks bear their burdens. Tianyang found it difficult to concur with his perspective. Honshu then snapped his fingers at Jiyu. We must descend and investigate. Jiyu, find us a way out. Jiyu sighed. You've just increased my workload. Honshu grinned. More work, more reward. Now, stop complaining and quickly ascertain what those dark fiends are up to, so we can return sooner. I want to indulge in a drink when we get back. Jiyu emphasized. A good drink. Consider it on me, if you get drunk. I'll find you a bed to sleep in, Honshu winked. Jiyu huffed through his nose and nimbly scaled the tree wall, descending below, with the others following suit. Upon reaching the base of the tree wall, Jiyu made a hand gesture, leading Tianyang and the others through the rubble, wrecked vehicles, and various debris. Remarkably smoothly, they infiltrated a large building. Inside, the walls were covered with unique fungi from the reverse realm, and the ground was littered with assorted debris. They discovered a staircase leading to the upper levels and soon arrived on the 4th floor. Honshu located a window and peered outside, discovering a clearing below the building occupied by a dozen black, grotesque trees arranged in a circular formation. These trees bore no leaves, only twisted branches etched with strange symbols. Beneath each peculiar tree burned a small fire, casting eerie shadows that roamed nearby. Stalkers, Tianyang noted, his voice lowered. Although not numerous, there are still dozens of them, these wretched lower-class citizens, aimlessly wandering about. Tianyang observed as well, and continued, Captain, these buildings, along with that circle of bizarre trees and the outer tree wall, form 3 concentric circles. This is evidently not a natural occurrence. Honshu retracted his head. Sitting against the wall and traced 3 circles in the dusty ground with his finger, it does appear quite strange. It resembles the altar structure of the War Master's church. Coupled with that Black Prince, what exactly are these fiends worshipping? While observing outside, Sangdu suddenly changed countenance, prompting Jiyu to alert them. Look outside quickly. Honshu and Tianyang leaned out to see a procession emerging in the clearing beneath, primarily composed of mad dogs and enigmatic archers, led by a wizard. Beside the wizard stood another figure. Tianyang adjusted his tactical eye for clarity, zooming in to reveal a stout individual, short and clad in shorts, with pale skin. Adorning its head was a helmet resembling a crown, and Tianyang was willing to bet that it wore a mask obscuring half of its face. Could this be another Black Prince? Honshu speculated. At that moment, from the northwest of the clearing, another group appeared, similarly led by a wizard, accompanied by a humanoid figure. This one, however, was extraordinarily robust with pronounced muscle definition. adorned with chains that clinked rhythmically as it moved. From the crown-like helmet and black mask, it was unmistakable. This, too, was a black prince. The four of them withdrew their heads and sat in silence, wide-eyed. "I believe we ought to retreat." Jiu cleared his throat, casting an inquiring glance at Han Shu. Merely encountering one wizard was already troublesome. Now there were two, along with two black princes. Adding to the one that had escaped, this town now harbored 3 black princes. While their true strength was uncertain, one could surmise that any being bestowed with the title of prince would not be inferior to a wizard. If they regarded them as level 3 threats, there were now 5 such dangers present. The Raven squad was undeniably at a disadvantage. Han Shu hesitated. Remaining in this situation was undoubtedly perilous, yet departing would leave them ignorant of the dark denizens' intentions. A cacophony of bizarre howls erupted from below, and Tianyang peered down to see that the two groups had gathered near the tree circle. They halted, and the mad dogs and enigmatic archers began to howl loudly, seemingly celebrating something. Only when the 2 hunched wizards, cloaked in layered, poncho-like fabrics, raised their skeletal hands did the frenzied dark citizens quiet down. The wizards gestured toward the tree circle, causing the ground to tremble slightly as a rock was pulled from the earth by an invisible force. With deft hand movements, the wizards shaped the rock, sending dust flying as it was sculpted into a high-backed stone seat. Sparks flickered upon the backrest, inscribing the mysterious symbols that Tianyang and the others had observed on the black, dead tree outside the enigmatic building. Once the symbols were complete, a series of short, raspy incantations emerged from the wizards' hoods. The 2 black princes seemed to comprehend, nodding slightly before advancing toward the tree circle. Upon entering, the exceptionally burly black prince violently swung his arm, sending the chains around it flying to ensnare a stalker. The massive figure grasped the chain and yanked, pulling the stalker closer. The black prince then reached out, and his crown-like helmet and mask lifted simultaneously, revealing a grotesque maw beneath. With a bite, it sank its teeth into the stalker's head, producing a cacophony of sharp teeth scraping against bone. Meanwhile, the stout figure did not remain idle. Despite its seemingly clumsy form, it leaped gracefully toward 2 nearby stalkers. In midair, its belly split open, revealing a gaping maw. As it descended, black blood sprayed forth, akin to oil, swiftly consuming the unfortunate stalkers. Tianyang glanced at Han Shu. "Is this consumption?" Chapter 078. Internal strife. Han Shu did not respond to Tianyang's inquiry. This rugged captain, both in appearance and demeanor, gazed upon the dark denizens below, witnessing their cannibalistic behavior, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Tianyang turned his attention back to the carnage within the tree circle, when suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a flicker of movement. Swiftly, he turned his head to see a shadow darting towards the tree circle from an open area outside. As it passed a campfire, the flames were momentarily blown aside by a gust of wind, before returning to normal. Tianyang recognized the figure. It was the dark prince with flowing long hair, leaning forward in a near-horizontal position. Its speed was so extraordinary that Tianyang could scarcely discern its form. The long-haired prince was like a swirling tempest of darkness, having penetrated the ranks of a group led by a sorcerer before the other dark denizens could react. Suddenly, an additional figure appeared in the group. Only the hunchbacked sorcerer seemed to notice, while the deranged archers remained fixated on the tree circle. The long-haired prince pressed its hands against the ground, unleashing chaotic arcs of black electricity that surged along its arms, affecting a significant portion of the group, causing several mad dogs and 3 secretive archers to tremble and collapse. The fallen dark denizens convulsed violently, evidently stunned by the electric arcs. The long-haired prince and Apos' mask and crown-like helmet suddenly opened, releasing a flurry of blood-red tendrils. Each tendril struck a dark denizen, and then began to pulsate, seemingly siphoning the life essence from its kin. The dark denizens visibly withered, eventually reduced to mere skeletal remains. At that moment, the slaughter within the tree circle ceased, and the other 2 dark princes appeared to take note of this uninvited guest. After feasting, the long-haired prince withdrew its tendrils, closed its mouth, and gradually rose. The 2 sorcerers approached, bending lower, one hand pressed to their chests while the other pointed toward the tree circle. The long-haired prince nodded slightly, and gracefully made its way toward the tree circle. Inside the tree circle, most of the wanderers lay dead, and the two dark princes had ceased their feeding. Positioned on either side, though their eyes were not visible, they seemed to vigilantly watch the newcomer. The long-haired prince finally stepped into the tree circle, forming an equilateral triangle with the other two princes. The sorcerers uttered a series of urgent, hoarse incantations, and the three princes bowed their heads slightly toward the high-backed rock throne. They then resumed their standoff. The long-haired prince summoned arcs of electricity that coalesced into a pitch-black spear. The giant prince raised his arms and let out a tremendous roar, summoning a black lightning bolt from the sky that split into two currents as it neared, entangling with the iron chains on his arms. As he lowered his arms, the ends of the chains bore pulsating black orbs the size of human heads. Meanwhile, the rotund prince's mouth opened once more, releasing a series of darting black lightning strikes. A sinister grin spread across his face as he stretched out his hands, drawing in the lightning, which coalesced into two dark, electrified cleavers. With their weapons in hand, the three princes began to move deliberately. Suddenly, the long-haired prince transformed into a blur of shadow, accompanied by a violent rush of air. As it lunged at the giant prince wielding the black electric war spear, the giant prince bellowed and swung his arm, sending a chain with a black orb crashing toward his opponent. Before the chain could land, the long-haired prince twisted its body, executing a near-complete turn in midair, and continued its charge toward the rotund prince. The rotund figure screeched and leapt, cleaver descending, creating a shower of sparks as it clashed with the long-haired prince's spear. In midair, the rotund prince suddenly looked up to see another prince swinging a chain, pulling the black orb horizontally to strike. With a clumsy flick of his left cleaver, he spun in the air, landing awkwardly on the ground. With a quick push off the ground, he surged forward, his cleavers aimed at the long-haired prince's feet. The long-haired prince thrust the spear into the ground, then swiftly drew it up, sending the rotund prince flying. Then, with a swift turn, he switched the spear to his left hand and thrust backward, striking the black orb hurled by the giant prince. Thus, the three princes engaged in a chaotic melee within the tree circle, their energy weapons colliding to create swirling storms that engulfed the unwary wanderers caught within, tearing them asunder. Tianyang clenched his fists involuntarily, realizing that the long-haired prince had not yet unleashed its full potential. Had it done so, its speed, agility, and control over the black currents would have rendered it a greater threat than the sorcerers. "We must leave," Jiyu urged again, her voice now strained with tension. Hanshu nodded vigorously. "Let us go?" As they retraced their steps down the building staircase, Tianyang's mind remained occupied by the image of the three dark princes in combat. What were they fighting for? As the question surfaced, he recalled the high-backed throne and the way all three princes had bowed before it. A sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Were they vying for the throne? Yet, what significance could a stone throne hold? His thoughts drifted back to the diamond-shaped insignia carved into the throne's back. Unless the throne bore some symbolic meaning, perhaps signifying that the one who sat upon it became the king of the dark denizens? Tianyang halted abruptly. The others nearly collided with him, and a voice from behind complained, "What are you stopping for? Hurry up." He quickly resumed his pace, his heart racing. Upon exiting the building, their group skirted around a pile of stones and prepared to traverse a low-lying area when Jiyu suddenly halted and recoiled, nearly crashing into Hanshu. At that moment, a black-red beam streaked across the space, striking the very spot where Jiyu had just stood. Hanshu gasped, "A secretive archer? Damn it, we've been discovered. Run, quickly." Indeed, in the distance, atop a skeletal vehicle, there was a goat-faced figure. The failed shot from the secretive archer emitted a shrill cry, echoing like an alarm in the air. The two sorcerers outside the tree circle immediately shouted, dispatching the mad dogs and archers nearby. Yet they seemed more engrossed in the duel between the three princes than in pursuing them. However, one of the sorcerers produced a peculiar flower from beneath their cloak. Similar to the face flowers adorning the tree walls, this one was notably smaller, yet the face in its center bore a more sinister expression. Unlike the other face flowers, which were devoid of emotion, the flower in the sorcerer's grasp displayed a face grinning widely. As the sorcerer shook the flower, the petals fell away, and from the grinning face emanated a disconcerting laughter that sent chills down their spines. The laughter reverberated through the air, and as it reached the vicinity of the tree walls, the dark tendrils on the roots began to retract, vanishing in a matter of moments. Nearby, one face flower began to change, two strands of its center darkening to an inky black. It appeared as if the expressionless face had suddenly sprouted two eyes. P.S. As another weekend approaches, next week should mark the final week for the new book rankings. I kindly ask for your support. Chapter 79, The Tree Spirit Run. Run. Do not stop. Han Shu's voice echoed through the desolate expanse as the squad swiftly maneuvered, navigating through piles of jagged stones towards the towering wall. Jiyu led the way, ensuring the team returned to the spot where they had previously descended from the wall. For there hung a rope that would allow them to scale the wall with greater speed. I told you, infiltrations never go smoothly. We are always discovered. Han Shu shouted as they passed a rusted vehicle, now reduced to a mere skeleton, entangled at the base with grotesque fungi. The captain halted abruptly, pivoting behind the vehicle to fire at the pursuing enemies. Did you ever mention that? Tianyang questioned Han Shu, skeptical, as he took cover behind another pile of stones alongside him. The middle-aged man's memory was indeed questionable. Song Du rushed past Han Shu without a word. Who are you calling a middle-aged man? You little brat. I am still vigorous and youthful. Han Shu retorted, indignant. Doesn't your conscience ache for saying such things? As they moved in tandem with Song Du, Jiyu turned back after creating some distance from Han Shu. With an explosive presence, she drew her bowstring taut, unleashing a flurry of arrows that danced in the air, alternating with Song Du's beams of starlight to provide cover, without the troublesome dark denizens of sorcery in pursuit. Merely the mad dogs and archers failed to hinder the four ascenders. After approximately 10 minutes, the squad reached the original position at the high wall. Tianyang, you go up first, Han Shu commanded. Without hesitation, Tianyang manifested his star essence, tiny glimmers shimmering in his hair. The youth surged forward like a silver streak, matching the speed of the long-haired prince as he approached the wall, swiftly ascending with the rope left by Song Du once atop the wall. Tianyang crouched, aiming his rifle down at the pursuing enemies. Beams of starlight rained down, taking out the mad dogs and the enigmatic archers with goat-like faces. With Tianyang providing a vantage point, Han Shu and the others easily scaled the wall one after another. Song Du and Jiyu wasted no time upon reaching the top. They seized the rope and descended swiftly to the ground. As Han Shu fired upon the enemies below, he called out, Tianyang, you come down as well. Let old Su and the others come to support. Yes. Tianyang grasped the rope, prepared to slide down the wall, when a peculiar sensation drew his gaze to a face-like flower 3 meters away. The flower bore 2 dark spots resembling eyes, seemingly watching him. A wave of discomfort washed over the boy as he descended the wall, simultaneously contacting old Su to summon the 2 Falcon battle vehicles. Touching down, Tianyang looked up to see Han Shu sliding down. He quickly distanced himself and, together with Song Du, aimed their weapons at the area above the wall. Some mad dogs had already scaled the wall but were struck by their fire, howling as they fell. Even if they did not die instantly, they broke limbs and struggled to rise. A sudden screech of tires pierced the air. Tianyang glanced back to see the 2 Falcon vehicles approaching. They swerved onto the street, their doors sliding open from within. Get in, old Su shouted from one of the vehicles. The group rushed towards the battle cars, and Tianyang couldn't shake the feeling that the ground trembled beneath him. As he scrambled into the cabin, the vehicle jolted, and the youth realized it was no mere illusion. Quickly, we must retreat from this cursed place, Han Shu shouted as he slammed the door shut. The driver, Yin Bing, swerved the wheel with urgency, accelerating forward. Tianyang opened the hatch and climbed into the turret, peering towards the wall. The dark denizens were frantically scrambling over the wall when suddenly, the tree wall that had severed the roadway appeared to shimmer in Tianyang's vision. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and upon looking again, realized the wall was vibrating at an alarming frequency. Something's happening behind us. He called out to the vehicle. Inside, Han Shu opened the back panel, revealing a shooting window. Peering through, he too noticed the trembling wall. What is going on? He mused, stroking his stubbled chin. In the turret, Tianyang adjusted the tactical view, zooming in to see the intertwined roots writhing, causing ornaments to drop from above. As his gaze inadvertently fell upon the face-like flower, a shiver coursed through him. Below the flower, a tendril was flailing about. More tendrils emerged, and with the assistance of the tactical view, Tianyang discerned that each tendrils bore tiny, gaping mouths, like those of an infant. These tendrils extended downward, biting into the roots as leverage, pulling something from them. Moments later, Tianyang witnessed the face-like flower, entwined with dozens of tendrils, detach from the roots and fall. He looked at the other face-like flowers, observing the same phenomenon. They detached and plummeted to the ground. Subsequently, these flowers began to intertwine, resembling a mass of serpents writhing together. This scene was not lost on those inside the vehicle, including Han Shu, whose expression turned grave. Beneath the towering wall, hundreds of face-like flowers entangled, forming a mound. Some tendrils twisted into shapes resembling arms, capturing nearby mad dogs and pulling them back. Suddenly, the writhing tendrils parted, revealing a colossal maw that engulfed a mad dog, which appeared to be devoured. Then, the grotesque entity began to rise, the intertwined tendrils forming limbs. In an instant, a giant covered in blossoms stood beside the wall, towering above the structure itself, an imposing figure at least 30 meters tall. A tree spirit, Old Su exclaimed in recognition. This dark denizen was a composite entity formed from multiple individuals, possessing both plant and biological characteristics, feared by flames and resilient to physical attacks. Such creatures had been documented at the Lighthouse Base, but records indicated that the tallest tree spirit was merely 7 or 8 meters high. Hanshu stared at the colossal figure striding towards them. So, have we struck the jackpot? Chapter 080, Pursuit Near the Towering Walls, the Dark Denizens. Referred to by Old Su as tree spirits, have begun their advance. A colossal figure composed of numerous human-faced flowers moves clumsily, akin to an infant taking its first steps, staggering as it leans toward a nearby building. The giant collapses against the outer wall, causing the windows to shatter under the immense pressure, and fissures to form in the structure itself. Quickly regaining its balance, the giant adjusts its stance, pressing against the wall to steady itself. With renewed determination, it strides forward, its steps now more assured, covering vast distances with each movement. Even without running, its strides are so expansive that mere moments later, it is in pursuit of 2 Falcon battle vehicles. Amidst the swirling black fog, the full form of the giant remains obscured, revealing only its entwined legs and the human-faced flowers that adorn them. The expressions of these blooms have transformed from their previous indifference, now oscillating wildly, displaying a myriad of emotions: cold disdain, mocking laughter, ferocity, rage, and chilling calmness, as if a crowd of onlookers is scrutinizing the corvid squad. Damn it, these things are unsettling. Hanshu shouted towards the driver, urging him to accelerate and shake off the creature. Both vehicles extended a row of robust metallic exhaust pipes from their undercarriages. As the sound of gas flowing through the pipes reverberated, a light tremor followed, and gray-white compressed gas erupted forth. The speed of the battle vehicles surged dramatically, swiftly distancing themselves from the giant. These exhaust pipes, known as thrust tailpipes, are connected to turbochargers, capable of expelling high-pressure gas to enhance acceleration, endowing the Falcon vehicles with remarkable agility, often yielding unexpected advantages in chase scenarios. As they momentarily evaded the giant, the crew inside sighed in relief. But their joy was premature. Within the dense black mist above Tianyang, the giant's vague silhouette began to stir. It seemed to raise its arm high and then swing down with force. "Watch out!" Tianyang shouted anxiously. From the depths of the black fog, an arm descended. A mass of intertwined vines that shattered the omnipresent darkness. Its palm, resembling a massive hill, aimed directly at the 2 Falcon vehicles. The driver swerved sharply, and the vehicles narrowly escaped the giant's grasp. The palm struck the ground with a thunderous impact, causing the surface to tremble violently, creating deep craters where it landed, while the surrounding pavement buckled upward. Fragments of the road, each roughly the size of a rice grain, catapulted into the air before crashing down, shattering into countless pieces. With fingers curled, the giant retracted its long arm, carving deep gouges into the ground. Unfazed by the failed strike, it thrust its other hand into a nearby building, sweeping out a cascade of stone debris. The enormous boulders, wrenched from the structure, hurtled toward the two Falcon vehicles like cannonballs, nearly tearing the building apart. With structural integrity compromised, the edifice split in two, its upper section tilting and crashing down, producing a terrifying roar. Tianyang, manning the heavy artillery in the vehicle, aimed at the falling rocks and unleashed a barrage to obliterate them midair. Yet, despite this effort, countless fragments rained down upon the vehicles, causing the armored shells to emit a series of rapid, distressing sounds. The giant lifted its hand once more, poised to strike again. Suddenly, Tianyang recalled old Su's warning, particularly the part about fearing flames, and his mind sharpened with focus. A low, ominous whistle filled the air as the giant swung its arm again, its palm descending like a looming storm cloud. Just as it was about to crush the vehicles, the tailpipes of the Falcon vehicles erupted with a plume of smoke, propelling them forward and out of harm's way. Before escaping the giant's grasp, Tianyang manifested his star energy, transforming into a silvery streak that leapt onto the giant's palm. Inside the vehicle, Han Shu couldn't help but lean out of the window, shouting in anxiety, "Tianyang, what are you doing?" Unfortunately, Tianyang could neither hear nor respond. Upon landing on the giant's palm, he rolled to dissipate the force of his fall. As he stood, the giant began retracting its arm. Tianyang found himself standing on a moving platform, the wind roaring in his ears as he drew forth the Red Moon battle blade, channeling his star energy into it, causing its edge to glow crimson. He raced along the arm, the blade pointed downward, and the intense heat ignited the vines upon contact. From a distance, Han Shu observed the blaze trailing behind Tianyang and realized the boy's intent. He sought to incinerate the tree spirit. As he traversed the giant's arm, the wind was not the only sound he heard. A cacophony of hollow, ethereal wails filled the air, as if countless voices were weeping and howling in despair. Only then did the giant notice its arm ablaze, hastily extending its other hand to swat at the diminutive Tianyang. The boy swiftly adjusted his position, halting on the arm, pivoting to gauge the gap between the giant's palms, and leapt high between them. With a resounding thud, the tree spirit's hand struck its flaming arm, extinguishing the nearby fire. Yet, Tianyang landed on its other arm, sprinting forward, the blade scraping against the surface, igniting a second trail of flames, reaching a height sufficient to confront the giant. Tianyang beheld its grotesquely contorted head, formed of entwined vines and adorned with 7 or 8 human-faced flowers, resembling several heads fused into one. In that moment, the tree spirit opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of vines. Under the fiery glow, these tendrils glistened with a greasy sheen, covered in short black hairs, splattering ink-like droplets into the air, filling it with a faint, metallic scent. Tianyang swung the battle blade, severing the encroaching vines, while simultaneously reaching into his pocket to retrieve an object. Activating it, he hurled it into the tree spirit's mouth. A high-heat explosion, the explosive device, launched into the tree spirit's maw, instilled a clear sense of alarm within the massive dark denizen. Neglecting Tianyang, the vines recoiled, retreating into its mouth as they coiled around the explosive. Just as it was about to expel the device, the vines swelled. Inside, an intense surge of heat energy rapidly expanded, illuminating the tendrils with a brilliant glow. In an instant, the tree spirit's chest erupted in a violent explosion, a torrent of searing flames blasting through its form, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, as the explosive's energy nearly obliterated its entire chest cavity. Though Tianyang had already leaped away from the tree spirit, he was still caught in the shockwave from the ensuing explosion, sending him spiraling uncontrollably toward the ground. Plummeting from several dozen meters, unable to right himself, he braced for the worst, an imminent, grievous injury. Just as he prepared for the worst, a radiant glow enveloped him, a protective barrier manifesting around his body. Then he saw the returning Falcon battle vehicle, with Han Shu half leaning out of the window. Finally, Tianyang landed on the ground. P.S. Special thanks to Skalujii-chan for the generous donation, rising early indeed. Chapter 081. Memories. With a thud, Tianyang fell heavily to the ground, the starry barrier emitting a sound akin to shattered glass, scattering myriad specks of light. The youth quickly rolled several times before gathering his strength to leap up, sliding forward in a half-kneeling position for about 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. He exhaled softly, relieved. The barrier that Han Shu had timely enveloped him in had absorbed the tremendous force from the fall, coupled with his enhanced physical prowess. He emerged with only minor sprains and abrasions. The harsh sound of wheels grinding against the ground filled his ears as he looked up to see the Falcon battle vehicle parked askew before him. The door slid open, and Han Shu shouted, "Get in." Tianyang jumped up and dove into the cabin. Han Shu shut the door, and the driver turned the vehicle around, speeding towards the town's exit. Han Shu grabbed Tianyang, nearly spitting words in the youth's face. "Damn it, from now on, no acting on your own without my orders." Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Tianyang lowered his head. "Understood, Captain." Yet, a broad hand landed on his shoulder, giving it a firm squeeze, followed by Han Shu's voice resonating above him. "But you did well, kid. You've got the flair of my younger days. Can't you go a day without tooting your own horn?" muttered Jiyu beside them. Tianyang lifted his head to see Han Shu flashing a bright smile, revealing his white teeth, which showed he wasn't truly upset. The youth's spirits lifted slightly. Outside, a cacophony of shrieks erupted as Tianyang glanced out the window to see the trance disintegrating. Human-faced flowers cascaded from the giant's shattered body, landing on the ground without reforming. Instead, they writhed with their tendrils, moving across the earth like octopuses, continuing to pursue the vehicle. However, after their disintegration, the human-faced flowers could not match the speed of the Falcon battle vehicle, ultimately being left far behind, their cries of discontent echoing through the thick, dark mist. An hour and 17 minutes later, the Crow squad finally departed from the desolate town of Huanggu, ascending the high slopes outside the town. The team took a moment to regroup, soldiers busy cooling the supercharger and replacing damaged tires. Han Shu and the others sat atop large stones, gazing towards the town. They had not anticipated the multitude of terrifying entities within. Half an hour later, the vehicle roared back to life. The following day, the Crow squad returned to the Lighthouse outpost. After disembarking, Han Shu immediately sought out Ling Feng to report, while the others dispersed to rest temporarily within the base. In the Nightwalker Command Center, that's about the gist of it. Han Shu seized a nearby cup, draining the water that belonged to Ling Feng in one go before wiping his mouth. Droplets clung to the burgeoning stubble around his lips. Ling Feng looked at Han Shu with disdain. "That's my cup." "Relax, I'm not sick," Han Shu replied nonchalantly, placing the cup down. "The issue isn't here." Ling Feng produced a handkerchief, using it to pick up the cup and toss it into the trash. "All right, you can go now, and I'll notify you when there's a new mission." However, Han Shu had no intention of leaving. Instead, he pulled a chair over and sat down heavily. Ling Feng shot him a questioning glance. Han Shu drummed his fingers on the table. "Aren't you going to tell me something?" Ling Feng shrugged. Such as? What's the deal with the Black Prince? What are they really about? And what of the so-called rituals by the sorcerer?" Han Shu's gaze bore into the young chief of staff across from him. "We nearly perished in that cursed place, so I believe I have the right to know." Ling Feng adjusted his glasses habitually. "If possible, I wouldn't mind sharing. However, regrettably, given your clearance." A fist slammed onto the table, abruptly interrupting Ling Feng. Han Shu stood, leaning forward. "To hell with clearance. I simply don't understand why this information can't be made public." Ling Feng's expression remained unchanged. "The fortress has its reasons for such actions. Rest assured, Han Shu, when the time comes for you to know, you will." Han Shu narrowed his eyes, snorted, and turned to leave. "Suit yourselves, but Four Eyes, your constant half-truths and secrecy make it hard for those below to trust you." Without waiting for Ling Feng's response, Han Shu exited the command office. At that moment, the adjutant Lin Yang finally spoke. "You should tell him that even we lack the clearance to know about the Black Prince." Ling Feng smiled faintly. "That guy wouldn't believe it even if I told him." Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Ling Feng's expression turned serious. "Nevertheless, this discovery is indeed surprising. The dark denizens are undertaking such activities in Huanggu, the Black Prince. It seems they intend to forge a new king." Lin Yang's demeanor grew grave. "The last appearance of the Black King was 17 years ago, wasn't it?" Ling Feng stood and walked to the window, gazing at the outpost illuminated by lights. Indeed, I've reviewed the relevant files. That Black King led its subjects in some mysterious ritual. Unfortunately, that event is classified as the highest secret of the fortress. And even I only know the general outline without any access to the detailed proceedings. Do you think this will mirror what happened 17 years ago? After all, that sorcerer mentioned a ritual as well. Lin Yang shook his head in disbelief. It's truly unsettling to think that dark denizens can speak our language. Ling Feng turned back, glancing at the drawer beneath his desk. In any case, we cannot ignore this matter. It seems I must consult with the commander again. Hopefully, he won't take out his frustrations on me. His mood has been quite poor lately. Lin Yang chuckled. The commander's mood hasn't been good for a long time, especially considering the past. Deputy Lin, Ling Feng interrupted softly, shaking his head. You mustn't mention that in front of the commander. Lin Yang stood straight, his expression tightening. I misspoke. Ling Feng then opened the drawer, retrieving the communication device used for contacting Chu Yan. An hour later, Tianyang and the others were summoned. What? A break? When Han Shu informed them that the command center had allowed the Crow squad to rest at the fortress with a full week off, Song Du was the first to leap up. Does the higher-ups think nothing of Huanggu? Those black princes are clearly no good. Are they not planning to organize a counterattack? The ponytailed youth spoke with fervor, his demeanor suggesting he yearned to rush back to Huanggu immediately. Old Su, however, seemed pleased, quietly inviting Tianyang to visit his home in a few days. Han Shu took a few deep puffs from his cigarette. Even if they organize a counterattack, it won't happen overnight. For now, we'll head back, as there's a high-speed train in about 45 minutes. As for other matters, we'll wait for further orders from above. Seeing Han Shu's demeanor, Tianyang sensed that the situation was far from simple. Chapter 082. A visit regardless of the circumstances. After completing the exploration mission in Arid Valley Town and receiving a week of leave, Tianyang felt quite elated. After all, he did not share the same urgency as Tsangdu, who was desperate to earn 100,000 contribution points to revive his family, nor did he bear the pressure of leadership like Han Shu. Thus, as soon as the high-speed train arrived, he boarded it, returning to the rear base of the craft gate alongside Lao Su, Yin Bing, and others. On the train, Tianyang contemplated his plans for the week-long holiday, intending to visit Lao Su and Sun's home, and additionally borrowing a certain amount of contribution points from Yin Bing to tend to his injuries. The remaining time could be spent at his discretion. Upon exiting the craft gate, a sudden chill enveloped him. Looking up, he realized that it was raining at Qingtian Fortress. The circular dome above the fortress had fully expanded, shielding 90% of the city from the elements. However, when the sea breeze carried the rain, the edges of the fortress would still be exposed to the downpour. The transfer platform outside the craft gate lay at the fringe of the fortress, where every gust of wind brought cascades of rainwater to this area. As Tianyang made his way to Platform 7, he conveniently deactivated his tactical eye. There was no need for the electronic prosthetic in the fortress, and he preferred not to have the minutiae of his life recorded as a dossier. Mounting his electromagnetic motorcycle, he braved the wind and rain as he departed the transfer platform. As the motorcycle ventured into the streets of the upper city, he was finally free from the rain's grasp. Apart from the thunderous roars of lightning, the presence of the storm was barely felt amidst the urban landscape. Arriving at the apartment assigned by the fortress, Tianyang parked the motorcycle in the garage and activated the electromagnetic panel to recharge it. Upon reaching his front door, the apartment unlocked after biometric recognition. The air circulation system activated automatically. The living room windows adjusted their transparency, and the food customization device prepared dinner in accordance with Tianyang's dining habits. The prevalence of smart home technology spared the residents of the upper city from wasting excessive time on household chores. Although many women found domestic tasks to be a source of enjoyment, Tianyang set down his exceedingly simple belongings, gazing at the immaculate yet lifeless apartment, and softly murmured, "I'm back." He tossed his soiled clothes into the integrated washing unit and took a shower. By the time he dressed, dinner was ready. Activating an interface on the wall of the dining area, he lightly tapped on a table icon, causing the wall to unfold. A mechanical arm extracted the dining table from its recess and gently placed it on the floor, followed by 3 chairs. The ceiling above the table illuminated, casting a warm glow over the dining area. Tianyang placed his meal on the table, a bowl of rice, 3 slices of chicken steak, and a bowl of vegetable soup. Simple, yet sufficient in caloric content. Most importantly, it was complimentary. Elevators received a monthly living allowance from the fortress, ample enough to cover their daily dietary needs. Naturally, for those desiring a more lavish meal, personal funds were required. As he dined, the home intelligence system alerted Tianyang to 2 messages on the apartment's communication device. "Read," he commanded vocally. A gentle female voice emanated from the corner of the dining room, now reading the first message. "Tianyang, it's me, son. I heard you were on a mission. Please inform me upon your return. You haven't forgotten that you're coming over to my place, have you?" Tianyang chuckled, suddenly finding the rice in his bowl particularly fragrant. Now reading the second message. A strange male voice followed. "Mr. Tianyang, I am a staff member from the fortress's household registration office. Your application submitted to the Information Management Department has been approved. Please contact us at your convenience for the results." Tianyang smacked his forehead, recalling that after obtaining Su Lai's diary, he had inquired about some information at the household registration office. With the recent passing of his mother and the ensuing missions, he had nearly forgotten about it. Thankfully, the registration office had not overlooked it. If they could locate information on someone named Jing Nan, he might uncover what transpired back then. Could Su Lai truly be his father? After finishing dinner, Tianyang contacted Sun to arrange a visit to her home the following evening. He then reached out to Yin Bing, transferring 2,000 contribution points to him. Once these matters were settled, Tianyang retreated to his room and casually picked up a book to read. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he called out, "System, I wish to study the language of the reverse realm. Please check if the fortress offers relevant courses." "Certainly, I will assist you in the inquiry," the system responded. A few seconds later, the soft female voice echoed from the ceiling. "Inquiry complete. The results are as follows. The fortress does not offer courses directly related to the language of the reverse realm. However, this year, Tianqing Academy is offering a course on the history of reverse civilization, taught by academician Lu Jinglin, who specializes in the research of the 127th reverse civilization. Tianyang pondered, "May I enroll?" The course on reverse civilization history is not open to the public. An application is required to attend. Would you like to submit an application? Nodding, Tianyang replied. "Please submit it for me. Submitting requires personal information and involves privacy concerns. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Yes." Application submitted. The Academy has accepted it and will respond within 3 working days. Tianyang closed the book and lay down on his bed, feeling a sense of anticipation for the so-called history of reverse civilization. He wondered if it would touch upon the Black Prince or even information about He Wang. The following evening, according to the address provided by Sun, Tianyang drove to her apartment alone. He rang the doorbell, and after a 3-second wait, the door swung open. A young boy peeked out, exclaiming, "Oh, it's you. Sister's boyfriend, you've finally arrived." The next instant, Sun's voice echoed from within. "Shao Jia, if you keep talking nonsense, you won't get dinner tonight." The boy, named Shao Jia, quickly corrected himself. "Sister, I was wrong. He's your friend, not your boyfriend. That's better, right?" Footsteps approached, and the door fully opened to reveal Sun, with her dark hair and fair complexion, her clear eyes sparkling. She shooed her brother away and appeared to be emerging from the kitchen, clad in an apron and holding a spoon. Tianyang was taken aback. "You cooked for yourself?" Sun blinked innocently. "What else? Do you expect me to serve you food made by the customization device?" Tianyang scratched his face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I didn't expect you to be able to cook." He then presented her with a gift he had procured after a morning of shopping. Sun accepted it, glanced at the contents, and beamed with delight. "Next time, don't buy anything. It's just a meal. No need to go to such lengths." She guided Tianyang past a partition into the living room. He noticed that her home had far more character than his own. The living room featured furniture that was not part of the apartment's standard furnishings. The tables and chairs appeared to have been used for quite some time. A beautifully embroidered tablecloth adorned the table, resembling a hand-woven piece rather than an industrial textile. Several potted plants brightened the windowsill, their lush greenery inviting admiration. This reminded Tianyang of his mother. No matter how arduous life became, she would always bring home fresh flowers and plants every week. Those touches infused their small shelter with a sense of vitality and ritual. Now, he saw similar warmth in this girl's home. "Please take a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly," Sun said, turning to head back to the kitchen with the spoon in hand. The doorbell rang once more, startling Tianyang. Could it be that he was not the sole guest this evening? Chapter 083. Ambush. Sun appeared equally perplexed, suggesting she had not arranged to meet any other patrons. Nevertheless, she opened the door. Tianyang's gaze fell upon the entryway, where another figure stood, a young man, seemingly in his early 20s. Dressed impeccably, his attire featured cloud patterns embroidered with silver thread at the collar and cuffs. The man possessed a serene smile, a graceful demeanor, and an affable aura that made one feel as though basking in the warmth of a spring breeze. Upon seeing him, Sun exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Yunza, what brings you here?" The man named Yunza responded apologetically, "I hope you'll forgive my unannounced visit. I'm departing tomorrow, and I wanted to bid Miss Sun farewell before my leave. I trust my intrusion is not unwelcome." Sun gently shook her head. "Mr. Yunza, your time is valuable. There's no need to bid me farewell. I'm hardly deserving of such consideration." His voice was gentle, his tone reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, making it difficult to harbor any ill feelings toward him. Hearing this, he smiled faintly. "How can you say that? I owe you a debt of gratitude for the swift recovery of my injuries. You're my benefactor." Yunza then sniffed the air. "Ah, what a delightful aroma. Is Miss Sun preparing a meal? I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to sample your culinary skills." Sun still shook her head. "I apologize, but I'm hosting a guest tonight, and it's simply not convenient." Undeterred by the rejection, Yunza maintained his smile, his gaze shifting to Tianyang. "This must be a friend of Miss Sun's, I presume?" He extended his hand, adopting a familiar air, stepped into the living room, approached Tianyang, grasped the young man's hand, and said, "I'm particularly fond of making new acquaintances. My name is Yunza. May I know your name?" Sun's willow-like eyebrows furrowed slightly, indicating her disapproval of Yunza's approach. But she refrained from expressing it. Tianyang, somewhat overwhelmed by his enthusiasm, politely introduced himself. Yunza's face registered surprise. "So it's you. Quite the feat, taking on the Qin family single-handedly. While the Qin family may be among the lesser clans in the fortress, your accomplishment is still commendable. It seems Miss Sun's friends are anything but ordinary." Tianyang's interest was piqued. The man's tone suggested he was also a scion of some family. If Yun was his surname, then this man was quite significant. The Yun clan of Skyspire was renowned within the fortress. It was said that they were descendants of the founders, and the Yun clan was among the pioneers when Skyspire Fortress was constructed. Moreover, they were the only family in Skyspire that had existed before the establishment of clan rights. Indeed, the first base in the inverse realm, Yunxiang, was constructed by the Yun clan. He wondered if this Yunza was a member of the Yun family. "Ahem," Sun interjected. Glancing at the kitchen, "Our dinner is nearly ready." Yunza lightly tapped his own head, released Tianyang, and said with considerable grace, "Then I won't intrude any further. I hope I'll have the opportunity to treat you both to a meal sometime. I trust you'll both do me the honor of accepting." Sun escorted him to the elevator, and Yunza descended on his own. As he exited the apartment, a vehicle resembling those used in the inverse realm pulled up in front of Yunza. The door opened, and Yunza entered. A voice inquired, "You're back so soon? I thought Mr. Yun might be dining at the lady's residence." The man seated on the other side of the compartment possessed piercing, eagle-like eyes, a short beard, and his hands were clasped upon the hilt of a sword. The sword featured a golden guard adorned with various gemstones. The scabbard, in contrast, was unadorned, its base color black, with a scarlet knight character inscribed upon it. "Mr. Wang Liangyi, please refrain from teasing me," Yunza sighed. "Miss Sun is hosting a guest. Alas, I wasn't invited. This is the first time I've been rejected by a woman. It's quite distressing." He clutched his chest. The man known as Wang Liangyi's lips curled slightly. "Oh, a lady in the fortress capable of resisting Mr. Yunza's charm. This is quite unexpected. Perhaps it's a unique attribute of the Radiant Order?" "Radiant Order." Yunza mused, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Regardless, I intend to win Miss Sun's affections. Wang Liangyi nodded. With a wife of the Radiant Order, Mr. Yunza's continuation of the family line would be assured. Yunza gazed at the other man with a plaintive expression. Mr. Wang, that's rather harsh. I genuinely admire Miss Sun. I'm certainly not using her status as a bargaining chip. Wang Liangyi tapped the sword hilt with his finger. You've said similar things to other ladies in the past. Yunza patted his chest. Indeed. I'm entirely sincere with each of my girlfriends. It's only later that I discover our destinies are incompatible, leading to our separation. Wang Liangyi shrugged lightly. If you say so, then so be it. The car receded into the distance. At 8:30 p.m., Tianyang exited Sun's apartment, with the girl and her younger brother accompanying him to see him off. Reaching the elevator, Tianyang waved. You can head back now. Sun placed her hands on her brother's shoulders and suddenly asked, Tianyang, you're living alone now, aren't you? Tianyang nodded. Yes, I'm living by myself. Why do you ask? Sun lowered her head slightly, her gaze sweeping the ground. It's nothing. It's just, if there's anything you'd like to eat, let me know, and I'll make it for you. Eating machine-made food all the time can get tiresome. It's good to have a change of pace now and then. Tianyang hadn't expected her to say this and was momentarily taken aback. Sun raised her head. What? Is my cooking not to your liking? No, Tianyang stammered, scratching his head, a little embarrassed. Your cooking is delicious. I'm just afraid of troubling you. Sun shook her head. It's no trouble at all. It's settled then. Tianyang hummed in agreement, considering it a promise. At that moment, the elevator arrived, and the young man stepped inside, waving goodbye to the siblings. After Tianyang departed, Xiaojia looked up at his older sister, grinning mischievously. Sis, you like brother Tianyang, don't you? A flush immediately rose on the girl's face. Don't talk nonsense. I don't like him at all. If you don't like him, why would you cook for him? Sun's eyes dimmed. Didn't you hear just now? He's living alone now, alone. It must be very lonely. Xiaojia pondered for a moment, then said with a grin, That's just an excuse, isn't it? Thump. Sun unceremoniously flicked his little head, causing Xiaojia's eyes to water. That hurt. Serves you right. The two siblings entered their home, the door closed, and the corridor became quiet once more. Driving along the upper district roads, the streetlights intermittently cast shadows on Tianyang. Skyspire Fortress was still experiencing rain, though the downpour had lessened considerably. At least in the city center, shielded by the circular dome above, no rain could reach the area. A faint smile graced Tianyang's face. It was the first time since his mother's passing that he had felt the warmth of being cared for. Returning to his apartment, parking his car, Tianyang took the elevator upstairs. He was the only occupant of the elevator. As the doors opened, Tianyang was about to step out. Suddenly, a shadow was cast in the corridor's light. The shadow was on the left side of the elevator doors. Was someone lying in ambush outside? Chapter 084. An unexpected encounter. Tianyang refrained from rushing out, despite the figure outside remaining still and devoid of any discernible aura. Upon noticing the shadow, the star essence within Tianyang stirred, sharpening his senses and heightening his instincts, which incessantly warned him that the figure outside harbored ill intentions. The youth cautiously stepped back, creating a safe distance, ensuring that if the person charged in, he would have room to maneuver. After a few seconds, the elevator doors closed on their own. Moments later, they opened again, evidently manipulated by someone outside. The shadow remained motionless, akin to a beast poised to pounce on its prey, patiently lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. Tianyang felt a pang of regret. He should not have left his Crimson Moon battle knife at home. If he had a weapon at hand, he would not be so vulnerable. Thus, the boy and the figure outside faced each other in tense silence. After a few more seconds, the elevator doors closed again, but this time they did not reopen. Tianyang approached the panel and pressed the button for another floor, descending to the level beneath his apartment. As the door opened, he unleashed his star essence, ready to spring into action. However, the corridor was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Feeling slightly reassured, he opted to take the stairs to his apartment floor, cautiously peeking around the stairwell. To his relief, the elevator area was empty. The figure had departed. He lingered for a moment until the elevator emitted a chime, signaling the doors opening to reveal a jovial couple, their laughter echoing down the corridor. Only then did Tianyang retract his star essence and proceed to his apartment, swiftly unlocking the door. As he slipped inside and closed the door, an unsettling sensation crept over him, as if he were being watched. He quickly secured the door. After taking a shower, Tianyang checked his messages. Earlier that morning, he had contacted the household registration office, but the staff member handling his application had been out. The office had promised to send the results. Indeed, he received 2 messages on his home communicator. Reading the first message, he discovered, "Hello, Mr. Tianyang. This is the Tianyang Academy office. We have received and approved your application. The course on the history of reverse world civilizations will commence tomorrow. If you are interested, please arrive at the classroom by 10 o'clock. Further details have been sent to your personal communicator. Please check." Tianyang was somewhat surprised by the Academy's efficiency. He had submitted the application only the night before. However, it seemed that this course was likely exclusive to those who had transcended, and given his affiliation with the Nightwalkers, perhaps that expedited the approval. He then read the second message. "Hello, Mr. Tianyang. This is the Upper City Household Registration Office. I sincerely apologize for not contacting you sooner this morning due to an engagement. The results of your inquiry have come in, and regrettably, we could not locate any record of an individual named Jingnan. If you have further questions, please do not hesitate to reach out. Once again, I apologize." No record of Jing'an? Tianyang furrowed his brow. Could it be that Su Lai made a mistake, or perhaps Su Lai had only provided the first name, while the individual possessed a surname? Shaking his head, the youth concluded that he would have to seek alternative methods. The following morning, after breakfast, Tianyang made his way to the Fortress Cemetery. Located on the western side of the upper city, the cemetery featured terraced graves marked by rows of black tombstones, imparting a solemn atmosphere. The rain continued to fall, and despite the ceiling overhead, raindrops still drifted in from the edges of the fortress. Holding a bouquet of flowers, Tianyang approached the gravestone of his mother, Nan Fei. To his surprise, he found a bouquet already placed there, evidently having been there for a day or two. He wondered who had come to visit his mother. Setting his bouquet down, Tianyang gazed at the gravestone and spoke softly, "Mom, I'm back. This mission was truly perilous. You would never believe what I encountered in the Hollow Valley. Mom, I'm sorry." He knelt, gently caressing the cold stone surface. Though he did not understand why she had so vehemently opposed his joining the Nightwalkers, it seemed that he would have to remain with the regiment for some time. Additionally, I found a diary. I truly wish I could ask you if that person named Su Lai is my father. With a soft sigh, Tianyang fell silent, fixating on the gravestone. After 10 minutes, he finally stood up, departing the cemetery amidst the falling rain and cold winds. Tianyang Academy was the sole institution for learning within the fortress, situated in the southern part of the upper city, adjacent to the fortress library and archives. The academy was open to the fortress's civilians, upper citizens, and transcenders, offering a wide array of subjects, including fundamental education, politics, economics, management, architecture, three-dimensional armaments, and weapon development, among others. Through this academy, the fortress continually nurtured a wealth of professionals across various fields. Presenting his identity card, Tianyang gained access to the academy. Following the information on his communicator, he located the classroom for the history of reverse world civilizations. Inside, a sparse group of about 10 individuals occupied the seats. As Tianyang entered, a familiar voice called out with delight, "Tianyang, you're here too. Come over here." Lifting his gaze, Tianyang spotted old Su waving him over. Sitting beside him, Tianyang expressed his surprise. "What a coincidence. You're attending the class as well?" Old Su, dressed in casual attire, smiled, revealing a few creases at the corners of his eyes. "After retiring, teaching at the academy became one of my goals. Therefore, I occasionally come to attend classes. Recently, I've taken an interest in the history of reverse world civilizations. Knowledge in this area will be beneficial, whether I become a mentor or a novice instructor in the future." Pausing for a moment, old Su then inquired, "And what about you?" Tianyang shrugged. "I was hoping to find a course on the reverse world script, but the home system recommended this one, so here I am." Old Su looked momentarily astonished. "The reverse world script? You're interested in that?" With a bashful smile, Tianyang replied, It never hurts to learn more, especially since we often traverse the reverse world. Recognizing the script could prove advantageous during missions. Old Su nodded approvingly. Then you must come to my place. I have a book on reverse world script studies. Let us do this. After class, come over for dinner, and I'll lend you the book. Tianyang's eyes lit up. That sounds fantastic. I can get a free meal. Old Su stroked his chin. But let us make one thing clear. This isn't a free meal. I have some chores at home, and I could use your help. Tianyang readily accepted. At that moment, someone entered the classroom and walked directly to the podium. Clearing his throat, he addressed the class. Good morning. I am your instructor, Lu Jinglin. P.S. This is the final day of the week. Next week marks the last installment of the new book rankings. Brothers, I kindly ask for your support on Monday. Recommendation votes, monthly votes, and favorites are greatly appreciated. Chapter 085. The lecture. The instructor at the podium, a man in his early 40s, bore a head of graying hair and a well-groomed beard, with the lines of time etched upon his face, suggesting a life of considerable labor. Yet, his eyes sparkled with vitality. They were not particularly piercing, but radiated a brightness akin to a polished mirror. The lecturer, introducing himself as Lu Jinglin, offered a gentle smile and remarked with a hint of admiration, I never expected to attract 13 students to such a seemingly tedious course, with 11 among you being ascenders. It is indeed an honor to teach ascenders. To the casual observer, Lu Jinglin appeared to be an ordinary individual. He tapped the podium, activating a display interface. The wall behind him darkened, shifting from white to black in a mere 2 to 3 seconds. As the wall transformed, words began to materialize. Lu Jinglin inscribed the word civilization on the interface, and the projection on the wall mirrored his actions. Clearing his throat, the bearded instructor stated, in any world where intelligent life has emerged, civilization is bound to form. The reverse realm is no exception. Let us first discuss what civilization is. Civilization is the accumulation of history. It enhances our understanding of the objective world, representing a spirit widely recognized by the populace, as well as the sum of inventions, creativity, and established norms. Civilization stands in stark contrast to barbarism. It embodies order. A complete civilization must encompass tools, language, writing, beliefs, laws, faith, city-states, and nations. After a brief pause, Lu Jinglin continued, in the reverse realm number 127. After over 80 years of research, we can confidently assert that a magnificent civilization once existed there. A murmur of discussion rippled through the classroom. Tianyang glanced at the elderly Su beside him, who seemed unfazed, even distractedly observing his personal communicator. Having ventured into the reverse realm multiple times, Tianyang found this conclusion unremarkable. The existence of metropolis and wilderness town indicated that the reverse realm had its own set of rules. These rules governed the behavior of its inhabitants, allowing for the construction of grand cities like metropolis. Tianyang was curious about how much the fortress truly understood the civilization of reverse realm number 127. On the podium, Lu Jinglin gestured for silence. He appeared pleased with the students' reactions, a smile gracing his lips. There are many elements to civilization. Today, I wish to discuss literature within the reverse realm civilization. Tianyang was taken aback. Literature? What did that entail? Many shared his confusion, and a girl with delicate features raised her hand, inquiring, Teacher, what is literature? Does it refer to the writing of the reverse realm? No, Lu Jinglin promptly clarified. Literature refers to the study of written works. It can also be viewed as the art of writing. His explanation only deepened the student's perplexity. A young man with a closely cropped hairstyle stood up and asked, Teacher, what is art then? With a smile, Lu Jinglin replied, Art is a cultural expression that conveys certain emotions through intentional shaping using various means or mediums. In truth, both art and literature were concepts derived from our analysis of the writings found in the reverse realm. We believe that reverse realm number 127 once had abundant material resources. The majority of its residents could meet their survival needs, allowing them to create literature or art as a means to delight the senses and soothe the spirit. Old Su scoffed, chuckling, they must have had too much time on their hands. Lu Jinglin pointed toward Su, Acknowledging, you are correct. Research indicates that the inhabitants of the reverse realm did not need to engage in excessively strenuous labor to secure their livelihoods. Consequently, they had an abundance of free time, more than we can fathom. This surplus of time enabled them to create literature and art to fill a certain spiritual void. We have found that these creations can resonate emotionally with humans. We previously collaborated with the medical center, attempting to use these works to guide patients suffering from reverse realm phobia, soothing their spirits and releasing their emotions. The results were quite encouraging. Engaging with literature and art, yet another term from the reverse realm. After experiencing these artistic expressions through text, the patients exhibited greater emotional stability. This indicates that both literature and other forms of art possess unique therapeutic qualities. Another wave of discussion ensued. After a moment, Lu Jinglin began writing a series of terms on the podium's interface. The black wall displayed his words in sync: novel, poetry, drama. Someone asked, "Teacher, are these forms of literature?" Lu Jinglin nodded. Indeed, these represent forms of literature, and they are aspects that our fortress sorely lacks. I believe we should cultivate our own literature and art, as they provide an outlet for our emotions and infuse our lives with greater passion. The bearded lecturer then elaborated on the meanings of these words, employing specific examples discovered in the reverse realm to illustrate his points, striving to convey the essence of literature in accessible language. As the lesson drew to a close, Lu Jinglin switched off the wall projection, smiling. That concludes today's lecture. In the next session, I will explore the military civilization of the reverse realm. I suspect many of you will find it quite intriguing, so do remember not to be late. After class, as Tianyang and old Su exited the room, they passed by Lu Jinglin, who was tidying up at the podium. Suddenly, Lu Jinglin turned to Tianyang with an excited expression, grasping his arm firmly. You are Tianyang, aren't you? Lu Jinglin's gaze was a whirlwind of emotions: anticipation, fear, excitement, and trepidation intertwined into a complex sentiment difficult for Tianyang to decipher. Yes, that's me. What is it, teacher? Lu Jinglin stepped back, hand resting on the podium. Is it truly you? I thought. Tianyang furrowed his brows, puzzled. What did you think? As if struck by a sudden realization, Lu Jinglin's demeanor shifted to one of restraint. He shook his head. Nothing. I heard you took on the Qin family alone. I expected you to be a mature and valiant ascender, but here you are, so young. Tianyang raised his eyebrows slightly. He was not foolish and could sense Lu Jinglin's insincerity. Clearly, there was more he wished to say. Yet, Lu Jinglin hurriedly collected his belongings and exited the classroom, vanishing down a staircase. Chapter 086. A happy family. Upon leaving the classroom, Tianyang accompanied Lao Su to the college parking lot. He was somewhat taken aback to find the Chi-Web battle blade hanging beside Tianyang's electric motorcycle. As Tianyang started the bike, he remarked, "Our weapons are equipped with biometric recognition. Others would find them useless. Besides, I doubt anyone would dare to casually take the equipment of a Nightwalker." Lao Su shook his head, saying, "My surprise isn't due to that. It's because you brought your weapon outside. Brother, while we Nightwalkers are permitted to carry weapons within the city, flaunting it like this might attract unwarranted attention." Tianyang shrugged. "So that's what you meant. I had really considered it. Some events transpired last night, which made me feel it necessary to keep it close." Lao Su's brows furrowed slightly. What happened last night? Tianyang briefly recounted the shadowy figure he encountered outside the elevator. Lao Su advised, "You should report this to the captain." Tianyang raked his fingers through his hair. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I might be overthinking it. It seems trivial to disturb the captain for something so minor." "You have a point there. Just be cautious," Lao Su replied as he approached an old three-wheeled motorcycle, opening the door and climbing in. The vehicle appeared to have seen better days. Its exterior paint chipped, a headlight seemingly broken, and the tires bore signs of patches. Clearly, Lao Su was not in a position to afford a more luxurious ride, despite his status. Lao Su poked his head out of the window. "Come on. Let's south head to my place. Don't fall behind." Tianyang chuckled. Though both were Nightwalkers, their dormitories were not in close proximity. In truth, residential units in the upper city were limited, especially for someone like Tianyang, who had recently ascended to a higher social standing and did not possess property there. Consequently, to relocate to the upper city, he needed to apply, and the fortress would reclaim any vacant apartments, reassigning them after updating ownership records. Should Tianyang perish in battle without any relatives, the fortress would reclaim his residence, passing it on to the next applicant. Even if he had relatives, the fortress would only grant them a 3-year temporary residency. Upon expiration, if they failed to meet the fortress's contribution quota, they too would be evicted. Such were the fortress's regulations. As they approached Lao Su's apartment building, Tianyang noticed it had been standing for many years and was currently undergoing renovations. Scaffolding adorned the west side, with workers painting the exterior. Additionally, there was no elevator. Climbing the stairs, Lao Su led the way. Our houses here have been around for over 40 years, nearly matching my age. The municipal office has long contemplated demolition and reconstruction, but the challenge of relocating residents has delayed progress. This year, they finally decided against demolition and are opting for repairs instead. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Lao Su did not open the door, but pressed the doorbell. Moments later, a youthful voice echoed through the intercom. "Who is it?" Lao Su winked at Tianyang, grinning. "Guess." A cheerful shout resonated from the intercom. "Daddy's back." The door swung open, and a small figure rushed out, leaping into Lao Su's arms. He lifted her up, spinning around, revealing she was a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old. Lao Su affectionately rubbed his daughter's round face. "Xiaomai, did you miss Daddy?" "Yes, I missed you so much." The little girl clung to Lao Su's neck and planted a loud kiss on his cheek, the sound echoing throughout the corridor. Lao Su, proudly holding his daughter, introduced her to Tianyang. "This is my daughter, Xiaomai. Isn't she adorable?" Tianyang's lips twitched slightly. "She is indeed quite charming." Lao Su laughed heartily, instructing his daughter, "Say hello to your brother." The little one chimed in with a sweet voice. "Hello, brother. You're back, Lao Su?" A gentle feminine voice called from within. Lao Su entered with his daughter. "I'm back, Zijing. We have a guest today. Tianyang, come on in. Don't just stand there." Tianyang smiled as he stepped inside, finally meeting Lao Su's wife. She appeared significantly younger than him, her long hair tied up, wearing an apron. Seemingly in the midst of cooking, she stood by the window, a soft smile on her face, lightly chiding her husband. "You could have informed me about the guest beforehand. Let me quickly prepare a couple of dishes. You can entertain your friend for a moment." Lao Su wore an expression of contentment, and once his wife entered the kitchen, he pulled Tianyang into the living room. "There will be food soon. Take a seat while I fetch a book for you." Leaving Tianyang and his daughter behind, Lao Su disappeared into another room. The little girl gazed at Tianyang with curiosity. "Brother, why is your hair silver?" Tianyang touched his hair. "Well, that's a long story." The little girl took a cautious step back. "Mommy says boys who dye their hair are troublemakers. Are you one?" Tianyang found it amusing. "I can't speak for others, but I assure you, your brother Tianyang is definitely not a troublemaker." Fortunately, Lao Su returned, holding a thick book, which he handed to Tianyang. Xiaomai embraced Lao Su's leg, beaming. "I trust Daddy, so I'll be friends with you." Tianyang chuckled at the little girl's innocence before looking down at the book titled Analysis of the Inverted Realm. Lao Su tapped the book. "This is a valuable read. Make sure you return it once you're done." It was evident that Lao Su cherished this book as much as he cherished his happy family. Suddenly, Tianyang comprehended why Lao Su held so many concerns in the inverted realm. Simply put, because someone awaited his return in the fortress. After enjoying 2 meals at Lao Su's home, Tianyang spent the afternoon assisting him in assembling and painting a wooden horse. At 8 in the evening, he bid farewell to Lao Su's family and drove back to his own apartment. This time, Tianyang opted for the stairs instead of the elevator. Upon reaching his floor, he gripped the Chiwa battle blade tightly. However, tonight, the corridor bore no signs of abnormality, nor did he sense any scrutiny. He opened the door, entered, and settled into a chair in the living room, setting the blade aside. After a brief rest, as he prepared to rise for a shower, a gentle evening breeze caressed his hair. As he made his way toward the bathroom, he paused suddenly. In an instant, he dashed back to his chair, drawing the Chiwa battle blade from its sheath. The window was ajar. Yet, he distinctly recalled securing all doors and windows before leaving that morning. Silently, Tianyang approached the window, feeling along the sill. There were no traces left behind, but a peculiar sensation lingered in his palm. Turning it over, he discovered a few grains of sand clinging to his hand. He extended his tongue, tasting the saltiness akin to sand washed ashore by the sea. Surveying the entire living room, he finally noticed the slightly ajar bedroom door. Chapter 087. The secret. The door to the room stood ajar, shrouded in darkness and exuding an inexplicable malevolence. Tianyang approached the bedroom silently, pressing himself against the wall, his senses heightened since his recent physical enhancements. However, within the confines of the room, he detected no extraordinary aura. Raising his head, he commanded, "Lights on." Immediately, the smart home system illuminated the entire apartment, flooding the space with brilliance. In that instant, as the bedroom was bathed in light, Tianyang pushed the door open and charged in with his blade drawn. Should there be anyone within, the sudden illumination would momentarily disorient them, granting Tianyang a fleeting opportunity to strike. Yet, the bedroom was devoid of any presence. Not even a shadow, and the windows were securely shut. Evidently, the earlier sensations had been mere figments of his imagination. At that moment, a sound akin to rushing air echoed from outside the house. Tianyang pivoted and leaped out, catching a glimpse of a figure darting away from the window. By the time he reached the window, he witnessed someone using a tool to swiftly navigate around the building's corner, disappearing from view. A serious expression crossed Tianyang's face as he shut the window and conducted a thorough inspection of the apartment, confirming the absence of any other intruders before finally entering the bedroom. He seated himself beside the bed, with the Chi-Web battle blade within reach, and fell into deep contemplation. Who was that? Why had they infiltrated his dwelling? His gaze inadvertently fell upon the bookshelf opposite him, where the books he had retrieved from the lower districts were neatly arranged. However, one book was askew. As he approached, he noticed several small pebbles on the shelf, evidently brought in by the intruder. The individual had tampered with the bookshelf. Were they searching for something? But what could these tattered books possibly hold any significance for them? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that they were not after the books, but rather the diary? The diary of Su Lai. It was the only item of considerable value in Tianyang's possession that was related to the books. That half-torn diary surely concealed a secret. Otherwise, why would someone go to such lengths? Tianyang promptly resolved to check if the diary was still there, but hesitated and instead picked up his personal communicator to contact Old Su. He sent a text. "Old Su, if I wish to ascertain whether a space is under surveillance, how should I proceed?" After 10 minutes, Old Su replied, "What brings this on? I heard that Xiao Mai is quite fond of that wooden horse. You did a fine job painting it. Let me think. You could head to the headquarters supply warehouse and procure an electromagnetic interferer. While it won't identify any surveillance devices, it will disrupt their receiving signals if they exist." Tianyang thanked him, deleted the conversation, and tossed the communicator onto the bed before heading out for a shower. The next day, he drove to the headquarters of the Nightwalkers, presented his ID card, and, after registering, effortlessly acquired an electromagnetic interferer from the supply warehouse. Upon returning to his apartment, he disabled the home system to prevent it from being affected. Following the instructions, he activated the interferer and adjusted the frequency to encompass the entirety of the apartment. Even so, complaints from the neighbors drifted in from outside. Why is the home system unresponsive? What's wrong with the projection screen? Is it broken? It appeared the interferer was already proving effective. Tianyang returned to the bedroom and removed the light cover from the ceiling. Inside, Su Lai's diary lay quietly nestled in its recess. After retrieving the diary, Tianyang restored everything to its original state, switched off the interferer, and stepped outside with the diary in hand. He found a secluded corner in the community square and unfolded the diary once more. This time, he noticed the leather cover seemed somewhat swollen, considerably thicker than the back cover. The youth felt a surge of excitement, sensing he was on the brink of uncovering the mystery. He hastily cut open the cover. Inside, he discovered a folded piece of paper. As he spread it out, the first thing that caught his eye was a symbol, a diamond shape, with a solid circle rendered in bold ink, surrounded by twisted lines. Tianyang was momentarily taken aback. This was the very symbol that the dark denizens of Hanggu town etched onto their belongings. Could it be that Su Lai had encountered the same symbol in the reverse realm? Beneath the symbol lay a series of numbers, along with a short phrase. Beneath the cross, the sky illuminates. What could this mean? It was evidently not a prank by Su Lai. Perhaps the intruder was indeed searching for these numbers and this phrase. Gazing again at the symbol, Tianyang narrowed his eyes and swiftly retrieved his communicator, accessing the Nightwalker's information database. Upon entering the numbers, he was presented with a location, Jimtown. Tianyang laughed in triumph, his suspicions proven correct. The numbers represented coordinates. Su Lai's depiction of the Dark Denizen's symbol was a hint, suggesting that this was a coordinate in the reverse realm. The secret must surely lie within Jimtown. Tianyang further researched Jimtown and found it situated near the Yunchi base, a small settlement known for its bioluminescent fungi. These organisms clustered together, emitting a glow that, from a distance, resembled sparkling gems, hence the name. He noted down the phrase, and, using the Chi Web battle blade, set the paper ablaze. Determined, the youth planned to visit Honshu the next day, intending to request leave to journey to Jimtown. The secret of Su Lai undoubtedly resided there, and the phrase likely hinted at a specific location within the town. However, the true circumstances would only become clear upon visiting Jimtown. As he tucked the diary away and prepared to return home, Tianyang gently tapped his own head. Rather than Honshu, he recalled a more suitable candidate, someone who could potentially offer him assistance. Chapter 088, the big shot on this particular night, not far from the towering fortress. A serene bay lay beneath a silver moon, its luminous glow illuminating a starry, cloudless sky. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, splashing crystalline droplets high into the air, gently caressing the soft sands as they receded. As the waves reluctantly withdrew, a hermit crab emerged, scuttling across the beach until a beam of light swept over it. Startled, the little creature hastily burrowed into the sand, only for the waves to roll in again, smoothing the shoreline. The light emanated from the headlights of a motorcycle, which traversed the beach before coming to a halt in a secluded clearing. Surrounding the clearing was a makeshift barrier fashioned from sand-filled boxes, intended to shield a nearby shack from the encroaching tides. A robust man dismounted from the motorcycle, approached the shack, and opened the door. Upon entering, the lights flickered to life, momentarily dazzling him. He squinted, then tossed a loosely slung canvas bag onto a nearby table. He proceeded to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed water on his face. Glancing into the mirror, he noted his scruffy stubble and tousled hair. After patting his face dry, he wandered into the kitchen in search of sustenance. Unfortunately, he discovered nothing but a piece of bread as hard as a stone. He sighed softly, poured himself a glass of water, and began to nibble at the dry bread. At the opposite end of the room, several antiquated electronic screens flickered to life, remnants of technology long discarded by the fortress. They were connected by a tangled mass of wires to a terminal nestled in a corner. Among the screens, images of Tianyang apartments were prominently displayed. Suddenly, a communication device on the table beeped, prompting the man to hastily finish his bread and lift the device to his ear. A voice crackled through. "Hebai, how have you fared with the matters I entrusted to you?" The man named Hebai forced a bitter smile as he glanced at the screens. "Sir, I am indeed monitoring him closely. However, no unusual activity has occurred." "Impossible." The voice deepened, laced with displeasure. "I am certain he has acquired that journal. Unless he has discarded it, following the infiltration incident, he would undoubtedly retrieve it." Rubbing his stubble, which felt akin to coarse wire, Hebai shrugged. "I share your sentiments, yet regrettably, I have found no trace of the journal. At least, not within the apartment." There was a brief pause on the other end before the voice resumed. "Hebai, you best keep a vigilant eye. Acquiring a resident's rights is no trivial matter, especially for someone with your dubious history." Hebai fell silent for a moment before responding. "Sir, I do not harbor illusions of returning to the fortress. If you can facilitate my child's relocation to the upper city, I am willing to do anything for you." "Very well. Remember your words, and ascertain where he has hidden the journal swiftly." The communication ended. Hebai set down the device and pulled out a chair, slumping into it. With his thick legs propped up on the table, several screens jolted slightly. He absently stroked his stubble, gazing at the screens while muttering to himself. "What are you waiting for? Bring out that damn journal." Outside, The rhythmic sound of the tide continued, ebbing and flowing. In the dim light of the reverse realm, the view outside the high-speed train window was swallowed by an ever-receding darkness, with the composite window reflecting Tianyang's visage. At 10 o'clock that morning, he found himself once more aboard the high-speed train. Nearby, curious glances occasionally flitted across his face, some filled with intrigue, others tinged with faint hostility. The carriage housed a dozen prospectors, clad in eccentric attire and equipped with an assortment of gear. One burly man even bore an unwieldy punch shield, a hybrid weapon combining a fist glove with a shield, capable of delivering a powerful blow while also providing defense. The sight of the hefty punch shield resting at the man's feet suggested immense strength in its wielder, as evidenced by the fortress insignia emblazoned on his left shoulder, indicating he was a level 2 guardian. Suddenly, a communication device chimed. Tianyang withdrew his gaze and accepted the call. Hearing Ling Feng's voice on the other end. "Are you on the train?" "I'm already aboard. Thank you, Chief Ling. You've been of great assistance." Ling Feng's response was cool. "You've been reassigned under the banner of a special mission. While I am unaware of your reasons for visiting Lighthouse Base, I have no intention of prying. Just exercise caution. After all, you are now a vital asset to our Night Stalkers." "I understand. That's settled then. I've forwarded your information to the responsible party over there. Upon your arrival, he will arrange your journey to Gemtown. Farewell." As the communication concluded, Tianyang smiled faintly. He had reached out to Ling Feng the previous night, seeking assistance. Knowing he was destined for Gemtown, Ling Feng had refrained from questioning him, even withholding his consent. Yet, upon waking today, he received word to catch the 10 o'clock train bound for Lighthouse Base. Lighthouse Base, the first outpost of the towering fortress, boasted a history exceeding 50 years. Initially established merely for supply purposes, it had since evolved into a colossal base, larger than a lighthouse. The Yun family, having financed its construction, inspired the fortress to name it using a character from their family name, honoring their contributions. With time to spare, Tianyang assessed his condition and equipment. His enhancement progress had reached 61, having increased by 5 percentage points after the previous mission in the wilderness town. However, this time, no random enhancement nodes had manifested. It seemed that a person's luck could not remain perpetually favorable. Reviewing his gear, he noted the presence of the Crimson Moonblade, an assault rifle, 3 gas magazines, 4 vials of Star Essence replenishment liquid, and a high thermal explosive device. These resources would adequately prepare him for a perilous endeavor. Fortunately, Gemtown posed little danger, as it had already been explored and cleansed of its criminal elements by the Lighthouse Base. Having concluded his inspection, Tianyang intended to close his eyes for a brief nap, aware that a lengthy journey lay ahead. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder, followed by a waft of fragrance. A sultry figure nestled into his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. This woman, possessing a sun-kissed complexion and striking features, had her eyes and lips painted a shade of purplish gray. She regarded Tianyang with a predatory glint in her eyes. Well, young Night Stalker. Surely, there are no more towns around Lighthouse Base in need of exploration. Why then? Do you grace us with your presence? Chapter 089. Lighthouse Base. Tianyang lowered his head, gazing at the woman who had so eagerly approached him. She appeared to be slightly older than him, yet not quite 20. This was evident from her skin, which, though of a wheatish hue, was as smooth as silk. Particularly striking were the slender legs emerging from her shorts, undeniably possessing a delightful texture. The girl was adorned in a short leather jacket, the neckline plunging low enough to reveal a hint of her curvaceous silhouette. On the left side of her chest, a crest was emblazoned, a design of a longbow with a piercing eye between the bow and string, its gaze sharp. A number 1 was inscribed on the lower left, indicating that this enticing maiden belonged to the hunter class, a level 1 hunter. To his surprise, within this carriage, there were 2 transcended individuals among the prospectors. In terms of combat capability, this team was not to be underestimated. Do you find me attractive? The girl, adorned with purple-gray makeup, blinked playfully, lowering her neckline even further. If you wish to see more, we could move to another carriage. Thank you for your kindness, but I would prefer to rest for a while. Would you mind getting up? Tianyang replied with a smile that was just right. The girl snorted through her nostrils, suddenly clinging to Tianyang and exclaiming, "What are you doing? Let go of me." Tianyang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Just then, a hand reached over, lifting the girl away from him as if she were a mere chick. Tianyang looked up to find a man standing beside a seat, slender in build, almost skeletal through the open leather jacket. Like the girl, his lips were painted in a similar shade, and 3 ear studs adorned his left ear, crafted from the sharp fangs of some creature. On the back of his right hand, a sigil resembling a magical array was imprinted. With the number 1 at its center, he was a level 1 mage of the elemental heart. "Hey, kid, what do you intend to do with my sister?" The man, claiming to be the girl's brother, shouted. "Don't think just because you're a Nightwalker, you can do as you please. I demand you apologize to my sister." "Well, I must say, I admire your knife. If you offer it as an apology, I might consider forgiving you on behalf of my sister." Tianyang regarded him as though he were a fool, realizing now that this brother-sister duo was attempting to extort him. How amusing it was that someone dared to lay hands on a Nightwalker, perhaps believing him to be easily intimidated. Tianyang chuckled softly, tenderly lifting the Chiwa battle knife and raising it slightly. "Would you like it? Come, take it." The man was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such compliance from Tianyang. He swallowed hard and reached for the Chiwa battle knife. Tianyang's smile broadened as he watched the man's hand approach the knife's sheath. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted. "Remove your filthy hands." It was a bald, muscular man who had been resting with a fist shield at his feet, now standing tall, his shiny head nearly brushing the ceiling of the carriage. Turning to glare at the man, his eyes brimming with fury, he warned, "Wolf, one day your greed will be your downfall. Do you think you can lay claim to a Nightwalker and Appos as equipment? Dawn and Appos, bring trouble upon yourself." Wolf appeared to be the man's nickname. He scoffed, "Gugong, we are merely hired by you, not your subordinates. Don't think you can order us around." The man referred to as Gugong sneered, "Indeed, I am merely your employer. But if you dare to ruin my plans, I will make you regret it." Wolf intended to retort, but the girl quickly intervened, apologizing to Gugong. "Mr. Gugong, please don't be angry. We were just joking with the esteemed Nightwalker. Get lost." Gugong snapped, his tone severe. "Don't think you can pull your tricks from the prospectors onto a Nightwalker and not be met with laughter." Wolf let out a low, guttural growl, his eyes reddening. Finally, he huffed and took his sister away. Gugong then turned to Tianyang. "I apologize for the disturbance, sir. These two have caused you trouble." Tianyang sheathed the battle knife, smiling as he replied, "No need for concern. In fact, I owe you my gratitude for intervening." Gugong's eyes gleamed with surprise, followed by a hearty laugh. "It is I who should be thanking you. We shall not disturb your rest any further." He picked up the fist shield and exchanged glances with the other prospectors, collectively vacating the carriage. As they exited, one of Gugong's subordinates muttered, "Boss, why thank him after helping him out?" Gugong slapped the man on the forehead, nearly knocking him off his feet. "Do you understand nothing? If I hadn't intervened, Wolf's hand would have been severed. He didn't need my assistance. Moreover, it was Wolf and his sister who initiated trouble. They did not pursue any further consequences. So I felt it necessary to express my gratitude." The subordinate rubbed his head. "Now I understand." Gugong grunted. "Wolf and his sister are truly a nuisance. Were it not for the lack of manpower, I wouldn't have had to hire them temporarily. Keep a close watch on them. I won't tolerate any more trouble from those two." The prospectors nodded in agreement. 7 hours later, the high-speed train arrived at the station, and Tianyang finally reached Lighthouse Base. Nestled amidst the mountains, the base's facilities were concealed within lush vegetation, but the oppressive atmosphere of the Reverse Realm's forest stifled any sense of joy. Nonetheless, the myriad trees and twisted plants effectively impeded the progress of many black citizens. To allow the high-speed train access to the base, several mountain ranges were tunneled through, enabling the train tracks to pass. Compared to the Lighthouse Base, Lighthouse Base was undoubtedly far more antiquated. Tianyang harbored doubts about the base's continued existence, especially since several Reverse Realm mines were still being exploited nearby. The vigorous life force of the Reverse Realm's flora caused roots and vines to sprout throughout the corridors and crevices of the base's buildings. Consequently, the soldiers stationed at the base had to undertake the additional task of periodically clearing away these plants, a distinctive feature of Lighthouse Base. Upon disembarking, Tianyang made his way directly to the command center established by the Nightwalkers within the base, where he was to meet the commander of Lighthouse Base. Lingfeng had already informed him that the commander's name was Shun Maju, an old subordinate of Commander Chu Yan, and he was to extend proper courtesy upon meeting him. When Tianyang was escorted to the command center by a base officer, he nearly mistook it for a botanical garden. The office was brimming with potted plants, as if a trellis were to be constructed from the ceiling. This was hardly a command center, it was a veritable greenhouse. Someone was watering the plants when Tianyang cleared his throat, stood tall, and announced loudly, "Nightwalker Tianyang, reporting to the commander." The person, startled by Tianyang's sudden declaration, fumbled, spilling water all over a particular soil-based plant. He clutched his head and wailed, "Oh no, my precious star bamboo grass that I just transplanted." Tianyang felt a pang of concern at that moment. The man finally turned around, revealing himself to be a middle-aged individual in his 50s. With soft hair and a gentle demeanor. He wore glasses, unlike Lingfeng's aloof appearance. Instead, he bore a wry smile. "You young people are always so full of energy." "Oh, you look quite familiar." Chapter 90, Confrontation with an Enemy. "What is it, Commander?" Tianyang inquired with curiosity, noticing the unmasked astonishment on the face of the division commander moments ago. Could it be that his appearance had startled him? Shinmaju waved his hand, a faint smile gracing his features as he regained his composure. "It's nothing. As one ages, one's vision may falter and lead to misunderstandings." He retrieved a towel to dry his hands and took a seat behind the desk adorned with a row of potted plants, which nearly obscured his face. "Regarding your situation, Lingfeng has informed me of a special mission that requires you to visit Jimtown. To avoid raising suspicion, I'll arrange a task for you." Tianyang nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. I appreciate your assistance, Commander." "Not a bother at all," Shinmaju chuckled lightly. "You are fortunate. Had you arrived a few days earlier, I would not have had a suitable task for you. Our base currently has a scarcity of towns that require exploration. The nearby towns were thoroughly investigated over the past 50 years, and those further afield are inaccessible. Forgive me for digressing," he continued. "I happen to have a task that involves Gemtown. Recently, a botanist has arrived at the fortress, expressing a desire to study the luminescent fungi there. They requested that I send a team for protection, and I would like you to accompany them. What do you think?" Tianyang replied happily, "I will follow your arrangements, Commander." Shinmaju, appearing in good spirits, responded, "Then it's settled. By the way, members of the Yun family will also be joining the expedition. You are aware of the Tianyang family, I presume? Those young gentlemen have their quirks. So I advise you to maintain a low profile during the journey for everyone's benefit." Tianyang paused, surprised that the Tianyang family would also be researching plants in Gemtown. How leisurely of them. Shinmaju picked up a communication device and called out, "Please summon Adam. Just tell him I'm looking for him." "Adam," Tianyang pondered, intrigued by the notion of a Westerner being present in their base, particularly a Nightwalker. Shinmaju glanced at him, seemingly discerning his thoughts, and while trimming the plants with scissors, he remarked, "There are not many Nightwalker teams in the base. The Spear of the Sun team led by Adam is one of my most elite groups. He is a Westerner, but he has been with us in Qingtian Fortress for nearly a decade. Aside from his appearance, he has fully integrated into our community." Footsteps echoed outside the door, followed by a knock. A youthful yet somewhat mature voice called, "Did you summon me, Commander?" Shinmaju laid down the scissors. "Come in." As the door swung open, a young Westerner entered. His defined features resembled those of Roshan, with golden hair and eyes. Perhaps due to his short hair, he appeared particularly composed and mature. What astonished Tianyang the most was that the young man was clad in a complete suit of armor, distinctly reflective of the Western continent style. The armor lacked the deep luster of star materials and appeared to be made of ordinary steel. He bore a long sword at his waist, and as he approached Tianyang, he suddenly brought his legs together, clenched his right fist, and struck his chest with a resounding clang, exclaiming, "Greetings, Commander." The volume of his voice resonated, causing the windows to vibrate. What a serious individual, Tianyang thought to himself. Shinmaju retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his face. "Adam, there's no need to be so formal. Allow me to introduce you. This is Tianyang, a fellow Nightwalker. Lingfeng has assigned him a special mission. Tomorrow, he will accompany you to Gemtown. Externally, you may present him as a member of the Spear of the Sun without hesitation. Adam protested. That is unacceptable, Commander. My team members are rigorously selected. You cannot arbitrarily insert someone else, as this would hinder my command. Shin Maju cleared his throat awkwardly. Adam, Tianyang has another mission at hand. I only require you to provide him with cover. There is no need for further intervention. Adam shook his head resolutely. I cannot comply with that. Even if I were to request your assistance, it would still not be feasible. I have the final say over my team. Very well, in that case. I shall have the Tianma team replace you for tomorrow's mission, Shin Maju replied. Commander, Adam exclaimed, looking exasperated. All right, I will heed your command. It is a rare opportunity to leave the base. If I were to mess it up, my team would be greatly disappointed. However, this is a one-time occurrence. Shin Maju chuckled. Next time we shall discuss it further. I bet next time he will still find it difficult to challenge his commander. Yet, reflecting upon Adam's principled nature, Tianyang thought him to be a rather earnest individual. Shin Maju continued, then you should show Tianyang around. Also, remember to arrange a room for him. Understood. Adam turned and extended a large hand. In that case, I look forward to your guidance during this time. I am Adam, the captain of the Spear of the Sun team. Tianyang quickly shook his hand. I am Tianyang, a member of the Raven team. Thank you for your assistance, Captain Adam. Not at all, Adam replied. Oh, your grip is quite strong. After releasing his hand, Adam strode out of the office. Follow me. I will help you familiarize yourself with the base, even though it seems you won't be staying here for long. Descending from the Nightwalker Division building, they arrived at the main thoroughfare of Lighthouse Base, where numerous large transport vehicles continuously entered and exited. This base, coexisting with the forest, was adorned with grotesque, twisted trees that exuded a sickly aura. The base's remote sensing tower was hidden among these plants. Had Adam not pointed it out, Tianyang would never have discovered that the legendary tower responsible for external communication was concealed behind several grotesque trees. As they passed a massive wall, Adam halted. This is the base's memorial wall. Many lives were lost during the construction of this base. Their names are inscribed upon it, along with those of the brave warriors who perished during subsequent explorations. I aspire that one day my name will also be etched upon this wall. Brother, you are still young. Isn't living a better option? Tianyang mused, gently running his fingers over the icy surface of the wall, which appeared to be made of some form of steel. The names engraved there silently recounted a history that was far from easy. Come, I will take you to the warehouse. If you require anything, you may request it there. Just as Adam was about to lead Tianyang to the base's warehouse, a sudden voice rang out. What are you doing here? Tianyang turned to find a slightly gaunt face, twisted by anger into a menacing expression. The eyes, burning with fury, unmistakably reflected Tianyang's visage. It was Zhou Wang, the young scion of the Zhou family who had persistently troubled Tianyang and attempted to harass Sun. Tianyang was equally astonished. What was Zhou Wang doing in Lighthouse Base? Had he been exiled? Chapter 91. Killing with a borrowed blade. The moment Zhou Wang laid eyes on Tianyang, a fiery rage surged within him, igniting memories of the humiliation Tianyang had inflicted upon him. He recalled how, during his imprisonment, his father had looked at him as if he were mere refuse. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Wang's star essence manifested, the emblem on his forehead glowing with a grayish-white light that flowed through his hands. However, before he could unleash his elemental spear, a long sword struck his hand with tremendous force. The blow was so severe that Zhou Wang nearly believed his bones would shatter. In agony, his star essence faltered, and the gray light dissipated. It was only then that he realized Adam had unexpectedly positioned himself between him and Tianyang, sheathing the captain's sword of the solar spear. Mr. Zhou, what are you doing? How can you resort to violence within the base? Adam's expression was grave, laced with reproach. Zhou Wang clutched his reddened hand, shouting in defiance, "It's none of your business. Step aside. This is a personal grudge between him and me." Adam showed no intention of budging. Even if it's a personal matter, it cannot be settled here. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. Westerners. Zhou Wang gritted his teeth. Don't give me that look. This is Tianyang Base. If you wish to flaunt your power, return to your western continent. At this, Adam's expression darkened as well. What is going on? What has happened? A gentle voice interjected. Two figures approached. The foremost exuded an air of elegance. A faint smile on his face that was as soothing as a spring breeze, disarming any inclination toward conflict. It was Yunze, whom Tianyang had met at Sun's residence. Seeing Yunze here, Tianyang was certain of the man's esteemed status within the Yun family, as his presence in Tianyang Base was evidently unimpeded. Moreover, judging by his tone, he possessed the authority to intervene in matters concerning the Nightwalker team's captain. Indeed. Adam stood straight, legs together, and with a clenched fist at his chest, he acknowledged, "Greetings, Mr. Yun." Behind Yunze stood a man with black hair and a beard, his hawk-like eyes piercing, wielding a sword that radiated a powerful aura. Tianyang felt an unmistakable pressure as the man gazed at him. The youth was taken aback. This individual was clearly a formidable expert. After all, even Han Shu had never instilled such a sense of oppression in him. Oh, if at ISN, Mr. Tianyang. What a fortuitous encounter. What brings you to Tianyang Base? Yunze's figure shielded the hawk-eyed man's view, and he extended his hand warmly, surprising Zhou Wang behind him. Tianyang shook his hand, replying, "I happen to have a mission in the area." "Ah, I see." Yunze smiled at Adam again. "Captain Adam, may I ask what my people did to offend you?" "My people?" Tianyang felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Zhou Wang had unexpectedly latched onto the Yun family's support, which was quite surprising. Adam was forthright, recounting the events with candor. "Mr. Yun, the Yun family is held in high regard at the base. However, that does not grant your people the liberty to instigate conflicts here." "Indeed, you are correct." Yunze nodded appreciatively, his gaze drifting slightly. "Mr. Wang Liangyi, please teach Zhou Wang a lesson for me." The man known as Wang Liangyi did not respond, suddenly drawing his sword. To the onlookers, the flash of the blade was almost instantaneous, and when Wang Liangyi sheathed it again, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Moments later, Zhou Wang let out a scream, realizing that one of his ears had been severed, blood gushing forth. Yunze maintained his unfazed smile, waving his hand. "Take him away to tend to his wounds." Wang Liangyi cast a glance at Zhou Wang before turning to leave. Zhou Wang, filled with resentment, shot a look at Tianyang, but nonetheless covered his ear as he departed. Yunze then turned to Adam, smiling. "Captain Adam, rest assured, if anyone errs, even if they belong to my Yun family, I shall not show leniency." Adam seemed taken aback by Yunze's readiness to punish a subordinate so swiftly. Yet, Yunze appeared to regard the incident as trivial, enthusiastically clapping Tianyang on the shoulder. "It's a pity that I must step out tomorrow, otherwise, I would certainly host you, Mr. Tianyang. I trust you will remain at the base for some time. Upon my return, let us gather and enjoy each other as company." Tianyang, unfamiliar with navigating such social intricacies, could only nod in agreement. Delighted, Yunze exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking his leave. Upon returning to his quarters, Yunze entered a study where Wang Liangyi stood, sword in hand by the window. "Is Zhou Wang's injury serious?" Yunze inquired with a warm smile. "He won't die. You need not worry, Mr. Yun." Wang Liangyi replied nonchalantly. "Good. If he were to die, I doubt anyone would dare work for me in the future," Yunze mused, self-deprecatingly remarking that a master who readily caused harm to his subordinates would hardly be well received. Wang Liangyi chuckled and turned to face Yunze, his eyes piercing. "What? Does Mr. Yun think my methods were too harsh?" Yunze laughed lightly. "Not at all. I initially thought you might sever a hand. Only taking an ear seems lenient. The reputation of the Yun family cannot be tarnished by a stray dog." At this, Wang Liangyi merely smiled in silence. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Yunze lazily replied. The door opened, revealing Zhou Wang, whose head was already bandaged. "Good day, young Master Yun, Mr. Wang." Yunze nodded, a smile on his face as he regarded Zhou Wang. "What were you planning to do earlier?" Zhou Wang's face flushed crimson. "Young Master Yun, you must understand. That scoundrel Tianyang is nothing but a rogue. If it weren't for him, would I be in such a dire predicament?" Yunze feigned surprise. "Oh, is it so dreadful to work for me?" No. Realizing he had misspoken, Zhou Wang hastily amended. It is my honor to serve young Master Yun. But I absolutely cannot let that brat off the hook. Yun Zai's expression remained calm. You may do as you wish. But one thing is certain. You must not do anything that would tarnish the reputation of the Yun family. Understood, Zhou Wang replied, his mind racing. Young master, that brat is definitely no good. I suspect he has feelings for Miss Sun as well. At this revelation, Wang Liangyi chuckled softly. Yun Zai's expression darkened. Is that so? The young master of the Yun family stepped closer to Zhou Wang, and in a sudden motion, he struck Zhou Wang's face with a resounding slap, leaving one side of his face swollen. Zhou Wang was momentarily stunned, clutching his face in confusion. Hitting someone truly hurts, Yun Zai laughed merrily. Fortunately, I am an elemental heart and do not need to engage in physical combat directly. Otherwise, I would surely suffer. Then he inquired, do you know why I struck you? Zhou Wang ventured, because I embarrassed you at the base earlier? Yun Zai shook his head. No, that matter is in the past. I struck you because you are foolish. Not only are you foolish, but you are also treacherous, daring to plot against me. Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. You are aware that I am also pursuing Miss Sun. This insinuation of yours serves only to suggest that I should eliminate that ascendant named Tianyang on your behalf. Using another's blade to kill is indeed an astute idea. However, how dare you ask me to wield it? You possess quite the audacity. The color drained from Zhou Wang's face. Chapter 092. Siblings. The automatic door creaked open sluggishly, halting midway before Adam awkwardly chuckled and struck it with a fist, enabling it to fully open. Many facilities within the base had become quite antiquated, and this room had not been occupied for some time. So, you understand. After leaving the Remembrance Wall, Adam took Tianyang on a brief tour of the base and had just returned from the supply depot. At this moment, the Night Stalker captain had arranged a temporary dormitory for the boy. However, it appeared that this room had been neglected for quite a while. Dust coated the floor and walls, and the air felt stale, as if it had not been ventilated for ages. Adam surveyed the dust-laden walls and activated a control panel, initiating the ventilation system. Soon, a rumbling sound emanated from a corner of the room, followed by a soft thud as dark gray smoke billowed from behind a grate. Adam looked on in astonishment and, after a few seconds, suggested, "Shall I find you another room?" Tianyang wholeheartedly agreed. The second dormitory was considerably more pleasant, albeit small and rudimentary. At the very least, it was clean. Tianyang placed his gear on the table and expressed his gratitude to Adam, who remained preoccupied by the earlier incident, vowing to treat the boy to a hearty dinner that evening as compensation. As they were about to depart, Adam hesitated for a few moments before shyly inquiring, "By the way, Tianyang, since you came from the fortress, do you happen to know my sister?" Tianyang casually replied, "Who is your sister?" Roshan, Adam added. "She works at the medical center and occasionally serves as a field medic in the reverse realm." The revelation that Roshan was his sister startled Tianyang, conjuring the image of a mature and beautiful figure in his mind. It was truly hard to fathom that doctor. Roshan not only had a brother, but that her brother was the captain of the Night Stalkers. "Yes, I know her. Dr. Roshan examined me," he replied. "She is still my personal physician, though that detail is best kept from Adam." With an expectant expression, Adam asked, "Is she doing well?" "Very well. Every time I see Dr. Roshan, she appears quite spirited," Tianyang reassured him. "That's good to hear," Adam replied with a look of relief. "I was worried that without me around, she might be bullied." "Are you joking? Who would dare bully a battlefield medic? Unless they were injured and unwilling to receive treatment. Besides, your sister is also an ascendant, though I still have yet to learn her specific rank. By the way," Adam said, grasping the boy's shoulder with a serious tone, "when you see her next, could you deliver a message for me?" Tianyang nodded promptly. "Of course. What would you like me to say?" "Tell her I haven't disgraced her. I have been striving towards that goal." Adam's eyes sparkled with excitement, inadvertently tightening his grip on Tianyang's shoulder, causing the boy to worry about his own discomfort. No problem. I will certainly convey your message when I return. So, could you perhaps let go of me now?" To Tianyang's surprise, Adam only tightened his hold further. The following day, as Tianyang finished his morning routine, a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, a young soldier clad in Night Stalker attire, both anxious and exhilarated, exclaimed, "Good morning, sir. The captain has asked me to escort you to the dining hall." Tianyang smiled in response. "Thank you." In the base's dining hall, the solar gun squad occupied a table. Not only did Tianyang spot Adam, but he also noticed two other team members who distinctly bore traits of the Westlanders. Their shoulder insignia indicated they held the rank of second lieutenant. "Over here." Adam waved, beckoning Tianyang to join him, before introducing him to his comrades. After exchanging pleasantries with each, Tianyang took a seat beside Adam and quickly finished his breakfast. After their meal, the group departed the dining area and made their way to the assembly point, the base's garage number 3, while soldiers inspected vehicles and loaded supplies. Tianyang's gaze fell upon another team in the vicinity. This unit donned immaculate white uniforms, their defensive armor and tactical clothing also in white, adorned with cloud-patterned embellishments at the cuffs and collars. Moreover, their vehicles and equipment appeared far superior to those of Adam's squad, all brand new. In stark contrast, Adam's team, though named the Solar Gun, possessed outdated gear, marred by scratches and signs of wear, with no indication of a recent upgrade. Comparing the two, it was starkly evident how lacking Adam's squad was. "That is the Yun clan's guard, the Frost Cloud Guard," Adam remarked while polishing his ordinary steel sword. "They are the only squad in this base that can replace their equipment annually. Unlike us, whose gear has not been updated in 4 to 5 years. Tianyang observed closely and noted that the Frost Cloud Guard had a significant number of ascendants among them. Within a team of a dozen, 5 were ascendants. This configuration was comparable to that of the Solar Gun. It was surprising that one family could possess a private guard rivaling the Night Stalkers. Furthermore, it was likely that this was not the only such guard. One could easily surmise that the Qingtian Yun clan possessed an influence unlike any other family. "Mr. Tianyang, what a coincidence. Are you also heading to Jimtown?" Yunze's voice resonated from the garage entrance. Tianyang turned to see the Yun clan scion striding towards him, followed by 4 or 5 others. Among them was the enigmatic man with eagle-like eyes, an elder, and 3 young individuals. "Oh," Zhou Wang brought up the rear, his head wrapped in bandages. Upon seeing Tianyang, his eyes, bloodshot and fiery, seemed as if they would blaze forth. When Tianyang encountered Yunze yesterday, he had speculated that Shinmaju mentioned someone from the Yun family would be joining them, and this individual was indeed Yunze. Tianyang felt a twinge of headache. Yunze was rather overly enthusiastic. Without delay, the Yun scion began introducing the individuals beside him. "This is Professor Kong Zhang, a renowned botanist in our fortress. Thanks to Professor Kong's improved crops, we can now enjoy rice. Otherwise, who knows what we would be eating." Professor Kong, the elder, clad in protective gear, awkwardly waved his hands, stating, "I cannot take credit for that. Were it not for the Yun family providing research funding back then, no matter how hard I worked, I would not have achieved crop improvement." "Not at all, Professor Kong. Improving the livelihood of the populace is something our Kong family must staunchly support," Yunze replied. Introducing the other individuals, the 3 young people following the elder were his students and assistants. As for the eagle-eyed man, named Wang Liangyi, Yunze did not disclose further details about him, nor his rank. In conclusion, Yunze warmly invited Tianyang to join him in his vehicle, but Tianyang politely declined, and Yunze did not press the matter. In fact, he displayed no signs of annoyance at being rebuffed, even if it was feigned. Tianyang couldn't help but admire his composure, perhaps a basic skill for those from affluent families. Once the inspections were complete and supplies ready, Adam checked the time, waved his hand, and declared, "Let us move out. P.S. Special thanks to I Am Forgetting for the generous support and gratitude to everyone for your encouragement." Chapter 093. Flourishing growth. The vehicles departed from the Yunxiang base, traversing a meticulously constructed road. Flanking the highway were the grotesque trees of the reverse world, their twisted forms exhibiting an unusual vitality that caused their roots to encroach upon the roadway. Consequently, the base was compelled to conduct regular maintenance of the surface to ensure unobstructed passage for the vehicles. Seated within one of the Falcon battle vehicles, Tianyang gazed out the window at the world shrouded in black mist, where his line of sight was dominated by the seemingly endless dark forest bordering the road. "You are entrusted with a special mission, and as a matter of principle, I shall not inquire into your actions. Adam's voice drew Tianyang's attention back from the window. However, as the squad leader and the safety officer for this expedition, should I determine that your actions pose a risk to us, I will intervene decisively. Tianyang nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that is entirely reasonable, I have no objections. Adam smiled. I am pleased that we have reached a consensus. At that moment, Tianyang's communicator buzzed with an incoming text message. You have received a notification regarding the distribution of mission rewards. Reward item: exploration task in Huanggu Town. Reward details: contribution points. Contribution points: basic reward 500 points, assistance in slaying a wizard 300 points, destruction of a large dark denizen Trant 500 points. Recovery of wizard's eye crystal material 100 points, team, miscellaneous 162 points, total contribution points earned 2,462 points. All rewards have been distributed. Please check your account. Tianyang further checked his total contribution points, noting that after lending 2,000 points to Yanbing, he currently possessed 5,620 points. To date, his accumulated contribution points approached a total of 10,000. However, he still had a considerable journey ahead before reaching the 100,000 points required for the establishment of his own clan. At noon, the convoy emerged from the forest, and the reverse world road became a beacon of hope for the weary travelers. They were finally spared from the relentless jostling of the mountainous terrain. Although the road was occasionally interrupted and uneven, it was generally passable. Along the way, they occasionally spotted solitary wanderers. These entities exhibited a collective awareness, and unless absolutely necessary, the convoy would not halt to clear them away to avoid attracting a swarm of dark denizens. As the sun set over the fortress, the convoy finally arrived at their destination, Gem Town. The convoy did not enter the town directly. Instead, they formed a defensive formation, temporarily resting in an open area near the road. Adam disembarked and met with Yunza, stating, after days of travel, everyone is fatigued. We shall rest here for 8 hours before entering the town. Yunza had no objections. Soldiers began to set up a perimeter, utilizing various tools to create makeshift cover while also concealing the campfire. 7 or 8 frost cloud guards commenced meal preparation in the camp, opting not to light a bonfire, instead using portable field stoves placed on level ground. Upon igniting the stoves, blue flames flickered to life, and they set simple food to heat in the cooking pots, rendering it ready for consumption. The frost cloud guards also erected 2 tents, retrieving some basic supplies from the vehicles, allowing them to spend the night in relative comfort. Naturally, these tents were designated for Yunza and Kong Zhang, while the others would have to make do within the vehicles. Tianyang withdrew his gaze from the tents, reaching into his pouch to retrieve a box of high-energy rations. He opened it and began to chew on a compressed food bar. Beside him, Adam, also munching on a food bar, remarked wistfully, "Sometimes, I truly envy the treatment of the Yun family guards. At least they can enjoy warm meals, unlike us, who can only gnaw on these cold rations. Such a team may possess commendable combat strength, but their resilience is lacking. Should the situation turn unfavorable, I doubt they could endure for long." Tianyang reflected, taking another bite of his food bar. Adam regarded the young man with surprise. "Your perspective is quite astute. I share your sentiments. Just look at the equipment they use, their attire, even the field tools at their disposal. Everything appears excessively polished and convenient. Living in such comfort will undoubtedly render them fragile. If the environment were to become harsh, and they had to confront the filth of reality, I can assure you, they would crumble swiftly. This, in comparison, is something we far surpass." With this, Adam wore a proud expression. Tianyang wholeheartedly concurred. The reverse world was replete with unknown dangers, and only those of steadfast will could survive. This world was not merely a stage for some to perform. After 8 hours, the convoy resumed their journey. Gem Town lacked a discernible entrance, such as the checkpoints found in Huanggu Town. Instead, a seamless road of the reverse world extended directly into the heart of the town. As they drew closer to Gem Town, the ground, rocks, lampposts, and road signs began to exhibit an array of peculiarities. The reverse world fungi, unlike the bloated, pale fungal bodies commonly found in urban areas, the fungi in Gem Town were delicate, densely arranged, and not of white or deep black hues, but rather a dark blue. From a distance, they resembled a deep blue blanket draped over the various objects within the town. They had thrived remarkably in recent years. From his window, Adam observed the fungi passing by. The Botanical Research Institute at the fortress has recorded them. In the past 5 years, their growth rate has increased tenfold, if not more. It is as if some force is compelling their proliferation. Tianyang gazed at the peculiar growths outside, beginning to comprehend why a botanist like Kong Zhang would suddenly venture to Gemtown. Chapter 094. The Mycelium Man. Upon entering the small town, Tianyang observed that its scale was significantly smaller than that of Huanggu Town. The buildings were generally low, and along a main street, numerous factory-like structures lined the way. The proximity of these edifices to one another gave the impression of factories, as each was typically accompanied by an expanse of open land. This land usually housed 1 or 2 unidentifiable machines, many of which were already shrouded in mycelium. Those not yet affected had long since become hollow remnants, reduced to mere skeletal frameworks. They bore a resemblance to the hoisting apparatuses found in the factories of the fortress's lower districts, leading Tianyang to speculate that these might indeed be factories. As they passed a building, a wraith emerged from the entrance. Perhaps it was more accurate to call it a half-wraith, for its lower half had vanished entirely, leaving a segment of spine protruding from its waist. As it crawled on the ground with its hands, the exposed vertebra resembled a short white tail dragging across the surface. This already horrifying and distorted entity now bore mycelium growing from its body, with a tuft of it protruding from its left eye socket, having long since displaced its original eyeball. Throughout the journey, Tianyang encountered several more of these mycelium-infested wraiths. He glanced at Adam and noted that the burly man's expression was equally grim. Clearly, something sinister had transpired here. He had visited Gemtown 2 years prior, and while there had been blackened figures then, they had not been parasitized by mycelium. Adam wiped the sweat from his brow. In truth, the temperature control system within the armored vehicle maintained a relatively cool environment, and he should not be feeling overheated. Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt in a small square, enclosed by a wall and a gate, suggesting it was an important establishment within the town. Near the 2-story building at the back of the square, a tattered object resembling a flag lay discarded, its original colors and patterns obscured by grime. As the vehicle door opened, Kong Zhang, clad in protective gear and a helmet, stepped onto the ground of Gemtown with the assistance of a student. The mycelium infestation here was relatively mild. Apart from the left side of the building, which was entirely covered, only sporadic patches were visible elsewhere. Adam intended to use this location as a temporary camp, given that the surrounding wall provided a natural defense and cover. The members of the Sun's gun team disembarked one after another, while Adam directed the soldiers to fortify the wall and establish firing positions on the high ground, parking several Falcon armored vehicles in front of the small building. When necessary, the heavy artillery mounted on the vehicles could form a formidable stronghold. As they prepared to explore the building and clear any potential dangers, Yunza approached, politely yet firmly taking charge of the operation. Adam seemed to anticipate this and offered no objections, nor did he express surprise. Yunza then commanded Zhou Wang to lead a standard exploration team, consisting of another ascendant of the god of war rank and 5 ordinary soldiers, into the building. The Frost Cloud Guard swiftly set up a table and several folding chairs in the small square, placing a holographic projector atop the table, allowing for real-time visuals from the exploration team to be displayed. Yunza pulled up a chair for the elderly Kong Zhang and then addressed Tianyang, stating, "Mr. Tianyang, this is your first encounter with our Frost Cloud Guard, is it not? As an experienced Nightwalker, please help me assess any shortcomings in our family guard." Tianyang replied, "Mr. Yunza, I am merely an ordinary member of the Nightwalkers and do not deserve such accolades. It would be more fitting for you to simply call me by my name." Yunza appeared pleased, saying, "Very well, using names feels more intimate. But please, do not refer to me as Mr. That feels too distant. Instead, since I am your elder, you may call me Brother Zhe." Tianyang found the term difficult to utter. The holographic display crackled to life with Zhou Wang's voice, slightly distorted due to signal transmission issues. "Mr. Yunza, We have searched the first floor with no anomalies detected. We are now proceeding to the second floor. In the projection, Zhou Wang and the Ascendant moved ahead, while the other soldiers held their weapons at the ready, forming a tactical formation. It was evident that the Yun family had invested considerable effort into training this guard. As the soldiers moved in near-perfect unison, any disturbance prompted immediate reactions, with weapons swiftly aimed at the source of suspicion. Before long, the team reached the second floor, emerging from the staircase into a corridor that stretched out on both sides. The staircase was centrally located, indicating that splitting up for exploration would be unwise. Zhou Wang promptly decided to investigate the left corridor first. Turning left, they soon encountered an open door, its frame empty as the door itself had vanished. The light revealed what appeared to be a conference room, with a long table at its center, chairs askew, and debris strewn across the floor. As the light swept across the corner of the room, Tianyang suddenly noticed movement. The holographic projection captured an intake of breath, and the beam of light, which had passed, returned to reveal a figure huddled in the corner, arms wrapped around its knees, head buried within. The uncertainty stemmed from the fact that this humanoid form was entirely enveloped in mycelium. The dense blue mycelium had thoroughly claimed it, rendering its true identity indiscernible. Zhou Wang exchanged glances with the accompanying Ascendant, who drew a gleaming silver sword, manifesting his star essence and preparing to strike. Zhou Wang raised his hand, gray light swirling to form an elemental spear. He hurled the gray spear, which pierced through the figure's head. Although Tianyang disapproved of Zhou Wang's character, he recognized the correctness of the response. Given that the entity appeared to be anything but human, it was far more prudent to eliminate it outright rather than test its vitality. After the attack, the mycelium-covered form displayed no signs of life, appearing utterly immobile. The holographic projection filled with the sound of relieved breaths as the team relaxed, allowing the light to sweep past the figure. Zhou Wang remarked, "We will dispose of it later, perhaps using a body bag to transport it." Just then, Tianyang noticed that the elemental light, which had been gradually dissipating in the dim corner, suddenly vanished. A cacophony of gasps and shouts erupted from the holographic display, accompanied by Zhou Wang's curses. Yunze sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What has happened? Respond immediately. What has occurred?" Chapter 095. The cross in the holographic projection. The scene abruptly shifted. The organism, previously nestled in the corner, now clutched a soldier of the Frost Cloud Guard tightly. It held the soldier's helmet, obscured from view due to its position. "Shoot! Shoot!" Zhou Wang bellowed into the projection, but the soldier either stood frozen in fear or hesitated, concerned about harming his comrades. Despite several weapons aimed at the creature resembling a fungal entity, no shots were fired. Ultimately, it was the exalted warrior who swiftly intervened, severing the creature's head with a single stroke. The body that had embraced the soldier collapsed to the ground, motionless. As for the soldier, the visor of his helmet had been corroded, revealing a gaping hole the size of a teacup. His expression was one of sheer terror, his gaze wandering. Yet he appeared to be largely unharmed. However, the breach in his helmet posed a grave risk. If not promptly addressed, prolonged exposure to the dark mist could prove fatal. The exalted warrior sheathed his sword and commanded, "Take him back." Outside in the courtyard, Yunze urgently called, "Quick, prepare the medical chamber." Tianyang was taken aback. Indeed, the Tianyang Yun clan possessed the means to transport a medical chamber, showcasing their considerable wealth. The soldier was swiftly taken away, but soon after, gasps echoed through the projection once more. Yunze's face darkened. What now? The hologram flickered, revealing blurred shadows accompanied by gunfire and Zhou Wang's furious shouts. Moments later, as the image stabilized, the creature was seen with its head inexplicably reattached, motionless against the wall. Yunze, momentarily losing his composure, exclaimed, "Zhou Wang, what is happening?" Panting heavily, Zhou Wang faced the camera. The moment we took our eyes off it, it moved suddenly and at great speed. Curiously, when we fixated on it, it remained still. The exalted warrior added, "I am uncertain where its will is confined. The safest course may be to incinerate it." Yunze replied gravely, "Then let us proceed swiftly." This time, the team dared not divert their gaze from the creature for even a moment. Several soldiers remained fixated on it, while Zhou Wang sprinkled some powder over the entity, stepping back slightly before snapping his fingers. With a sharp sound, a flower seedling appeared at his fingertip. He flicked the seedling toward the creature. Upon contact with the powder, an explosion of orange flames erupted. Within the fiery inferno, a cacophony of ethereal shrieks filled the air. The creature fell from the wall, thrashing and writhing in desperation. Thick smoke billowed from the flames, and moments later, the entity lay still, consumed by the fire. Only then did Yunzhe exhale in relief and sit down, inquiring, "What is this thing?" He turned to Adam. "Have you ever encountered such a dark being?" Adam, with a solemn expression, shook his head. "This is my first encounter. I have never seen anything like it." However, Kong Zhang interjected, "Perhaps it is not a dark being, or perhaps it once was." Yunzhe, perplexed, asked, "Why do you say that, Kong Lao?" The botanist crossed his arms, his demeanor serious. In nature, certain fungi can parasitize living hosts, even controlling their behavior. This reverse realm fungus may possess similar capabilities, having infested a certain dark being. Perhaps that dark being is already deceased. Yet the fungus continues to manipulate its body for certain actions. Thus, I speculate that the creature did not cease its movements due to our observation, but rather in response to the illumination. I have conducted studies indicating that most reverse realm plants react to light. Unlike the flora outside our door, reverse realm plants activate a protective mechanism when exposed to light, halting cellular activity. For this reason, when illuminated, that entity remained motionless, but as soon as the light shifted, it resumed its actions. Yunzhe's eyes widened in understanding. So that is the case. Kong Lao's explanation makes sense and better accounts for the creature's behavior. Tianyang concurred, recognizing that this interpretation was more coherent than Zhou Wang's notion of being watched. Subsequently, the team continued their exploration of the building. However, no traces of the creature were found on the second floor, confirming the temporary camp's safety. Tragically, the soldier brought to the medical chamber had perished, the cause being asphyxiation, clearly not a result of the reverse realm's dark mist. The mist merely corrupts human life systems, leading to organ failure and eventual death, or it may transform humans into creatures akin to dark beings. Yet, it would not cause suffocation. Scans revealed foreign substances in the soldier's respiratory tract. Fungal filaments. These entities had infiltrated the soldier's respiratory system and proliferated rapidly. In mere moments, filaments even emerged from his eyes. The alien vitality of these organisms sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Ultimately, the soldier's remains were incinerated to prevent the filaments from evolving into a colony, which could subsequently transform the body into a fungal being. After an hour of rest at the temporary camp, Kong Lao planned to collect some fungal specimens, with Adam naturally leading the guard. Seizing this opportunity, Tianyang embarked on his own quest, following Adam out of the camp, but soon parting ways on the street. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Wang quietly observed this action. After separating from the main group, Tianyang set forth to explore. The town of Gemstone was not large, even alone. One could traverse its entirety in a day. Thus, Tianyang was unhurried. Though he worried that the rampant fungal growth might obscure the secret Su Lai had concealed within the town, Tianyang believed that Su Lai's secret lay hidden within the brief phrases he had left behind. Beneath the cross, the sky is illuminated by the sun. Therefore, the youth remained vigilant, observing various forms throughout the town, particularly those resembling crosses. As he wandered, his thoughts raced. Why had Su Lai gone to such lengths to hide that piece of paper within the cover of his diary, leaving behind a set of reverse realm coordinates and a short phrase? This matter must be related to the torn pages of the diary. Perhaps the contents that were ripped apart concealed some secrets. Delving deeper, did Su Lai's actions stem from facing a particular danger? And was it this danger that ultimately led to his disappearance, forcing his mother to reside in the lower city? If that were the case, Tianyang hoped to uncover the architect of that peril, for if it weren't for him, perhaps his mother would still be alive and thriving. Fungal growths. They were ubiquitous. As Tianyang ventured further into the town, he discovered these organisms nearly everywhere. Along the way, he encountered several wanderers parasitized by the fungi, though they had not yet been fully consumed. Some wanderers even tore the fungi from their bodies and ingested them, resisting the invasion in their unique manner. In this town, increasingly engulfed by the fungal entities, Tianyang finally came across something pertaining to the cross. It was a building, distinctly different from others in the town. This structure featured a pointed roof, upon which a cross-shaped emblem was prominently displayed. Tianyang found himself perplexed. This object did not resemble a lightning rod or a signal transmission device. What purpose did the residents of the reverse realm have for erecting such a thing upon their rooftops? Chapter 096. The peculiar architecture. Tianyang did not hastily enter the building. His previous experiences with reverse dimension explorations had instilled in him the prudent habit of observing before acting. The structure before him boasted a unique architectural style, markedly different from the other edifices in the quaint town. It employed a symmetrical design, with a towering main building flanked by lower auxiliary wings. The main structure featured high, narrow windows akin to spires, and its entrance was equally high and slender, crowned by a cross-shaped window. Illuminated by light, the glass of the window bore intricate patterns, though most were obscured by dust, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. The building had long been abandoned, and one of the once symmetrically opening doors was now missing. Many of the surrounding windows displayed signs of damage, and those stained glass windows that had once showcased vibrant colors now resembled dark, gaping mouths, hollow and ominous. Across the street from this peculiar structure, a row of reverse dimension trees thrived. These twisted black plants were now overrun with fungi, desperately growing and enveloping the entire trunk, crafting a heavy canopy among the branches. Nearby, a lamppost lay askew on the ground, having toppled over a tree overtaken by the fungi. Interestingly, the unique products of this gem town seemed indifferent to metallic objects, sparing the lamppost from destruction, once assured that no dark denizens lurked nearby. Tianyang crossed the street and approached the spire-like building. Light streamed through the entrance, illuminating the hall within, where wooden benches lay askew. Judging by their length, each bench could accommodate 4 or 5 individuals, and numerous such benches suggested the hall could hold at least 40 or 50 people. Towering columns adorned both sides of the hall, intricately carved with sculptures depicting winged figures. Tianyang pondered, did the inhabitants of the reverse dimension resemble this? Above, the dome was adorned with several light fixtures, behind which lay painted illustrations. As he directed his light towards the front of the hall, he noticed a stone table resembling a podium, its age in the reverse dimension unknown. Although the table remained intact, it had succumbed to decay. Scattered atop it were small sculptures, and on the wall behind the table hung a cross-shaped ornament, about 1 meter in length and width, featuring a human figure in relief. The figure's arms were outstretched, with nails piercing its palms, affixing it to the ornament. It seemed to represent some form of mysterious worship. Yet, Tianyang could not fathom why the residents of the reverse dimension would revere such an image, nor could he discern its deeper significance. However, to the left of the sculpture, Tianyang discovered a door ajar, revealing what appeared to be another space leading to the building's upper spire. Gripping his assault rifle, he quickened his pace to the door. Light flooded in, confirming the presence of another space within, a spiral staircase ascending into the unknown. The air beyond the door felt damp, and deep blue fungi spotted the walls and floor, though their coverage was minimal, allowing Tianyang some room to maneuver. He stepped inside, cautiously navigating around the fungi, uncertain of the consequences of contact with them. Safety was paramount. Approaching the staircase, he raised his rifle, directing the illuminating attachment upwards towards the staircase's summit. As the light swept across the upper staircase, something glimmered momentarily. Instantly, Tianyang's muscles tensed, and he retreated swiftly into the hall. Crouching low, he shone the light into the doorway, faintly hearing a weak, yet peculiar sound emanating from within. Yet, as the light illuminated the area, he discerned nothing. Nevertheless, he sensed that something was approaching from within, an instinct fueled by the elusive sound and an indescribable aura. Gently tapping his temple, he activated the infrared vision of his tactical eye, lowering the gun's muzzle to concentrate the light beneath him. In the crimson-tinged view of the infrared, something materialized on the ground and at the door, fungal beings. Indeed, they were humanoid forms entirely covered in fungi. 2 of these beings emerged. One crawled from the ground like a reptile, while the other appeared like a spider, descending from the doorframe. Suddenly, both beings lunged at Tianyang simultaneously, executing a coordinated ambush. With the infrared vision deactivated, Tianyang raised his rifle, initially directing the light at the fungal creature on the ground. As the beam struck, the creature froze in place, and Tianyang swiftly sidestepped, unleashing a barrage of stellar beams from his assault rifle, simultaneously hitting the ground-dwelling creature. He evaded the attack from the other monstrosity, which then landed within the illuminated area. The second fungal being also ceased its movement. It appeared that, as Kong Zhang had mentioned, these creatures possessed the characteristics of reverse dimension flora. Within the light's range, their cellular activity halted. Uncertain whether his previous shots had dispatched the fungal beings, Tianyang prudently rested his rifle on the ground, maintaining the light's illumination. He drew his red moon battle knife, channeling starlight into its blade, which ignited with a scarlet glow. The temperature in the air surged dramatically. Fortunately, the knife's special material concentrated the heat along the edge. Otherwise, he might have been unable to wield it at all. Cautiously, Tianyang maneuvered behind the two fungal beings to prevent blocking the light, then swung the battle knife, slicing through the two creatures. As the blade passed, flames erupted from the fungal beings, transforming the hall into an inferno of fireballs. The beings writhed in agony, emitting high-pitched screams from somewhere deep within. After what felt like an eternity, the flames finally extinguished, leaving only charred black imprints on the ground. Sheathing the battle knife, Tianyang red-dripped his rifle and once again stepped into the side room. Ascending the spiral staircase, he encountered no further fungal beings. He navigated the staircase, occasionally encountering damaged sections, which consumed a bit of his time before he finally reached the summit. The top level revealed a small platform surrounded by windows. Climbing out through one of the windows, Tianyang found himself atop the building, the cross-shaped ornament directly before him. It was enshrouded in a dense layer of fungi, leaving no space to grasp. Beneath the cross, the heavens basked in sunlight. Tianyang softly recited those two brief phrases, then, with a decisive motion, drew his battle knife and severed the cross at its base. Underneath lay a pedestal, which he dismantled with ease. Yet, beneath the pedestal, there was nothing. Tianyang paused in confusion. Was this not the location? At that moment, his communicator buzzed. Tianyang, where are you? We need to return. Rendezvous at the camp. Responding affirmatively, he switched off the communicator, furrowing his brow before retracing his steps. As he exited the peculiar building, he cast one last glance back at it before departing hastily to reunite with Adam and the others at the camp. Chapter 97. The fox assuming the tigers might. Tianyang hastened back to the camp. Although he had the special mission from Lingfeng as a shield, which lessened the repercussions of his separation from the main team, he still wished to avoid unnecessary suspicion and did not want to resort to that shield lightly. As the camp came into sight, a sudden bark of a dog reached his ears. Almost immediately, a shadow lunged from a side alley. It was a rabid dog, its body infested with deep blue fungi that seemed to heighten its aggression. The creature, with a face resembling that of a human, howled madly, using all fours to reach Tianyang in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a crimson flash crossed the dog's line of sight, cleaving its vision in two, with a chasm of darkness in between. This was the last image the creature saw. Frowning, Tianyang plunged the chi-web battle blade into the ground, splitting the dark being in front of him, its body collapsing to the sides and rapidly decaying. More dogs poured out from the alley, forcing Tianyang to fight and retreat, maintaining distance to avoid encirclement. After moving another 10 meters, azure beams of light shot past his head, striking the infected dogs. It appeared that the firepower team atop the camp had spotted him and provided timely cover. Fortunately, the number of rabid dogs was limited. Within a few minutes, Tianyang and the marksmen had dispatched the majority of them. The remaining few, sensing danger, turned tail and disappeared into the winding alleys. Tianyang finally reached the entrance of the camp. Just as he was about to enter, a figure sprang out from within, pointing at him and exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? Why didn't Tiu return with the main team and instead provoked a pack of rabid dogs? Are you trying to put us in danger?" It was Zhou Wang, his demeanor aggressive, a mix of excitement and smugness flashing in his eyes. Tianyang pushed him aside, retorting, I have no obligation to report to you. I did not provoke those dogs. They came out of nowhere. What could I do? However, Zhou Wang seized his shoulder, declaring, Mr. Yunza entrusted me with the safety of the camp. You have now jeopardized that safety, and you must report to me. Tianyang let out a cold laugh. Are you implying that the Yun family's power has grown to the extent of interfering with the Nightwalkers? Zhou Wang was momentarily speechless. He certainly could not reveal the truth, fearing Yunza would retaliate against him. At that moment, Adam's voice echoed from outside. What is happening here? It turned out that the exploration team had returned, and Tianyang noticed Yunza among them. Upon seeing Zhou Wang entangled with Tianyang, Yunza's expression darkened immediately. Zhou Wang still clung to Tianyang, stating, Captain Adam, Mr. Yunza, you have arrived just in time. This fellow has been acting suspiciously, returning alone and provoking a pack of rabid dogs, nearly leading our camp into peril. Tianyang raised his hand to his gun's grip. Release me. Zhou Wang sneered. What? Are you going to shoot me? Tianyang responded with a meaningful smile. How do you know I wouldn't? Yunza glanced at Zhou Wang, then back at Tianyang, his gaze complex. Captain Adam, I was just about to ask why Tianyang didn't return with us. Adam, maintaining composure, replied. I assigned him a task to explore the town and assess the current situation in Gemtown. Oh, I see. Yunza appeared uninterested in pursuing the matter further. Casting a casual glance at Zhou Wang. Did you hear Captain Adam? He has a mission. Spare us your conjectures. Zhou Wang huffed through his nostrils and finally released his grip. Adam shook his head and instructed the soldiers to take the collected specimens inside. As they moved to gather the specimens, the Yun family's guards had already transferred a set of equipment from the vehicle into one of the rooms in the small building. This room now served as a temporary research lab for Kong Zhang and his 3 students. These scholars showed little interest in the recent skirmish. The old man and his students followed the soldiers into the building, eager to study the collected fungal specimens. Yunza led his people inside to rest, offering Tianyang a mere smile as he passed by, leaving his thoughts a mystery. A large hand landed on Tianyang's shoulder as Adam gestured for him to follow. The two entered a small conference room, where Adam casually placed his sword on a table and sat down, the chair creaking beneath his weight and armor. How did the task go? Was it successful? Tianyang leaned against the wall, shaking his head. I can only say there are some leads, but I am far from completion. You must push harder, Adam said, rubbing his thick neck. We encountered 2 fungal beings and a rabid dog controlled by the fungi on our way here. It's astonishing how this town has changed. I hardly recognize it anymore. Did Kong Zhang make any discoveries? This time, Adam shook his head. The old gentleman spoke very little during the trip, but from his expression, it seems these fungi are quite complex. Strange occurrences are common in the reverse realm. These fungi are merely one of them. Shouldn't the Nightwalkers be accustomed to such anomalies? Tianyang smiled in response. Adam laughed heartily. You are correct. Perhaps we have grown too accustomed to our stable life at the base. That simply will not do. By the way, are there still towns open for exploration in this area? Tianyang added, I encountered some prospectors on the train. Adam acknowledged him. Recently, a minor earthquake occurred. Although it was not severe, it unearthed a town. Tianyang inquired, what is the situation? Adam shrugged. Nothing much. The town is near Gemtown. The road leading to it had been blocked, but the earthquake cleared the way. You know how it is. Yunxiang is short-staffed. Moreover, that small town is even less significant than Gemtown, so the minister simply requested the fortress to allow prospectors to explore it. I see, Tianyang nodded. A small town indeed did not warrant extensive measures. After all, whatever the prospectors obtained there would require a fee paid to the fortress. Additionally, the fortress could gather information about the town through them. However, he wondered if that town had also been overrun by the fungi, given its proximity. Thinking of the fungi, Tianyang casually asked, didn't the fungi in Gemtown glow? Why haven't I seen any? Could it be related to the recent abnormal growth of the fungi? Adam waved his hand dismissively. That should not be the case. The fungi do not glow all the time. According to our observations, they have a 36-hour period of darkness after each glow, which then repeats. We have been in the town for about 10 hours, perhaps in a few more hours. They will illuminate again. So, you should take the opportunity to rest now. Otherwise, when they do glow, it will be too bright to sleep. Tianyang chuckled. Hearing you say that, I should hurry and get some rest then. P.S. Today is likely the last day on the new book list. I am grateful for everyone's support over these weeks, which has allowed me to remain at the top. Today, I will update 4 chapters, and starting tomorrow, there will be changes in the update schedule. The word count will increase to 3,000 per chapter, with 2 chapters being released around noon and 8 in the evening. I assure you that the information density will remain unchanged, and the story will grow increasingly exciting. I hope to continue receiving your support. Thank you. Chapter 098. Weapons. After a brief respite, Yunzhe accompanied Wang Liang to the door of a makeshift laboratory. The door was equipped with a simple isolation curtain, a specialized gel curtain with inherent disinfecting properties, which automatically sanitized individuals as they entered or exited. This was a temporary disinfecting tool used by the fortress for field research, widely employed in reverse realm studies. Upon passing through the disinfecting curtain, they entered the room, where Kong Zhang's 3 students were engaged in preliminary processing of various microbial specimens. All procedures conducted within a sterile chamber. The students merely operated robotic arms to complete these tasks. Yunzhe approached, observing as one student skillfully cleaned a sample and then sliced it into thin, translucent tissue sections, using tools. The student secured the slices and subsequently employed a specialized reagent for a secondary rinse. After dehydration, a portion of the microbial samples was sent to Kong Zhang's observation apparatus, while another portion was placed in a specialized reagent for transparency treatment, followed by embedding procedures to preserve the tissues for further research back at the fortress. Kong Zhang's observation device possessed multiple functionalities. The tissue samples sent by the students were placed in various independent observation chambers designed to simulate natural environments, allowing for the analysis of reverse realm flora under different conditions. As Yunzhe approached, the elderly gentleman was operating one such chamber, which simulated normal sunlight. The tissue samples, exposed to light, exhibited no change. "Teacher, have you made any discoveries?" Yunzhe whispered, cautious not to disturb the elder. Kong Zhang adjusted his glasses, producing a data tablet and handing it to Yunzhe. "My earlier conjecture was indeed correct. These specimens cease all cellular activity when exposed to light," he remarked, tapping another observation chamber that simulated a nocturnal environment. "However, in dim conditions, their cellular activity is remarkably high. Observe, these slices, once processed, are now sprouting mycelium." Yunzhe leaned closer to the chamber, noticing the edges of the samples were indeed sprouting fuzzy mycelium. Strange, these specimens were not this active before. At Lighthouse Base, the Yun family held at least 1/3 of the management rights, with family members stationed there for years. Yunzhe was well acquainted with the luminous microbial colonies of Gem Town and knew that this was not Kong Zhang's first visit. He had collected microbial specimens there 8 years prior. At that time, aside from discovering luminous bacteria adhering to the surface, no other anomalies were noted. Having read that report, Yunzhe understood that the current vitality of the colonies was exceedingly robust, nearly suggesting 2 distinct species when compared to 8 years ago. "Look here," Kong Zhang said gravely, pointing to another observation chamber that simulated an extreme cold environment. Within this chamber, the samples appeared dull gray, with a significant portion having already disintegrated into powder. "What is this?" Yunzhe inquired, turning to the elder. Kong Zhang clasped his hands behind his back. At approximately -60°C, the tissues perish and crumble. However, this does not signify their complete demise. He tapped on the data tablet in Yunzhe's hand, revealing a line of information. Yunzhe's pupils widened slightly. "In cold environments, the tissues die but leave behind spores, which remain viable even in such conditions." Kong Zhang nodded affirmatively. "Precisely. This may represent a self-preservation mechanism. I will conduct further tests to observe how these spores behave in different settings. If they maintain cellular activity in other environments, such as under light, we can ascertain that these organisms possess strong transmissible properties. It is possible they have evolved in the reverse realm as biological weapons against us." Yunzhe inhaled sharply. Even the enigmatic Wang Liang bore a troubled expression. Despite the fact that the microbial colonies ceased cellular activity under light, if their spores remained viable in various environments, Once they escaped the reverse realm and reached the other side of the craft gate, these entities could eventually engulf the world. After all, the reverse realm could remain in perpetual darkness, while the other side could not maintain unrelenting sunlight indefinitely. Kong Zhang sighed. In truth, I share the same concerns as some scholars from Cheongsong Fortress. We should refrain from delving too deeply into the reverse realm or over-extracting resources. The reverse realm is continuously evolving. Perhaps one day, the two worlds will converge at the craft gate, heralding an apocalyptic scenario for those outside. Yunzhe forced a smile. That will not happen. With teachers, other scholars, and the fortresses in place, such a fate is surely avoidable. Kong Zhang chuckled softly. Let us hope for that. Tianyang was awakened by a cascade of light, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by an ethereal blue glow. Startled, he sprang up and rushed to the window, only to discover that the microbial colonies in the town emitted a hazy, ghostly blue luminescence. Indeed, they resembled fragments of azure gemstones, which explained the town's name. Alas, though beautiful, these entities posed a significant threat to both the environment and living beings. With this realization, Tianyang no longer found them appealing. At that moment, he noticed he was standing upon a large blue light patch, created by a bizarre tree from the reverse realm outside, which was adorned with glowing colonies. As these colonies illuminated the tree, it resembled a massive blue torch. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled that peculiar building was also surrounded by a row of such trees occupied by microbial colonies, and that the building's entrance featured a peculiar cross-shaped window. If the glow from the colonies streamed through that window, perhaps. With this thought, Tianyang hastily gathered his equipment, disregarding the need to wake Adam, who was peacefully asleep beside him. He flung open the window and gracefully leaped into the blue world outside. Upon landing, a flicker of intuition prompted him to glance back. The building cast a vast shadow beneath the soft blue glow of the microbial colonies, and seeing nothing unusual, he felt reassured to depart. However, from the shadows at the back of the small building, someone emerged, biting into a food stick with a crunch. Returning to the peculiar structure, he found that the row of strange trees across the street was indeed aglow, casting a bright, yet gentle blue light that illuminated the entire street. As Tianyang entered the building, he noticed a cross-shaped light pattern on the ground. Beneath that cross, he approached the luminous spot, pondering if this was the true meaning of the short phrase, and whether Su Lai's secret lay beneath this very light. Chapter 99. Self-inflicted wounds. The floor of the hall was adorned with a carpet, its fabric long since worn and tattered, coated in dust and other unsightly filth. Tianyang lifted the carpet, revealing cold, tiled stones beneath, square and measuring about a meter on each side. These stones, having endured countless years in the dim world, bore few signs of erosion, suggesting a remarkable quality of material. Cross-shaped beams of light streamed in from the entrance, casting a faint blue glow upon the tiles. Without hesitation, Tianyang drew the Chi-Web battle blade. As he infused star energy, the thermal patterns on the blade began to illuminate, imbuing it with an enchanting aura. When the edge of the blade glimmered with a scarlet hue, the temperature in the vicinity surged dramatically, beads of sweat forming on Tianyang's forehead. He angled the blade and gently plunged it downwards. The hard stone yielded effortlessly to the glowing blade, pierced with ease. Cautious not to damage whatever lay beneath the tiles, he refrained from fully inserting the blade, pausing as it sank an inch into the stone. He then proceeded to carve along the edge of the light beam, soon etching a crimson cross into the floor. With the battle blade, he pried up the cross-shaped stone, uncovering loose sand and gravel beneath. Sheathing his weapon, he reached down to sift through the debris. Almost immediately, he encountered a solid object. Hastening his movements, he swept the surface sand aside. Moments later, a mechanical lockbox emerged before him. The surface of the box was marred with scratches, its age apparent. Despite his eagerness to open it, the sturdy mechanical lock posed an insurmountable barrier. A series of digits adorned the lock, indicating that 6 correct numbers needed to be input to unlock the box. Moreover, inscribed alongside the lock was a warning. Do not attempt to use force, or you shall receive a surprise. A smiley face followed the inscription. Frowning in contemplation, Tianyang realized that indeed something lay hidden beneath the cross. One of Su Lai's cryptic phrases had already come to pass. What, then, could the other phrase signify? At that moment, Tianyang's instincts kicked in, his body tensing as he instinctively prepared to roll away. He barely tilted to one side when something struck him from behind with tremendous force. The assailant possessed formidable penetrating power, causing Tianyang's star-grade defensive armor to activate as he felt a searing heat on his back. His muscles tightened without the need for conscious command, instinctively bracing against the heat. Simultaneously, a barely perceptible vibration coursed through his body, dissipating and redirecting the powerful impact. These actions were executed almost entirely by instinct, and in an instant, Tianyang mitigated most of the force. His body regained mobility, executing a roll while raising his weapon, firing blindly towards the entrance. He seized the lockbox and dashed into the side space of the hall, narrowly evading behind a wall as a grayish element gun burst through the door. The gun unleashed a miniature elemental storm within, the released energy rendering Tianyang breathless. The voice of Zhou Wang rang out from outside. "Come out. Why are you hiding? Aren't you quite formidable?" Another element gun was hurled through the door, obliterating a significant portion of the already unstable staircase. Watching the smoke billow from the entrance, Zhou Wang's eyes burned with fury, a cruel smile etched across his face. Heaven knew how desperately he wished to eliminate Tianyang. The previous incident had led to his exile to the Lighthouse Base, originally intended for mining. Fortunately, the Yun family had taken him in, sparing him the toil of labor. Yet, none of this diluted his hatred for Tianyang. Since arriving in Jimtown, Zhou Wang had sought an opportunity for revenge. He discovered that Tianyang had carelessly strayed from his team, unaware of his intentions. But that mattered little. What was significant was that his nemesis was now isolated, igniting a bold idea within him. Recently, Zhou Wang had observed Tianyang stealthily slip out of camp, and he recognized his chance had finally arrived. In the side entrance of the hall, Tianyang placed the lockbox down and peered outside, glimpsing Zhou Wang standing within, who wasted no time in launching a gray element gun. Tianyang's rifle rose, a beam of star energy intercepting and detonating the gun, prompting him to exclaim, "Zhou Wang, are you insane? Do you even know what you're doing?" Zhou Wang shielded himself from the blast's gust, his eyes wide and a manic grin spreading across his face. "Of course I know what I'm doing. I'm here to take you out. Blame your own carelessness for being alone. Take me out? Here?" Tianyang leaned against the wall, smirking coldly. "It seems you've truly lost your mind." "Indeed, I have. I once had a bright future, but thanks to you, I'm now a mere watchdog for the Yun family. It's all your fault. You've ruined my prospects. Do you think I'll let you go?" An element gun was passed, blasting through the wall, forcing Tianyang to shift to the other side. "Zhou Wang, your current predicament is entirely self-inflicted. I advise you to cease this madness while you still can." "Shut up." Zhou Wang's arms spread wide as gray light coalesced around him, forming 7 or 8 elemental spears. "As a rank 1 warrior, killing you is no different from squashing an ant." He thrust his hands forward, the elemental spears shooting forth like cannonballs, streaking gray trails toward the hall's side entrance. As this barrage was unleashed, Zhou Wang felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. The continuous assault had drained much of his star energy. Although he doubted Tianyang could survive the onslaught, he prudently retrieved a vial of star energy replenisher. Just then, Zhou Wang noticed Tianyang's star energy manifesting, emerging from the door. First, he raised his hand, and the rifle discharged a beam, striking the hand that held the replenisher. His palm was instantly penetrated, the vial shattering, its pale blue liquid spilling onto the ground. Before Zhou Wang could utter a cry, Tianyang's figure transformed into a blur of silver light. The swift silhouette effortlessly evaded the spears he had launched, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Zhou Wang's heart raced with terror as he attempted to retreat, only to be met with a scarlet streak across his vision. A sudden warmth flooded his throat, and he tried to utter a word, but it emerged as a gurgling sound instead. A chilling, brutal thought crossed his mind. Is my throat cut? This realization compelled Zhou Wang to clutch his neck, soon feeling a warm liquid seeping from the wound. Glancing at his hand under the faint blue light filtering through the building, he was horrified to see it drenched in glaring crimson. He began to feel disoriented as the colors around him grew increasingly vivid, reds more vibrant, blacks more profound. After a dizzying whirl, he glimpsed the hall's ceiling, noting the dust-covered murals. The world began to blur. The battle blade was sheathed. Tianyang gazed down at the man beneath him, his pupils dilated, blood still gushing from his neck. Even with healing, it seemed unlikely he could be saved. I warned you not to persist in your errors. And by the way, you were mistaken. I am not a warrior of the divine, he thought. Though Zhou Wang could no longer hear him. On the opposite side of the hall, a thunderous crash echoed as a wall was entirely blown apart by the elemental gunfire. Tianyang hurried back, using his blade to clear away the rubble, salvaging the lockbox. Just as a sigh of relief escaped, a flurry of footsteps surged into the hall. And someone exclaimed in astonishment, "What has transpired here? How did Zhou Wang meet his demise?" Chapter 100. The steps. Yunzai's countenance was ashen, his expression dark as he strode into the hall. Beside him, Wang Liangyi, whose gaze was as sharp as that of a falcon, raised a sword sheathed with the character for night engraved upon it. A few frost guards of Yun's soldiers spread out behind them, their weapons all directed at Tianyang. With Zhou Wang dead in the hall, the identity of the dangerous individual was unmistakable. Following closely were Kong Zhang, clad in protective gear, and Adam, the leader of the Sunlight Gun Team. Upon witnessing the scene in the hall, Adam's expression shifted, involuntarily glancing at Tianyang. After the fungi in Jimtown began to emit light, Kong Zhang intended to gather specimens from the town, prompting Yunzai to bring his entourage along. As they approached the vicinity, the trees overtaken by the fungi caught Kong Zhang's attention, leading them down this street, from which the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground emerged from a peculiar building. Naturally, the team was drawn in, only to discover Zhou Wang lying lifeless. In truth, Yunzai held no fondness for Zhou Wang. The man was notorious for his misdeeds, and Yunzai found his methods of pursuing Sun detestable. Zhou Wang had been exiled to the base, originally destined for the mines, but Yunzai's father, Yun Sheng, rescued him from the mines and handed him to Yunzai as a guard. Yunzai had no need for such a protector. Yet his father believed Zhou Wang could assist Yunzai in courting the radiant noblewoman. Their faction held a lowly status within the Yun family. Otherwise, Yunzai would not frequently venture into the abyss, managing the mines located nearby. If Yunzai were to wed Sun through this illustrious spouse, his standing among the younger generation would ascend, and he would have the prospect of inheriting the family legacy. Although Yunzai doubted Zhou Wang's ability to aid him in pursuing Sun, he reluctantly acquiesced to his father's insistence. Yet now, Zhou Wang was dead. Even though he was merely a dog, he was still a dog of the Yun family, leaving Yunzai feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thus, he turned to Tianyang. "Aren't you going to provide me with an explanation?" Tianyang fixed his gaze on Wang Liangyi, who emanated a suppressed yet palpable aura upon entering the hall. The intangible pressure surged like waves, crashing upon him in relentless succession. From Wang Liangyi, Tianyang sensed a faint hostility, compelling him to focus his attention on the man with the piercing eyes. "Zhou Wang harbored a grudge against me. He sought to kill me when I was isolated, but I fought back. That is the essence of the matter." Tianyang gently tapped his left eye, which was an electronic eye containing a recording module. "If you doubt my words, you may verify the events upon returning to the base." Yunzai remained silent for a moment before his expression transformed. The gloom lifted, replaced by a smile. "I believe you." He lightly kicked Zhou Wang's body. This scoundrel indeed had the capacity for such folly. However, the word "however" bore a weight that made Tianyang's heart sink slightly. Yunzai's gaze fell upon the mechanical briefcase in the boy's hand. "You must surrender your weapons and belongings. I shall hold them temporarily. Once we return to the base and confirm your innocence, you may reclaim them." Without hesitation, Tianyang shook his head. "I cannot comply." The briefcase contained Su Lai's secrets. It was the very reason Tianyang had come to Jimtown. Now that he had finally located it, he could not hand it over to the Yun family. As for his weapons, following the precedent set by Qin Wu, the boy would no longer relinquish his arms lightly. Yunzai sighed. "I am not negotiating with you." He glanced at Wang Liangyi. The hawk-eyed man surged forward like a cannonball, a terrifying whistle echoing through the hall. As he approached Tianyang, the boy radiated a soft glow, exuding an agile aura that allowed him to swiftly evade Wang Liangyi's attack. Wang Liangyi, Tianyang exclaimed, his body shimmering as he deftly sidestepped. Wang Liangyi halted, abruptly changing direction and accelerating. Tianyang wished to move again, but felt an invisible force encircling him from both sides. His complexion changed drastically as he reached for the Chiwe battle blade. With a huff, Wang Liangyi caressed the hilt of his sword, appearing before Tianyang in a flash. The Chiwe battle blade was unsheathed, carving a dark red arc aimed at Wang Liangyi's face. Wang Liangyi drew his sword just 3 inches, using the hilt to collide against the blade of Chiwe. Tianyang's pupils dilated slightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. The force emanating from Wang Liangyi's hilt was peculiar, initially fierce and overwhelming, causing his battle blade to rise slightly. Tianyang struggled to maintain his grip on the blade, which began to vibrate violently, sending tremors throughout his entire being. Even the star essence within him was affected, growing increasingly difficult to control. A final, feminine force surged in, swiftly traversing through Tianyang's body. Wherever it passed, his star essence dimmed. After the force completed its circuit within him, Tianyang felt his limbs weaken, causing both the battle blade and the briefcase to tumble to the ground. Wang Liangyi then sheathed his sword and turned to leave. A few frost guards hurried over, intent on apprehending Tianyang. "Stop!" Adam bellowed, drawing his long sword and placing it protectively in front of Tianyang. Wang Liangyi paused, turning back with a hand resting on his sword hilt. Yunzhe furrowed his brow. "Captain Adam, what are you doing?" Adam replied solemnly, "Mr. Yunzhe, I assure you, Tianyang did not intentionally kill Zhou Wang. At this juncture, I feel compelled to inform you that Tianyang and Apos' presence in Gemtown was due to a special mission assigned to him by headquarters. I believe this briefcase contains the details of that mission, which may pertain to the Nightwalker's strategic deployment within the Abyss. Therefore, I cannot allow you to take him, nor the briefcase. If necessary, Mr. Yunzhe, you may confirm this with Minister Shen." Yunzhe's displeasure was evident. Regardless, Zhou Wang was still a member of the Yun family. Now that he is dead, the Nightwalkers owe me an explanation, do they not? Adam nodded. "How about this? Until we return to the base, restrict Tianyang's movements. His weapons shall be temporarily entrusted to Mr. Yunzhe, but the briefcase must remain with him. Should any further incidents arise, I will take full responsibility. Mr. Yunzhe, does this arrangement suit you?" Yunzhe's gaze shifted back to Tianyang. The boy this time complied willingly, shedding his battle blade and firearm, handing them over to a nearby frost guard. Since Adam had stepped forward to vouch for him, it would be ungracious not to cooperate. Seeing Tianyang surrender his weapons, Yunzhe secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Whether Zhou Wang lived or died was inconsequential to him. Moreover, he believed that Tianyang's words were likely true. However, he needed a way out. Otherwise, as a scion of the Yun family, how could he command respect in the future? With Adam now serving as a guarantor and Tianyang having surrendered his weapons, though the outcome deviated slightly from his expectations, it was still somewhat acceptable. With a gentle nod, Yunzhe graciously remarked, "Then I shall entrust him to you, Captain Adam." Adam graciously accepted this favor, summoning a team member to escort Tianyang back to the camp. Thus, the tumultuous episode came to a temporary conclusion. Chapter 101. The funeral bell. The journey back to the camp was remarkably smooth, devoid of any encounters with the dark denizens. It seemed that the number of these shadowy figures in the town was quite sparse. Furthermore, with the invasion of the fungal horde, it was likely that few dark beings remained capable of moving freely. Upon entering the camp, the members of the Sun's Gun escorted Tianyang to the room where he had previously rested. Once Tianyang stepped inside, they left without a guard, closing the door behind them. It was only at this moment that Tianyang truly exhaled in relief. In retrospect, it appeared that the Yun family had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Otherwise, with Wang Liangyi's formidable strength, Adam would not have been able to protect him. Recalling the encounter in the Grand Hall, Tianyang still felt a shudder of dread. That man was truly unfathomable. The fact that he had evaded Wang Liangyi's initial attack was likely due to the latter's misconception, thinking him merely a level 1 warrior. In their overconfidence, they had faltered. The second onslaught was entirely different. Characterized by an invisible force field that restrained him, and 3 distinct forms of power interwoven into the assault, all of which conveyed to Tianyang that he was no match for Wang Liangyi. To date, Wang Liangyi was the most powerful transcendent he had ever encountered. Judging by his choice of a sword as a weapon, he likely belonged to the God of War class, though his exact level remained unknown. Regaining his composure, the young man produced an eye mask to shield his electronic eye. He then settled down in a corner, placing the mechanical password box on his lap. With his legs crossed, Tianyang gently placed his hand on the password device. Beneath the cross, a celestial sun shone. He softly recited the brief phrase left by Su Lai, indicating the location of the suitcase. Could the celestial sun be the password? He repeated the phrase, hoping for inspiration. But after several readings, he found no connection between the phrase and the password. Feeling a swell of frustration, he set the box aside and moved to the window. Outside, the fungal growths continued to emit a ghostly blue light, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated the window and reflected Tianyang's silhouette. As he caught a glimpse of himself, an epiphany struck him. Could it be? Leaning out of the window, he gazed at the dim sky shrouded in black mist above the reverse realm. The celestial sun must refer to the sky, and sun to the sun itself. The sky. The sun. Tianyang? Suddenly, he turned to the suitcase. Am I the password? He picked up the suitcase again, confirming that the password device employed an outdated mechanical structure. Yet, it was not a biological key system, or was it? Tianyang hesitated, wrestling with his thoughts before arriving at a decision. He began to rotate the mechanical dials on the password device, setting them to specific numbers. When he reached the final digit, he hesitated momentarily before gritting his teeth and turning the dial. As the last number clicked into place, a soft click echoed from the device, and the mechanical components around it sprang open, causing the suitcase lid to pop up slightly. With a long sigh of relief, Tianyang leaned against the wall, the fatigue from his heightened tension momentarily immobilizing him. He had guessed correctly. The password was indeed his birthday. This realization subtly heightened the possibility that Su Lai was his biological father. After resting for a moment, Tianyang gently opened the suitcase. Inside, a layer of black padding concealed several items. The first thing that caught his eye was a wildly designed handgun. The silver-gray body of the firearm bore several scratches, and its large caliber could accommodate a finger. Mimicking the revolver structure of reverse realm handguns, it was evident that it could not fire standard projectiles, suggesting it utilized an alternative form of ammunition. The grip, crafted from a special material, bore an inscription at its base, "Ring the funeral bell for your enemies." Tianyang then discovered that this gun was equipped with an energy conversion component, meaning it could harness the star essence of transcendent beings and transform it into energy bullets. Undoubtedly, this was a stellar weapon, utilizing star essence as its medium. However, it differed significantly from contemporary stellar firearms, particularly handguns. Modern handguns tend to exhibit fluid shapes, compact for ease of carry, resembling a woman adorned with exquisite makeup. In contrast, this rugged, oversized handgun resembled a rough man with stubble. Gazing at it, the image of Su Lai in the young man's mind seemed to take on greater depth. Tianyang picked up the handgun, attempting to infuse his star essence into it. Remarkably, this weapon, abandoned beneath a building for who knows how long, still functioned. The revolver lit up, and one of the bullet chambers glimmered with a silvery hue, filled with a mercury-like substance. In an instant, one chamber was completely filled. Tianyang was taken aback. Filling this chamber consumed nearly 10% of his star essence. With a total of 6 chambers, to fill them all would require a significant portion of his star essence. Suddenly, Tianyang felt a surge of anticipation. The power of this weapon, requiring such a vast infusion of star essence, must be tremendous. Since the handgun was operational, he accepted it without hesitation, tucking it away. Unsure of its name, the inscription on the grip inspired him. From now on, you shall be known as the funeral bell. Stowing away the funeral bell, Tianyang's gaze fell once more upon the suitcase. Inside, he discovered several pages of a diary and a small, elegant silver metal box. The box was adorned with intricate decorative patterns. Upon opening it, he found a data chip inside. Unfortunately, lacking a reader, he had to temporarily set the box aside, hoping the chip remained intact until he could access it back at the base. Finally, Tianyang picked up the diary pages and immediately recognized them as torn from Su Lai's journal. It turned out that the individual who had torn out the latter entries was none other than Su Lai himself. After rearranging the entries according to the dates inscribed, he began to read. September 16th. I'm finally back. This mission was utterly dreadful. Utterly dreadful. September 19th. After a few days of rest, I feel a bit better. I initially wanted to seek out Nan Fei, but I have no mood for it now. Those things, are they real? Even returning to the fortress now, I still find it hard to believe. Jing Nan once said that our brains can deceive us. And I hope this is just me deceiving myself. September 23rd. I met Nan Fei last night. She was very happy, but I couldn't share in her joy. Just thinking about the things I saw in the reverse realm steals my ability to smile. Though I laughed. I must have looked quite ghastly. I bet Nan Fei must have noticed, but she is so considerate. She didn't ask anything. What a good girl. Let those matters be handled by the higher-ups. I want to think about the wedding. September 30th. Is the military serious? They want to investigate? It's madness. Why don't they destroy those things? Damn it. Jing Nan was right. Sometimes power corrupts the heart. The higher-ups want me to return to that damned place again. Can I refuse? October 21st. Yes, I am back. I never expected to return alive. No, these diaries must be torn up. If someone discovers them, they'll think I leaked secrets. The higher-ups have gone mad, insisting on pursuing that matter to the end. I don't know what to do. No, perhaps I know what I must do. This is the final entry in the diary, and the force of the penmanship is so intense that it almost tears the paper apart. Tianyang's brows furrowed tightly, for the subsequent entries were evidently torn out by Su Lai himself. It remains a mystery who placed the diary in the storage of the upper city residence. Furthermore, he had previously been perplexed as to why his mother, despite possessing the receipt for the storage, chose to leave the diary behind instead of retrieving it. Now, he begins to comprehend that perhaps his mother foresaw Su Lai's ultimate intentions. The decision to abandon the diary might be intricately linked to the contents inscribed within. It is even conceivable that their residence in the lower city was a deliberate attempt to evade the scrutiny of those above. So, who exactly does Su Lai refer to when he mentions those above? The military? Perhaps, but other possibilities cannot be dismissed. This term is far too vague. Ultimately, what did Su Lai uncover in the reverse realm that garnered such significant attention from those above? To the extent that they compelled him to destroy the diary to prevent any suspicion of him disclosing secrets? The youth instinctively touched the box in his pocket. Perhaps that secret resides within this data chip. Tianyang lifted his gaze towards the window, eagerly anticipating the return of Adam and his team to the base. He was impatient to unveil the mysteries contained within the chip. As time passed, an unsettling feeling began to envelop Tianyang. Nearly an hour had elapsed since he returned to the camp, and if they were merely collecting samples, there was no reason for Adam and the others to be gone for so long. Could something have gone awry? However, he was not overly concerned, with Adam's squad present. And especially with the formidable Wang Liang, the team was well protected. That high-ranking powerhouse was no trivial adversary. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed from outside the window, reminiscent of an explosion from a distant location. Tianyang immediately rushed to the window, yet saw nothing, as the omnipresent black mist of the reverse realm obscured his view. However, the fog could not muffle the cacophony. More unsettling noises began to drift in from afar, and amidst the swirling mist, he could discern flashes of light emanating from certain objects. He heard footsteps outside his room and secured the morning bell to his belt, concealing it beneath his Night Stalker uniform before opening the door. A frost cloud guard hurried past, and Tianyang seized his arm. What has happened? The soldier replied anxiously, Mr. Yun and his team encountered an ambush on their return. Was it the Dark Folk? The soldier nodded. Indeed, and there are quite a few of them. Mr. Yun has instructed us to prepare. A fierce battle may be imminent. With that, he hastily departed. The Dark Folk, and in considerable numbers? Tianyang gazed out the window. This gem town did not seem as tranquil as Adam had portrayed. P.S. It appears my new book has indeed fallen off the rankings, feeling a bit disheartened. Chapter 102. Headshot closing the door. Tianyang drew out the death bell, channeling the starlight into the formidable weapon. The energy conductor emitted a soft hum as the bullet chambers began to illuminate, one by one. However, after filling the third chamber, he found himself unable to infuse more starlight into the massive handgun. It seemed that years of neglect in the reverse realm had taken its toll. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous that he had only filled 3 bullets, consuming nearly 30% of his starlight reserves. He recalled the advice of his mentor, Han Shu, who had cautioned against depleting his starlight entirely. He took out a vial of starlight replenishing liquid, uncapped it, and poured it into his mouth. The liquid, glowing faintly blue, filled his mouth with a sweet, fruity flavor, albeit synthetic enough to be slightly nauseating after prolonged exposure. After consuming the entire vial, he felt the starlight within him begin to restore, though it only replenished the consumption of a single bullet. Discarding the empty container carelessly, Tianyang pushed open the door and quickly made his way toward the exit of the small building. Upon reaching the exit, the team member who had brought him back earlier stopped him, saying, "You cannot go outside." Tianyang pointed outside and asserted, "I am here to help." The team member looked conflicted, replying, "But the captain instructed that you remain in the room. If he sees you leave, I will be reprimanded." Suddenly, a firing point on the upper floor opened fire. It was a rapid-fire cannon deployed by the Frost Cloud guards, roaring with a thunderous voice that reverberated throughout the building. Outside, shouts erupted. "We've spotted Mr. Yunza. Hurry, support them." The sounds of cannons and rifles clashed in the camp, heating the air around them. The fiery projectiles of solid rounds and the azure beams of starlight intertwined in a spectacular display. A Frost Cloud guard launched a guided missile, and moments later, a bright flash illuminated the small building as the explosion's shockwave shattered windows within. Before long, a troop rushed through the main entrance. Yunza was supported by a tall figure, his bald head standing out amid the crowd. However, what drew even more attention was the gauntlet shield he wore on his arm. When Tianyang recognized the figure, he was taken aback. It was Gu Gang, whom he had encountered on the high-speed train. 2 Frost Cloud guards promptly took Yunza from Gu Gang, who bore wounds on his face, indicating he had been injured. The guards assisted him into a vehicle equipped with a medical chamber, capable of treating all but the gravest of injuries. After handing over Yunza, Gu Gang seemed to lose all strength, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. Behind them, Kong Zhang was being supported by 2 students. He appeared uninjured but ashen-faced, possibly terrified. As for Adam and the others, they swiftly closed the door behind them and immediately engaged in defensive preparations. At that moment, a wave of darkness surged outside the gates, revealing a throng of wraiths. The grotesque figures, resembling lepers, staggered toward the entrance, impeded only by the walls and iron gates. The hail of bullets from various firing points mercilessly harvested these downtrodden souls. Whether from the cannon or the blue beams of starlight, each impact created fist-sized holes in the wraiths' bodies. Even those not struck by the binding could do little in their shattered state. Yet, the sheer number of wraiths posed a grave threat should they breach the defenses. The camp would be doomed. Tianyang pushed past the team member and rushed to Gu Gang. The bald man, noticing the figure before him, gasped, "Is it you?" "Yes, it is I," Tianyang replied, glancing toward the door. "What transpired? Why did you return with them?" At that moment, he realized Wang Liangyi was missing from their ranks. Uncertain of the whereabouts of that skilled individual, Gu Gang managed a wry smile as he stood, saying, "It's a long story. We ran into trouble. My companions perished, and I was the only one who escaped. To evade those creatures outside, I fled into Jimtown, only to encounter them there." He gestured toward Adam and the others, adding, "They were right behind me, along with a high-ranking dark citizen, a deep knight. That creature rode a beast resembling a wolf, and I nearly fell to it. Fortunately, a man with keen, eagle-like eyes among them saved me." At this revelation, Gu Gang's expression reflected the lingering fear of his encounter. It appeared Wang Liangyi had gone to intercept the high-ranking dark citizen, though Tianyang had yet to hear of the deep knight. It was evident that such a being could instill fear in a fortified transcendent. Thus, it was no ordinary foe. "Beware, the madhounds have joined the fray," a gunner on the rooftop shouted. No sooner had he spoken than a dark red beam streaked through the air, striking the gunner. The man trembled violently. lowering his gaze to find a gaping hole in his chest. Moments later, his body plummeted from the roof, landing not far from Tianyang. Tianyang bellowed, "It's the cunning marksman. Seek cover." Abandoning Gu Gang, he dashed toward Adam, exclaiming, "Where's my gear? Hand it over." Without waiting for a response, a Frost Cloud guard hurried over, delivering the Crimson Moon blade and the assault rifle, saying, "Mr. Yunzo instructed me to fetch these for you. He said your strength is needed now." Tianyang seized the equipment and raced into the building. Moments later, he arrived on the rooftop, taking control of the rapid-fire cannon. He crouched low, sweeping the cannon's fire across the camp below, discovering that it was now surrounded by dark citizens. Thousands of wraiths filled the streets outside the camp, with mad hounds recklessly charging through the barrage of gunfire to assault the defenses. In the distance, dark red beams whizzed through the air, fired by the cunning marksman, who was concealed within the structures. Tot-a-tot. Tianyang operated the cannon, flames erupting from the barrel as bullets formed a red whip in the air. As the whip swept through the tide of darkness, it carved a path, but it was quickly filled again by the advancing dark citizens. However, the most significant threat was not the wraiths or the mad hounds, not at this moment. The greatest peril lay in the distant cunning marksman. Fortunately, both the Sun's Gun Squad and the Frost Cloud Guards had a level 3 sniper master among them. These skilled transcendent beings adeptly wielded their rifles, continuously eliminating the treacherous marksman. Each crack of the sniper rifles reverberated through the camp, signaling the demise of a cunning marksman, boosting the morale of those defending the lines, and allowing the close combat transcendent to confidently engage the mad hounds attempting to breach the walls. As Gu Gang regained his composure and began providing starlight shields to the melee-focused transcendent, Tianyang felt a slight relief. While their numbers were not superior, they possessed better equipment and a cohesive strategy. As long as the number of dark citizens did not increase, repelling them was merely a matter of time. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from one side of the rooftop. Tianyang turned to see a soldier operating a cannon at a firing position had his head crushed. Blood and brain matter splattered across the rooftop. The assailant, moving with a sluggish and grotesque motion, raised a weapon resembling a scepter, a twisted metal mace still stained with remnants of scalp. Clutching the staff was a hand of deep crimson hue, draped in a blend of fabric and metal. The tattered helmet concealed a visage reminiscent of a desiccated corpse, its mouth agape, emitting gasps akin to those of a wraith. Upon the purplish skin, black veins writhed, and from the hollow eye sockets surged a dark red light, as if a horror had crawled forth from the abyss. Strange cracking sounds emanated from its form as it approached Tianyang, dragging the staff behind. In the small square, the voice of Gu Gang resonated, "Beware. Those are the abyssal minions. Their strength is astonishing. They're well imprisoned within." Before he could finish, a deafening gunshot echoed across the buildings, reverberating like a clap of thunder. De Guangto watched as the head of one abyssal minion on the rooftop exploded, fragments of the shattered helmet, pulverized skull, and its contents spraying forth. Some pieces, stained with purple blood, landed on Gu Gang's face. He wiped it away and uttered the words left unspoken. "Well, you've blown its head off. That is no longer my concern." Beside the autocannon, Tianyang had risen from the ground, kneeling slightly, with his arm raised high. He brandished the massive handgun known as the Death Knell, its muzzle exhaling a wisp of hot smoke. At that moment, Tianyang grasped why Su Lai had inscribed the name Death Knell. He had not anticipated the thunderous sound of this firearm, nor its brutal destructive power. One bullet had obliterated the head of the abyssal minion. Now, the creature, devoid of anything above its shoulders, collapsed to the ground, its body rapidly disintegrating. Moments later, only the remnants of its clothing and staff remained, the rest having transformed into a pool of black, viscous fluid. As he lowered the handgun, a sharp pain coursed through his grip, and his shoulder felt intensely sore. He inwardly marveled at the overwhelming recoil of the Death Knell. Had he not enhanced his physical capabilities, that recoil alone might have torn his palm and dislocated his shoulder. If Su Lai could wield the Death Knell with ease, he must be at least a level 4 ascendant. This implied that even mid-tier ascendants would find it challenging. The secret behind it was undoubtedly complex. Meanwhile, More abyssal minions were surging from the periphery of the camp, utilizing the wraiths for cover. As they neared the walls, they swung their staffs down with great force. Indeed, as Gu Gang had remarked, these creatures possessed immense strength. With a single blow, they shattered a gap in the wall. Suddenly, the defensive line of the camp became precariously unstable. Chapter 103, Stand Firm, Stop Them. Adam shouted, charging towards one side of the wall. There, two shadowy attendants were relentlessly battering the structure with their crude metallic weapons, their skin a deep crimson. Though these weapons lacked any extraordinary features, their sheer weight rendered them devastatingly destructive. As the attendants wrought havoc upon the wall, the mindless drifters pressed forward, unwittingly putting themselves in harm's way, only to be struck down by the attendants' weapons. However, given the overwhelming number of the dark denizens, such collateral damage was negligible. Adam vaulted over the wall, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. His sword shimmered with a radiant silver glow, bursting forth with starlight. With a swift, downward strike, the torrent of silver surged forth, not only engulfing the two attendants, but also sweeping away the throngs of dark beings behind them. Those caught in the silver wave were shattered into fragments, the two attendants at the forefront collapsing into mere dust. With that single strike, Adam carved a vacuum amidst the dark denizens, reinvigorating the spirits of the human warriors in the camp. Yet, the immense power expended left him drained, prompting him to hastily consume a vial of restorative liquid before launching himself at another shadowy attendant. Tianyang, watching with envy, recognized that Adam had unleashed the ability known as Shatter. This power, wielded only by those of rank 4, disrupted the molecular structure of objects within its reach, rendering them to pieces. Its extensive coverage enabled swift and widespread elimination of foes. This is why rank 4 is deemed a watershed moment. For instance, prior to this, those of the War God class lacked such large-scale battlefield clearing capabilities. Other exalted beings joined in to intercept the shadowy attendants, but alas, their ranks fell short of Adam's prowess. The remaining attendants began to unleash a peculiar, deep purple mist. This mist, impervious to the wind, gradually spread, revealing several clusters of violet vapor surrounding the camp from the rooftops' vantage. Within this fog, the drifters and madhounds thrummed with a surge of violent intent. Their aggression amplified to unprecedented levels. The madhounds charged faster, and even the drifters hastened towards the defenses, colliding with renewed ferocity. Be cautious, Gugong warned. This mist can suppress our starlight, and it will incite the dark rabble to frenzy. Indeed, one exalted being organizing an attack was enveloped in the purple haze, their starlight dimming noticeably. This phenomenon mirrored the suppression exerted by the pillar of star essence over the dark denizens, but now it was reversed. The outcome was far from pleasant. The exalted one's offensive strength and reaction speed significantly diminished, causing them to be pushed back by the attendant. Gugong quickly consumed a restorative liquid, discarding the empty vial, and pressed his hand against his chest. His starlight transformed to a rich, earthy hue, forming a spectral armor around him, bestowing a formidable presence. Donning the indomitable armor, which appeared to provide resistance against the purple mist, he leapt over the wall, rescuing the beleaguered exalted being from the mist grasp. He raised his arm to shield himself, lowering his center of gravity with slightly bent knees. With a punch shield, he absorbed an assault from a shadowy attendant, then let out a lion-like roar as spiraling waves of energy emanated from his fists, releasing the vortex field of his fortress class. Tianyang, commanding the artillery to bombard the dark denizens outside the camp, stole a glance towards Gugong. The scale of Gugong's force field was far inferior to Han Shu's, and its impact seemed significantly lesser. Yet, the punches imbued with the vortex energy struck with precision, each impact sending the attendant reeling, tearing and shattering its flesh and fabric. After unleashing a barrage of heavy punches, Gugong delivered a final, devastating blow, sending the attendant soaring back to the rear lines. Tianyang wasted no time, adjusting the cannon's aim and raining down powerful solid projectiles upon the attendant's head. Even with the helmet's protection, the cannon fire proved overwhelming. After a series of shots, the creature's head, along with its captive essence, was reduced to a pool of violet mush. Gugong cast a glance towards the rooftop, nodding in acknowledgement before providing a starlight barrier to a fellow exalted being and launching himself at another attendant. The tide of battle gradually shifted in their favor. As Adam dispatched the last of the attendants, the advance of the dark denizens began to wane. Moments later, they began to retreat, even the drifters withdrawing into the intricate alleys, seemingly responding to some unseen summons. Regardless, the camp had managed to hold its ground for now. Outside the small building, the remnants of the dark denizens left a viscous, black sludge on the ground, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. To prevent the foul-smelling mire from seeping through the iron gates, the people hastily piled stones to create a barrier. As Tianyang rose from the rooftop, shell casings clattered to the ground, revealing a small mountain formed by the metallic remnants of the artillery. Shaking his head, he realized that the recent battle had likely depleted a significant portion of their ammunition. Furthermore, the integrity of the camp's walls had diminished. Several areas were marred with stains, having been breached by the shadowy attendants. Now, Adam was commanding his team to seal the gaps while assigning personnel to maintain vigilance outside the camp. Yunza finally descended from the vehicle, his head bandaged, yet his complexion appeared stable. He busied himself tending to the wounded and inventorying supplies. In the recent confrontation, the ranks of exalted beings remained intact, but 5 soldiers from the Sun's Spear and Frost Cloud Guard had perished. To prevent their corpses from succumbing to the corrupting influence of the black mist, the fallen were promptly cremated, their ashes interred in the backyard of the small building. After the fierce battle, the morale of the Sun's Spear remained relatively steady, but the Frost Cloud Guard's spirits were considerably dampened. Many of the ordinary soldiers kept their heads down, occasionally glancing around with expressions of fear. If further assaults were to occur, it was likely that the combat effectiveness of the Yun family S-Guard would significantly diminish. Perhaps Yunza sensed this as well. After exchanging a nod with Tianyang atop the rooftop, he approached Adam's side. "Captain Adam, the situation is dire. My men are unaccustomed to such battles, and they are physically and mentally exhausted. If we remain here any longer, should the dark denizens regroup, we may not withstand another assault and could face total collapse." Adam was polishing his sword. "So, Mr. Yunza, what do you propose?" Yunza's voice was low and grave. "I suggest we depart immediately, and Professor Kong's condition is also concerning. I fear for his health. As for Wang Liangyi, I will notify him separately, given his strength. Escaping Gem Town should not pose an issue." "Absolutely not," a cold voice interjected. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Liangyi had returned, crouching atop the wall before leaping down. "We cannot leave now." Yunza, perplexed, inquired, "Why not, Mr. Wang? Our current situation is precarious." Wang Liangyi gestured for Yunza to cease. "I understand the dire circumstances, but I still advise against abandoning Gem Town. There are 3 shadowy knights yet to contend with." Yunze trembled slightly, exclaiming, "What? There are still 3 such monsters?" Wang Liang's expression grew grave as he nodded and said, "After I eliminated one, I intended to return. However, I discovered the whereabouts of the other knights and thought to pursue them. Unfortunately, their mobility is far too agile. I circled around Gem Town but failed to catch up with them. Those creatures are cunning. While I was in pursuit, they were gathering their forces, likely preparing for another wave of attacks, or perhaps even more." Yunze, somewhat beside himself, shouted, "Then we should leave at once." Adam offered a wry smile. "If what Mr. Wang Liang says is true, and there are indeed 3 Shadow Knights, we will surely be ambushed on our way back. Those high-ranking black folk are highly mobile. I fear our Falcon transport may not be able to shake them off." Wang Liang concurred. "Indeed, if they catch up and destroy our vehicle, we would be left vulnerable in the wilderness, destined for slaughter." Adam rose, sheathing his sword. "We must remain here, utilizing the buildings as our stronghold. If Mr. Wang Liang can hold off those Shadow Knights, we should be able to withstand for a while. Meanwhile, we must call for reinforcements from the base. Only with their arrival do we stand a chance of survival." Wang Liang nodded emphatically. "Exactly." The two turned their gaze to Yunze, who stepped back 2 paces and chuckled helplessly. "Since you both say so, I have no objections. After all, you two are far more experienced in this regard." Adam promptly summoned a team member to contact Lighthouse Base. then discussed with Yunzhe about deploying the Frost Cloud Guard to create barriers and dig traps outside the camp in preparation for their impending defense. Having accomplished this, Adam's attention finally settled on Gu Gang. Now it's your turn. You must tell us where you stirred up these monsters. Tianyang, Wang Liang, and the remaining able-bodied individuals in the camp all focused their gaze on Gu Gang. Gu Gang rubbed his bald head and sighed. In Hongni Town, we discovered something there. This piqued Tianyang's curiosity, while the others fixated their attention on Gu Gang. The bald man continued, as you know, Hongni Town was only recently opened to us prospectors for exploration. A few days ago, we uncovered an underground space there. Adam narrowed his eyes slightly. An underground space? Why were we not informed of this report? Chapter 104. The base. For a fleeting moment, Gu Gang's expression turned awkward as his gaze swept across the ground, seemingly in search of something. After a brief silence, he spoke with a tone of resignation, explaining the situation. If we report this, the base will undoubtedly revoke the exploration rights for Hongni Town. Captain, we simply wish to earn a bit more, which is why we refrained from reporting. Adam's tone immediately grew stern. What you have done is a clear violation of the Gold Diggers Code. Such conduct could cost you all your rights at Qingtian Fortress. Gu Gang sighed deeply. At this point, nothing matters anymore. My entire team is gone, leaving me all alone. With the recent events in Hongni Town, I am now penniless. Even if I were to remain at Qingtian Fortress, I lack the means to venture into the reverse realm again. Adam shook his head vigorously. You are truly foolish. Look at what you've done. Because of your unauthorized entry into an area without permission, we are now trapped as well. Gu Gang glanced at him. I can only express my deepest apologies. Yunzhe raised his hand and patted the shoulders of both men. Gentlemen, discussing this is futile. We should first ascertain what has transpired in Hongni Town. The gazes of the group turned once more towards Gu Gang. He, clutching his bald head, sat on the steps with a look of frustration. After discovering that underground space, we conducted a preliminary exploration. Utilizing sonar equipment, we found that the area beneath Hongni Town was astonishingly vast, nearly capable of accommodating another city. Subsequently, the various gold-digging teams exploring the town convened a meeting. Everyone unanimously agreed to temporarily suppress the matter of the subterranean space, while it remained undetected by Lighthouse Base. Each would return to Qingtian Fortress to prepare supplies and recruit personnel for the exploration of that underground realm. Having descended from the rooftop and leaning against a pillar, Tianyang had a fair understanding of their motives. These gold diggers merely wished to explore the site themselves first. After all, if it was indeed uncharted territory, it would likely contain valuable treasures. If all went smoothly, after they had scavenged the area, they would report back to Lighthouse Base. At that point, the base would undoubtedly receive far less. Their calculations seemed sound, yet it appeared they had inadvertently triggered a landmine. A member of the Sun's gun team scoffed. You are overestimating yourselves. If that underground space is truly as expansive as you claim, what can you gold diggers accomplish? Even if you discover something, you may find yourselves in peril. Adam raised his hand to halt the mockery. Recognizing that Gu Gang and his companions had already paid the price for their actions, there was no need to further belittle them at this juncture. The bald man cast a grateful glance at Adam before continuing. Indeed, what my brother says is accurate. We were overconfident. Unfortunately, we were all swept away by our discovery. In any case, after adequate preparation, we regrouped in Hongni Town and ventured into the underground space. At the time, we utilized the sonar system for exploration, but we had little concept of what lay ahead. It was only when we ventured in ourselves that we realized just how expansive it was. We entered through a vertical cave located within a building. The earthquake likely caused the collapse of the covering above. Otherwise, we may never have found that dreadful place. We descended over 300 meters before reaching the ground. What greeted us was utter darkness. Unlike the sky of the reverse realm shrouded in black mist, there was no hint of light whatsoever. Naturally, we took precautions, ensuring that our lighting tools were indispensable. However, upon activating several high-powered floodlights, we discovered that even with these tools, we could not grasp the entirety of our surroundings. Based on the airflow and echoes within the space, we inferred that it was a vast expanse beyond our imagination. This revelation excited everyone, as the vertical cave we entered indicated that it was a man-made structure. Why would someone excavate such a large space underground? I believe you can all guess the answer. They must be storing something significant here. Even now, as Gu Gang spoke of that place, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes as he gestured emphatically. That underground space must contain some crucial and immensely valuable objects. Did you ultimately find anything? Yunze posed the pivotal question. Regrettably, Gu Gang shook his head. No. After our initial excitement, we began our exploration. To avoid losing our bearings in that vast, dark world, we employed an electronic compass. Thus, it took us nearly half a day to discover a base. The expressions of the crowd shifted to one of astonishment, with Adam being the first to react. What did you say? A base? What kind of base? Gu Gang gestured. Similar to Yunxiang base, but even larger in scale. There were inscriptions in the reverse realm language at the entrance, leading us to initially conclude that this underground base was constructed by the inhabitants of the reverse realm. It could very well be a refuge. Yunze, however, shook his head. It cannot be a refuge. We have explored this region for many years. The major cities here, along with towns like Baosher Town, have very limited architectural heights. Coupled with the research of several archaeologists, they unanimously agree that the economic and cultural level of this area was merely average in the reverse realm at that time. Thus, I believe the inhabitants of the reverse realm would not construct a refuge in such a place. Of course, I cannot say for certain, as I have never been there. Gu Gang waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of what it is, that wretched place is undoubtedly a genuine base. Although we do not comprehend the inscriptions of the reverse realm. Upon entering, we found that every so often there were inscriptions and illustrations. Only a base would exhibit such meticulousness, right? Moreover, we also discovered armed platforms within, which indicates that the structure possesses a planned security system. Wang Liang crossed his arms, nodding in agreement. Based on this, it truly seems to be a base. Adam gestured for the bald man to continue. Please, go on. Gu Gang's expression grew grave, and a hint of panic began to seep into his gaze. Initially, we were thrilled, fully aware of what a reverse realm base signifies. However, as we delved deeper, we began to sense something amiss. Inside that base, we stumbled upon several corpses. These bodies were infested with fungi, akin to those luminous entities in Baosher Town. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. What is significant is that those corpses appeared to be our own people. Yunze looked at him in confusion. Are you implying that the fortress previously explored that base? Gu Gang nodded vigorously. Indeed, their equipment was of the same type as ours, albeit differing in model. Inside, we even uncovered a disassembled piece of three-dimensional armament. Adam was the first to exclaim, "That is impossible. I have been at Yunxiang Base for a long time, yet I have never heard of any such exploration conducted by the base, nor have I seen any reports regarding a reverse realm base." Gu Gang lowered his voice. "We cannot be mistaken, but if you, Captain, insist otherwise, then there is only one possibility. The fortress does not wish for anyone to know about that exploration or the existence of that base." Leaning against the pillar, Tianyang felt a stir within his heart. Sulai had concealed a suitcase in Baosher Town, while the base beneath Hongni Town bore traces of the fortress's exploration. Was there a connection between these two incidents? However, regardless of the circumstances, even if the fortress had previously explored that location, they still hoped to unearth some valuable artifacts within. In the end, we found no treasures, but rather a tree. At this juncture, Gu Gang paused, seemingly lost in the memories of that moment, silent and contemplative. Yunze, however, excitedly exclaimed, "Could it be the Star Essence Pillar?" In a moment of bewilderment, Gu Gang was jolted back to reality when Adam shook his shoulder, prompting him to lift his gaze. "No," he replied, "it was something else, larger, more malevolent. It resembled a plant, yet bore human characteristics. The dim light made it difficult to discern, but I could faintly make out the contours akin to trees. Furthermore, it was covered in a plethora of fungi, some of which had formed shapes resembling human figures, appearing as if countless individuals were entwined like writhing worms. What was even more terrifying was that when we entered the hall, the fungi advanced towards us at a visibly alarming pace. One of my subordinates, unable to escape, was engulfed by the fungi and quickly suffocated to death. Adam's expression turned to one of shock. Are you suggesting that these entities can parasitize humans? Gu Gang nodded gravely. Indeed, I could see them desperately extending mycelium into the human body. They were utterly wicked, akin to beasts on the hunt. At that moment in the hall, I saw the branches of that grotesque tree, laden with fungi, had already penetrated the hall's ceiling. It is possible that they have reached the ground. Adam took a step back. The earthquake likely occurred over 2 months ago, and shortly thereafter, the fungi in Boucher Town began to exhibit strange behaviors. Could this be related to that base? With the passage to the surface opened, was something released? Gu Gang gazed at the squad leader of the Sun Gun in confusion. What is wrong with the fungi in Boucher Town? Wang Liang interrupted. Let's set that aside for now. Please continue your account. How did you encounter the Abyssal Knights? Gu Gang offered a rueful smile. In that hall, we were terrified. Several individuals disregarded my orders and opened fire on that grotesque tree, which emitted a bizarre sound in response. Shortly thereafter, the Abyssal Knights and their retinue emerged, pursuing us through the base. In the end, I was the only one who successfully escaped from Hongmi Town. He spread his hands. You all know what transpired next. Wang Liang's gaze was sharp. So, you were completely unaware of what the ghostly knights and their retinue were protecting? How I wish I knew, Gu Gang lamented. If I did, perhaps my subordinates would not have perished in vain. Unfortunately, I truly have no knowledge of it. We had barely explored a quarter, if not less, of the area before stumbling upon that grotesque tree, only to be pursued by the knights and their attendants. I doubt those violet-skinned wretches would divulge what they are safeguarding. Chapter 105. The Ancient Dark Folk Captain, you need to come and hear this. A member of the Sun's gun team poked his head out of the Falcon war vehicle. Adam turned to him. What is it? The soldier's expression was grim. We cannot contact the base, and we've received some strange signals. Strange signals? A sense of foreboding suddenly gripped Tianyang. Adam hastened over, and after exchanging a glance with Wang Liang, Yunza followed suit. Finally, Tianyang and Gugong squeezed alongside the war vehicle. The vehicle's door stood open, and within the cockpit, a voice recording played. So dark, so cold. Where's this? Please, someone help me. Can anyone hear me? I need help. The voice was interspersed with electronic static, and sharp, scraping sounds echoed intermittently, heightening the eerie atmosphere. Upon hearing this recording, nearly everyone could envision a scene. In a dark, frigid space, someone desperately cried for help, while something nearby scraped against the walls with a sharp object, filling the air with a palpable sense of danger and fear. Adam reached out to the control panel, attempting to switch through various channels. But each one returned the same recording. This was highly irregular. Adam leaped from the vehicle, his thick brows nearly knitting together in frustration. All channels are being interfered with. This means we cannot establish contact with the base. At the very least, we cannot communicate in real time. Yunza inquired, is it possible to make contact with the source? The team member inside the vehicle shook his head. We've tried. There's no response, just a mechanical repetition of the same message. Adam turned back. Then we must send an encrypted message to the base. That's our only option now. The soldier nodded and began composing the message. Tianyang interjected. I just remembered something. I once participated in a star column recovery mission. During that mission, we received a distress signal, only to discover later that it was sent by a type of dark folk. They were biological entities capable of interfering with electronic signals, though I never understood how. Adam's expression turned anxious. Are you suggesting that the signal we're receiving now could be an interference from the dark folk? Tianyang nodded vigorously. It's quite possible. Yunza exclaimed. If that's the case, their intention must be to isolate us. Good heavens, is this something the dark folk are capable of? Employing tactics like this? Adam, however, was not taken aback. The higher-tier dark folk are indeed intelligent beings. It's not surprising they would employ tactics. Mr. Wang Liang mentioned there are 3 spectral knights in Gem Town, beings that can command the dark folk. It's reasonable they would adopt certain strategies. Yet I did not anticipate the existence of such entities among the dark folk, as Tianyang described. Tianyang stepped forward. If we don't eliminate the source of the interference, we want to be able to contact the base. Even if we send an encrypted message, I am doubtful it would not be intercepted by the dark folk. Allow me to locate and eliminate the source. I know what it looks like. Adam hesitated, his expression uncertain. Yunza firmly shook his head. Let my people handle this. You've just endured a fierce battle. Now is the time to rest. You only need to share intelligence about the source with us. I will take care of the rest. Tianyang glanced at Adam, who nodded. The young man described the creature with the trumpet-like head he had encountered in the metropolis to Yunza and the others. Upon receiving this information, Yunza immediately departed, seeking an ascendant to accompany him with a signal tracker for the task. Adam pulled Tianyang aside and whispered, "He doesn't trust you." "I know," Tianyang sighed. "He worries that I might take the opportunity to flee once I leave the camp." Adam chuckled. This scion of the Yun family is famously cautious, otherwise. The family wouldn't have entrusted a young man like him with the operation of the mine and base activities here. Tianyang waved his hand dismissively, trying to disperse the unpleasant thoughts. Never mind him. By the way, Adam, could you tell me about the spectral knights and their attendants? I've never heard of such creatures before. Adam found a clean spot to sit, producing 2 food bars and handing one to Tianyang. Tianyang shook his head. "I'm not hungry. Eat," Adam insisted, pressing the food into his hands. On the battlefield, you never know when the enemy will strike again. So whenever you have a moment, you must rest and eat to prepare for the next wave of attacks. Tianyang saw the sense in this and tore open the packaging. Taking a bite, Adam chewed on his own piece and continued. The spectral knights and their attendants, along with witches and tree spirits, are classified as ancient dark folk. Ancient dark folk? Tianyang had never heard that term before. Yes, ancient dark folk, Adam said, taking a sip from his water bottle. In almost every reverse realm, there exists some particularly ancient dark folk. They have existed for a long time, and these types of dark folk usually possess their own unique traditions. In our reverse realm number 127, for instance, the ancient dark folk leave behind distinctive symbols wherever witches go, often leading to certain worship practices among other dark folk. Spectral knights and attendants usually inhabit sealed spaces, and their tradition is to protect certain entities they deem important or are appointed to safeguard. However, ancient dark folk differ from their peers. Tradition is merely one characteristic. The most significant feature is that these dark folk exhibit almost no signs of evolution. Tianyang paused, processing this information before taking another bite of the food bar. So, are you saying that other dark folk do exhibit evolutionary traits? Indeed. Adam finished his food bar in a few swift bites. During our explorations of reverse realms, we discovered various artifacts, including some frozen dark folk. Of course, not in our current realm. Exploration here has been brief, and we have yet to uncover similar phenomena. However, in several earlier numbered reverse realms, many such artifacts have been found. Corpses, images, written records, all indicating the existence of some notably ancient types of dark folk. They have ceased to evolve, preserving certain behavioral habits that have been passed down through the ages. Such dark folk are dubbed ancient. On the other hand, some dark folk evolve and adapt over time. Take the madhounds and the enigmatic sharpshooters, for instance. 50 years ago, madhounds were half the size they are now and often appeared youthful. As for the enigmatic sharpshooters, when they were first discovered, they still utilized bone arrows as weapons. But now, they not only employ firearms, but also energy-based weaponry. Tianyang furrowed his brow. In just 50 years, such rapid evolution has occurred? Adam sighed heavily, yes. And this is why some scholars studying reverse realms believe that while we explore these realms, we inadvertently stimulate the ecological systems of these dark worlds. The reverse realm adjusts the evolution speed and extent of dark folk in response to these stimuli as a means of counteracting us invaders. Tianyang fell silent, suddenly feeling that perhaps humanity should abandon the exploration of reverse realms. Unfortunately, such decisions could not be made unilaterally. Moreover, as long as the reverse realm still held the star soul pillar and resources not found in the outside world, the fervor for exploration would remain unquenched. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the camp, the sound of building demolitions reverberated, a strategic arrangement made by Adam's dispatched personnel to create obstacles for the enemy. Rising to his feet, Adam was joined by Tianyang as they ascended to the rooftop of the small building. From this vantage point, a swirling cloud of dust could be seen rising near the camp. The surrounding streets were nearly sealed off, leaving only one road leading out of town. If all went according to plan, explosives would be laid on that road, intended to delay the enemy should a retreat from the town become necessary. Amidst the billowing dust, Tianyang discerned shadows moving toward the camp. The tactical optics zoomed in, revealing that it was indeed members of the Sun's-Gun. Though they appeared to be in a state of disarray, as if something sinister was pursuing them. In the next moment, Adam's communicator crackled to life. "Captain, they're coming." A horde of wanderers, an overwhelming number of them. Adam gasped in shock before shouting down from the building. "The enemy is launching a second wave of attack. All personnel, prepare for battle." He repeated the warning multiple times. The personnel, who had been resting in the camp, sprang to action at Adam's alarm, hastily equipping themselves and rushing to their designated positions. Tianyang retrieved the Bell of Doom, infusing it with starlight and loading 3 bullets before downing a vial of replenishing liquid. Adam cast a glance at the enormous pistol, bemused by how this young man had suddenly acquired such an extravagant weapon, but there was no time for questions. The burly man with golden hair leapt down from the building, personally overseeing the camp's defensive preparations. It wasn't long before the personnel who had set traps and demolished buildings returned, swiftly joining the defensive line. Tianyang positioned himself along a section of the wall, taking over the duties of a transcender who had been dispatched by Yunza to eliminate interference signals. As for the machine gun nest on the rooftop, it was left in the capable hands of a regular soldier. Within the camp, everyone stood ready. Before long, from the ruins of the previously destroyed buildings, a multitude of wanderers emerged through windows, doors, and other openings. They moved with stiff postures and swaying figures, yet their steps were resolutely directed toward the camp. Adam called out, "These creatures are merely cannon fodder. Do not waste excessive energy on them. Wait until they draw closer before opening fire. Especially you snipers. Your targets are the more dangerous threats, like the elusive sharpshooters. Do not squander ammunition and energy on mere fodder." On the wall, Tianyang silently drew the Crimson Moon blade in one hand while grasping an assault rifle in the other. His task was to fend off any frenzied hounds or retainers that might scale the wall. It was imperative that none of these creatures breached the camp's defenses. However, the young man found it peculiar. Amidst the dark tide of wanderers that had spilled over the streets, not a single hound could be seen, let alone the elusive knights of the abyss. Chapter 106. The demeanor of the group. A few minutes later, a roamer stumbled upon a soldier's cleverly placed landmine, igniting a brilliant flash in front of the camp. The mine exploded, obliterating a small group of roamers. Such explosions continued to occur in succession at the camp's forefront. The members of the Sun-Gun, even the soldiers, were seasoned warriors. They had meticulously arranged the landmines. Given the limited ammunition, they had precisely calculated the explosive power of the mines, ingeniously designing their distribution to maximize lethality. However, witnessing the scattered remains of the roamers, no one, including Adam, felt joy. This wave of attack was solely comprised of roamers, with not a single Dark Citizen in sight. Clearly, the commander of the Dark Citizens intended to use the roamers to deplete humanity's ammunition. Aware of this, the camp could not afford to remain passive. After all, should the roamers breach the defense line, they would not hesitate to seize the tantalizing feast before them. Reluctantly, Adam signaled for an attack. Thus, aside from the 2 snipers, the rest continued to fire upon the encroaching tide. The number of roamers was even greater than before. Yet Adam had ordered the demolition of buildings to block several streets and alleys. This impeded the roamers' rapid advance, forcing them to disperse and emerge through windows and gaps in the structures before surging towards the camp. Consequently, the pressure on the camp was significantly alleviated, allowing the defenders to alternate their fire with greater ease to conserve ammunition. Uncertain of when the Dark Citizens would deploy genuinely threatening units, such as the arcane snipers and the obscure attendants, Adam commanded the ascenders of the Heart of Elements to hold their positions. These ascenders, capable of unleashing tempestuous chaos on the battlefield, should not waste their stellar essence on mere roamers. Even the melee-oriented Tianyang, stationed atop the wall to deter the roamers, sought to avoid utilizing stellar essence, relying instead on rifles or personal weapons to shatter the will of those who approached. The battle raged for nearly 6 hours. And as the black, Putrid slime of disintegrating roamer corpses nearly engulfed the streets outside the camp. The assault finally ceased, the roamers staggering away. Those still lingering on the streets were systematically cleared by the soldiers. Humanity had repelled the dark citizens with a resounding victory, yet no one could muster a smile. For less than 30% of their ammunition remained. Seizing the lull created by the retreating dark citizens, the soldiers replenished the landmines, repaired makeshift barricades, and reinforced their defenses. Tianyang sat atop the wall, silently hydrating from his canteen. Unintentionally, he observed Yunza leap from the family war chariot, hastily seeking Wang Liangyi, seemingly in discussion about some matter. However, the despondent shadow cast across his face suggested that the young scion of the Yun family was not in high spirits, likely due to some troubling development. Subsequently, the two sought counsel with Adam. Tianyang withdrew his gaze, inspecting his rations, which could sustain him for another 2 or 3 days. He then closed his eyes, entering a light slumber. After a brief moment, he felt a stirring within him. Upon waking, he beheld Adam's robust figure awkwardly scaling the wall. The burly blond man settled beside Tianyang, his thick legs dangling over the edge, clad in uncomfortable armor that he seemingly had no intention of removing. "We have lost contact," Adam muttered, shaking his head as he tossed a stone into the distance. Though his words lacked clarity, Tianyang could surmise the situation. Had the Ascenders dispatched to eliminate interference failed to return? "Indeed," Adam replied, his heavy voice betraying a weighty mood. The Yun family had lost communication, yet Yunza remained optimistic about his people, asserting that it was merely a temporary issue. A slight smile tugged at Tianyang's lips. "But it appears you hold little confidence in them." Adam chuckled, a tinge of resignation in his laughter. "What can I say? After all, they are the Yun family. I cannot publicly humiliate them. Some face must be preserved." Tianyang's gaze drifted toward the buildings shrouded in pervasive black mist. If it weren't for the obscure knights, Mr. Wang Liangyi could have already established contact with the base. Adam nodded gravely. "This is precisely the headache we face. There are 3 obscure knights outside. Should we risk sending Wang Liangyi out? If they were to launch a full-scale assault, our defenses would likely crumble in less than a minute. Are the obscure knights truly so formidable? You are an ascender of rank 4. Cannot you contend with them? I can hold off one at most, but without teammates to assist. It is challenging to eliminate an opponent swiftly. Given that there are 3 obscure knights outside, we require Wang Liangyi to remain stationed." Tianyang cautioned. "While it is essential to consider the Yun family's reputation, if we do not swiftly eliminate the interference, how long can we sustain our defense?" "I am aware of that," Adam replied, crossing his arms over his chest. "Moreover, I understand that if we lose contact with the base for an extended period, even if we hold the camp, morale will inevitably wane. Thus, I have a plan." Tianyang turned his attention back to him. 8 hours later, the dark citizens returned, this time accompanied not only by numerous roamers to serve as cannon fodder, but also by agile mad dogs and arcane snipers capable of providing fire support. This time, even Yunza took to the battlefield, collaborating with several ascenders of the Heart of Elements to suppress enemy fire. The obscure knights and their attendants remained conspicuously absent, forcing Wang Liangyi to remain firmly within the camp. After the battle, Yunza's lips had begun to crack, and the bloodshot veins in his eyes had multiplied. If he was struggling, the other warriors were in an even worse state. The Sun Guns team fared relatively better, having endured the rigors of warfare. Though they appeared disheveled and grimy, there remained a glimmer of determination in their eyes. In contrast, the Frost Cloud Guard fared poorly. Adam's earlier assessment of them began to ring true. Accustomed to cleanliness and convenient tools, they were now coated in grime from the battle. And some of their equipment had been damaged by the arcane snipers, leaving them ill-equipped to cope with their current circumstances. The morale of these individuals plummeted, and they cast glances toward the gates far more frequently than the members of the Sun Gun. All signs indicated that the Frost Cloud Guard was nearing their psychological and physical limits. At this juncture, news from the Ascender dispatched to eliminate interference remained absent. 3 hours later, Yunza could no longer remain seated. He sought out Wang Liangyi. "Mr. Wang, it may be necessary for you to take action." Yunza wore a look of resignation, fully aware that Wang Liangyi was a trump card for the family. His father, Yin Sheng, had paid a hefty price to bring this asset close. The intention was twofold: to safeguard himself and to secure a formidable ally for rapid merit accumulation. Now was the time to deploy this card. Though Yunza was reluctant to do so, he had no other choice. Wang Liangyi seemed to have anticipated Yunza's plea. Indeed, we can no longer delay. Our ammunition is nearly depleted, and the makeshift fortifications are beyond repair. This defense line is no longer tenable. If we remain out of contact with the base, I will have no choice but to take that drastic step. Yunza understood exactly what he meant. If the situation deteriorated, Wang Liangyi would abandon everyone else, prioritizing his own escape from Jimtown back to the base. While their conversation lacked explicit clarity, the likelihood of returning to the base was high. However, this would undoubtedly tarnish the Yun family's reputation and adversely affect Yunza's future. Should the head of the Yun family develop a negative perception of him, it could even jeopardize his claim to inheritance. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Yunza would refrain from such actions. The sound of two individuals engaged in discussion was soon accompanied by the unmistakable footsteps approaching their direction. Yunza had no choice but to silence himself and turned to see Adam and Tianyang advancing towards him. "Apologies for the interruption, Mr. Yunza," Adam stated with forthrightness. "If I am not mistaken, your ally has yet to return. Therefore, we must consider alternative arrangements." Yunza mustered a strained smile, replying, "Rest assured, Captain Adam. I am currently in discussions with Mr. Wang Liangyi regarding this matter." Adam, seemingly unsurprised, had anticipated Yunza's approach. He articulated clearly, "If you wish for Mr. Wang to neutralize the disturbance, I would advise against it. Should Mr. Wang depart and the spectral knights strike, we would be doomed." Wang Liangyi asserted calmly, "I shall return before the spectral knights arrive." "Yet," Adam countered, "but that would require Mr. Wang to expend considerable star essence, and given the number of spectral knights, he might find himself in a perilous battle." Wang Liangyi furrowed his brow, stating, "Remaining at the camp would prove futile. It is better to take the risk and fight." Adam chuckled lightly and nudged Tianyang forward, saying, "Let Tianyang handle the task of neutralizing the disturbance. I understand Mr. Yunza's concerns, but I have faith in him. He would not hinder us at this critical moment." With resolute efficiency, Tianyang drew a dagger, prompting Wang Liangyi to step forward slightly, positioning himself in front of Yunza. Unexpectedly, Tianyang reversed the dagger and offered it to Yunza, saying, "This is my mother's keepsake. I shall temporarily entrust it to you. Upon my return, please ensure it is returned." Yunza accepted the dagger, glanced at it momentarily, and then, after a brief silence, returned it to Tianyang, stating, "Given its significance as a relic of your mother, I cannot accept such an important item. You should keep it. I trust you." This outcome took Tianyang by surprise, revealing a glimpse of Yunza's noble demeanor. However, Wang Liangyi remained unconvinced, voicing, "Even if he is tasked with neutralizing the disturbance, he is merely a level 1 sublimator, is he not? The individual Mr. Yunza dispatched was a level 2 swordsman, and yet he remains unaccounted for. Sending this lad may yield similarly grim results." Adam nodded in agreement but shifted the conversation, stating, "Thus, we must make some arrangements, such as Chapter 107, the final assault on the rooftop of a certain building, amidst the swirling black mist. A foot oozing deep purple slime pressed firmly against the ground. This foot bore unmistakable human characteristics, yet its surface was cloaked in scales, with thick, curved nails resembling talons gripping the earth below. The viscous substance flowed forth from the scales adorning the foot. A low guttural growl, akin to that of a beast, resonated through the dark fog, where a flicker of yellow light emerged, reminiscent of several small bulbs glowing in the haze. However, when a wolf-like head broke through the murk, it became evident that the yellow luminescence emanated from 6 beastly eyes atop its head. These orbs, radiating a faint yellow glow, each bore a deep brown vertical stripe and gazed in various directions. The creature, possessing 6 legs reminiscent of a human yet adorned with a feral head, was accompanied by a formidable figure. Clad in heavy armor forged from metal, the darkly hued plates were marred with various stains, even bearing remnants of unknown biological tissues and uneven scratch marks. The entity concealed beneath the helmet and faceplate revealed patches of purplish-red skin, where bulging black veins writhed beneath the surface, leaving one to wonder whether blood or some other substance coursed through them. In its left hand, it wielded a roughly fashioned yet undeniably heavy shield. In its right, it grasped a long-handled heavy weapon, an odd armament resembling both a warblade and an axe, entwined with iron chains. At the ends of these chains dangled the skulls of various creatures, the majority being human remains. 2 points of ghostly red glimmered within the faceplate, as if a knight had emerged from the depths of an abyss. As it approached the edge of the rooftop, a purplish-red aura quietly enveloped its surroundings, dissipating the surrounding black mist. It was clear that the knight did not ride upon the beast. Rather, they were a singular, inseparable entity. At this moment, the knight gazed into the distance, undeterred by the mist of the reverse realm. Within its crimson-hued vision, the knight discerned the distant human encampment, where clusters of campfires incited an instinctive loathing within it. It yearned to leap into the camp, extinguishing the flames and slaughtering the living. Yet, it could restrain this primal urge, a distinction marking the higher-tier dark denizens from their lesser counterparts. For over 20 hours, the knight had been observing the encampment, fully aware of the powerful transcendent residing within, a fact that deterred its reckless advance. Instead, it relied on the lesser dark denizens to assail the encampment, depleting human strength. Ancient, inexplicable knowledge whispered to the knight, suggesting that with just 1 or 2 more coordinated attacks, the encampment would falter. At that moment, it noticed a figure departing from the human camp, a man with the keen eyes of an eagle. He was the formidable human adversary that the knights feared. For reasons unknown, this human warrior had left the encampment, venturing into a realm beyond the knight's sight. With no powerful human presence to guard the encampment, it resembled a toothless beast, devoid of any threat. Thus, the knight understood that the time to strike had arrived. The warmth of human breath and the sweetness of flesh ignited an insatiable hunger within the knight, which it struggled to contain against the roaring desire in its chest. Suddenly, the wolf-like head below its waist opened its maw, transforming into a triangular orifice. Within this aperture, layers of yellow light illuminated the inner space, revealing several serpentine tongues, forked at the tips and brimming with serrated flesh. As these tongues quivered, a soundless roar, audible only to the dark denizens, erupted upon the rooftop. Within a building in the town, several wanderers aimlessly traversed the corridors and rooms. Upon hearing that silent roar, they paused momentarily. After a brief interval, the wanderers reversed direction, exiting the building through windows and doors. These swaying figures quickly converged with others emerging from various structures, coalescing into a foul river of filth, surging toward the human encampment. Amidst this flowing black tide, the sounds of barking echoed, as canines bearing human faces joined the advancing horde. These creatures, temperamental and unruly, showed little inclination to pace slowly alongside the wanderers. Consequently, they pushed past the wanderers, with larger female dogs even resorting to biting off their limbs if they obstructed the way. The enigmatic marksmen, with goat-like faces, moved with a notable quietude, their bodies grotesquely transformed into weapons, endowing them with remarkable agility. This prowess enabled them to leap effortlessly over buildings, whether intact or in ruins. As they traversed above the tainted river, the marksmen arrived at the knight's designated position ahead of the others. Observing that the path was blocked by a wall obliterated by human explosives, the dark river no longer needed to navigate through narrow windows or scattered breaches in the structures. Behind the black tide, a cacophony erupted as shadowy retainers dragged their cumbersome metallic weapons forward. Should the wanderers or canines fail to yield promptly, they would be swept aside by the retainers' onslaught. Fortunate were those who merely lost limbs. The unfortunate ones found their very wills shattered by the retainers' brutal force. Each intersection saw 2 or 3 retainers acting in unison, arriving at obstacles to wield their weapons with reckless abandon. The purplish-red mist exuded by the retainers grew ever more intense with their fervent movements, enveloping the dark denizens. Both wanderers and canines became increasingly frenzied, joining the destructive frenzy, using their claws, teeth, and every available appendage to assist the retainers in demolishing the barriers. Thus, toward the human encampment, soldiers began to hear the distant sounds of scratching and the ominous thuds akin to thunderous knocks. On the walls of the encampment, a soldier raised a pair of binoculars, peering through the night vision mode toward the outside. Across the street, a wall that had previously obstructed the path suddenly crumbled. A cascade of stones tumbled to the ground. And from the vast breach, he glimpsed 3 shadowy retainers brandishing their weapons, emitting roars beyond his hearing. In the next instant, the wanderers surged forth like a torrent of black mud, enveloping the retainers. Frantic canines raced through this dark mire, trampling the obstructive wanderers beneath their claws. Yet, it was the enigmatic marksman who initiated the assault first. Through the binoculars, a beam of black-red light surged toward him, and in that fleeting moment, despair filled his thoughts as the binoculars and his head were pierced by the marksman's blast, sending his lifeless body tumbling from the wall. They have come. They have arrived. Adam bellowed, his voice echoing with urgency, urging his comrades to remain vigilant. This was the final assault. They intended to crush us with all their might. Unleash every ounce of strength. There was no need to conserve ammunition. If they could not withstand this onslaught, there would be no tomorrow. Thus, Adam gazed upon the approaching black tide, drawing his long sword and forcefully pointing it toward the enemy ranks, commanding, "Strike with relentless fury." The first to roar were the rapid-fire cannons atop the rooftop, their barrels belching forth bright, elongated flames. The tremendous bullets conjured a wild storm of metal, sweeping across the dark denizens flooding the streets. Wanderers and canines fell in droves, their shattered bodies collapsing as the will-bound cages succumbed to destruction. Even those who remained with only half their bodies utilized their hands and teeth, striving with all their might to crawl toward the human encampment. Under the leadership of Yunza, several level 2 elemental hearts hurled elemental light projectiles from within the walls. The grayish elements of spears soared over the courtyard walls, reaching their apex before tracing a parabolic arc that descended upon the dense throng of foes, unleashing a tempest of elemental fury. 2 level 3 flame envoys joined forces to unleash a formidable explosion of fire as an orange-hued ball of searing heat erupted at the heart of the enemy formation. The swelling energy, upon reaching its critical threshold, was released with reckless abandon, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The intense heat of the conflagration consumed the dark entities, incinerating their bodies and wills into charred remnants in an instant. Sensing mines, star essence rifles, and even star essence artillery were employed, illuminating the battlefield with the brilliance and flames of human weaponry. Even amidst the pervasive black fog of the city, their light could be distinctly seen from afar. The ancient steel of the fortress tier relentlessly cast star essence barriers upon the ascendants of the divine warrior tier. The star essence flowed from the bald man like a torrent, depleting rapidly. When Adam donned a layer of protection, the star essence within the ancient steel had dwindled to but a fraction. Nevertheless, after consuming a vial of replenishing liquid, he encased himself in star essence armor. With his fist shield in place, he charged towards the front lines alongside other melee ascendants. Adam had long been stationed at the forefront, bearing the brunt of the defensive pressure. Since the moment his sword struck the first blow, he had not ceased his assault. In the flurry of sword shadows, a multitude of dark foes lay vanquished before him. Yet, the surrounding darkness remained oppressive, as if a towering mountain was suffocating him. At that moment, a sudden jolt surged through Adam's scalp as he cleaved the skull of a frenzied hound. The captain of the Sun Gun Squadron glanced upwards, his gaze piercing through the swirling flames towards the distant battlefield. There, a dense shadow surged into the midst of the dark horde, its flickering crimson light exuding a chilling and merciless aura of death. Just then, a star essence shell arced across the battlefield, landing amidst the shadow, igniting flames that illuminated the figure of a spectral knight wielding heavy weaponry. A man with short golden hair bellowed a warning. "Beware, the spectral knight approaches. Artillery, take aim." No sooner had he spoken than a blue shellsword overhead, hurtling directly towards the spectral knight. The knight calmly raised his arm, swinging the heavy weapon in a wide arc before unleashing a violet strike upon the star essence shell. The explosion erupted, casting a column of blue flames across the battlefield. From within the azure inferno, the spectral knight emerged unscathed. Chapter 108. Whispers behind the door. With a single strike, the shadowy knight obliterated the heavy artillery, sending shockwaves through the morale of the human encampment. The soldiers of the Frostcloud Guard were particularly affected, their eyes reflecting profound despair. Fortunately, A powerful aura erupted along the defensive line. It was Adam. The starry brilliance emanating from him was as intense as a silver flame. The level 4 captain bravely charged forth to confront the approaching shadowy knight. At that moment, Adam's eyes glowed crimson, and brilliant silver light burst forth from his right wrist. The golden-haired warrior, brimming with fierce battle intent, released an invisible aura that surged like a tempest, as the two sides prepared to clash in the center of the battlefield. Adam struck first, shouting as he swung his sword. A torrent of silver radiance erupted from the sword's tip, reducing the dark minions blocking the Shadow Knight to mere sand. After all, this silver brilliance was imbued with the ability known as Shatter. In the face of the oncoming silver torrent, the shadowy knight raised his left hand, bringing a rough and heavy shield before him. A swirling mist of purplish-red light quickly coalesced in front of the shield, forming a barrier of violet luminescence. The silver torrent crashed against this barrier like furious waves against rocks, yet it was not the waves that shattered, but the rocks. Indeed, upon contact, the barrier was immediately riddled with fine cracks, and moments later, it crumbled. The residual force of the silver light continued to strike the knight's shield, which could not withstand the shattering power and fragmented layer by layer. Without hesitation, the Shadow Knight discarded the crumbling shield, instantly shifting to wield his long-handled weapon with both hands, sweeping it from left to right, unleashing a wave of purple mist toward Adam. Adam quickly crouched and rolled to evade the fierce strike aimed at his midsection. Before he could catch his breath, the knight's lower body was already lunging forward, its massive wolf-like head opening wide to bite. The triangular maw, glowing with a menacing yellow light, revealed writhing tongues that emitted a terrifying roar. Adam stood his ground, thrusting his sword into the maw, severing several of the tongues. The Shadow Knight recoiled, a viscous black slime pouring forth from the beast, followed by an enraged roar from beneath its mask. Brandishing his heavy weapon, the knight charged again. As Adam engaged with the Shadow Knight, two more shadowy figures rushed in from either side of the encampment. Their forms varied slightly, but they were all amalgamations of human and steed, enveloped in swirling mists of violet light, exuding an aura that was both chilling and sinister. The sight of them plunged the morale of the human encampment to new lows. Outside the camp, a single Shadow Knight had already ensnared Adam. There were no other level 4 enhancers left in the camp. At that moment, a gust of wind silently rose on the battlefield, which suddenly transformed into a formidable storm. An unimaginable sense of pressure enveloped the area, instantly capturing the attention of the two Shadow Knights. As one of them turned to look, a sword materialized from the crimson haze, lightly slicing toward it. The seemingly feeble strike appeared insufficient to even dent a helmet without any defense. Yet, the Shadow Knight suddenly leapt, the beast beneath it pushing off the ground with immense force, causing the earth to crumble beneath it. Thus, the sword missed its mark. However, the ground split open with a narrow, almost hairline crack that delved deep into the earth, cleaving the terrain. Had the Shadow Knight not retreated, it would likely have been sliced in two, just like the ground beneath. At that moment, the figure of Wang Liangi emerged from the black mist. He casually swung toward another Shadow Knight, though the distance between them rendered the action seemingly meaningless. Yet, in that instant, the dark minions saturating the battlefield momentarily halted, their bodies collapsing as if they had been mowed down. Many remained trapped in their own confines, but they were reduced to mere halves. The Shadow Knight raised its heavy shield, the purplish mist swirling around it to form a barrier. Yet, in an instant, that barrier, the shield, and the arm holding it were all cleaved in two. The Shadow Knights realized that relying solely on their own strength would be futile, not only to kill Wang Liangi, but even to delay him. They understood that Wang Liangi's earlier departure from the encampment was merely a ruse to draw them out of the darkness. From within the knight's mask and the beast's maw, a series of threatening roars erupted. They began to charge, their long weapons trailing dense violet mist, akin to dragging a mass of crimson flames. As they converged around Wang Liangi, two swirls of purple flames erupted, simultaneously hurtling toward the human warrior. A blinding light, accompanied by a deafening blast, illuminated the battlefield. Even from 2 streets away, Tianyang could see the piercing brightness cutting through the dense black mist and hear the low, heavy roar of the tempest. The young man's brows furrowed slightly. The sounds and the fierce light emanating from the battlefield suggested that the conflict was becoming exceedingly intense. It appeared that Adam's plan had veered off course. According to the plan devised by the Western man, Wang Liangyi was to deliberately leave the encampment to lure the Shadow Knights into the open, thereby alleviating the pressure on Tianyang's actions. However, Adam had not anticipated that the Shadow Knights would emerge and launch a full-scale assault, gathering forces beyond his expectations. Tianyang was uncertain of the precise pressures facing the encampment, but he recognized the value of every passing moment. Wasting no time, he clutched the signal tracker and navigated through the town shrouded in black mist. Soon, he halted. The information on the tracker indicating that the peculiar signal disrupting all channels was located within the building ahead. Before him stood a small structure that appeared to be of an open nature, its entrance adorned with a broad dark blue plaque bearing reversed characters and a badge. A blue marker was affixed to the glass door, leading inside to a grand hall. The wall directly opposite the entrance was marred with stains, the reversed characters and badge barely discernible. In front of the wall stood a row of cabinets, metallic in design, retaining their original contours, with black instruments displayed atop them. Most of the screens on these instruments were shattered and broken, leaning haphazardly, dust coating their surfaces. In front of the cabinets were several chairs, the arrangement reminiscent of a business hall in an upscale storage facility. To the right of the hall, a small door led deeper into the building. The door was slightly ajar, and Tianyang pushed it open. As the light shone in, a corridor unfolded, its floor covered with a carpet that had long lost its original color to the passage of time. At that moment, faint voices drifted from the depths of the corridor. "I am here. Who will come to save me?" The delicate, low murmurs seeped into Tianyang's ears, sending a chill down his spine, akin to being awakened from a deep slumber by a creeping insect. Steeling himself, Tianyang lowered the gun, the light from the weapon illuminating only the area at his feet. He crouched low, treading softly along the wall devoid of windows, moving stealthily like a cat. After a moment, he paused, noticing distinct wet marks on the carpet ahead. Under the light, the carpet appeared damp, and when he extended a finger to touch it, he found it stained with blood. As he looked toward the darkness at the end of the corridor, his expression turned grave. The darkness enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by a chilling atmosphere. Faint sounds echoed through the corridor ahead, reminiscent of ghostly whispers in a graveyard, and a sense of resentment flowed quietly between the lines. As those ethereal, intangible words resonated, a subtle yet sharp scraping noise emerged simultaneously. This reminded Tianyang of his first encounter with the Harbinger, a creature that had disguised itself as a woman, scraping its long, pointed nails against the wall, producing a sound akin to what he now heard. At last, he reached the end of the corridor, where a door stood firmly shut. Illuminated by the light, the lower part of the door frame was stained crimson with blood. From within, a foul odor, reminiscent of decaying rodents, wafted out, causing Tianyang's stomach to churn. Holding his breath, he cautiously pushed against the door with his hand. It was not locked, and slowly a narrow gap opened. As soon as he cracked the door, a hand stretched out from the crevice, startling Tianyang to the point of nearly drawing his weapon. However, as the light streamed through the opening, he realized it was merely a severed arm. The jagged edge was gruesomely raw, with remnants of flesh and stark white bone protruding. A shiver ran down Tianyang's spine as he began to fathom the horrific reality that lay behind the door. "Is anyone there? I need help." The voice emanated from within, tinged with desperation and pleading, igniting an instinctive desire to rush in and provide aid. Tianyang carefully suppressed this impulse and pushed the door open once more. As the light illuminated the interior, it revealed a space resembling an office, with overturned desks and chairs, and various unidentifiable instruments scattered across the floor. The ground, along with the furnishings, instruments, flower pots, and light tubes, was splattered with dark red liquid. The viscous substance appeared not yet coagulated, exuding a nauseating aura. Body parts lay discarded across the floor, akin to refuse carelessly tossed aside, emanating an unbearable stench. Near the door, Tianyang spotted a severed head. One side of its face had been gnawed away, leaving the remaining half contorted in terror. The eyes bulged, seemingly on the verge of popping out, capturing the moment of despair before death in eternal stillness. Recognizing the face, he realized it belonged to the sublimator sent by Yunza to eliminate disturbances. "Where is this? Please, someone help me," the voice called from above. Grasping the assailant with one hand, Tianyang's other hand reached for the hilt of Chiyue's blade, while the muzzle of his weapon gradually ascended. The illumination accessory on his gun projected a beam of light, illuminating the walls marked with winding trails of blood and remnants of human tissue. Moments later, the light finally reached the ceiling. As it moved, a hand suddenly appeared within the beam, only to swiftly retreat into the shadows. Chapter 109. Utter malice. Before he could even reposition the light, a heavy, muffled sound of something crashing down resonated above him. Tianyang, quick-witted, leaped back and dashed out into the corridor. Only then did the illumination reach him. Instantly, an indescribable figure manifested in the light. It was bizarre, contorted, malevolent, and terrifying. Much like the dark entity discovered in the metropolis that could disrupt electronic signals, this creature before Tianyang also bore a horn-like head. However, unlike the former, this abomination had numerous arms and legs, with several human faces discernible upon its body. The mouths of those faces incessantly opened and closed, uttering fragmented whispers. "Where is this? Come save me. I'm here. Who will rescue me? Help! Help!" At that moment, without a mirror, Tianyang could wager that his complexion was decidedly pallid. Despite having participated in several missions, and even encountering the so-called Black Prince in the desolate valley, this apparition still unsettled him greatly. Its form resembled a grotesque patchwork of dismembered human bodies haphazardly stitched together. Among the disarray, he even spotted a glimmer of the silver uniform of the Yun clan's guards. Suddenly, the creature unfurled its body, the amalgamated human forms beneath its coarse and powerful muscles being thrust outward. The monster transformed into an octopus-like shape, and then a tentacle formed from intertwined arms and legs lashed out like a robust whip from the door, aiming to strike Tianyang. The boy sidestepped swiftly, simultaneously directing the assault rifle. As he evaded the attack, the rifle unleashed a barrage of azure beams into the creature's form. The beams, composed of stellar energy, effortlessly penetrated the creature's body, leaving behind stunning blue spots that resembled a starry sky around the wounds. Despite its grotesque appearance, this dark entity that could disrupt electronic signals was not particularly formidable. Compared to the deep-skinned followers, even the rabid hounds paled in comparison. It seemed their abilities were primarily focused on signal interference, resulting in a lack of physical strength compared to other dark entities. Indeed, the creature staggered backward from the rifle's onslaught. At that moment, the horned head suddenly turned towards Tianyang. A wave of imminent danger surged within him, prompting him to hurl himself against a window on the left side of the corridor, while simultaneously aiming the rifle at the creature's peculiar head. A barrage of inaudible high-frequency sound waves erupted from the horned head, with ripples faintly spreading through the corridor, filling every inch of space. Glass shattered violently, fragments spraying like bullets to one side. Deep cracks began to spiderweb across the walls of the corridor, swiftly covering the surfaces. Abruptly, the sound wave ceased as the stellar beam struck the horned head. It seemed the creature's will was ensnared within that horn-like structure. After the beam pierced through, the muscles beneath its body began to rot and decay, the intertwined human forms slipping away and scattering. Moments later, a viscous black liquid pooled on the office floor, atop which floated several mutilated human bodies. Tianyang rose from the ground, his vision distorted with severe double vision. He patted his head, gradually regaining focus. It was then he noticed warm liquid trickling from his nose and ears. Upon inspection, his hand revealed traces of blood under the light. Exhausted, Tianyang slumped against the wall, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. If he had not evaded in time, crashing through the window into this room, he would have been obliterated by the high-frequency sound waves, leaving his internal organs and brain in a pulp. Now, merely bleeding from his nose and ears. He considered himself fortunate. After resting for a moment, Tianyang retrieved his communicator, attempting to contact the camp, but received no response. It appeared the battle at the camp was intense, with no extra personnel available to reach him. Reluctantly, he stowed the communicator and steadied himself against the window sill. Exiting the room, He briefly surveyed the remnants strewn about, finding nothing of value, and then retraced his steps. He needed to return to the fray, although the battlefield was likely not in need of a mere level 1 enhancer like him. Upon re-entering the hall of the small building, just as he stepped out the front door, a swirl of dust cascaded before him. Tianyang's pupils constricted, and without wasting a moment to look up, he propelled himself backward like a bullet. As he moved, a vast shadow swept past his previous position. Consequently, a few strands of silvery hair wafted through the air. Tianyang crouched low, realizing a portion of his fringe had been severed. Had he hesitated for even a fraction of a second, he might have lost not just a few strands of hair, but his entire face to that shadow. His heart pounded heavily, the sound echoing like war drums in the expansive hall, an indescribable dread constricting around his heart like a vice. Though nothing was visible, Tianyang understood that this uninvited guest was anything but ordinary. Suddenly, the ground trembled, inducing a sensation akin to intoxication. He hastily pressed one hand against the floor for support, stabilizing himself momentarily. But the next instant, something plummeted from above the small building, crashing onto the open ground outside with a thunderous thud. The glass doors shattered instantly, with several cracks extending from the entrance into the hall, one even reaching Tianyang's feet. As he glanced outside, through the swirling dust and smoke, he spotted flickers of yellow light. Following that, a roaring sound erupted from the movement of heavy objects, accompanied by a gust of wind that dispersed the haze, causing Tianyang's silvery hair to whip back. The roiling, mist-like purplish-red glow allowed him to discern that it was a grotesque amalgamation of a human and a steed. Clad in armor forged from an unknown metal, it was thick enough to evoke despair. The metallic spikes adorning the armor were uniformly straight, and supporting this formidable armor was a body exhibiting deep purple skin, similar in hue to the Dark Followers, yet undeniably more robust in stature. The upper half of the body was indistinguishable from that of a human, but at the waist, it fused with the form of a ferocious beast, resembling a lion or tiger. Its lower half, reminiscent of a steed, boasted 7 legs. Indeed, the number of limbs on each side was asymmetrical. Yet the human-like feet were hardly pleasing to the eye, especially that beastly head, with petals curling outward from below the snout, protruding a forked tongue akin to flower stamens, which was utterly revolting. Even without having witnessed it firsthand, Tianyang was acutely aware of the entity he faced, the Abyssal Knight. The boy was uncertain whether an additional knight had joined the fray or if one had been lost in the attack on the camp. Nonetheless, when 2 crimson lights ignited beneath the knight's thick visor, Tianyang comprehended that he must flee. With no intention of confronting the creature, he turned and bolted, unleashing his starry energy to accelerate. In an instant, he reached his maximum speed. Tianyang never entertained the notion of challenging the Abyssal Knight. It was beyond his capabilities, at least for now. As he moved, the Abyssal Knight responded in kind. Its nearly 3-meter-tall form barreled towards the small building like a war chariot. The structure could not withstand the knight's sheer force, collapsing the main entrance and the walls of the second floor entirely. The knight paid no heed to whether its actions would bring down the building. Amidst the swirling dust and the rain of debris, it locked onto Tianyang, its steed-like lower half galloping forward with tremendous force, allowing the knight to crash deep into the building, forging a path of destruction. Boom! As Tianyang sprinted through the corridor, he heard a cacophony erupt behind him. The ground shook violently, and the wall to his right began to topple in chunks. Without turning back, Tianyang could vividly envision the scene of the knight crashing into the building in his mind. This small structure was doomed. In an instant, Tianyang had dashed into the office where the horned figure had just been. He raised his gun, and the assailant unleashed a barrage of shots, riddling the wall ahead with countless holes. Without pausing, Tianyang surged forward, crashing into the wall, which exploded into a gaping hole. Amidst the flying debris, the young man emerged onto a street. He rolled to dissipate the force of his momentum, and as he sprang back to his feet, a loud boom resonated behind him. The shadowy knight charged forth from the narrow alley, brandishing a heavy shield, plowing through all obstacles in its path. Simultaneously, it forcefully collapsed the low buildings flanking the alleyway. Tianyang turned, raising the barrel of his gun, unleashing a volley of beams in an attempt to delay the spectral knight. Yet the knight raised its shield, and a swirling purple mist coalesced around it, enveloping the shield's surface. The beams of light struck against it, akin to pebbles cast into the vast ocean. Failing to stir even a ripple, the knight raised its other hand, wielding a long-bladed battle knife, broad and formidable. With a mere lift of the blade, it unleashed a chilling shriek. As it swung, a tempest barreled towards Tianyang. The assault rifle in his grasp was abruptly shattered, splintered by the knight's weapon. Tianyang's arm, still raised, felt the immense force traveling through the rifle into his arm. Had it not been for his enhanced physical capabilities, he would have doubted whether his arm could withstand such a violent tug. Though his arm remained intact, the muscles were severely strained, leaving it sore and numb. Hanging limply at his side, the young man disregarded his pain and turned to flee, sprinting down the straight street. The world around him blurred into a somber haze. Since his awakening, Tianyang had been confident in his speed. Yet now, he faced the equally agile spectral knight. Whether he could shake off that relentless shadow was uncertain. The heavy footsteps of the knight echoed in his ears, the sound unwavering, indicating that it was hot on his heels. Tianyang's judgment proved correct. The spectral knight was tenaciously pursuing him. Although its speed was swift, it was not significantly faster than Tianyang's, allowing it to keep pace but not surpass him in the short term. The crimson glow beneath the knight's visor intensified, casting a red hue over the shadowy street, reminiscent of a street lamp illuminating the darkness. The broad, hefty battle knife was raised, the omnipresent purple-red mist swirling around it, coiling and nurturing a palpable aura of menace. At the zenith of this lethal atmosphere, the knight executed a horizontal slash. A piercing shriek echoed in Tianyang's ears, akin to the wails of countless vengeful spirits. Chapter 110. Returned to the camp. Tianyang turned around, only to see the heavily armored Shadow Knight behind him making a sweeping cut. A mist-like purple light rapidly expanded from the blade, swiftly spreading like flowing water, almost dividing the boy's field of vision in twain. With all his might, Tianyang lunged forward. Feeling a chill above his head as a few strands of silver hair floated away, the purple light had already dissipated in an instant, vanishing amidst the surrounding buildings along the street. Moments later, the structures around him trembled violently, the areas struck by the purple light turning semi-transparent, resembling crystal glass. Subsequently, those sections of the walls silently crumbled, transforming into countless tiny particles of dust that spread outwards in the ensuing gust of wind. Instantly, the street was engulfed in a haze of dust. Tianyang was taken aback. The knight's previous strike seemed to possess a peculiar ability to disrupt molecular structures. Thus, although that attack appeared soft and feeble, its destructive power was genuinely astonishing. Despite merely losing a layer of wall, the buildings on either side had their structural integrity compromised. Consequently, several nearby edifices resembled giants with severed legs, emitting groans as they toppled over. The environment of the street became increasingly chaotic. As Tianyang rose from the ground, he noticed the Shadow Knight not only pursuing him, but also dragging its massive war blade along the ground. The purple mist howled once more, and with an imposing upward sweep, the blade sprang from the earth. As countless fragments of stone were sent flying, another wave of blade light surged forth like a tide, rushing towards Tianyang. The boy's face paled, and the star essence within him surged to its peak, allowing him to dart aside with incredible speed. From a standstill to high velocity, there was no buffer whatsoever. Thus, he narrowly evaded the oncoming wave of purple mist. The mist swept past the buildings lining the street, cleaving them open and clearing a direct passage. The heavy footsteps of the Shadow Knight echoed, charging towards him. After unleashing two devastating waves of strikes, the surrounding purple fog had diminished by a third, indicating that such attacks were immensely draining on its energy. Yet, it remained a formidable adversary. Tianyang's gaze flitted between the knight and the newly cleared passage, and in that fleeting moment, he made a decision. He turned to face the knight, drawing the Scarlet Moon War blade. Infused with star essence, the edge of the blade gradually glowed with a crimson aura. Escaping through the passage while being pursued by the Shadow Knight was utterly implausible. Only by incapacitating the knight's mobility could he hope to leave the battlefield. Tianyang focused on the knight's left side, where 3 legs resembling human limbs were unprotected by armor. If everything went smoothly, the high-temperature cutting of the Scarlet Moon Warblade should sever them. Calculating the knight's speed and observing its movements, Tianyang understood that this next strike would determine life or death, and he dared not be careless. Finally, when the knight was merely a dozen meters away, it raised its right hand, the heavy warblade poised to deliver a fatal blow to Tianyang. At that moment, the boy sprang into action. Leaning forward, he transformed into a streak of silver light, darting toward the knight's shield side. His silver hair billowed behind him as he slipped past the knight's shield. The Scarlet Moon Warblade sliced horizontally, embedding itself into the knight's left thigh. A surge of crimson light erupted from beneath the knight's visor, its left hand swinging wildly as the heavy metal shield was thrust towards the fleeting silver light. A crimson streak had already crossed the knight's side, cutting through the knees of its 3 legs. Before Tianyang could distance himself, he was struck from behind by the heavy shield, sent careening like a cannonball. Shattering a window of a nearby building, he crashed into a wall at the end of the hall, leaving a spiderweb of cracks behind as he fell to the ground. Meanwhile, outside, the Shadow Knight erupted with a torrent of purple-red blood from its severed left thigh, losing its balance and collapsing to the ground. The remaining 4 legs flailed in vain. Inside the building's hall, Tianyang coughed up blood, struggling to rise while leaning against the wall. He glanced toward the window, witnessing the knight raising its warblade, preparing to hurl it. The boy hastily rolled to the left as a fierce wind roared behind him. The blade smashed into the wall, obliterating it entirely. Stumbling, Tianyang got back on his feet, no longer glancing at the knight, and dashed through the front door. Exiting the building, he slipped into an alley, hastily distancing himself. Once he felt the oppressive aura of the Shadow Knight dissipate, he slowed his pace. A wave of discomfort surged in his chest, and after expelling a mouthful of congealed blood, he felt a slight sense of relief. Reflecting on the encounter, Tianyang felt a shiver of fear. Thankfully, he had chosen to attack from the knight's left side. The creature wielded a shield in its left hand and a blade in its right. Had he opted for the right side, the impact on his back would have come not from the shield, but from the warblade, which could have resulted in a far graver injury, perhaps even being cleaved in 2. Fortune favored him. Tianyang wiped the blood from his lips and smiled, though the grin quickly faded as a searing pain shot through his back, causing him to gasp. Though the Shadow Knight had not pursued, the creature's lower half, resembling that of a lion or tiger, had its head spread wide, expelling a cluster of delicate tongues from its maw, which quivered and emitted sounds imperceptible to human ears. In the darkness, 2 points of eerie red light suddenly flickered to life. He was now very close to the battlefield of the camp, where he could hear the roar of cannons, the sound of explosions, and the frenzied howls of the dark denizens. At a window of a collapsed building, a figure writhed. It was a wraith, its legs missing, forced to crawl on the ground. Unfortunately, several steel bars were positioned at the window, and as the wraith attempted to escape, its belly was torn open by the metal. Thus, it hung at the window, yet remained determined, facing the battlefield, its hands frantically digging, hoping to extricate itself. This futile motion only served to worsen its wounds. A blade of crimson red descended silently, piercing through the wraith's back and into its body, shattering the cage of its will. The blade's tip emerged from its chest, nailing itself into the wooden window frame. When it was finally withdrawn, the wraith ceased its struggles, no longer harming itself. Its body began to disintegrate, rotting away and dissolving into a viscous liquid that seeped away. Tianyang took a step back, sheathing his blade. Shaking his head, he slipped out through another window and continued on his way. He knew that after 2 more alleys, he would arrive at the street leading to the camp. He couldn't help but worry about whether the camp could withstand the assault. Just as he was about to turn a corner, he suddenly noticed a haze of purple mist swirling around the bend. Within that deep violet fog, he glimpsed a foot, the skin a purplish red, a shadowy retainer. Changing from advance to retreat, Tianyang leaped back. Before he could land, the wall around the corner shattered. A spiked metal staff burst forth from the flying debris, swinging around high. It was then that the shadowy retainer, lurking behind the corner, stepped onto the rubble. Enveloped in deep purple mist, charging into the alley to block Tianyang's escape. This creature was capable of ambush. Tianyang was taken aback, but he did not falter. As he retreated to create distance, he drew his pistol, the death knell. The retainer, dispatched by the Shadow Knight, revealed a face resembling a desiccated corpse beneath its helmet. Its mouth agape. Its dark purple lips curled back to reveal rows of blackened teeth. It roared, brandishing a metallic staff as it charged forward. The bell of doom was raised, a bullet crystal chamber on the rotating drum ignited. A deafening gunshot erupted suddenly in the alley, its penetrating crack reverberating, overpowering even the distant clamor from the battlefield. Tianyang held his weapon aloft, his arms raised high, the tremendous recoil causing his body to lean back slightly, one foot barely grazing the ground. Before the young man, a torrent of destructive energy surged forth, striking the head of his retainer. The ferocious energy emitted from the muzzle of the Bell of Doom blasted against the retainer's skull. If time were to slow down 100-fold, one might observe the retainer's helmet distorting, heating, and liquefying under the onslaught. Soon, the desiccated head within began to reveal minute, almost imperceptible holes. As time progressed even slightly further, the helmet was stretched into thin strands of metal, bouncing, dispersing, and melting within that energy stream. The retainer's head resembled shattered porcelain, connected by fine cracks radiating from those holes. In the next instant, the head was catalyzed into countless minuscule, indistinguishable particles, rising in the direction of the energy stream before vanishing swiftly. Regrettably, Tianyang's vision could not yet capture the events of that fleeting moment. He merely witnessed a spray of silvery flames engulfing the retainer's head, yet the body continued to advance for another 2 or 3 steps, the raised staff remaining undropped. However, the portion above the neck had vanished, the area swept by the silver flames exhibiting jagged edges, its surface entirely charred, even glimmering with a black sheen, akin to a shard of black crystal. The retainer came to a halt before Tianyang, abruptly kneeling, his body leaning back, beginning to dissolve. Before long, only a puddle of black sludge remained on the ground. Floating upon the viscous, mud-like substance was a purplish-red heart. The heart crystallized in an instant, yet within it, a nebulous violet light flickered. Tianyang used his combat knife to lift the crystalline heart, cleaning it before stowing it in his waist pouch. He then circumvented the black mire, traversed the alley, and slipped into a building that lay across the street. Finally, Tianyang arrived on the main road of Gemtown. In the distance, a human encampment was shrouded in flames. Utilizing the firelight, Tianyang adjusted the range of his tactical vision, revealing that a tide of dark denizens had amassed around the small building. This encroaching wave of darkness was nearly breaching the walls. Chapter 111. The retreat. The situation at the camp was indeed dire. Although Wang Liang managed to single-handedly restrain 2 shadowy knights, and Adam took on another, there were still far too many dark denizens remaining, particularly a contingent skilled in siege tactics. These creatures could unleash a cloud of deep purple mist, causing any dark denizen that inhaled it to become frenzied, with all their attributes heightened significantly. Consequently, those rabid hounds and prowlers charged towards the camp with an almost frenzied fervor. Currently, only one of the artillery pieces on the platform continued to roar, while the others had long since exhausted their ammunition and now stood as mere decorations. The gunner, in desperation, had to grab his rifle and rush to support the front line. On the walls of the camp, several transcendent warriors bore the marks of battle, whether clad in the Nightwalker's uniform or the Frostcloud Sentinel's long coat. Their garments had been torn into tatters by the dark folk. Had it not been for the protective armor safeguarding their vital areas, they might have already retreated from the line. Even so, the star essence visibly emanating from these transcendent beings had long lost its initial brilliance. The once lustrous silvery glow had dimmed, flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. As for the elemental cores within the walls, they had been completely drained of star essence, particularly the 2 level 3 fire wielders, who now resembled puddles of mud, slumped to the ground with empty vials of star essence replenishment scattered around them. Although the star elixirs within them were slowly restoring their vitality, it was ultimately a mere drop in the bucket. Yunze sat on the steps, his hands trembling as he cast a bitter smile towards the gate. There, Several transcendent warriors and soldiers continued to resist desperately, but Yunzhe was uncertain how much longer they could endure. Amidst the fierce battle, one soldier's Star Essence magazine ran dry. In a hurry, he withdrew the magazine and reached into his multifunctional pouch, only to discover it was devoid of any spare magazines. He froze for a moment, and in that fleeting distraction, a rabid hound sank its teeth into his leg. The soldier screamed in agony, resorting to using his rifle as a club, striking fiercely at the hound's head. Yet the creature not only refused to relinquish its grip, but bit down even harder. With a brutal shake, the monster severed the soldier's foot. The soldier let out a piercing scream, losing his footing and crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, 4 or 5 prowlers had already seized his other leg, dragging him towards the breach in the defense. He struggled desperately, clawing at the ground until his fingers were bloodied. Yet he was still pulled out of the line. He raised his head and was met with a sea of terrifying faces filling his vision. In the next instant, prowlers and hounds, monsters of all sorts, opened their maws to bite, tearing at the soldier's body. Blood gushed from his mouth and in his daze. He recalled a promise made during the reverse realm, vowing to take a girl to the beach upon his return. Yet, he realized he would never go back. Witnessing a comrade dragged into the dark mass of enemies and devoured, a guard from the Yun family finally lost control of his emotions, clutching his head and wailing, "Let me go back. Let me go back. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to die." Despairing words echoed across the battlefield, soon drowned out by the frenzied howls of the dark denizens. In a place where any lapse in attention could prove fatal, this soldier soon followed in his comrade's footsteps. The personnel at the camp were rapidly dwindling, particularly among the Frost Cloud sentinels. Their mental fortitude was not as robust as that of the Sun Guns, and coupled with their lack of experience, their casualty rate was alarmingly high. Currently, the guards led by Yunzhe had dwindled to scarcely a handful of ordinary soldiers. On the camp's walls, a single transcendent warrior held off 2 of the dark sentinels alone. At that moment, a third sentinel suddenly appeared, raising its grotesquely shaped weapon high to strike down upon the transcendent warrior's head. This warrior, too weary to dodge or defend, resigned himself to death. Just then, a crimson light streaked across the battlefield, embedding itself into the sentinel's skull. The Crimson Moon Warblade. The blade glimmered with a scarlet hue, emanating intense heat that effortlessly pierced through the sentinel's helmet and skull, protruding from the mouth of the lifeless corpse. The sentinel did not perish immediately, for at that moment, a burst of silvery energy shot forth, severing its chin and neck into nothingness. The monster collapsed against the wall, its head half embedded with the warblade rolling down from the black mound of prowlers below. A foot stepped upon the head, and the sentinel's eyes rolled upward, encountering a youthful face still bearing traces of innocence. The foot's owner bent down to grasp the warblade, giving it a shake, cleaving the sentinel's head and its consciousness in twain. Tianyang retrieved the warblade and, with a few leaps, stepped atop the bodies and heads of the prowlers to ascend the wall. With a sweeping motion of the Crimson Moon Warblade, the 2 sentinels that had been pressuring the transcendent warrior found their forearms severed and sent flying into the air. Without waiting for the transcendent warrior to express gratitude, the young man executed a clean pirouette, sweeping the warblade horizontally along the wall. In the wake of the red light, the heads of over a dozen prowlers soared into the air. Yunzhe happened to witness this scene and could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Was Tianyang's return a sign that the interference had been eliminated? Eagerly, he shouted towards the wall, "Tianyang, has the mission been completed?" Tianyang nodded and swiftly pounced towards other dark denizens. Yunzhe, his legs trembling slightly, managed to rise and hurriedly made his way into a vehicle. His fingers tapped on the control platform screen, activating an icon to establish contact with the base. This time, indeed, no interference signal appeared. After a while, the communication device beside the screen crackled to life. "This is Lighthouse Base. Is this Mr. Yunzhe? How may we assist you?" Yunzhe nearly pressed himself against the screen, mustering all his strength to shout, "We need support. We are besieged. Please send assistance immediately." On the camp's walls, Tianyang cleaved through the skull of another rabid hound, glancing down at the 2 sentinels he had disarmed, who now struggled to rise. The boyish expression turned grave. Despite his presence on the battlefield, the situation remained unchanged. Scanning the surroundings, the camp was engulfed in darkness, teeming with monsters that seemed inexhaustible. Looking around the battlefield, Adam continued to grapple with the Shadow Knight, but it appeared he was succumbing to the pressure. The knight was enveloped in a purplish-red glow, wielding a heavy weapon with ease, alternating between one-handed and two-handed strikes. The knight's strides were expansive, and its movements remarkably agile. The attacks were straightforward yet devastating. Horizontal slashes and thrusts, simple maneuvers that unleashed terrifying lethality in its hands. Adam dared not confront this creature head-on, often dodging its deadly strikes just in time to counterattack. Under such relentless onslaught, it was a tremendous feat for the Westland man to merely hold the knight at bay. Meanwhile, Wang Liang had drawn two other Shadow Knights to the edge of the battlefield, where dark mists swirled, and despite the flames raging all around, Tianyang could only catch occasional glimpses of Wang Liang's agile figure amidst the bursts of eerie purple light from the two knights. Time passed quietly, and the young man on the wall had slaughtered to the point of numbness, his arm growing weary and heavy. The star essence visibly radiating from him had long since faded, and the injuries inflicted by the knight's heavy shield were gradually worsening. This deterioration made Tianyang's breathing laborious. Often, he had to gasp for air to alleviate the strain. Uncertain of how much longer he could endure, Tianyang suddenly felt a powerful aura erupting from afar. It was as if a storm had descended, filled with oppressive energy that vanished as swiftly as it appeared. The boy strained to see. And through the black mist enveloping the battlefield, something descended from the sky. When it rolled into a nearby fire, Tianyang's pupils dilated slightly. It was a head. The enigmatic knight's head. A surge of spirit. The ghostly rider, who had been pressing Adam relentlessly, suddenly faltered in its movements. After a series of hasty attacks that forced Adam to retreat, it turned its gaze towards the distance. It seemed to be listening for something. Yet the battlefield was filled only with the roars of the dark denizens, devoid of any other sound. Nevertheless, the spectral knight pivoted its body and, without uttering a word, departed the battlefield, heading in the opposite direction of the encampment. In no time, it plunged into the streets obstructed by buildings, vanishing into the boundless abyss of dark mist. Tianyang was momentarily stunned. The ghostly knight's reaction was akin to having received an order. Could it be that within the ecological hierarchy of that entity, there existed a higher authority above it? Regardless, with the departure of the spectral knight, its retinue also began to withdraw. These beings, clad in helmets and dragging peculiar weaponry, were enveloped in fabric or lightweight armor. They retracted their deep violet mists and ambled away with an unusual gait. The black tide began to recede. The rabid hounds and cryptic archers retreated, and eventually, even the wanderers commenced their withdrawal. However, the wanderers, being somewhat dim-witted, left a small portion behind on the battlefield. Yet, it appeared they had not received the command to attack, as they no longer charged towards the encampment but instead meandered aimlessly around. Only those closer to the encampment, still drawn by the sin of humanity, approached with howls. Yet, these beings posed no real threat. Tianyang plopped down on the wall, the crimson moon blade resting beside him. But he lacked the strength to lift it. After a brief respite, his numbed mind began to stir with thoughts. We made it. We finally made it. Someone cheered, followed by laughter from within the encampment, while others sobbed quietly. This battle had been exceedingly arduous. A few minutes later, Wang Liang returned to the camp. He bore a bundle, and as he cast it onto the ground, it unfurled, revealing various materials. Materials from the spectral knight. Several crystallized organs, a still-moving eyeball, 3 bones shimmering with deep violet starlight, and a handful of razor-sharp teeth the size of thumbs. In total, there were over a dozen pieces, causing many transcendents to gaze in astonishment. Wang Liang was also marked with injuries. After greeting Yunjia, he entered the medical chamber of the vehicle. No one opposed his action. After all, he was the strongest in the entire encampment and had made the greatest contribution. Had he not held back 2 ghostly riders, the consequences would have been dire. Thus, he rightfully deserved immediate medical attention. At that moment, Adam approached the wall with weary steps and patted Tianyang's knee. "How are you holding up?" Chapter 112. Secrets abound. Tianyang smiled, though his expression bore signs of fatigue. He remarked that he was not dead, but his back had been struck by a wraith knight, likely injuring his internal organs. Adam, taken aback, asked if he had indeed collided with a wraith knight. Tianyang nodded, indicating that this was why the ascendants from the Yun family had not returned. Adam's expression turned grave, and he subtly quivered as he processed the information. He had not anticipated the presence of 4 wraith knights in the town. It was peculiar. Why would such beings appear here? If they were merely pursuing the prospector, their numbers seemed excessive. After pondering for a moment, Tianyang suggested that perhaps they did not want Gu Gang to reveal the existence of the underground base. Adam's face stiffened at this realization, and after a pause, he relaxed slightly, acknowledging that they were indeed guardians, intent on keeping the secrets of the underground base hidden. It held something important. A sharp pain surged through Tianyang's back, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Adam, noticing this, offered a smile and assured him that once Mr. Wang Liangyi emerged, he would arrange for Tianyang to use the Yun family's treatment pod. Tianyang hesitated, expressing concern that he was not the only one injured. Adam's tone became resolute, stating that it was decided. He had just heard from Yunze that contact had been made with the base, having saved everyone. Tianyang deserved to rest in the pod. Upon returning, Adam promised to submit a detailed report, which would earn Tianyang contribution points. He also reminded Tianyang to provide a thorough description of the interference signals from the black beings, as new intelligence could yield rewards, including contribution points. Agreeing to Adam's insistence, Tianyang accepted the offer. Indeed, once Wang Liangyi emerged, members of the Yun family promptly arranged for Tianyang's treatment. Lying in the treatment pod, the young man finally closed his eyes in exhaustion. Time passed, and faint voices reached his ears. Tianyang slowly opened his eyes, yawned, and realized he was in a room within the camp's small building. He quickly reached for his side and felt the sheath of his sword, Chiyu. He glanced around to see Chiyu, the morning bell, and his protective armor neatly placed beside him. Hastily donning his gear, Tianyang felt a sense of relief. He moved slightly, though his back still throbbed and his breathing was somewhat labored. His condition had improved significantly compared to before. He believed that as long as he did not encounter a wraith knight, he could still contend with other black beings. With no interruptions, Tianyang examined his ascendant status, and various pieces of information floated through his mind. Class Level 1, Assassin Ability, Weakness Perception, Instant Kill Ascendant Progress, 91 Enhanced Domain, Physical Fitness 1 Next Class Level. Exterminator. Tianyang exclaimed in surprise. His ascendant progress had reached 91. It seemed that his experiences in Huanggu Town, coupled with the recent defense of the camp and the defeat of Zhou Wang, had significantly boosted his progress. At this rate, he anticipated reaching full progress soon and advancing to the next class level. He wondered what abilities the exterminator would possess, and excitement filled him at the thought. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Adam entered, bandages wrapped around his head and hands. Upon seeing Tianyang awake, Adam paused briefly before breaking into a grin. "You're awake. That's a relief. I thought I'd have to wake you up. Prepare yourself. The base's convoy has arrived, and we can set off home." Tianyang was taken aback. The base's personnel arrived so quickly? Adam laughed heartily. Quick? Not really. You've been asleep for over a day. You must have been in a deep slumber. Fortunately, the black beings did not continue their assault during this time. Otherwise, you might have met your end in your sleep. Realizing he had slept an entire day, Tianyang understood why the base reinforcements had arrived. He decided to wash his face and eat something, as they might encounter black beings on the way back. It was wise to be prepared. After saying he had matters to attend to, Adam departed. Tianyang took out some water and food, replenishing his strength. Meanwhile, in another room, Kong Zhang and his students were busy packing various instruments. When Yunze entered, the elderly professor was instructing his 3 students to bring out all the specimens for incineration. The necessary experiments had been conducted and the data collected. These items were too dangerous to take to the fortress. One student hesitated, suggesting that if sealed in recovery containers and exposed to light for 24 hours, it should pose no significant issue. Besides, teacher, while we have gathered the necessary data, Further research still requires specimens, right? Absolutely not, Yen Kai. Kong Zhang's tone was firm and severe. We know these entities may see cellular activity under light, but their cellular vitality remains intact. This indicates that while light can inhibit their growth, given the opportunity, they will proliferate. If there is any lapse during transport, and they leak outside the fortress, it won't be long before the Sky Fortress is overrun with pathogens. The student murmured, how big can the specimens be? What harm could a few do? Yen Kai? Kong Zhang's voice grew more stern. I've warned you countless times. When engaged in reverse realm research, caution is paramount. Your disposition seems ill-suited for this field. Upon your return, seek instruction from another teacher. Yen Kai's expression shifted dramatically within his helmet, and he hastily protested, No, no, no. Teacher, I was merely speaking offhandedly. Rest assured, I will exercise utmost caution. Please don't expel me. No, my decision is made. This is final. As the student continued to plead, Yunze shot him a glare, silencing his protests. Professor Kong, the base's convoy is approaching. Allow me to accompany you to the vehicle for some rest. Kong Zhang did not object, issuing a few more instructions to his students before following Yunze out. The remaining two students busily continued cleaning the equipment, leaving Yen Kai in disbelief at his sudden expulsion by Kong Zhang. Kong Zhang was an expert in reverse realm botany, frequently traversing the reverse realm, making the need for assistance essential. Being by Kong Zhang's side not only offered a wealth of knowledge, but also came with generous stipends from the fortress, along with superior protection compared to others working in the reverse realm. The combination of a generous stipend and a safe work environment was a rare opportunity. Yet now, this had become Yen Kai's last task. Furthermore, once news of his expulsion spread, other experts and scholars would be reluctant to employ him. This meant he would have to seek alternative employment, none of which would likely be as comfortable as his current position. Make way. Honestly, don't just stand there. Didn't you hear the teacher? Lend a hand and dispose of these specimens. One student tossed all the specimens into a burning barrel, shooting Yen Kai a glare before walking away. Staring at the specimens, an idea suddenly crossed Yen Kai's mind. 2 hours later, the base's convoy arrived at Gemtown. As the fully armed soldiers secured the camp's perimeter, the survivors felt a renewed sense of safety. Finally, there was no need for constant fear. The base had dispatched nearly half of its combat personnel, given the limited military resources at Lighthouse Base. Moreover, upon learning of the presence of Wraith Knights, mid to high-level black beings, in Gemtown, the base dared not be complacent. If one's combat strength is insufficient, it ceases to be support and becomes merely a sacrifice. Moreover, Tianyang was astonished to discover that Shun Maju had also arrived. Although this chief of the base appeared refined and cultured, seemingly not a soldier at all, his decision to personally visit this place indicated that he was no weakling. This was confirmed when Wang Liang displayed profound respect upon encountering the chief. Tianyang believed that even if Shun Maju were slightly weaker than Wang Liang, he undoubtedly belonged to the same echelon of strength. Reflecting on his first sight of this chief, who was watering flowers, the youth felt an inexplicable sensation. After meeting with Yunze, Adam, and others, Shun Maju instructed the survivors to board the vehicle in preparation for departure. He then pulled Adam aside and spoke in a low voice. What about that prospector? Adam glanced toward the eastern side of the small plaza, replying, He is over there. I have someone keeping an eye on him. Shun Maju responded with satisfaction. Excellent. Arrange for him to be in my vehicle. There are certain matters I wish to inquire about directly. Following up on this, Adam asked, Chief Shun, does this have anything to do with the underground base beneath Hongni Town? Shun Maju's expression shifted, the gentle eyes behind his glasses becoming increasingly sharp. It seems this fellow has divulged quite a bit. Adam, inform your subordinates to keep their mouths shut regarding Hongni Town. If I hear even a whisper of it in the base, I will hold you accountable. Adam was taken aback by the sternness of Shun Maju, responding affirmatively while his mind raced with implications. Shun Maju's awareness of an underground base beneath Hongni Town did not surprise him in the slightest. Moreover, he insisted on maintaining strict confidentiality about it. This indicated that the underground base was indeed significant, and it appeared Shun Maju had been aware of it for some time. Contemplating this, Adam became increasingly curious about the secrets concealed within that base. Turning around, Shun Maju had already resumed his usual demeanor, greeting everyone with warmth and kindness. Upon seeing Tianyang, the chief smiled warmly. I've heard from Adam about your efforts in neutralizing the threat and your escape from a specter. Indeed, I now understand why Advisor Ling has repeatedly urged me to keep a closer watch on you. He seems to regard you as a promising talent. Tianyang humbly replied, I am hardly a promising talent. It is merely good fortune on my part. Chief Shun is too kind. Shin Maju chuckled softly, patting Tianyang on the shoulder. Your injuries have not yet healed. I shall arrange for the best doctor at the base to examine you upon your return. That would be much appreciated, Chief Shin. No trouble at all. Shin Maju discreetly cast a glance at Gu Gang before discussing the return journey with Yunze. An hour later, Tianyang sat within the falcon-armored vehicle, with Baosher Town fading into the distance behind the window. The youth's hand gently rested upon his pocket, where Su Lai had left a data chip. Chapter 113. Yinfeng. The return journey was unexpectedly smooth. The convoy did not encounter any attacks from the dark denizens, and Tianyang and his companions arrived at the Yunxiang base by noon the following day. Upon returning to the base, Tianyang was granted half a day's rest and was informed that he was to meet Yunze the next day. As for the reason, Tianyang was well aware. It pertained to the incident involving Zhou Wang. He did not concern himself with it. For the tactical, I had already recorded Zhou Wang's actions. By extracting the data from the tactical eye, the truth of the matter would be abundantly clear. In the afternoon, Adam arranged for him to undergo a checkup at the base's medical center. Thus, Tianyang spent another half a day reclining in the treatment chamber, where the physician instructed him to visit the medical center daily for the next 3 days. Unfortunately, there was no brilliant class like Sun here. Otherwise, Tianyang would have saved himself a great deal of trouble. That evening, he returned to the dormitory that had been assigned to him. After having dinner, the young man sat on his bed and began drafting a report using his communicator. Regarding the report on the horn creature, Adam had mentioned that it could earn him a contribution point. Tianyang already had a fair number of contribution points to his name, but who would ever complain about having more? Codename, Interferer, Danger Assessment, Level 2. Summary. This dark denizen has appeared twice, to my knowledge. The first occurrence was during the recovery of the Star Pillar mission in the metropolis. The second was in Gemtown. The two instances of the Interferer exhibited significant differences in their physical characteristics. The commonality lies in their horn-like heads, which appear to be a special organ used to enhance and transmit interference signals. The Interferer possesses the ability to disrupt our communication signals, sending interference that can penetrate various channels, thereby incapacitating our communications. It is currently known that eliminating the Interferer can interrupt the interference signals. The combat capabilities of the Interferer itself are limited. With average physical strength, star essence beams can easily penetrate its body. Therefore, it is preliminarily inferred to be a support-type dark denizen. Appendix. The shape and location of the Interferers will prison remain unknown for now. It is speculated to be located within the horn-like organ, requiring further confirmation. Report submitted by Nightwalker Raven Team, Tianyang. After ensuring the report was accurate, Tianyang sent this brief document to Adam, who would submit it alongside the mission report. With the report submitted and nothing else to occupy his time, Tianyang promptly fell asleep. The next morning, just as Tianyang finished his morning routine, a knock echoed at the door. He opened it to find Adam standing outside. The tall and robust man from the Western continent, surprisingly not clad in armor today, but instead donned in the Nightwalker uniform. Upon seeing Tianyang, he revealed a gentle smile. I thought you might have skipped breakfast. Since I need to accompany you to the Yun family's office building shortly, I figured I would come by and take you to the cafeteria. Tianyang replied to wait a moment, then returned to his room to grab his uniform before heading out with Adam. Adam observed him for a moment and remarked, when you return, you can apply for a new team uniform. Following his gaze, Tianyang noticed a few tears on his uniform, likely from the battle in the town. The fight had been intense, and despite having cleaned the uniform, it still bore unsightly stains. However, the tears were not overly conspicuous, and Tianyang had not noticed them until Adam pointed them out. It seemed that this burly man was quite observant. During breakfast, Tianyang took the opportunity to consult Adam about two matters: the card reader for accessing the data chip left by Su Lai, and the repair of his firearm to restore the full power of the death knell. Adam took a bite of his bread and, after swallowing, responded, "I happen to have a card reader, which I can lend you shortly. As for repairing the firearm, there is indeed a mechanic at the base. Though he has a rather unpleasant temperament, I can take you to meet him, but whether he will agree to help you is beyond my control." Tianyang had no objections to this arrangement. At 9:15 a.m., he entered Yunza's office. True to the grandeur of the Qingtian Yun family, even their office was more imposing than others. At least, compared to Shinmaju's office, which resembled a botanical garden, Yunza's was more spacious and lavishly decorated. The wall on the left, adorned with an array of firearms, was particularly eye-catching. "Good morning." Yunza appeared to have been in the office for some time, diligently handling official business. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up, stood with a data pad in hand, and after tapping the screen several times, handed the pad to his female assistant before inviting Tianyang and Adam to take a seat. Adam was prepared, placing a device on the table and stating directly, "Mr. Yunza, this is a device borrowed from the information department. It can connect to Tianyang's tactical electronic eye and retrieve the data within. If you have no objections, let us see what transpired between Tianyang and Zhou Wang at that time." Yunza smiled gently, exuding a refreshing aura. "That would be troublesome for you, Captain Adam." Adam operated the device, activating an interface and looking at Tianyang. "I need your electronic eye number and authorization code." Tianyang provided the necessary information, and after Adam inputted the data, he connected to the electronic eye. Upon locating the information pertaining to the peculiar building in the town from that day, Adam chose to play it. On the screen appeared a briefcase, and then the image shook as it seemed Tianyang was under attack. Following a flurry of blurred images, the scene shifted to an indoor space, where an elemental light gun flashed in the corner, igniting a small elemental storm. "Come out. What are you hiding for? Aren't you tough?" Zhou Wang's voice echoed in the footage. At this moment, Yunza's expression subtly shifted. The ensuing events unfolded just as Tianyang had described. The battle instigated by Zhou Wang concluded with Tianyang's counterattack. As the playback ended, Yunza remained silent, staring at Zhou Wang's contorted face on the screen. Adam disconnected from the electronic eye and powered down the device. "Mr. Yunza, as you can see, this battle was indeed initiated by Zhou Wang, and you also witnessed his intent to kill. Under such circumstances, Tianyang's actions are justifiable." "What do you mean by justifiable?" Yunza raised his head, his eyes betraying no emotion as he scanned Adam and Tianyang. Adam's heart sank. Did Yunza intend to pursue this matter? Concern washed over him. However, a smile gradually spread across Yunza's face. Tianyang did nothing wrong, so there is no need for forgiveness. In fact, I owe him an apology. I never anticipated Zhou Wang to be such a person, willing to kill over personal grievances. I must thank Tianyang for eliminating him, sparing me the embarrassment he would have brought upon the Yun family. Adam finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this matter would come to a satisfactory conclusion. Since Mr. Yunza was not pursuing the issue, they would take their leave. Adam stood up. Yunza also rose. "Allow me to see you off." "No need." Adam was about to decline when suddenly the office door was rudely pushed open, and a voice lazily declared, "Who said you could leave?" Adam and Tianyang exchanged glances, while Yunza's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible anger. Regarding the Zhou Wang incident, even without the evidence provided by the electronic eye, Yunza had never doubted Tianyang's account. He understood Zhou Wang's nature too well, narrow-minded and reckless. The reason he insisted on Tianyang's explanation was merely to create a way out for himself. For the family's reputation must be preserved. Now, Tianyang presented the evidence, and it was only natural that he would not pursue the matter further. This approach not only showcased his magnanimity but also allowed him to cultivate a rapport with the Nightwalker, making it a win-win situation. Initially, this seemed like a remarkable opportunity. Yet now, there were those who questioned his decision. Who is Yunza? He is the authority of the Yun family within the base. If this incident were to become public, Yunza's reputation would undoubtedly suffer a blow. A figure strode confidently into the room, donned in splendid attire and possessing a tall, slender physique. He had short, light-colored hair, and his deep-set eyes were dark and profound, with a hint of silver glimmering within. Lacking protective gear, it was evident that he, too, was an ascendant. More importantly, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to Yunza, second brother. Yunza was taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. "What brings you here?" Nearby, Tianyang overheard Adam whispering. "This is Yunza's second brother, Yunfeng." The young man then realized that yet another member of the Yun family had arrived, explaining the striking resemblance to Yunza. The man named Yunfeng shook his head. "I heard you were trapped in Jimtown, and the family was in a frenzy urging me to come. If the situation were dire, I would have had to make a trip to Jimtown myself. Thankfully, you are unharmed, which saves me a great deal of trouble. But fourth brother, how could you be so reckless? They asked you to view a recording, and you simply let them go? When did our Yun family become so insignificant that a mere guard can be slaughtered and you treat it as though nothing happened? If this were to leak, who would still be willing to fight for us? As masters, if we do not protect our subordinates, we will inevitably lose their loyalty." Yunza's expression gradually darkened upon hearing this, realizing that Yunfeng had arrived at the base so swiftly and was already aware of Zhou Wang's death. It was clear that someone had tipped off his second brother. With this thought, he let out a heavy scoff inwardly. However, his face remained adorned with a smile. Despite his darkened gaze, Yunza replied with a grin, "Second brother, you misunderstand. Zhou Wang initiated the attack and intended to take lives. Even if he had survived, I would have expelled him from the Yun family. I cannot allow outsiders to believe that the esteemed Yun family is so grand that a mere guard can act with impunity. As this matter concerns the family's reputation, I must proceed with caution. What do you think, second brother?" Yunfeng, who had been smiling moments ago, now pressed his lips together tightly. "Fourth brother, are you implying that I would allow my subordinates to act recklessly?" "That is not the case." Yunza maintained his smile. "I know you have the family's best interests at heart. You simply lack the full context of the situation, which leads you to believe I have mishandled it. Come, let me explain the matter thoroughly to you. If you still feel that my handling is inadequate, we can leave it to our elders to decide." Given that the brothers of the Yun family had matters to discuss, Tianyang and the others took the opportunity to bid farewell, and this time, Yunfeng did not intervene. It seemed that Yunza's assertion regarding the family's reputation was too weighty. If he were to meddle further, he risked being unable to lift his own head again. Chapter 114. Shadows of the Past. The relationship among the Yun brothers appears far from harmonious. Even prominent families grapple with their own set of troubles. Departing from Yunzai's office and traversing the corridors of the base, Tianyang's thoughts began to wander. Unbeknownst to him, he followed Adam into a descending passageway. As they ventured deeper, he sensed a rise in the ambient temperature. Upon regaining his focus, he realized they were surrounded by partitioned grid walls. Behind these grids lay a labyrinthine world of pipes, varying in size and thickness, intricately intertwined to create a stunning geometric aesthetic. "What is this place?" Tianyang inquired, voicing his curiosity. Adam chuckled heartily. "I am taking you to meet the mechanic. He resides deep within the underground piping area. Without my guidance, you could wander here for an entire day and still not find him." Tianyang wholeheartedly agreed, stepping down from the slanted passageway onto the ground. Ahead lay a maze of intersections, intermittently interrupted by maintenance doors for the workers to enter and exit. Though Adam did not elaborate, Tianyang surmised that these pipes must be the various transmission conduits of the base. However, they appeared quite antiquated, much like the base's facilities above. Some pipes were even patched up, prompting a flicker of concern in Tianyang. What if an energy leak occurred, leading to an explosion? Would the base still stand? Evidently, these were not the worries that occupied Adam's mind as he strode confidently through the area, seemingly unfazed by the aging infrastructure. This led Tianyang to admire the mechanic who dwelled in such a perilous environment. Pondering what sort of person would dare to live in a place rife with the potential for accidents and disasters. "Iron Uncle is our most skilled mechanic," Adam remarked as they navigated the maze-like passageway, his heavy footsteps echoing, nearly drowning out his words. However, he used to be a developer in the fortress's weapons research department, but after clashing with his superior, he was demoted. Out of frustration, he left that job and came to our base to become a mechanic, solely responsible for maintaining and overseeing the pipes below. Suddenly, Adam halted, causing Tianyang to almost bump into him. The Western man paused for a moment before saying, "Ah, I remember now, follow this way." He turned into a side passage. Tianyang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had not Adam claimed to be familiar with this place? His lack of certainty was quite unsettling. Fortunately, Adam did not lose his way, and when he stopped again, a rusted, dark red metal door appeared before them. Adam knocked firmly on the door. Before long, the intercom by the door crackled to life. "Who is it?" "It's me, Adam." The intercom remained silent for a moment before the iron door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man with grayish-yellow hair peering out. His sunken eyes and dry skin bore witness to a life of toil, the deep lines etched into his face forming a frown of discontent. "What do you want?" he asked, seemingly unprepared to welcome visitors. Adam blinked. "Earlier, Minister Shin gifted me some tobacco. But, as you know, I don't smoke, so I thought of you, Iron Uncle. Just returned from a mission, thought I would stop by." Iron Uncle grunted in response, opening the door wider. "Smooth talker, are you looking to have something fixed? Let me be clear, don't waste my time with junk." As Tianyang stepped into the cramped space, he nearly recoiled, had the door not swung shut behind him. The area was small, barely larger than the dormitory assigned to Tianyang, yet it was cluttered with a metal rack, several boxes brimming with parts, and a workbench. There was no bed in sight. Judging by the rolled-up blanket in the corner, it seemed this middle-aged man had resigned himself to sleeping on the floor. However, what truly discomforted Tianyang was not the cramped quarters, but the acrid smell of smoke that pervaded the air. It appeared Iron Uncle had recently smoked more than one cigarette. As a haze of white smoke lingered, the stench of low-quality tobacco causing Tianyang to cough, his ears turning red. Iron Uncle cast a disinterested glance at Tianyang before moving to the workbench, picking up a part to work on. "When did you pick up a sidekick?" Adam retrieved an aluminum box from his pocket, opening it to reveal neatly packed tobacco. He placed the box on the table, and Iron Uncle took it, inhaling deeply. "Not bad. Now what do you need?" Finally, Adam nudged Tianyang forward. "I have no issues to trouble Iron Uncle with. But my brother here has a malfunctioning gun and would like you to take a look." Without hesitation, Iron Uncle extended his hand. Tianyang, feeling no need for formality, presented the death knell to Iron Uncle. Iron Uncle, who had been focused on the workbench, suddenly felt the weight of the gun in his hand, looking up in astonishment. His pupils dilated, and his face lit up with excitement. "Is it really? How did it come to be in your possession?" Tianyang was taken aback, wondering if this man knew Su Lai. Otherwise, why would he react so fervently upon seeing the death knell? The middle-aged man swiftly took the gun, examining it closely. After a moment, he regained his composure. "Oh, I mistook it for the gun I designed. Nonetheless, this one is impressive. Its design is ferocious. Unlike the current firearms, which are light and diminutive, almost like toys." Adam chuckled in agreement. "Indeed. So, Iron Uncle, can you repair it?" Iron Uncle rolled his eyes. "If I can't fix it here, no one else in this base will manage to do so. However, it'll take some time. After all, this is an obsolete model." He casually placed the death knell on the workbench and resumed his work on the parts. Tianyang, puzzled by his demeanor, glanced at Adam, who smiled reassuringly. Then it settled. "We appreciate your help, Iron Uncle." Adam motioned for Tianyang to follow him as they exited through the iron door. Once it closed behind them, Tianyang felt as though the air in the piping area was far fresher than in Iron Uncle's cramped quarters. "By the way, what about Iron Uncle?" Tianyang asked. "Don't worry. Since he didn't refuse, he will definitely help fix your gun," Adam reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Upon returning to the surface, Adam made a brief stop at his dormitory to lend Tianyang his card reader. After expressing his gratitude, the young man returned to his own room, eager to uncover the contents of the data chip. Closing the door behind him, Tianyang retrieved the chip and inserted it into the reader's slot. The device's screen quickly displayed some information, processing the chip's contents in mere seconds. Yet for Tianyang, each second felt interminable. When the message parsing complete appeared, he wasted no time in clicking the read icon. A blur of light and shadow danced across the screen, accompanied by a voice. "Can you see clearly, Weiyang?" "Yes. Brother Lai, it's quite clear." At that moment, the image sharpened, revealing the interior of a building. Tianyang noticed distant windows and a floor cluttered with debris. The camera shifted, and a figure emerged into view. It was a man, seemingly in his late 20s or early 30s, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. A stubbly jaw hinted at several days without grooming. He wore a Nightwalker-esque uniform, albeit in a dark red hue, with markings that differed slightly from Tianyang's own. Beneath the silver crescent moon, instead of the silhouette of a traveler, there stood the figure of a swordsman. Finally, Tianyang's gaze fell upon his waist, where a gun hung. The sound of a death knell echoed in his ears. He had finally encountered Su Lai. This man, who might be his biological father, now appeared before the young boy with a vivid impression for the first time. In the scene, Su Lai nodded. "Let us rest for a while before descending." As the camera turned, several individuals gradually appeared on screen, including a woman with cascading black hair and a beauty mark at the corner of her lips. The person behind the camera then asked, "Brother Lai, why do you want me to film this?" Su Lai stood by the window, a cigarette perched between his lips, igniting it and taking a drag before responding. The higher-ups mentioned that this is an operation that does not exist in the archives. However, I feel it would be prudent to document it, for there may come a day when it proves useful. The cameraman chuckled. "Brother Lai, you might be overthinking it. Our operations as breakers of the formation have always been classified, never recorded in the archives. This time is different." Su Lai shook his head. "Trust me, I have a feeling this operation will not be straightforward." The image blurred before becoming clear once more, revealing a pitch-black screen. A bluish light swept across, illuminating the rugged ground in an expansive space devoid of any reference points. Were it not for the occasional figures moving within the blue light, Tianyang might have suspected a malfunction in the filming equipment. The scene transitioned abruptly from the confines of a building to a dark, open space, suggesting that the footage had been edited. At that moment, Su Lai's voice resonated on screen. "Stop. Inchi seems to have discovered something." The sound of footsteps echoed, and the slender black-haired woman appeared on screen. She pointed ahead, her voice low. "I've spotted rabid dogs. Their numbers are unknown. However, I suspect their sense of smell has become more acute." No sooner had she finished speaking than the faint sound of barking emerged from the screen. Su Lai chuckled. "There is no doubt that is indeed them." He grasped the death knell hanging at his side, directing it into the darkness. The others swiftly retrieved their weapons. And moments later, the resounding gunfire of the death knell echoed through the screen. After a brief pause, when the footage resumed, the battle had concluded. It seemed that Su Lai and his companions were now resting. The cameraman reflected aloud. "I never expected such a vast space to exist beneath Honi Town, inhabited by the dark folk. Brother Lai, how large do you think this place is?" "It appears to be comparable to a city." Tianyang shivered. "Honi Town, the subterranean space. Wasn't that the location visited by Gu Gang and the others?" It turned out that 17 years ago, Su Lai had already led a team there. What purpose had he had for venturing into that place? Chapter 115. The Calamity Compass. Indeed, it was not long before the scene on the screen shifted, revealing Su Lai's team arriving at the entrance of a base. They seemed to have anticipated the existence of an underground facility, as they had equipped themselves with the necessary tools and swiftly opened a breach in the sealed gate. What followed was a mix of exploration and combat. Throughout this process, the footage was either shaky or heavily edited, rendering it unclear for Tianyang, who could only discern that Su Lai's group was in search of something. Furthermore, they encountered a host of dark figures, including the enigmatic Shadow Knights. Minutes later, the screen faded to black. Tianyang initially thought the recording had ended, but a glance at the progress bar indicated there was more to come. He swiped his finger across the screen, and when the images reappeared, he halted his motion. The next scene unfolded in a well-lit room, illuminated by surrounding lights, yet the view outside the window was shrouded in darkness, leaving one to wonder if it was night or if they were still within the reverse realm. A figure appeared on the screen, Su Lai, who pulled a chair before the camera. In his hands, he held what appeared to be a metallic plate. After a moment of silence gazing at the object, he sighed deeply. Shaking the plate, he lamented, "For this, I sacrificed many brothers. In that damned place, only Inchi and I made it back. But Inchi was gravely injured. I don't even know if she will survive." Su Lai cradled his head in agony, expressing his doubts about the motives behind their actions. "Thus, I feel compelled to record what I am about to say. After all, we have sacrificed so much for this cause." He paused, his gaze becoming profound, lost in thought. After a brief moment, Sulai straightened himself, raising the metallic plate to point at a line of engravings. I am fortunate to have learned the language of the reverse realm from Jingnan, enabling me to comprehend what is inscribed here. This is likely something the higher-ups never considered. If they were to witness this footage, they would probably regret having assigned me this task. The Calamity Compass, Sulai pronounced slowly. Calamity signifies disaster, which I understand. However, the compass. It seems to be a tool of the reverse realm's inhabitants, but that is beside the point. What truly matters are the words that follow. The man in the recording regarded the camera earnestly. We inscribed this information in hopes that future generations will know what we have done. As for right and wrong, let them judge. According to the Fan Wenjia research report on the Demon Tomb, we located the tomb and confirmed that it harbors unimaginable horrors. Many of our comrades believe that the contents within could aid humanity in resisting the onslaught of the eternal night. We organized multiple teams to explore the tomb, but the outcome was disheartening. The tomb was fraught with too many unknowns and the dark, malevolent guardians that lurked within. Our numerous teams vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. Only the leader of the last team returned, warning us that we must seal the tomb. He vehemently claimed that if whatever lies within were to be unleashed, it would hasten the demise of our world. Regrettably, we initially dismissed his words, leading to a series of subsequent errors. Alas, it is too late for regret. The survivor soon lost his sanity and could no longer function in society. Shortly thereafter, the entities within the tomb dispatched their minions, and the horrifying beings that should not exist in this world have found us. We were left with no choice but to seal the base, hoping to keep them at bay. Simultaneously, we destroyed all documents related to the Demon Tomb. That tomb should indeed never have been uncovered, let alone opened. However, we still have some personnel at another base and wish to contact them. Yet our communications have been severed. Now, we can only organize a team to inform them to destroy any materials related to the tomb. Thus, we created this compass, which not only guides the team to base number 2, but also serves to document our actions. May the world not descend into eternal night due to our foolish deeds. At this juncture, Sulai flipped the metallic plate to reveal its reverse side, displaying a chaotic web of seemingly meaningless lines. This may represent a map of sorts, though encrypted by the inhabitants of the reverse realm using some method. Personally, I suspect that the upper echelons of the fortress intend to locate the Demon Tomb. Otherwise, they would not have allowed me to lead the team into this base. It is infuriating. Had I not discovered the Fan Wenjia research report on the Demon Tomb during previous operations, we would not be facing such dire circumstances. Sulai rubbed his face, returning to the matter at hand. The information recorded on this object is truly terrifying. Humanity, and the inhabitants of the reverse realm, who also refer to themselves as humanity. I cannot discern if this is mere coincidence or something more. Yet, this designation fills me with profound dread. We have speculated more than once that the wandering monstrosities in the reverse realm are transformed inhabitants. If they were once human, what of us? Are we destined to become like them one day? Moreover, this metallic plate was guarded by several shadow knights, and at the time, I could not fathom why those wretched beings would protect such an object. Now, a chilling thought haunts me. Might those knights? Suddenly, a noise interrupted Sulai's monologue, causing him to exit the frame. After a considerable pause, he returned. Good news. She has regained consciousness. At least she is not dead. However, I now face a dilemma. I am torn between whether to surrender this object. If I do, undoubtedly, I will garner immense accolades. Perhaps, they will fulfill their previous promise and appoint me as the next commander of the Nightwalkers. Sulai shook his head. But if they decipher the map on this compass and locate base number 2, discovering the tomb's location, I am uncertain whether the fortress possesses the means to open it. If the entities within are released, could the outside world be affected? Perhaps I should first discuss this with them. He turned to the camera, his haggard face lined with stubble, nodding resolutely. This is the course of action. The recording concluded. Tianyang extracted the chip, checking the card reader to ensure no residual information remained before securely stowing it away. The youth reclined on his bed, staring at the ceiling, his thoughts adrift. He wondered if Su Lai ultimately surrendered the metallic plate, but regardless, the undeniable truth remained. Su Lai had subsequently vanished. Furthermore, the matter involved the upper echelons of the fortress, leaving Tianyang uncertain about who specifically was implicated. Additionally, Su Lai's role as a breaker within the Nightwalkers was a revelation to him. It was the first time he had encountered such a title. Regrettably, his time with the Nightwalkers had been brief, leaving him unaware of many intricacies. Yet, it appeared that regardless of whether Su Lai relinquished the metallic plate, the fortress had concealed this affair. It was plausible that the blockade of the road leading to Hongni Town was orchestrated by the fortress. The reopening of Hongni Town for exploration suggested that after 17 years, few remained who were privy to this event. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly not permit prospectors to enter the town so freely. Even the department head, Shin Maju, seemed unaware of the details, underscoring the depth of this concealment. On the bed, the youth rubbed his temples. Perhaps this matter should be set aside for the time being. The waters are indeed perilous. If even the upper echelons of the fortress are entangled, then, despite clinging to the Nightwalker as support, one cannot guarantee immunity from being engulfed. Reflecting on recent events, someone infiltrated the apartment, seemingly in search of Su Lai's diary. It is highly probable that some individuals have not yet forgotten this matter and continue to seek the so-called demon's grave. More importantly, how did they fixate on him? And why would they know that Su Lai's diary is in his possession? All of this indicates that he has already been drawn into the fray. Should he pursue this further, he may very well drown in the depths. To uncover the truth, one must either possess formidable strength or wield significant power. Regrettably, he currently lacks both. In light of this, he has no choice but to endure and exercise restraint. For the next 2 days, the young man felt despondent, with Su Lai's affairs akin to a thorn embedded in his heart. On this day, after completing his treatment at the medical center, he wandered aimlessly around the base to alleviate his gloom. As he passed beneath several twisted, sickly aberrant trees, a soft exclamation suddenly echoed from above, a voice delicate and seemingly feminine. Accompanied by the sound of branches snapping, a dark figure plummeted from above his head. Instinctively, he reached out, only to feel a weight in his arms. He had caught a stunning young girl. She appeared somewhat fragile and petite, clad in the attire of a mechanical engineer, with her small face smudged with a few traces of dirt. Yet this did nothing to diminish her enchanting visage. Rather, it rendered her even more playful and adorable. The girl, seemingly of similar age to Tianyang, possessed a pair of serene and crystal-clear eyes, so pure they seemed to possess a cleansing power for the soul. Gazing into her eyes, Tianyang could only liken them to the bright moon in the night sky outside. They were equally radiant and luminous. As he momentarily lost himself in her gaze, the girl lifted her hand and gently brushed the stray strands of hair from his forehead, saying, "So beautiful, such pure silver. Is this natural?" "Huh." Tianyang snapped back to reality and quickly set the girl down. "Are you all right? What were you doing up in the tree?" The girl revealed a row of pristine white teeth and playfully stuck out her tongue. "I was repairing the sensor tower, but I misstepped. Luckily, you caught me. Otherwise, I would have fallen terribly." With a flutter of her dreamlike eyes, the girl took Tianyang's hand and said, "By the way, I haven't thanked you yet. My name is Xianyao. What is yours?" "Tianyang." "Tianyang. What a lovely name." The girl, identifying herself as Xianyao, closed her eyes and declared, "It's as vast as the sky and as radiant as sunlight. Truly a wonderful name." A gentle shiver coursed through Tianyang. He had not anticipated that this girl would interpret his name in a way reminiscent of Su Lai's significance. Chapter 116. Making a mountain out of a molehill. The young girl opened her eyes to find Tianyang lost in thought. She raised her small hand and waved it in front of him. Hey, what's wrong? Did I say something incorrect?" Tianyang snapped back to reality. Lacking experience in interactions with girls, he replied shyly, "No, you were absolutely right. It aligns almost perfectly with what an elder of mine, well, what he said. Is that so? I'm truly honored." The girl, aptly named Xianyao, was lively like a little bird, chattering incessantly. "Don't you think we have a special connection? I fell from above, and you just happened to catch me. Your name is Tianyang, and I'm Xianyao. Don't birds love to fly freely in the bright sunshine?" As she spoke, She flapped her arms as if mimicking wings. With a playful blink, Xiaoniao suddenly asked, "How about you marry me?" Tianyang was taken aback and coughed violently, seriously doubting the state of his hearing. Was this girl really so bold? Xiaoniao burst into laughter. "Just kidding. I have to go fix some things up there. See you next time." She picked up the small wrench she had dropped earlier, weaved through a few peculiar trees, and climbed up the sturdy shaft of the signal tower. Tianyang shook his head, feeling a wave of optimism wash over him as he realized his earlier gloom had vanished. Just then, his communicator chimed with a message from Adam. "Where are you?" "Uncle Tai has repaired your gun and is waiting for you in the dormitory." Tianyang quickly replied, "I'll head back right away." He hurried towards the dormitory area and, from a distance, caught a whiff of a pungent smoke. A middle-aged man in a dirty mechanic's outfit squatted by the door, smoking a cigarette. At his feet lay the gun, death knell, casually placed there. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at the exaggeratedly designed handgun, only to cough from the smoke before hastily walking away. "Uncle Tai," Tianyang called out as he jogged over and opened the dormitory door. "Want to come in for a bit?" Uncle Tai rolled his eyes at him, but remained silent. He picked up death knell and stepped inside, tossing the half-burnt cigarette onto the ground and extinguishing it with his foot before closing the door. Inside, the middle-aged man casually set death knell on the table. "I managed to repair 2 of the 3 damaged crystal slots. The last one is beyond repair. The materials and parts for this thing are basically obsolete, and there is nothing left here to fix it. Make do with it. Additionally, I've replaced some of the energy components with new ones developed over the years, which should help you save about half of your star essence. I've adjusted the recoil too. It should be much less now, so even you can fire it one-handed." Tianyang picked up death knell. Though the surface bore many scratches, it felt revitalized. He attempted to infuse star essence into it, and, indeed, this time it took less than half a unit to fill a bullet crystal slot. "Thank you so much, Uncle Tai. This really helps me out. Is there anything I need to pay for? Contribution points, perhaps?" Tianyang cherished the repaired death knell, wishing he could rush to the shooting range to test it out, if not for Uncle Tai's presence. Uncle Tai shook his head. "I don't have many contribution points, but it's enough. You don't need to give me more. Just answer one question. Where did you get this?" Tianyang paused, quickly organizing his thoughts before responding. "A friend gave it to me." "You're lying." Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man shouted, his eyes fierce, veins bulging in his neck, clearly agitated. "Adam was there that day, so I didn't say anything. But in fact, I know this gun very well. It's the only one I ever made in the entire fortress. It's called Death Knell, isn't it?" Tianyang was astonished. He had not anticipated that this gun was crafted by the man before him. Uncle Tai took a few deep breaths and lowered his voice. "What is your relationship with Su Lai?" Another thunderbolt struck. Tianyang couldn't help but retort. "You know Su Lai?" Uncle Tai snorted. "How could I not know? That scoundrel keeps stealing from me. Even this death knell was taken from me by him. That bastard said he'd return it later, but then he just vanished, along with the gun, for 17 years. Uncle Tai rolled his eyes. "You still haven't answered my question." Tianyang smiled wryly. "I don't even know what my relationship with him is, but it seems like he gave me this name." Uncle Tai narrowed his eyes slightly. "Could it be?" He hesitated before waving his hand. "Forget it. Seeing death knell again has settled the score for me. It was the last gun I crafted, my final masterpiece. Now that it's in your hands, use it well and take down some of the dark scum." "I will, Uncle Tai," Tianyang promised. Uncle Tai walked to the door. "If it breaks, you can always come find me at Yunxiang for repairs, as long as I'm alive, but don't mention Su Lai to anyone. Remember, don't tell anyone you know Su Lai." In that moment, Tianyang could feel his goodwill. "I hear you, Uncle Tai." The middle-aged man with grayish-yellow hair then departed. The next day, Tianyang bid farewell to Yunxiang Base and boarded the high-speed train back to Qingtian Fortress. His injuries had nearly healed, and he was ready to rejoin his team after being away for about 10 days. Upon boarding the train, Tianyang walked towards the designated carriage, his mind wandering as he recalled Uncle Tai's words from the previous day. As he passed through a carriage, he accidentally bumped into someone. The person staggered back a few steps and coldly remarked, "Are you blind? If you can't use your eyes, just donate them. They're a waste on you." Though the person was rude, Tianyang had indeed collided with him first, So he looked up and apologized. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. However, upon seeing the other's face, both exclaimed, You? It turned out he had bumped into Yunzhe's second brother, Yunfeng. Mr. Yunfeng, is everything all right? Several guards from the Yun family quickly surrounded Yunfeng, casting hostile glances at Tianyang. Among them, a transcendent who wasn't in protective gear stepped forward, emanating an air of pressure. However, this transcendent seemed to be at rank 2 or even rank 3, creating some pressure on Tianyang. Yet, he had faced high-ranking opponents like Wang Liangyi before, and compared to them, this individual was not even close. Yunfeng adjusted his clothes and looked at Tianyang nonchalantly. It's nothing, just a little bump. The transcendent interjected, Do you know who Mr. Yunfeng is? His status is incredibly esteemed. If you injure him, can you bear the consequences? Tianyang replied curtly, I've already apologized. The transcendent scoffed, bumping into Mr. Yunfeng is not something that can be settled with just an apology. Tianyang raised his eyebrows defiantly. What do you want then? Yunfeng lifted his hand and gently patted the transcendent's shoulder. Let it go. After all, I'm fine. No need to make a big fuss. Or people might think the Yun family is a rude and domineering clan. The transcendent immediately lowered his posture and stepped aside. Understood. Tianyang thought the matter was settled and nodded at Yunfeng, intending to leave. Stop. Yunfeng deliberately elongated his tone, without him needing to intervene. Several guards blocked Tianyang's way. Yunfeng chuckled lightly, saying, I merely suggested not to make a mountain out of a molehill, but I did not imply that there would be no repercussions. How about this? I find your handgun quite intriguing. If you relinquish it, you may leave. Tianyang turned around, his voice low and resolute. That's out of the question. The transcender sneered, a piece of scrap metal, and you treat it as a treasure. If Mr. Yin finds it appealing, consider it your good fortune. Do not refuse a toast only to incur a penalty drink. In the depths of the youth's eyes, a glimmer of silver shone forth. What if this penalty drink is one I must partake in today? Impudent! The transcender bellowed, an intense aura enveloping the carriage. If you do not relinquish your firearm today, I shall take it from you myself. Tianyang retorted sharply. We shall see if you possess the capability to do so. Just then, footsteps echoed as a female guard hurriedly entered. Yunfeng frowned and raised a hand, signaling the transcender to temper his energy lest he harm the female guard. The guard rushed to Yunfeng's side, whispering something that caused the expression of the second young master of the Yun family to shift peculiarly. Once she finished speaking, Yunfeng displayed a hint of helplessness, cleared his throat, and remarked, Well, I must be off. I have matters to attend to and cannot afford to linger in this entanglement. The transcender, taken aback, thought he had misheard. He had accompanied Yunfeng for quite some time. When had the second young master of the Yun family become so accommodating? I said I am leaving. Are you deaf? Do you require a donation for your ears as well? Yunfeng's voice rose slightly, and with a huff, he swept away. The transcender could only cast a lingering glare at Tianyang, muttering, Consider yourself fortunate. Tianyang smiled in response. My luck has always been quite favorable. The transcender rolled his eyes in frustration as Tianyang distanced himself from the Yun family group. Finding his seat, the youth settled down with a sigh of relief. Though he did not believe Yunfeng would act recklessly against him aboard the train, it was ultimately a source of trouble. This outcome was the best possible, though he pondered why the second young master of the Yun family had suddenly changed his mind. Reflecting on the female guard, Tianyang surmised that she must have received some significant news, leaving no time to deal with someone of his insignificance. It seemed his fortune was indeed remarkably favorable. Chapter 117. A gift of a pen. The day after returning to the fortress, Tianyang rose early. With a spoken command, the intelligent home assistant drew the curtains apart, allowing the young man to witness the sparse raindrops cascading down the window, creating sinuous trails. The fortress had entered the rainy season, and the upcoming days would predominantly be cloaked in overcast skies. Occasionally, there would be brief moments of sunshine, but they would last no more than 2 or 3 days before the embrace of wind and rain returned. Tianyang reminisced about his days in the lower city. During the rainy season, the water channel behind the shanty would swell, overflowing and invading their home. At such times, he and his mother would fill the gaps in their shelter with various materials. Yet, despite their efforts, the ground would still be coated in a layer of water, bringing numerous inconveniences to their lives. In contrast, residing in an apartment in the upper city now afforded him various conveniences, making life far more comfortable than before. Unfortunately, his mother would never be able to enjoy this. Taking a deep breath, Tianyang leapt from his bed, deciding to visit the cemetery today and report to the squad dormitory tomorrow. The food customizer prepared a simple, yet calorically sufficient breakfast for him. After eating, he took a shower and dressed in his old clothes. While opening his wardrobe, he realized that perhaps he should acquire a few sets of casual attire. It was impractical to wear the Nightwalker uniform for every occasion. As he stepped outside, Tianyang casually took his Chiwei battle knife, having learned not to let his guard down since the last infiltration incident. As for the Bell of Death, its distinctive firearm design drew too much attention, making it unwise to carry it around the fortress. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed that the rain had lightened considerably, though the sound of raindrops striking the fortress's dome remained formidable. Tianyang rode his unicycle away from the apartment, stopping by a nearby flower shop to purchase a bouquet before heading to the cemetery. Even on such a rainy day, he could see a procession of dozens of people as he passed through the upper city streets. They held high banners demanding the reduction of elevated rights and shouted slogans with fervor. The sound of their voices pierced through the rain drumming on the fortress dome. This procession was led by several upper-class citizens, with the rest being common folks. Their singular connection was their shared status as ordinary individuals. The dissent against the elevated class's monopolization of resources had grown increasingly vocal in recent years, a sentiment that Tianyang had become aware of. However, today marked his first encounter with the marchers, filling him with curiosity. As he passed a community square, he noticed a gathering initiated by the Church of the Warlord. Several black-robed priests were preaching the doctrine to the fortress residents. Including Qingtian Fortress, the majority of the inhabitants in this area adhered to the faith of the Warlord. This church, with a long history, rose to prominence hundreds of years ago, boasting countless followers. It was rumored that a great empire had emerged a century after the appearance of the craftsmen. At that time, there were no fortress cities. People lived primarily under the rule of that empire. Alongside the empire, a church that worshipped the culture of the reverse realm, known as the Reverse Light Church, also emerged. This church later became the state religion of the empire, but the empire's glory was short-lived, declining within a few decades. The disappearance of the empire sparked a century of turmoil, leading to the disintegration of the Reverse Light Church. It was not until a century later that another church quietly arose, that of the Warlord. This church, which emerged during the tumultuous times, was said to be the successor of the Reverse Light Church. Regardless, the Warlord Church has persisted, becoming one of the four most renowned sects in the world today. War is not for slaughter, but for protection. When you step onto the battlefield, never forget the purpose that drives you. In the square, a priest, her face concealed beneath a hood, was preaching to the gathered crowd. Her voice was soft yet profoundly moving, suggesting she was a woman. The priestess raised her hand, tracing a straight line between her forehead and chest, then lightly tapped her chest 3 times. "May the Warlord protect you." As Tianyang passed by, she lifted her gaze, and he caught sight of her steadfast black eyes. Their eyes met briefly before they both looked away. Soon, Tianyang had departed the community square, and in no time, he arrived at the fortress cemetery. Perhaps due to the rain, the cemetery appeared eerily quiet. He secured the battle knife behind him and entered through the black gates of the cemetery, holding the bouquet. Inside, a straight path extended ahead, flanked by solemn, dark gravestones. Only a few indistinct figures were scattered throughout the cemetery. It seemed that even the wind's whispers here were subdued, as if weighed down by the heavy sorrow of remembrance for the deceased. With his head bowed, Tianyang walked down the path, hastening towards his mother's gravestone. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, prompting him to stop abruptly to avoid a collision, reminiscent of a crowded train. Upon focusing, he recognized the individual before him. Dressed in a dark, high-collared coat, with gray hair tousled by the wind and pronounced laugh lines framing his mouth, the man's gaze still bore the vigor of youth. It was Lu Jinglin, a mentor from Tianqing Academy. "Is that you? Teacher Lu, are you here to pay respects as well?" Tianyang's voice rose slightly. echoing in the hushed atmosphere. However, the other visitors in the cemetery remained too distant to hear his words. After a moment of surprise, Lu Jinglin quickly regained his composure, a polite smile gracing his face as he replied, "Yes, I'm here to visit an old friend." He paused before asking, "And you?" Then he chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Listen to me rambling. Of course, I'm here to pay respects." Tianyang nodded gently. "My mother is buried here." Lu Jinglin's expression grew somber. "I'm very sorry to hear that." Tianyang shook his head, indicating he bore no ill will. He then stepped aside, lowering his gaze slightly. "I'll take my leave now, Teacher Lu. I'll come to attend your class next time." Lu Jinglin offered a warm smile. "You're always welcome to join my classes. To be honest, young people like you typically show little interest in reverse realm civilization." Tianyang casually replied, "I hope you won't laugh at me. I initially wanted to learn reverse realm script, but I found that there wasn't such a course available. So I ended up discovering your civilization history class instead." "I see." Lu Jinglin's eyes flickered as he reached into his pocket, retrieving a pen shortly thereafter. "Here, take this as a keepsake. You can use it to practice writing." "Of course, I mean the reverse realm script." Tianyang gazed at the pen. Its barrel was rounded and darkly hued, adorned with silver floral decorations on the cap, making it exceptionally beautiful. "This, I can't possibly." At first glance, he was enamored with the pen, but considering his distant relation to Lu Jinglin, he hesitated to accept it. His mother, Nan Fei, had always instilled in him the principle of not accepting gifts from others casually, causing him to waver even more. Lu Jinglin smiled, inserting the pen into Tianyang's jacket pocket. "It's not worth much. Don't think too much of it. Also, if you wish to learn reverse realm script, feel free to come to the academy and find me. I'll teach you." "That would be wonderful. Thank you, Teacher Lu." Tianyang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Although Old Su had lent him a book on reverse realm script, having guidance from a mentor like Lu Jinglin would undoubtedly yield greater results. "Don't mention it. I must be off now. Farewell." Lu Jinglin gently patted his arm before turning to leave. Tianyang glanced at the pen nestled in his pocket, elated, his steps feeling lighter as he exited the cemetery. As he emerged from the cemetery, his communicator beeped with two messages. The first was a notification regarding a reward distribution. "You have received a notification regarding the distribution of mission rewards. The reward project is the defense of Gemtown. The content of the reward consists of contribution points. 500 points for eliminating interference signals, 300 points for slaying disruptors, 500 points for assisting in camp defense, and 500 points for submitting reports on the disruptors, totaling 1,800 contribution points. All rewards have been dispersed. Please check accordingly." 1,800 points. While not an excessive amount, it is certainly not negligible. Prior to his journey to Gemtown, Tianyang had not anticipated earning any contribution points along the way. With this recent addition, his remaining contribution points now total 6,420, not accounting for the 2,000 points he had lent to Yambing. If his mother were still alive, he might have used these contribution points to establish a small shop, providing her with a way to pass the time. However, with his mother gone, Tianyang was uncertain about how to utilize them and decided to set them aside for the moment. Another message caught his attention, this one from Yambing. "Commander, are you back?" Tianyang informed him of his return and approached his motorcycle, only to receive a prompt reply from Yambing. "Commander, do you have time tonight? I have completed my surgery and would like to invite you for a drink." Tianyang smiled and readily agreed, arranging a time and place with Yambing before departing from the cemetery. The Night Eagle Bar, situated on Amber Street in the Upper District, is one of the most vibrant establishments in the area, renowned for its array of shopping venues and entertainment spots like the Night Eagle Bar. Upon arriving at the entrance, Tianyang looked up to see a sculpture of a majestic eagle in flight above the door. As he prepared to enter, a security guard from the bar stopped him. "I'm sorry, but weapons are not permitted inside." The guard's gaze was clearly fixated on the crimson moon blade strapped to Tianyang's back. Tianyang produced his identification card, and after verification, the guard's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "Ah, it is the commander of the Night Walkers. Please, come in." Inside the bar, the air was saturated with the scents of alcohol and perfume. Tianyang was no stranger to such aromas. Having frequented the volcanic bar in Kaidi and grown accustomed to this distinctive atmosphere, he scanned the room, searching for Yambing's presence, and soon spotted the officer at the bar not far ahead. Next to the bar, 4 or 5 men were either seated or standing, engaging in conversation with a lovely female bartender. One man, handsome and under 30, with an exaggerated expression, lifted a glass of liquor and handed it to the bartender. At that moment, Yambing stood up with a beaming smile, exchanged a few words with the man, and downed the drink in one go. Unexpectedly, the man's expression soured, and he suddenly delivered a kick to Yambing's abdomen. Amidst the bartender's startled gasp, Yambing collapsed to the floor, expelling the liquor he had just consumed. Witnessing this scene, the previously calm expression on Tianyang's face gradually darkened. Chapter 118. They are comrades. A handsome man leaped down from a high stool, brushing off his attire and extending his hands towards the soldier on the ground. "What are you doing?" The soldier's eyes flared with anger, yet he managed to force a smile. "Mr. Xiamiao, I was just drinking a toast for Xiao Ju, nothing more." "Nothing more?" The man named Xiamiao exchanged glances with his companions, chuckling. "Listen to him. He claims he did nothing." His expression shifted abruptly, and he shouted with a neurotic fervor, "I let this woman drink because I hold her in high regard. She must drink, whether she likes it or not. What business is it of yours? Who are you to drink on her behalf?" Xiamiao lifted his foot, playing the hero. "Huh? I'll show you." He delivered a fierce kick, aiming straight for the soldier's heart. Just as it seemed destined to connect, a foot came in horizontally, striking Xiamiao's ankle and causing him to lose his aim, sending a jolt of numbness through his leg. Frozen in surprise, Xiamiao turned to confront his unexpected assailant, a youth with silver hair and black eyes, one of which appeared to be an electronic prosthetic, flickering with bursts of blue light. "Who the hell are you?" Xiamiao retreated 2 steps, clutching his ankle. The soldier initially felt a surge of joy but quickly sobered. "Sir, this matter has nothing to do with you. You needn't. As long as you are a member of the Raven Squad, I cannot simply ignore this incident." Tianyang replied calmly, his gaze shifting to Xiamiao. "Moreover, since you were the one to strike first, I cannot turn a blind eye." Xiamiao scrutinized Tianyang. "Raven Squad, silver-haired. Could it be you are the lieutenant who took down the Qin family?" Tianyang acknowledged that's right, regardless of who you are. "You are in a public place, brazenly assaulting one of our night walkers. I believe you owe him an apology." He pointed at the soldier, who was now being assisted to his feet by a female bartender. Xiamiao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "You can't be serious. You want me to apologize? Just because you took out a third-rate family doesn't make you special. Nightwalkers, so what? I am a Nightwalker too, with a higher rank. I am a lieutenant." He pointed at his own nose, shouting, "Now, Lieutenant, you injured me, and I demand an immediate apology." Tianyang remained unfazed. "Preposterous. Since you are also a Nightwalker, you should understand that attacking a comrade is a graver offense. If you refuse to apologize, perhaps the command will require an explanation from me. How dare you threaten me?" Xiamiao stepped forward, closing the distance between them. He pointed at the soldier. "Trash like him is expendable. They are mere cannon fodder. Do they deserve to be my comrades? You would threaten me, a lieutenant, for protecting such scum? Have you lost your mind? They, like us, enter the abyss to explore, bearing risks that are not significantly less than ours. They sacrifice just as we do, even giving their lives. Thus, I assert they are comrades." Tianyang stood his ground, unwavering. The soldier, hearing these words, clenched his fists, a spark igniting in his eyes. The companions who had accompanied Xiamiao were also taken aback by Tianyang's declaration. However, none were as astonished as Xiamiao, not only for Tianyang's open defiance, but also for the weight of the youth's words. He noticed that the soldier from the Raven Squad looked at Tianyang with newfound respect, and even his own followers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. An overwhelming anger surged within Xiamiao as he realized his standing among his subordinates was faltering. The indignity of being reprimanded by a mere lieutenant was a blow to his pride. In a fit of rage, fueled by alcohol, he swung a fist at Tianyang's face. "Talk nonsense, defying a superior. Get down." Had it been the Tianyang of old, standing so close to Xiamiao, he would have undoubtedly been struck. However, after enduring numerous battles, particularly the harrowing experience of being hunted by the abyssal night. His senses and reflexes had sharpened significantly. As soon as Xian Yao's shoulder twitched, Tianyang instinctively reacted, ducking under Xian Yao's punch and swiftly moving behind him. Utilizing the technique disruption taught by Han Shu, he effortlessly brought his opponent down. Xian Yao barely registered what happened before the world spun around him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself on the floor. Though the fall was not painful, he had lost all face. As he scrambled to his feet, he glared at his subordinates. "What are you standing around for? Get him." Initially hesitant, his soldiers exchanged glances, but after Xian Yao's shouts, they rallied and charged at Tianyang. In the upscale bar, Tianyang wished to avoid escalating the situation, so he refrained from using his powers. As the soldiers lunged, he frowned. Just then, someone barreled through, tackling the soldiers to the ground. It was the soldier. Soon, the soldier was pinned down, and as Tianyang moved to assist, he felt a gust of wind behind him. Xian Yao had kicked at him. The youth had no choice but to duck away, stepping back and once again maneuvering behind Xian Yao, bringing him down once more. Looking back at the soldier, he found him curled up, arms shielding his head, blocking the rain of punches falling upon him. Tianyang sighed and prepared to intervene again when suddenly, Xian Yao wrapped his arms around him from behind. If this continued, the soldier would either be killed or end up in the hospital for a lengthy recovery. Unexpectedly, a foot crashed into the fray, sending one of Xian Yao's subordinates flying. The assailant unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, quickly dispersing the attackers. Tianyang focused and realized it was Tsang-Du, the ponytailed youth, who approached with a bottle of alcohol in hand, casting a cold glare at Xian Yao's subordinates, causing them to hesitate. He then turned to Tianyang. "How long do you plan to stand there?" Tianyang chuckled and, with a swift motion, headbutted Xian Yao in the nose. The latter yelped in agony, retreating and glancing back and forth between Tianyang and Tsang-Du. Finally, with a fierce voice, he shouted, "You will pay for this. This is not over." As he turned to leave, Tsang-Du suddenly smashed the bottle at Xian Yao's feet. "Stop. Pay your tab before you go. We won't cover your bill." Xian Yao's face darkened as he clutched his nose and grudgingly settled the bill before departing. With the disturbance concluded, the bar began to clean up. Tianyang approached Tsang-Du. "What brings you here?" "None of your business," Tsang-Du replied, taking a seat at the bar and knocking for a drink. "Give me a bottle of Dragon's Bitter." Dragon's Bitter was a potent liquor. Tianyang had once tried it at the Volcano Bar and ended up utterly intoxicated after just one glass, much to Cuddy's chagrin. Tianyang observed the ponytailed youth, sensing he seemed in a rather foul mood. Had he suffered a heartbreak? The young man cleared his throat. "In any case, thanks for earlier. Cut it out," Tsang-Du retorted, accepting the strong liquor from the bartender and twisting the cap. "I'm not doing this for you. I just can't stand that Xie guy." He downed a mouthful of the potent drink, hopped off his stool, and staggered away, reeking of alcohol. At that moment, the soldier approached, bruised but seemingly unharmed. "How are you? Did the surgery go well?" The youth settled into a high stool at the bar and ordered a light drink. The term light drink referred to a beverage with a lower alcohol content. Tianyang, aware of his limits, was cautious not to indulge in anything too strong. Yen Bing took the ice pack handed to him by the female bartender, chuckling as he pressed it against his forehead. Everything went smoothly. After filling in the biological materials, "I feel just like before." Tianyang glanced at the bartender behind the bar. "Is she your friend?" Yen Bing blushed slightly. "She is my fiancée. Her name is Xiaoju. Tonight is her last night working at the bar, and she won TB coming back. So, I thought I'd invite you for a drink, but I didn't expect things to turn out the way they did." "Commander." Tianyang knew what he was about to say and waved his hand dismissively. "No need to say anything. I simply did what was necessary." Yen Bing nodded. "Then have a few more drinks on me." "All right," Tianyang readily agreed. The following day, upon waking, Tianyang felt a relentless throbbing at his temples, an uncomfortable reminder of the previous night. He managed a wry smile as he got out of bed, realizing that moderation in alcohol consumption was indeed advisable. After breakfast, he drove to the headquarters of the Nightwalkers. Upon reaching the dormitory via the elevator, he was about to push open the door when it was suddenly flung open. To be precise, it was practically barged through. Tsang-Du stormed out, his face a mask of anger, brushing past Tianyang without uttering a word. What on earth was going on? Puzzled, Tianyang entered the dormitory. Passing through the partition, he found Han Shu and the others gathered in the hall. Han Shu sat in the center, his legs crossed on the conference table as he puffed on a cigarette. To his sides, Lao Su and Ji Yu sat silently facing each other. Tianyang could sense the unusual tension in the atmosphere. Clearly, Song Du had left in a huff for some reason, and now that he had returned, no one even spared him a glance. With no other option, Tianyang cleared his throat. "Captain, I'm back." Han Shu acknowledged him with a grunt, retracting his legs and rising. "I'm stepping out for a moment. Lao Su, you handle things." With that, the scruffy captain, reeking of smoke, walked past Tianyang. Ji Yu also stood up silently, heading towards her room at the back of the hall. Left with no choice, Tianyang sat beside Lao Su. "What is going on? Why is everyone acting so strangely?" Lao Su shook his head, offering a bitter smile. "It's my fault." "What do you mean?" Lao Su sighed heavily. "I'm leaving, Tianyang. I have applied for retirement with the command, and it has been approved. They've agreed to let me go, so I won't be coming here anymore." "What?" Tianyang jumped up in shock. "Why? Didn't you say you'd stick around for another year or two before retiring? Why the sudden change?" Chapter 119. The desire to withdraw in old Su's room. He gestured towards the potted plants on the shelf. "Here, these are for you. I have plenty at home, and I wouldn't have space for any more. It would be perfect for your place to add some greenery." He then eagerly led Tianyang to the corner where a bookshelf stood, saying, "I have no further use for these books, so I'll give them to you as well. And that book on inverse realm text analysis, you needn't return it. Do come by my home sometime. We could have a meal together." Tianyang frowned and replied, "You still haven't explained why you're leaving so suddenly." Old Su scratched his head, leaning against the window as he gazed outside. "It's not so sudden, really. I've been contemplating retirement for quite a while. It's just that there hadn't been a suitable opportunity until recently when Tianqing Academy offered me a position as a lecturer. Now that I have an exit strategy, I see no reason to linger in the Nightwalkers. It's better to make way for younger individuals like you." Tianyang sensed that this might not be Old Su's true sentiment. Old Su looked towards the sky above the fortress. "I'm no longer young. I've lost the sharpness of my youth. Unlike our captain, who was carefree. Ever since I returned from Huanggu town, thoughts of withdrawal have taken root in my mind. The things we encountered there were terrifying, Tianyang. When that tree demon was chasing me, I almost thought I wouldn't make it back. Do you know what I was thinking at that moment?" Tianyang shook his head, unable to know. Old Su chuckled, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. "I was thinking, what would happen to my wife and daughter if I were to die? Especially my little girl. I haven't held her enough yet. So yes, I am truly afraid." This man's shoulders trembled slightly. "I fear that if there's a next time, I might not return at all." Tianyang found himself at a loss for words and only patted Old Su's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Old Su rubbed his eyes, wiping his face to conjure a smile. "Though it might anger that brat Songdu, at least I won't have to live in fear anymore. Aren't you going to wish me well?" Tianyang smiled, replying, "Then I wish you longevity, so I can come over often to mooch food from you. You little rascal. Always mooching." Old Su laughed heartily, his joy evident, though a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Perhaps, deep down, he was not as eager to leave the Nightwalkers as he pretended. Old Su departed, leaving his room feeling vacant, while Tianyang's room was now filled with numerous items. After closing the door, the youth did not immediately tidy up. Instead, he approached a terminal in the corner. He typed in his access code and logged into the Nightwalker's internal network. Once connected, Tianyang opened a query window and entered the name Sulai. His fingers hovered over the screen for a moment before he pressed down. The screen displayed searching, but shortly thereafter, it showed no record found. Tianyang frowned slightly. Despite the uniform Sulai wore having some distinctions from the Nightwalkers, it was indeed their attire. How could there be no record? Had his file been deleted? Or was it something else? Tianyang searched for Breaker, but this time the reply indicated insufficient permissions to access the information. Consequently, he was left wondering whether Sulai's file had been erased or if it resided within the Breaker system. This raised another question. What exactly was a Breaker? Perhaps this was a matter that could be discussed with others. However, If it was not information he was supposed to know, inquiring might arouse suspicion. After a moment of contemplation, Tianyang decided to refrain from delving into this issue for the time being. Originally, while at Lighthouse Base, he intended to set aside matters regarding Su Lai to avoid drawing attention from certain high-ranking officials within the fortress. The next day at Tianyang Academy, Tianyang attended a class taught by Lu Jinglin, who discussed military civilization in the inverse realm. Based on the evidence collected thus far, it appeared that the inverse realm, at least this 127th inverse realm, boasted considerable military strength. Yet, there were no apparent signs of warfare, indicating that their military might serve more as a deterrent. That was a truly enviable aspect. A world devoid of war is indeed a beautiful one. As class concluded, Lu Jinglin seemed to have noticed Tianyang early on, nodding at him and gesturing for him to follow. Tianyang accompanied him to an office. Once the door was closed, Lu Jinglin asked his assistant to bring in 2 cups of water. "May I inquire why you wish to study inverse realm texts?" Tianyang replied earnestly. "We frequently venture into the inverse realm, so I believe that understanding their script might be beneficial during our missions." He recalled the video left by Su Lai. Would it have been better if Su Lai had been unaware of the information recorded on the catastrophe compass? Thus, as he spoke, the youth was not entirely certain. Lu Jinglin did not seem to detect any hesitation. Instead, he regarded Tianyang with a hint of admiration. That's a commendable thought. Much of our research on inverse realm civilization heavily relies on explorers like you, who bring back valuable artifacts from that world. Unfortunately, not all explorers are familiar with the inverse realm texts, leading to missed opportunities with precious items. By the time we scholars discover them and venture into the inverse realm to excavate, they are often long gone. Do you have a means to study? Lu Jinglin inquired further. Tianyang nodded. A friend gifted me a book titled Inverse Realm Text Analysis. Lu Jinglin smiled, a subtle expression of recognition. Ah, that book. What a coincidence. I authored it. Tianyang chuckled. In that case, I'll have to read it thoroughly. Lu Jinglin laughed heartily. In truth, the inverse realm text is quite approachable. At least, the script we currently understand, resembling square characters, is not difficult to grasp. This text possesses strong ideographic qualities, akin to simplified pictographs. Through various means such as imagery and direct references, we have clarified most of the meanings after comparing them with our own script. Of course, there may occasionally be interpretational discrepancies. Nevertheless, our understanding of the inverse realm text has expedited our research into that peculiar world. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Lu Jinglin's assistant entered, announcing, "Professor Lu, your wife has arrived." Realizing Lu Jinglin had other matters to attend to, Tianyang stood to take his leave. "I won't disturb you any longer, Professor. I'll return for your next lecture. Allow me to escort you out." Lu Jinglin said as he accompanied Tianyang to the door, where a graceful and dignified woman entered. Tianyang assumed this was Lu Jinglin's wife and nodded in greeting before departing. As he left Tianyang Academy, he received a notification from Han Shu, summoning all members back to the team quarters for new task assignments. Upon returning to the quarters, he navigated past the partitions and found Han Shu and the others already gathered. Old Su's chair stood empty, which made the youth reflect wistfully. Han Shu had his legs propped up on the table, his expression much more relaxed than the previous day, showing no signs of lingering sorrow over Old Su's retirement. He still had a cigarette between his lips as he announced the task details. "I just received a mission from Four Eyes. The fortress is organizing a joint operation." "A joint operation?" Songdu's eyes lit up, recalling how many years had passed since their last one. Han Shu confirmed, "It's been many years. This time, it's primarily due to the events in Huanggu Town. After we submitted our report, the fortress's higher-ups took it very seriously. They believe we cannot disregard the so-called Black Prince of Huanggu Town, lest a new king emerges. Thus, the stronghold has decided that the Nightwalkers and Storm Legions will join forces to dispatch sufficient troops to level the entire wilderness town. Detailed content and strategic plans will be sent to your personal communication devices shortly. Please remember to check them." Tianyang raised his hand. "Captain, when will we act?" "In 3 days." Han Shu brushed off the ash from his cigarette, stating that a large contingent would travel via high-speed train to gather at the Lighthouse Base. Therefore, We must depart in batches. Our team's date has been set for 3 days hence. Jiyu glanced at the empty chair. Has old Su caught wind of something? Sangdu scoffed. Does it need saying? Otherwise, why would he choose to retire now, of all times? It was then that Tianyang understood why old Su had opted for early retirement. He had evidently received news of the joint operation. Han Shu tapped the table. All right. Whether old Su stays or goes is his own prerogative. He has served the Nightwalkers for over 20 years. And the Stronghold has a rule that those who serve for more than 15 years may freely choose to resign. Old Su's decision to retire at this juncture is driven by his own reasons. No one can fault him, myself included. Although Tsangdu was not entirely in agreement with Han Shu's perspective, he chose to remain silent. Han Shu pointed at him. You take Tianyang to the supplies warehouse and have them present the strategic materials list for him to select from. Tsangdu, displeased, retorted, Why must it be me again? Can't Jiyu go? Jiyu merely smiled and said nothing. Han Shu tossed the cigarette, but in Tsangdu's direction. You brat, just go when I tell you to. Why all the chatter? He then turned to Tianyang. You haven't exhausted your contribution points, have you? Tianyang shook his head. That's good. Han Shu lazily remarked. For such a grand operation, the allocated resources will surely be insufficient. If you wish to profit from this endeavor, it would be wise to visit the warehouse and exchange some contribution points for additional materials. Sangdu, with his eyes closed, remarked, What extra materials could a level 1 officer possibly require? Just don't end up at a loss, or you'll regret it too late. Why are you still sitting there? Han Shu picked up the ashtray from the table, ready to throw it. Either you go, or you want to be part of this operation. For those aspiring youths eager to earn 100,000 points, how could one pass up such a grand opportunity? Reluctantly, Sangdu stood up, pointing at Tianyang. Follow me. Do exactly as I say. Don't ask questions. Don't speak to me. Not a single word. Jiyu rolled his eyes. What a lunatic. Chapter 120. Redemption of supplies. Regarding the commentary from Jiyu, Tianyang expressed his profound agreement. Sangdu, as a person, was not inherently malicious. Rather, his temperament was somewhat eccentric. This peculiarity often led to inconsistencies between his words and actions, much like that night at the Nighthawk bar. He clearly intended to offer assistance, yet he was reluctant to openly admit it, proving himself to be quite the reticent individual. Tianyang followed Sangdu into the elevator, descending to the first floor of the headquarters. After traversing a series of dimly lit corridors and undergoing multiple identity verifications, they finally arrived at the supply warehouse. Although referred to as a warehouse, it was evident that access was not granted to just anyone. Thus, Tianyang and Sangdu found themselves standing before a window. Inside the window was a fair-looking female soldier, her gentle voice resonating through the nearby intercom. How may I assist you? Sangdu gestured towards Tianyang, stating, This is a novice, visiting the supply warehouse for the first time. He wishes to exchange for some additional strategic supplies. Kindly provide him with a detailed inventory. The beautiful soldier smiled warmly. No problem. Please present your identity card. Sangdu pointed to the isolation screen at the window, instructing, Place your identity card here. Tianyang obediently retrieved his identity card and placed it against the isolation screen. Upon contact, the screen displayed a flurry of information. The soldier lightly tapped the screen, retrieving Tianyang's information. After confirming his identity, she sent a detailed inventory to Tianyang's personal communicator. Instantly, the signal light on the communicator began to flicker, and the screen displayed a newly received document. Tianyang opened it, and a plethora of supply information filled the entire screen. Sangdu coldly remarked, You can pull up the catalog and search for the categories of supplies you require. Alternatively, you may also search by keywords to locate what you need. Once you have determined the supplies to exchange, inform the administrator. After completing the exchange at the window, the supplies will be delivered to the barracks within 3 hours. That is all you need to be aware of. Now you can browse for what you wish to redeem. I must take my leave. As Tianyang was about to express his gratitude, he was met with a glare from Sangdu. Recalling that the latter had insisted on not uttering a single word to him upon their arrival. Thus, he swallowed his words, reflecting on what a peculiar individual Sangdu truly was. Once Sangdu departed, Tianyang settled into a seat in the nearby rest area. He located the categories of supplies and discovered a surprisingly comprehensive selection available for exchange. Weapons, armor, survival supplies, pharmaceuticals, explosives, vehicles, and even three-dimensional armaments. A twitch of Tianyang's lips suggested his disbelief. Surely, there would be no ascendants specifically exchanging for three-dimensional armaments to take to the battlefield. If they were to collect them, that might be plausible. However, utilizing them in combat seemed unnecessary, even though three-dimensional armaments indeed held significant advantages in harvesting lower-tier civilians. After careful consideration, Tianyang concluded that there was no need for three-dimensional armaments or vehicles, as such items often required thousands of contribution points, an amount beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. In terms of weaponry, the Red Moon Battle Blade and the Death Knell were already sufficient. Acquiring energy firearms like the assault rifle appeared unnecessary. Would he really be competing with soldiers for the heads of the Striders? Nonetheless, perusing the options couldn't hurt. Tianyang opened the weapon category, and his vision was immediately engulfed by a dazzling array of items. The weapon category was further subdivided into firearms, blades, bows, and shields. Each type contained dozens of detailed items. As he casually browsed, he came across Sonic Star Energy Gun. Utilizes oscillators to generate powerful omnidirectional sound waves. The weapon's launch shield guides the beam, forming an energy-encased wide-area wave for indiscriminate attacks. Power assessment, level 4. Exchange points, 4,500. Star Essence Diffusion Hand Cannon. Employs a particle accelerator to rapidly expel star essence energy, causing widespread diffusion damage. Power assessment, level 3. Exchange points, 3,200. Radiant Sniper Equipment. Utilizes a 4th-generation cluster device to emit high-density folded star essence energy, achieving a maximum shooting distance of 1,800 meters. Power assessment, level 3. Exchange points, 3,500. Firebrand. Sword. A longsword forged from heated materials, capable of converting infused star essence into high-temperature flames that envelop the blade, effective against certain civilians who fear heat and fire. Power assessment, level 2. Exchange points, 2,700. Invisible Blade. Dagger features a grip with an internal oscillator, generating an invisible blade formed by high-frequency beams, possessing both invisibility and cutting properties. Power assessment, level 2. Exchange points, 2,200. The lengthy catalog left Tianyang feeling dizzy. He decided to close his eyes, carefully contemplating his needs before continuing to browse. After nearly 2 hours, considering both his requirements and his current contribution points, he finalized his selections. Electroshock grenades. Upon activation, they unleash a powerful high-voltage electric field, wreaking havoc on civilians within the range. Power assessment, level 2. Exchange points, 300. Gravity Grenades. A hazardous tactical device that creates a 10 square meter gravitational collapse field after a 1-second delay. Currently, no known material can withstand the folding phenomenon induced by this collapse field. Power assessment, level 4. Exchange points, 3,500. Star Essence Supplement Liquid Type 2. Capable of restoring approximately 20-30 of total star essence, but limited to 1 bottle per day. Exchange points, 600. Star Essence Stimulator. Stimulates the star essence within the body, enhancing its activity beyond the normal peak. Under its influence, all abilities will experience an increase in potency. Limited to 1 bottle per day. Exchange points, 500. After exchanging for 4 electroshock grenades, Tianyang opted for one of each of the remaining items. Following the settlement, he found his personal account reduced to a meager 620 contribution points. What a pitiful amount left, he couldn't help but sigh. As Tsangdu had predicted, within less than 3 hours, a set of personal strategic supplies was delivered into Tianyang's hands. Gazing at the assorted items in the box, he was reminded of the importance of utilizing these supplies judiciously. Not a single item could be wasted. 3 days later, Tianyang arrived at the transfer platform for assembly. Today, the platform was unusually bustling. Numerous Nightwalker teams congregated on various decks, and Tianyang roughly estimated that over 20 squads were gathered at the transfer platform alone. Among them, he recognized several familiar faces, including the bald Lady Lida, who had participated in the Star Pillar recovery mission, Liangxin, the captain of the Highland Eagles, and various other team members and captains. Additionally, he spotted the arrogant Kunlun and Xie Miao, the one he had clashed with at the Nighthawk Bar. Of course, the latter two did not regard Tianyang with any friendliness upon noticing him. Tianyang, a melodious voice, clear as a mountain spring, called out from behind him, instantly captivating his attention. Turning around, he saw Sun waving at him, accompanied by the physician Roshan. The duo walked gracefully, both clad in white long garments adorned with golden wing insignias, the emblem of the battlefield medical team. It seemed that Roshan was also participating in this operation, bringing along the illustrious Sun. Upon seeing Roshan, Han Shu's rugged face broke into a smile as he approached her, his hand instinctively reaching towards the physician's waist. Roshan chuckled, capturing his hand and pinching his arm playfully. There are so many people here. Could you tone down the enthusiasm a bit? Han Shu exaggeratedly cried out. It hurts, it hurts. Let go, quickly let go. Pretend. Squeeze a little harder. Luo Shan pinched him a few more times before finally releasing her grip. She was well aware of Han Shu's resilience. As a member of the fortress rank, his skin was tough enough to withstand any pain. Han Shu covered his arm, laughing cheerfully as he lightly nudged the battlefield medic. My dear Luo Shan, even though you pinched me so hard, I know what you truly think. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made a special trip here, would you? Luo Shan chuckled, her laughter vibrant and lively. You, Han, are truly deserving of your fortress rank. Your thick skin seems impervious to blades and bullets. Please, could you refrain from such narcissism? I came with Sun to have a few words with Tianyang. Han Shu feigned agony, clutching his chest. No, you're deceiving me. My dear, I feel like I can't breathe. You must help me. Luo Shan shot him a glare and turned her gaze elsewhere, choosing to ignore him. Sun approached Tianyang, producing a silver box and handing it over. Here, for you. Tianyang accepted it, inquiring, what is this? 2 emergency syringes. You should find them useful in critical moments, Sun said, her gaze fixed intently on the young man. From behind, Luo Shan raised her voice. Kid, make sure to keep that safe. Sun exchanged her own contribution points to get it for you. Sun instantly blushed crimson, turning to Luo Shan with an expression of helplessness. Teacher. Luo Shan chuckled softly, covering her mouth and humming a little tune, as if she and just made that statement. Tianyang, not one to be impolite, tucked the box away. Then allow me to thank you. After the mission, I'll treat you to a meal. All right. Sun glanced at the clock on the platform, noting the time. Teacher and I should be leaving now. Just as Tianyang was about to respond, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Tianyang, is that really you? What a coincidence. Are you participating in this joint operation as well? A clear, melodious voice rang in his ears, reminiscent of a gentle summer breeze stirring the wind chimes by the window. Sun's face was a portrait of surprise, for beside Tianyang stood another girl of similar age. The girl sported an asymmetrical hairstyle, adorned on one side with a crystal bird-shaped hairpin. Clad in a black Nightwalker uniform, her petite frame appeared even more endearing. To Sun's astonishment, a slender sword hung at her waist, its blade merely 4 centimeters wide, pristine white from sheath to hilt, with flowing patterns resembling clouds etched upon the handle. As Sun scrutinized the petite girl, the latter also stared back at her. Almost simultaneously, they both inquired, Tianyang, who is she? In the distance, Han Shu chuckled. No doubt she is one of my team members. This kid is just as popular as I am. Luo Shan rolled her eyes dramatically at this. Chapter 121. Pre-war mobilization. This is Sun, a student of Dr. Rosen. And this is Xiaonyao. Upon introducing Xiaonyao, Tianyang's expression became somewhat peculiar. I initially thought she was a mechanic, but now she doesn't seem to fit that description. What? You are also a Nightwalker? Xiaonyao blinked and replied. I never claimed to be a mechanic. I merely enjoy repairing machines as a hobby. Well, it's not too strange to have a Nightwalker who enjoys fixing machines. Just like Lao Su loves gardening and the captain enjoys drinking and flirting with women. As Tianyang's thoughts wandered, Xiaonyao eagerly held Sun's hand. Sister, you are so beautiful and look so gentle. Are you Tianyang's girlfriend? I never expected he would have such a lovely girlfriend. If I were a man, I would be incredibly jealous. This remark made Tianyang cough, while Sun's face flushed crimson. No, Sun hastily replied. I am not her girlfriend, and we should be around the same age, so you can just call me by my name. Indeed, women tend to be sensitive about age, especially when the other party is also a beautiful maiden. No, what I should be concerned about now is not this. All right, I will heed your words and call you Sun Luo. Xiaoyao's expression brightened with joy, relieved that Sun was not Tianyang's girlfriend. The nearby youths were left in a daze, their minds filled with questions. You are relieved. Relieved about what? Xiaoyao looked at Tianyang with bright, crescent-shaped eyes, because I, for one, am utterly infatuated with Tianyang. When he caught me at the Lighthouse Base, I thought, this must be the guardian sent to me by heaven. Ah, it was love at first sight. What? Tianyang and Sun exclaimed simultaneously, particularly Tianyang, whose face turned beet red, utterly flustered. Xiaoyao's twist was quite unexpected. Hence, when I saw Sun earlier, I was quite worried. What if Sun liked Tianyang too? What if she was his girlfriend? Xiaoyao placed a hand on her chest, exhaling a sigh. Now I am at ease. Sun is not his girlfriend, which means I have a chance. By the way, Sun, you don't like him, do you? Sun's heart raced, her ears flushed, her face burning with embarrassment. Her heart fluttered like a startled deer, leaving her momentarily speechless. Our dear Sun does not like Tianyang at all. Out of nowhere, Rosen appeared, gently placing her hands on Sun's shoulders, a smile gracing her lips. Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is that so? That is truly, because our dear Sun, from the bottom of her heart, is in love with Tianyang. Rosen leisurely added the latter part. What? The three young individuals were momentarily stunned. And then Sun reacted the quickest. Teacher, what are you talking about? Rosen interrupted her. Is that not the case? After all, you used your contribution points to exchange for 2 emergency syringes to give to him. If that isn't love, then what is? The golden-haired, golden-eyed, beautiful and alluring lady smiled at Xiaoyao. Whether one likes or loves someone, it is not merely about words. At the very least, one must take action. Just like our Sun. Xiaoyao took a couple of steps back, seemingly greatly impacted, biting her rosy lips. I will also prove myself through actions. Wait. All right. Then I eagerly anticipate your performance. Rosen continued to stir the pot. No, Xiaoyao clenched her delicate fist and suddenly pointed at Tianyang. Just wait for me. I will show you. With that, the young girl strode away with determination. I said, wait a moment. Why did no one ask for my opinion? Tianyang found it quite humorous, pondering the absurdity of the situation. They have left. Sun, we should also prepare ourselves. Rosen took Sun and led her in another direction. After they had walked a distance, Sun whispered, Teacher, why did you say such strange things? Rosen replied with a smile, You are perfect in every way, except for your shyness. If I had intervened, your little Tianyang would have long been snatched away. What do you mean, my Tianyang? Teacher, please do not speak so recklessly. All right. I want to say anything more. At the lighthouse outpost. Upon returning to this base, as they departed the station and entered the square, Tianyang noticed that the number of vehicles and personnel in the square had increased. Everywhere he looked, there were trucks transporting supplies, ferrying goods from the fortress to the warehouses. Subsequently, these supplies would be delivered to Huanggu town, providing robust support for the upcoming joint operations. As for the personnel, they comprised the Nightwalker teams that had arrived in batches over the past 2 days, along with a contingent of regular troops trained by the Iron Wall Legion. Although the regular troops did not have any ascenders among them, their sheer numbers made them the main force on the battlefield. Soldiers would operate combat vehicles and wield various heavy weaponry, leveraging their numerical advantage to suppress the lower-class civilians. As they walked through the square, the base's broadcast repeatedly announced, All officers of the rank of 2nd Lieutenant and above, please gather at the base's operations hall. All officers of the rank of 2nd Lieutenant and above, please gather at the base's operations hall. Thus, Han Shu instructed Yin Bing, allowing him, as a non-commissioned officer, to organize personnel to retrieve supplies for the Crow team from the warehouse, while he led Tianyang and the others toward the operations hall. The operations hall was situated on the western side of the base. When Tianyang and the others arrived, the hall was bustling with activity, people moving about incessantly. Upon reaching the designated area for the Crow team, as soon as they settled, the broadcast echoed through the hall. Please be quiet. The pre-war mobilization meeting is about to commence. The commanding generals will soon enter. Please remain patient. After several repetitions, the hall finally quieted down. Moments later, a tall female figure ascended the platform. Her long, black hair parted in the middle danced gracefully with her movements, and though only her profile was visible, her striking and coldly beautiful features left most people breathless. The dark purple military uniform enhanced her snow-white, cold plum-like demeanor, adding an air of formidable military presence. The golden epaulets and the intricate patterns on the collar and cuffs indicated her rank as a general. Hanshu murmured, "The Storm General, she has come too. Alas, she is probably the only woman in the fortress I could never pursue." Tianyang glanced at him with skepticism, thinking that the captain didn't seem to have many girlfriends either. Hanshu shot him a fierce glare. "Are you thinking that I also don't have many girlfriends?" Tianyang quickly shifted his gaze to avoid incurring Hanshu's ire. On the platform, the female general had taken her position at the center, her gloved hands resting behind her back, standing tall and straight. Though she was a woman, she radiated boundless determination, especially her phoenix-like eyes, which, like ink stars, emanated a palpable aura of lethal intent. She remained silent, her gaze slowly sweeping across the crowd. And when it landed on Tianyang, her eyes narrowed slightly. Tianyang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right eye, as if the star essence within him had been stimulated, causing its vitality to surge. The faint glow emanating from him startled Hanshu, as he noticed a flash of light deep within Tianyang's right eye. The pain had vanished without a trace. The general's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile as her gaze shifted from Tianyang to others. Tianyang's star essence gradually calmed down, and the faint glow around him quickly faded, returning to normal. "What are you doing?" Hanshu whispered sharply. Tianyang looked aggrieved. "I didn't do anything." "I don't believe you." Hanshu rubbed his chin, warning Tianyang. "That woman on stage is not someone I can afford to provoke. Don't create any trouble." At this moment, the female general on stage lightly cleared her throat and addressed the assembly. "Many of you may recognize me, but allow me to introduce myself. I am Fei Mei, the General of the Storm and the Commander-in-Chief of this joint operation. Today, I shall discuss two matters." The woman, with a frosty demeanor and a voice as cold as ice, continued. "First, this operation will open the battle rankings. The rankings will be divided into two categories: the squad leaderboard and the individual leaderboard. The scoring will be based on military achievements, so feel free to unleash your might and conquer with abandon." Tianyang, hearing the term battle rankings for the first time, glanced at Hanshu, who appeared invigorated and waved his hand, exclaiming, "I'll explain it to you later." Finally, the battle rankings are open. I can finally move our team to the 5th floor. The hall buzzed with discussions, as it seemed that most attendees were familiar with the concept of the battle rankings, their faces alight with excitement and exhilaration, as if invigorated by a powerful stimulus. At that moment, Fei Mei raised a hand, and the hall fell silent once more. "The second matter concerns our strategic objective, to raise the town of Huanggu. I trust you have all reviewed the operational plan and are aware that the Black Prince has emerged in that town." The proud general's eyes glinted with cold intensity as she declared, "This entity is a candidate for the Black King. If left unchecked, it won't be long before a Black King appears in the reverse realm, a situation we cannot afford. Therefore, we must eliminate every last one of the black denizens in Huanggu before the Black King manifests." Her final words resonated with a palpable murderous intent that momentarily took the breath away from those present. At that moment, someone dramatically called out, "I am willing to serve you, your majesty." Instantly, all eyes in the hall, including Tianyang's, turned towards the source of the voice. It was an exceptionally handsome man, his face beaming with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the attention he commanded, fixated solely on the general on stage. Hanshu whispered, "Remember this fool. His name is Chi Saheo. He is the only one in the entire Qingtian fortress bold enough to speak so freely to that woman on stage. If one day he gets silenced, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. By the way, keep your distance from him. Foolishness can be contagious." Suddenly, Tianyang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and the objects in the hall appeared to blur. After a moment, he regained his composure, only to realize he was not the only one affected. Several others had collapsed to the ground. On the high platform, Fei Mei had already turned to leave, evidently connected to the peculiar occurrences in the hall, marked by her cold huff. "Ha!" She looked at me. After all these years, she finally acknowledged my presence. Chi Seheo exclaimed from afar, struggling to rise. Remarkably, he was bleeding from his nose, likely a consequence of the force behind the general's disdainful huff. Yet, despite this, he wore a wide grin. Tianyang's lips twitched slightly. Could he truly be such a fool? No way. P.S. Thank you to Haiba Jibo for the generous support. Chapter 122. The battlefield. As the mobilization meeting concluded, personnel gradually exited the hall. They had a day of respite before embarking on their journey to the desolate valley town the following day. However, for the Storm and Nightwalkers, the regular army had already set off today, advancing to the town to prepare the battlefield. Upon leaving the hall, Songdu suddenly declared, "One day, I too shall stand upon that high platform." Hanshu glanced at him, chuckling lightly. "Then you must strive diligently to stand on that platform. One must possess at least a rank 7 strength." Tianyang's heart stirred. The captain's words seemed to allude to the woman from earlier. No. The esteemed General Fei Mei, who was at least a formidable rank 7 warrior. Thus far, information released by fortresses around the world indicated that the pinnacle of all ranks reached only level 9. Scholars researching sublimators believed that the path of sublimation ought to be an endless journey. It was theorized that ranks above 9 would undoubtedly exist. Yet, in the past 3 centuries, rank 9 had been the apex achievable by sublimators. No reports of higher-ranking warriors had emerged, leading people to regard rank 9 as the ceiling for sublimators' combat power. Consequently, rank 4 was defined as a watershed for sublimators, while those above rank 7 could be deemed high-ranking warriors. It appeared that the young General Fei Mei was unexpectedly a high-ranking warrior, which was indeed surprising. However, upon reflection, one could hardly attain a general's seat without such prowess. After all, that position was reserved for the influential figures of the fortress's second echelon. Not just anyone could ascend to it. Of course, this was not an absolute rule. For instance, it was said that the head of the strategic department was merely an ordinary person. However, a department responsible for formulating strategies need not have high combat power personnel. "Captain, what was the battle leaderboard that General Fei Mei mentioned earlier?" Tianyang inquired, voicing his curiosity. Hanshu irresponsibly nudged Songdu. "Come, you explain it to him." Songdu immediately sprang up. "Why must it be me?" "Because you aspire to be a general," Hanshu laughed heartily. "Now, you should learn how to communicate with your subordinates. A good general must master various skills, and communication is undoubtedly one of the most vital." Songdu, half convinced, began to elucidate the matter to Tianyang. Meanwhile, Hanshu summoned Jiyu to check on the preparations of supplies. The battle leaderboard, formerly known as the battle merit ranking, was designed to motivate combatants in their performance on the battlefield. Songdu explained with almost mechanical precision. As General Fei Mei mentioned, the leaderboard is typically divided into squad and individual rankings. The former receives corresponding financial budgets based on their ranking, which can be used to enhance the squad's environment and acquire communal equipment. It also determines the location of the barracks. As for the individual leaderboard, the rewards vary widely. Contribution points are the most basic, along with various equipment, weapons, and medicinal resources. Among them, the most crucial are materials for sublimation mediums, such as starlight crystals. Naturally, you are still far from utilizing sublimation mediums. However, it is beneficial to acquire such items now. Thus, even lower-ranked individuals strive earnestly to accumulate battle merits. Each time the leaderboard opens, competition is invariably fierce. Turning to Tianyang, Songdu concluded, "For a novice like you, it's best not to overthink it. On such a battlefield, only those above rank 4 stand a chance to amass substantial battle merits. Of course, our captain, lacking offensive capabilities, may face disadvantages." After speaking, Songdu left impatiently without allowing Tianyang a chance to ask further questions. Before long, the time to depart arrived. The next day, Tianyang boarded the Raven Squad's Falcon War vehicle. Once the members were assembled, the vehicle proceeded into the square, merging with other teams to form long convoys heading towards the base's entrance. On board, Honshu handed Tianyang a wristwatch-like device, claiming it would record battle accomplishments. After donning it, Tianyang gazed out the window, observing the bustling traffic on both sides. This did not even include the regular army that had departed yesterday. Otherwise, the spectacle would have been even more grand. Accompanying them was a logistics team composed of thousands, responsible for the operational tasks of this mission, including vehicle repairs and medical assistance for the wounded. Roshan and Sun were among the logistics crew, but at present, even Tianyang was uncertain of their whereabouts within the convoy. "Do not be overly excited," Honshu said from the passenger seat, his robust legs propped on the console as he smoked a cigarette without glancing back. Excessive excitement can easily deplete your energy. On the battlefield, every bit of stamina counts. Even a slight difference can lead to drastically different outcomes. Tianyang observed his surroundings. Songdu and Ji were in another vehicle. Presently, apart from him and Honshu, only a few soldiers were aboard. Among them were two new recruits who had just emerged from training camp, both around Tianyang's age, perhaps a tad older. They too bore expressions of excitement, albeit tinged with fear. This was entirely normal. Participating in such a large-scale operation right out of camp would unnerve anyone. Suddenly, something fell into his hand. Tianyang looked down to find a pack of cigarettes. Ahead, Honshu remarked, "One for each of you. It will help soothe your overly fervent spirits." Tianyang distributed the cigarettes, and the two veterans lit theirs, closing their eyes as they inhaled deeply, appearing to relish the experience. The youth, having never smoked before, imitated Honshu, placing a cigarette between his lips and lighting it. He took a puff, but the intense, pungent flavor made him cough uncontrollably. Honshu chuckled from the front. "No worries, you'll get used to it after a few tries." However, during the remainder of the journey, Tianyang dared not attempt it again. This substance was far more challenging to manage than strong liquor. Yet, after the initial excitement subsided, the youth managed to maintain his composure, even dozing off during the bumpy ride. When he was awakened, Valley Town was already within proximity. Tianyang gazed out the window, observing vehicles climbing the hill, flanked by friendly forces. However, from afar, the rumbling sounds of cannon fire echoed. Although he could not see anything yet, the sky shrouded in dark mist occasionally illuminated with flashes of light. The regular army had engaged in battle with the dark denizens of the town. Judging by the frequency of the cannon fire, the conflict seemed intense, indicating a significant number of dark citizens. Tianyang was puzzled. During their last visit to the town, there had not been many dark citizens present, so how had their numbers suddenly swelled? They must have been summoned. Honshu rested an arm on the window, propping his head up. After all, this place is destined to nurture a new king. It would be quite illogical not to have subjects to pay their respects. Moreover, if there is a king, there will certainly be an army. Otherwise, it would be rather undignified. As they approached the town, the cannon fire grew louder. And by the time Tianyang spotted the checkpoint leading into the town, communication had devolved into shouting or using radios to convey messages. The cacophony of cannon fire drowned out normal conversation, and the ground trembled continuously. The checkpoint had been largely dismantled, and a temporary camp had been erected at the entrance of the town by the fortress. Various communication equipment was being set up within the camp to ensure that commands from the headquarters could be swiftly relayed to all teams. Under the coordination of the camp's command center, the newly arrived vehicles entered designated areas to rest. Captains, including Honshu, were summoned for a briefing. For the time being, without any orders, Tianyang and the others remained in their vehicle. Unable to sit still, the youth climbed into the heavy artillery shooting compartment atop the vehicle. From this vantage point, it was easy to see bright flashes illuminating the sky above the distant town. Suddenly, a colossal fireball appeared in the sky, within which one could faintly discern the outline of some enormous creature. It seemed as though this entity had been struck by the fireball, continuously scattering shadowy fragments outward, before plummeting to the ground amid the waning glow of the flames. An indescribable howling resonated from the distant heavens, and moments later, the ground trembled, causing even the war vehicle beneath Tianyang to sway. Flames, explosions, and flashes of light filled the battlefield in the nearby town, where shadows danced and thunderous sounds reverberated. Tianyang had lost the initial excitement he felt at departure, replaced by a grave demeanor. After a brief interval, Han Shu returned, and a soldier notified Tianyang to return to the vehicle. Upon entering the war vehicle, he heard Han Shu's booming voice. "After our squad traverses the tree wall, the command post intends to orchestrate an offensive. Hence, they wish for us to lead the way. We shall depart immediately, so everyone prepare yourselves. Check your gear and ensure your rations are in order. Even if all goes smoothly, we won't return to the camp until tomorrow at the earliest. I do not want any of you entering the battlefield on an empty stomach. You have 5 minutes to check your equipment." Tianyang retrieved the death knell and began to infuse it with star essence. The 5 bullet chambers illuminated one by one, consuming over 20% of the young man's total star essence. Following Uncle Ty's repairs, the death knell's star essence consumption had diminished, and the infusion speed had noticeably increased. Thus, even amidst the chaos of battle, as long as sufficient star essence was available, he could replenish it in real time. Next, the youth meticulously inventoried his supplies, concealing the emergency syringe gifted by Soon in the safest location, while placing various grenades in easily accessible spots. Particularly, the gravity grenade, exchanged for 500 points, represented Tianyang's most significant asset, so he positioned it within immediate reach to ensure that he would not miss an opportunity due to its location, potentially jeopardizing his life. 5 minutes later, the vehicle roared to life and departed from the rest area, merging with over 20 other war vehicles to form a convoy heading toward the arch bridge that led into the town. Tianyang recalled that a section of the bridge was approximately 1/3 missing. However, as the vehicles approached the midsection of the bridge, he noticed that the gap had been filled. This was evidently the work of the fortress's engineering corps, which had used specialized materials to patch the void and reinforce the surrounding structure with metal components. As a result, the bridge not only became wider but also capable of supporting heavy vehicles, presumably in preparation for large-scale military operations and multidimensional armament. Just as they were about to reach the former gap in the bridge, a fierce wind suddenly surged from the abyss below, causing the cables above to sway gently. The convoy had no choice but to halt, waiting for the gust to subside before continuing their passage. As Tianyang gazed out the window, his gaze inadvertently swept across the edge of the arch bridge, and he suddenly spotted a hand stealthily gripping one of the cables. Then, with a forceful tug, Chapter 123, the colossal black behemoth A hand, nearly the size of an entire war chariot, bore a resemblance to that of a human. Its back was adorned with numerous purple-red fleshly nodules of varying sizes, while the arm appeared robust, lacking the muscular structure of a human limb, instead resembling the tentacles of certain cephalopods. Yet, instead of suckers, it was covered in dark, menacing spines. Grasping a cable on the bridge, it pulled with great force, eliciting a mournful groan from the cable. After bending into a pronounced arc, it snapped with a piercing sound, severing the steel wire into 2 pieces. More monstrous hands emerged from beneath the bridge, replicating the same action and snapping the cables on the right side of the arch bridge. The cables continued to snap, causing the bridge surface to tilt dangerously. A war chariot traveling along the right side of the arch bridge could not react in time, toppling over and plummeting into the abyss shrouded in dark mist below. Moments later, a bright flash erupted from the depths, reminiscent of the explosion of the war chariot. More vehicles slid helplessly down the sloping bridge, losing control and falling into the chasm, while the chariots on the opposite side accelerated, striving to traverse the bridge before it fully collapsed. Just then, a fist suddenly thrust upward from the bridge surface, smashing a hole into the span. As it retracted, another colossal fist emerged, propelling a war chariot off the bridge and into the void. In an instant, the middle section of the bridge was riddled with gaping holes. Cracks began to connect these openings, followed by a resounding rumble as the bridge fractured in the center. "Hold on tight." In the Raven Squad's chariot, Han Shu shouted, striking an icon on the control screen. The vehicle's safety protocols activated, causing airbags to rapidly inflate within the cabin, filling the space and pressing everyone firmly into their seats. The world spun uncontrollably. Amidst the cacophony of screams and the screeching of metal, Tianyang gazed out the window, witnessing the vehicle overturning before descending into the unfathomable abyss below. In that moment, his mind went blank and his heart raced to his throat. The boy once again caught a whiff of death, its foul stench permeating the air around him. As the vehicle rolled, beams of light from other vehicles illuminated the scene, revealing tentacles adorned with black spines, slithering like serpents, entwining and ensnaring the vehicles and personnel that fell into the depths. With another roll, Tianyang spotted a massive, curved horn looming close, less than 3 meters from the window. He could discern the twisted patterns on the horn and the dense mass of black bristles beneath it. Suddenly, the vehicle was violently jolted as if struck by some unseen force. Although light pierced through the darkness from outside, everything remained blurred. After several intense jolts, the vehicle finally came to a halt, no longer plummeting. Hiss, Honshu punctured an airbag, finally catching sight of the front window. Peering out, he noticed the vehicle was swaying up and down. Before them lay a stone bridge oscillating precariously across the abyss. Honshu's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, "Everyone, stay put." Those who had not succumbed to unconsciousness heeded his command, refraining from making any sudden movements. Honshu continued, "First, puncture the airbags. Tianyang, check the firing chamber. Remember, do it slowly and carefully." Tianyang acknowledged, punctured an airbag, and cautiously climbed up to the artillery firing chamber. Gazing outside from the chamber, the boy gasped in shock. The Falcon war chariot was precariously perched on a stone bridge barely half a meter wide. Due to the vehicle's heavy rear structure, the back was sinking lower on the bridge. Should it surpass the balance point, the war chariot would plummet. At that very moment, vehicles laden with boulders began to fall, their explosions and screams merging to underscore the perilous reality of their situation. The boy cried out, "Captain, get everyone out. The vehicle's about to fall." Without needing further prompting, the gradually rising front of the vehicle communicated the urgency of the situation. Honshu pressed forward, nearly collapsing onto the control panel. He waved his hand, shouting, "Quickly, exit through the door." Outside the vehicle, they were directly on the stone bridge. Yet, as one soldier attempted to open the door, he discovered it was jammed. Tianyang called out, "Captain, hold on. I'll open the door." The boy leaped from the war chariot onto the stone bridge. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the scarlet moon blade, its edge glowing crimson with infused energy. He thrust the blade forcefully into the deformed door, easily piercing through. With a few more strikes, he managed to wrench the entire door free. "Get out, hurry," Honshu shouted, reaching for the driver, Yin Bing, pulling him back from the driver's seat. The soldiers wasted no time, scrambling out of the vehicle and onto the stone bridge. Finally, only Honshu and an unconscious rookie remained. Tianyang urged, "Captain, you need to get out now. The vehicle's going to fall." Honshu nodded, slowing his movements as he gently vacated his seat. However, as he crawled back, the vehicle suddenly flipped over. Observing this, Tianyang acted instinctively, leaping onto the engine cover of the war chariot. With a firm stomp, he restored the vehicle's balance. Inside, Honshu finally exhaled in relief and moved towards the unconscious soldier. Tianyang lay atop the engine cover, hearing strange noises above. He raised his head to see bursts of radiant energy and flames from various weapons igniting the stone bridge. It appeared that surviving personnel were engaged in a fierce battle with the creature wreaking havoc on the bridge, occasionally hurling chunks of debris or unrecognizable corpses down below. All of this signified the intensity of the conflict. What troubled the boy was the increasingly ominous howls emanating from above, as if the monstrosity was drawing nearer. Just then, a deafening explosion resounded overhead as a section of the stone bridge shattered into pieces. Large chunks of debris rained down, and Tianyang caught sight of a body, its upper half the only remnant remaining. Suddenly chilled to the bone, Tianyang looked up to see, amidst the swirling black mist, a yellow vertical pupil fixated on him. The pupil, the size of a tire, was surrounded by crimson veins. After locking eyes with Tianyang for a brief moment, it vanished into the mist, followed by a terrifying howl as a fist emerged from the roiling fog. descending directly towards him. "Captain, run!" In an instant, the starlight within Tianyang surged from stillness to full activation, reaching its zenith. With an explosive burst of energy, the boy transformed into a mere wisp of shadow, leaping from the vehicle onto the stone bridge. Inside the chariot, Honshu was just about to grasp the unconscious soldier when the sudden screech caused his expression to shift. Before Tianyang could issue a warning, Honshu propelled himself towards the door with all his might. As he leaped from the vehicle, the descending fist crashed onto the engine cover of the war chariot. The chariot lurched violently, launching several meters into the air before plummeting into the abyss below. Honshu's face turned pale. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he too would have plummeted alongside the vehicle. He struck the ground in frustration, lamenting that a few more seconds would have sufficed to rescue the soldier. Just a few seconds. At that moment, the fist that had sent the war chariot flying quickly retracted into the swirling black mist above. Honshu raised his head, catching a glimpse of a sinister, distorted shadow moving amidst the vibrant chaos of powers and gunfire overhead. "Flare! Fire a few shots in that direction," Honshu bellowed, pointing towards the shadow's location. Two soldiers promptly retrieved flares and launched them into the expanse above the abyss. Moments later, a brilliant light erupted from within the black mist. The illuminating flares utilized in the abyss not only emit a brilliant light, but also sustain illumination for a considerable duration. As the darkness was pierced by radiance, a piercing, shrill wail echoed from above. This was soon followed by the sound of heavy objects colliding with the stone bridge, the tremors from the impact resonating throughout the region where Tianyang and his companions resided. All, including Tianyang, instinctively crouched low to lower their center of gravity, lest the vibrations dislodge the bridge. After a brief moment, having acclimated to the light, Tianyang dared to raise his gaze. There, several meters above on the stone bridge, loomed a colossal shadow. The backlight obscured its full form, yet it was undeniable that its size was comparable to that of a ghostly vehicle. Tentacles, each ending in humanoid hands, dangled from the bridge above. At that moment, it was lifting these peculiar arms, using its hand-like appendages to grasp the protruding rocks of the mountainside or clutching the edges of the bridge itself, leveraging them to gradually hoist its massive body. "What is that?" Tianyang glanced towards Honshu. Honshu squinted. "Old Su might know what it is, but this is my first encounter with such a ghastly creature. Regardless of its nature, we must engage." He then shouted, "Don't just stand there. The flares last only a few minutes. We must eliminate this thing. If we don't, none of us will escape." Honshu's tier insignia flared to life, and he swiftly enveloped Tianyang and the others in a protective barrier of starlight. Above the abyss, survivors on other stone bridges snapped back to reality, launching their assaults upon the creature. The soldiers of the Crow Squad, undeterred, raised their rifles, aiming and firing in rapid succession. Instantly, a barrage of flames and a web of firepower erupted around the dark mass overhead, created by various abilities and the soldiers' gunfire. Tianyang surveyed the surroundings and then pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Captain, look there." Honshu followed his direction and noticed another bridge extending diagonally upward just a few meters away. It appeared these bridges intertwined, forming a complex network. Whether they were naturally occurring or constructed by human hands remained a mystery, but at that moment, no one cared. Honshu was more concerned with whether these bridges could lead him to the creature's side. Chapter 124. The distance to death ahead lies the figure of Honshu. Rushing forward, the cacophony of roars, screams, and explosions converges to create a tumultuous din. Tianyang is sprinting across a stone bridge, part of a complex three-dimensional network formed by numerous bridges spanning the abyss. These bridges allow him and Honshu to draw closer to the colossal black entity above. This creature, possessing multiple appendages, can traverse the bridges with ease. Were it not for its immense size, the elemental hearts and soldiers' firearms would find it challenging to strike it. A thunderous roar echoes overhead, and as Tianyang looks up, he witnesses a figure leaping fiercely from a bridge to the left. The Ascendant, with a right arm radiating a silvery light, wields a sword aloft, aimed at one of the creature's appendages. Just as victory seems within reach, another appendage sweeps horizontally, resembling a giant hand poised to swat a fly. crashing down upon the ascendant. The force continues unabated, thrusting the ascendant against the cliffside. A resounding thud erupts, sending a cloud of dust into the air as the appendage retracts, leaving the ascendant half embedded in the stone. Fortunately, he is not yet dead. The warrior's robust physique and defensive armor barely preserve his life. However, before he can extricate himself, a fist suddenly descends upon him, nearly dislodging his eyes, and he spits forth a mouthful of blood. This brutal strike clouds his consciousness, and he inadvertently glimpses a silver-haired youth on a bridge below, shouting something he cannot comprehend. In the next moment, a vast shadow envelopes his vision. Run! Tianyang's voice barely escapes his lips when a second fist crashes down upon the ascendant's face. The creature then begins to thrash with its appendages, the fist striking the cliffside in a rapid barrage, creating a cacophony of sound. The cliff is battered, and spiderweb-like cracks radiate outward, causing chunks of stone to break away and plummet into the abyss. Moments later, the creature withdraws its appendages, leaving only a puddle of indistinct flesh and blood where the ascendant once stood, his head nearly embedded in the stone, features grotesquely distorted. Tianyang clenches his teeth, fury igniting within him. Let us proceed. Honshu's voice, tinged with a heavy sigh, beckons as he resumes his sprint towards another bridge leading upward. Tianyang takes 2 steps back, etching the grim fate of his comrade into his mind before turning and sprinting with renewed vigor. The battle rages on. The creature moves between the bridges, its agile appendages capable of launching attacks from any angle, forcing the human combatants to remain vigilant. Nevertheless, there are still those who fall victim to its relentless strikes or are swept off the bridges into the depths below. As Tianyang leaps onto another bridge, he suddenly hears cheers erupting around him. An appendage crashes upon the bridge ahead, severed with a clean cut. It falls, writhing, before slipping into the abyss. Looking upward, Tianyang observes a figure sprinting on a slanted bridge. This person does not wear the uniform of a night walker, but is clad in armor strikingly similar to Tianyang's. Dark hair billows in the wind like a wisp of shadow. A fearsome mask obscures his face. Yet the eyes beneath the mask exude a calmness akin to a tranquil lake. He wields a uniquely curved blade, setting him apart from others. The figure leaps over a sweeping appendage, halting abruptly to the left, then lunges with the blade, cleaving a massive gash into the appendage, black ichor erupting forth. Cheers erupt once more. The creature, seemingly provoked, lets out an eerie howl as a shadow hurtles downward. In an instant, the masked man retreats, blade sheathed, landing deftly before Tianyang, then vaults towards another bridge. Get down. Honshu's warning pierces through the chaos. Without hesitation, Tianyang throws himself to the ground. A powerful wind rushes overhead, and he glimpses a shadow passing over the bridge. Had he not acted swiftly, he would have been swept away or captured by the approaching hand. This hand, unlike the appendages, is distinctly human-like, possessing defined musculature and skeletal structure. A serrated bone blade protrudes from its outer side, promising no pleasant fate for those it grazes. Behind this arm, Tianyang locks eyes with a face that defies description, a visage resembling that of a goat or bison. Its surface is covered in pale bone armor, interspersed with red and white muscle fibers, devoid of skin. 2 formidable horns protrude from the forehead, while a mane of dark fur cascades down, obscuring the face partially. Beneath the bone-encased eyes, yellow vertical pupils reflect Tianyang's image. The creature, suspended from several bridges, sways like a pendulum before ascending once more. At that moment, Tianyang notices another face, a human woman's, growing from the creature's underside, her eyes and mouth tightly shut. Suddenly, they snap open, revealing glowing crimson light. Without time to ponder, Tianyang rolls off the bridge, tumbling away. During his descent, he glimpses the red spikes erupting from the woman's mouth and eyes, interlacing and covering the nearby bridges. These spikes appear razor-sharp, piercing through the bridge surface and emerging from below. Tianyang narrowly avoids falling, gripping the edge of the bridge as he catches his breath. A chill runs down his spine as he climbs back up, witnessing the spikes retract. A lifeless body is hoisted into the air, only to crash down beside him on the bridge, no more than a meter away. It is a soldier, his helmeted face expressing disbelief at his own demise. His body is riddled with wounds, blood gushing from the countless punctures. Tianyang's heart races, acutely aware that had he not reacted swiftly, he could very well have met the same fate. The carnage continues unabated. Gunfire diminishes, and the explosive blasts from the elemental hearts lose their intensity. Despite the creature sustaining injuries, with some appendages severed by the warrior class, there remains substantial distance to overcome before it can be vanquished. Tianyang ascends further, running while keeping a vigilant eye on the creature, yet its vulnerabilities elude him. As desperation mounts, Han Shu's voice calls from above. The Raven Captain approaches the creature, donning a star-infused barrier and indomitable armor, activating a vortex field. The spear, forged from the essence of stars, was adorned with spiraling ripples along its surface. Han Shu raised the spear and struck a tentacle. Instantly, flesh and blood erupted, torn apart by the vortex force emanating from the spear, cascading a deluge of dark crimson rain. In agony, the creature raised its arm, armed with a serrated bone blade shaped like the number 7, and prepared to strike. Suddenly, frost materialized silently upon its fist, rapidly spreading outward. The creature swung its arm down, but as the frost encased it, the motion slowed, ultimately halting just above Han Shu's head. Looking up, Han Shu observed that the creeping frost had encased one of the creature's arms, half of its shoulder, and a portion of its skull. "You're not a child anymore, yet you still act so recklessly. Han, do you think you remain so youthful?" The voice of Lita resonated from a stone bridge above. Han Shu grinned, abruptly reversing his grip on the spear. With a mighty roar, he summoned his strength. Like a javelin thrown with precision, he hurled the star-essence spear, imbued with the vortex force, into the air. The spear soared, piercing through the frozen arm and striking the partially frozen skull of the creature. The spiral ripples on the spear acted like a drill, boring through the ice and instantly traversing the creature's head. The left side of its skull disintegrated, along with its eye socket, as fluid splattered. Yet it still clung to life, howling in torment. The other transcenders and soldiers, recognizing the opportunity, concentrated their fire upon the creature's frozen arm, unleashing a barrage that soon reduced it and the ice to fragments. With its injuries mounting, a fierce rage ignited within the remaining eye of the creature. It turned its gaze upon Han Shu, its mouth agape, splitting grotesquely to the sides, held together by sinewy red and white muscle fibers. As it opened its maw, Tianyang felt a sudden instinct and glanced towards the creature's throat. The being's form gradually faded from Tianyang's view, revealing a blood-red sphere, perfect in shape, connected to numerous structures resembling nerves or blood vessels, directed towards the throat. A circular aperture suddenly appeared on its surface. Immediately, a beam of light shot forth from that aperture. Realizing the danger, Han Shu swiftly turned to flee. In the next moment, the beam surged forth, seemingly propelled by a forceful recoil. The creature's head jerked uncontrollably upward, dragging the beam as it swept across numerous stone bridges, vanishing in an instant. Once the beam dissipated, an invisible shockwave erupted from the ground where Han Shu stood on the stone bridge. The bridge exploded, shattering debris, dust, and the turbulent air rushing towards the direction of the beam's path. A cacophony of thunderous sounds reverberated as countless stone bridges were obliterated, and even the distant area shrouded in black mist likely suffered immense devastation. Chapter 125. Descent into the Abyss. The effect of the illumination flares was nearing its end, although the abyssal area had not yet succumbed to complete darkness. The light above had dimmed significantly. The creature appeared to be utterly enraged, now in a state of frenzy, moving incessantly between the stone bridges. Its mouth opened intermittently, each time unleashing a powerful, long-range beam. While it did not possess the ability to generate a special force field like the ghostly vehicle, the beam was nonetheless a source of considerable distress. During the chaos, someone had thrown a gravity grenade at the creature, but it was swept away by the creature's beam, causing the gravity field released by the grenade to spiral into chaos. Not only did it fail to harm the monster, but it also resulted in the tragic deaths of several soldiers on the surrounding stone bridges. The creature's beams, whether direct or sweeping, relentlessly attacked the human survivors. As a result, those on the bridges found it exceedingly difficult to evade the beams, leaving them no time to replenish the illumination flares. Moreover, the creature still had several appendages, 7 or 8 of them, flailing about, causing further complications for the people. Han Shu ducked to avoid one of the appendages sweeping above him and shouted towards Lita, "Can't you freeze that thing? Do you think my powers are like a tap that you can just turn on?" Lita retorted, her voice edged with frustration. Amidst the dim light, Han Shu caught sight of her precariously crouched on the bridge, narrowly evading a beam that had just passed overhead. Yet, Lita's troubles were far from over. Another appendage was swinging towards her. Fortunately, a star barrier rose just in time, the appendage striking the barrier, which shattered like glass, ultimately deflecting the appendage away. However, the blast from the shattering barrier sent Lita tumbling sideways. In a moment of desperation, she grasped the edge of the bridge to prevent herself from falling. "Hold on," Han Shu called out as he rushed toward her, inadvertently glancing down to see Tianyang, seemingly frozen in fear on the bridge below. "Tianyang, run. That thing has gone berserk. We need to retreat," Han Shu shouted repeatedly, unsure if Tianyang even heard him. At that moment, Lita could no longer hold on and screamed as she began to fall. Han Shu dashed to her side, leaping through the air to catch her just in time, and together they landed on another stone bridge. Captain Corvid had cushioned their fall with his own body, ensuring that Lita remained unharmed. If not for the dire situation, Han Shu might have wished to linger a moment longer, especially with a mature woman resting atop him, a sensation both delightful and distracting. Unfortunately, the monstrous creature loomed above. He gently released Lita and stood up, only to hear her softly exclaim, "What is Tianyang doing?" Han Shu looked down the bridge to see Tianyang, his star aura manifesting. Drawing his battle blade, which glimmered as it sliced through the air before landing on a stone bridge, he rolled and quickly sprang up, leaping onto the second bridge. Maneuvering towards the creature's rear, Han Shu's heart raced as he shouted, "Tianyang, you little rascal, what are you doing? Come back now." Alas, Tianyang paid no heed, focused entirely on the creature ahead. At that moment, Tianyang was oblivious to Han Shu's voice, his mind solely concentrated on the beast. With the weak point detection activated, he had discerned that the creature's will was confined within the blood-red orb in its mouth. Although it was astonishing that the will cage could also unleash beams. Having discovered the weakness, the young man resolved to take a risk. Having observed the monster, he noted the regularity in the frequency of its beam attacks, approximately every 3 seconds. Thus, he devised a plan in his mind. He leapt onto another stone bridge, now mere feet from the creature, which had its back turned. A thick appendage gripping the bridge surface to stabilize its massive body. Tianyang suddenly pivoted, darting up the appendage, racing down at high speed. In an instant, he reached the base of the appendage. With the silver glow of his star aura trailing behind him, the young warrior leaped toward the creature's humanoid arm, striking at the elbow before pivoting to soar toward the creature's nape. He even used the creature's back to propel himself further, executing a series of motions that showcased his enhanced physical prowess. It was only then that the creature seemed to notice him. Its mouth began to open, and its head turned back, revealing the orb in its maw, which opened a small aperture. Points of light flickered within. With a fierce thrust, Tianyang plunged his battle blade downward, the crimson edge illuminated by the star aura, easily embedding itself into the creature's skull behind its bony armor. Gripping the hilt tightly, Tianyang was yanked sideways as the creature turned its head. A beam shot forth from the creature's mouth, sweeping across the cliffside and cutting through several stone bridges. Its tail end disappearing into the encroaching darkness. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed as the violent impact of the beam carved a gash into the cliff, obliterating the stone bridges in its wake. Tianyang, Han Shu's vision blurred with rage, fearing his comrade had been struck by the beam. Yet, Lita pointed towards the back of the creature's head, exclaiming, "He is not dead." Indeed, Tianyang still clung to the back of the creature's head, though nearly flung away. He maintained a firm grip on the hilt of the crimson blade, managing to steady himself. After releasing the beam, the creature's mouth began to close. Seizing the moment, Tianyang bent his knees, leveraging his position on the creature's bony armor to launch himself, pulling the blade free and landing atop the creature's head. With a swift somersault, He positioned himself directly in front of the creature's eye. Within the remnants of its singular eye, the reflection of the young warrior appeared. As he reached for something at his waist and tossed it, the creature's massive jaws snapped shut just as the object was thrown into its mouth. Almost simultaneously, the creature raised its hand to grasp Tianyang, who pointed at its grotesque face and angled down towards a stone bridge. The creature's grasp missed. Yet another appendage ascended, swinging a clenched fist towards Tianyang. The rush of wind surged in his ears as he saw a shadow barreling towards him. Instinctively, he curled his body, narrowly avoiding the shadow's edges, though still sustaining a glancing blow. The violent collision sent him sprawling across the stone bridge, helplessly plummeting into the void below. Struggling to glance back at the creature, he witnessed it open its mouth once more, light flaring within. Just then, the creature's facial armor caved inward, followed by a twisting of its entire head. The exoskeletal armor, interspersed with red and white muscle, curled inward towards a focal point, during which the orb of wool had disintegrated amid the material collapse. Ultimately, the upper portion of the creature's body vanished entirely, its corpse suspended between the stone bridges. After a brief moment, the appendages released their grip on the stone surface, and the disintegrating remains began to fall, colliding with the stone bridges below before disappearing into the thick, dark mist. Regrettably, this conclusion was lost on Tianyang, who only saw the gravity grenade he had thrown into the creature's mouth activate, crushing the monster's head within the collapsing gravitational field. Then, he felt a heavy impact at the back of his skull, causing his vision to double before he lost consciousness. Before the darkness enveloped him, Tianyang's final thought was to tightly grip the hilt of the crimson blade, the last remnant of his awareness. In the temporary encampment at the town's entrance, an array of instruments cluttered the command center, with cables haphazardly strewn across the ground. A female general, possessing a demeanor as proud and solitary as a winter snow-covered plum blossom, leaned against the command platform, her hands firmly placed upon it, and admonished, "Is there still no news?" Opposite her stood Lingfeng, who habitually adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. "We are currently unable to establish contact with the troops that fell from the bridge, but the glimmer of light and the roars of monsters echoing from the abyss below suggest that our men are engaged in battle. What of the support teams?" The murderous intent was palpable in Fei Mei's elongated, phoenix-like eyes. Lingfeng glanced at a data panel. "They have reached the edge of the abyss and are preparing to assist." "Too slow. Urge them to hasten," the general commanded, her gloved hands tightening slightly. "It seems I have greatly underestimated the cunning of these denizens of darkness." There was no indication of danger when the regular troops crossed the bridge. Yet, they managed to lay such an ambush when our ascenders passed through. I share in the responsibility. I should have arranged for thorough inspections during their passage. Lingfeng raised his head, the cold light from the command center reflecting off his glasses, obscuring the gaze behind them. Fei Mei scrutinized him. Had Commander Chu Yin been present, he surely would not have made such a blunder. Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged. "Since the commander proactively entrusted this joint operation to you, it signifies his confidence in your capabilities. General Fei Mei, execute your plans as you see fit, without any burdens or pressures." Fei Mei's delicate pink lips curved upward slightly. "How could there be no burdens or pressures? The Iron Wall and the Strategic Department are closely watching my every move. This misstep will undoubtedly provide them an opportunity to capitalize on." Lingfeng replied calmly, "That will be a matter for after the operation concludes." Fei Mei smirked proudly, indeed. Lingfeng turned away, subtly adjusting his glasses as a means to conceal a rising tide of unease within. "That lad Tianyang, I hope he is unharmed." Meanwhile, near the site of the incident, several medical vehicles were stationed in an open area, where injured personnel were being rescued. The medical team was bustling with activity. As they carried stretchers back and forth between the abyss's edge and the vehicles, transferring each casualty into the cars, then dispatching them to different rooms based on their injuries. Sun emerged from one of the medical vehicles, anxiously scanning the nearby perimeter. Many were being rescued, yet the one person she longed to see was absent. Suddenly, she spotted a rugged man with a stubbly face and hurried over. "Captain Han! Captain Han!" Han Shu had just plopped down onto the ground to rest when he heard his name being called. Looking up, he saw a girl rushing toward him. Sun stopped beside him, slightly out of breath. Captain Han, Tianyang. Is he all right? Han Shu looked at her, offering a wry smile as he sighed. That lad Tianyang. He fell. What? Sun gasped in astonishment. Chapter 126. Promotion in rank. Tianyang, I implore you to withdraw from the Nightwalkers. I have stated it clearly. Exit now? How can you utter such words? Tianyang. In a daze, Tianyang beheld his mother, her expression laden with sorrow. Gazing upon her reddened eyes, the youth yearned to utter an apology, yet Nanfei turned away and departed. Tianyang hastened to pursue her, but no matter how fervently he ran, Nanfei grew ever more distant. Ultimately, her figure vanished into the boundless darkness. Suddenly, Tianyang opened his eyes to see a delicate face, radiant with a soft glow, wearing an anxious expression. After a moment, he recalled that it belonged to Xiaonyao. Tianyang, are you all right? You were muttering to yourself and frightened me. The girl clasped her hands to her chest, her face filled with concern. Tianyang shook his head, only to realize he was resting on her lap. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he hurried to rise, but a sharp pain throbbed at the back of his head. Take it slow, Xiaonyao urged, steadying him. You struck your head on something hard, and when I found you, you were unconscious. Thankfully, you were face up. Otherwise, you might have drowned. Drowned? The sound of rushing water reached Tianyang's ears as he surveyed his surroundings, discovering he was by a stony bank. Before him flowed a river, its current swift upstream. Yet it made a wide bend at the stones, winding downstream. The water was calmer in the bend, indicating that he had likely drifted here before being rescued. Several campfires flickered on the stony shore, where 2 or 3 individuals huddled together. Among them, Tianyang spotted a face he found repugnant, Xiaonyao. Retracting his gaze, he turned back to the girl. Did you fall in as well? Xiaonyao stuck out her tongue. I accidentally missed my step and fell in. Luckily, the abyss below was a large river. The water is deep enough, but many companions perished. The girl's face clouded with sorrow. When I arrived at the stony bank, I saw several corpses washed ashore. Then I found you, I initially thought, but fortunately, your chest was still warm, and you were breathing. Corpses? Tianyang looked around, failing to spot anything resembling one. Xiaonyao pointed to a certain area of the stony bank. Earlier, everyone buried the bodies over there. There, piles of stones had been heaped, resembling graves. You should eat something first. I have water and food. Xiaonyao produced her supplies to share with Tianyang. He shook his head. I have my own. I'll suffice with what I have. Xiaonyao puffed out her cheeks. Is it necessary to be so stingy with me? Tianyang smiled and insisted on using his own provisions, grateful that his multifunctional waste pouch was waterproof. Even though he had floated down the river, the contents remained dry. He also discovered that the Chiwe battle blade was still firmly gripped in his hand. Xiaonyao's gaze fell on the sword. You have no idea how tightly you held on to that blade. I couldn't even loosen your fingers. Tianyang sheathed the sword and began to eat, casually inspecting his rank information, only to find it had changed. Rank 2, Eradicator abilities, Weakness Sensing, Instant Annihilation, Phantom Sublimation Progress, 19 Strength and Domain, Physical Strength 1 next rank. Ripper Tianyang was taken aback, not only because he had leveled up, but also because the sublimation progress for rank 2 was an astonishing 19. He recalled that his previous progress at rank 1 had been 91, meaning his sublimation rate had surged by 28. Indeed, the contributions of a super-large black citizen were substantial. Regrettably, he had been unconscious at the time and had no knowledge of what materials had been left behind. After all, it was something he had traded a gravity grenade for. After eating, Tianyang took out his communication device to contact Han Shu, but the device emitted only electronic static, seemingly suffering from severe interference. It's useless. Sitting beside him, Xiaonyao shook her head and pointed toward the riverbank. Look over there. Following her, Tianyang saw a cluster of black crystalline formations emerging from the stony shore, pulsing with deep violet light, surrounded by a swirling cloud of darkness. Wujing. Tianyang gasped softly. Wujing was a unique product of the reverse realm, the very source of the black mist. They emitted a peculiar energy that transformed the surrounding air into black fog. Besides producing black mist, Wujing also interfered with electronic signals. Wherever they were present, communication devices became ineffective. More importantly, Wujing did not appear sporadically. Though they might seem scarce on the surface, digging could reveal vast crystal veins. Some veins were even as large as mountains. Wujing could be found in nearly every reverse realm. It was said that within the realms numbered below 10, there existed a colossal cavern known as the Well of Darkness. This cavern, akin to a volcanic crater, continuously released black mist, casting the entire world into eternal night. Footsteps echoed. Tianyang turned to see a sizable cave beneath the cliff at the stony bank, from which several figures emerged. Xiaonyao stood. "Let us go take a look. The scouts have returned." "Scouts?" Tianyang brushed off the dirt and rose. Xiaonyao nodded, pointing toward the river bend. "Aside from this stony bank suitable for resting, all other areas are smooth, hard cliffs. Climbing up is nearly impossible, so it's fortunate there's a cave. Moreover, the wind inside indicates airflow, suggesting a possible route to the surface." "Hey, what's the situation?" Just then, Xiamiao's voice rang out ahead. Tianyang and Xiaonyao approached to discover that among the scouts was Yin Bing. Upon seeing Tianyang awake, he smiled and nodded in greeting. The two soldiers accompanying him reported to Xiamiao, "We ventured into the cave, but soon encountered numerous forks. It resembled an underground maze. We didn't dare delve too deep, but in one of the chambers, we discovered a dead spirit tree." Xiamiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. "A dead spirit tree? Where is it? Let me there. I'll chop it down." The dead spirit tree was a peculiar plant of the reverse realm, as the wanderers were born from it. Therefore, clearing a dead spirit tree would yield substantial contribution points, though such locations typically harbored numerous wanderers. Thus, attempting to eliminate a dead spirit tree was no easy feat. After a moment of exhilaration, Xiamiao recognized this reality. With a gleam in his eye, he called out, "Everyone, gather around." He beckoned repeatedly, and soon more than 20 survivors formed a circle around him. Climbing onto a large stone for visibility, Xiamiao pounded his chest, proclaiming, "I am a lieutenant. Is there anyone here with a higher rank than mine?" The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Among the 20 or so individuals, more than half were soldiers, while the remaining 7 or 8, including Tianyang, held the rank of second lieutenant. A triumphant expression spread across Xiamiao's face. "In that case, according to the battlefield regulations of the fortress, if we lose contact with the main team, the highest-ranking officer is responsible for regrouping, organizing the lost, and acting as temporary commander. Therefore, I, as lieutenant, shall lead you all. Does anyone have any objections?" In the midst of the crowd, a small bird whispered softly, "I do not favor this self-important individual." Tianyang shared the same sentiment, yet Xiamiao was merely adhering to protocol, making it difficult for him to voice any dissent. Observing that no one opposed, Xiamiao nodded and declared, "Now, you will heed my directives. We are to eliminate that necrotic tree to prevent being ambushed from behind by a throng of wanderers as we depart." Although Tianyang harbored reservations about Xiamiao, he had to concede that his concerns were valid. In open spaces, wanderers posed minimal threat. However, in confined areas, especially with numerous wanderers present, the situation could become perilous. Without the prowess of high-ranking warriors or substantial area damage weaponry, even the sublimated would find themselves overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Thus, Xiamiao's intention to first eradicate the necrotic tree was beyond reproach. Yet, his subsequent arrangements left Tianyang astounded. "All soldiers shall form the vanguard. Your duty is to clear the way and engage any wanderers at your discretion." He continued, "The formation of the war god class must serve as a barrier should the vanguard be disrupted. The remaining classes will align with me to form the main firepower array, providing support to the vanguard." While there were no objections to these arrangements, one detail stood out. The emblem of the war god class distinctly adorned Xiamiao's brow. Yet he had opted to place himself within the main array. Tianyang could find no other words to describe this than shamelessness. It was evident that he intended to use others as a shield for himself, as the main firepower array typically occupied the safest position at the rear. "Is there any issue?" Xiamiao inquired nonchalantly. Tianyang raised his hand and asked, "Lieutenant, are you not of the war god class? Why do you not join us in the main array? Indeed, why is it so?" Others echoed in agreement, their murmurs growing. Xian Yao's face shifted colors as he shot Tianyang a fierce glare before retorting, "What do you understand? I am the commander and must maintain my position at the rear. Have you ever seen a commander at the forefront? That would render any command futile. In any case, my arrangements adhere strictly to the fortress's battlefield regulations. You cannot go wrong by following my lead." The small bird tugged at Tianyang's sleeve, whispering, "I find him unreliable." Tianyang chuckled softly. "Oh well, let us follow his lead. After all, he is a lieutenant." "Just a lieutenant," Niao scoffed. "What's there to be so proud of? He's barely a rank above us." "You." Xian Yao's voice rang out once more. A smile plastered on his face as he pointed at Tianyang. "The vanguard requires 1 or 2 sublimated individuals to oversee it. I know of your commendable abilities. You shall command the vanguard." Chapter 127. The Altar of Bones. This is revenge, blatant revenge. On the battlefield, the vanguard is, quite frankly, nothing more than cannon fodder, a consumable resource to be expended in pursuit of victory. To safeguard the transcendent beings, fortresses typically refrain from placing them in the front lines. After all, soldiers can be retrained, but transcendent beings cannot simply be cultivated through training. Moreover, the commanders of the vanguard are often ordinary sergeants rather than transcendent beings themselves. Now, Xian Yao has appointed Tianyang to command the vanguard, a gesture that could be interpreted as esteem and admiration, entrusting him with a significant responsibility. However, in harsher terms, it is akin to sending him to his doom. At this moment, a transcendent being quietly remarked, "Commander, are you sure about this? It seems unprecedented to assign a transcendent to lead the vanguard. The absence of precedent does not imply impossibility." Xian Yao cast a cold glance at him and suggested, "Would you prefer to switch places with him?" The transcendent's expression changed instantly. He said nothing and stepped back 2 paces. Xian Yao, indignant, was about to confront this decision, but Tianyang restrained her. He shook his head. "It's fine. The vanguard is not so bad. Earning battle merits comes swiftly." They were not in the fortress, but on the battlefield. Xian Yao cited the battlefield regulations as justification, and Tianyang had no grounds to oppose him. Yet, primarily, Tianyang did not wish to quarrel with Xian Yao under such precarious circumstances, as one's strength is limited in danger. If unnecessary, it is far safer to stick with the team, despite the presence of an annoying individual. Seeing Tianyang's lack of objection, Xian Yao's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with triumph as he proclaimed, "Since there are no objections, it is settled. You now have 10 minutes to rest. Make sure to check your equipment." Tianyang suddenly raised his hand. "I need a rifle." Prior to this, he had not anticipated needing to confront the Wanderers. Hence, he had neither exchanged for a rifle nor specifically requested one from the captain. However, the situation had changed. A rifle was undoubtedly more advantageous against the Wanderers than a combat knife or a death bell. His request was not unreasonable. So Xian Yao promptly called upon the previously questioning Transcendent to lend his rifle to Tianyang. The Transcendent had no objections, nor dared to express any, and willingly handed over his rifle. Along with it came 2 gas magazines, which Tianyang accepted gratefully. During the rest period, he re-examined his rank status, focusing on the new ability, yet found no information pertaining to it, suggesting it required personal exploration akin to his other 2 abilities. While pondering the purpose of the ability, Phantasm, he felt the stirrings of star essence within him, a sensation he recognized well. This was a precursor to the star essence coalescing and preparing to unleash its power. Tianyang hastily calmed the activity of the star essence to avoid drawing attention. As the light dimmed, Xian Yao approached, hands on her hips, declaring in an authoritative tone, "I will accompany you." Before Tianyang could respond, Xian Yao interjected, "You need not do this. One commander is sufficient for the vanguard." His gaze roamed over Xian Yao's exquisite face, his smile broadening. He had noticed her beauty upon arriving at the rocky shore, marveling at her appearance. However, after witnessing her concern for Tianyang and allowing him to rest his head on her lap, Xian Yao felt a mix of jealousy and admiration. Now, hearing Xian Yao's intention to join Tianyang at the front line startled him, prompting an immediate interruption. "I don't believe we've met before. You must be a newcomer." "I take good care of newcomers. So you should stick with me at the main formation, and I will protect you. No need. Xiaoniao tossed her hair defiantly, standing beside Tianyang. He is my good friend, and wherever he goes, I shall follow. If you have an issue with that, you can complain to our captain later. Xiamiao, undeterred, persisted, don't be foolish. The vanguard is perilous. A delicate girl like you could lose her life in an instant. Why risk it? He added. By the way, have you heard of the Xie family? Let me tell you, we rank among the top 10 families in Qingtian Fortress. The implication was clear. He sought to suggest to Xiaoniao that following him would ensure a bright future. To his surprise, Xiaoniao laughed heartily. Top 10? So what? Even the Yun family treats me with utmost respect. What is your Xie family worth? After saying this, she quickly covered her mouth, glancing around cautiously, and then gently patted her chest, relieved. Thank goodness my sisters aren't here. Xiaoniao, a lady should not speak so coarsely. It won't happen again. Xiamiao, incensed that she dismissed his family and dared to speak so disrespectfully, felt his temper flare. Were it not for the crowd and Xiaoniao's captivating beauty, he would have slapped anyone else without hesitation. With a huff, he turned and walked away. Suit yourself. Once he departed, Tianyang cleared his throat. Though that fellow is quite annoying, he is correct. The vanguard is too dangerous. You. Xiaoniao brandished her slender sword at her waist. So what? I am a rank 3 warrior. A mere wanderer poses no threat to me. You need not worry. I will protect you. Tianyang stared at her in disbelief, unable to fathom that this girl, seemingly of his age, was indeed a rank 3 transcendent. He had only just ascended to rank 2 himself, a commendable speed by transcendent standards. Could it be that she merely appeared youthful, yet was of the same age as their captain? By the way, Xiaoniao, how old are you? Why do you ask? Just curious. Oh, I will turn 17 in 2 months. What about you? What? You're not even 17 yet. Yep, so what? The time to depart had arrived. Tianyang had already bonded with the soldiers, although they had not known each other long. He could call each one by name. Together, they established a series of hand signals for commands, allowing for agile and swift coordination during battle. When Xie Miao called out to set off, Tianyang led the vanguard at the forefront. Xiaoniao walked beside him, seemingly devoid of any anxiety. On the contrary, her large eyes sparkled with anticipation, though it was unclear what she awaited. Knowing Xiaoniao was not yet 17 and had only become a transcendent 6 months prior meant she had ascended twice in a mere half-year. This rate of advancement was remarkable, even among the elite at Qingtian Fortress. Just moments ago, Tianyang had felt a sense of pride for his rapid ascension to rank 2. Now, that feeling had swiftly dissipated. Upon entering the cave, Tianyang instantly sensed a drop in temperature and a rise in humidity. The sound of dripping water echoed from the depths, suggesting a subterranean river might lie within. The vanguard raised their rifles, each equipped with tactical lighting, illuminating the cave with beams of light. While not as bright as daylight, it was sufficient to discern the cave's features, thanks to Yin Bing's prior reconnaissance. Tianyang had him accompany him as they moved towards the location of the necro tree. As they navigated through an opening, the passage sloped downward, the uneven ground leading them deeper into the darkness. As one descends, there arises an unsettling sensation akin to traversing towards the depths of hell. Fortunately, this passage is not extensive. Within mere minutes, it reaches its terminus. Before them lie some peculiar remnants, yet they pose no immediate threat, as Inflammable Soldier quietly advises. Tianyang nods, following Inflammable Soldier as they navigate a turn, only to be confronted by a startling sight. A white skeleton emerges abruptly in the light ahead. Tianyang's heart skips a beat, caught off guard by this unexpected apparition. Unlike human remains, this skeletal figure possesses a haunting visual impact, particularly the 2 hollow eye sockets of the skull, which seem to gaze directly at Tianyang, momentarily leading him to believe he is being watched by some malevolent entity. The group proceeds cautiously past the prostrate skeleton, reminiscent of a large reptilian creature. As they advance, the number of bones increases, some of which may indeed belong to humans. Curiously, regardless of the species, all the remains face in the same direction, seemingly attempting to flee from an unseen terror. Moreover, one can discern numerous bite marks upon these bones, the imprints varying in shape and overlapping in a chaotic manner. Even a biologist might struggle to ascertain the source of these wounds. It is likely the result of an encounter with the Wanderer's inflammable soldier whispers. Considering the necromancer tree lies just ahead, Tianyang nods in agreement, acknowledging the possibility, and urges the group to remain vigilant. Upon navigating through the bone piles, they arrive at a subterranean hall, a natural cavern. The chamber is lofty, illuminated from below, yet the ceiling remains obscured. Columnar stalagmites support the hall, adorned with clusters of fungi commonly found in the reverse realm. Unlike the luminous varieties of Gemtown, these fungi emit no light and appear grotesquely bloated, evoking a sense of repulsion. In the center of the hall stands an artificial pedestal, its form geometrically precise, lines crisp and straight, betraying no trace of natural formation. Furthermore, on either side of the pedestal are stone steps hewn by human hands, leading to the platform, which is littered with an array of skeletal remains. Notably, atop the pedestal, bones are heaped together, forming a small mound. Tianyang gasps in astonishment. What is this? Inflammable soldier shakes his head. I am unsure. We were all startled upon first seeing it. That platform does not appear to be the work of malevolent beings. Could it be the handiwork of former inhabitants of the reverse realm? It is an altar, chirps little bird, circling the elevated platform twice, growing increasingly certain. I have encountered descriptions of similar constructs in literature. According to the data we have gathered in the reverse realm, the inhabitants refer to such structures as altars. They are utilized for sacrifices to deities, employing various methods of offering. However, to offer life itself is regarded as the highest form of sacrifice. Chapter 128. The Objective. Destroy the Death Tree. The little bird seemed to possess considerable knowledge about the civilization of the reverse realm as she squatted near the pedestal, examining the inscriptions upon it. Tianyang approached her side and inquired, "Have you discerned anything?" The little bird lifted her head, her delicate face tinged with embarrassment. "Though I have studied the script of the reverse realm, I am not well versed in it. I can only grasp the general meaning." "Are you suggesting that these are indeed the letters of the reverse realm and not symbols of the dark folk?" Tianyang asked with curiosity. The little bird nodded gently yes. "These are the characters of the reverse realm. For instance, this word means divine tree, and this one signifies protection. It appears that the inhabitants of the reverse realm discovered some miraculous tree here and prayed for its safeguarding." Tianyang could not help but exclaim, "Could it be that what they discovered was the death tree? If that is the case, the death tree must have existed long before the reverse realm transformed into its current wretched state. It had been present even when the inhabitants of the reverse realm had not fully perished." The little bird clapped her hands and stood, her arms crossed thoughtfully. The civilization of the reverse realm was quite advanced, with a high level of productivity. Such a civilization would typically reserve its worship for deities. It is hard to imagine that beings basking in the light of civilization would resort to sacrificing their own kin. If they did reach such an extent, it could only be the work of extremists. Alternatively, perhaps when they discovered the death tree, the reverse realm had already descended into a state of despair that was irretrievable. In such circumstances, when humanity could not turn the tide, they would seek the aid of the divine. Of course, this is merely the little bird's conjecture. The truth cannot be verified solely based on the altar before us. At that moment, a voice echoed from the entrance of the hall. "What are you doing? Why have you stopped? Hurry up and move. It's just a pile of bones. What is there to see?" The little bird's expression darkened instantly. This scoundrel actually thinks he is in command, barking orders. If he has the capability, he should lead the charge himself. Tianyang chuckled softly, disregarding Xian Miao's comments, and gestured for the team to continue onward. Under the guidance of the flame soldier, they soon arrived at an immense cavernous space. Initially, they had thought the previous chamber was spacious, but in comparison to this vast expanse, the hall with the altars seemed diminutive. In this unfathomably large space, clusters of mist crystals thrived, emitting a deep purple glow that barely illuminated the surroundings. Looking in from the entrance, the ground was rugged and uneven, resembling a series of waves frozen in time. Numerous stone pillars of varying sizes supported this space, much like the hall, adorned with the distinctive, sickly fungi of the reverse realm. At the forefront of the cavern, There was even a small pond, with two slender streams extending from either side, their destination unknown. The water shimmered with a violet light, and as Tianyang utilized his electronic eye to zoom in, he discovered that the bottom of the pond was covered in mist crystals, piled together like a colossal gem submerged in water. In the center of this gem, a tree grew. The tree was not particularly grand, but possessed an undeniable strangeness. Through Tianyang's tactical vision, he discerned that embedded within the tree was a human female. She appeared to be around 27 or 28, with an exquisite visage. Her eyes were closed, as if she were in a deep slumber, her arms crossed over her chest, shielding her beauty from view. Countless branches entwined around her body, binding her closely to the tree. The eerie tree bore no leaves, its branches unusually stout. Those branches, as thick as a human arm, bore droplet-shaped fruits that appeared to be encased in a delicate membrane, their surfaces occasionally undulating. As Tianyang's gaze inadvertently swept across one of the fruits, a face suddenly emerged upon its surface. Though he had never seen a death tree with his own eyes, at that moment, he was certain that was indeed it. Indeed. As he scanned the area around the tree, he noticed shadows flickering. It was the Wanderers, those entities swaying aimlessly in the vicinity. Among them, Tianyang spotted an exceptionally tall figure. The ordinary Wanderers barely reached its chest, and it too bore twisted limbs, but these limbs were immensely robust, particularly its grotesque right arm, which nearly grazed the ground, its width comparable to Tianyang's thigh, while its palm was alarmingly large. Is that also a Wanderer? The little bird set down her binoculars, having noticed the towering figure as well. Perhaps, Tianyang whispered, but we should be thankful that the number of Wanderers is less than I had imagined. The flame soldier apologized. After we discovered the death tree, we retreated and did not observe the number of Wanderers here closely. It's all right, Tianyang reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Just then, Xiemiao's voice rang out from behind. Why have you stopped again? Isn't the death tree right there? Charge forward. Or are you frightened by a few Wanderers? His voice was anything but quiet, echoing in the stillness of the cavern, amplifying its presence. Fortunately, Wanderers possessed virtually no sensory perception. Even if one shouted right in front of them, they would remain oblivious. Even so, Xiemiao's attitude was rather off-putting. The little bird huffed softly. It's fortunate he's merely a temporary commander. If he were to truly take command one day, I would genuinely feel sorry for his team. A few nearby soldiers could not help but chuckle. Xiemiao seemed to catch wind of this. His tone displeased. What are you laughing at? Are you deaf? Attack. I command you to attack. Tianyang signaled for everyone to prepare, forming a breach formation. The two of us, the little bird and I, will lead the charge. You all guard the flanks. Do not allow the Wanderers to disrupt our formation. Our objective is the death tree. Do not engage with the Wanderers unnecessarily. Should there be any oversights, leave them to the rear forces to handle, understood? Including the flame soldier, a dozen or so soldiers nodded solemnly. Tianyang raised his rifle. However, you noticed that the little bird had no intention of using her weapon, and he paid it no mind. After all, the little bird was a level 3 ascendant, one rank above him, and did not require his concern. As Tianyang charged forward, the little bird swiftly kept pace beside him. The soldiers split into two teams, closely following the two ahead, thus forming a vanguard that surged into the cavernous space. Tianyang raised his hand, signaling the soldiers on the flanks to fire their illumination rounds. The suddenly released light illuminated the nearby area, revealing the distorted monsters lurking within the cavern. Tianyang raised his rifle and aimed at a Wanderer 100 paces ahead, firing a beam of azure light that struck the creature's chest, penetrating its wool cage. A hole was blasted through the cage, the edges shimmering with specks of blue, reminiscent of a brilliant starry sky. The Wanderer fell to the ground without a sound, its body beginning to disintegrate. However, the Wanderers possessed a collective consciousness. When one monster was attacked, its brethren in the vicinity surged toward the vanguard. At that moment, several elemental javelins landed among the densest cluster of Wanderers, unleashing an elemental storm that toppled a small group of the creatures. Unfortunately, the elemental javelins had limited power, and soon several of the downed monsters began to rise again. As long as the wool cage was intact, the monsters of the reverse realm would never know when to cease. While advancing, Tianyang unleashed a barrage of fire, clearing a path through the obstructing wanderers. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air around him, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flicker of white cold light. That delicate, gossamer-like cold light swiftly sliced through the bodies of several wanderers ahead. After the light vanished, the speed of those wanderers abruptly slowed, frost spreading across their chests. A white frost line extended forth, cracking with a crisp sound, and just like that, the wanderers, alongside their wool cages, were cleaved in two. Tianyang could not help but glance at the small bird nearby. As the delicate white sword at the girl's waist finally unsheathed, the slender blade, merely 4 centimeters wide, evoked a lingering concern that it might snap at any moment. Yet, under the bird's deft maneuvering, it unleashed a flurry of frost-like sword energy, rendering the wandering foes utterly defenseless against its might. Tianyang found himself captivated by the sight of that white sword, unlike old Su, who, despite being a warrior, lacked such formidable prowess. Although old Su often shirked his duties, Tianyang had never witnessed him wielding an ability akin to the sword energy displayed now. It was evident that this frost-like sword energy was intrinsically linked to the bird's weapon. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed ahead. Tianyang quickly turned his gaze, observing that a number of wandering foes had been violently hurled aside, their contorted forms reminiscent of lepers, flailing helplessly. When one of the wandering foes was abruptly sent flying, Tianyang caught sight of it, a towering figure with a grotesquely deformed right hand, its mouth agape as it emitted a deep, guttural growl before charging forward. Tianyang raised his weapon, aiming the muzzle at the creature's chest, unleashing a barrage of fire. The aberrant wanderer raised its exaggerated arm, palm open, attempting to shield its chest. The beam struck its arm but failed to penetrate, merely tearing away patches of flesh. Tianyang shouted, "Everyone, disperse," as he crouched and lunged forward, evading the sweeping blow from the creature's misshapen arm. A chilling aura, reminiscent of winter frost, suddenly enveloped the area as Tianyang positioned himself behind the aberrant wanderer. Just as he grasped the hilt of his crimson moon blade, the small bird soared into the air, her delicate sword slicing downwards with precision. A silvery frost-like light filled the air, lingering ominously, with frost flakes drifting down upon Tianyang's head. The aberrant wanderer halted, and after a brief moment, it fell backward, lifeless. Tianyang swiftly sidestepped to avoid being crushed by the massive form. Upon glancing at the ground, he saw the wanderer cleaved in half from head to waist. The edges of the wound were already frosted over, preventing any dark, muddy blood from spilling forth. Soon, its body began to dissolve, much like an ordinary wanderer. Turning his gaze back to the small bird, Tianyang found it difficult to reconcile the dazed girl who had fallen from the censer tower with the valiant warrior encircled by a delicate mist of frost before him. Chapter 129. Retreat without a fight. As Tianyang gazed at the little bird, the girl suddenly exclaimed, pointing behind him, "Look, is it about to give birth?" Give birth? Tianyang turned around to find the dead spirit tree submerged in the pool, its branches, as thick as arms, slowly drooping. Suddenly, a droplet-shaped cocoon at the end of one branch detached and plopped into the water. Plop, plop. One by one, the cocoons fell into the pool, floating to the surface, twisting and contorting within the deep purple glow emitted by the mist crystals submerged beneath the water. At last, one cocoon emitted a sound as if something was being torn apart, and a hand emerged from within, ripping the cocoon open. A viscous, thick black liquid gushed forth, gradually staining the pool water pitch black. In that murky water, the cocoons were continuously torn open from within, and one by one, the wanderers crawled out. They traversed the pool, moving towards Tianyang and the others with strange, distorted motions. Suddenly, a beam of light shot past Tianyang, striking one of the wanderers that had just climbed out of the pool, followed by Xiemiao's voice calling from behind, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill them. There are only a few wanderers left." "Oh right, leave that dead spirit tree to me." Xiemiao rushed forward with 7 or 8 transcenders, his gaze fixated on the dead spirit tree as if it were already his prize. However, before he could pass Tianyang's front line, the space within the mountain suddenly trembled, and a cascade of debris fell from the darkened ceiling. Tianyang quickly looked towards the pool, instinctively sensing that the source of the tremor originated from beneath it. What lay beneath the pool? A heap of mist crystals and that dead spirit tree. Could it be that the dead spirit tree was capable of movement? Just as this thought surfaced, the ground at the pool's edge abruptly cracked open, a jagged fissure extending towards Tianyang and the others. Unexpectedly, a shadow sprang forth from the crack, illuminated by the light of the flare, revealing a tree root. This root, adorned with countless tendrils, whipped down like a lash, striking a soldier who was caught off guard. A series of cracking sounds ensued as the soldier's helmet was deformed, the mask made of composite materials riddled with fine cracks. Vivid blood sprayed across the cracked mask, trickling down. The soldier's body was rendered unrecognizable, evidently several of his bones broken by the root strike. This sudden turn of events left Synopsis, who was charging forward, dumbfounded, staring at the root in shock, momentarily unable to react. Tianyang was the first to regain his senses, urgently warning everyone, "Be careful. The dead spirit tree is alive." Despite the difficulty in believing it, the plant capable of birthing wanderers evidently possessed the characteristics of a living entity. As if to affirm Tianyang's thoughts, more roots burst forth from the ground, resembling sinister, elongated arms, thrashing about and frantically attacking the front line. The tremors within the mountain persisted, and from the now ink-black pool, the dead spirit tree began to rise slightly, exhibiting signs of movement. As it crawled out of the pool, Synopsis gasped in horror. The peculiar tree was sprouting limbs resembling human legs. These limbs propelled the dead spirit tree out of the water and onto the ground. At that moment, the tree's crown began to tremble, and a sharp sound sliced through the air. Synopsis heard a whoosh as a 30-centimeter-long black branch, as thick as a pinky finger, pierced the ground right in front of him. The end of the branch quivered incessantly, while the front was embedded deep into the solid earth. Black branches rained down like arrows, drastically reducing the ranks of the frontline soldiers. Many, unable to evade or preoccupied with dodging the roots, fell victim to these arrow-like branches. While they could not penetrate their armor, they easily pierced unprotected areas. Though being struck by the branches might not be fatal, the resulting injuries hindered their movements. Thus, the roots seized the opportunity to attack. Some roots coiled around soldiers like pythons, tightening their grip until the soldiers suffocated. Others pierced directly into the soldiers' bodies, draining their blood and flesh, swiftly transforming them into desiccated corpses. Witnessing this scene, Synopsis' complexion turned pale. A few warriors of the god of war rank were about to rush forward to assist when Synopsis suddenly shouted, "Don't go near." The others looked at him in confusion. Synopsis shook his head. "It's too dangerous. We need to retreat and assess the situation before deciding whether to continue the attack." A transcender observed the frontline soldiers falling one by one. "What about them?" Synopsis replied, "The dead spirit tree is too perilous. There's no saving them. We have to abandon them." As he spoke, Synopsis glanced at the little bird. "You foolish creature, you insisted on following that white-haired boy. If you care for him so much, then go perish with him." However, some transcenders hesitated, feeling reluctant to abandon their comrades. Synopsis, his expression twisted, yelled, "If you wish to die with them, then be my guest. Those who want to live, follow me." He began to retreat, turning quickly to head back the way they came. The other transcenders exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in resignation as they began to withdraw. On the battlefield, Tianyang grasped the flame soldier, pulling him forcefully towards himself to evade a descending root. Tianyang scanned the surroundings, realizing that the front line was now nearly decimated. He called out to the rear, "Commander, Suddenly, he spotted Synopsis leading the retreat, and it all clicked into place. "Synopsis, you scoundrel. You are fleeing without a fight." The youth's furious shout reverberated through the mountain's interior. Synopsis' expression shifted several times before settling into a cold smirk. "What are you going to do about it? I'm dragging you down with me." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as Tianyang was momentarily distracted, a root ensnared him. The root constricted tightly, causing Tianyang's face to flush crimson. Fortunately, one of his arms remained free, and he swiftly drew the crimson moon battle blade, infusing it with the essence of the stars, causing a scarlet glow to emanate along the blade's edge. With a powerful swing, Tianyang effortlessly severed the root in two. From the severed root, a black viscous substance erupted, resembling blood. Simultaneously, a piercing scream echoed from the dead spirit tree. As the youth fell to the ground, the root that had ensnared him began to loosen its grip. The flame soldier hastily stepped forward, assisting Tianyang in freeing himself from the root, allowing him to take a deep breath. Raising his head, he noticed a wanderer staggering towards him, and he prepared to strike it down. Suddenly, a root punctured the wanderer's body from behind. The creature began to tremble violently as its form rapidly expanded, grotesquely increasing in size. Despite its continued deformity, it exuded an undeniable sense of pressure. Veins surfaced on its skin, glowing with a dim yellow light. The wanderer, now impaled by the root, surged forward as if invigorated. Tianyang quickly pushed the flame soldier aside, and as the starlight flickered through his hair, the youth transformed into a blur of motion. He maneuvered around the wanderer, leaping onto the root. With a decisive strike, Tianyang plunged his blade downward, piercing through the wanderer's chest. The yellow light within the creature's veins dimmed instantly. With a swift motion, the root withdrew from the wanderer's body, heading towards another monster. Before the old tricks could be employed once more, a flash of crimson light slashed through, severing the roots of the tree, from which a black, viscous liquid gushed forth, splattering across the ground. At this moment, numerous wanderers had already been ensnared by the necrotic tree and had undergone a certain form of enhancement. The enhanced wanderers exhibited a notable increase in both speed and strength. Some even manifested grotesque limbs that served as weapons. With their entry onto the battlefield, the losses in the vanguard escalated swiftly, leaving only Tianyang, Xiaonyao, and Yambing standing. This was untenable. Tianyang glanced at the necrotic tree, pondering if it too was a kind of dark denizen, surely possessing a wool cage. Where was it? Where was the cage? As his gaze inadvertently swept over the woman entangled in the tree and Appo's branches, Tianyang and Appo's perception shifted. The surrounding entities gradually faded, obscuring from view. Ultimately, only the woman, clutching her chest, remained in the youth's sight. Her tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open, and within her eye sockets, a blazing crimson flame ignited. A crimson aura swiftly spread from head to toe, enveloping her entire being. A piercing shriek erupted from within the necrotic tree's trunk, its crown quaking as a rain of arrows shot forth towards Tianyang. This was not the end. The wanderers manipulated by the roots abandoned Yambing and Xiaonyao, charging at Tianyang like madmen. That woman, Tianyang shouted, Xiaonyao quickly. The woman in the tree is the cage for this entity. As he called out, the youth moved swiftly, evading the black branches that shot towards him like arrows. Nevertheless, his limbs bore numerous cuts from the branches. His legs and arms were punctured by several roots. Fortunately, these did not possess any toxins, and the penetrated areas did not hinder his movement. Otherwise, the subsequent onslaught from the dozen or so enhanced wanderers would have cost him his life. Raising his hand, he swung his blade, shattering one cage. With his other hand, he drew the death bell, pressing it against another creature's chest. Before its hands could seize his neck, he fired a shot, obliterating both the cage and the creature's torso. However, the number of wanderers continued to swell, and in a moment of carelessness, Tianyang felt a sudden constriction around his ankle. He had been ensnared by a root. He hastily slashed with his blade, severing the root. Yet, two wanderers pounced upon him, pinning his limbs and rendering him immobile. Darkness enveloped him as one wanderer descended from above, its grotesque, axe-like limbs descending fiercely towards the youth's face. Chapter 130. Diverging paths. Just as Tianyang was about to be struck, a figure suddenly dashed in, colliding with the enhanced wraith and sending it, along with the roots of the tree behind it, soaring into the air. The figure rolled on the ground and immediately aimed and fired, piercing blue beams through the wraith's chest cage, illuminating the face of the flame soldier within his helmet. With the wraith eliminated, the flame soldier unleashed a barrage of gunfire, tearing apart the two monsters that had been pressing down on Tianyang. Overwhelmed by the beams of light, the creatures raised a claw in defense. The pressure on Tianyang was momentarily alleviated, allowing the youth to counterattack. He kicked the wraith aside and then pressed his weapon against the chest of another, pulling the trigger. The thunderous gunfire reverberated through the cavern, shaking several stone pillars. The wraith had a gaping hole blasted through its chest, and its will cage was reduced to ashes. Tianyang quickly got to his feet, joining forces with the flame soldier. At that moment, they found themselves surrounded by a dozen enhanced wraiths. The twisted figures, glowing with a yellow light, resembled demons rising from hell, drawn to the scent of flesh and blood emanating from the humans, and let out chilling, malevolent howls as they charged forward. The crimson blade of the red moon battle knife glimmered, and the flame soldier raised his assault rifle high. In unison, both he and Tianyang shouted defiantly as they advanced toward their foes. To their astonishment, the frenzied monsters suddenly fell silent, their movements freezing as they collapsed to the ground mid-charge. The yellow light within their veins dimmed rapidly, and their grotesque forms began to dissolve, turning into pools of muck. The two warriors were momentarily taken aback, only to hear a sharp whistle coming from the direction of the pool. There, Xiaoyu was retreating with her sword sheathed. The woman embedded in the necromantic tree, her form marked with crisscrossing gray frost lines, appeared to have been struck down by Xiaoyu's dozens of swift slashes. As the frost lines cracked, the woman's will cage shattered, scattering like drops of blood-red light that gradually faded into the air. After a piercing howl erupted from the necromantic tree's trunk, its branches began to droop, the roots dispersing from their tips. In the blink of an eye, the entire tree had shrunk considerably, its bark peeling away and transforming into putrid black sludge. At that moment, something rolled out from the depths of the trunk. Xiaoyu approached and discovered it was a still beating heart. Surrounding it were some tendrils that seemed to float and dance as if held by an invisible hand. Even as the heart began to crystallize, the tendrils showed no signs of stillness, creating a strangely eerie spectacle. Xianyao produced a collection vessel and carefully placed the materials that had fallen from the necromantic tree inside. Incredible! Absolutely incredible! Just as Tianyang took a moment to rest, he heard Xie Miao's voice approaching, that shameless man who had fled the battle, now accompanied by other ascenders, clapping as he walked. Xie Miao wore a disingenuous smile. You all have worked hard. Splendid job. When we return, I will report to the command center. Taking down this necromantic tree together was no easy feat. I imagine our ranking on the battle leaderboard will surely rise. The flame soldier seethed with anger. This necromantic tree had been vanquished by the combined efforts of the three of them. What did Xie Miao have to do with it? This scoundrel had refused to help earlier, and now he appeared to claim credit, utterly shameless. Tianyang stood up expressionlessly. Why didn't you assist earlier? Xie Miao seemed prepared for this question, calmly responding, it wasn't that I didn't want to help. I was merely waiting for the right opportunity. Trust me, I had every intention of supporting you, but I just couldn't find the moment. However, you didn't really need me after all. It was just a necromantic tree. You managed it, didn't you? As you can see, the tree is indeed down, proving my foresight. Suddenly, Xie Miao's vision blurred, and he looked up to see the dimming ceiling of the cavern. What happened? He staggered back 2 steps, only to feel a sharp pain on his face. It dawned on him that he had just taken a punch. He turned to see Tianyang had become a blur, delivering another blow to his midsection. Damn! Before Xie Miao could finish his curse, a swift elbow strike landed on his nose, causing him to instinctively cover his face, his palm warm with blood. After 3 strikes, he finally had the chance to shout, You bastard, how dare you hit me? I'm the commander, a lieutenant. This is insubordination. Arrest him. Several ascenders exchanged glances, hesitating to draw their weapons. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, and Xiaoyu had dashed to Tianyang's side, with her slender sword in hand. She pointed it at the ascenders and declared firmly, Put down your weapons. The flame soldier gritted his teeth and rushed over to protect Tianyang's other side, aiming his gun at one of the war god-class ascenders. Tension filled the air as the two factions stood poised for confrontation. Seeing that the ascenders hesitated to act, Xie Miao shouted, reaching for his own sword. A sudden chill ran down his forehead. The muzzle of the death knell was pressed against it. The young man wielding the gun drew his battle knife, placing the red moon battle knife against Xie Miao's sword hilt. Tianyang then gazed at him, voice low. If it weren't for your cowardice, they would not have had to die. They referred to the soldiers of the vanguard unit. They were merely cannon fodder. Their deaths are inconsequential. The training camp has plenty more. Xie Miao roared. Now, You should worry about yourself. Striking a commander and turning your blade against your comrades is a grave offense. I will report you to the command center. You wait, thud. Tianyang struck him with the butt of his weapon against his temple, eliciting a pained scream as Xian Miao fell to the ground, clutching his head. The youth then kicked him once more, stating, "Someone like you, who does nothing but abandon your team, has no right to be a commander. As for everything else, I care not. From now on, I shall act independently and heed no one's orders." It has been proven that entrusting one's life to a cowardly leader is a grave mistake. I shall not repeat the same error twice. Tianyang sheathed his weapon. The death knell still aimed at Xian Miao as he stepped back. Xiao Yu and the flame soldier followed suit. They had already resolved to accompany Tianyang, unwilling to remain under Xian Miao as command any longer. Furious, Xian Miao dared not act recklessly, having witnessed the power of the death knell, and was not keen on having his head blown off. Reluctantly, he swallowed his rage, and only when Tianyang and his companions disappeared into the darkness of the cavern did he rise, clutching his head and roaring at the ascenders. "Useless fools. Can you not be any more cowardly? There are only 3 of them, and you stand frozen, not daring to move." Anger surged in the eyes of several ascenders, and one spoke sternly. "Xian Miao, you are merely the temporary commander. You are not our leader. Therefore, you have no authority to reprimand us." Another ascender chimed in. "Moreover, I believe the situation we just faced was a result of your poor command." Others nodded in agreement, and Xian Miao's heart sank as he realized he had lost his composure. He quickly attempted to salvage the situation. "I didn't order support for your benefit. The battle situation was unclear. I intended to ascertain the necromantic tree's patterns before launching a rescue. I did not anticipate it would be taken down so easily. So, my command was not entirely deficient. It was merely a matter of not providing timely assistance. But regardless, I hold a rank here. I want to leave." An ascender who had previously expressed discontent said, "I don't want to be the next one abandoned. I, too, shall accompany you." In an instant, the group dispersed, with several ascenders forming their own teams and departing in the direction they had come. Xian Miao did not anticipate that they would disregard him entirely and simply scatter. He shouted after their retreating figures, "Do as you please, you bunch of useless fools. I can't be bothered to lead you. Damn it. All because of that white-haired brat. It's your fault I've been humiliated. I won't let this go." In the subterranean realm, both time and distance became exceedingly nebulous. After departing from the cavern of the death tree, Tianyang navigated through the endless tunnels, relying on the flow of air to discern their direction, accompanied by Little Bird and Flame Soldier. After 3 hours of walking, the group paused to rest. Tianyang and Little Bird produced high-energy rations to replenish their strength, while Flame Soldier pressed a portion of survival supplies into the extractor. After their meal, Tianyang looked at the two with an apologetic expression. "Upon our return, you may face repercussions due to my actions." Little Bird, unperturbed, replied, "We haven't done anything wrong, so why should we fear? Even if you don't confront that scoundrel, I will deliver a few strikes just to vent my frustration. He should be held accountable for abandoning us." Flame Soldier added, "Commander, if the command center inquires, simply state the truth. We can all testify, and this should prevent any complications for us." Tianyang nodded. "I hope so. But if the command center insists on pursuing the matter, place the blame solely on me. This situation arose because of my actions, and I should bear the consequences." "Do not worry, Sister Fei Mei, cough. General Fei Mei is most just. She would never favor someone like Xian Miao," Little Bird stated confidently. The girl then produced a recovery container filled with materials from the death tree and handed it to Tianyang. "This is for you. It came from that peculiar tree." Tianyang pushed it back. "No, the death tree was slain by you, so the materials rightfully belong to you." However, Little Bird insisted, forcefully placing it into Tianyang's satchel. "What I say is final. If you hadn't informed me that the woman on the tree was, in fact, the will of the death tree imprisoned, I might not have been able to defeat it at all. By the way, how did you know that the death tree's prison was that woman?" Tianyang cleared his throat. The instinct of a warrior. He could not reveal the capability of sensing weaknesses. At that moment, he suddenly caught an unusual sound, initially mistaking it for the wind. He focused his attention and faintly discerned the bark of a dog. In the depths of the earth, From whence could a dog possibly come? Chapter 131. The Ravenous. Did I hear incorrectly? It seems I caught the sound of barking dogs. The little bird lowered her voice, her expression one of confusion, clearly perplexed as to how barking could emanate from beneath the ground. Yin Bing, in his helmet, nodded in agreement. I heard it too. Sir, could it be mad dogs? Tianyang pondered for a moment. It's possible. Let us investigate. Mad dogs are not subterranean creatures. If they have made their way in, following their trail may lead us to an exit. This revelation invigorated the little bird. Despite the oppressive atmosphere of the reverse realm, the underground was even more stifling. The girl had been navigating the tunnel system for several hours and longed for fresh air. Upon hearing about the mad dogs, which could potentially guide her and her companions to safety, she felt a surge of determination. Tianyang cautioned them. Mad dogs differ from the prowlers. They react to light and sound. Let us turn off our tactical lighting. The mist crystals here will suffice for visibility. The little bird and Yin Bing agreed, with the latter promptly disabling the illumination on his rifle. The darkness enveloped them, but they quickly adjusted to their surroundings. The scattered mist crystals emitted a deep purple glow, providing faint illumination. Activating the infrared mode on his tactical visor, Tianyang's vision sharpened, and with a signal, he led the way. Yin Bing took the middle position, prepared to shield Tianyang at the first sign of danger. The little bird brought up the rear, unarmed but wielding a slender sword capable of unleashing frost-infused energy, far more potent than a rifle. The trio advanced cautiously along one side of the winding, chaotic underground passages. After a brief while, they again heard the distinct sound of barking, clear and unmistakable. Tianyang easily discerned the direction and guided the group into a cavern. However, after only a few steps, he halted, seemingly having discovered something. The little bird leaned in curiously, following his gaze. Above in the passage, a thick, root-like structure protruded, spanning across the tunnel and embedding itself into the opposite wall. This root was substantial, its diameter measuring 20 to 30 centimeters, rough in texture with intricate patterns. Adorned with an oval-shaped, cocoon-like formation, it emitted a faint red glow, suggesting the presence of some fluid within that caused subtle ripples on its surface. The three exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of its nature. Suddenly, the sound of barking echoed again from ahead. Let us move on. We can investigate this later. Shortly thereafter, they indeed stumbled upon a mad dog, a grotesque amalgamation of canine and human, ensnared in a perilous predicament. Several plant roots ensnared the creature, tightly constricting its form, with some even piercing its flesh. Yet, unlike the necrotic trees, these roots showed no signs of draining life essence. Perhaps they merely sought to secure their prey more effectively. As they observed, the roots strained to pull the mad dog upwards, despite its frantic struggles. Tianyang raised his gaze, spotting a thick root affixed to the cavern's ceiling. As the roots drew the mad dog near, a segment of the root suddenly split open, intertwining tendrils tearing apart and snapping. A gash, nearly 2 meters long, appeared, from which a viscous, black liquid flowed, trickling down the cavern walls like ink spilling across a canvas. The air thickened with a putrid odor that nearly overwhelmed Tianyang and the little bird, while Yin Bing remained oblivious within his helmet. As the two grimaced, the mad dog emitted a series of anguished howls before being dragged into the root's fissure. The opening sealed, and the surface of the root began to bulge as if the mad dog were thrashing inside. Unfortunately, its struggles ceased within a minute, leaving the passage eerily silent, akin to a graveyard. Had they not witnessed the event firsthand, they might not have believed that a mad dog could be consumed by such a root. What is this thing? I've never seen anything like it, the little bird whispered, her voice low. Tianyang replied gravely, whatever it is, it captures prey, not even sparing the dark denizens. We must tread carefully and keep our distance. Both the little bird and Yin Bing concurred with this caution, maintaining a wary distance from the peculiar plant. Tianyang examined the ground nearby and indeed found traces of the mad dog. The tracks scattered across the terrain, leading them to believe that retracing their steps would uncover an exit. Just as Tianyang was about to signal the others to depart, a sudden flash of red light caught his eye. The light emanated from the plant root on the cavern wall, where numerous oval pods had begun to glow. A gurgling sound echoed from within the root, suggesting the presence of flowing water, as if it contained hollow conduits. Now water coursed through it, reminiscent of the ubiquitous sewage channels beneath the fortress. Ah! The little bird gasped in surprise. Tianyang turned to see her pointing at one of the pods, her face a mask of terror. I think I saw someone inside. Someone. Tianyang looked up at the pod, straining his eyes to discern its contents, but only seeing a flurry of bubbles. Just as he was about to look away, a man's face suddenly pressed against the pod. The visage bore the marks of a horrific fate. One side of his face was reduced to mere bone, and peering through the eye socket, one could faintly discern a grayish mass, likely his brain. The ghastly visage appeared and vanished in an instant, swept away by the flowing liquid within the root's hollow passage. The sound of water persisted for nearly a minute before subsiding. Tianyang followed the root's path, which adhered to the cavern wall and slanted deeper underground. The red light from the pods began to fade, returning to its prior imperceptible glow. Yet the chilling image remained etched in their minds. For reasons unknown, the flow of water within the plant evoked a single word in the minds of Tianyang and his companions: consumption. I intend to investigate further, Tianyang declared, pointing in the direction the plant root extended. This does not appear to be a natural formation. Throughout our journey, we have encountered no signs of life down here. If this entity is predatory, it must thrive in the presence of prey. Thus, I suspect there is something unusual beneath us. Otherwise, such a plant would not exist without purpose. The little bird agreed. Perhaps the dark denizens have laid some trap below. If we uncover their secret, it would be a significant achievement. With their agreement secured, the trio reversed their course, following the trajectory of the plant above as they delved deeper into the earth. Along the way, the sound of flowing water echoed through the root 3 more times. Each occurrence prompted the pods to illuminate, resembling a series of red bulbs. A measure of reassurance washed over Tianyang, for it appeared that the entity held no interest in them. They had ventured alongside it for quite some time without encountering any aggression. 2 hours passed, and when Tianyang began to suspect whether this route might lead to the depths of the underworld, the end appeared without warning. As he rounded a bend, a vast underground space unfolded before him. Within this immense expanse, a figure unexpectedly came into view. The young man quickly halted and gestured for the 2 behind him to stay alert. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not a figure of a person, but rather a peculiar plant. Composed of countless intertwined roots, it stood tall, reaching 7 or 8 meters. Strangely, whether by intention or accident, it had taken on a human semblance. Thus, when Tianyang first glimpsed it, he mistook it for a human silhouette. Viewed from the young man's perspective, it resembled a woman, with the numerous tendrils cascading downwards, resembling long hair. At what appeared to be the shoulders, the roots coiled and formed into a ball, giving the illusion that a child's head rested upon the woman's shoulder. A thick root extended from this figure, delving into the towering form, evoking thoughts of an umbilical cord in Tianyang's mind. The young man held his breath and observed for a moment, confirming that there was no immediate danger, before signaling to proceed. The trio treaded softly towards the sculpture of the woman formed by the plant. As they drew closer, they realized it was a depiction of a pregnant woman. Her belly was round and prominently protruding. 2 arms, intricately entwined from the roots, cradled the belly with vivid imagery. The woman's legs were spread apart, as if she were on the verge of giving birth. The sheer size of the sculpture, combined with its bizarre representation, and the fact that they were underground, exuded an eerie and otherworldly aura. Tianyang glanced back at the other 2. Both Xiaonyao and Yambing wore expressions of unease. Why would these plants deliberately manifest such a figure? Was this pregnant woman merely a coincidence, or did it hold deeper significance? Tianyang cleared his throat. Bringing Yambing and Xiaonyao back to their senses, we should move on. This strange entity can be left for the command center to study. We have fulfilled our duty and need not linger here. Besides, we are not botanists. Staying here would likely yield no fruitful discoveries. Xiaonyao hugged her arms tightly and surveyed the surroundings. I feel the same. This place is too peculiar, with only this one frightening entity. I would rather encounter the dark beings. Just as she finished speaking, a few distant barks echoed from the darkness ahead. Xiaoyu froze momentarily. No way. Could we have truly encountered the dark beings? My ominous predictions are becoming all too accurate. Chapter 132. Into the dream follow me. Upon hearing the barking of dogs, Tianyang immediately made a decision. He gestured for Xiaonyao and Yambing to follow, and the three of them ran back into the rocky cave that led to the underground hall. The passage within the cave was twisted and winding, filled with bizarre stones and numerous natural hiding spots for the trio. Just as they concealed themselves, a familiar red glow faintly illuminated the distant darkness. The light was not particularly bright. Rather, it cast a dim, chaotic aura reminiscent of thick plasma, subtly revealing a hint of malice. Tianyang activated several functions of his tactical vision, and the scene rapidly zoomed in, revealing a mysterious and sinister figure moving within the blood-red glow, wrapped in a heavy cloak that obscured its face. The figure was adorned with various bone carvings and metal pieces on its deep gray fabric, holding a dark red wooden staff. At the top of the staff, 3 terrifying faces were carved, each displaying different expressions. Despite their differences, Tianyang was certain that this was a sorcerer. Unlike the previous encounter, this sorcerer did not bear the inverted triangle pendant. Yet, the indescribable aura of dread and mystery was strikingly similar. Behind the sorcerer were several mad dogs, glancing back occasionally and emitting low, pleading howls. These creatures, seemingly stitched together with humans, appeared to cower in fear, though it was unclear what they feared. Soon, Tianyang discerned the source of the red glow behind the mad dogs. A mass of tendril-like roots emerged, effortlessly capturing one of the mad dogs and dragging it into the light. The dog kicked and struggled against the ground, attempting to escape. The sorcerer, walking ahead, halted, turned around, and gently raised the human-faced staff. From one of the carved faces, black fire erupted from its hollow eye sockets. The flames were so deep, shimmering with fine, radiant purple lights, creating a dreamy effect, as if the summer night sky had been captured within the flames. Suddenly, the mad dog ceased its struggles, pulled into the glaring blood-red light. Moments later, a large root, akin to a giant serpent, slithered out. Its numerous tendrils and fine branches danced around, resembling insect limbs, allowing the root to move freely across the ground. In an instant, the sorcerer had arrived at the eerie entity resembling a pregnant woman. Behind it, the last mad dog was consumed by the gaping maw of the root. The root writhed as if digesting the mad dog, its surface covered in glistening cocoons that resembled enormous red bulbs. As the light dimmed, the sorcerer raised the human-faced staff, and a voice filled with blasphemy and evil resonated in the cold, empty hall, echoing as if a demon were whispering at the gates of hell, an intricate, ethereal, and profoundly malevolent sound. Guided by an invisible force, the root moved toward the pregnant entity, its upper end rising to coil around the bulging part of the creature's belly. When it reached the pronounced abdomen, the front split open, resembling petals, releasing a series of writhing tendrils. With a series of soft sounds, these tendrils penetrated the entity's belly. Finally, the split skin closed tightly, clinging to the entity's abdomen. After merging with the entity, the root, resembling an umbilical cord, caused the pregnant form to slowly expand and then slightly contract. As the belly swelled, the entwined plant stretched, revealing layers of tissue filled with nerves and blood vessels within. Regardless of how one looked at it, this entity bore no resemblance to a plant. It appeared to be some form of life. The expressions on Tianyang, Xiaonyao, and Yambing's faces darkened. Why were the dark denizens setting up such bizarre flora underground? The sorcerer was even using mad dogs as bait to lure a root here, connecting it to that entity that resembled a pregnant woman. What were these beings planning to do underground? Tianyang had a nagging intuition that the battlefield for this joint operation might not be located in the small town above. After the large root fused with the pregnant entity, the sorcerer seemed to conclude its task, ceasing the sinister whispers and turning away, yet it did not leave, remaining motionless. Was it guarding this place? Xiaonyao inquired softly. Tianyang shook his head. The behavior of these otherworldly beings could not be measured by common sense. The more encounters he had with them, the more convinced he became of this. Suddenly, the sorcerer raised the human-faced staff. A surge of intense danger surged within Tianyang, causing him to tremble. He shouted, "Not good. It has discovered us." The staff struck the ground, and the sorcerer's figure abruptly rotated and shrank, vanishing like a phantom. Almost simultaneously, the sinister figure appeared among Tianyang and his companions. With a clang, the red moon battle knife was drawn. Tianyang, even without channeling his star essence, swung the blade toward the sorcerer's shoulder. The sorcerer raised the human-faced staff, and without warning, a shrill sound pierced through the air, reaching the ears of all three almost simultaneously. It resembled the wail of an infant or the scream of a woman, a sound that could not be accurately described, like a needle jabbing forcefully into their ears. Even Yambing, wearing a fully enclosed helmet, could not shield himself from the onslaught of this noise. Tianyang felt as though he had been struck by a hammer, his vision doubling, colors intensifying, and a violent dizziness rendering him unable to strike again. The sorcerer turned once more, pointing the human-faced staff at Tianyang, and from the eye sockets of the three faces, black flames bursting with twinkling starlight erupted. Instinctively, Tianyang raised his hand to shield himself, but felt no burning sensation. What was happening? Tianyang, I hope you can withdraw from the Nightwalker. A familiar voice echoed before his arm, causing the boy to tremble in disbelief and slowly lower his arm. He beheld his mother, Nanfei, standing at the window of the shed, gazing out at the gently flowing canal. Tianyang looked around, realizing he had returned to the shed in the lower district, his mind unable to process this information, leaving him in a state of blankness. Tianyang, do you hear what I'm saying? Nanfei turned, her brows furrowed slightly. Tianyang shook his head. Impossible. This can't be happening. What is impossible? What are you talking about? Nanfei approached, raising her hand to gently touch the boy's forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? Tianyang could feel the warmth of her palm, the softness of her hand, and the love he thought he would never possess again. With a sudden cry, he swept her hand away, his reddened eyes reflecting Nanfei's alarmed expression. What is wrong with you? Tianyang, why are you crying? Nanfei stepped closer. Don't come near. Tianyang shouted, I don't know how you did this, but my mother is dead. You bastard, send me back now. I know this isn't real. It's not real. Nanfei looked worried. Tianyang, what on earth are you saying? I'm right here, alive. Are you sick? Tianyang raised his battle knife, pointing it at Nanfei. You're not real. I remember clearly. I personally placed your ashes in the grave. This is all an illusion. Smack. Nanfei slapped the boy's face. Tianyang, how can you say such things? What do you mean I'm dead? What ashes? I am your mother, Nanfei. What is wrong with you? The sting of pain on his cheek left Tianyang in a daze, staring blankly at the woman before him. Tears flowed like scattered pearls, and Nanfei reached out, wanting to cover the boy's face, yet hesitated in fear of rejection, her hand hovering in midair. With tear-filled eyes, she sorrowfully asked, Child, what is wrong with you? Did you encounter something in the reverse realm? Tianyang felt a bit disoriented. Was this not an illusion? Or was it possible that his previous experiences were merely a dream? If it were a dream, it wouldn't be so bad after all. At least, she was still alive. Just then, Tianyang suddenly felt a chilling sensation in his arm, as if it were buried in a pile of snow. A familiar voice rang in his ears. Tianyang, Tianyang, wake up. Startled, Tianyang shivered, as if awakening from a deep slumber. The scene before him shifted again. The hut and his mother vanished, and he found himself back in the dark, frigid underground. Meanwhile, the wizard was deftly dodging the beams of light shot by the fiery soldier. Beside him, a slender sword brushed against his hand, emanating a chilling aura that almost froze his blood. Noticing the spark return to Tianyang's eyes, the little bird sighed in relief and quickly lowered the slender sword. You were just hypnotized. That wizard seems to possess the ability to induce dreams. Fortunately, this power only affects one person at a time, so it was a dream after all. Tianyang wiped his face, feeling the dampness on his fingertips. He suddenly felt a sense of gratitude towards the wizard. At least it allowed him to see his mother once more within the dream. The love from Nanfei in the dream was undiminished. A startled exclamation echoed as the fiery soldier was thrown aside by an unseen force, crashing onto the rough ground of the hall. Rolling twice, his rifle fell out. He hurriedly crawled over to retrieve it, but in a flash, the wizard appeared before him, flames erupting from the human-faced staff. This fire was evidently different from before. It was a sickly green, with wisps of grayish-white light swirling around, resembling patches of mold. The rising green flames coiled around the staff and struck down towards the fiery soldier's helmet. Just in time, a battle knife, its edges glowing crimson, was thrust in between, clashing against the staff and sending the green flames swirling aside. Tianyang reached out to help the fiery soldier up. The knife pointed at the wizard as he shouted, "Little bird, let us restrain it. Do not give it a chance to teleport." In response, a slender sword slashed down from behind the wizard. The blade carried an intense chill, and even before it struck, frost began to creep up the deep gray fabric of the wizard's attire. Tianyang also lunged forward to strike, aiming to prevent the wizard from escaping. The wizard was forced to wield the human-faced staff, occasionally releasing green flames from it to fend off their combined assault. After managing to push Tianyang back, the flames on the wizard's staff shifted from green to black. Tianyang gasped, exclaiming, "Be careful, don't let it hypnotize you." Notification: friends who have followed along should know that aside from taking an occasional day off, I have consistently updated without interruption. Even once, during a minor surgery, I managed to keep posting daily with my stockpiled manuscripts. Thus, in terms of updates, I consider myself to be quite disciplined. This book, Beneath the Black Mist, differs from the themes I have previously explored. It was inspired by the question, what would happen if multiple apocalyptic worlds appeared in the same realm? To create diverse apocalyptic worlds, I purchased several reference books, gathered information, designed frameworks, set character profiles, and outlined the narrative, which took about 2 months of preparation. After that, I wrote the opening, selected from several drafts, then submitted it to an editor for review and finalization before uploading it to the website. What you see now is the first apocalyptic world, set against the backdrop of our own Earth. I believe many of you have already discerned that the reverse realm No. 127 corresponds to our world. Throughout this process, I included various Easter eggs, and some friends have discovered them. I find this interaction quite intriguing, so I will continue to maintain such engagement in future realms, revealing more about the reverse realm, the Black Mist, and the origin of the elevators through further explorations. However, all of this hinges on your support. To put it simply, sufficient subscription support is essential. For now, that is all I can think of. Ultimately, whether I can make a living or even have a warm meal depends on all of you. Chapter 133, Mirage. Every ability has its limits. And though the true extent of the wizard's hypnosis remains a mystery, one fact is indisputable. Proximity to it inevitably draws one into its dreamlike realm. Reluctantly, Tianyang and the little bird opted to withdraw. However, as she retreated, the little bird wielded her slender sword, unleashing a chilling frost blade. The black flames of the wizard's staff flared to life, even as the sword's icy trail grazed its left hand, leaving behind a frosty line. With the flames ignited, the wizard lightly tapped the ground, and his figure shrank, teleporting several meters away. Yet, in the place he once occupied, his left hand lay discarded. A flicker of joy crossed the little bird's face, but Tianyang understood that the hand was merely a tool of the wizard, a means of deception. Beneath the cloak, there existed an intangible shell. If the wizard so desired, Tianyang believed he could render even his arm invisible. The manifestation of tangible limbs was merely a guise, a diversion. Like the little bird, whose hasty strike aimed at a visible target, she was unaware that severing a hand was trivial to the wizard. In the next moment, creating distance, the wizard extended another arm from the shadows of his cloak. The little bird's joy evaporated, replaced by indignation. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she pointed behind Tianyang, the flame soldier. He seems to be under hypnosis. Tianyang turned to find the flame soldier, inexplicably holding his rifle, standing like a statue. His head hung low, obscuring his face from view. "Flame soldier, are you all right?" Tianyang shouted, but the officer remained unresponsive. Glancing at the wizard, he called out, "Little bird, keep him occupied." The little bird nodded, leaning forward, her agile form darting toward the wizard. The staff ignited with a sickly green flame, aimed at her. Sensing the danger, the girl swiftly sidestepped, and the ground erupted in a surge of green fire, forming a twisted, demonic visage that howled hollowly before dissipating into the air. Seeing that the girl was momentarily safe, Tianyang approached the flame soldier, whose peculiar state rendered him motionless. As if in slumber, Tianyang mused that he, too, must have appeared similarly when ensnared in the dream. Just as he was about to call out, the flame soldier abruptly raised his hand, pointing the rifle at Tianyang. A gasp escaped Tianyang's lips as he instinctively shifted aside. Yet the flame soldier showed no intention of pulling the trigger. Instead, he turned the rifle's muzzle against his own helmet. He meant to take his own life. In an instant, Tianyang's hair stood on end, the starlight shimmering around him like celestial fragments. In his vision, the surroundings morphed into a retreating silver blur, and the flame soldier's figure expanded before his eyes. He could even see the soldier's fingers curling, the trigger pressing downward, just as the hammer was about to fall. A scarlet light clung to the rifle's barrel. The flame soldier pulled the trigger, but the star-forged weapon, now sliding downwards, could not unleash even a single beam. At that moment, Tianyang's figure appeared beside the flame soldier, initially indistinct. In an instant, it seemed as if countless shadows overlapped, crystallizing his form. The sound of rushing air, born from his swift movement, finally echoed in the stillness. Tianyang struck the flame soldier's neck with a forceful palm, the violent impact rendering the officer unconscious, finally plunging him into true slumber. Sighing with relief, Tianyang's gaze was suddenly drawn to a flash of green light. He turned to see the little bird ensnared within a ring of green flames. Within the flames, beasts resembling wild, frenzied dogs prowled, their howls echoing in the air. They lunged forth, transforming into streaks of green fire aimed at the little bird. For a moment, she struggled to evade these grotesque fire beasts, unable to breach the fiery circle to confront the wizard. Tianyang's expression deepened, as if perceiving the world from a higher dimension. Guided by an instinct, he unconsciously focused on a specific part of the wizard. The wizard, sensing the scrutiny, tapped the ground and teleported. With the target lost, Tianyang's sense of weakness faltered, and his gaze returned to normal. The wizard reappeared at a distance, pointing his staff at him, an inexplicable pressure descending from the void. Tianyang, capitalizing on his speed, transformed into a blur, narrowly avoiding the sudden surge of green flames that licked at his shadow. He dashed toward the bizarre entity resembling a pregnant figure, causing the wizard to halt his pursuit of Tianyang, realizing the significance of this peculiar being. Otherwise, the wizard would not have employed the frenzied dogs as bait, drawing the peculiar route to this location to connect with the pregnant entity. The wizard's actions further confirmed Tianyang's suspicions as he dashed behind the grotesque figure. Seconds later, he emerged from the cover. The wizard, tapping his staff to the ground, teleported after him. After 3 consecutive teleports, he positioned himself in front of Tianyang. Within the green flame circle, the little bird sliced with her slender sword, dispatching several of the green fire beasts. The blade's icy trail dimmed the surrounding flames. She then saw the wizard raising his staff toward Tianyang, releasing several streams of green fire that cascaded toward him. "No!" the little bird cried out, desperate to witness the outcome, but an escalating wall of green flames obscured her view. Outside the fiery circle, after striking Tianyang, the wizard's flames began to flicker and fade. In that instant, a scarlet light flared upon his arm. The arm shattered, the staff crashing to the ground. To everyone's astonishment, Tianyang, previously assailed by the green flames, silently materialized behind the wizard. With one hand gripping the morning bell, he pressed it against the wizard's back. Fire! A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the vast hall, as the unique voice of the morning bell dispelled the malevolent essence lurking in the darkness. The wizard's chest erupted, and though the cloak concealed an intangible form, the seemingly fabric-like garment was, in truth, a biological entity. The morning bell carved a massive breach, and a plume of inky blood mist erupted from the shattered remnants, the remaining fabric collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Tianyang disregarded the fallen cloak, swiftly pivoting the red moon blade, plunging it into the faces embedded within the staff. A terrifying scream erupted from the staff, a sound unlike any human or beast, suffused with terror and pain. The staff splintered, and a shadow darted from within. Yet Tianyang was prepared. He aimed the morning bell once more, and thunder rained. The ground illuminated with a blinding brilliance, followed by a violent explosion and a cascade of debris propelled into the air. As the dust settled, a jagged pit, half a meter in diameter, lay exposed, revealing a dismembered corpse. Tianyang glimpsed a lizard-like tail, hind limbs, and a solitary eye. The rest lay obscured beneath the rubble or shattered into fragments. This creature was the wizard's true form, the very essence of the dark denizen's will. Observing the remnants of the fabric disintegrate upon the ground, Tianyang finally exhaled, sheathing the morning bell and wiping away the sweat from his brow. In truth, once the wizard sensed the weakness detection ability, Tianyang had already surmised that its prison resided within the staff. He had rushed behind the pregnant entity not only to evade the wizard's assault. Simultaneously, as he utilized that peculiar object for cover, he seized the opportunity to employ a newfound ability, Phantasm. This power, as its name suggests, allowed Tianyang to expend a portion of his star essence to create a perfect illusion of himself. This phantasm not only bore Tianyang's essence, but was also capable of attacking targets. Moreover, while conjuring the phantasm, Tianyang acquired invaluable information. This knowledge revealed that as he continued to evolve, the phantasm would inherit his abilities and its quantity could change, even possessing a remarkably practical function. However, at present, the primary utility of the phantasm was to confuse his adversaries, leading them to make erroneous judgments and actions. Consequently, the wizard mistakenly identified the phantasm as Tianyang's true form and, as it unleashed a torrent of fire, Tianyang had already concealed his movements. When the wizard concluded a round of attacks, weakened by the considerable energy expenditure, Tianyang swiftly severed its hand. Thus, the earlier triumph was achieved. With the wizard's demise, the fiery circle encircling the little bird dissipated. The girl stared at Tianyang in astonishment, unable to believe he was still alive. It was only when Tianyang called her name that the little bird regained her senses, sheathing her slender sword and hastily departing. The wizard's body had transformed into a pool of black sludge. However, within its human-faced staff, a visage had been preserved. This preserved face gradually morphed into a black crystal, shimmering with star-like glimmers, as if the entire cosmos had been encapsulated within it. The completed crystalline black mask emanated a profound and tranquil aura. Merely grasping it caused Tianyang to feel a wave of drowsiness. He stowed away the crystalline mask, sensing it might embody the wizard's dream-invoking abilities, which could prove advantageous in the future. Tianyang, you. The little bird circled the young man twice before exclaiming incredulously, I distinctly saw you get hit. How come you are unharmed? Tianyang smiled in response. I managed to evade it just in time. It was indeed a close call. Had I reacted a moment slower, I might have been thoroughly roasted. The little bird glanced at the pool of black sludge on the ground. Did you destroy the wizard's prison? Well, it seems luck was on my side, Tianyang casually replied. Meanwhile, the flame soldier groaned, propping himself up. What happened? Did I doze off? Why does my neck hurt so much? Hearing this, Tianyang exchanged a knowing smile with the little bird, then declared, let us return. We must promptly report the situation to the command center. Perhaps the true battlefield lies beneath the surface. P.S. Last night, some fellow students waited until dawn in hopes of achieving the first kill, and I take full responsibility for that. I neglected to remind everyone that VIP chapters can only be unlocked once the editor is on duty. I extend my apologies to those who stayed up late. Chapter 134. Unwelcome visitors in the command center of Huanggu Town. The temporary strategic hall resembled a tent, albeit one constructed from specialized materials capable of obstructing the spread of dark mist, complemented by the spectral purification door at the entrance. Even ordinary individuals within the tent need not don cumbersome protective gear. At the center stood a holographic tactical display, where Ling Feng stood with his hands clasped behind him, observing the real-time dynamics on the display. The sand table revealed a fierce struggle between the fortress troops and the dark citizens, each vying for every inch of ground. The resistance from the dark denizens was unexpectedly fierce, with the number of participating monsters exceeding projections by approximately 20 to 30%. This was merely a month since the Crow Squad had explored this town. In such a brief span, the emergence of a dark army capable of contending with the fortress troops underscored the urgency of those entities in expelling humanity Or perhaps protecting something. Could it be the new king? Ling Feng squinted slightly behind his glasses. Even from the rear lines, the distant sounds of cannon fire echoed, causing the tent to tremble intermittently, all bearing witness to the intensity of the conflict. Suddenly, an individual entered through the purification door, his aide, Lin Yang. Now over 40. Lin Yang approached with youthful exuberance, exclaiming, "Good news." Intrigued by his excitement, Ling Feng inquired, "What good news?" Lin Yang rubbed his hands together. "I just got in touch with Tianyang. That kid is alive. It turns out there's a river beneath the abyss, and they were swept onto a rocky shore. After much difficulty, they've managed to return to the surface." Ling Feng replied, "Then we need to arrange for vehicles to fetch them. They're already on their way." Lin Yang said, visibly relieved. After he fell, the electronic eye's transmission signal was offline. But not long ago, I noticed the signal reappeared, and I immediately contacted him. We managed to establish communication. "Commander Ling, that kid truly has a remarkable fate," Lin Yang remarked. Ling Feng remained silent, his gaze returning to the holographic display. Defeating the Dark Citizens was paramount, and after observing for a moment, he summoned several tactical advisors and issued a series of tactical directives. The advisors would refine these orders and relay them to the next command unit, ensuring the entire army fought in accordance with Ling Feng's strategy. Before long, several figures entered through the spectral purification door, and Tianyang was among them. Upon seeing Ling Feng, Tianyang saluted, "Greetings, Commander. Second Lieutenant Tianyang of the Crow Squad, here to report on military matters." Ling Feng finally diverted his attention from the display, asking, "What is the military situation?" "We discovered Dark Citizens beneath Huanggu Town," Tianyang reported, subsequently detailing the bizarre entity resembling a pregnant woman, as well as the sorcerer's use of rabid dogs as bait, luring a plant's roots to connect with the pregnant entity. "I understand," Ling Feng nodded. "You have been missing for over a day. First, go to the medical team for a checkup, and after that, return to the camp to rest. You shall rejoin the battle tomorrow." Tianyang saluted again. "Understood, Commander." Once the young man exited the tent, Lin Yang cleared his throat and remarked, "That girl beside Tianyang just now wasn't she?" Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Let the affairs of the youth be. I am more concerned with what Tianyang just reported. The Dark Citizens are moving beneath the ground, a most unusual occurrence. I must confer with General Fei. You should dispatch several teams for reconnaissance underground." Lin Yang stood straight, "Yes." Upon exiting the strategic hall, Xiao Niao stretched lazily, declaring, "I won't go for a checkup. A few minor injuries are nothing to worry about. You all go ahead. I'll head back to camp first." She waved goodbye and hopped into a vehicle, returning straight to the camp. "Second Lieutenant Xiao Niao is truly spirited," Yin Bing chuckled. "Thank goodness for her presence. Otherwise, we would surely have been bored to death along the way." Tianyang recalled their journey through the dim, oppressive cave passages after leaving the empty underground hall, following the traces left by the rabid dogs. In such a somber atmosphere, one naturally became despondent, yet Xiao Niao seemed entirely unaffected, chattering away like her namesake, bringing laughter to their journey. Before they realized it, they had emerged from the depths. Now, with her gone, the sudden silence felt quite unfamiliar. Upon arriving at the medical team's encampment, Tianyang was struck by the sight before him. Temporary emergency rooms had been hastily constructed, yet even so, they were insufficient for the overwhelming number of wounded being brought in from the battlefield. Medics from the fortress were tirelessly working to save every life, but still, body bags were being carried out, destined for an unknown resting place outside the camp. This was war. Tianyang's complexion paled as he watched the stretchers pass by, each bearing bloodied and battered soldiers. Some were even missing limbs or bore the marks of gnawing bites. The air in the medical camp was thick with sorrow and despair. Following a doctor towards the specialized battlefield medical vehicle for enhancers, Tianyang witnessed a young medic crouched in a corner, head in hands, weeping for those she could not save. After shedding tears, she wiped her eyes and returned to the emergency room to continue her efforts. Overwhelmed by the somber atmosphere, Tianyang entered the medical vehicle. Upon stepping into the examination room, he saw the fatigued figure of Sun. After just one day's work, The young woman appeared utterly drained, reflecting the immense workload endured by the camp. However, Sun's weariness stemmed not solely from her duties, more so. It was due to Han Shu's earlier words about Tianyang's fall. Upon hearing footsteps, the dazed girl set her forehead down and quickly asked, "Where are you injured?" She lifted her gaze, only to find a tousled head of silver hair. Though her face was smudged with dirt and her armor bore signs of combat, those silver strands remained pristine. "Tianyang?" Sun exclaimed in surprise, pinching herself on the thigh to ensure she was awake, then softly exclaiming in pain. The weight of his earlier somber mood lifted slightly at Sun's actions, and Tianyang couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you doing? I thought I was dreaming." "You have no idea. In the past 24 hours, I've dozed off several times while sitting," Sun replied, pulling the young man toward the examination bed. "Quick, lie down. I'll give you a thorough checkup." As Sun operated the diagnostic equipment, scanning his body, Tianyang softly said, "I'm sorry to have worried you." Sun's earlier comment about thinking she was dreaming undeniably conveyed the depth of her concern for him. Moreover, her urgent tugging to get him on the examination bed made it clear how much she cared. Since his mother's departure, such care had been a rarity for him. "I'm not worried," Sun responded, her eyes on the diagnostic machine, though a disingenuous smile danced on her lips. "Because I know you're not so easy to kill." "You mean I'm as tenacious as a cockroach? Could you not choose a better metaphor?" "Cockroaches are filthy. That is the humor of the lower class. I thought you would recognize it. Perhaps it's because I've never encountered anyone as humorous as you down in the lower districts." After the examination concluded, Tianyang's condition was deemed satisfactory. Aside from a bump on the back of his head from a previous impact, his other injuries were not severe. Sun cast a spell of luminous compassion upon him, hastening the healing of his injuries. Subsequently, she applied a salve to Tianyang's head to dissipate the swelling and bruising. And finally, she bandaged him securely, concluding the treatment. Just as she set down her tools, the door to the examination room swung open, and a nurse hurriedly announced, "Miss Sun, there is an injured soldier outside who requires your attention." Sun nodded. "I shall attend to it." She glanced at Tianyang, saying, "I'm leaving now, you must not die." Without waiting for a response from Tianyang, she departed with the nurse. Tianyang touched the bandaged head, his smile radiant. "Understood." At the Nightwalker camp, as Tianyang entered the tent marked for the Crow Squad, he found it empty. Han Shu and the others seemed to have ventured to the battlefield. Inside the tent lay several sleeping pads, accompanied by personal belongings. The pads strewn with cigarettes and a few adult books undoubtedly belonged to Han Shu, while the one adorned with a mirror, towel, and change of clothes must have been Gu's. Another pad, devoid of personal items, was recognized by Tianyang as his own. After consuming a morsel of food while seated there, he reclined and closed his eyes to rest. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, footsteps echoed outside the tent. Before anyone entered, Han Shu's booming voice resonated. "See you and says Tianyang has returned. That rascal might already be inside." With a rustle, someone pulled back the tent flap and exclaimed, "Look, I told you so. You little rascal, you're alive." Tianyang sat up to find Han Shu had indeed entered. The captain's face was smeared with dirt, his hair disheveled, and a non-lit cigarette dangled from the corner of his mouth as he flashed a grin displaying his white teeth. Rising to his full height, Tianyang stood straight and saluted, declaring, "Second Lieutenant Tianyang of the Crow Squad, requesting to rejoin the team." Han Shu laughed heartily. "Granted." He pulled Songdu over, saying, "You have no idea. Songdu was quite worried about you. After hearing you had fallen, the lad barely spoke the entire day." The ponytailed young man retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, Captain? Why would I worry about that rookie? Not at all." As the only female in the squad, Gu approached her pad and sighed. "Another filthy man joins the ranks." She then picked up a towel and began to wipe the grime from her face in front of the mirror. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated the tent from outside, followed by a dark voice calling out, "That Tianyang kid, come out. I know you're in there." Tianyang was taken aback, uncertain of who was seeking him. Yet, it was abundantly clear from the tone that the visitor bore ill intentions. P.S. This is the second update. Chapter 135. The tradition of the night walkers. Who the hell is making such a racket at my doorstep? Han Shu finally lit his cigarette. exhaling a plume of gray smoke. You all stay inside. I'll see what's going on. Without waiting for Tianyang and the others to respond, Captain Crow, hands shoved into his pockets, casually lifted the tent flap and stepped outside. Outside the tent, someone had directed their vehicle's headlights straight at it, blinding Han Shu. Damn it. Turn off the lights. If you shine that on me again, I swear I'll smash your balls. In the harsh light, a voice sneered. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you, Han the Barbarian. With a leader like you, it's no wonder your team is a bunch of misfits. Despite the insult, the person still had the lights turned off. Once the beams faded, a middle-aged man stood beside a military vehicle, clad in a long, dark purple coat adorned with the Storm Legion insignia. His hands were clasped behind him, his hair slicked back, and his chin cleanly shaven, unlike Han Shu, whose stubble appeared unkempt, resembling that of a vagabond. Han Shu squinted. Xia Hong, what brings you here instead of staying at your own camp? What brings me here? Why don't you ask your underling? The man named Xia Hong wore an arrogant expression, his lips curled into a cold smirk. Tianyang? Han Shu ruffled his disheveled hair. What? Did that kid sleep with one of your family's men? Xia Hong's arrogance evaporated instantly, his hands betraying his fury as he pointed at Han Shu, shouting, Shut your filthy mouth. That woman you slept with back in the day hasn't even been married into the Xia family. She is not my wife. Han Shu burst into laughter. Xia, I never mentioned names. Why are you so eager to claim ownership? I'm at a loss for words. Xia Hong's expression soured, and his private soldiers struggled to suppress their laughter. Seeing this, Xia Hong's composure crumbled further. I want to waste my breath with you. Hand over that kid named Tianyang immediately, or I'm leaving. Xia Hong extended his palm and shouted. Han Shu used a finger to dig in his ear. What a joke. Who do you think you are? Why should my night walkers hand anyone over to your Storm Legion? Besides, you don't even have a reason to demand him. Xia Hong, do you think I'm a fool? Xia Hong gritted his teeth, shouting. That bastard of yours has committed offenses against authority. Not only did he defy a superior, but he also laid hands on someone. Tell me, do these crimes not warrant a reason for me to demand him? Han Shu shrugged. So the one who got beaten is from your Xia family? Xia Hong huffed, turning away. That's none of your business. Han Shu chuckled dryly. Let me guess. The only one from your family in the Night Walkers is a kid named Xia Miao. So he fell down with Tianyang, did he? I know Tianyang too well. He wouldn't just defy a superior without cause. Unless, of course, that superior is a real jerk with a command style as terrible as yours. Only then would Tianyang snap and speak out. As for the fighting, young people getting into scuffles is trivial. If you have the guts, let your kid come and settle the score himself. If he loses and runs home to find an adult to intervene, he might as well just leave our night walkers. Xia Hong was furious, practically steaming with rage as he pointed at Han Shu and yelled, Even if my nephew is a poor commander, he is still a temporary officer, one rank above your underling. That kid Tianyang has no right to speak back, let alone strike a superior. I'll ask you one last time. Han Shu, are you going to hand him over? Hand over a pile of crap. Han Shu took off his cigarette and tossed it to the ground, crushing it underfoot. If you want to come to my camp and take someone, you'd better have Ling Feng show up first. What are you, Xia Hong? If you have the ability, go complain to the military headquarters. I'm telling you, I want to hand anyone over today. If you keep shouting here, I'll go sleep with a few of your women. Do you believe me? You are simply unreasonable. Xia Hong was seething, wishing he could summon his family's guards to capture this Han. Unfortunately, even within a fortress, he lacked the authority to do so, let alone on the battlefield. Han Shu had guessed correctly. Xia Hong was defending his nephew, Xia Miao. An hour ago, Xia Miao had returned to camp and sought out Xia Hong, crying out his grievances, which had infuriated Xia Hong to the point of stomping his feet. After all, allowing a kid without a surname to humiliate his nephew in front of everyone had left the Xia family's reputation in tatters. Unable to swallow his pride, Xia Hong had come to the Night Walkers camp to demand justice. He thought that, with the Xia family's influence, getting someone would be easy. However, he had run into Han Shu, who was unreasonable and cunning, a lesson he had learned in his youth. Today, once again, he found himself at a loss for how to save face. All right, Han Shu, we'll see about this. I'm going to the command center to demand an explanation. After contemplating for a moment, Xiahong realized he wouldn't be getting anyone today. Remaining any longer would only deepen his humiliation, so he left with a harsh remark. Climbing into his vehicle, he had come with a fierce demeanor but left in disgrace. Inside the car, Xiahong's anger intensified. He knew he couldn't go to the command center. Truth be told, if it weren't for his nephew's connection, he would have agreed with Han Shu's earlier remarks about his nephew's command methods, better left unmentioned. Furthermore, there were many witnesses present. Going to the command center would only serve to embarrass himself further. He also had to worry about whether the command center would hold him accountable for his nephew's abandonment of the Vanguard. Thus, Xiahong understood that, at least for this joint operation, he would not be able to trouble that kid named Tianyang. He would have to wait for another opportunity to settle the score. The Xie family's honor could not be tarnished without consequence. Meanwhile, Han Shu returned to the tent, where Tianyang had already approached. The earlier commotion between Han Shu and Xiahong had been loud enough that the tent offered no soundproofing, and the young man had heard every word. "Captain, is it all right for you to say those things?" Tianyang worried that his actions might bring trouble to Han Shu, considering the Xie family was somewhat of a clan. While not comparable to the Qing Tianyang clan, they were certainly not minor players. If they decided to take action, it might spell trouble for Han Shu, the Crow captain. Han Shu looked at the young man before him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I know what you're thinking, but kid, we Night Walkers have never been afraid of trouble. Protecting our own is our tradition, passed down from Commander Chu. Of course, this is provided you haven't committed any grave mistakes." "I haven't." Tianyang took this opportunity to explain the situation regarding Xie Miao abandoning the Vanguard. "What a scoundrel!" Han Shu cursed vehemently. "I told you, that ridiculous command style has brought shame upon the Night Walkers." He pulled out his communicator. "I'm calling Four Eyes right now to let him know. And while I'm at it, I'll ask him to kick this fool out before he can continue to cause harm." Han Shu dashed out again, likely to contact Ling Feng. However, his earlier words still echoed in Tianyang's ears. It felt like he had joined a rather commendable organization. The youth murmured softly to himself. In one corner of the tent, Song Du, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up in disbelief, staring at the communicator in his hand. "What is going on? The battle rankings can't be wrong, can they?" He glanced at Tianyang. "You, rookie, are actually ranked third in the personal standings." Gu, who was wiping his face, exclaimed, "The battle rankings have been updated." "Just updated. This kid is now third in the personal standings. And our team's ranking has also entered the top 10. Song Du stared at the information on the communicator's screen, mumbling to himself, "This is going to blow up." Indeed, Song has spoken the truth. The recently updated battle rankings have caused quite a stir within the camp. Is it true that the boy with white hair, Tianyang, has actually ascended to the third position? In the tent of the Cerberus team, Kunlun, with his strikingly vibrant blue hair, tossed aside the communicator and dashed out of the tent. The team leader, perplexed, called out, "Kunlun, where are you going? To the battlefield? I cannot allow someone like him to overshadow me." "Absolutely not." "Wait a moment." Within the Silver Rose tent, a cheer erupted as Xianyao exclaimed, "The battle rankings have been updated. Did you all see?" This team, composed entirely of women, was led by a mature and composed female leader who, upon hearing this, retorted with annoyance, "What? Xianyao, did you make the list?" "Not quite, but look at this." Xianyao pointed at the third position on the screen. "This is my friend. Look, he has reached third place." Several girls gathered around, peering at the information on Xianyao's screen. "Tianyang, that name sounds familiar. Isn't he the young man who single-handedly took down the Qin estate?" "Oh, is he the boy with white hair?" I recall that during the assembly on the platform, Xianyao confessed her feelings to him. "Indeed, Xianyao, when you both fell into the abyss, didn't anything special happen?" The conversation among the girls shifted from the battle rankings to more personal matters. Xianyao's cheeks flushed, and her ears turned red as she protested, "Stop making wild assumptions. Nothing special happened. Look, Xianyao is blushing. Something must have occurred. Hurry, confess the truth. Sisters will help you out." "I'm not telling you anything." Amidst the laughter of the girls, Xianyao bolted from the tent, fleeing without a clear destination. The camp was indeed buzzing with excitement, as it was only natural for Tianyang. a mere young second lieutenant, to attract attention after unexpectedly securing a position among the top 3. However, the detailed merits accompanying the updated battle rankings silenced all skeptics. In Tianyang's section, his accomplishments were elaborated, single-handedly defeating the Abyss Stalker, earning 20,000 merit points, assisting in the defeat of the Necromancer Tree, earning 500 points, slaying a wizard for 4,000 points, and retrieving intelligence from the underground black populace, which garnered 1,000 points, totaling 25,500 merit points. Thus, he claimed the 3rd rank. Chapter 136. Clearing the stronghold. As the rallying call echoed through the air, Tianyang sprang to his feet on his military mat. Clad in his defensive armor, he wasted no time donning additional gear and swiftly grasped the knife and gun resting beside his bed. Without even draping his uniform over himself, he hurriedly joined Han Shu and the others as they emerged from the tent. Outside, the fiery soldiers divided into 2 teams, each boarding a Falcon war vehicle. Tianyang and Han Shu shared one, and as the 2 vehicles set forth, they merged with others outside the camp, all heading towards the battlefield. Though bloodshot eyes and cracked lips betrayed his fatigue, Tianyang maintained a commendable spirit. Over the past 3 days, he had actively participated in combat, departing daily with his squad. On the town's battlefield, the Nightwalkers were not accountable for the frontline skirmishes. Their duty was to eliminate troublesome strategic points, neutralizing the black citizens who posed threats to the main forces. Occasionally, Han Shu would be assigned to the front lines, where his fortification abilities played a significant role in large-scale warfare. Just yesterday, Tianyang witnessed his captain unleash a vast defensive barrier on the main battlefield, withstanding the onslaught from the black citizens, allowing their forces to retaliate with composure. This was why most fortification specialists served in regular armies or within the Storm Legion. It was exceedingly rare for someone like Han Shu to join the Nightwalkers, as fortification specialists found it challenging to exert their full potential in squad explorations. From the depths of the town, the thunderous roar of artillery and the muffled sounds of explosions reverberated. Tianyang leaned against the window of the vehicle, reviewing his class information. Class Level 2. Eradicator Abilities. Weakness Sensation, Instantaneous Kill, Mirage Ascension Progress. 31 Enhanced Domain. Physical Strength 1 Next Class Level. Ripper. He recalled that a few days prior, after dispatching a sorcerer, his ascension progress had risen by 9 percentage points. Yet, in the preceding 3 days of battles, eliminating numerous Level 2 threat black citizens had only yielded a mere 2 percentage point increase. Reflecting on his previous missions, Tianyang felt that after his class promotion, the ascension progress gained from similarly dangerous black citizens seemed diminished. Listen closely, this is our mission for today. We are to eliminate those dark pests at a firepower point, Han Shu declared, activating the communicator to ensure everyone in the other vehicle could hear him clearly. Specific mission details and locations had already been dispatched to their communication devices. The area was inaccessible to vehicles, and Han Shu had to head to the main battlefield for support. So, shortly, you will take 6 soldiers and complete this task. Songdu's voice crackled through the communicator. What happens after we neutralize this firepower point? Han Shu replied lazily, that is up to you. If Xijian doesn't have new orders, you can rest on the battlefield or act freely to accrue merits. Just don't die on me. Tianyang opened the communicator, locating the day's task details and memorizing the firepower point's location. He then retrieved the Bell of Death, channeling star essence into it. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt. Han Shu disembarked, casting a layer of star essence shielding over Tianyang and the others before sternly advising, don't act recklessly, think more. I expect to see all of you back tonight. Understood? Tianyang and the others nodded in response. Understood, Captain. Han Shu chuckled, then off you go. Thus, Tianyang and the 6 soldiers, including the fiery ones, entered the town from a different direction. As indicated in the mission briefing, the area was littered with the remnants of buildings, rendering vehicle passage impossible. The Crow Squad could only navigate these obstacles by leaping over them or squeezing through windows and doorways. Before long, they identified their target, a building 300 meters ahead. where dark crimson beams descended from the fourth-floor windows onto the main battlefield. The sheer number of beams indicated that at least a dozen enigmatic marksmen were stationed within. Although these goat-faced foes had considerable range, their numbers were limited, preventing the main forces from wasting manpower on such firepower points. Thus, the task of neutralizing these enemy strongholds fell to the Nightwalkers. On a typical day, they faced anywhere from 1 to 5 similar missions. Tianyang crouched behind a large stone, which was entwined with twisted rebar, remnants of some bygone structure. Using his tactical eyes, he surveyed the area ahead. Below the building, wanderers roamed among the rubble, while a few rabid dogs lounged near several gaps in the structure. The youth was hardly surprised. The Dark Citizens were not foolish. They would not allow their marksmen to be isolated and often stationed wanderers and rabid dogs around firepower points to serve as sentinels. Songdu unsheathed his long sword, spraying water, and softly uttered the customary phrase before suddenly leaping from cover and charging ahead. Infiltrating the building without alerting the Black Citizens was nearly impossible. Thus, in previous missions of this nature, either Songdu or Tianyang would launch a frontal assault to draw the Black Citizens' attention, creating an opening for Jiyu and the soldiers to strike. Today was no exception. As Songdu charged forward, Tianyang followed suit, maneuvering through the rugged ruins. At the building's multiple gaps, the previously crouched rabid dogs sprang up, barking at the approaching duo. The wanderers, sluggishly moving toward the Crow Squad, were met with a barrage of star essence beams, striking their chest-bound cages of will. One rabid dog targeted Tianyang, leaping towards him from a distance of merely 10 meters, powerful hind legs propelling it upward to pounce upon the youth. Tianyang drew his red moon battle knife, prepared to strike it down. Just then, a star essence arrow whizzed overhead, striking the rabid dog in the head, penetrating its skull and shattering the cage below. As the creature fell, its ferocity dissipated, and Tianyang wasted no effort, sidestepping as the lifeless body began to disintegrate. The Red Moon battle knife met a new adversary. Crimson light slicing through the battlefield as the heads of 2 rabid dogs soared into the air. By the time they hit the ground, Tianyang had already plunged into the ranks of the Wanderers, the battle knife cleaving through the air, each arc accompanied by the shattering of their cages and demise. In an instant, Tianyang broke free from the throng of wanderers. Spinning around, he tossed an electric grenade, ensuring it landed amidst the densest cluster of wanderers and rabid dogs, well away from Songdu's position. Upon impact, the grenade unleashed a tempest of electrical energy. A high-voltage field erupted, blue and white lightning coursing wildly over the bodies of the Dark Citizens. As the electric storm dissipated, the lifeless forms collapsed amidst rising smoke, beginning to disintegrate. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum had formed amidst the ruins, costing Tianyang 300 contribution points. Minutes later, Jiyu and the soldiers reached the interior of the building. Yet, this was merely the precursor to the real confrontation at the firepower point. The enigmatic marksman would not remain idly by, waiting for Tianyang and his companions to reap the rewards. These cunning and agile goat-faced foes had likely already dispersed throughout the building, hiding in various concealed corners, poised to strike. After a brief respite, Tianyang and Songdu once again took the lead, storming the building to lure the mysterious marksmen from their hiding spots. With the cover and suppression provided by Jiyu and the others, the duo swiftly eliminated the marksmen. During this process, Tianyang, having undergone a prior physical enhancement, handled the sudden attacks with considerably more composure than Songdu. Tianyang's reflexes were notably swifter, allowing him to evade attacks with greater agility. Songdu's reactions were evidently a beat slower than the youth's, narrowly escaping beams of light that seemed to emerge from nowhere. Finally, as they ascended to the 4th floor, a beam of light suddenly shot forth from the depths of the building, and Songdu failed to notice it in time. Fortunately, Tianyang sensed the danger first. He swiftly intercepted the beam with his Chi-Web battle blade, which absorbed the impact, leaving a crimson mark the size of a teacup on the blade's surface. Songdu broke out in a cold sweat, although his defensive armor could mitigate some of the beam's power. Who would dare wager their life on the hope that the beam wouldn't pierce through the armor? The young man with the ponytail cast a complicated glance at Tianyang. who had already lunged towards the source of the beam. Behind him, Jiyu and the soldiers provided suppressive cover, granting Tianyang the opportunity to close in on the shooter and deliver a lethal strike. With all the shooters within the building neutralized, Tianyang plopped down onto the floor, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his palms clammy. As the light around him dimmed, he looked up to find Sangdu approaching. The ponytailed youth, averting his gaze, stammered, "Well, I owe you one." Tianyang paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "It's nothing. Just treat me to a meal when we get back." Unexpectedly, Sangdu scoffed. "Get lost. My favors aren't that cheap." He stormed off to the side, arms crossed, eyes closed against the wall. Tianyang shook his head, bemused by the young man's obstinacy. As the team regrouped, Jiyu raised her hand, brushing back some loose strands of hair before setting down her communicator. She had dispatched the information confirming the completion of their mission. If the command center had no new tasks to assign, the squad would be free to operate as they pleased. Should they earn military merit on the battlefield or hide away in idleness? Jiyu found herself torn in thought. Just then, she noticed something alarming. A section of the wall where two resting soldiers leaned suddenly bulged outward. From behind that warped wall, a dark figure burst forth, crashing down ferociously. "Get down!" Jiyu screamed in panic, but her voice was quickly drowned out by the ensuing explosion. The shadow crashed to the ground, and the two soldiers barely had time to react before their bodies contorted grotesquely under the weight of the falling mass. A torrent of blood erupted from their protective gear, pooling within their sealed helmets. Dust swirled around them as a massive metal hammer, glimmering with an eerie azure sheen, slowly rose. Its construction was rudimentary at best, resembling a chaotic amalgamation of molten metal. Beneath the uneven surface of the hammer, large splotches of blood and remnants of flesh clung, continuously dropping from the weapon. Chapter 137. The Behemoth Disperse. "Everyone, scatter!" Jiyu shouted loudly. As the most experienced enhancer after Han Shu, even Sangdu had no doubts about her command. And neither did anyone else. The entire team, including Tianyang, quickly spread out. The building was spacious enough. Particularly, they were in what appeared to be an office hall, filled with numerous desks and chairs. However, these items had decayed and become fragile over time. Even the metal fixtures were covered in rust. Various wires, once concealed in the ceiling, now dangled like venomous snakes from the ruptured openings. Once the group dispersed, they had more room to maneuver. Tianyang and Sangdu drew their weapons, while Jiyu readied her bow. The soldiers, including Yanbing, positioned themselves behind the enhancers, crouching with their rifles aimed at the cracked walls. Everyone prepared for the impending confrontation. A deafening roar emanated from the wall, and a massive hammer swept through, causing the wall to collapse like paper. Emerging from the breach was a creature resembling a colossal man. Yet even the strongest human Tianyang had ever encountered, like Adam, seemed diminutive in comparison. This entity possessed exaggerated broad shoulders, thick and long arms, and a slightly hunched posture with knees that bowed outward. However, everyone who beheld it could ascertain that it was not human. No human would have two metallic appendages resembling jet pipes affixed to their back. Nor would they wear a hollow mask that was welded shut with metal strips, leaving behind a face devoid of eyes and a nose, with only a mouth that emitted a constant growl. Moreover, a mechanical device resembling an engine was embedded in its chest. When the core of that device glowed a blood red, the jet pipes exhaled black smoke, suggesting that beneath this fleshly exterior lay a sophisticated machine, an amalgamation of biological and mechanical traits. "Be cautious," Jiyu warned softly. "This is a level 3 threat, the Behemoth. It symbolizes violence and possesses inhuman strength with the ability to obliterate a building effortlessly. Do not." Before she could finish, Sangdu had already dashed forward. His long ponytail streamed behind him as he charged ahead, the spring water longsword trailing sparks along its path, and in an instant, the Behemoth loomed before him. With a surge of energy illuminating his right wrist, Sangdu unleashed a strike aimed at the Behemoth's shoulder, intent on disarming it. The blade met the Behemoth's shoulder, successfully breaking skin and eliciting a spurt of blood, yet the sound of metal clashing suggested that beneath its skin lay machinery. The spring water sword was deflected, and the Behemoth retaliated with a brutal swing of its hammer, forcing Sangdu to retreat in a panic. Before he could catch his breath, the behemoth's foot struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling back like a cannonball, crashing through furniture until he finally came to a halt. Struggling to his feet while clutching his chest, Sangdu suddenly turned pale and coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Do not engage it directly, fool." Jiyu completed her previous warning, then released her bowstring, sending a star arrow soaring through the air, striking precisely into the behemoth's mouth beneath its mask. The arrow pierced through its skull, but the creature bit down, severing the arrow, and the energy dissipated into the atmosphere. With Jiyu's attack as a signal, Yambing and the others unleashed a barrage of firepower, launching beams of energy from various angles to form a fan-shaped net of fire. The behemoth stood at the intersection of this onslaught, activating its assault rifle to unleash a continuous stream of those beautiful yet deadly blue beams toward the monster. The behemoth lowered its center of gravity, using both hands to shield its head and chest, allowing the beams to ravage the rest of its body. Despite the beams capable of piercing walls, they only left cup-sized burns on its surface. The flesh could not impede the beam's penetration, but the intricate machinery revealed beneath the scorched skin raised questions among the onlookers. Even so, the ability of the behemoth to withstand the energy beams instilled a sense of dread within the group. What could have birthed such a hybrid of flesh and machine? The existence of these dark beings was truly unfathomable. After a relentless barrage, the soldiers exhausted their ammunition. Just as they reloaded, the behemoth finally removed its hands from its head, the metal mask resonating with a chilling roar. The mechanical device on its chest glowed intensely, red patterns igniting across its surface like veins, flowing toward its hands, which gripped the hammer tightly, now charged with a dark crimson light. With a mighty swing, the hammer descended. The observers could see nothing but crimson. The building trembled, dust and debris cascading from the ceiling and structural pillars. Suddenly, the hall's floor erupted like a volcano, an invisible yet colossal force blasting forth, shattering the ground into fragments. Tianyang, who had attempted to maneuver around the behemoth, Jiyu, who was holding the bow, Sangdu, who had just regained his footing, and the soldiers all felt the ground beneath them give way, plummeting to the lower level. As Tianyang landed, he rolled to dissipate the force of his fall. A sudden chill coursed through him as he noticed the shadow beneath him expanding. With no time to think, his body reacted instinctively. He executed a wide roll to evade the descending behemoth and its hammer, which could easily crush a person. This time, the behemoth did not employ its powers, so the hammer merely created a 3-meter-wide gap in the ground. As Tianyang regained his composure, the behemoth advanced towards him, hammer raised high, swinging down. Tianyang calculated the angle and timing of the hammer's descent, evading just before it could smash him into oblivion. The behemoth roared, relentlessly pursuing Tianyang with its attacks. Its destructive force was astounding. Each strike would certainly create more openings in the ground. Yet its speed and the enormity of its movements allowed Tianyang to evade with ease. Once more dodging an attack, the crimson blade of the red moon-worn knife glimmered. As Jiyu drew her bow again, she noticed a crimson line slicing through the air, striking the behemoth's left leg, causing it to twist unnaturally to the side. Tianyang was surprised that, despite the sharpness and heat of the red moon, it could not entirely sever the behemoth's leg. Nevertheless, the strike had indeed compromised its mobility. The behemoth knelt, making it difficult to move and even harder to strike a target. Thus, the creature's situation became precarious. In the distance, Jiyu's arrows continued to distract it, while Sangdu rejoined the fray alongside Tianyang, both circling the behemoth. Whenever an opportunity arose, a swift strike would be delivered upon the creature, each assault rendering the fiend increasingly sluggish. As he attacked, Tianyang observed the monster. Within the boy's vision, the brute's form began to dissipate. He discerned the intricate machinery beneath its flesh and sinew, the components and metallic structures gradually vanishing until only the engine-like apparatus embedded in the creature's chest remained. Tianyang hesitated, wondering if this machine was also a manifestation of the will's prison. However, breaching the engine from the front appeared nearly impossible, especially with the colossal hammer in the brute's hand, not merely a decorative weapon. The area before its chest was precisely within the striking range of that hammer. Should he be struck, especially with the added, explosive capability, it would surely spell his doom. Yet Tianyang was not ready to meet his end. He recalled the promise made to Sun. Thus, he maneuvered behind the monster. Seizing the moment when the brute's attention was diverted by Jiyu and Song, the boy raised the funeral bell, aiming its muzzle at the creature's back, and fired. The thunderous report of the gun echoed within the building. And despite Uncle Tai's modifications, the recoil of the massive handgun still propelled Tianyang's arm skyward. Nevertheless, compared to the recoil in Gemtown, it was significantly reduced. At least not enough to lift him off the ground in such an exaggerated manner. A brilliant explosion erupted from the brute's back, scattering flesh, metal armor, and internal components into the air. The creature was forcefully slammed down, and from behind, a gaping hole the size of a human head was evident. Whether it was blood or some form of oil, a viscous liquid oozed from the breach, while sparks erupted from its body, resembling a machine on the verge of dismantlement. Despite this, the brute remained unvanquished, suddenly pushing itself off the ground with its left hand. In a violent surge, it leapt upward. Swinging the massive hammer backward in a wild arc, Tianyang hastily leaped back, but then he noticed the hammer enveloped in a dark red glow. In an instant, an invisible wave surged forth, catching Tianyang off guard as he crossed his arms. The force struck him fiercely, propelling him backward as though he had collided head-on with a war chariot. A warmth flooded his nostrils, and a metallic taste filled his mouth as blood trickled from his nose and lips. Tianyang crashed to the ground, having borne the brunt of the brute's assault. Even with defensive armor and enhanced physical capabilities, he found himself weakened and unable to rise. At that moment, two exhaust pipes on the brute's back began spewing thick smoke, while the engine apparatus on its chest glowed intensely. A torrent of chaotic and potent energy emanated from the creature. Jiyu's complexion drained of color as she gasped in alarm. No, it's going to self-destruct. Chapter 138. The sublimation medium struck from behind by Tianyang, the assailant's chest. Although not pierced, exhibited evident damage to its engine apparatus, with sparks flying intermittently. In such precarious circumstances, an explosion could occur at any moment. Tianyang struggled to rise, but found his limbs trembling uncontrollably, still recovering from the earlier impact. Fortunately, Songdu, seizing the opportunity, rushed in with his sword as the assailant swung its heavy hammer to fend him off. Arrows flew through the air, piercing the assailant's wrist, the force of the arrows causing it to miss its strike. Songdu, seizing the moment, raised his sword, intent on thrusting it forward. Attack the engine. Strike at its chest. Tianyang shouted. Songdu hesitated, aware that the device glowed ominously, resembling an unstable bomb. A reckless assault could easily trigger an explosion. The assailant was now within striking distance. Leaving no time for hesitation, gritting his teeth, the young man lowered the tip of his sword, which had been aimed at the assailant's head. Songdu's wrist shimmered with silver light as the spring-water sword was illuminated, slicing through the air and plunging into the assailant's chest. As the blade penetrated the engine apparatus, a viscous black substance erupted from within, resembling thick, dark blood. The spring-water sword emerged from the assailant's back, entangled with cables and components, along with the sticky black fluid. Songdu closed his eyes, waiting with bated breath, and after a moment of silence, he cautiously opened them to see the light in the engine apparatus extinguished. Sliding off his sword, initially resigned to his fate, he was relieved to find the creature had not detonated. However, as tension eased, Songdu's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, unable to even steady his sword. The assailant's form began to disintegrate, its biological tissue transforming into a black, viscous liquid, while the mechanical components quickly rusted and started to oxidize. In mere moments, it resembled the long-abandoned vehicles in the inverse realm, reduced to a mere skeletal frame. That was terrifying, Jiyu exclaimed, finally lowering her bow and stepping back to lean against a pillar. She turned to Tianyang and gave him a thumbs up. Well done, Tianyang. You saved us all. Tianyang rolled over, lifted his hand in a weak wave, and smiled, too exhausted to utter even a single word. Yambing and several soldiers approached to clear away the remnants of the assailant, searching for salvageable materials. once the area was sufficiently cleared. Tianyang felt a resurgence of strength and attempted to rise. Although his body remained somewhat uncoordinated, he was at least able to move. Suddenly, Songdu exclaimed, "Oh my god. I leveled up. I'm now a rank 3 warrior." His excitement was infectious, prompting amused glances from several soldiers. Jiyu looked at him disdainfully. "So you've leveled up by 1 rank. Is that really worth such a celebration? Let me tell you, being rank 3 is just the beginning of hardship. From here on, each promotion requires the corresponding sublimation medium. Look at old Su. He has been stuck at rank 3 for ages. His sublimation progress is maxed out. But he still hasn't promoted because he hasn't gathered enough materials for the sublimation medium." Songdu dismissed her remarks. "Old Su is old Su. I am me. He clearly didn't care about his promotion. Don't think I don't know he spent all his contribution points on his family. For me, promotion is a top priority. The higher the rank, the more contribution points I'll earn. Even if I just reach rank 4 and become a team leader, the contribution points will be substantial." Gu's gaze lowered slightly. "Everyone has their own aspirations. Perhaps that's the life old Su seeks. That kind of life is utterly dull." Songdu retorted, recovering from his excitement and pulling out a cloth to clean his springwater sword. Gu glanced at him, but chose not to pursue the topic further. Tianyang, however, was intrigued and moved closer to sit beside her. Gu, seemingly uncomfortable with the proximity to the opposite sex, even if he was still a boy, instinctively shifted away. "Gu, may I ask you something? What exactly is the sublimation medium?" Tianyang had never heard of such a thing. As Gu inspected her star bow, she casually responded, "It's quite literal. It's a catalyst used to trigger our sublimation levels. For sublimators, before reaching rank 4, once our sublimation progress is full, we automatically ascend. However, starting from rank 3, each time we wish to promote, we require a sublimation medium. The materials needed for each rank's sublimation medium vary, and I've heard that for ranks above 7, the required materials not only increase in quantity, but are also quite rare. Some of these materials are even regulated by the fortress. To acquire them, you can either exchange contribution points or, as in this open battle ranking, earn rewards from the fortress based on your ranking. Of course, you could also purchase them on the black market, but the costs." At this point, Jiu glanced at him. "For now, you need not worry about this. Those like Songdu, who have already reached rank 3, are the ones who should start feeling anxious." Having cleaned his springwater sword, Songdu chuckled at her statement. He has got a long way to go, probably 2 or 3 years before he needs to think about that. Tianyang was taken aback. Is it really going to take 2 or 3 years to level up from rank 2 to the next rank? The atmosphere in the hall suddenly shifted. Songdu looked at him in disbelief. "Wait a minute, say that again? Don't tell me you've already reached rank 2? Tianyang, feeling a bit embarrassed, admitted. "After defeating that deep diver, I leveled up. I was so busy preparing for battle after returning that I forgot to report to the captain. Damn it." Songdu jumped up. "It took me almost a year to reach rank 2. And you, how long did it take you?" 2 months, maybe." "No way. How did you level up so quickly?" Tianyang shrugged. The fortress had not yet disclosed his rank information, so he couldn't share it with Songdu. Jiu burst into laughter beside them. "Songdu, looks like you need to step up your game. Perhaps this little fellow will catch up to you and be rank 3 in a few months." Upon hearing this, Songdu exploded with indignation. "I'm heading to the battlefield right now. I refuse to believe I can be outdone by a rookie." Though he said this, he was not truly reckless. Once the squad had sufficiently rested, Songdu suggested they search for other firepower points. However, an earth-shattering explosion erupted outside the building. Not far from their position, a 7 to 8-story building was struck by intense artillery fire. The structure was compromised, and amidst the flames and debris, it began to collapse. Chunks of the building, several floors high, plummeted to the ground, raising a massive cloud of dust, which was further stirred by the shockwave. The swirling dust surged toward the building where the Crow squad was located. Everyone quickly took cover behind pillars, waiting for the dust storm to pass before peering outside. After the building's collapse, they could see the main battlefield a block away. There, several tree spirits emerged. The Crow squad had encountered these creatures in the town previously, but now the tree spirits appeared significantly smaller. The tallest among them barely exceeded 10 meters, with most averaging 7 to 8 meters in height. Nevertheless, these tree spirits remained a troubling challenge. They possessed high physical resistance, rendering them impervious to most warrior classes. As for elemental powers, only flames could pose a genuine threat to them. Ice and storm abilities offered minimal damage. However, the previous reports from the Crow Squad had already indicated the presence of tree spirits. Thus, for this operation, the fortress has devised several strategies targeting the trance. Upon their entry into the battlefield, a handful of elemental hard ascenders unleashed flames upon them. Simultaneously, conventional troops equipped with flamethrowers launched a surprise attack on these trance. Before long, the trance transformed into moving fireballs. However, before they could be entirely consumed by the flames, these creatures inflicted considerable damage upon the fortress's forces. As only a few flaming trance remained on the battlefield, suddenly, a building's wall shattered, and a figure burst forth from within. A towering figure. Tianyang utilized the electronic eyes function to zoom in on the scene, revealing a giant within the viewfinder. This giant stood nearly 3 meters tall, with its right arm grotesquely mutated, extending not a skeletal barrel but a metallic cannon. This cannon was composed of intricate machinery, with several conduits connecting to the giant's arm. The arm appeared thick and long, creating a striking asymmetry. Various mechanical structures adorned its body, particularly at its back, where a series of jet tubes rose like a violent tempest. This was a level 5 threat, the Ravager, the next form in the Ravager evolution chain. Jiu also seemed to have spotted the giant, letting out an involuntary gasp. Despite the distance, Tianyang could still sense the wild and brutal aura that enveloped the giant known as the Ravager. One could only imagine the immense pressure felt by the ordinary soldiers facing it on the battlefield. On the road, the Ravager leaped onto the wreckage of a car, raising its cannon-like arm. It supported the right hand with its left arm, using it as a makeshift brace. Black smoke billowed from the jet tubes behind the Ravager. The cannon's muzzle quickly ignited with a black luminescence. This was a distinct black light that, for reasons unknown, felt blinding. In the moment of its greatest brightness, a ring of black energy expanded outward, with most of the energy condensing and surging forward, forming a torrent of pitch-black energy. Surrounding this torrent danced crimson sparks and blurred, distorted shadows. It hurtled towards the fortress's army position, where defensive barriers sprang up. Yet upon contact, they vanished as quickly as bubbles on a summer sea, though the barriers did absorb some of the torrent's power. Thus, when it reached the position, it had been reduced to a slender thread of black light. After dissipating intermittently into the air, black fireballs flickering with red light rose in succession along the path previously traversed by the torrent. They proclaimed the might of the Ravagers shot with their explosive ferocity. P.S. Grateful thanks to friends such as Bookfriend 58801860, I am your Liba, Northern Officer, and Mr. Fran KKKK for their generous rewards. Additionally, I appreciate everyone's concern for my well-being, which has prevented me from seizing opportunities for further updates. It seems that works of this genre have lost their market appeal. Asai escapes. Chapter 139. The target of pursuit gazing at the sprawling fire dragon that stretched for miles in the street surface as if it had been overturned. Tianyang's throat bobbed up and down. This was indeed the formidable power of a level 5 threat, the Dark Denizens. Their strength extends far beyond this. Yet I believe the fortress does not wish for it to continue its display. Jiu lowered her binoculars, her expression serene. This implies that a high-ranking individual from the fortress will intervene to stop that rogue? Tianyang's eyes remained fixed on the main battlefield. He did not wish to miss what was to unfold next, while simultaneously speculating who the powerful figure might be. Could it be Wang Liangyi? The likelihood seems slim. That man is the ace of the Yun family, and it appears that this joint operation has not involved the family as private army. Thus Wang Liangyi may not be present. Then who else could it be? General Fei Mei? That possibility is quite substantial, and during the mobilization meeting, the power she showcased was likely just the tip of the iceberg. She possesses the capability to confront this rogue, but given her high status, would she easily intervene? Amidst the youth's speculation, the rogue on the street made new movements. Despite the fortress forces advancing forward, Countless artillery shells were aimed directly at it. Yet, the dark denizens fiercely resisted, with some even using their bodies to shield the rogue from fatal firepower. This allowed the rogue to prepare at ease. It lay atop a vehicle, its back arched, flesh torn. The giant's back began to open, as if something within was about to rise. Just then, a blinding light suddenly pierced the fog-laden street, even overshadowing the illumination powder suspended in the air above the main battlefield. It struck the rogue with precision, the tremendous impact shattering the darkness, and sent the rogue hurtling from the wreckage of the car. The giant crashed onto the street, a shaft made of starlight slowly fading from its head. That arrow was so vivid that, aided by the electronic eye, Tianyang could even see the intricate patterns etched on its triangular shaft. Were it not for the edges dissipating like foam, the youth might have believed it to be a tangible object. In truth, it was a construct of starlight. At this moment, Tianyang could not comprehend how something crafted from starlight could exhibit such realistic appearance and intricate details. This indicated that the creator had a profound understanding of starlight and an extraordinary level of precision control. It was only after the giant was sent flying that an extraordinary aura surged from the rear of the fortress forces. This aura was not only powerful, but also imbued with an air of arrogance and aloofness. Having sensed the aura's location, Tianyang gasped in astonishment. The starlight arrow had been shot from over a kilometer away, a range far exceeding that of Jiu by 4 or 5 times. Jiu too sensed the aura. She turned to face its source, her expression complex. There was anticipation, excitement, agitation mixed with a trace of imperceptible hostility. Her gaze was subtle, emotion shifting several times before settling into tranquility. In a voice only she could hear, Jiu whispered, "One day, I too shall shoot an arrow like that." Although Tianyang stood beside her, he did not catch her words. Firstly, her voice was too soft, and secondly, something new on the main battlefield seized his attention. As the giant was hurled away by the arrow, a figure descended from the rooftop of a nearby building. Amidst the light that fell upon the battlefield, Tianyang spotted this figure. It was a man clad in dark red long attire, reminiscent of a Night Stalker-esque uniform, albeit in a different hue. The youth trembled, suddenly recalling that Su Lai wore the same outfit. Could it be that this man was the one who breaks formations? The man in dark red dashed down the outer wall of the building, appearing to have no attachments, as if the reverse gravity had no hold over him. He descended in a manner that defied physical laws, leaping out when only 10 meters from the ground. Upon reaching above the rogue, he unleashed an aura, drawing forth a long sword nearly a meter in length, entwined in red and gold. The moment the sword was drawn, it conjured a tempest of energy, and as it struck down, a massive wind column, resembling a great dragon, surged upward. In the terrifying gale, the surrounding darkness, debris, vehicle wreckage, and even the dark denizens were torn apart and obscured. Tianyang could not help but clench his fists. This was the might of a high-ranking individual. The youth nearly forgot to breathe, shaken to his core, body and soul. Simultaneously, like Jiu, he had found a target to pursue. Tianyang wished to continue observing. Yet at that moment, their communication devices buzzed to life. The command center had dispatched a new mission. Songdu, equally exhilarated, said with a quivering voice, "Let us go. Lingering here will not surpass those individuals. But one day, I shall stand in that position." The ponytailed youth pointed forcefully toward the spot where the red-clad man had appeared. "So shall I," Tianyang silently vowed. Jiu turned and began to walk toward the hall's exit. "Then let us not stand idly. We have work to do." 5 hours later, Tianyang and the others returned to the camp. Upon opening the tent, they found Han Shu had already returned. The rugged man had thrown himself onto the military mat, a cigarette clamped in his mouth, snoring contentedly. Tianyang and the others exchanged amused glances and, without bothering to clean up, collapsed into sleep. Today had been exceedingly exhausting. The past few days had been no different. They could rest. But many others in the camp continued their busy endeavors. For instance, Ling Feng. At this moment, the chief of staff arrived at the temporary command center, accompanied by his aide. Even after the spectral purification, upon entering the tent, Ling Feng pulled out a handkerchief and meticulously wiped each of his fingers. This caused the female general standing before the sand table to furrow her brow slightly. Is it so dirty in here? Ling Feng waved his hand lightly near his nose. Is there any place in the reverse realm that isn't dirty? Fei Mei shook her head gently. With your obsessive cleanliness, I truly wonder how you've survived in the reverse realm until now. Perhaps I can tolerate filth, but I cannot abide the existence of those dark beings. Ling Feng tucked away the handkerchief and extended his hand. His aide, Lin Yang, promptly placed a data pad into his palm. Ling Feng handed the data pad to Fei Mei. You should take a look at this. Fei Mei opened the data pad, which listed today's statistics, including the number of casualties and the list of the deceased. You want me to look at this? The female general exclaimed. There are no bodies of the fallen? She raised her gaze to Ling Feng. Why is the number of fallen bodies listed as 0? Ling Feng's expression remained unchanged. That is precisely why I came to find you. Do you think I came here to discuss psychological issues? Fei Mei set the data pad down. It seems you have found the answer. Let me guess. It's related to the dark denizens? Ling Feng spread his hands. There is no solid evidence, but it's quite probable. I suspect those creatures are collecting corpses. Human corpses. Speak of what you know. Fei Mei walked to her chair, calmly sat down, smoothing the wrinkles of her long attire with her hands. Crossing her legs, she rested her elbows on the armrest, fingers interlaced, adopting a posture of keen interest. Ling Feng also took a seat, but his posture was rigid, head, neck, and chest aligned perfectly. Though seated, he exuded an air of uprightness reminiscent of a pine tree. This was the soldier's posture. In fact, the issue was recognized on the very first day the battle commenced. Ling Feng spoke in a calm and measured tone. Though our casualty rate had not been exceedingly high in recent days, on the first day, only 7 lives were lost. And coupled with the peculiar habit of the dark folk consuming human remains, I initially chose to overlook this issue. However, in the past 2 days, our casualty figures have risen, yet the logistics team has failed to recover any bodies. This prompted the matter to be reported, and upon scrutinizing the earlier records, I realized that since the onset of hostilities, the bodies we have reclaimed are few and far between. The pressing question is, what purpose do the dark folk have for collecting human corpses? They do not rely on humans for sustenance. Cannibalism is merely a tendency, not a necessity for survival. Therefore, it stands to reason that they are not hoarding food. The female general's gaze drifted into the distance, as if transported to a realm far removed from the present. A few days prior, those who had plummeted into the abyss reported the discovery of strange flora underground. Additionally, one of your night walkers, a young lieutenant named Tianyang, reported an enigmatic object of indeterminate purpose. If memory serves, he claimed that in the twisted roots of those subterranean plants, remnants of humanity had once appeared. Could it be that the bodies missing from the surface have become nourishment for these plants? Ling Feng raised his hand, gently resting it on the armrest of the chair. I share your sentiments. Upon reviewing the records, I immediately connected them to Tianyang's report. It seems evident that these dark entities are likely brewing something in the depths below. Presently, our intelligence is limited, hindering our ability to draw accurate conclusions. What of the reconnaissance team dispatched underground? Have they not returned any news? Ling Feng shook his head. The presence of fog crystal veins deep underground interferes with the electronic signals of our communication devices, leaving me temporarily out of contact with the scouting team. We can only await their return or their emergence from the depths to ascertain what lies beneath this city. Fei Mei inquired further. How many days will they require to return? Ling Feng raised a finger, lightly tapping the armrest. Given the orders I have issued, it may take a bit longer than anticipated. Thus, the earliest we can expect to see them is tomorrow or the day after. The young chief of staff added. That is, if they have not been overwhelmed by the dark folk. A slight smile graced the corner of Fei Mei's lips. She was no stranger to Ling Feng, as they had been comrades in arms. However, their paths had diverged since then. Fei Mei had joined the storm and ascended to her current position as a general, while Ling Feng, though remaining with the Night Walkers, had transitioned from the forefront to the shadows, ultimately becoming the chief of staff. Based on Fei Mei's understanding of him, Ling Feng's so-called orders were likely more than just a simple matter. Chapter 140. The so-called general. The matters to be discussed are essentially these. Should there be any further necessities, I shall reach out to you. Ling Feng's gaze drifted towards the holographic tactical sand table nearby. When time permits, do engage in more simulations of the battlefield. You haven't forgotten the knowledge you've acquired, have you? Not at all, but in terms of strategizing the battle, isn't it your role? The words of the female general hinted at a reluctance to work, yet she spoke with an air of nonchalance and even a touch of audacity. Ling Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, but the fleeting amusement quickly vanished. As a general, do you not find it excessive to delegate the task of strategizing the battlefield entirely to me, your chief of staff? Fei Mei spread her hands, responding with an answer that skirted the question. Do you know? There was a time when I attended Lu Jinglin's classes at Tianyang Academy. I remember him mentioning a game from the reverse realm called chess. They used pieces to represent different military units and engaged in combat. In this game, there is a term known as general. Do you know what that signifies? Ling Feng replied placidly. Obviously, I have not attended Professor Lu's lectures. Hence I am unaware of such an intriguing game in the reverse realm. Fei Mei sighed. It seems there are things you do not know. Allow me to enlighten you. The so-called general is the piece whose move can determine the outcome of the game. She leaned back slightly. I am the general of the Storm Legion. My purpose here is to deliver a decisive blow to the black people at a critical moment, ensuring their complete collapse. Her voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority. Ling Feng gently pressed the armrest and rose. Indeed, I almost forgot. A fortress's general need not necessarily lead troops into battle. Their existence is more about single-handedly matching the entire army. With that, he departed. No need to see you off. As Ling Feng exited the tent, he seemed to encounter someone outside. After hearing a few voices, Fei Mei noticed two individuals entering. To be precise, there were two, a man and a woman. The man, nearing 40, still bore an air of irreverence. His laughter revealed crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, and the lines on his face were strikingly pronounced. The scent of alcohol was overwhelming, for he held a tin bottle that evidently contained liquor rather than water. A scar marred his face, slicing it grotesquely, rendering him somewhat fearsome even when he smiled. As for the woman, she was clearly older than Fei Mei but had aged gracefully. Her skin, while no longer youthful, retained a smoothness, and her long black hair still shimmered, releasing a subtle fragrance as it moved. Despite the passage of time, one could discern that she was once a beauty rivaling Fei Mei in her youth. Her brows and eyes exuded an innate pride, yet it differed from Fei Mei's cold, wintry demeanor. A beauty mark at the corner of her mouth added a touch of mature allure. At least, the man following her could not seem to divert his gaze from her enticing silhouette. The black-haired woman suddenly halted. Zhang Dongqing, if you keep staring at me, you might as well bid farewell to your own prospects. Zhang, startled, quickly averted his gaze, greeting Fei Mei with a grin. I just ran into Ling Feng outside. That lad hasn't changed a bit. Even back when he was a novice, he was arrogant, and after all these years, he remains the same. Not just him. The black-haired woman scoffed lightly. You, Zhang, haven't changed either. Once a major, still a major. 10 years unchanged. How remarkable. Zhang Dongqing looked at her with exasperation. In Qi, I merely glanced at you a few times. Is it necessary to be so harsh? By the way, I'm still your senior. Shouldn't you show me a bit more respect? If Tianyang were present, he would surely be astonished. The black-haired lady was indeed the In Qi he had seen in Su Lai's recordings. The only difference was that she appeared even more mature and refined than in the footage. Interrupting, Fei Mei stood up, a perfectly timed smile gracing her face. Thank you both for your hard work today. In Qi shook her head. When the battle situation is unfavorable, it is our duty as disruptors to remove obstacles. Having moved to the holographic sand table, Zhang Dongqing casually remarked, the general has summoned us. It cannot be merely to express gratitude. Fei Mei clasped her hands behind her. Indeed, I have other matters to discuss with you both. Zhang Dongqing turned around, his smile broadening. It seems to be of significance. Do tell. It concerns the Black King. Fei Mei's expression turned serious as she fixed her gaze on the two. 17 years ago, the fortress organized an operation against the Black King. I had just joined the Nightwalkers and lacked the qualifications to participate in that mission. However, I know both of you were involved. Therefore, I ask you to enlighten me. What exactly is the Black King? Zhang Dongqing's expression shifted abruptly upon hearing the general's words. Not only did his smile vanish, but a hint of displeasure flickered across his features. He clapped his hands and headed for the tent's entrance. I just remembered something I need to attend to. I shall take my leave. Fei Mei narrowed her eyes slightly, but did not impede him. Instead, her gaze settled on the other disruptor. Inchi met the general's scrutiny with composure. While I was named in that operation, I sustained injuries in the last mission and was unable to participate. Regrettably, I cannot provide you with information regarding the Black King. Fei Mei gently shook her head. No matter. Thank you for your efforts today, Sister Inchi. Please return to rest. I shall seek you out if anything arises. Very well. Inchi turned decisively and exited the command tent. Fei Mei exhaled softly, her gaze resting upon the ever-shifting light and shadow of the sand table. One was injured and did not participate. The other is unwilling to speak. Even those above do not furnish me with intelligence regarding the Black King. Why do I feel as if these participants are collectively concealing something? When Tianyang awoke, he found a faint red glow lingering in the dim tent, emanating from the captain's cigarette. The youth crawled from his sleeping pad, stretching his stiff limbs, and mildly complained. Captain, isn't it inappropriate to smoke in the tent? Huh. Honshu seemed to have just realized, chuckling awkwardly as he tossed the cigarette to the ground and extinguished it. It's too early to be awake. Why not sleep a little longer? Tianyang stood up and performed a few stretches, hearing the gentle cracking of his joints. If I sleep any longer, I might not wake up at all. Honshu turned on a small lamp, the warm orange light illuminating the space between them. Young people ought to eat, sleep, and exercise more. During my youth, I once managed to sleep for 3 days straight. Captain, are you sure that wasn't a coma? Tianyang mused, his thoughts drifting. By the way, I heard you encountered some rioters yesterday. To return alive is quite a stroke of luck indeed. At this moment, Honshu's expression reflected curiosity rather than sentimentality. He proceeded to convey his thoughts. Do tell me about the rioters. Are they truly a fusion of biological and mechanical beings? I've heard Old Su mention them before, but I've never encountered them firsthand. Tianyang was about to respond when an idea struck him. I can share the details with you. But could I ask you a question in return, Captain? Honshu paused, then playfully slapped Tianyang's head. You little rascal. Have you learned to make requests of me now? You have changed for the worse. Quickly tell me, what do the marauders look like? Tianyang clutched his head. Honshu's slap was quite formidable, nearly making him believe the electronic eye would capture it. Subsequently, he detailed the appearance of the marauders, including the monstrous abilities they possessed, as well as the near-catastrophic self-detonation incident. Honshu was genuinely reflective this time. The reverse realm is indeed bizarre, harboring such a fusion of biological and mechanical entities amidst the dark detritus. Speaking of which, the frenzied beings that appeared on the main battlefield yesterday also belong to this category. Moreover, the breakthrough agents intervened just in time. Otherwise, my very existence would have been obliterated by that creature. Breakthrough agents? Tianyang inquired with a hint of excitement. Captain, I was curious about the breakthrough agents. Are they Nightwalkers? Their uniforms resemble ours, albeit with different colors and insignia. Honshu cast him a puzzled glance. You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. Tianyang's heart raced heavily, realizing he was somewhat hasty and had nearly revealed too much. He sought to amend his slip, yet Honshu appeared unfazed. The captain retrieved a cigarette, not lighting it, but merely inhaling its scent. Indeed, breakthrough agents are part of our Nightwalkers. However, their numbers are limited, and they report directly to the commander and the upper echelons of the fortress, hence our infrequent encounters with them. Tianyang suppressed his excitement, meticulously choosing his words, striving to sound curious rather than probing for information about the breakthrough agents. Why is such a position established among us Nightwalkers? What exactly do breakthrough agents do? Honshu tucked the cigarette behind his ear. As the term suggests, their purpose is to breach enemy lines, steering the tides of battle in our favor. Naturally, they also undertake clandestine missions, sometimes in small groups of 2 or 3, or exploring the reverse realm alone. If one were to liken ordinary armies, including conventional forces and storms, to our Nightwalkers, we would be the fortress's shield and sword, while the breakthrough agents serve as the heavy artillery. They are the railguns, the stardust particle cannons. Their sole purpose is annihilation, to obliterate any obstacles impeding the advance of our campaign. Tianyang listened in utter astonishment. Han Shu glanced at him, his tone laced with a hint of warning. However, they are perilous individuals. Do not approach them, do not inquire about them, do not speak to them. Not even a single word. Chapter 141. Not a single one should be left behind at 9 o'clock in the morning. The call to assemble echoed through the fortress once more. Tianyang, already prepared, swiftly grabbed his equipment upon hearing the resounding signal from the camp and followed Sangdu and the others out of the tent. Upon boarding the Falcon battle vehicle, Han Shu picked up the onboard communication device and cleared his throat, declaring, "Listen up, lads. Today, you have no battlefield assignments. Your sole mission is to slay as many of those dark wretches as possible." On Cyan's side, orders had already been issued to the entire army. After days of relentless effort, we had significantly diminished the number of the black citizens and successfully advanced the front line beneath the towering walls. Today, we must bring down those walls at all costs. I am aware that everyone is weary, but let us muster our strength one last time and conclude this war today. Though Tianyang and the others did not respond verbally, their fervent gazes served as the most potent affirmation. The convoy commenced its journey towards the battlefield. The illuminating flares that ascended into the sky not only signified the onset of the attack, but also provided ample light for the warriors within the fortress. These military-grade flares lasted longer and covered a wider area. As the heavens showered light upon the ground, the encroaching darkness was swiftly dispelled. Tianyang peered through the vehicle window, observing that most of the structures in the desolate valley town had been razed to the ground. In the distance, the outline of the ominous black walls became faintly discernible. Activating the tactical function of his electronic eye, the scene ahead magnified instantly. He beheld the dark, plant-woven walls, now visibly thicker than before. The black walls had expanded by 3 sides, forming a stepped arrangement. Between the walls emerged shadowy figures, goat-faced yet nimble as monkeys. Their mutated bodies aimed menacingly at the fortress troops. Among these enigmatic marksmen, some bore similar goat-like faces but possessed abnormally corpulent physiques. These grotesque creatures struggled to position themselves, clambering like lizards until they secured their places, their bellies splitting open to reveal protrusions resembling cannon barrels. These barrels, crafted not from metal but rather from bone, were encased in a layer of flesh, interspersed with numerous nerves and blood vessels. The sight of these nameless horrors made Tianyang regret drawing the image so close, exposing him to their terrifying clarity. The mysterious gunners finally revealed themselves. Han Shu withdrew his head from the window, lowering the binoculars. These creatures had previously remained hidden, but were now finally willing to show themselves. Tianyang remained silent, merely retrieving the death knell and beginning to load the star essence. As silvery radiance flowed through the crystal chambers of ammunition, today would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Upon reaching the designated position, the battle vehicle halted, and the doors swung open. Han Shu and the others disembarked in succession. In the distance, the regular troops had begun their advance. A mixed formation of mechanized units, armored vehicles, and infantry moved towards the towering walls. Fully armed soldiers, supported by vehicles or mechanized units, organized themselves into combat units of 7 to 10 men and entered the battlefield in an orderly manner. Behind the mixed army stood the Elemental Heart, the ascendants of the Hunter class, poised to provide long-range fire support. As for the War God class, their duty was to protect the ascendants of the previous 2 classes, ensuring that these fragile individuals were not slain by the dark denizens. Today, the Night Stalkers would not operate in small teams. All personnel were disbanded and reassembled according to the command center's instructions. Han Shu lit a cigarette, glancing at Tianyang and the others, revealing a bright smile. My orders remain unchanged. Return to the camp by nightfall. Not a single one should be missing. Dismissed. Given that Tianyang was participating in this war as a War God class individual, it was only natural that he and Sangdu were assigned the same task. Thus, after the disbandment, Tianyang followed Sangdu's lead and soon encountered other ascendants of the War God class. For instance, Xiemiao, the fellow whom Tianyang had previously defeated. looked noticeably uncomfortable upon seeing the boy. However, perhaps warned by others, he merely huffed and turned his face away, refraining from confronting Tianyang. Then there was Kunlun, a brash individual with wildly colored hair, who exuded an air of wildness. Upon seeing Tianyang, he raised his middle finger. Tianyang chose to ignore him. There was also the masked man who had survived an encounter with the deep diver in the abyss. He still wore that fearsome mask, and his gaze remained cold and unyielding behind it. Cough. A man cleared his throat softly, and oddly enough, everyone heard it clearly. The heartbeat of all present, including Tianyang, quickened like the beating of war drums. The man, scrutinized by numerous pairs of eyes, appeared to be in his early 30s, youthful and bright, with a sunny disposition. He gently patted his chest, introducing himself. "I am your temporary commander for this team. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Gu, male, fond of females, that's all." After this brief introduction, the self-proclaimed Wang Gu snapped his fingers and continued. "Our task today is to protect those fragile individuals behind us. Remember, even if you perish, do not allow those dark wretches to pass. Of course, unless I fall first, you won't have the opportunity to die." With a lazy smile, Wang Gu waved his hand. "Now, follow me." As his words faded, a violent explosion erupted from the direction of the walls. Tianyang looked up to see a fireball erupting above the towering structure. The battle had commenced. Beneath the high walls, a torrent of black surged forth, a grotesque tide. They were so repulsive that they induced nausea. The lepers no longer contented themselves with low moans and shrieks. They howled like madmen, their twisted limbs flailing wildly in the air, moving with a sickly gait, resembling a frenzied mass of serpents and writhing worms. Amidst this procession of walking black plague, frenzied hounds, archers, tree spirits, and other deranged figures intermingled. The dark denizens surged forth like a cursed slime, bubbling, rolling, and spreading wildly across the battlefield, rushing towards the fortress troops. Within the ranks of the fortress army, those soldiers relying on battle vehicles or mechanized units were on high alert. Upon receiving the command to fire, they shouted and raised their rifles, unleashing physical projectiles or star essence beams desperately towards the cacophony of howling from the black tide. Instantly, splashes erupted within the dark wave as countless black citizens fell. Yet despite the multitude of splashes, they remained insignificant in the grand scheme of the relentless tide. However, at that moment, mechanized units and various armored vehicles joined the fray. Electromagnetic railguns and star essence heavy artillery served as the most powerful notes in this battlefield symphony. Each time they played, it signified the demise of numerous black denizens. The rapid-fire cannons and high-speed rifles provided a brisk march within this composition. As these continuous notes rose, the black tide showed signs of faltering. The combined missiles and spread cannons created a rhapsody, releasing their passion in unexpected places, hindering the flow of the dark tide. Elemental throwing spears, icy blizzards, violent flames, and star essence rain formed a symphony, descending judgment upon those desecrated beings beneath the walls, propelling the melody of war to its climax. After merely observing for a brief moment, Tianyang had forgotten to breathe, his blood surging with excitement, longing to charge to the front lines and fight valiantly. "Hold your horses, lads." The somewhat languid voice of Commander Wang Gu tempered the enthusiasm of Tianyang and the others. "Those dark fragments will not merely endure blows. Soon enough, we shall behold their true forms. At that moment, your utmost efforts will be required. For now, however, maintain your composure and conserve your strength." It seems to validate Wang Ji's words, as soon, from beyond the towering walls, spheres of black and crimson light erupted skyward. Following their parabolic arcs, they descended upon the fortress's military formation. At that instant, a colossal barrier of stellar essence unfurled above the battlefield. The black and crimson spheres collided with the barrier, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. Dozens of fireballs ascended in succession, the barrier flickering with brilliance before shattering and vanishing. Yet, almost immediately, another barrier emerged to withstand the second wave of assault from beyond the high walls. Subsequently, the swirling beams of black and crimson light joined the fray, as mysterious marksmen on the walls and the battlefield began their counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Several armored units and vehicles were struck and exploded, followed swiftly by a torrent of darkness surging into the fortress's defenses. At the forefront, the soldiers bore the brunt of this onslaught. A young soldier, caught off guard, peered from his helmet, his vision awash in an all-consuming blackness. He shouted and fired his weapon, managing to fell two of the lurking entities. However, a mad hound leaped forth from the black tide and swiftly brought him down. Before he could rise, the hound sank its teeth into his shoulder. Pain surged through his limbs, and with just a glance, the soldier succumbed to despair. One by one, the lurking creatures clung to his limbs, tearing through his protective gear, feasting upon his fresh flesh. This young life flickered like a candle in the wind, vanishing in an instant amidst the darkness of the battlefield. The torrent pressed onward, relentlessly advancing, even as they were significantly diminished in number. Yet, as they entered the view of Tianyang, the black tide charging from the battlefield remained formidable. Ahead, an aura was released. Wangu radiated a luminous brilliance of stellar essence, instantly capturing the attention of numerous black denizens. He maintained a languid smile, drawing a dagger from each side of his waist, the intricate patterns on the blades glowing with the infusion of stellar essence. Blue arcs of electricity began to dance upon the two weapons. Wangu turned, surveying the youthful faces behind him. Now, you may unleash your full potential. With a grin, he propelled himself forward, leaping high just as he was about to collide with the black tide. Wangu soared, his dual blades intertwining, as several fearsome heads flew into the air. Chapter 142. Breaching the high wall, Wangu led the charge, igniting the fervor of the ascendants behind him. To lead from the front is the hallmark of a true commander. Tianyang drew the crimson crescent blade, and as he infused it with starlight, the blade glimmered with a scarlet radiance. A wild cry erupted as a figure lunged forward, racing toward the dark denizens. It was none other than the audacious youth with blue hair, Kunlun. His weapons were a pair of curved blades pressed against his arms, serving both as defense and lethal instruments. A perfect amalgamation of offense and defense. Kunlun's starlight radiated outward, even his dual blades shimmering with a silvery glow. He plunged into a throng of wanderers, shrieking wildly, his body spinning like a top. The blades carved through the air, creating silvery rings, their edges razor-sharp, ensnaring both flesh and spirit. Once touched by these rings, there was no escape. After several rotations, a dozen wanderers lay defeated at his feet. Suddenly, he twisted his blades forward, dramatically increasing his attack range. Die, all of you perish. His audacious, almost frenzied howls met two frenzied hounds head-on. With a powerful thrust, he plunged the blades deep into the skull of one beast, then swiftly redirected his assault toward a transformed wanderer. After numerous strikes, the wanderer's prison of gray light dissipated, leaving it no chance to retaliate before collapsing lifelessly. If Kunlun's strikes were imbued with a chaotic fervor, then the nameless warrior donned in a ghostly mask epitomized calm and efficiency. His movements were agile and decisive, wielding a slightly curved, elongated blade with the precision of a striking lightning bolt. Each swing cleaved through the dark denizens' prisons with just the right amount of force, neither too much nor too little, perfectly dismantling their defenses before targeting the next foe. Silent in his approach, he moved with a subtle grace, yet an invisible tension accompanied him. Occasionally, he would sheath his blade only to draw it swiftly, amplifying its lethality. The heads of the frenzied hounds split apart silently under his strikes. The masked warrior treaded with composed steps, executing silent slaughters amidst the black tide. Other warriors of the divine class also showcased their prowess, and among them, Tianyang spotted Xiemiao. This individual, who had previously sheltered himself in a safe zone underground, could no longer afford such luxury and was compelled to unleash his ultimate skills. Xiemiao wielded a sword, but it was peculiar in design, heavy and adorned with conspicuous mechanical components, complete with a trigger mechanism akin to that of a handgun. The serrated edges of the blade ensured that every cut not only inflicted wounds but exacerbated them, leaving horrific lacerations in their wake. After dispatching several wanderers, he tightened his grip on the trigger, causing the mechanical components within the sword to whir to life. The serrated edges spun rapidly, and as he struck a dark denizen, Blood and flesh erupted in a gruesome display. In contrast, Songdu's attacks were decidedly gentler. The spring water sword danced in the hands of the ponytailed youth, delivering swift and graceful strikes. The elongated hilt of the sword allowed Songdu to choose between single-handed or dual-wielding techniques. When wielded with one hand, his posture remained impeccably straight, using his free hand to maintain balance. The long blade flashed as he advanced and retreated, frequently puncturing the prisons of the dark denizen's will. When confronted by the frenzied hounds, whose prisons lay hidden beneath tough skulls, Songdu effortlessly transitioned to a dual-wielding style, lowering his center of gravity and emphasizing powerful slashes over thrusts. Having attained the third rank, his starlight was visibly more radiant than that of his peers, rendering his dual-wielded strikes even more formidable. Thanks to the spring water sword's length, even the most brutal of cuts did not splatter blood upon him, unlike the ghostly warrior, who, though composed, bore stains of crimson across his form. With the battle underway, Tianyang was not idle. However, he chose a different approach from the others, not charging heedlessly into the fray. Instead, he retrieved an electric grenade, surveying the battlefield before tossing it into the densest cluster of dark denizens. Upon impact, the grenade unleashed a high-voltage electric field, ensnaring the dark denizens within its grasp. Nearly 1,000,000 volts not only dismantled their prisons, but also seared their very flesh. In an instant, a significant number of dark denizens fell, and in terms of efficiency, Tianyang undoubtedly led the charge. Amidst the clash of blades, severed heads soared into the air, and the fallen dark denizens revealed the electric field's effectiveness to Wang Gu, who whistled appreciatively and remarked, "That S300 contribution points gone. Damn it, being wealthy is delightful." Without looking back, he cleaved through the skulls of 2 nearby frenzied hounds. Tianyang remained unaware if the dark denizens he had felled would compensate for the contribution points he had expended. However, there was little time for contemplation, and he soon hurled his remaining 2 electric grenades. 2 more electric fields erupted, and the presence of dark denizens on the battlefield noticeably dwindled. Upon further inspection, he discovered only 1 high-heat explosive grenade remained. Assessing the situation, he decided to conserve this last grenade for a more pressing need. After expending 900 contribution points, he brandished his blade once more, sweeping toward the remaining dark denizens. The scarlet blade shimmered as foes fell before him, while cleaving through another frenzied hound. Tianyang sensed a powerful yet familiar aura. Turning, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a brilliant white rainbow ascending from the rear of the battlefield. The radiant arc swiftly pierced the black mist, soaring overhead and landing beyond the distant high wall. Moments later, a brilliant white light erupted beyond the wall, followed by a series of violent explosions. As the brilliance dimmed and the smoke began to clear, keen-eyed observers noted that a substantial breach had been blasted into the formidable wall. Cheers erupted across the battlefield. 2 more white rainbows shot upward, creating additional gaps in the wall. With victory in sight, the morale of the fortress's forces surged, and their advance quickened. Although the dark denizens showed no signs of faltering morale, they evidently could not withstand the relentless momentum of the human army, retreating steadily. As the fortress clock struck 3 in the evening, the human forces finally breached the high wall, exposing the circle of strange trees beyond. The remaining dark denizens congregated there, evidently preparing for a final stand. At this juncture, orders were issued from the command center for the troops to establish a defensive line and rest in place. As evening approached, Tianyang finished a food bar, stretched, and rose to his feet. Although the command center had scheduled the final assault for the following morning, the troops could not return to camp for rest. Instead, they were required to make do with the area outside the high wall. As ascendants, Tianyang and his companions enjoyed better accommodations. They could spend the night within the buildings rather than braving the elements outdoors. Approaching a window, Tianyang noticed a picture frame hanging on the wall nearby, its glass shattered. The photograph within was coated in dust and grime, barely revealing the image of a girl. She leaned against a car on a sunlit street, her beautiful smile captured in time. "Have you all eaten?" he called out to his comrades. Han Shu's voice suddenly resonated, prompting Tianyang to turn around and behold the captain entering, who promptly settled beside the fire. Jiyu tossed a kettle towards him, inquiring, "Captain, will we be able to return tomorrow? I smell as if I have plunged into a sewer. If I do not bathe soon, I fear I shall perish." Han Shu chuckled heartily, took a sip of water, and replied, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to conclude our business by tomorrow. However, it is rather peculiar. I have heard from some higher-ups that the Black Prince has yet to be spotted. We have already breached the high walls, and those peculiar trees loom close at hand. If the Black Prince were within, how could he elude the gaze of those formidable figures? Yet, if he is not here, where could he possibly be? If he has departed, why do the black citizens linger? Furthermore, I have come across some strange tidings." Han Shu extracted a food stick, tore off the wrapping, took a bite, and lamented, "This tastes like chewing on wax. Could the development department not enhance it with some artificial flavoring? It is utterly dreadful." Song Du, polishing his sword, interrupted the captain, asking, "What strange tidings, Captain?" Han Shu quickly finished the food stick and continued, "I just spoke with a fellow from the service team, and according to him, there have been no reports of deceased soldiers' bodies recovered during this period. Is that not odd?" Tianyang and the others exchanged glances. "No bodies? Where could they have gone?" Jiyu stood up, questioning, "Could the black citizens have stolen them? Nonsense. What would the black citizens want with corpses? Are they stockpiling food?" Han Shu dismissed the notion. However, Tianyang recalled the bizarre plants he had encountered underground, where he had glimpsed the face of a human soldier within one of the roots' cocoons. Could it be that the bodies of the deceased were being collected by the black citizens for some ulterior purpose? The youth's mind wandered to the strange entity resembling a pregnant woman, and he furrowed his brow, a thought emerging. Perhaps tomorrow would not see an end after all. Suddenly, alarm bells rang outside the building. Tianyang looked out the window to witness explosions and beams of light emanating from the treed walls. Han Shu sprang up, clutching a communication device, exclaiming, "Let us go. Those wretched creatures are assaulting our defenses. Four Eyes has summoned us for support." "Wonderful," Song Du said, sheathing his sword behind him with a gleam of excitement. "It's a splendid opportunity to earn some military merit." Jiyu sighed, "It seems this year, my skin is destined to suffer.